Chapter 1. The Ultimate Villain's Fate. Fortunately, I possess 999 divine identities. In the sanctuary of the mind, nestled within the Shaozhu realm, lies the Qingyun sword sect. A colossal green mountain hovers majestically above the rugged peaks, shrouded in mist and bathed in ethereal light that a youth clad in white stands poised on a steep cliff, his handsome visage exuding an aura of calm sophistication, akin to an otherworldly being. Chufeng's expression remains impassive, yet within, a tempest of frustration brews. What in the world is happening? He had just traversed into this fantastical realm, merging his consciousness with that of his predecessor. Upon realizing he had been reborn into this mystical world as a member of the illustrious Chu family, the chief senior brother of the Qingyun sword sect, he initially felt a sense of relief wash over him. His status was commendable, a fortuitous beginning. However, as the memory solidified, Chu Feng nearly choked on his own astonishment. Indeed, his identity was not without merit. Yet, the troubles he faced were monumental. The gravest of these was a certain individual named Gu Yin. 3 years prior, Gu Yin had been an outer disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. Though he hailed from a modest lineage, his extraordinary talent shone brightly, swiftly threatening the position of Chu Feng's predecessor, even usurping a significant opportunity. Meant for him that, in an effort to suppress Gu Yin, his predecessor orchestrated his expulsion from the sect and dispatched assassins to eliminate him, all of which Gu Yin deftly evaded. Subsequent encounters in the perilous realms only intensified their rivalry, culminating in deep-seated animosity. Logically, Chu Feng's former self possessed superior background, talent, and strength, yet Gu Yin, akin to an indomitable cockroach, continued to grow in power, repeatedly escaping dire situations and seizing various fortuitous encounters. Ultimately, by a twist of fate, he departed the Shaozhu realm, venturing into the more formidable Xian realm, where he aligned himself with the immensely powerful Chongxian. Pavilion Point 3 years have swiftly passed, and now Gu Yin not only eclipses the original in strength, but excels in every conceivable aspect. Once Gu Yin returns from the Xian realm, Chu Feng could easily surmise the calamity that would ensue. Inevitably, he would seek retribution against his former nemesis. In the present, Gu Yin's might far exceeds that of Chu Feng's predecessor, and with the backing of the Chongxian Pavilion, even a single hair from him could topple the Qingyun sword sect. Having sifted through the memories, Chu Feng comprehends that Gu Yin embodies the archetypal protagonist's fate, while he himself is relegated to the role of a mere cannon fodder. Antagonist, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this chapter of his existence is likely to culminate in ruin. A glint of cold determination flickers in Chu Feng's eyes as he swiftly assesses the precarious situation. He had never anticipated that the Qingyun sword sect would shield him. Despite his predecessor's respectable standing and several allies, in the face of impending annihilation, he would only serve as a sacrificial pawn. Alas, how foolish his predecessor was. Chu Feng gently shakes his head on a matter at hand. He does not believe his predecessor erred in his actions. This is a realm of fantasy, where resources are the currency of power, and the law of the jungle prevails. Gu Yin sees the opportunity that rightfully belonged to his predecessor. Would it be prudent to respond without retaliation, greeting him with a smile instead? However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, since enmity has been established, one should not hold back from the amalgamated memories. It is apparent that the original host, brimming with a modicum of genius pride, never truly regarded Gu Yin with the seriousness he warranted, thereby granting the latter several opportunities for a comeback. Having failed to eliminate him during numerous early encounters, the situation has now escalated to a point where, with others having developed their strengths, if he does not eradicate you, whom will he vanquish? Had he traversed 3 years back in time, he would have undoubtedly denied Gu Yin even the slightest chance. Perceiving that the host possesses the ultimate villainous fate, the system activates. A chilling voice unexpectedly echoed in Chu Feng's ears, prompting a subtle shift in his gaze as he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere remained dense, with no discernible anomalies. System? Ultimate villainous fate? Ultimate villainous fate grants immense villainous fortune, inherently attracting the ire of various fated protagonists. Whenever you encounter a fated protagonist, it becomes a matter of life and death, a relentless struggle to the bitter end. As if attuned to Chu Feng's bewilderment, the icy explanation continued to resonate in his ears. How intriguing I am, in fact, endowed with the ultimate villainous fate. The notion of life and death entwined with a fated protagonist, this is hardly a favorable circumstance. Fated protagonists are notorious for their overwhelming prowess. After all, point one protagonist is already troublesome enough, yet this fate appears to carry an attribute of collective derision. Even if he manages to extricate himself from his current predicament, an unfathomable array of troubles looms ahead. Chu Feng promptly inquired within his mind, "What utility do you possess?" This system, as a divine-level villain system, can unlock 999 divine identities for the host, enabling you to overpower the fated protagonists. Would you like to claim your novice gift pack? Unlocking 999 divine identities. Overpowering fated protagonists? This notion seems promising for a potential rescue. Chu Feng silently resolved, claim. Ding. Novice gift pack distributed. It will randomly unlock one divine identity for the host. Suddenly, a vision appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Visible solely to him, the grand golden frame hovered, within which an array of pitch-black cards was meticulously arranged. A stream of crimson golden light coursed along the edges of the frame, akin to a spinning wheel, traversing from left to right and dancing over the dark cards. After 5 seconds, the golden light halted upon one of the black cards. The card seemed to be turned over by an invisible hand. A magnificent golden sword materialized before Chu Feng's eyes, subsequently piercing directly into his forehead. Chu Feng's form trembled, unlocking the divine identity of the Emperor. Congratulations, host. You have become an Emperor. You have acquired the Emperor's sacred body. You have obtained the Supreme Emperor weapon, the Heavenly Emperor sword. You have received the divine technique, the primal chaos scripture. You have attained the power of the Emperor's realm. Instantaneously, a torrent of rewards descended upon Chu Feng, overwhelming him with their force. Within his tall and slender frame surged an overwhelming power, akin to the vastness of the cosmos. In this world, realms are classified as we'll see. Tao Palace for extremities. Transformation Dragon, Immortal Platform, Half-Step Great Being, Monarch, and Sage. A terrifying power surged within him, unleashing an infinite divine sea. Instantly, he transcended the four extremities realm. Transformation Dragon, Immortal Platform, Great Being, Monarch. With each moment, he ascended higher. In an instant, he shattered numerous grand realms. Chu Feng's cultivation skyrocketed, transforming him into an emperor. Moreover, he sensed two new entities within his mind. One was a resplendent golden divine sword. The other, a platinum scroll titled Innate Chaos Scripture, an ultimate imperial weapon, a divine grade technique. These represented the pinnacle and the most profound aspects of weaponry and martial arts in this world. Not to mention the Qingyun sword sect, even the entire Xiaozhu realm, or even the more formidable Xian realm, could not possess such treasures. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. This novice gift package was overwhelmingly generous. Even Chu Feng himself, confronted with this earth-shattering transformation, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, isn't this a bit too much?" He had never anticipated that merely acquiring a new identity would result in such a terrifying metamorphosis. Were the remaining 998 divine identities? Were they not extraordinary? Feeling the boundless power coursing through him, his heart stirred, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location. In a flash, he reappeared in an uninhabited, forbidden zone thousands of miles away. With a casual swipe of his hand, he unleashed a mighty slap. Boom! The heavens and earth were instantly marked by a colossal handprint. In the boundless darkness of the starry sky, a gigantic star was obliterated by that single strike. The world was left in awe. Chapter 2: The Identity of the Great Emperor. Manifesting divine power before the public. A colossal star in the heavens met its demise, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. From every corner of the vast world, countless formidable auras surged into the sky simultaneously, all astonished as they gazed at the shattered celestial body. The armored star has shattered? How could this be? It was one of the most resilient stars in our Xiaozhu realm. To obliterate the armored star, one would need to possess the might of a saint at the very least. A saint? How long has it been since a saint has graced this world? Such terror! With such a tremendous disturbance, it is likely to attract the attention of the upper realms, and the Xian realm will undoubtedly send top-tier powers to investigate. In the void, phantoms observed the fragmented armored star, as if witnessing a grand display of fireworks. All were engulfed in shock, speculating fervently. Some elite powerhouses ventured deep into the ancient celestial pathways, searching for traces of the saint responsible for the destruction near the shattered armored star, yet they found naught. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chu Feng, had already made his way back to the Qingyun sword sect. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered a massive star. Such power! A slight smirk graced Chu Feng's lips. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength. At this moment, his previously anxious heart finally found solace. Gu Yin was doomed. Chu Feng's gaze flickered as he waved his hand, summoning the system panel. Host, Chu Feng Fate. Ultimate Villain Physique. Great Emperor Saint Body Realm. Early Stage Great Emperor Mastered Techniques. Innate Chaos Scripture Possessions. Heavenly Emperor Sword. What an exhilarating thrill. The feeling of having an advantage is simply unparalleled. As Chu Feng beheld the title of Great Emperor and the prominent Great Emperor realm on the panel, he felt akin to a player who had just logged into a game and found themselves equipped with top-tier gear. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With 999 divine identities, he had only just unlocked one. If all divine identities were to be unsealed, not even the destined protagonist could withstand him, and even the heavenly Tao would be at his mercy. Understanding his current status, he resolutely summoned his great emperor powers and commenced the search for Gu Yin. As a competent villain, he was fully aware that he must not grant the destined protagonist any time to develop. If the King of Hell demands his demise at the third watch, Chu the Great Emperor would ensure his demise at the first. Found him. A grin spread across Chu Feng's face. The Great Emperor's divine consciousness was astounding, even if Gu Yin were in another realm. It took him merely a minute to pinpoint Gu Yin's location. Boom. Suddenly, a dark, boundless chasm split open in the sky above the mountain before him, swirling with storms and shadows. This was a wild, interdimensional passageway conjured by a mere thought of Chu Feng. Wild passageways are far more perilous than stable ones, where one could be obliterated by the storms, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Chu Feng was utterly unperturbed. That insignificant Gu Yin would meet his end in 10 seconds. With a sinister grin, he lifted his leg, ready to step into the passageway. With his formidable, great emperor physique, he could traverse directly from the Shaozhou realm to the Xian realm. Wait, host, what are you planning to do? At this critical juncture of life and death, the system promptly issued a notification. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, the plan is to eliminate the fated protagonist. Isn't that a bit too hasty?" The system was taken aback, not anticipating such decisiveness from the host. Chu Feng retorted, "Hasty? Since my arrival in this world, 2.5 minutes have already elapsed. If I don't deal with Gu Yin now, what will he do to me? You are the emperor. There is no need for such caution. Don't you wish to toy with the fated protagonist?" Chu Feng shook his head. "I have no desire to do so. Are you unaware that villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity? Being the emperor means greater power, and with that comes greater responsibility. I want to be like my predecessor, providing the protagonist with experience and comfort only to be backstabbed." The system sighed, unable to hide its disbelief at the host's ruthless resolve. It reminded him, "Host, our supreme villain system's motto is to seize the protagonist's resources, seduce the protagonist's women, and tread the protagonist's path, leaving them with no escape. If you simply eliminate the protagonist right away, there is only an outcome, devoid of any process." Chu Feng frowned. "Oh, we need a process? How troublesome. If I kill the protagonist, isn't everything then mine?" Suddenly alert, he questioned, "I say, system, you aren't a traitor, are you?" "Host, you are overthinking. It's merely that within this system's reward mechanism, tormenting and defeating the protagonist, draining their fate value, and obtaining fate treasure chests yield far greater rewards than simply killing the protagonist." A smile crept across Chu Feng's lips. "Fate value? Fate treasure chests?" The system abruptly paused. It seemed he was fishing for information. Chu Feng calmly analyzed. Fate value must be related to unlocking other identities. Indeed, the protagonist you will face may possess strength surpassing even that of the emperor. To acquire other divine identities, certain conditions must be met. Why not try first to torment the fated protagonist? If it doesn't suit you, you can always kill them later. The system immediately elaborated, like an eager technician recommending a new service. What benefits do I gain from this? Benefits? The system was flabbergasted. We are doing this for your own good. Why should we offer benefits? I wish to kill directly, yet you want me to drag the protagonist along. That seems more like your business than mine. If you want someone to work, there must be some compensation. Chu Feng kindly advised, stop dawdling, or I will kill Gu Yan right now. Faced with Chu Feng's threats, the system became flustered. Ding. The system has rewarded you with 100 gene of sacred grade tomes. The ranking of techniques is classified from low to high. Low tier, mid tier, high tier, earth tier, sky tier, quasi-holy tier, quasi-emperor tier, and emperor tier. In an instant, a multitude of colorful tomes appeared in Chu Feng's divine sea, forming a small mountain. He cast a cursory glance over them. True Infinity Body Refinement Method. Heavenly Heart Infinite Seal, Small Infinite Sword Classic. Each tome represents a sacred level technique, chronicling various divine arts and exuding an enchanting brilliance. Their worth immeasurable. However, the sheer quantity is As Chu Feng gazed at the towering stacks of sacred-level techniques within the divine sea, he found himself at a loss for words. Is this measured by the pound? Do you think it's toilet paper? To Chu Feng, who possesses god-level techniques, even celestial-level methods are, in essence, no different from mere toilet paper. Alas, this system seems rather lacking in intelligence. With a shake of his head, Chu Feng stepped into the wild passage before him. In the next moment, the mystic realm trembled as a great emperor descended, revealing his sanctity before the masses. His imperial might overwhelming the realm, causing the heavens and earth to quake in fear. Chapter 3. Gu Yan's Resolute Decision. Half an hour prior, in the Xian realm, within the grand hall of the Chongxian Pavilion, shadows danced in abundance. At the helm stood a woman draped in black robes, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her flawless visage radiating beauty. This striking woman, nearing 40, still exuded an elegance that belied her age. The years had meticulously sculpted her essence, endowing her with a mature and dignified allure far surpassing that of a mere girl. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she addressed the assembly below. Esteemed elders, I trust you are all aware of the rumors surrounding the appearance of a sage in the Xiaozhu realm. In the foremost ranks stood several venerable elders, their hair as white as snow and faces etched with wisdom. Upon hearing her words, their expressions turned grave, their gazes solemn. Behind them, a group of younger men and women listened intently in silence. An elder clad in white stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Pavilion Master, the demon ceiling formation we guard is showing signs of instability. The sage's appearance may offer a glimmer of hope, and we must swiftly explore the sage's relics. It would be advantageous to establish contact with the sage. Sages, even in the Xian realm, are revered as supreme beings, and it is said that one might not arise for millennia. Beside him, an elderly woman voiced her concerns. I have received word that the Ji family has already ventured to explore the sage's relics. It is rumored that the power of the relics has yet to dissipate. Those above the dragon transformation realm risk being slain by the sage's might, leading to significant casualties for the Ji family. The woman referred to as Pavilion Master nodded lightly, her demeanor calm. No matter. Sending those at the dragon transformation stage to investigate is indeed appropriate. I intend to dispatch Gu Yan to lead the expedition to the Xiaozhu realm. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The elder in white concurred, though Gu Yan is a recent talent. His performance in the Chongxian Pavilion this past year has been remarkable. Moreover, he hails from the Xiaozhu realm, making him a suitable choice. His sentiments were echoed by the others, for Gu Yan was indeed exceptional. Furthermore, he was a direct disciple of Pavilion Master Nangong Qin, instilling confidence in his capabilities. Entrusting Gu Yan with the mission to the Xiaozhu realm was undoubtedly the most fitting decision. Nangong Qin's gaze fell upon an unassuming youth standing at the back, who was currently at the initial stage of dragon transformation. Gu Yan, as you venture to the Xiaozhu realm, exercise utmost caution. Should you uncover any traces of the sage, upon your return, you may seek enlightenment on the 10,000 layers of thunder body at the Taishan Pavilion. Her words incited a hushed murmur among those present. The 10,000 layers of thunder body, one of the 3 paramount techniques of the Chongxian Pavilion, was an extraordinarily precious body refining technique of celestial rank. Gaining the opportunity to study it at the Chongqian Pavilion required a staggering contribution. Undoubtedly, this represented a monumental opportunity for Gu Yan. Amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly, the youth in black attire stepped forth with purpose and declared, "Thank you, Master. I shall not fail in my mission." His gaze, intense and unwavering, locked onto Nangong Qin, revealing a flicker of fervor and admiration in his eyes. At this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. He finally had the chance to return to the Xiaozhu realm. Gu clan leader, Xiner. Memories of the past flickered through his mind, evoking images of old acquaintances. Until finally, the silhouette of a man clad in white emerged, stirring a surge of murderous intent within him. And then there was Chu Feng. Upon returning to the Xiao Bamboo realm, aside from reuniting with some old friends, it was also time to send Chu Feng on his way. This man harbored a narrow heart, deeply resenting those who wronged him. Even in the Xian realm, Gu Yan frequently recalled the myriad grievances he shared with Chu Feng. Once he returned, to prevent any prolonged complications, his immediate priority was to eliminate Chu Feng and obliterate the Qingyun sword sect. Furthermore, he needed to eradicate the Chu family entirely. Only then could he find peace of mind. Gu Yan silently devised his plans, feeling no remorse for his intentions. His ascent to this point was not mere fortune. It was his decisive and ruthless character that proved pivotal. Being harsh on oneself, and even harsher on others, was the path that led him step by step to the pinnacle, becoming a paragon of excellence. Suddenly, during a discussion within the Chongqian Pavilion, the resounding clang of bells echoed throughout the hall. The Taichu bell tolled. Nangong Qin's eyes sparkled with astonishment as an overwhelming aura erupted from her, causing her to flicker and vanish. The expressions of the other elders shifted dramatically as they transformed into phantoms, disappearing from sight. Gu Yan, utterly astonished, gazed outside the hall, where countless figures soared into the sky. He exclaimed, "What is happening?" The tolling of the Taichu bell signified an impending crisis capable of annihilating sections. "Junior brother, stay within the formation and do not venture out," a senior brother warned with a stern expression before hastily exiting the hall. Annihilation crisis? What nonsense! The Chongqian Pavilion was an unparalleled force in the Xian realm. Gu Yan's heart trembled. He disregarded his senior brother's counsel and followed suit. Outside the great hall lay a multitude of floating celestial mountains, while a colossal azure formation loomed overhead, resembling an inverted eggshell, enveloping the entire Chongqian Pavilion. Surrounding the azure formation, figures led by Nangong Qin stood resolute. Furthermore, from the depths of the celestial mountains within the Chongqian Pavilion emerged entities radiating terrifying auras. As the Taichu bell tolled, the profound foundation of the Chongqian Pavilion was unveiled. 30,000 miles beyond, many formidable beings, exuding fearsome energies, began to appear, distanced yet resonating with the sanctity of the Chongqian Pavilion. Mighty figures abounded, and kings emerged in droves. Countless gazes converged in astonished focus toward a distant horizon. Just moments ago, all of the Xian realm's top-tier powerhouses felt a wave of pressure that sent shivers down their spines, sweeping across every corner of the realm. This was an aura that made their very beings tremble, far beyond their imagination. Had a saint emerged? A king, throat dry with trepidation, stammered the question. The might of a saint. This was undeniably the presence of a saint. A withered figure, resembling a living corpse, emerged from a grave. Once a formidable king of the Xian realm, he had weathered countless storms and now approached the twilight of his life. A saint. My heavens! Upon the utterance of these words, the world was left in astonishment. Just as a sage emerged within the realm of the bamboo, now a sage has also manifested in the mystic realm. A palpable sense of trepidation swept over all, their hearts racing with anxiety. Those of fragile temperament trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in abject humility. A collective thought surged through their minds. From whence does this sage originate? Is he a foe or ally of the mystic realm? Among the multitude of formidable beings and sovereigns, Gu Yan, who felt as insignificant as an ant, was equally taken aback, gazing towards the heavens. Within his divine sea, a tender sapling began to emit waves of verdant light, soothing his frantic heart. Simultaneously, it enabled him to perceive visions beyond the grasp of many others. He beheld a grand sun emerging above the 9 heavens, within the halo of which a figure flickered in and out of visibility. He silently pondered. Could this be the sage? Might there be a chance to forge some semblance of rapport with him? At that moment, under the scrutiny of the multitude, the resplendent sun radiating divine brilliance spoke in a calm voice. Is the heavy mystic pavilion present in this place? Chapter 4. The Trial of the Sage. The Protagonist falls. The revered zone. As that resounding voice echoed, it struck like a thunderclap, compelling the gaze of all powerful beings present to involuntarily shift towards the direction of the revered zone. What could such a newly emerged sage possibly want with the revered zone? Was there a past connection, or perhaps enmity? The formidable beings exchanged wary glances, retreating in unison. At that moment, the elders of the revered zone felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes drawn to the figure silhouetted against the blazing sun in the heavens, their hearts racing with trepidation. A sage, in the realm of the Xian, is the supreme being of unparalleled authority. Esteemed elder, this is the revered zone, and I am the current sect master. May I inquire what guidance you seek? South Palace Qin, clad in a flowing black robe, stood upon the clouds, bowing respectfully. Indeed, the location is correct. Gu Yin is below, Chu Feng replied, his gaze descending upon the assembly of the revered zone. As his eyes fell, an invisible pressure descended, akin to a massive weight of celestial water crashing down. The might of the emperor was utterly terrifying. Even a mere glance was sufficient to compel all beings to prostrate themselves in reverence. Every powerful member of the revered zone felt the overwhelming pressure, their legs buckling, causing the entire sect to kneel. Observing from a distance, other powerful beings of the Xian realm witnessed this scene and fled in panic, fearing they would be crushed under such formidable might. Find him, Chu Feng uttered calmly. This seemingly understated command resonated in the ears of the powerful beings like a clap of thunder. Find someone. A sage has emerged specifically to seek someone out? Who could it be? Confusion spread among them. Indifferent to their bewilderment, Chu Feng's gaze swept across the gathered crowd. The divine consciousness of an emperor was fearsome. With just a glance, he could perceive a radius of 1,000,000 miles, encompassing countless celestial mountains, treasure islands, and paradisiacal realms. Soon, he pinpointed Gu Yan's figure based on memories of his past life. At that moment, Gu Yan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth in anger. Current realm of Gu Yan, mid-transformation into a dragon, destiny value, 100,000 possessed treasures, cold heaven armor, divine tree of nature, azure feather divine sword physical constitution, spatial divine body golden finger, eternal gate. To his surprise, with a mere glance, Chu Feng effortlessly pierced through Gu Yan's information, instantly revealing all the trump cards of this destined protagonist. The treasures, physique, and golden finger were all laid bare before him. What is the eternal gate? Chu Feng's attention was primarily drawn to Gu Yan's golden finger. It is well known that the golden finger is the lifeline of the protagonist. While many members of the revered zone were kneeling, Gu Yan stubbornly remained standing. Find someone. Could this sage possibly be seeking a successor? I must make an impression to catch this sage's eye. Sensing Chu Feng's gaze, Gu Yan, under immense pressure, trembled but straightened his chest, lifting his chin defiantly, striving to demonstrate his unyielding will. Are you putting on a show? With a subtle raise of his brow, Chu Feng unleashed a piercing glare, which instantly transformed into an ancient divine mountain, an overwhelming force that crushed the proud Gu Yan's spine. His countenance paled, as the spine shattered with a cacophony. Every bone in his body crumbled into fragments. In an instant, all vitality was drained from him. Gu Yan, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, he was reduced from a once great prodigy to a mere puddle of mire, lying lifeless on the ground, simply by being glared at by Chu Feng. You have slain the destined protagonist. The protagonist has lost 3,000 destiny points, and you have received a destiny chest 1. As Gu Yan perished, Chu Feng received a notification from the system. A destiny chest? He noticed a towering, radiant chest shimmering with golden light appearing in his spiritual sea. Host, remain calm. Remain calm. The destined protagonist is about to be eliminated by you. Just as Chu Feng pondered the contents of the destiny chest, a sharp, alarming sound erupted from the system. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. How tiresome. If the protagonist dies so easily, then he deserves his fate. The system was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the host's fierce disposition. Why doesn't he adhere to the conventional path? Yet, indeed, Chu Feng was not mistaken. Although Gu Yin had been slain by Chu Feng's mere gaze, being a favored child of heaven and earth, it was no simple matter for him to perish. At the site where the muddy remains of Gu Yin lay, a greenish aura flickered, and amidst the blood and gore, a human silhouette gradually emerged, revived in place. Surrounding experts from the Chongxian Pavilion stared in astonishment at Gu Yin. Oh, from Chu Feng's perspective as an emperor, Gu Yin's revival was attributed to the natural divine tree within him. He narrowed his eyes, observing that, alongside this, a faint grayish aura, visible only to him, enveloped Gu Yin. This was a mysterious essence beyond even his comprehension. If he was not mistaken, this was the true force that protected the destined protagonist. Simultaneously, with Gu Yin's resurrection, his destiny value plummeted by 3,000 points. Chu Feng contemplated thoughtfully, casting another indifferent glance at Gu Yin. Boom! A fresh wave of gasps erupted. The recently revived Gu Yin was obliterated once more. Flesh and blood dissipated, leaving no trace of bone. You have slain the destined protagonist. The protagonist has lost 3,000 destiny points, and you have received a destiny chest 1. Chu Feng observed the defeated Gu Yin, where only a glimmer of green light remained, akin to a firefly, slowly mending itself. This signified that Gu Yin had an opportunity for revival. What is happening? Is a sage taking action against that lad? That is Gu Yin from the Chongxian Pavilion. I know him, a rising star recently gaining renown in the Xian realm. What has he done to offend this sage? Gu Yin's commotion attracted numerous gazes, with a powerful being exclaiming in astonishment. Should we save Gu Yin? The experts from the Chongxian Pavilion exchanged glances, then looked skyward. Save? What nonsense! This is an existence capable of shaking the primordial bell. Who can contend against a saint? Genius may be recruited anew, but the path of cultivation is arduous. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain. At this moment, the elder in white robes from the Chongxian Pavilion stepped forward to restore dignity, saying, "Offended? It seems you are under some misapprehension. What stature does a saint possess? How could he strike a Gu Yin without cause? This enigmatic saint has declared that he seeks someone, perhaps a successor, and Gu Yin is likely being tested for this very purpose." Upon hearing this, many were enlightened. Truly, Elder Jiang is perceptive. He has seen through it. A test for Gu Yin? What an enviable lad. Moreover, Gu Yin harbors numerous hidden strengths. Beneath the overwhelming might of the saint, he still stands firm. Remarkable indeed. If he were to pass the saint's trial, Gu Yin would undoubtedly soar to great heights. The powerful figures of the Chongxian Pavilion found this reasoning sound and hastily cleared the crowd surrounding Gu Yin, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched him. Persevere. Gu Yin, you must endure. Some whispered silent prayers for him. If the saint were truly to favor him, the Chongxian Pavilion would ascend in tandem. An elderly woman furrowed her brow, pondering, what if Gu Yin cannot withstand it and perishes? The elder in white beside her replied nonchalantly, if he dies, then he dies. The inheritance of a saint is not easily obtained. Just to be chosen is already a monumental opportunity. The strong of the Chongxian Pavilion murmured among themselves, witnessing Gu Yin, who had been reduced to mere remnants, reborn anew, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Nangong Qin, Gu Yin's master, revealed concern in her gaze, her lips parting slightly as she conveyed a message to him. I can still endure the elder's trial, master. Do not concern yourself with me. With renewed vigor, Gu Yin's eyes shone with determination as he gazed upwards at the figure in the heavens, radiant as the sun. The saint's trial, is it? Do not underestimate me. Boom. In the next instant, Gu Yin erupted once more. Chapter 5. The Destiny Treasure Chest S 10 consecutive opens. A test? Are you all jesters? The sacred Chu Feng, as radiant as the sun itself, effortlessly overheard the discussions of the powerful beings in the Xian realm below. Shaking his head in bemusement, I merely wished to test the essence of a destined protagonist. His gaze fell upon Gu Yin, who shattered once more. You have slain the destined protagonist. The protagonist's destiny value has decreased by 3,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest X1. You have slain the destined protagonist. The protagonist's destiny value has decreased by 3,000 points. You have slain the destined protagonist. The protagonist's destiny value has decreased by 3,000 points. In a mere few minutes, the system relayed a series of notifications. After the third time he had eliminated Gu Yin, no further treasure chests materialized. With each demise of Gu Yan, only the loss of his destiny value was acknowledged. In Chu Feng's eyes, Gu Yan's destiny value had plummeted to 85,000 points. This destined protagonist possessed an exceptionally formidable vitality. Chu Feng's mind began to form a judgment. It was unnecessary to consult the system to understand that to truly vanquish Gu Yan, it was highly probable that he needed to deplete his destiny value entirely. Even at this juncture, he speculated that Gu Yan might possess the means to escape even in dire straits. The reason the latter had not fled yet was due to his ignorance of Chu Feng's identity, mistakenly perceiving his intentions as a trial. Chu Feng's gaze landed on the natural tree belonging to Gu Yan. He raised his arm and clenched his hand. Instantly, this verdant natural tree fell into his grasp. It was a young sapling, its branches not yet fully developed, yet it emanated a rich vitality. A holy tier treasure, no wonder. Chu Feng squeezed the sapling gently. Its life force continuously nourished his palm, akin to a warm companion. You have seized the destined protagonist's supreme treasure, the natural divine tree. The protagonist has lost a significant opportunity, and you have obtained destiny treasure chests X5. As Chu Feng sensed the new message from the system, a smile broke across his face. Ah, another destiny treasure chest has appeared. 5, nonetheless. Seizing the protagonist's supreme treasure is even more excruciating than killing him. Where's my little tree? Chu Feng glanced at Gu Yan, who had just revived, bewildered and frozen in place. Upon losing the natural divine tree, Gu Yan's destiny value abruptly plummeted by 15,000 points. At this moment, Chu Feng comprehended why the system had previously strongly recommended tormenting the destined protagonist. The antagonist and the destined protagonist were inherently archenemies. The protagonist, favored by the heavens, accumulated his destiny value through various fortuitous encounters. The antagonist's aim to eliminate the protagonist necessitated seizing the protagonist's resources, seducing his women, and obstructing his path, leaving the protagonist with no options. The greater the blow dealt to the destined protagonist, the more the antagonist would gain. Indeed, this aligns with the law of conservation of energy, Chu Feng concluded. Observing Gu Yan below, who was glancing around in a panic, he mused, if my deductions are correct, even after losing the natural divine tree, should I slay Gu Yan again, he would still possess means to survive. Alas, system, it appears you were right. There is little purpose in eliminating him now. With a mind as clear as a mirror, Chu Feng let a single finger descend with deliberate force. All the formidable beings of the Xian realm beheld a colossal golden pillar in the heavens, radiating overwhelming might, descending upon Gu Yan. In a bewildered state, having lost his treasured possession, Gu Yan met his untimely demise once more. System, host, you truly are insufferable. Wasn't it said that he would be spared? You have seized the fated protagonist's precious item, the Frost Heaven armor, and obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. You have seized the fated protagonist's precious item, the Azure Feather Divine Sword, and obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. A smile danced upon Chu Feng's face as he weighed in his hand an ancient, ice-blue battle armor and a razor-sharp azure feather, which nearly sliced his finger. Both treasures were of the sacred tier, rendering them mere scrap metal in his eyes. What if killing him served no purpose? The destined protagonist is merely my little lamb, ripe for the picking, devoid of significance. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. All of Gu Yan's treasures had been stripped away, yet after being crushed once more. The loss of the natural divine tree caused a thread of obscure gray aura, which Chu Feng could sense, to surge in intensity. Beneath the nourishing embrace of this gray essence, visible only to Chu Feng, Gu Yan was reborn yet again. This time, his resurrection occurred with even greater swiftness, his form returning in a state of complete nudity before the eyes of all. In this instance, a small gray door within Gu Yan quivered violently. The anguished cries of Gu Yan echoed through the heavens, a harrowing sound that compelled many nearby to avert their gaze in pity. Such tragedy. The trials of this saint are exceedingly perilous. Chu Feng observed Gu Yan, a frown slowly forming on his brow. Why can't I seize that small door upon Gu Yan? Realizing the issue, he understood that the protagonist's golden finger was indeed formidable, capable of perplexing even an emperor, indicating it was at least in existence on par with an emperor, if not more potent. I must devise a way to acquire it. System, you have exceeded 10 destiny treasure chests. Would you like to initiate a tenfold draw? Note, a tenfold draw guarantees at least one golden legend. A tenfold draw for gold? Just as Chu Feng pondered how to claim the small door from Gu Yan, the system's reminder suddenly rang in his ears, prompting him to sense within. To his surprise, he discovered that there were already 10 destiny treasure chests neatly suspended in his divine sea. Very well, let us proceed with the tenfold draw. With a mere thought, the destiny treasure chests in his divine sea simultaneously burst open, unleashing a dazzling radiance. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 50 pounds of sacred tier cultivation technique. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received a destiny fragment 1. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received a hidden mission card 1. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 100 pounds of sacred tier cultivation technique. As you opened the destiny treasure chest, a burst of golden light flashed, and you acquired the supreme imperial weapon, the mother symbol of all things. With the unveiling of the treasure chest, a plethora of items suddenly erupted within Chu Feng's divine sea. Layers upon layers of sacred tier techniques piled up like small mountains, cascading and scattering like stars. These items were indeed measured by weight. The majority of this tenfold reward consisted of such items, lacking in value, totaling several hundred pounds, quietly suspended in the divine sea. What caught Chu Feng's attention, aside from the heap of mundane paper, were 3 solitary orbs of light floating amidst them, 2 purple and 1 gold. Chu Feng first focused on one of the purple orbs. As his gaze fell upon it, the light diminished, revealing a diamond-shaped purple crystal, an essence fragment of destiny. A spark ignited within Chu Feng's heart. Upon glimpsing the essence fragment, he realized he had discovered the method to unlock a divine-level identity. 10 essence fragments could be combined to forge a destiny key, which could then be used to unseal a divine-level identity. To achieve this, however, more destiny treasure chests were needed. In other words, he would have to harvest the fate of the protagonists more frequently. 10 were required, and obtaining them was no simple feat. These treasure chests were not easily acquired, Chu Feng thought, a hint of sarcasm laced in his mind. System, do you even hear the nonsense you are uttering? It hasn't been long since the system was activated, and you've already accomplished a tenfold reward. How can you deem that difficult? Chu Feng continued to gaze at the remaining purple orb. The moment he sensed it, the orb erupted like fireworks. A blank purple card emerged, inscribed with 2 hidden black characters. Hidden mission card. Upon use, acquire a hidden mission that can significantly reduce the destiny value of the protagonist, yielding substantial rewards. A hidden mission card? Such things exist? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, setting the card aside as he turned his attention to the final golden orb, which he presumed to be the guaranteed legendary prize of the tenfold reward. As the golden radiance faded, a pale red talisman was revealed, surrounded by a misty, amber gas, intricately adorned with complex ancient patterns. A special class of supreme imperial weapon. The information regarding the mother symbol of all things was instantly comprehended by Chu Feng. Unlike the supreme imperial weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's Sword, which he received upon attaining the Emperor title, meant for combat, the mother symbol of all things, as a special class weapon, bore no offensive capabilities. Instead, it possessed unparalleled insight, capable of discerning treasures of a higher caliber than itself. Chu Feng quickly understood that this unique supreme imperial weapon was akin to a grand identification talisman. He glanced at Gu Yan, who had just revived, and an idea struck him. He activated the mother symbol of all things. The talisman suddenly glowed, absorbing the surrounding orange-yellow aura, and emitted a beam of ethereal light, visible only to Chu Feng, enveloping Gu Yan. Thus, he sought to discern the protagonist's golden finger. The Eternal Door of Destiny. Chapter 6. The Origin Class Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. The ethereal light that emanated from the primordial talisman paper cascaded towards Gu Yan. Having undergone several rebirths, the defiance that once adorned his visage had dissipated, replaced by a contorted grimace that suggested excruciating torment. In the blink of an eye, he had lost all his treasures, save for the Eternal Gate, the little tree, the cold heaven armor, the azure-feathered divine sword. These were the fruits of his arduous labor over many years, gathered through perilous trials and tribulations. In an instant, they had vanished. As he surveyed the emptiness of his divine sea, only a solitary, pale purple door remained suspended, bringing him a semblance of solace. Was the anguish etched upon his face truly as profound as it appeared? The door still lingered, A trial of illusion, perhaps? This venerable sage seemed to be nothing more than a relic of antiquity, employing the same old tactics. Such trials held no terror for him. Although the previous instances of his corporeal form shattering had inflicted immense pain, at this juncture, Guyan's mindset was as steadfast as ever. The moment his treasures had vanished, his extensive experience allowed him to discern that he had not genuinely lost them, but had unwittingly become ensnared in an illusion. Within this illusion, one often encounters myriad perilous predicaments, primarily serving as a test of one's character. This was a time-worn strategy employed by formidable beings to assess newcomers. Guyan possessed unwavering confidence in his deduction. He had encountered such illusory trials more than once during his adventures. Most importantly, even a sage could scarcely fathom the colossal secret he harbored. First and foremost was the little tree among his treasures. This remarkable tree had been discovered in the ruins of a great sage, a serendipitous find during his escape from assassins dispatched by Chu Feng in the Xiaozhou realm. When he had leapt down a precipice in panic, it was a supreme treasure imbued with myriad wondrous effects such as healing, concealment, and restoration of spiritual energy. Crucially, the little tree was a prized possession of the great sage who left the ruins. It bore an inscription forbidding use by anyone but him, the rightful heir. The likelihood of a sage stealthily wresting the little tree from him was exceedingly low. Yet, the most significant aspect was the tremendous secret he concealed. Within the divine sea lay that enigmatic door. He remained unsure of the door's purpose, yet he was aware of its formidable origins. Having shattered the soul of a great sage, far beyond the capacity of any sage to meddle with, the continued existence of the mysterious door was proof that the recent events were but illusions. With this realization, Guyan could hardly suppress a smile. He possessed his own unique insights on how to navigate such trials. The crux of the matter was to perform, to enact the semblance of pain, indignation, and the despair of powerlessness. He clenched his teeth, pursed his lips, and his veins bulged. His fists were tightly balled. He aimed to satisfy the sense of control these supreme beings sought. Once the moment was ripe, all he needed to do was maintain his true self amidst the tribulations, confronting his innermost essence, which often led to admiration. In the final critical moment, one can effortlessly earn the favor of the strong by proactively unveiling the truth behind the illusion. It seems that the venerable sage before me has ceased his relentless pursuit to slay me, presumably satisfied with my performance. Guyan contemplated in his heart, preparing to wait a few more moments, his gaze gradually illuminating with a glimmer of determination. Chu Feng remained oblivious to Guyan's cerebral duel with the intangible void. Observing the floating mother symbol of all things, continuously emanating waves of void light, he displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. A particularly extraordinary imperial weapon, despite such prolonged scrutiny, had yet to be deciphered, underscoring the exceptional nature of the Eternal Gate. Even the resplendent golden radiance emitted by Chu Feng had been entirely absorbed, revealing his true self, akin to a graceful jade tree in the wind. At that moment, a smile graced Chu Feng's lips. Suddenly, the mother symbol of all things ceased its outpouring of void light, and golden characters began to inscribe themselves within his imperial consciousness. Eternal Gate, a source-class extreme imperial weapon. This gate is the source of the mystical realm, coexisting with the universe and linked to its fortune. The bearer receives a great fortune enhancement, sharing eternity with the Eternal Gate. When the fortune of the mystical realm flourishes, the Eternal Gate can be opened, granting mastery over the ultimate. Owner recognized, Guyan. Though the text was sparse, consisting of fewer than 100 characters, it unveiled the origin and purpose of the Eternal Gate. This Eternal Gate, indeed the essence of the mystical realm, demonstrated the remarkable nature of the destined protagonist. Such a golden opportunity was truly astonishing. Even Chu Feng felt a profound shock at this revelation. He then comprehended why Guyan possessed such formidable vitality. The Eternal Gate was, after all, a source-class extreme imperial weapon. As the essence of the mystical realm endured, so too would Guyan. Not only was it immortal, but the Eternal Gate also harbored immense fortune, which explained Guyan's continued survival against peril and his increasingly formidable prowess. After discerning Guyan's golden opportunity, a flicker of trepidation ignited within Chu Feng's heart. Fortunately, he had acted preemptively with the system, with Guyan, the destined protagonist, wielding the Eternal Gate. Dealing with a villain like himself would surely be a matter of effortless manipulation. The Eternal Gate evidently held even greater secrets. Chu Feng gazed at the final segment of ancient script revealed by the mother symbol of all things. When fortune flourishes, one can open the gate and seize the ultimate. This ultimate must surely be extraordinary. No, this item is far too precious. Guyan, in his mere transformation into a dragon, cannot possibly grasp it. I must devise a means to safeguard the Eternal Gate for him. He communicated with the mother symbol of all things, inquiring how to sever the bond between Guyan and the Eternal Gate. After a moment of silence, the mother symbol slowly responded. Destiny value reset to 0. Resetting the destiny value to 0? Chu Feng fixated on Guyan, immediately recalling the hidden task card he had just uncovered. Without hesitation, he activated the hidden task card. The word hidden on the purple card vanished, transforming into a swirl of black mist that dissipated into Chu Feng's divine sea. Ding! The host has successfully utilized the hidden task card, thereby locking onto the target, the destined protagonist, Guyan. A hidden task has been issued. Guyan has secretly developed feelings of admiration for his master, Nangongqin. Please endeavor to win over the female lead, Nangongqin, within 1 month. Completion of this mission will yield increasingly substantial rewards the higher the degree of success achieved before the deadline. Chapter 7. The Hidden Task. Chu Feng gazed upon the details of this concealed mission, his attention drawn to a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black robes amidst the throng below. She possessed a curvaceous figure and wore an expression of aloofness. Standing beneath a grand hall, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Her cultivation was commendable at the late stage of the King realm, distinguishing her among the many formidable beings of the Xian realm who had gathered. As he received the task notification, he noticed an even more intriguing scene. Despite her evident humiliation, Guyan's gaze subtly drifted towards the black-robed woman, deliberately angling his reborn body away, seemingly wishing to conceal his disgrace from her view. Was he attempting to intercept the female lead, Nangongqin? A master-student play, indeed. Truly, he was the destined protagonist, far more adept at this than I, the antagonist. Without further contemplation, upon the instant he perceived this hidden mission, a narrative arc unfurled in his mind. In a world devoid of his intervention, Guyan, as Nangongqin's most trusted disciple, had garnered her unwavering faith, showcasing extraordinary talent and remarkable performance. With the aid of a golden finger, he steadily ascended in power, ultimately emerging as a savior when their sect faced an annihilation crisis, deeply moving Nangongqin, thus securing his place in her harem. Now that he was present, Guyan could forget about dreaming such dreams. Chu Feng withdrew his thoughts, refraining from action, and instead questioned, System, this hidden task isn't particularly impressive, even without this mission. According to your own premise, seducing the protagonist woman is merely part of a villain's duties. Dear host, that is indeed the case. However, hidden tasks yield substantial rewards. Should you achieve a high completion rate, the value will surpass your expectations. As though recalling something, the system hastily added, do not resort to murder. It is not a solution. The death of the female lead will result in task failure. The system rewards you with the tale of the pure love warrior 1. The system rewards you with 108 ways to win a girl's heart 1. The system rewards you with the Sea King strategy 1. Chu Feng, do you think I am a bloodthirsty maniac? Damn system, do you dare believe I would slay you? Observing the additional scraps of paper accumulating in the refuse of the Divine Sea, Chu Feng felt an acute sense of misunderstanding from the system regarding him. He paid it no mind, casting a glance at Guyan, who stubbornly persisted like a cockroach and unleashed an overwhelming pressure. With a crack, Guyan's knee shattered, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Chu Feng wore a smile that was not quite a smile, dissipating the golden radiance as he descended from the heavens with a swagger. Wow, this striking figure is a sage. The myriad Xian realm powerhouses, captivated by Chu Feng, were taken aback as the blinding sunlight receded, revealing his formidable visage. Many had anticipated that this emerging sage would present as a frail, aged figure. They were utterly unprepared for the extraordinary presence he exuded. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he appeared as a peerless young gentleman. Among the assembly of Xian realm experts, those from the Chongxian pavilion exhibited the greatest trepidation. Elder Jiang, clad in white robes, breathed heavily as he communicated telepathically with Nangong Qin and the other elders surrounding him. The sage has revealed his true form. Could it be that Gu Yin has passed the trial? His voice quickly elicited a response, with someone exclaiming in excitement, "Wonderful! If a disciple from the Chongxian Pavilion can inherit the sage's teachings, the demon suppression array will have someone to control it. And the pavilion master won't have to." Nangong Qin interjected, "This elder's trial is still ongoing. Whether Gu Yin can succeed remains uncertain, so there is no need to contemplate such distant matters." Her phoenix-like eyes remained fixed, watching intently as the sage descended before Gu Yin. An inexplicable sense of worry swelling within her, as if she sensed that events would not unfold smoothly. Gu Yin, kneeling on the ground, looked up to see a familiar visage that sent a jolt through his heart. It did not take long for him to realize the nature of this illusion. It was indeed cunning, even conjuring the image of Chu Feng. What else could it manifest? He immediately recognized Chu Feng's appearance, even with the certainty that this was merely an illusion. Upon encountering his nemesis, a natural blend of 7 parts hatred and 3 parts murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Feeling Gu Yan's stare, Chu Feng cast a casual glance in his direction and remarked coolly, "Waste. Waste. How dare you call me waste?" Even knowing it was an illusion, Gu Yan's anger surged to unprecedented heights at the derision from his archenemy. Before he could regain his composure, an unseen force tore him to shreds. Chu Feng strolled leisurely, unperturbed by the astonished gazes surrounding him, as he passed through Gu Yin and approached the grand hall where Nangong Qin stood. Nearby, alongside Nangong Qin, a few elders of the Chongxian Pavilion were present. As they witnessed Chu Feng's approach, an intangible aura emanated from him, rendering them rigid and motionless. Elder Jiang opened his mouth. Had he truly heard the word waste? Was it directed at Gu Yin? Did this sage harbor dissatisfaction towards him? Panic set in. Could it be that the trial had not been passed? Elder Jiang, filled with trepidation, observed as the sage drew ever closer, arriving at the entrance of the grand hall. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon Nangong Qin. Truly, she was the protagonist, possessing remarkable beauty. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her essence meticulously honed by time, exuding a mature and dignified charm akin to a blooming peony. Was this supreme being seeking me? Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a flawless face that bore a hint of anxiety, lending her an air of innate allure. Under the scrutiny of such a transcendent presence, Nangong Qin felt a flicker of panic. She steeled herself, maintaining her composure, and spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. "Elder, what guidance do you seek?" Chu Feng smiled warmly, addressing her with courtesy. "Could you do me a favor? Help?" This was a sage. What could a mere monarch like herself possibly assist with? Nangong Qin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Feng's handsome visage, and cautiously replied, "A favor? Elder, you jest. Whatever I can do, I shall devote myself fully to it." Seeing her earnestness, Chu Feng responded with a calm smile, "That's splendid. It's not a monumental task. From this day forth, will you be my Dao partner? System. A multitude of formidable beings from the mystical realm." Nangong Qin. Chapter 8. So this is how you wish to play? The system is utterly bewildered. It has never encountered such an audacious host. Tasked with courting the female lead, you boldly propose instead? Nangong Qin is left speechless. The icy demeanor that should have graced Nangong Qin's exquisite features has completely evaporated due to Chu Feng's astonishing declaration. Her mind is now a blank slate. A sage wishes for me to become his companion? Is this truly a trivial matter? This is monumental. It is merely our first encounter. Who proposes on the first meeting? Is he genuinely jesting? Chu Feng, tall and imposing, towers over Nangong Qin, who, despite her own height, falls short by half a head. She gazes up into his strikingly handsome face, her expression calm, her gaze penetrating as she observes him. Her eyes, deep as the cosmos, reveal no discernible emotion. Chu Feng is aware that his words are shocking, yet he remains unfazed. The rationale behind his audacity is simple. This hidden quest, in his view, warrants little time expenditure. The chasm between him and Nangong Qin is far greater than the experts of the Xian realm can fathom. One is an emperor, the other a king. Under normal circumstances, a king would not even possess the qualification to converse in his presence. Is it realistic to expect an emperor to humbly grovel and exhaust every effort to woo a king? Though he is indifferent to pretentiousness, he values efficiency immensely. The system had previously stated unequivocally that he is destined to be the ultimate villain, although fortune has smiled upon him, granting him the identity of an emperor. Allowing him to trample Gu Yan, the fated protagonist, he must consider the future. What if a new protagonist emerges? One who would trample him as he did to Gu Yan? He cannot afford to remain passive in such life and death scenarios. He has no time to engage in frivolous flirtations or romantic games with a king. Swiftly completing this task, claiming the rewards, and preparing thoroughly for the emergence of a fated protagonist. This is the path to supremacy. Even the system is left in a state of disbelief, let alone the experts of the Xian realm. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, their faces are etched with shock. An elder from the Chongxian pavilion exclaims, "How can this be so sudden?" Although the pavilion master is a formidable king in his own right, he is still worlds apart from a sage. What merit does Nangongqin possess to be deemed worthy of becoming a sage's companion? Another elder from the Chongxian pavilion turns to Elder Jiang, incredulous. "Elder Jiang, you must have miscalculated. Wasn't the sage testing Gu Yan? How can the leap be so vast?" His words prompt the other elders to nod in agreement. Their gazes fixed intently on Elder Jiang. With silver hair and an air of elegance, Elder Jiang initially exuded the wisdom of a sage. Yet now, his discerning eyes have dulled, his neck stiffly turning, as his gaze flits between Chu Feng, Nangongqin, and finally settles upon Gu Yan. Gu Yan's flesh was a grotesque mess, and he had yet to fully recover, resembling a paralyzed figure akin to one afflicted by polio, slumped on the ground. The notion of his master arranging for him to have a Dao partner was becoming increasingly absurd. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although his features, which he had painstakingly pieced together, were a disarray, his nose was not quite a nose, his eyes not quite eyes, revealing no discernible emotion. Inside, he felt as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned, overwhelming him with a profound bitterness. This anguish was entirely distinct from the torment of his shattered body. It stemmed from a deep-seated affection for his master, Nangongqin. Even though he was merely in the process of transformation, his journey had been filled with extraordinary encounters, and his rapid progress had instilled within him a fierce pride and confidence. Under Nangongqin's gentle tutelage, he had nurtured a tender sentiment in his heart. Now, witnessing his mortal enemy, Chu Feng, not only ascend to the status of a revered sage, but also proposed that his beloved master, Nangongqin, become his Dao partner, filled Gu Yan with an unbearable pain. Despite his awareness of the situation, this was a trial, a test. I am still within an illusion. He inhaled deeply, remaining silently contemplative. Elder Jiang withdrew his gaze from Gu Yan, a dawning realization illuminating his features. "I understand now," he announced. "Understand what?" The other elders turned their attention towards him, intrigued. He explained, "My previous assessment was undoubtedly correct. This venerable sage has indeed come in search of a successor and has immediately set his sights on our Gu Yan from the Chongxian pavilion." He glanced at the bloodied figure of Gu Yan, shaking his head in disappointment. What a pity, Gu Yan has failed to impress the esteemed sage. Failed to impress? The other elders pondered this notion. Indeed, it seemed the sage had been quite dissatisfied with Gu Yan, even going so far as to label him as worthless. One elder could not contain his curiosity and asked, "But what does this have to do with the pavilion master?" Elder Jiang stroked his silver beard thoughtfully and confidently articulated his conclusion. Although Gu Yan did not capture the sage's favor, our Chongxian pavilion is blessed with exceptional talent, and the sage has naturally taken an interest in our pavilion master. Given the pavilion master's stature and realm, being a disciple seems somewhat inappropriate. A Dao partner would be far more fitting. Upon hearing this, the others were enlightened. Fitting? Gu Yan's face darkened. Knowing Nangongqin as he did, he understood her proud and reserved nature. She would certainly never agree to such a proposition. Chu Feng, with a serene gaze, regarded the exquisite beauty before him, unfazed, and inquired, "What say you?" Nangongqin furrowed her brow slightly and replied softly, "Esteemed sage, this matter is rather abrupt. Allow me to ponder it further." Given her character, she should have been incensed. Yet perhaps it was the sage's overwhelming power, coupled with his sincere demeanor and gentle speech, not to mention his striking appearance, that prevented her from feeling any animosity and instead led her into contemplation. Not far away, Elder Jiang grew anxious and immediately conveyed his thoughts. "What are you hesitating for?" "Sectmaster, This is a saint. If you agree, it could very well alter the fate of the Nangong family. Hearing his voice, Nangong Qin gently shook her head, remaining silent. The notion of defying destiny was indeed on her mind. Since the establishment of the Zhuangshuan Pavilion, the tragic fate of the Nangong clan had persisted for generations. She had long resigned herself to this fate. However, if a saint were to offer assistance, there was a considerable chance she could transform their destiny. The dilemma lay in the fact that she had no knowledge of this saint's origins or intentions. To hastily agree could jeopardize not only her chance to change fate, but potentially endanger the entire Zhuangshuan Pavilion, a risk she, as the leader, could absolutely not tolerate. Noticing Nangong Qin's hesitation, Chu Feng was unperturbed. An unsolicited marriage proposal would be considered scandalous in the realm of Blue Star, where even a small essay would be crafted with great fervor. Yet, this was a fantasy world, a brutal realm where the weak are preyed upon and resources reign supreme. Sincerity is perpetually the ultimate weapon. Chu Feng slowly declared, by the way, as a gesture of goodwill. I have prepared 100 pounds of saint-tier cultivation techniques as a betrothal gift. With a casual wave of his hand, a vibrant mound of multicolored treasures came crashing down onto the ground before the hall. Chapter 9. Sincerity, the ultimate skill. Initially, when Chu Feng proclaimed the betrothal gifts, the onlookers were oblivious to the severity of the situation. The moment he laid a collection of shimmering tomes upon the ground, the radiant light, symbolizing sacred-level techniques, dazzled the crowd. The colorful volumes, carelessly piled like refuse, left the atmosphere enveloped in a profound silence. After a moment of stillness, the elders from the Chongxian Pavilion, who were nearby, gasped in astonishment. What on earth? The Infinite Sutra? Sacred-level technique. Good heavens. The sky-crushing sword technique. Sacred-level sword art. My goodness, the cycle of mountains and seas. Is it truly a sacred level? How is this possible? Help! The echoes of their exclamations reverberated through the air. Chu Feng made no effort to conceal these sacred-level techniques. Upon merely inspecting them, their faces flushed, hearts raced, and breaths became labored. These formidable beings of the mystic realm, having lived for centuries, had witnessed countless scenes. Yet, they had never encountered one quite like this. Each of these sacred-level techniques was genuine. Sword arts, blade techniques, spear skills, body refinement, talismans, alchemy. The breadth of knowledge was all-encompassing. What was even more terrifying? One must understand that the texts of techniques were crafted from special materials, as light as feathers. This small mountain of tomes, upon closer inspection, easily comprised hundreds. Some recalled Chu Feng's earlier casual remark about 100 jin. Goodness, is the unit of jin truly appropriate for sacred-level techniques? Everyone was left in a daze. What exactly are sacred-level techniques? In the mystic realm, possessing even a single one could establish a formidable power, attracting numerous kings to join. The reason the Chongxian Pavilion stood as a transcendent force in the mystic realm was largely due to their possession of two complete sacred-level techniques. And now, this saint had presented a betrothal gift to Nangong Qin weighing a staggering 100 jin, not calculated individually, but by weight. It is known that technique volumes are made from special materials like light cloud gauze, with each tome as weightless as a feather. Even a stack of over 100 technique volumes might not total a single jin. To count by weight is to imply they are of heavenly level techniques, which the pavilion itself does not possess in such abundance. To use such an absurd unit of measurement typically indicates the most inferior, low-tier techniques. When did sacred-level techniques become quantifiable by jin? Who exactly is this saint? Nangong Qin still hesitated? Am I not attractive enough? Can I not compete? Regardless of age or gender, all present felt their hearts race, their gazes fixated upon Chu Feng. The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion stared intently at him, then at Nangong Qin, nearly losing their sanity. Why is the pavilion master still in a stupor? Hurry and agree. If she doesn't, they might as well step in to affirm it for her. This illusion truly is preposterous. Gu Yin stared blankly at the pile of sacred-level techniques, momentarily lost in thought. Being in possession of such techniques himself, he was acutely aware of their extraordinary nature. Upon beholding this mountain of treasures, a greedy desire surged within him, wishing to absorb them all into his divine sea. However, he quickly recognized that this was undoubtedly a trap. In the entire Xian realm, it was impossible for anyone to possess such an abundance of sacred-level techniques. This was yet another test for me. He bit his lip, fixating on the sacred level techniques and Nangong Qin, who was foolishly contemplating. Surely, with such a meager offering, the lofty master would not acquiesce, would she? Nangong Qin was indeed taken aback by Chu Feng's audacity. She gazed incredulously at the heap of techniques, her lips parting slightly, wanting to say something, yet unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She understood that if she agreed at this moment, a sage would not deceive her. These sacred-level techniques would undoubtedly belong to her. With the acquisition of such techniques, the Chongxian Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost power in the Xian realm, enduring for millennia and commanding the admiration of countless factions. Even the internal crises of the pavilion would have a chance to be completely resolved. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Why had this sage sought her out? Seeing Nangong Qin remain silent, Chu Feng paid little heed. It appeared that his sincerity was still insufficient. With a wave of his hand, 2 additional mountains of sacred-level techniques materialized beside the original pile, adding another 200 pounds. Is this sufficient? Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly. While these items might be deemed precious by others, he had discerned their true nature when the system first rewarded him with them. Sacred-level techniques were akin to mere toilet paper. Whether it was 100 or 200 pounds made no difference to him. Doubt it. Dog system. I just utilized 300 pounds of sacred-level techniques. Let us have some more. The system rewards you with 1,000 pounds of sacred-level texts. A smirk graced Chu Feng's lips. He decided to test it further, and was pleasantly surprised to find it truly worked. Indeed, the squeaky wool gets the grease. On another note, this also confirmed that these items were indeed worthless, as he could casually request them from the system. System. Oh no. Has this been discovered? A new world has been opened. So this is how toilet paper is used? If 100 pounds of sacred-level techniques left everyone in the room dumbfounded, then the subsequent 200 pounds hurled by Chu Feng delivered an outright shock. What on earth? Who is this sage? Such extravagance is utterly terrifying. This amounted to a total of 300 pounds. In the Xian realm, any single sacred-level technique could incite a storm of bloodshed. How could they be treated as commonplace techniques in the hands of this sage? Agree. Pavilion Master, broaden your horizons. Do not hesitate. Seize this opportunity. Today marks the day of our Chongxian Pavilion's ascent. In that fleeting moment, nearly all the elders of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion unhesitatingly transmitted their thoughts to Nangong Qin, urging her to consent immediately. Such an extraordinary fortune, if missed, would be irretrievable. To possess such a level of treasure, the sage was not merely a figure of ostentation. Any elder with a modicum of foresight understood that the sage's capabilities were such that, should he take offense, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Heavy Mysteries Pavilion. At this juncture, Nangong Qin's rationality was teetering on the brink of collapse. A staggering 300 jin appeared before her eyes. Should she acquiesce? Perhaps the tragic fate of the Nangong clan could indeed find a resolution through her. Stealing a glance at Chu Feng, she noted his serene demeanor. His gaze fixated on her, revealing no trace of elation or ire. Her chest heaved with emotion as she addressed Chu Feng. I am grateful for your esteemed favor, senior. I am willing to comply, but I have one condition. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident. Another condition? Elder Jiang and the others nearly lost their composure upon hearing Nangong Qin's words. Master, do not be foolish. What conditions can you possibly speak of at this juncture? Angering a sage would render our efforts futile. Quickly apologize to the esteemed sage. Do not hesitate, for the fate of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion hangs in the balance. Listening to the anxious voices around her, Nangong Qin remained silent, her focus unwaveringly on Chu Feng. Absent the hidden task, had she not recognized her place, Chu Feng would have turned away. He gazed into Nangong Qin's phoenix-like eyes, clear and resolute, devoid of any hint of greed. In light of the task at hand, he offered her one final opportunity. Speak. Nangong Qin gently inclined her body and said, Esteemed sage, I am but a humble willow, unworthy of being your companion. Moreover, given your profound heritage, it is likely that your status surpasses that of a mere sage. I am willing to serve as your concubine. Should you grant permission, I shall agree. No one anticipated that Nangong Qin's condition would manifest in such a manner. The elders were astounded. A concubine, a title of the utmost insignificance in the mortal realm, pales in comparison to that of a companion. A companion is the lawful wife. Had Nangong Qin lost her senses? She would rather be a concubine than accept the position of a companion. Chu Feng, too, was taken aback, a flicker of admiration gracing his eyes. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Very well, I accept." Seeing this, Nan Gongqin's lips curved into a smile, revealing her pearly whites, a sight breathtakingly beautiful. Ding! You have successfully courted the heroine, Nan Gongqin. Gu Yintian's fate value decreases by 20,000. Hidden task completed, current completion rate 100. Do you wish to settle the rewards? System. Unbelievable. Has the hidden task been completed so effortlessly? I do not consent. At this moment of collective anticipation, a chilling voice rang out. Gu Yin was agitated. Chapter 10. Do you deserve it? How dare anyone disagree? Such sincerity from a sage. And yet there are still dissenters? The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion were taken aback, their expressions darkening to an almost palpable gloom. They swiftly turned their lethal gazes toward the source of the disturbance. There stood Gu Yin, straining to prop himself up with his hands, his neck craned, and his chest heaving with barely contained fury. Gu Yin? What right did he have to voice his opinions at such a moment? Several elders furrowed their brows and reprimanded him loudly. Gu Yin could no longer contain his outrage. This illusion was utterly absurd. In a bid to provoke him, they had forcibly arranged for his esteemed master, a woman of such conservative disposition, to marry his sworn enemy, Chu Feng. They even concocted a few £100 of sacred-grade techniques. It was preposterous. Gu Yin admitted that he had indeed been provoked. Even though he was aware it was merely an illusion, witnessing the woman he cherished being treated in this manner ignited a fierce possessiveness within him, inciting his complete wrath. Even if this was a test, such humiliation was beyond the pale. Jealousy, anger, and indignation welled up within him. He understood that if he continued to suppress his emotions, he risked becoming ensnared in the illusion and facing utter failure. The key to breaking free did not solely lie in enduring like a ninja turtle. Confronting his true self and boldly declaring his dissent was equally vital. Thus, at this moment, Gu Yin chose to step forward and act as a man should. Even within this illusion, he would not allow this farce to unfold. Nan Gongqin was meant to be his. Gu Yin, what do you think you are? Step back. A mere disciple dares to meddle in such matters? What audacity! Do you wish for your own demise? Upon realizing it was Gu Yin who had spoken, several elders immediately scolded him sharply. Had Gu Yin previously gained the sage's favor and been chosen as his successor, the elders would have refrained from raising their voices against him. However, now that it was clear Gu Yin had failed the test, and the sage had favored the pavilion master instead, his audacity to speak out infuriated many elders. Did he not see the several £100 of sacred-grade treasures? The pavilion master's marriage had even received her own consent. Today marked the day of Chongxian Pavilion's ascendance. This was a moment of great joy. How dare a lowly disciple disrupt such an occasion? To put it bluntly, do you believe you are worthy? The actions of the destined protagonist have incited the wrath of the Chongxian Pavilion, resulting in a loss of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. The actions of the destined protagonist have displeased the female lead, Nan Gongqin, resulting in a loss of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. Chu Feng observed with keen interest the information flashing across the system panel. TSK, another 10,000 points. The destiny points were plummeting. Glancing at Gu Yin, he noted that in the brief time they had met, Gu Yin's destiny points had nearly halved. Furthermore, he had acquired 2 destiny treasure chests. How delightful. To be candid, even he was taken aback by Gu Yin's reaction. This destined protagonist. How did he evoke a peculiar beauty reminiscent of mental deficiency? Hadn't he been quite adept at surviving just moments ago? Why the sudden loss of composure? He refrained from voicing any opinions, merely observing Gu Yin's continued performance with a detached gaze. The more fervently Gu Yin acted, the more the value of destiny plummeted. Gu Yin, reprimanded by the elder, felt a constriction in his chest. Ignoring the mere puppets of this illusion, he proclaimed once more, "I oppose." He fixed his gaze upon Nan Gongqin and the assembly of elders, shouting, "Is it appropriate to propose on a first meeting? My master possesses such noble pride. How could she possibly acquiesce? To become a concubine? Utterly ludicrous." His words transformed the expressions of the elders. The youth truly lacked discernment. In the realm of Xian, prominent families and sects often forged alliances without so much as a glance at each other, and no one had ever withdrawn from such engagements. What was wrong with proposing on a first encounter? Gu Yan, silence your insolent tongue. Elder Zhang's face flushed with anger as he glared at Gu Yan. Gu Yan let out a cold laugh, looking towards Nangong Qin and retorting, sincerity? Is this mere toilet paper sufficient? Would my master care for such trifles? Nangong Qin gazed intently at Gu Yan, her brows furrowing as she admonished, Gu Yan, cease your nonsensical tirade and return to rest. In truth, Gu Yan had not been entirely wrong. On a personal level, she had no desire to marry someone she had only met once. Yet, she was not alone. As the head of the Chongxian Pavilion, Nangong Qin was no naive girl oblivious to the world. Behind her stood the Chongxian Pavilion, burdened with the fate of the Nangong clan. The weight of such responsibilities was beyond Gu Yan's youthful comprehension. Provided the stakes were high enough and did not cross a line, many matters could be negotiated. These sacred-level techniques were not mere toilet paper. They were supreme treasures capable of altering the course of history in the Xian realm. A staggering 300 pounds. Enough for Nangong Qin to willingly accept the role of a concubine. For she understood well that one who could effortlessly produce 300 pounds of sacred-level techniques was someone she could not aspire to be a partner with. To settle for being a concubine might even be a stretch. When virtue does not match position, calamity is sure to follow. If one were to shamelessly claim the position of a partner, future repercussions could be dire. Hence, she proactively proposed. Such matters were not suitable for open discussion. She and the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion were all well aware. Nangong Qin had initially believed that such an outstanding genius as Gu Yan would comprehend these nuances. Little did she anticipate his display of immaturity. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Her words prompted a female elder to quickly concur, "Forgive him, sage. Gu Yan suffered severe injuries during the recent trial. It seems he may have injured his mind, rendering him less than lucid, and thus he speaks without thought. I ask for your understanding." Hearing these words, Gu Yan felt a chill in his heart, yet he stood his ground, speaking solemnly, "Master, I understand that you are considering the interests of the Zomen, but regarding this matter, never mind. What is there to discuss with an illusion?" He shifted his gaze and fixed it upon Chu Feng, proclaiming loudly, "Senior, should this farce not come to an end?" The audience, engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly turned their attention when Gu Yan called out. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. An illusion? Has this trial of illusion not been sufficient? Must you resort to these repugnant tactics to disrupt my state of mind? Do you believe that by seizing everything I hold dear, my composure will shatter? It will not. I simply find this entire affair exceedingly tedious. If you insist on pursuing this course, then forgive me, but I shall not partake any longer. With reddened eyes, Gu Yan articulated each word with icy precision, his voice laced with indignation. To toy with that which he cherished was utterly unacceptable to him. At this moment, he was not only confronting his innermost feelings, but also demonstrating his resolve and determination. In Gu Yan's view, regardless of the nature of this trial set forth by the senior, he was more than qualified. This farce ought to conclude here. Chapter 11. Severing the Master-Disciple Relationship. Illusions? A crumbling mindset? Oh, so that is the case. No wonder there was little reaction upon seeing me. Several times he restrained his fury. All this time thinking he was trapped in an illusion? Truly, the destined protagonist possesses a vivid imagination. Upon hearing Gu Yan's righteous rebuttal, Chu Feng's expression transformed into one of intriguing contemplation. Gu Yan's spontaneous revelation finally illuminated the workings of his mind. All this while, he had been indulging in self-deception, believing he was undergoing some so-called trial. If that is indeed the case, then he should not blame me for leading him to social ruin. A smirk played on his lips as he deliberately lured Gu Yan into a trap. So, you just stated that I have deprived you of everything. By your implication, does that mean Nangong Qin is your woman? It seems I have overstepped. This statement fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Yan's talk of illusions faded as he could no longer contemplate its significance. What does this mean? Gu Yan, could he possibly harbor feelings for his master? The elders of Xianzheng Pavilion turned pale, furtively glancing at Chu Feng's expression, only to find him as calm as still water, igniting a sense of urgency and anger within them. How dare Gu Yan? If this were to be misunderstood by the sage, it would spell great trouble. Could it be that the pavilion master truly has something with Gu Yan? Pavilion master, you must speak. Do not let the elder misunderstand. He hastily conveyed a message to Nangong Qin. Nan Gongqin's flawless features shifted slightly, her phoenix eyes now gazing at Gu Yin in disbelief. Gu Yin could not be so bold. She held high hopes for him, considering him an exceptionally gifted talent, investing considerable effort in his training. Gu Yin had always been respectful and obedient towards her. If the elder's implication is to be taken seriously, did he step forward to disrupt because of some feelings for her? I am his master. A chill ran through Nan Gongqin's heart. In the realm of Xian, any such affair between a master and disciple would be a scandal of monumental proportions. Once it spreads, her reputation across the entire realm would be utterly destroyed. Although she was not overly concerned about her reputation, the fact that Gu Yin had stepped up at this moment, if indeed due to such feelings, would signify a complete disregard for her standing. Nevertheless, Nan Gongqin remained silent, suppressing her emotions, and stared intently at Gu Yin. Perhaps the elder had misunderstood. Gu Yin is not that kind of person. Does he not wish to put an end to this farce? Gu Yin, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, straightened his chest and declared, "Indeed, I have feelings for my master, and my master reciprocates. Since the elder is already aware of such matters, why test me with them?" His response was resolute and unequivocal. This declaration instantly stirred a commotion. Has Gu Yin lost his mind? Does he believe that uttering the word illusion grants him the liberty to speak recklessly? Should this matter be taken seriously by the elder, it would undoubtedly ruin this joyous occasion. And even 100 renditions of Gu Yan's demise would be insufficient. Elder Jiang exclaimed in a state of agitation, "Elder, he has lost his sanity. Do not heed his nonsensical words. Master, please clarify." The exquisite visage of Nan Gongqin revealed a frosty demeanor. She was taken aback that Gu Yin would utter such words. Disappointment washed over her. Instead of responding to Gu Yin, Nan Gongqin turned to Chu Feng and stated, "Our relationship is purely that of master and disciple." Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, understood. "How you choose to proceed is entirely your affair. I shall not interfere." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqin's chest heaved with emotion. She recognized this as an opportunity granted by the elder. If the matter concerning Gu Yin remained unresolved, the implications would extend far beyond merely disrupting a wedding, leading to dire consequences. She pivoted towards Gu Yin. Facing the torrent of insults and accusations, Gu Yin paid no heed, fixated on Chu Feng, awaiting the inevitable conclusion of this farcical illusion. Suddenly, he beheld Nan Gongqin approach, her steps graceful, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. A resounding slap. Gu Yin felt as if the world had spun violently, akin to a top being flung away. "Gu Yin, from this day forth, you and I are no longer master and disciple." Nan Gongqin's phoenix-like eyes were icy, her words sharp as blades, piercing directly into Gu Yan's heart. Having spoken, she disregarded him and turned to address the others of the Chongxian pavilion, proclaiming publicly, "Gu Yin has committed grave transgressions, affronting our esteemed elder and defying the rules of the Chongxian pavilion. Henceforth, he is expelled from the pavilion and imprisoned in the abyss of the underworld for 300 years, to be executed thereafter. Elder Jiang, you shall escort him personally." As Gu Yin spun through the air, a deluge of blood rained down. Elder Jiang hastily replied, "At once, master." The elders of the Chongxian pavilion collectively exhaled in relief. Truly, the master's clarity of thought in critical moments is commendable. Such decisiveness would surely earn the elder's forgiveness. After the announcement, Nan Gongqin approached Chu Feng to elucidate. "Elder, the abyss of the underworld is the most fearsome punishment of our Chongxian pavilion. Given Gu Yan's offense against you, a mere execution would be too lenient. Moreover, there are peculiarities about him that may prevent a complete demise. He must endure the tortures of the abyss to ensure his ultimate end." Seeing Nan Gongqin's resolute stance, Chu Feng smiled gently, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqin felt a sense of relief, though she remained cautious. She gazed at Chu Feng, noticing a flicker of thoughtfulness in his eyes, causing her heart to flutter with unease. She wondered if her actions would meet with his approval. At that moment, Chu Feng was engrossed in the system panel. The destined protagonist has severed ties with their master, Nan Gongqin, resulting in a decrease of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. The destined protagonist has been expelled from the Chongxian pavilion, resulting in a decrease of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. Due to the severance of ties with Nan Gongqin, The completion rate of the hidden task concerning Nangong Qin has increased by 50%. Current completion rate is 150%. Would you like to settle the rewards? As Nangong Qin proceeded with her actions, Gu Yan's destiny value plummeted by another 10,000, leaving him with a mere 45,000 points. 2 destiny treasure chests were acquired as a result. To be frank, he was quite pleased with Nangong Qin's handling of the situation. However, he was acutely aware that Gu Yan still possessed a considerable amount of destiny value. Nangong Qin's decision to imprison Gu Yan in the so-called abyss of the underworld might very well grant him another opportunity, perhaps even a chance to escape. Of course, Chu Feng was unconcerned. His objective was clear. He needed to secure the Gate of Eternity before eliminating Gu Yan. As long as the destiny value did not reach 0, Nangong Qin's choice to execute Gu Yan on the spot would be futile. If pushed to his limits, there was a possibility that the Gate of Eternity within him could activate, drawing Gu Yan in. What occupied his thoughts now was the hidden quest concerning the strategy to conquer Nangong Qin. He had been preoccupied with Gu Yan's predicament and had neglected to claim the rewards for completing the hidden quest. To his astonishment, a 100 completion rate was not the pinnacle. It could rise to 150. System, what is the maximum completion rate for hidden quests? Esteemed host, it is 300. The system promptly replied. 300? This appeared to be the true worth of hidden quests. He resolutely chose not to settle the rewards. Looking up, he saw Gu Yan had just landed, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a chilling crimson wind swept towards him. Old man, let me show you an illusion. Let me show you an illusion. Elder Jiang, frail yet fierce, wielded a colossal black stone tablet as though it were a mere brick, unleashing a barrage of strikes in Gu Yan's direction. Bang! Bang! I once showed you respect, and you truly believed yourself to be something special, didn't you? What a disgraceful fool. Chapter 12. The compassionate elders of the heavy, mysterious pavilion. Elder Jiang is also a formidable monarch, his prowess exceptional. Although he cannot be compared to Chu Feng, Gu Yan, in his dragon transformation, stands no chance of retaliation, even as the destined protagonist, once stripped of all his treasures. The sounds of a brutal beating and anguished cries reverberate through the heavens. Elder Jiang, please refrain. You are advanced in years. Your movements are not as nimble as mine. Allow me to take over. This lad seems rather resilient, enduring this punishment without a hint of distress. Everyone, let us remain composed and avoid becoming a spectacle for outsiders. Let us maintain order, shall we? Calm yourselves. The pavilion master has decreed that we must preserve his life to ensure he reaches the abyss of the underworld. Come, allow me to administer some life-saving elixirs to sustain him before you continue. In the face of Elder Jiang's heightened emotions, an increasing number of elders joined in the persuasion. Armed with spiked clubs, iron whips, and spears, they relentlessly struck Gu Yan, attempting to jolt him back to lucidity. Among them stood a benevolent-looking elder in white, holding a jade vial. Every time Gu Yan's vitality waned, he would carefully uncork the vial and gently pour out a few drops of spiritual liquid, tenderly administering aid to Gu Yan's wounds. The coldness of Nangong Qin and the ruthlessness of the elders inflicted intense agony upon Gu Yan, driving him to the brink of madness. All he could do was wail in despair. My master could never be so heartless towards me. How could the visage of a saint be my mortal enemy? Chu Feng. All my treasures have been seized, save for that door. How could such a fate befall me? And those several hundred pounds of sacred material are utterly unrealistic. The most unreasonable of all is myself. With my dragon transformation strength, bereft of the little tree, surrounded by so many monarchs intent on my demise, survival is utterly impossible. This must be an illusion, even in such dire straits. He steadfastly believed he remained ensnared in a mirage. Throughout it all, Chu Feng wore a faint smile, silently observing Gu Yan's social demise. He realized the destined protagonist did not need to intervene personally. The plummeting destiny value occurred even more swiftly. He relished this spectacle. The heavy, mysterious pavilion acted with purpose. Their merciless beating of Gu Yan was clearly a means of venting frustration. Most importantly, these elders were not fools. They had likely begun to perceive the anomalies surrounding Gu Yan. No one could withstand such an onslaught, regardless of their hidden trump cards. It was simply implausible for his health to remain so resilient. Gu Yin harbored a monumental secret. They could not fathom the eternal door hidden within him as he did. Yet, would these elders not entertain their own thoughts? Even if Gu Yin were confined to the so-called abyss of the underworld, he would find no peace. Cease. All of you stop. Let us not provide outsiders with a source of amusement. Elder Jiang still needs to escort this rascal back to the underworld. The kind-hearted elder, unable to bear the loss of his precious elixir, could not help but exclaim. Instantly, the elders ceased their actions, gazing at the flesh before them. At that moment, Gu Yin was already gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Bah! One elder spat upon Gu Yin, cursing, "This wretch is tougher than I expected. My hands ache from this beating." Another elder squinted, scrutinizing Gu Yin with a contemplative expression. He exchanged glances with several other elders. Although they had previously administered elixirs to prolong Gu Yin's life, they sensed something amiss through their tactile experience. Gu Yin was remarkably resilient, enduring such a brutal beating. Even a dragon transformation or a celestial being would find it unbearable. Yet, each time Gu Yin neared death, a gray mist enveloped him. It seemed that even without their elixirs, his demise was not guaranteed. There was undoubtedly a significant issue at play. "Elder, I shall escort Gu Yin to the abyss of the underworld." Elder Jiang promptly nodded and sought permission from Chu Feng. He conjured a piece of white cloth, wrapping the battered Gu Yin within, and with a swirl of clouds beneath his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, departing the scene. Having sent away Gu Yin, the soul disruptor, Nangongqin, turned to Chu Feng and softly said, "My apologies for the spectacle, senior." She began to understand that Gu Yin's temperament and judgment of the situation had not impressed the saint. Chu Feng, exuding the grace of a gentleman, waved his hand and replied politely, "Why still call me senior? That feels too distant. You may call me husband instead." Nangongqin. So suddenly, gazing into Chu Feng's obsidian-like eyes, devoid of any fluctuation, she hesitated, her face inexplicably flushed with a rosy hue, revealing a hint of allure beneath her cold demeanor. She softly uttered, "Very well, husband. If you do not mind, please rest at the Heavy Shin Pavilion, our wedding date." As she spoke, Nangongqin gently pressed her lips together. The events of the day had been so surreal that she still found it hard to believe. Chu Feng waved his hand, saying, "No need to rush." A female elder promptly interjected, "Saint, you jest. This concerns your reputation. I will swiftly invite various factions from the Xian realm to select an auspicious day for the concubinage ceremony." Upon hearing this, Nangongqin lowered her head, a layer of crimson blooming upon her cheeks, utterly enchanting. A concubinage ceremony? Chu Feng felt a stir within, nodding gently. This indeed reminded him of how to enhance the completion rate of his hidden tasks. Another passing elder approached, eagerly suggesting, "Then, may I trouble you, Saint, to rest at the Heavy Shin Pavilion for now?" Having traversed here from another realm, Chu Feng had no ties to the Qingyun sword sect and had no intention of returning. Remaining at the Heavy Shin Pavilion suited him perfectly. With the departure of the individuals from the Heavy Shin Pavilion, news of the saint's emergence and the intention to take the pavilion master as a concubine quickly spread throughout the Xian realm. Particularly, the 300 gene saint tier techniques have become a focal point, igniting discussions throughout the entire Xian realm. The following day, in the ancient and elegant courtyard of the Chongshin Pavilion, several elders gathered with solemn expressions. Elder Jiang occupied the main seat, clearing his throat, and spoke gravely. "What do you all propose regarding Gu Yan's matter?" Elder Sun, with a kind demeanor, immediately nodded and remarked, "Although Gu Yan is a genius within our ranks, daring to harbor inappropriate intentions towards the pavilion master is an absolute taboo." His sentiments were echoed by the other elders. If the saint had not taken an interest in Nangongqin, it would have been one thing. However, now that the saint is about to take Nangongqin as a concubine, allowing Gu Yan to remain would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Gu Yan harbors secrets that you all should be aware of. Elder Su, you are responsible for entering the nether abyss, personally extracting the secrets, and then executing Gu Yan. Elder Jiang laid out the plan. A tall, slender elder nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Elder Jiang then turned to another plump elder beside him and instructed, "To eradicate any potential risks, although Gu Yan hails from humble beginnings, we cannot leave any hidden dangers. I must trouble Elder Zhang to take a trip to the Xiaozhu realm and eliminate the Gu family as well." Elder Zhang nodded indifferently and replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, Chu Feng, in a quiet chamber, sensed this exchange and smiled faintly, remarking, "The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion truly possess a keen understanding." Chapter 13. The Fall of the Gu Family. In the bustling market of Wuqing, the atmosphere is vibrant, with a constant flow of people. The taverns and tea houses are filled with life, echoing with the tales of various storytellers who weave amusing anecdotes, eliciting rounds of applause from the audience. Within a renowned tavern named Yijingxuan, a storyteller, elegantly attired in a light blue robe and wielding a paper fan, animatedly recounts, "Let me tell you about a prodigious talent that emerged from our Wuqing. A young man named Gu Yan, adopted son of the current city lord, Gu Changyan. Initially, many believed him to be a mere failure in cultivation, but one day, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Yan's latent abilities awakened. His progress in martial arts surged, earning him the admiration of the sect master of Yunin sect. And later he joined the prestigious Qingyun sword sect, showcasing unparalleled talent. He overshadowed even the esteemed senior brother Chu Feng with ease." The storyteller's vivid narration captivates the audience, who respond with applause, many enchanted by Gu Yan's exploits. However, amidst the cheers, a man with a furrowed brow remarks, "Indeed, Gu Yan is extraordinarily gifted, transforming the once humble Gu family into the ruling family of the city. Yet, despite their rise, the Gu family struggles to govern the vast Wuqing. In just half a year, taxes have already increased by 30%, and I hear they are set to rise further. Alas, they are worse off than the Zhang family before." Beside him, a burly man shares his discontent. Taxation aside, the Gu family has grown increasingly arrogant. "I heard that recently, a cousin of Gu Yin commanded the city guards and plundered the former estate of the Zhang family. Captain Li's entire family met a gruesome fate. My heavens, Captain Li is dead? He was renowned as a philanthropist in Wuqing. When the Zhang family opposed Gu Yan, Li once aided him. How could his family have perished? It was none other than Gu Yan's cousin, brazen and contemptuous, using the distant kinship of Li with the Zhang family's daughter as a pretext to act. I live next door to Captain Li, and I witnessed the horrific scene firsthand. It was truly tragic." Someone, indignant, interjects, "The Gu family has barely risen to power, yet they act with such tyranny. Do they not fear retribution?" The burly man scoffs, "Retribution? You're dreaming. Who knows what fortuitous circumstances the Gu family stumbled upon? Their adopted son, Gu Yan, possesses extraordinary talent and is rumored to have joined a formidable faction. Once he returns, even the Qingyun sword sect will be beholden to him. At that point, the Gu family will reign not just over Wuqing, but over all of Qingzhou, and no one will dare to speak against them." Sighs of discontent ripple through the tavern as the patrons lament the Gu family's misdeeds. Yet in Wuqing, Gu Yan's formidable presence stifles dissent. Meanwhile, at the heart of Wuqing, the Gu residence stands, a vast and opulent estate, replete with extravagant courtyards, luxurious pavilions, and grandiose architecture, adorned with exquisite ancient wood and lavish furnishings. The servants moved gracefully, each possessing striking features and elegant forms. In the main hall of the Gu family, cups clinked and laughter echoed. More than 10 guests had taken their seats, engaging in lively conversation, all adorned in fine silks and brocades, exuding an air of significance. "Master Gu, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance. It is rumored that Gu Yin has joined the transcendent forces of the upper realm. Why have you not mentioned this?" A burly man clad in cold armor, with a scar running across his face, inquired with a reproachful tone. The foremost figure, with long hair and an appearance as refined as a scholar despite entering middle age, responded with an apologetic smile, "Such matters pertain to the upper realm. We cannot speak of them lightly. However, now that you are all aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. Gu Yin has indeed joined the esteemed Chongxian Pavilion of the upper realm. In less than 3 years, he shall return to the Shaozhou realm, destined to become a revered figure." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. Revered figure, the highest title in the Shaozhou realm. Only those who attain the pinnacle of the immortal platform can claim such a title. How astonishing that Gu Yan, at such a young age, could achieve this. Indeed, we must congratulate the Gu family. I've heard that Gu Yan has a feud with the chief of the Qingyun sword sect. One can only imagine how frantic that chief must be now. Laughter erupted around the table, filled with voices of congratulations. Each guest held the Gu family in the highest regard. Recognizing that the tides of fortune were shifting in the Xiaozhu realm, the Gu family would no longer remain confined to the modest confines of Wuqing. Within a decade, they would emerge as titans in the Xiaozhu realm. Those who did not seek to curry favor at this moment would be deemed foolish. Gu Chongyun, the lauded scholar of the Gu family, laughed heartily, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The proudest achievement of his life was adopting Gu Yin as his son. When young Yin becomes a revered figure, the Gu family shall ascend to the status of a super clan. The thought of powerful entities like the Qingyun sword sect bowing before the Gu family ignited an even greater ambition within him. In the heavens above, the sky suddenly tore open. A plump elder with an ethereal presence stepped forth from the dark abyss. Is this the Gu family of the Xiaozhu realm? Humph, a den of filth. The elder, clad in the robes of the Chongshan pavilion, surveyed the Gu estate, his expression darkening upon witnessing the debauchery within. A whisk appeared in his hand. With a casual flick, the white hairs transformed into a rain of icy arrows, descending upon the gathering. Screams erupted from below as the stench of blood filled the air. All within the Gu estate perished. Who dares to target our Gu family? Are they not afraid of Gu Yan's vengeance? Voices cried out in desperation. Humph, Gu Yan? Such arrogance. The corpulent elder let out a cold chuckle. As Gu Chongyun faced his imminent demise, he gazed vacantly at the heavens, his eyes fixating on the elder's attire, momentarily stunned. He recognized it. This was the garb of the Chongshan pavilion. What has become of Xiao Yan? A frigid arrow pierced Gu Chongyun's chest, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. In a mere breath, the Gu family of Wuqing, including the Lord Gu Chongyun and 172 souls, were annihilated. The entire city was plunged into shock. In the Xian realm, at the forbidden ground of the Chongshan pavilion, the ghostly abyss loomed. Waves of emerald mist slithered about like venomous serpents, enveloping the surroundings. The ghostly abyss, as a forbidden zone, was perpetually shrouded in a vile miasma. To find oneself within its grasp meant succumbing to endless torment of nightmares. Even a king could not withstand its horrors for more than 3 days before descending into madness. Ah, was it not an illusion before? A naked youth covered his head, writhing in agony, repeatedly jolted awake from nightmares. Gu Yan's countenance twisted in torment, overwhelmed by pain. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as though he had lost something of immeasurable value. Chapter 14. Gu Yan's Fortuity. He gasped for breath. Sweat trickling down his cheeks, imbued with a green hue. He yearned to make grander movements, yet found himself utterly constrained. Heavy, specially crafted chains bound his limbs, sealing away all his spiritual energy. Before Gu Yin could grasp the reason for this profound emptiness, the abyss of the underworld offered him little respite. The surrounding green mist morphed into eerie tendrils, probing into his consciousness and limbs. His entire body trembled, his eyes rolled back, and he was once again plunged into an endless nightmare. In this nightmare, he would endure countless deaths, each more agonizing than the last. A common soul ensnared in the abyss of the underworld would succumb to madness within 3 days. However, Gu Yan's will was remarkably resilient. Even in a state akin to a living corpse, he persisted. After an indeterminate number of nightmarish experiences, a subtle transformation finally occurred within him. The great wilderness scriptures. Gu Yin gradually regained lucidity, sensing that the sacred level technique he had cultivated was slowly absorbing the surrounding green mist, transforming it into a pure spiritual energy that began to mend his grievously injured body. To his astonishment, this pure spiritual energy not only aided in the restoration of his injuries, but also flowed through his body into the depths of the mysterious gate within his divine sea. Creak, creak, creak. The ancient, dilapidated bars of the bronze door stirred slightly under the influence of this power, faint glimmers emerging. The mysterious gate, which had long remained silent within his divine sea, unexpectedly opened a barely perceptible crack at that moment. With a resounding boom, within his muddled thoughts, it felt as though the heavens had split open. Gu Yin was suddenly imbued with an unprecedented sense of enlightenment. His fingers instinctively traced the air, and the chains that had confined his arms and thighs began to dissipate, growing increasingly translucent. No, it was not the chains that became transparent, but his very body. As his form grew ethereal, the green mist, which had previously coiled around him like venomous serpents, suddenly swayed in place, as if losing its direction. He discovered that by harnessing the nightmare energy absorbed from the green mist, he could summon a unique power from the mysterious gate within his divine sea. This force seemed capable of traversing the void. I am saved. Guyan's heart raced wildly. Having been imprisoned in the abyss of the underworld for an indeterminate length of time, he had initially believed himself to be ensnared in an illusion, undergoing trials. Yet just moments ago, as he pried open the crack of that internal door, he distinctly sensed an unprecedented reality. This door was signaling to him. There had never been an illusion. This revelation plunged the once excited Guyan into an icy abyss, his limbs turning cold. How could it not be an illusion? Such absurdity could not exist in this world. His master, Guyan, still had not recovered from the previous blow. Yet, amidst the perilous surroundings, reason compelled him to suppress his less-than-wise thoughts and to meticulously observe his surroundings. Within the abyss of shadows, a pervasive green mist obscured all sense of direction and space. Remaining composed, he felt fortified by the void powers of the mysterious door. Thus, the green mist posed no immediate threat. First, he would gather more nightmare energy before embarking on a gradual exploration, confident that he would surely find an exit. Guyan withdrew his gaze and quickly made a decision. The terrifying mist, imbued with nightmarish power, had now become a resource under the dual enhancement of the great wilderness cannon and the mysterious door. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Guyan's skin took on a hue of green, as if he had transformed into a little green figure. However, he paid it no mind. Instead, his heart brimmed with joy. The nightmare mist, transformed by the great wilderness cannon, was sufficient to sustain his escape. Before long, the mist surrounding Guyan had noticeably thinned compared to the dense fog enveloping the area. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. Guyan's expression shifted as he looked up. The sky was likewise shrouded in green mist, which now rippled like water. Had someone arrived? His countenance darkened, and he swiftly summoned the void powers of the mysterious door, rendering his form increasingly transparent as he concealed himself within the void. Soon, Guyan beheld the figure entering the abyss of shadows. It was an elderly man, tall and gaunt, clad in tattered robes. Guyan recognized him and thought to himself, Elder Su? This elder was the custodian of the scripture hall in the Chongshin Pavilion. Previously, Guyan had fortuitously discovered a lost ancient text in the hall and had enjoyed a cordial rapport with Elder Su, who held him in high regard. Yet now, Guyan felt a chill in his heart, for from Elder Su emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent. He was definitely not here to rescue him. Rather, it was highly likely that he had come to kill him. At this realization, a sinister expression crossed Guyan's face. Damn it, why treat me this way? I have contributed so much to the Chongshin Pavilion. Just because a saint has appeared, must I face annihilation? In that moment, Guyan deeply sensed the cruelty and darkness of this world. He did not harbor resentment towards Elder Su. Instead, he felt an intense hatred for the saint, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Feng. One day, when I ascend to sainthood, I shall repay all the humiliations I have suffered today in double. He silently vowed, his face twisted in rage. Where has he gone? At that moment, Elder Su, piercing through the void, furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness to search the abyss of shadows, yet he failed to detect Guyan's presence. His complexion shifted slightly. This is bad. Could he have escaped? His expression darkened as he resumed his meticulous search. If Guyan had truly fled, it would spell trouble. At this moment, Guyan harnessed the power of the void and departed from the nether cliff, tracing the path of Elder Su's arrival. Upon re-entering the vast expanse of the world, he inhaled the fresh spiritual energy with fervent delight, his heart swelling with joy. He realized that Elder Su, a formidable figure of the King's realm, remained utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the nether cliff, a forbidden ground of the Chongshin Pavilion, lay desolate and uninhabited, leaving no one to notice his escape. However, a new dilemma loomed before him. Where should he go after fleeing? His support in the Xian realm was the Chongshin Pavilion, which had now completely forsaken him. Establishing a foothold in the Xian realm was utterly impossible, especially with that doppelganger of Chu Feng lurking about. He could no longer remain in the Xian realm. He must first retreat to the Shaozhou realm. In an instant, Guyan made his decision. He understood well the immense power the Chongshin Pavilion wielded in the Xian realm. Staying there would inevitably lead to trouble. Ascending to the higher realm was manageable, but descending to the lower realm posed significant challenges. The journey from the Xian realm to the lower realms required time. He was intimately familiar with the Xiaozhu realm, possessing several hidden sanctuaries for refuge. Most importantly, given the dire predicament he faced, it was highly likely that the Gu family would be affected. He felt a profound concern for his relatives and friends in the Xiaozhu realm and resolved to ensure their safety before formulating a plan. Yet another question arose before him. The desire to descend to the lower realms was equally troublesome. It necessitated great expense, either traversing the inter-realm passage or utilizing a cross-realm teleportation array, resources beyond the reach of someone at the Transformation Dragon realm. Gu Yan's gaze flickered as he contemplated solutions, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a particular direction. It was the Zhongming Palace, once the sanctuary of his mentor, Nangongqin. A sense of reluctance washed over him as he gazed at it. Was he truly to depart in this manner? He was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree of the Chongxian Pavilion. Yet now, he found himself on the run, pursued by the very entity he once called home. Was his mentor truly so heartless? Gu Yan was unwilling to accept this fate. The bond his mentor had forged with him was undoubtedly genuine. Perhaps he should take one last glance. He yearned to secretly observe Nangongqin before his departure. He was not reckless. With the mysterious gate in his possession, he was confident that even that insufferable sage would not discern his methods. Gu Yan summoned the power of the void and stealthily made his way toward the Zhongming Palace. Chapter 15. Beneath the Verdant Canopy. Tears unbidden fall in the realm of Chongxian Pavilion and Chongming Palace. A magnificent cascade of water plunges from the steep cliffs, resembling a celestial river, as droplets scatter in a mesmerizing display of vitality. Beside the waterfall, pavilions and terraces harmoniously blend with the surrounding mountains and waters. Though appearing simple, this abode of the pavilion master is anything but ordinary. The air is thick with ethereal energy, and intricate formations and runes abound, showcasing meticulous detail. Enveloped by all the surrounding pavilions, in the central hall that resembles a moon encircled by stars, Chu Feng sits cross-legged in a flowing black robe, deeply contemplating the principles of the primordial chaos scripture. Suddenly, his sword-like brows twitch, and he opens his eyes, which gleam like the vastness of the cosmos. Escaped, have you? Truly deserving of the mantle of the destined protagonist, capable of turning peril into opportunity and seizing fortune even in dire straits. This method of spatial translocation, it requires at least the prowess of a great sage to execute. If I were merely an unremarkable sage, I might have found it quite challenging to contend with him. A faint smile graces his lips, tinged with a hint of irreverence. Under the vast canopy of the Emperor's consciousness, every occurrence within Chongxian Pavilion is perceptible to him, including the recently escaped Gu Yan. Should he choose, he could effortlessly retrieve Gu Yan with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, there is no necessity for such action. What he seeks is the fabled Destiny treasure chest. After several days of study, Chu Feng has come to realize that simply overpowering Gu Yan would yield no further advantage. Allowing him a bit more freedom would be far more fruitful. Oh, after such a hard-won escape, instead of fleeing, he approaches Chongming Palace. Curious, does he seek an audience with Nangongqin? Gu Yan, oh Gu Yan, should I commend your romantic fervor or deem it foolishness? A trace of derision flickers in Chu Feng's eyes as he observes Gu Yan, the quintessential impetuous and proud protagonist of Destiny. Such impetuosity and arrogance are fatal flaws indeed. Nevertheless, there are matters requiring validation, and employing him as a test subject would be quite advantageous. As he senses Gu Yan's approach drawing nearer, he rises and strides towards the grand hall's exterior. Behind the magnificent hall of Chongming Palace, where the waterfall cascades downwards, lies a sacred spring known as Qianxian. This spring serves as a secret realm for cultivation, capable of significantly refining one's physique. Gaining entry to such a sanctuary within Chongxian Pavilion necessitates a considerable sacrifice. However, for Chu Feng, it holds little utility, merely a bathhouse. A splendid venue for relaxation, indeed. As he ambles forward, each step alters the surrounding space, far surpassing the spatial techniques employed by Gu Yan. In the blink of an eye, he arrives at the Qianxian sacred spring, where the water shimmers with a silvery glow, and thick white mists dance above the surface, resembling an ethereal paradise. As he sheds his black robe, revealing a physique of defined lines and harmonious musculature. He steps into the warm, soothing waters of the spring. At that moment, a gentle voice whispers in his ear, "Husband, may I join you?" Indeed, Chu Feng was not surprised by the arrival of Nan Gongqin. In fact, during the past few days, every time he visited the bath, she would conscientiously come to serve him. Soon, through the mist, a graceful figure approached. Draped in a sheer black veil, her fair skin was largely exposed. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air as Nan Gongqin drew near, her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, and her long, dark hair cascading gently over her shoulders, embodying 3 parts allure and 7 parts purity, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Her long, shapely legs stepped into the pool, the black veil soaking in the holy spring, creating an intimate atmosphere. A delicate hand rested softly on Chu Feng's shoulder, gently kneading, akin to a devoted maidservant. Unlike Gu Yan, the compliant and principled protagonist, Chu Feng, as the antagonist, believed that indulging in such pleasures was part of his role. He closed his eyes, savoring the attention of Nan Gongqin. Both remained silent, their unspoken understanding palpable. Suddenly, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and cast a casual glance upwards. Oh, they arrived rather swiftly. Such a scene should not be witnessed by outsiders. With a flicker of thought, he conjured a thick mist within the holy spring. The fog enveloped the area, rendering the figures outside merely vague silhouettes. In this haze, Gu Yan, now a phantom, harnessed the power of the mysterious portal, silently infiltrating the bright palace. He searched the palace for a considerable time, yet failed to find any trace of his master. Where could she be? Wait, the Qianxian Holy Spring. A sudden realization struck Gu Yan, and with a step, he utilized the void's power to appear outside the holy spring. Hidden beneath the thick fog, he discerned a familiar silhouette. His master? And another person, that man. Gu Yan's heart quivered, his eyes widening in disbelief. He fixated on the Qianxian Holy Spring, yet the mist obscured his view, allowing only vague shadows to emerge. How could this be? What was his master doing? He trembled uncontrollably. He yearned to see clearly, but the fog was too dense. He could barely hear any sounds. Grinding his teeth, Gu Yan understood that despite the power of the mysterious portal, he dared not approach too closely. If detected, he might be captured again, and the portal itself could be compromised. He strained to listen, eager to discern the conversation between the two. "My lord, what is it?" Nan Gongqin sensed the thickening mist, her phoenix-like eyes flickering, her keen intellect grasping a realization. She inquired softly. Chu Feng, gazing at the tranquil water before him, casually asked, "Is the wedding date set?" Nan Gongqin's delicate hand froze momentarily before she replied. "Elder Jiang and the others have invited various forces from the Xian realm, tentatively scheduled for half a month later." The announcement of the wedding date sent a jolt through Gu Yan, who lurked in the shadows. Even as he gradually confronted reality, hearing this news felt like a heavy hammer crashing onto his heart, leaving him in unbearable anguish. Chu Feng gently nodded and said, "If you are unwilling, you may still retract your decision." Retract? Gu Yan clenched his fists, realizing that his master had been coerced and must be harboring resentment. As long as Nan Gongqin displayed even the slightest hesitation, he would still have a chance. Nan Gongqin's voice immediately resonated, softly saying, "Husband, given that we have reached this juncture, what is there to retract?" "To what juncture? What have you all been doing these days?" Nan Gongqin's voice rang out once more. "Everything is of my own volition, and if you find me displeasing, I shall willingly withdraw." He. Her tone was calm, yet resolute. And Chu Feng chuckled softly, surprised at the depth of her conviction. Nan Gongqin lied before him, yet he could see through it with ease. This woman, indeed, possesses clarity of thought. The notion that a forcibly obtained fruit is not sweet holds true. He had never compelled Nan Gongqin. Everything was entirely her own choice. Under normal circumstances, in a relationship devoid of emotional foundation and tinged with coercion, it would be quite natural for Nan Gongqin to feel unwilling. However, her recent words were spoken from the heart, granting him a newfound understanding of her character. Nan Gongqin remained remarkably composed. Initially, she had felt some reluctance. Entrusting herself to a complete stranger of formidable strength bore significant risks. Yet, she was no longer a mere girl of tender years, whether it was Chu Feng's generous betrothal gifts, The precariousness of the demon-suppressing formation from the Chongxian Pavilion, or the fate of the Nangong clan, all made it abundantly clear that she had never truly possessed a choice. Moreover, through their interactions over the past few days, she discovered that despite Chu Feng's immense power, he was cultured and amiable, treating her with utmost respect. Coupled with his striking appearance, what more could she desire? Upon hearing Nangong Qin's words, which were as humble as dust, Guyan felt his throat dry and his head spin with rage. This wretched woman. He was engulfed in despair, experiencing a profound sense of hopelessness. Due to the protagonist's disillusionment with Nangong Qin, the completion rate of the hidden mission to manipulate Nangong Qin has increased by 50. Current completion rate 200. Would you like to settle the rewards? Seeing the system panel's notification, Chu Feng smiled nonchalantly, realizing the truth. This hidden mission was not about fostering Nangong Qin's affections, but rather using her to torment Gu Yan. Over the past few days, he and Nangong Qin had indeed cultivated their bond, yet the completion rate had not budged. The moment Gu Yan appeared, it surged by 50. As long as there was a connection to Gu Yan, the completion rate would rise. He took Nangong Qin's delicate hand, pulling her from behind to embrace her against his chest, smiling gently as he asked, "I have heard that the elders intend to take action against the Gu family, of which Gu Yan is a scion." Surprised by the sudden embrace, Nangong Qin did not resist. Instead, she leaned softly against Chu Feng's chest, as gentle as a fawn. Her phoenix-like eyes flickering as she replied, "The elders have made this decision, but I was not involved and am unaware of the specifics." Speaking of me, the Gu family? Gu Yan was taken aback, as though struck by lightning. He immediately grew anxious. Just as he had suspected, the Gu family was indeed in peril. He perked up his ears, eager to eavesdrop further. However, the two individuals in the sacred spring ceased their discourse. Before long, a melodious sound wafted through the air. Damn it! Why had their conversation come to an abrupt halt? What were they up to? Gu Yan's heart was in turmoil, despite his strong possessiveness. He was a traditional man. Although he had known a few close female friends, they had always maintained their boundaries, never venturing beyond that point. Presently, his mind was filled with conjectures, his eyes wide open like copper bells, straining to pierce through the mist below. Alas, the fog was too dense, and tears unwittingly streamed down his cheeks, blurring his vision. Listening to the gasps emanating from Nangong Qin, Gu Yan's heart shattered. He clenched his teeth tightly, summoning the mysterious portal, and vanished from the spot. Due to the protagonist being severely triggered by fate, the completion rate of the hidden task concerning Nangong Qin has increased by 10. Current completion rate 210. Would you like to settle the reward? Due to the protagonist's mental breakdown, the completion rate of the hidden task concerning Nangong Qin has increased by 10. Current completion rate 220. Would you like to settle the reward? After sensing Gu Yan's departure, Chu Feng glanced up at the sky and smiled faintly. My eternal gate indeed proves to be quite effective. Chapter 16. What misfortune to befriend such a person. The news of Gu Yan's escape from the abyss of shadows was swiftly discovered by Elder Su, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Chongxian Pavilion. No one anticipated that Gu Yan, merely a dragon transformation level cultivator, could devise a means to flee from such a perilous abyss. The most alarming aspect was that Gu Yan had incurred the wrath of a sage. Should the sage seek retribution, the consequences would be dire indeed. Within less than an hour, the Chongxian Pavilion issued a bounty across the Xian realm, mobilizing all available channels to alert the major transcendent forces within the realm, offering substantial rewards for the capture of Gu Yan. At this moment, in a remote and sparsely populated town in the western part of the Xian realm, Gu Yan emerged from a small shop, cloaked in a dark robe. His gaze fixed upon his wanted poster, his expression darkened. How ruthless! A fierce light flickered in his eyes as he realized the gravity of his predicament. Even in this borderland, his wanted notice had reached. And should he dare to appear in any major city within the Xian realm, the likelihood of capture was exceedingly high. Even more troubling was the possibility that the Chongxian Pavilion might target the Gu family. He needed to seize the moment and expeditiously depart the Xian realm, lest the repercussions be unthinkable. Reaching the city gates, Gu Yan glanced ahead, where the horizon appeared shrouded in a dim yellow haze. He had been here before and was aware that heading west from this town would lead him to a vast desert. Nestled within this desert was a transcendent force known as the Star-Picking Tower. during a past expedition on behalf of the Chongshin Pavilion. He had befriended a genius named Xiao Xingjuan from the Star-Picking Tower. They had explored secret realms together and forged a solid friendship. Most importantly, the Star-Picking Tower possessed a cross-realm teleportation array, which could facilitate his return to the Bamboo Realm. At this juncture, he sought Xiao Xingjuan's assistance, hoping to utilize the teleportation passage to return to the Xian realm. Taking a deep breath, he pressed forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped into the desert, making his way towards the domain of the Star-Picking Tower. An hour later, Gu Yin evaded many ferocious beasts of the desert and arrived deep within its heart. His gaze fell upon an unfathomable pit, reminiscent of a descent into hell. However, rather than leaping into the abyss, he chose to ascend along its edges. 5 minutes later, he beheld a magnificent floating pavilion above the pit, colossal as a star, shrouded in fierce winds. Gu Yin retrieved a tiny, golden sphere resembling a marble. Upon crushing it, his message would swiftly reach Xiao Xingjuan at the Star-Picking Tower. My camaraderie with Xiao Xingjuan has always been strong. We often ventured on adventures together. He is a man of honor, much like myself, and should be inclined to assist me. Gu Yin summoned the power of the void, hovering in midair, concealing his presence as he patiently awaited Xiao Xingjuan's response. He was filled with confidence, believing that Xiao Xingjuan would undoubtedly come to his aid. Yet, as time elapsed, half an hour, then an hour, Gu Yin's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal golden hand emerged from the pavilion, akin to a great star. Bang! A hand struck down mercilessly towards the void, creating a violent explosion that scattered shockwaves in all directions. Gu Yin was taken aback, hastily retreating. Fortunately, his powers of the void were remarkably mystical. He narrowly evaded the grasp of that colossal golden hand. Cursing under his breath, he realized the formidable ruler of the Star-Picking Tower had made its move. Throughout the ordeal, the little star monarch had offered him no warnings, and the situation was all too clear. With a grim expression, Gu Yin summoned his void powers and swiftly departed from the desert. He had to flee, lest he leave his life behind. 5 minutes after his departure, the terrifying golden hand continued to thrash in the void, akin to an insect swatter attempting to squash a pesky fly. What a pity it was that it failed to capture that little brat. A sigh echoed in the void, tinged with regret. Tianluan, keep your disciple in check. He must not step outside the Star-Picking Tower for the time being, the voice commanded. Soon, a feminine voice responded. Naturally, this Gu Yin is a harbinger of disaster. He never appears during good times, but as soon as he offends a sage, he immediately seeks to trouble the little star monarch. Being friends with such a person is truly unfortunate. The golden hand replied, do not blame the little star monarch. That child possesses a pure heart. At least he informed us of this matter. Had he secretly conspired with Gu Yin, it would have spelled great trouble. At that moment, another voice resonated through the void. By the way, who is the sage that appeared in the Chongshin Pavilion? Our Xian realm has not seen a sage in over a millennium. The aura of this sage is overwhelmingly potent. Even from a distance, I felt a sense of dread, and I suspect he might be a great sage. The feminine voice interjected, let us not rashly speculate about sages. Such matters are beyond our purview. Though there is but a single tier separating kings from sages, the powerful beings of these transcendent forces are acutely aware that that small distinction is akin to heaven and earth. The difficulty of ascending to the sage realm is immense. The rarity of sages in the Xian realm over the years only underscores this challenge, which is why we lack the courage to assist Gu Yin. A single sage, if they so desired, could effortlessly annihilate a transcendent force. In a vast, emerald forest that stretched to the ends of the earth, a furtive figure approached. Morning Dawn Saintess. During our shared adventure in the Longhu Abyss, I helped her acquire a rare treasure that perfected her natural form. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Seeking her assistance to borrow a cross-border teleportation array should pose no issue. Gu Yin contemplated the forest before him, the domain of the 10,000 Laws of Nature sect, a transcendent force within the Xian realm. He had once shared a strong bond with the current saintess of the sect, unlike the untrustworthy little star monarch. The Morning Dawn Saintess was gentle and eager to assist, and Gu Yin believed she would surely lend him her aid. Approaching the edge of the 10,000 Laws of Nature sect, he unsheathed a small sword and propelled it forward. Not long after, A pale blue piece of paper fluttered out from the sect of natural laws. What could this be? Guyen was taken aback as he grasped the paper. Focusing intently on it, his expression immediately changed. A letter of severance. Upon receiving his message, the Saintess of Dawn had promptly chosen to sever their ties. This incited a surge of anger within him. How foolish of me to have placed such trust in you. How blind was I to have considered such a person a friend. He turned and walked away. Before long, within the sect of natural laws, an incredibly sharp aura of a formidable presence erupted. The Saintess of Dawn had secretly consorted with a sinner, committing a grave error, and was sentenced to face the wall for 500 years. As the words settled, a tall woman with short hair wore a solemn expression, with a sigh. She was swiftly thrust into a hidden chamber of the sect by this imposing figure. The figure regarded the saintess with a frigid demeanor, declaring, "Dawn, do not blame your father for being harsh. We cannot afford to offend the saints." 2 days later, a disheveled Gu Yin traversed mountains and rivers, crossing much of the Xian realm to reach another transcendent forces territory, the Li family. The son of the family head, Li Zhengyang, had once narrowly lost to him in a competition, during which Gu Yin graciously offered guidance, earning the latter's admiration. They shared a mutual respect. Given the Li family's immense wealth and extensive commercial network throughout the Xian realm, Gu Yin and Li Zhengyang frequently interacted. Li Zhengyang was a pragmatic individual, yet such types would invariably assist him if the benefits were substantial enough. Gu Yin's gaze flickered. Although many of his treasures had been seized, he still possessed notable assets. He resolved to present the upper half of his Grand Wilderness scripture to Li Zhengyang in exchange for a token to access the interdimensional passage. Upon his return to the small bamboo realm, he would subsequently gift the lower half. This was a sacred-level technique. Even if the Li family were to discover its nature, they would undoubtedly aid him. After a careful disguise, he arrived at a concealed chamber within the Li family and once again attempted to contact Li Zhengyang. Fearing a repeat of the earlier encounter with the Saintess of Dawn, he candidly articulated his terms. As anticipated, he soon received a swift response. A well-proportioned youth soon emerged, and upon their meeting at the agreed location, Li Zhengyang immediately voiced his support for Gu Yin. "Ah, it is my brother Gu who has traveled from afar. I have been quite concerned about your predicament for some time. I firmly believe that you, Brother Gu, could never be as the wanted notice suggests." Relieved by this reception, Gu Yin offered a piece of exquisite jade, eagerly stating, "I knew I could count on you, brotherly. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." This is the upper half of the Grand Wilderness scripture. Li Zhengyang squinted as he meticulously examined the jade before carefully storing it away, then smiled broadly at Gu Yin, saying, "You are too modest, Brother Gu. Even without this, our friendship would compel me to assist you. Come, follow me. I have prepared everything for you." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yin felt an immense weight lift from his chest. After encountering numerous setbacks, he was suddenly faced with a reliable companion, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He followed Li Zhengyang into a concealed chamber within the Li family's secret vault, and as they walked, the atmosphere was calm and filled with laughter. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent hall, but a shiver coursed through Gu Yin, an inexplicable sense of foreboding taking root in his heart. He immediately turned to Li Zhengyang and said, "My friend Li, I apologize, but I have just recalled an urgent matter. I must take my leave for a moment." Li Zhengyang paused, his gaze sharpening with a menacing glint as he coldly replied, "Are you leaving so soon? Does Gu brother think of our Li family as a mere convenience, coming and going as you please?" As his words echoed throughout the vast hall, a powerful array of magic flickered to life. Simultaneously, several figures emanating a formidable aura emerged, encircling Gu Yin completely. Chapter 17. Summon the Saints for Retribution. Notify the Chongshin Pavilion. Li Zhengyang gazed at Gu Yin, who was ensnared within the deadly soul-sealing array, and instructed a formidable member of the Li clan beside him. Once the strongmen departed, Li Zhengyang, standing outside the formation, scoffed derisively. "What a farce! Do you think merely possessing a sacred-level cultivation manual will compel the Li family to provoke a saint? Such fanciful dreams. The Li family's intelligence network is exceptionally robust." Fully aware of the day the saint from the Chongshin Pavilion emerged, audaciously unleashing hundreds of pounds of sacred-level techniques. Is this a being the Li family can afford to offend? Even without a bounty, with 100,000 lives, Li Zhengyang would not dare to shelter Gu Yan, let alone offer assistance. The Li family has no desire to court death. With a cold huff, Li Zhengyang turned and departed. 2 hours later, an elderly man clad in tattered robes soared from the horizon. Instantly, a rotund figure scurried forward, exclaiming, "Elder Su, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the Li family. If not for your intervention, Gu Yan would surely have escaped." This ragged-robed elder was none other than Elder Su of the Chongshan Pavilion, who had rushed over at the first whisper of news from the Li family. Hearing Elder Su's words, the head of the Li family chuckled wryly, responding, "I truly apologize. We had already captured this little wretch, but I underestimated his tenacity. Somehow, this little beast managed to break free from our deadly soul-sealing array and fled." As he spoke, the head of the Li family felt a profound sense of helplessness. They had taken this matter seriously, yet Gu Yan proved to be quite capable. He now felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the saint's ire. "Fled?" Elder Su paused, taken aback, yet he refrained from commenting, for the Li family had acted with good intentions. Moreover, even the nether abyss of the Chongshan Pavilion could not contain Gu Yan. His escape from the Li family's grand array seemed less surprising in that light. Observing the head of the Li family's apologetic and anxious demeanor, Elder Su waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, I appreciate the Li family's assistance. In half a month, we will hold a concubine selection ceremony, and we hope the Li family will grace us with their presence." Upon hearing Elder Su's gracious response, the head of the Li family, already feeling somewhat contrite, quickly assured him, "Certainly. This is a saint's wedding. We will prepare generous gifts to present." His tone was imbued with envy. The Chongshan Pavilion was indeed fortunate. Although it may seem merely a concubine selection, the saint who could produce hundreds of pounds of sacred-level techniques was a figure of great magnificence. While the terminology might sound less than appealing, once the news spreads, which transcendent faction in the entire Xian realm would not envy the Chongshan Pavilion? In a mire, Gu Yan, having narrowly escaped the Li clan's array through the power of the void, now concealed himself within the fetid mud, reeking of filth. How infuriating! How infuriating! He raged inwardly. "Li family, the grudge of today shall surely be settled in the future. You deceived me of half a sacred-level technique, and then sought to betray me by sending me back to the Chongshan Pavilion. Had it not been for the mysterious portal aiding him, he might have already been captured again. What should he do now? Among the few transcendent powers I know that could assist me in reaching the bamboo realm, there are only a handful." Gu Yan closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the agitation within, contemplating how to break through this predicament. The Ji family was his only option left. Should they refuse to help, Gu Yan felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. If the Ji family declined his plea, he would truly find himself at a dead end. To return to the bamboo realm, he would need to seek alternative methods. In truth, he was reluctant to approach the Ji family unless absolutely necessary, as his relationship with them was far less favorable than with the previous transcendent powers. The head of the Ji family, Ji Kong, had once looked down upon him. Had it not been for his fortuitous rescue of Ji Wenfeng, the eldest son of the Ji family, he would not even consider approaching them now. However, he had no certainty that they would be willing to assist him. If luck were to turn against him, he might very well face a repeat of the earlier incident with the Li family. After much deliberation, Gu Yan resolved to take a chance. This was his final avenue of escape. A day later, Gu Yan discreetly arrived at the Ji family, employing secret methods to establish contact. Before long, a slender, elegant young man met him. With a pale complexion and in the early stages of the dragon transformation realm, it was Ji Wenfeng, the scion of the Ji family. "Brother Gu, it has been a long time. I did not expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances," Ji Wenfeng remarked, observing Gu Yan, whose face was smeared with dirt and whose clothes were tattered, with a sense of pity. Yet Gu Yan did not allow himself to relax. Having learned from the earlier misfortune with the Li family, he warily addressed Ji Wenfeng. "Young Master Ji, you must be aware of my current predicament. I seek your family's channels to obtain a token for a passage between realms to facilitate my departure from the Xian realm." Ji Wenfeng smiled gently and replied, "Brother Gu, you once saved my life, and now I am naturally obliged to lend you my support. I have already prepared a token for you. In addition, I have gathered some recent developments regarding the Xian realm, including information related to the saints. You may open it once you have departed, as otherwise it may attract their attention." He seemed well prepared, producing a silver glimmering six-pointed star token from his robe and handing it to Gu Yan. Taken aback, Gu Yan felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. He sensed the sincerity in Ji Wenfeng's words. Looking into those clear eyes, Gu Yan realized that despite having friends scattered across the world, he still had true companions. He earnestly declared, "Good brother, all is understood without words. I will remember your kindness today, and I shall repay it handsomely in the future." Ji Wenfeng shook his head, saying, "My assistance to you is solely for the sake of a clear conscience. The situation is perilous, and it is unwise to linger here. You should depart first. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises." Agreed. Without hesitation, Gu Yan accepted the six-pointed star token and swiftly made his way toward a passage between realms. Observing Gu Yan's retreating figure, Ji Wenfeng sighed deeply, reflecting on the unexpected downfall of a once prominent talent. "Brother Gu, this is all the assistance I can offer you." As Gu Yan faded from view, Ji Wenfeng was engulfed in nostalgia, recalling their first encounter when Gu Yan had shone brightly, suppressing numerous extraordinary talents. Even the likes of the Little Star Lord and the Dawn Saintess had chosen to retreat from his brilliance. It was astonishing that within less than a year, he had sunk to such depths, and now pursued by the Rejuvenation Pavilion itself. Offending a sage truly made life unbearable. He hoped Brother Gu could extricate himself from this predicament soon. While Ji Wenfeng was lost in thought, a thunderous roar suddenly pierced the air. "Unfilial son, I should have shot you against the wall back then. Do you wish for our Ji family's demise?" Following this thunderous voice, a burly man resembling Ji Wenfeng appeared. His face contorted in rage, exuding an aura of terror as he raised his hand, unleashing a force akin to a tempest. With a resounding clap, Ji Wenfeng was reduced to mere pulp by his father's strike. Thus, Ji Wenfeng met his end, slain by his own father, Ji Kong, the head of the Ji family, who wept bitterly. "Gu Yan, do not let me lay eyes upon you. It is your fault that On has perished." After killing Ji Wenfeng, Ji Kong, tears streaming down his face, howled towards the heavens. Ji Wenfeng's disposition had been overly gentle, devoid of any sharpness, always the agreeable one, which endeared him to the entire Ji family. Yet, no one anticipated that this very trait would be the harbinger of his tragic fate. Was Ji Wenfeng truly so foolish as to not recognize who Gu Yan had offended? The Rejuvenation Pavilion had never fallen from the top 3 among all transcendent forces in the Xian realm, while the Ji family barely managed to scrape into the top 10. Even the Rejuvenation Pavilion was but a hound to that sage. How could the Ji family ever hope to contend? After slaying Ji Wenfeng, Ji Kong placed him within a black stone coffin, his form expanding several-fold as he bore the coffin on his back. Traversing 100,000 miles to the gates of the Rejuvenation Pavilion, "I implore the sage to deliver judgment," Ji Kong proclaimed, his countenance filled with sorrow as he knelt before the gates, crying out to the heavens. Chapter 18. A villain must appear as a villain. As Ji Kong made his way, his presence was undeniably formidable. Was this man, the head of the Ji family? A significant figure indeed. What could he possibly be doing? What lay upon his back? A black coffin. To bring a coffin to the Chongxian Pavilion certainly hinted at a deeper tale. Was Ji Kong beseeching the saint for punishment? Could it be that the Ji family had committed some grievous offense, incurring the saint's wrath? In the distance, many powerful beings from the Xian realm gathered, their expressions a blend of 7 parts confusion and 3 parts astonishment. Meanwhile, within the Chongxian Pavilion, a multitude of radiant beams erupted forth. Each beam radiated an aura of sovereignty, the elders of the pavilion glaring furiously at Ji Kong. Elder Su stepped forward and thundered, "Ji Kong, your family aided Gu Yan in traversing the interworld passage, allowing him to escape the Xian realm. Such a crime deserves 1,000 deaths. How dare you come to the Chongxian Pavilion to plead for mercy?" The news of Gu Yan utilizing the Ji family's token to escape the passage could not be concealed. Moreover, the Ji family had no intention of hiding it. As Ji Kong sought forgiveness, the news of Gu Yan's escape had already reached the ears of the Chongxian Pavilion. With a sorrowful countenance, Ji Kong proclaimed, "It is entirely my fault for failing to educate my son, which led him to commit such a grave error. I have already punished him myself, and implore the saint for forgiveness." With a sweeping motion of his arm, he summoned forth the black coffin that had been levitated by an unseen force. With a resounding crash, it fell to the ground outside the mountain gate of the Chongxian Pavilion, creating a deep crater. Within this coffin lay. The elders of the pavilion exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred at the sight of the coffin behind Ji Kong. The head of the Ji family was indeed a ruthless individual. He had even executed his own son. They had heard tales of Ji Kong's indulgent affection for Ji Wenfeng. Yet here he was, having dealt a fatal blow, carrying a black coffin over 100,000 miles, personally seeking repentance, demonstrating remarkable sincerity. The elders looked at one another, their gazes drifting towards the direction of the Chongming Palace. They lacked the authority to speak on behalf of the saint. Inside the Chongming Palace of the Chongxian Pavilion, Chu Feng cast a glance at the system panel. Those who walk the righteous path gain support, while those who stray lose it. The destined protagonist Gu Yin's fortune has been diminished, resulting in a decrease of 3,000 points in his destiny value. You have received a destiny treasure chest 1. Those who walk the righteous path gain support, while those who stray lose it. The destined protagonist Gu Yin's fortune has been diminished, resulting in a decrease of 3,000 points in his destiny value. You have received a destiny treasure chest 1. His gaze was filled with intrigue. Over the past few days, each setback Gu Yin faced had resulted in a reduction of his destiny value, while simultaneously, a new destiny treasure chest materialized within his divine sea. Alas, Gu Yin had but a handful of friends left, and they had been nearly exhausted by his misfortunes. Presently, Gu Yin was left with a meager 36,000 points of destiny value. Diverting his gaze from the panel, he casually surveyed the direction of the Chongxian Pavilion's mountain gate, sensing Ji Kong's arrival. He did not step out of the Chongming Palace. The Ji family was not worthy of his divine presence. He was already well aware of the situation, and witnessing the Ji family's assistance to Gu Yin, only to come seeking atonement, was indeed unexpected. The destined protagonist seemed to be in quite a dire predicament. I hold no particular grudge against the Ji family, yet I cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort. A villain must embody the essence of villainy, and one cannot afford the indulgence of mercy. He murmured softly to himself, gesturing with a flick of his finger. A glimmer of violet light materialized at his fingertip, soaring towards the Ji family like a comet. The Ji family's intervention on behalf of Gu Yin was already common knowledge throughout the realm. Should he choose to remain passive at this moment, opting to forgive, it would only lead others to perceive him as weak and susceptible to manipulation, potentially instigating a butterfly effect that could encourage further clandestine support for the fated protagonist. The fortune of the destined protagonist cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The situation is now irrevocably set, awaiting the harvest of Gu Yan's eternal portal. He is loath to invite further complications that might result in a reversal of fate. Moreover, if apologies were truly effective, this world would have long since attained peace. We are all adults. When one errs, they must face the repercussions. A deafening rumble echoed. A terrifying violet star descended upon the Ji family from a distance of 100,000 miles from the Chongxian Pavilion. The colossal noise reverberated, and the vast ancestral grounds of the Ji family crumbled in an instant, claiming the lives of countless Ji family warriors. An abyss emerged at the site of the former ancestral grounds. The fortune of the Ji family, a transcendent force, plummeted. Outside the gates of the Chongxian Pavilion, numerous powerful figures of the realm witnessed the descent of that violet light, their eyes filled with profound dread. It was over. Ji Kong, the patriarch of the Ji family, immediately since the destruction of their ancestral grounds, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. He understood that it was the end. Without the ancestral grounds and a multitude of Ji family warriors, their fortune would drastically decline, reducing them from a transcendent power to a second-rate force. Before Ji Kong could fully process his despair, a calm voice resonated from outside the Chongxian Pavilion. "Thank you, Saint, for your compassion." Startled, Ji Kong trembled and forced himself to regain composure, bowing deeply in gratitude. He recognized that all that transpired was the Ji family's own doing. Had Ji Wenfeng not acted recklessly, they would not have arrived at such a dire juncture. When a saint is enraged, countless lives are lost. He understood that if the saint truly sought retribution, the Ji family, including himself, would have been obliterated from the realm. The only reason they still existed was due to his decisive act of seeking forgiveness, which had granted the Ji family a slender chance of survival. The saint had already shown them leniency beyond the bounds of the law. Contemplating this, Ji Kong felt a mix of dread and relief. The surrounding powerful beings of the realm began to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing the catastrophic impact of that violet light. Although they had anticipated the consequences, the sheer might of this saint was indeed terrifying. Yet, the G family's plight also brought a sense of relief to the secretly observing forces such as the Star Picking Tower, the All-Law's natural sect, and the Lee family. How fortunate they were. They were grateful that they had not acted impulsively. Had they covertly aided Gu Yan, their fate would mirror that of the G family. Just as Ji Kong was preparing to turn away and address the aftermath of the Ji family's current predicament, suddenly, a voice imbued with detached authority echoed in his ears. Return once more to the Xiaozhu realm. Hang Ji Wenfeng's corpse in this location, and place this object there as well. As the words settled, a profound vortex tunnel materialized beside Ji Kong. Simultaneously, a faint crimson light appeared out of thin air and landed in his palm. A wild interdimensional passage. Where did the sage hang Little Wen's body? The moment Ji Kong beheld this passage, his form trembled, and an unsettling expression crossed his face. This object is... His pupils constricted as he glanced at the item in his hand. Without daring to linger on his thoughts, he resolutely stepped into the wild, interdimensional passage. Xiaozhu realm. A desolate silence pervaded, for this was the entrance of a long-extinct volcanic cavern. Suddenly, a small black hole emerged from the trench, covered in blood. Gu Yan tumbled down like a dying wild dog. At last, he had returned. He was momentarily safe. Gu Yan's breath was faint. He had lost 9 out of 10 lives on the treacherous journey back to the Xiaozhu realm. Though he had narrowly obtained the token to enter the interdimensional passage from Ji Wenfeng, the Ji family swiftly reacted and did not relent in their pursuit. Shortly after he entered the passage, a multitude of individuals came rushing to hunt him down. To evade his pursuers, Gu Yan gritted his teeth and plunged into the tumultuous, unexplored rift of the passage. A stroke of misfortune could see him torn apart by the void storms. Fortunately, fortune had always favored him. Though severely injured, Gu Yan ultimately returned to the Xiaozhu realm. Brother Ji, your kindness shall forever remain etched in my memory. Wait for me. Your good days are still ahead. I shall repay you handsomely. As Gu Yan tended to his wounds, he vowed to remember Ji Wenfeng's benevolence. Known for his loyalty, he believed in repaying kindness manifold, never merely as a matter of formality. After half a day, Gu Yan's injuries gradually healed. The spiritual energy in the Xiaozhu realm was, in comparison to the Xian realm, woefully lacking. He muttered a complaint as he stepped forward, departing from the dead volcano. Clutching the scroll of intelligence given to him by Ji Wenfeng, he hastened towards Wuqing. Chapter 19. A Night of White Hair. Gu Yan's dark transformation. Gu Yan unfurled a scroll radiating a gentle luminescence. It contained intelligence bestowed upon him by Ji Wenfeng. After a cursory glance, Gu Yan discerned that the contents were rather scant. This was to be expected, for although Ji Wenfeng was the eldest son of the Ji family, his assistance was rendered in secrecy, and as a mere dragon transformation realm practitioner, the information he could gather was inherently limited. Nevertheless, for Gu Yan, who was currently engulfed in uncertainty, this was more than sufficient. A surge of warmth filled his heart, acknowledging Ji's earnest effort. The saying, "A timely gift in adversity far outweighs mere embellishments," resonated within him. Although the value of this intelligence was not particularly high, his gratitude towards Ji Wenfeng was profound. He regarded him as a lifelong brother. His eyes swiftly scanned the information, most of which was trivial, save for a few significant events occurring in the mystic realm recently. The most critical piece of information pertained to a certain sage from the Chongxian Pavilion. Gu Yan sought to glean any hints from the details, but was dismayed to find that the majority were mere laudatory praises and adulations, which left him feeling quite nauseated. Wait a moment. This sage also bears the surname Chu. Gu Yan's pupils contracted as he seized upon this crucial detail. In an inconspicuous entry, the title Sage Chu was mentioned. Chu. Immediately, Gu Yan's thoughts flickered to Chu Feng. It was inconceivable that it could be him. How could a mere wretch from the lower realms possibly ascend to the exalted status of a sage? Upon encountering this revelation, a heaviness settled in Gu Yan's heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition, especially as he recalled that the initial news of the sage's emergence had originated from the legends of the Xiaozhu realm. Gu Yan remembered perusing ancient texts that recounted how some sages, in their quest to transcend to the great sage realm, would manifest sage incarnations and traverse the mortal world. If the Chu Feng with whom he bore enmity was indeed a sage's incarnation, then the rationale behind the animosity he faced, as well as the sage's appearance, would align. I can only hope that I am overthinking this. The odds seem too slim. Wu City is drawing near. I should return home first and strategize thereafter. At this moment, Gu Yin felt as though the only part of him that remained resolute was his voice. He was reluctant to confront reality and forcibly shifted his focus towards the horizon, where he could faintly discern the outlines of some cities. With his current prowess in the dragon transformation realm, he could traverse the Xiaozhu realm with ease, even without harnessing the power of the void. As the scenery rapidly flew by, familiar sights gradually emerged in the distance, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Gu Yin. How poignant it was to think that his once spirited journey to the mystic realm had culminated in his return to the Xiaozhu realm in such a manner. Yet, thankfully, he still had family and friends. They would not betray him as the Chongshin Pavilion had, suppressing 3 parts of trepidation and 7 parts of exhilaration. He quickened his pace. It was now afternoon, and sunlight bathed Wu City in a vibrant atmosphere. Gu Yin surmised that there would undoubtedly be those from the mystic realm pursuing him in the Xiaozhu realm, particularly in his hometown of Wu City. He harnessed the power of the void, concealing himself within its depths before finally stepping through the grand gates of Wuqing. As he traversed this small city, once rich with memories, Gu Yan's gaze swept around the corners of the streets, and he was taken aback by the profound changes that had transpired. The shops lining the roads had all transformed, and many familiar faces had vanished without a trace. Where, he wondered, was the Gu family's commercial establishment? A sudden unease gripped his heart as he realized something was amiss. Wuqing was the stronghold of the Gu family. After his ascent, the head of the Gu family had even become the Lord of Wuqing. Previously, the Gu family boasted numerous businesses in the city, and logically, there should be even more now as their influence expanded. Yet, after walking several hundred meters, he had not encountered a single establishment bearing the Gu family name. With urgency, Gu Yin hastened towards the Lord's residence, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. Could it be that the Chongshin Pavilion had already taken action? As he passed by an inn, he happened to overhear the voice of a storyteller. Such is the fickle nature of the world, fraught with upheaval. Who among you could have predicted that the illustrious Gu family of Wuqing would be extinguished overnight? I have heard whispers that the downfall of the Gu family was due to their prodigy, Gu Yin, who allegedly committed an unspeakable act against a supreme goddess in the upper realm, inciting a catastrophic vendetta from powerful adversaries, even ensnaring the Gu family in the lower realm. Thus, young ones, heed this timeless warning. Lust is a blade that hangs perilously above one's head, a lesson to be eternally remembered. The Gu family annihilated? Gu Yin halted in his tracks, his complexion draining of color, and the storyteller's voice faded into oblivion. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. These fools must be spouting nonsense. Regaining his composure, Gu Yin had no time to confront the storyteller for his slanderous tale. The heart of a youth was susceptible, and he was overwhelmed by sorrow, revealing his formidable cultivation as he stepped into the Lord's residence in Wuqing. What greeted him was a scene that should have been opulent, but now lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland. To his utter shock, the entire Lord's estate was littered with graves, one after another, forming a ghastly expanse. Gu Yin staggered into the Lord's abode, where he discovered that each grave bore a stone tablet engraved with names: the head of the Gu family, his elder brother, his younger sister, Ying. His countenance turned pale as memories flooded his mind, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Breathing heavily, he neither raged nor acted impulsively. He simply stood there, staring at the graves of those who had once treated him with such kindness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon rose high in the sky. Time flowed, and as dawn broke, Gu Yin remained, oblivious to the passage of time. His once raven hair now entirely turned to white overnight. A shock of white hair. His eyes were filled with coldness and wrath. He turned, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked towards the Lord's manor, which had been quietly surrounded without his notice. Among the encirclement were formidable warriors from the original bamboo realm, as well as pursuers from the upper realms. He softly addressed the graves before him, saying, "Dear family, I shall not allow your deaths to be in vain. From this day forth, I will cast aside all boundaries. The Chongshin Pavilion and that individual shall come to regret their actions. The demon-slaying formation of the Chongshin Pavilion has flaws, Did they truly believe I was unaware? And the Qingyun Sword Sect. Regardless of whether you are Chu Feng, I shall first strike at the Qingyun Sword Sect. Prepare to face my wrath. Within Gu Yan's eyes, a murderous intent surged. This night was not solely spent in sorrow and despair, but also in contemplation of revenge. Unlike before, he did not flee but boldly strode towards the exit. 2 hours later, clad in blood-soaked garments, Gu Yan broke through to the great perfection of the transforming dragon stage, leaving a sea of corpses in his wake. Numerous stronger opponents had been slain by him, despite their rank. As they watched Gu Yan's disappearing figure, the surviving warriors felt a chill creep up their spines, as if they had witnessed the emergence of a god of slaughter. In the Xian realm, at the Chongshan Pavilion, Chu Feng casually reclined on a couch, supporting his chin with one hand. A system notification echoed, due to the protagonist Gu Yan straying from his destined path and succumbing to demonic influence. His fortune has been diminished, resulting in a loss of 10,000 destiny points. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Chapter 20. Are you a devil? Chu Feng cast a glance at the sudden prompt from the system. His heart stirred. Oh? What could have caused such a sudden darkening of his situation? Hadn't he just joyously returned to the Xiaozhu realm? With a swift expansion of his thoughts, he enveloped the Xiaozhu realm with his imperial consciousness. It turned out that the elders of the Chongshan Pavilion had been discovered by Gu Yan. Chu Feng was not particularly concerned about Gu Yan's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the transforming dragon stage and his subsequent retaliation against those who had besieged him. After all, he was the protagonist. It would indeed be strange if he could not accomplish such a feat regarding Gu Yan's white hair and blood-stained attire, and his actions of killing to break through. Chu Feng found nothing particularly odd. Viewed from the perspective of an emperor, such a last-minute breakthrough in cultivation was not a commendable act. It indicated a lack of foundational strength. Upon understanding the cause and effect, Chu Feng felt a deep sympathy for Gu Yan's plight. Tisk, just when he finally returns home, he encounters such troubles. What a vexing situation. With his other hand, he gently tapped the back of his chair, contemplating. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise, with the Gu family gone. Seeing his good brother at the Qingyun Sword Sect should alleviate his sorrow. In this sense, I have inadvertently helped him temper his character. Truly, I am a good person. System, are you a devil? Chu Feng was certainly not a devil. He was merely a pitiable antagonist striving for survival under the threat of the destined protagonist. Although he was a villain, he still had his principles. Ultimately, it was the elders of the Chongshan Pavilion who had acted without decorum. How could they have acted before him? Chu Feng gazed at the newly acquired destiny treasure chest in his spiritual sea. His arduous efforts had not been in vain. He had now gathered 7, and was close to achieving a 10-fold draw. System, shameless. Have you even collected anything? My lord, the demon suppression formation is becoming unstable again. I must go reinforce the seal. Beside him, a pair of slender jade-like hands gently massaged his legs. Chu Feng glanced at the figure beside him, Nangong Qingqing. Adorned in an elegant black palace gown, her hair elegantly pinned with a translucent phoenix hairpin. Her fair legs were gracefully crossed as she reclined on the couch, resembling an elegant and noble woman. She spoke softly to Chu Feng, her phoenix eyes clouded with worry, an undertone of urgency in her gaze. Chu Feng nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. Go ahead. Watching Nangong Qingqing hurriedly depart, he gently shook his head. She is indeed a wise woman, though she bears an immense burden. In the deepest part of the Chongshan Pavilion, there existed a remarkably intricate formation. He had noticed it upon his arrival at the pavilion. In fact, such sophisticated formations were nearly 30 in number throughout the entire Xian realm. As he settled into the Chongshan Pavilion in recent days, he gradually began to uncover the origins of these formations. The demon suppression formation. In a vast world like the Xian realm, numerous interdimensional passages existed. Certain pathways lead to realms such as the Xiaozhu realm, yet an abundance of wild corridors directs one to perilous and unknown territories. Beneath each demon-suppressing formation lies a dangerously unstable portal between 2 worlds. Within these treacherous stable passages, formidable external demons frequently invade. According to ancient texts from the Xian realm, during the most rampant periods, even saint-level external demons have breached these barriers. The demon-suppressing formation of the Chongshan Pavilion is currently under intense assault from these external demons, facing a considerable risk of shattering. The reason why Nangong Qin so readily agreed to his proposal was not solely due to the generous betrothal gifts. A significant part of her motivation was to secure external assistance to help stabilize the formation. Otherwise, if the formation were to completely collapse, the only recourse for the Chongxian Pavilion would be to sacrifice Nangong Qin, utilizing her unique constitution to reinforce the formation. Naturally, this ulterior motive was not concealed by Nangong Qin or the entire Chongxian Pavilion. The news of the demon-suppressing formation is well known throughout the Xian realm, especially among those of royal status, let alone the saints. As for Chu Feng, he was utterly unconcerned. Even if a saint-level external demon were to emerge from the formation, it posed little threat to him. After all, he had never been a saint. In the Xiaozhu realm, after departing from Wuqing, Gu Yan made his way towards the Qin Yun sword sect. Along the journey, he passed through Tianyin City, where he had a childhood sweetheart, Bai Xiner, from the Bai family. However, it pained Gu Yan deeply to learn that, although the Bai family had not suffered the same tragic fate as the Gu family, Bai Xiner had mysteriously disappeared recently. This led him to suspect that he was once again being targeted. I shall unleash a massacre and cleanse the Qin Yun sword sect entirely. Gu Yan's white hair billowed in the wind, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, harboring a murderous intent. The Qin Yun sword sect, once an insurmountable force in his eyes, now appeared insignificant in light of his recent experiences in the Xian realm. The strongest individuals in the Xiaozhu realm are merely average in the grand scheme of things. The Qin Yun sword sect, at its peak, could muster only 3 to 5 celestial platforms, rendering it a trivial power in the Xian realm. With his current consummate prowess of transforming into a dragon, coupled with his mastery of saint-level techniques, engaging in battles beyond his level would be effortless. Annihilating the Qin Yun sword sect posed no challenge. If Chu Feng were not an incarnation of a saint, he would settle past grievances decisively. If he were indeed a saint, then slaughtering the Qin Yun sword sect could serve as a means of retribution. Harnessing the power of the void, he stealthily infiltrated the Qin Yun sword sect, traversing the entire sect in less than half an hour. During this time, he encountered many familiar figures, yet in his sweeping search, he found no trace of Chu Feng. Gu Yan shuddered. This news was the worst possible outcome for him. Regardless, he resolved to strike first as a show of respect. His eyes ignited with murderous intent. In his hand appeared a pale, azure longsword. Heavenly grade. This was the finest treasure he could acquire in such a short span of time. Just as Gu Yan was about to take action, he suddenly gazed in a certain direction, his pupils contracting, his expression becoming vacant. There stood an unremarkable peak. Yet atop this mountain was an ancient sword monument. This was the iconic sacred site of the Qin Yun sword sect, transformed from an ancient sword left by the sect's founding patriarch, Qin Yun. In his youth, when he was still feeble, he had once comprehended the lingering sword intent here, wielding this very power to vanquish foes, even repeatedly thwarting Chu Feng. However, upon seeing the sword monument once more, Gu Yan's complexion turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. For upon that monument hung a decayed corpse. Despite the disfigurement of the body, Gu Yan recognized it immediately. Ji Wenfeng, his dear brother who had aided his escape from the Xian realm. How could he be suspended lifeless upon the sword monument of the Qin Yun sword sect? Chapter 21. Is apology useful when one is dead? A thunderclap of despair. Gu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the lifeless body upon the sword monument. Blood trickled down from the corpse, a grotesque sight of dismemberment marked by ghastly wounds, clearly indicating the violence with which it had been affixed to the sword stone. He clutched the pale green longsword tightly, striving to suppress the overwhelming sorrow that threatened to engulf him. In a brief span, he had endured the shattering loss of his family and the tragic death of his dear friend. He was merely a youth in his early 20s. The fact that he had not succumbed to madness was a testament to his resilient spirit. Brother Ji, I have wronged you, he lamented internally, an avalanche of regret surging within him. Gu Yan was acutely aware that Ji Wenfeng's demise was intricately tied to his own actions. Tears streamed down his cheeks, each drop a testament to his grief. In his memories, Ji Wenfeng was a refined and gentle young man, whose every soft smile could warm the hearts of those around him. Yet now, that gentle visage was forever lost. His once vibrant eyes now wide open in a haunting stare, as if refusing to close even in death. Gu Yan could never have anticipated that such a seemingly trivial act of assisting him to descend to the mortal realm would lead to Ji Wenfeng's brutal end at the hands of the imposing Chongxian Pavilion. Brother Ji, he was the eldest scion of the Ji family. Gu Yan realized with a sinking heart that Ji Wenfeng's death was undoubtedly linked to the nefarious actions of the Chongxian Pavilion. If he had foreseen such a calamity, he would never have sought Ji Wenfeng's aid. Had he known in advance that the Gu family would be annihilated, he would have remained calm, perhaps contemplating alternative strategies rather than recklessly traversing the interdimensional passage. Earlier, as he had descended, he had silently vowed to repay Ji Wenfeng's kindness, yet within mere days, his cherished friend had fallen victim to treachery, separated from him by the veil of death. A chill coursed through Gu Yan's body as he realized that the Chongxian Pavilion would go to any lengths to curry favor with the saints, even at the cost of annihilating the Ji family. This was a betrayal he had never anticipated. He descended slowly towards the nameless peak, eyes fixed on the tragic form of Ji Wenfeng, whose lifeless gaze remained unyielding. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Yan solemnly adjusted his tattered, blood-stained garments, his knees buckling as he knelt and bowed deeply in tribute to Ji Wenfeng. Brother Ji, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Gu Yan vowed earnestly. Vengeance? Ha! You insignificant wretch, how do you intend to seek revenge? What right do you have to claim vengeance? A chilling voice echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, a powerful presence lurked in ambush. Gu Yan had suspected as much. It was only due to the protection of the Void's power that he dared to approach so brazenly in tribute to Ji Wenfeng. As the sense of impending danger loomed closer, Gu Yan prepared to harness the Void's energy to flee. However, his resolve faltered when he beheld a burly man descending from the heavens, bearing a striking resemblance to Ji Wenfeng, exuding an aura of ferocity. The head of the Ji family? He blurted out, astonished to find it was him, the head of the Ji family, Ji Kong. At that moment, Ji Kong's visage was twisted with rage, yet it bore an unmistakable air of exhaustion and suffering. In the realm of Xian, he had once held Ji Kong in contempt, but during a certain contest, he had outshone him, delivering a stinging blow to Ji Kong's pride. He still vividly recalled the disconcerted expression on Ji Kong's face back then. Little did he expect that after that grand event, their next encounter would be here. Sensing Ji Kong's wrath, Gu Yan immediately interjected, Master Ji, we are not enemies. Wenfeng is my dear friend. Gu Yan understood, while that Ji Kong cherished Ji Wenfeng dearly, and his presence in the Xiaozhu realm was undoubtedly to retrieve Ji Wenfeng's remains. Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he were to confront the Chongxian Pavilion, Ji Kong might prove to be a valuable ally. In a fit of rage, Ji Kong retorted with a bitter laugh, Dear friend, is this the kind of friend you are? In the midst of calamity, instead of hiding away, you seek out Wenfeng. You truly excel at being a friend. He scoffed. Only a fool like my rebellious son would fall for your tricks and bring disaster upon himself. At Ji Kong's rebuke, Gu Yan's countenance darkened, feeling a wave of frustration. He countered, I did not anticipate such a turn of events. I have wronged Wenfeng. Ji Kong glared. Raising his fist, he thundered. A life has been lost. What good is your remorse? I will end you today. Gu Yan stepped back, silently channeling the power of the void, hastily declaring, Master Ji, I know you harbor deep resentment towards me, but setting aside the facts, am I not filled with guilt? I assure you, the death of Wenfeng was shrouded in mystery, and I will hunt down his murderer, tearing them limb from limb and scattering their ashes. To tear the murderer of Ji Wenfeng asunder and scatter their ashes? Ji Kong was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he erupted with fury. What nonsense! It was I who personally ended this rebellious son. It is because of you, this harbinger of disaster, that our Ji family has suffered great misfortune. What do you mean? Gu Yan was stunned. The weight of Ji Kong's words nearly overwhelmed him. Ji Wenfeng was not a victim of the Chongxian Pavilion, but had fallen by Ji Kong's own hand. Why? Gu Yan was utterly unprepared for this revelation. He would never have imagined the humbling sight of Ji Kong kneeling outside the Chongxian Pavilion, begging for forgiveness. This surpassed the bounds of his imagination. Ji Kong, disinterested in further dialogue with Gu Yan, stood guard with the intent to mercilessly crush him. A single punch struck down. The entire mountain erupted in chaos. Yet the sword monument and Ji Wenfeng's remains remained untouched. Gu Yan, struck with terror, summoned the power of the void, taking refuge beneath the sword monument. Upon witnessing this, Ji Kong was consumed with rage. He struck his palm, unleashing a golden radiance. A colossal chessboard descended from the heavens. Ji Kong's sacred tier weapon, the Tianyuan chessboard. As the chessboard fell, Gu Yin found himself ensnared within, as countless black and white pieces mercilessly tore through him, spilling a vast expanse of blood mist. Originally, Ji Kong contemplated directly eliminating Gu Yin to vent his wrath. However, he remained personally stationed at the Qingyun sword sect due to the task set forth by that venerable sage. At this moment, he restrained his murderous intent and let fall a blood-red piece onto the Tianyuan chessboard. The instant this piece descended, it hurtled toward Gu Yin. To Gu Yan's astonishment, the void power, which had always granted him an advantage in the Xian realm, inexplicably failed him at that crucial moment. He was taken aback. At that juncture, the red piece that had ensnared him suddenly unfurled, gradually manifesting a spectral figure. Chu Feng. Gu Yin gazed incredulously at the silhouette amidst the crimson glow. Exclaiming in shock, the red figure, Chu Feng, regarded Gu Yin with a calm demeanor, his hands clasped behind him, and with a faint smile, remarked, "Junior brother. We meet again." Chapter 22, A Small Shock for the Young Sprouts. Little junior brother. Gu Yin's expression darkened as all his suspicions were confirmed by those words. Before being expelled from the Qingyun sword sect by Chu Feng, he was indeed considered Chu Feng's junior brother by seniority. Now, the figure of Chu Feng, manifesting in radiant red, clearly represented that sage. What further doubts could there be? Gu Yin opened his mouth, his throat dry, and gritted his teeth as he inquired, "Chu Feng, it is indeed you. What on earth do you intend to do?" The red shadow of Chu Feng regarded him calmly and replied with a hint of mockery, "What do I intend to do? Is it not you who has been targeting me all along? Now that you are at the Qingyun sword sect, surely it cannot be merely to admire your brother's corpse? This does not concern you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yin's expression froze, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart racing. A wave of fear washed over him. Ji Kong was here, having plotted this all along. Chu Feng had already anticipated his actions. Yet, Chu Feng remained unfazed, continuing leisurely, "Speaking of which, I believe you must despise me now, and harbor even greater hatred towards the Chongshan Pavilion, correct?" Gu Yin felt as if his teeth might shatter. What was this fellow's objective, indulging in such trivial banter? "I know you're anxious, but do not rush. Allow me to guess what you intend to do next." Chu Feng looked at Gu Yin with a faint smile. "Are you not eager to blow up the demon suppression formation beneath the Chongshan Pavilion? That would surely be exhilarating." Gu Yin's heart trembled, feeling as though his entire being had been weighed down by lead. He had been seen through. He indeed harbored such intentions. In comparison to the already established enmity with Chu Feng, upon realizing he was the sage, Gu Yin felt less tumultuous within. What truly incited his animosity was the Chongshan Pavilion. The sect that had nurtured him now completely disregarded their past bond, turning against him and leaving no survivors. This left Gu Yin with a profound sense of betrayal, igniting a fierce hatred towards the Chongshan Pavilion. His original plan had been to seek an opportunity to return to the Xian realm once he grew powerful. The first thing upon his return would have been to obliterate the demon suppression formation of the Chongshan Pavilion. Yet, unexpectedly, this plan had not even taken its first step before being thoroughly anticipated by his adversary. At that moment, Gu Yin felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. The demon suppression formation was of utmost importance to the numerous transcendent factions within the Xian realm. Protecting the formation equated to safeguarding the security of the entire Xian realm. When necessary, they would even exchange resources and assist one another, a consensus among the realm's many formidable beings. To destroy the demon suppression formation would unleash chaos, allowing outside demons to invade the Xian realm, leading to untold suffering and mountains of corpses. Such an act would undoubtedly be deemed utterly mad, a desperate act of madness. Yet now, it had been laid bare by Chu Feng. This left Gu Yin with the sensation of being manipulated by an invisible hand, ensnared within a vessel, with every escape attempt leading him to encounter insurmountable obstacles. "Are you afraid? This is not the arrogant and conceited Gu Yin I am familiar with. Come, I offer you an opportunity." Gu Yin remained silent, yet it did not hinder the ethereal figure of Chu Feng from continuing to speak. With a wave of his hand, another faint crimson light descended upon Gu Yin. "What the hell is this? Observing the crimson glow, Gu Yin instinctively leaped away, resembling a startled rabbit. Do not be so frightened. You still possess value, and you shall not perish just yet. The spectral Chu Feng, watching Gu Yin hastily evade, remarked with mockery. In that moment, Gu Yin focused on the crimson light and discovered it to be a page from a book, an invitation. On the 10th day of the 3rd month in the 200th year of the Tian calendar, Saint Chu invites esteemed guests to witness the marriage of Nanguang Qin at the Chongshin Pavilion on Kongming Mountain. This is an invitation for me to attend my Master S. No, that wretched woman S. wedding ceremony. Gu Yin opened his mouth. What exactly do you intend to do? Chu Feng cast a curious glance at him and casually replied, to fulfill your insignificant wish, of course. With this invitation, you may attend the Chongshin Pavilion without fear of harm. At that time, you may unleash your destructive magic array as you please, if you do not know how. I can teach you. So, do you dare to come? Gu Yan's face paled, unable to fathom Chu Feng's true intentions, and could only snort coldly. Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed, stating nonchalantly, do not overthink it. In my eyes, you are merely a useless tool. The more opportunities you gain, the better it is for me. What do you mean? Gu Yan furrowed his brow in silence. Do you still not understand? Little chive, you fortuitously stumbled upon the door I left outside and became its sustenance. Thus, you must protect it well. If something goes awry with that door when I retrieve it, I shall make you wish for life and death. Chu Feng's gaze was both playful and piercing. What? He spoke of a door. Gu Yan felt as though struck by lightning. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an apple. The mysterious door within the sea of divine was his greatest trump card. Yet now, it was laid bare by Chu Feng's words. Your door? I was found by you. I am sustenance. What does this mean? Could it be that he has always known of the mysterious door in my sea of divine? Impossible. I have never disclosed such information. He is trying to deceive me. Gu Yan quickly denied. I do not know what you are talking about. Heh. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly. Not making an effort to clarify, some matters are best left unspoken. He would do nothing further, allowing Gu Yan to question his very existence. His ethereal form gradually faded, and before vanishing, Chu Feng reminded, do remember to attend, little chive. As he watched Chu Feng's figure shatter like light, Gu Yan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. If before he had held countless confidences in his ability to confront the Chongshin Pavilion, including the Saint Chu Feng, he now realized he merely lacked time. However, he is now frightened, truly terrified. When Chu Feng revealed the secret of the mysterious gate within him, it was as if his spine had been severed, his eyes glazed over, and he was utterly bereft of confidence. The very thing I have concealed all along is nothing but a farce in the eyes of others. That man has known about the mysterious gate within me from the very beginning. A sage has appeared before me multiple times since I joined the Qingyun Sword sect, even openly offering me chances. Was it all an act? What exactly is this gate? Could it truly belong to him? Have I, from the outset, merely been a tool, a pawn? Gu Yan gazed into the depths of his divine sea, where the mysterious gate quietly floated, reflecting on his past encounters with Chu Feng. A haze of faint purple mist swirling in his bewildered eyes. He had begun to spiral into self-doubt, questioning his very existence, his entire being unraveling. Due to the protagonist Gu Yan's shaken beliefs, he has lost the heart of a strong man, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 points in destiny value. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Outside the Tianyuan chessboard, Ji Kong observed Gu Yan, who lay crumpled on the ground, his gaze shadowed. He was unaware of what the red light that transformed into a sage had whispered to Gu Yan. But he could tell from Gu Yan's state that he had been profoundly impacted. This was hardly surprising, given the methods of a sage. Now that official matters were concluded, it was time to attend to personal grievances. Even if I cannot slay him, I will ensure he suffers immensely. A cold glint flickered in Ji Kong's eyes. He felt no trace of compassion for Gu Yan, who resembled a wounded beast. Instead, he raised his fist, manipulating the black and white pieces on the chessboard to strike at Gu Yan's vital points with ferocity. Ah! Gu Yan's screams soon echoed through the heavens. In the midst of this dire predicament, suddenly, a rift inexplicably tore open in Ji Kong's Tianyuan chessboard, and a figure emanating a powerful aura flashed into view. Who is this? Ji Kong exclaimed in shock, his voice sharp. But it was too late. A colossal hand emerged from the void, ruthlessly grasping the Tianyuan chessboard. seizing Gu Yan, and blood rained down in torrents as the hand vanished without a trace. Chapter 23. The Trepidation of Ji Kong. Another 10 consecutive draws. The Qingyun sword sect lay enveloped in an eerie silence. The heavenly Yuan chessboard hovered in the air, gently trembling. Only the mountain winds howled, softly caressing the still unhealed rupture. Ji Kong stared blankly at the gaping hole below, the very place where Gu Yan had been seized, filled with chaotic void currents, devoid of any discernible aura. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. As a formidable great ruler, the moment he realized Gu Yan had vanished, a cold sweat drenched his back. This was disastrous. Gu Yan had been rescued. What would happen if the sage laid blame upon him? Panic gripped his heart. Ji Kong had never envisioned a scenario where he would falter. Yet, the sudden appearance of that massive hand had caught him entirely off guard. Even with his advanced cultivation, he could not react in time. This revelation left him astounded. Who was the master of that hand? His mind was a blank slate. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure. Some 2 weeks prior, it had indeed been rumored that a sage had emerged from the Xiaozhu realm, shattering a colossal star. Subsequently, the powerful figures of the Xian realm widely believed this sage to be the esteemed Chu sage of the Chengxian Pavilion. However, it now appeared that this might not be the case. Alas, such is fate. Perhaps this is the destiny of the Ji family. Gu Yan, daring to vie for a woman with the sage, had undoubtedly incurred the sage's wrath. Ji Kong understood that losing Gu Yan would be a grave transgression. He contemplated fleeing, but then reflected, could he truly escape? Should a sage seek him, it would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, he was not a solitary figure like Gu Yan. Despite the Ji family's current weakened state, they still bore considerable influence. Where could he possibly hide? He resolved to promptly report the situation, hoping to preserve some semblance of dignity, perhaps leaving a trace of honor for the Ji lineage. With this realization, Ji Kong's face turned ashen, and he hastily returned to the Xian realm. Upon his return, he stood once more before the gate of the Chengxian Pavilion. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, the scenery around him abruptly shifted. The space transformed, revealing an ancient and elegant hall. His pupils constricted as he beheld a man draped in a black robe, reclining nonchalantly on a couch crafted from northern Xian fragrant wood, casting a casual glance in his direction. Recognizing the Chu sage, Ji Kong immediately reacted, his imposing figure trembling as he fell to his knees, hastily reporting, Ji Kong has failed in his duties, allowing Gu Yan to be rescued. I implore the Chu sage to mete out punishment. Chu Feng lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling upon the kneeling head of the Ji family. This man was decisive in action, possessed a clear mind, and demonstrated both humility and strength, truly a person of merit. With a gentle smile, he replied, no matter. Your task has already been fulfilled. The whereabouts of Gu Yan and the identity of his rescuer are beyond the reach of a mere ruler like you. Fulfilled the task? Ji Kong was taken aback, astonished by the sage's unexpected leniency, devoid of any reproach. He promptly bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, sage. Even more astonishing revelations awaited him. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng lifted the kneeling Ji Kong, who was astonished and bewildered. Continuing, he said, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. You have performed commendably in this matter, and I bestow upon you 10 gene of cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Ji Kong's heart raced, and he found himself doubting his own hearing. Not only was he exonerated, but he was also rewarded? 10 gene of techniques? Surely this could not be. He swallowed hard and witnessed the black-robed man raise his arm, instantly conjuring a small mountain radiating with iridescent light before him. Stunned, Ji Kong eagerly gazed at these small mountains. Each tome was of the sacred rank. Good heavens! Though he had mentally prepared himself, he trembled with excitement. These tomes resembling small mountains were all sacred cultivation techniques. He was utterly dumbfounded. If Chu Feng's earlier gesture had obliterated half of the Ji family's foundation, leaving Ji Kong with lingering resentment, the sight of these 10 gene of sacred techniques dispelled all doubts. In this moment, Ji Kong felt nothing but gratitude. These 10 gene of sacred techniques were sufficient to enable him to establish an even more powerful Ji family. The root of all this, after all, lay with Gu Yan. What connection did it have with Chu Sheng? Ji Kong immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chu Sheng. Your immense kindness is unforgettable. The Ji family is willing to serve you unto death. You may leave, Chu Feng replied, seemingly indifferent to Ji Kong's declaration. The Ji family was not yet worthy of being his followers. It was merely fortunate that this fellow had chosen to return and report. Had he fled in fear of punishment, the Ji family would have ceased to exist. After Ji Kong respectfully withdrew, Chu Feng unleashed his imperial consciousness. Sweeping through the Xiaozhu realm, Gu Yin still possessed considerable destiny value, and it was no surprise that he could turn peril into safety once more. What intrigued him was who had spirited Gu Yin away. Ji Kong could conceive of it, and naturally, so could he. To have taken Gu Yin away unnoticed before a consummate king required at least a sage-level existence. In an instant, Chu Feng's imperial consciousness scanned the Xiaozhu realm. Yet he found no trace of Gu Yin. He was not anxious. Under the scrutiny of imperial consciousness, unless one was also an emperor, exposure was inevitable. He began to examine the realm meticulously. Speaking of which, Gu Yin had just exploded with gold coins, yielding 10 destiny treasure chests. So he decided to engage in a tenfold draw. While sweeping the Xiaozhu realm with his imperial consciousness, Chu Feng was not idle. He beheld the 10 resplendent chests suspended in the sea of divinity and decisively initiated the tenfold draw. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny fragment. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 50 gene of sacred techniques. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 1,000 tons of sacred weapons. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny fragment. You have opened a destiny treasure chest and a flash of golden light envelopes you. You have obtained a great destiny talisman. As Chu Feng initiated 10 consecutive draws, a dazzling array of brilliance erupted from the open chests. Instantly, the sea of stars within his mind shimmered with countless treasures. Fortune smiled upon him, for this time he had unearthed 3 destiny fragments in his 10 draws. Noticing the substantial quantity of fragments revealed, he realized that he now possessed 5 in total, with just 5 more fragments needed to forge a destiny key, which was crucial for the unlocking of his next identity. Chu Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Moreover, he was inundated with an excessive amount of toilet paper, having already received 10 gene previously. This time it amounted to over 200 gene. He shook his head in exasperation at the sight of the small mountain that had formed in his sea of consciousness. It was absurd. To add insult to injury, aside from the toilet paper, he also received a plethora of other worthless items. Gazing at the heap of weapons gleaming with divine light in his sea of consciousness, he noted that his recent 10 draws had bestowed upon him 2 instances of 1,000 tons of sacred-grade weaponry. Although such weapons were significantly more cumbersome compared to techniques, often weighing hundreds or even thousands of gene, the sheer excess of 1,000 to 2,000 tons was utterly outrageous. Did they presume that Chu Di's sea of consciousness was merely a scrapyard? To Chu Feng, sacred-grade weapons were of no use whatsoever, akin to piles of scrap metal, and he found them to be an unwelcome clutter in his sea. However, there was little he could do. It was inevitable to encounter worthless items in card draws. Thankfully, there was a guaranteed reward. With renewed hope, he cast his gaze upon the assured prize from this 10 consecutive draws. The golden legend materialized as a blue talisman, adorned with a series of arcane symbols that exuded an overwhelming celestial authority. Chapter 24. The Path of Heaven is truly frustrating. Chu Feng gazed at the azure talisman, a sense of solemnity washing over him. As an emperor, he felt an unexpected suppression in the presence of this item, known as the Great Destiny Talisman. This object was not trivial. He began to perceive its essence, soon realizing the profound significance of this great destiny talisman. It was undeniably an extraordinary treasure, comparable in rank to the supreme imperial weapons. Yet, it was a consumable item. The function of this talisman was not difficult to comprehend. It could communicate with the heavens, facilitating a flawless divination. Divination, after all, is merely a means of inquiry. The ability to directly engage with the heavenly path for answers elevated the status of this talisman immensely. Upon grasping its usage, Chu Feng, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his spiritual energy and activated the Great Destiny Talisman in the depths of his divine sea. Once activated, the pale azure talisman ignited in golden flames at its edges, gradually consuming the paper. In an instant, Chu Feng's divine sea fell into silence, as if frozen in time. The burning talisman began to reveal a single character. indicating that the heavens were signaling the commencement of the divination. Chu Feng, prepared, boldly posed his question. Heavenly path. How can one alter or conceal the fate of the ultimate villain? The fate of the ultimate villain was destined to be in eternal conflict with the protagonist of destiny. This posed his greatest peril. Although he had currently subdued his only adversary, the destined protagonist Gu Yan, beneath his heel, various signs suggested that even this dim-witted fool, given sufficient time, would evolve into a formidable opponent. However, not every destined protagonist would be as easily dealt with as Gu Yan. His fate would soon encounter many other destined protagonists. If he happened upon a powerful and exceptionally intelligent adversary, it could spell trouble. The optimal solution would be to either reverse or conceal his fate, eliminating these destined protagonists from the shadows, which would be immensely satisfying. Yet, after posing his question, the void remained silent for a moment, the golden flames on the talisman seemingly frozen. The great destiny talisman did not provide an answer. Was the heavenly path truly so disappointing? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, dissatisfaction brewing within him. After a while, the burning talisman displayed the words, unable to answer. Please rephrase your question. Rephrase the question? Very well. He had numerous inquiries. Without hesitation, Chu Feng asked, the question I wish to pose is rather extensive, encompassing 100 smaller inquiries. You wouldn't mind, would you? Heavenly path. Do you take me for a wishing machine? The talisman again revealed the words, unable to answer. Please rephrase your question. Chu Feng felt increasingly disheartened. The heavenly path was indeed frustrating. Unable to exploit any loopholes left him somewhat dismayed. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, how much longer until the destined protagonist with power surpassing the emperor level confronts me? Can you divulge all information pertaining to him? This inquiry, though seemingly singular, comprises 3 distinct questions. It simultaneously necessitates the fulfillment of criteria surpassing imperial-level prowess, the complete information regarding the forthcoming fated protagonist, and the imminent appearance of this individual. After a moment of silence, the heavenly Tao, though burdened by the audacity of the inquiry, found this question more palatable than its predecessors. Just as Chu Feng anticipated a need for further questioning, the inscriptions on the talisman began to smolder and emerge after deliberation. The time of appearance is forecasted to be 28 days hence, with the individual meeting the criteria hailing from the outer realms, though specific details remain elusive. 28 days. Such swiftness. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, an acute sense of peril enveloping him. While the heavenly Tao refrained from divulging intricate details about this fated protagonist, it nevertheless revealed crucial information. Following its response, the heavenly Tao seemed hesitant to engage further with Chu Feng. The grand talisman of destiny within the sea of divine consciousness swiftly turned to ash. To his astonishment, the impending adversary, the destined protagonist, already possessed imperial-level strength. Chu Feng remained unfazed, mentally strategizing. From another world, indeed plausible, it appears preparations are in order. To err on the side of caution, retrieving my eternal gate post-haste is imperative. Moments later, Chu Feng gradually straightened. A glimmer of golden light igniting in his gaze. Found it. It was indeed well concealed. At this juncture, his imperial consciousness descended upon a particularly obscure region of the bamboo realm, known as the Dark Forbidden Zone, an area even the mightiest of the upper realms shunned. During the initial sweep of his consciousness, he perceived vast swathes of eerie, dark mist. Yet, as he delved deeper, he astonishingly uncovered a hidden paradise within the ominous fog, a veritable peach blossom land. Gu Yan's aura resided therein. Has Gu Yan's destiny value increased slightly? It appears he has encountered fortuitous circumstances. Under the watchful gaze of Chu Feng's imperial consciousness, this idyllic world unfurled before him, replete with verdant mountains and flowing waters, teeming with spiritual essence, rivaling that of the Xian realm. What astonished Chu Feng further was the presence of over 100 sovereigns, 3 sages, and even 1 grand sage within this modest realm. He swiftly pinpointed Gu Yan, discovering that this individual's destiny value had surged by nearly 10,000, and continued to ascend gradually. This revelation elicited no surprise from Chu Feng. Destiny value, at its core, embodies the manifestation of fortune, which is inherently mutable. It diminishes under oppression and rises with opportunity, a natural ebb and flow. Moreover, given that Gu Yan is a fated protagonist, Such fluctuations in destiny value align with the archetype of a protagonist. He remained indifferent, born a mere pawn of fate, aptly termed destiny. It would grow, and when the time came, it would be harvested. Let us see whether the growth outpaces the harvest. Intriguingly, these individuals do not appear to belong to the human race. At the heart of this paradisiacal realm, encircled by mountains and waters, lay a quaint village. Within the realm, an array of peculiar edifices stands, predominantly constructed from stone. Chu Feng cast his gaze towards the belly of a verdant mountain, where a spacious cavern revealed itself, housing the unfortunate Gu Yan. Apart from Gu Yan, the vast majority of figures in this world were gathered within the cave. He observed that these formidable beings residing in this paradise, though humanoid in form, bore various traits that distinguished them from the human race. Some had skin adorned with scales, others sported horns atop their heads, with limbs resembling hooves, while yet others possessed wings upon their backs and mouths akin to sharp blades. The cavern sloped gently, culminating at the summit in a large slab of azure stone, upon which a robust man, crowned with horns, sat cross-legged. This horned giant was unmistakably a formidable sage. Beside him stood an exquisitely beautiful maiden, her youthful features contrasting sharply with the sage's imposing presence, making her appear diminutive in comparison. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed upon Gu Yan, playfully blinking, exuding an aura of innocence, yet possessing an irresistible allure. The maiden, too, bore an otherworldly trait. A fluffy, bushy foxtail swayed gently behind her, adding to her charm. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, not lingering on the sage, but instead focusing on the fox-tailed girl. She piqued his interest. Outsining, what brings you here? At the bottom of the cave, Gu Yan, wearing a bewildered expression, lifted his gaze to the fox-tailed maiden, shock evident in his eyes as he exclaimed instinctively. The girl above was none other than Outsining, his childhood sweetheart, who had mysteriously vanished. Gu Yan could scarcely believe he would encounter her in this place. Chapter 25. The Remarkable Transformation of Brother Gu Yan. Brother Gu Yan, it's been ages. A girl with a foxtail recognized Gu Yan, her face lighting up with a smile as she waved at him. Her voice, melodious like the chime of silver bells, was instantly soothing to the ears. What was happening? The once missing Outsining had suddenly reappeared before him, filling Gu Yan's heart with joy, yet he was enveloped in confusion. At that moment, he also noticed the peculiar appearances of the people surrounding him. They were unlike any ordinary folk. Even Outsining, though familiar, bore an air of strangeness, particularly the tail behind her. When Gu Yan inquired about this, the onlookers responded with indifference, their gazes cold, filled with disdain and hostility, offering no answers. Only Outsining, with kindness, explained, Brother Gu Yan, they are my kin. Though they may seem this way, they are truly good-hearted. Kin? Gu Yan was taken aback, immediately thinking of the Bai family. But that couldn't be right. He had encountered many members of the Bai family, and none of them were familiar to him here. What shocked him further was that despite being at the pinnacle of the transformation into Dragon Realm, he could not discern the cultivation levels of those around him. Such a situation could only arise if their realms were far superior to his. In the Xian realm, they would constitute a formidable power. How could such strength exist in the Xiaozhu realm? Outsining nodded. Indeed, I was also surprised when Uncle Qing found me and revealed my demonic lineage. She appeared adorably naive, then suddenly pointed to a horned giant beside her. All right, Brother Gu Yan, this is Uncle Qing. It was thanks to him that we were able to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately turned to look at the horned giant who sat cross-legged on a large stone. The giant's square face exuded authority. At the mention of his name, his large eyes glanced over Gu Yan, causing a tremor in Gu Yan's heart. This sensation was more terrifying than many formidable figures he had encountered in the Xian realm. Gu Yan was no fool. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he quickly grasped the situation. He bowed deeply to the horned giant, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Qing, for saving my life. I shall repay you handsomely in the future. Humph. A cold snort interrupted him. Not far from the horned giant stood a youth with similar features, who scornfully retorted, Who do you think you are to address my father as Uncle Qing? Only the princess has the privilege to call him that. From another side came a derisive voice. What an ignorant fellow. Do you not know to address him as Saint Qing? A true lack of decorum. Saint Qing. The Uncle Qing spoken of by Outsining was actually a saint. Gu Yan's heart raced, and he understood instantly, his expression shifting. Only a saint could easily rescue someone from the hands of a formidable king like Ji Kong. What is the true identity of Outshining, that even a sage would intervene on her behalf? They seemed to have referred to her as Princess Outshining. Gu Yan felt a sudden realization. At that moment, Chu Feng, who was observing with the divine sense of an emperor, began to comprehend the situation. So, it is a demon clan? Quite rare indeed, as such beings are seldom seen in either the Bamboo realm or the Xian realm. Speaking of which, this by Outshining must be the heroine. He observed with greater scrutiny than Gu Yan, noting the profound respect these individuals held for by Outshining. Even the great sage, who had initially dismissed Gu Yan with disdain, exhibited a subtle nod when by Outshining mentioned him, as if in deference. This was undoubtedly an instinctive response. Chu Feng's imagination began to weave a narrative. This childhood friend of Gu Yan, hailing from an extraordinary lineage, possessed a formidable faction of powerful demons. Under normal circumstances, those demons who had previously looked down upon Gu Yan would soon find themselves proven wrong, suffering defeat at his hands. With by Outshining and those willing to ally with him, he would establish a robust foundation for future ascendance. A splendid and powerful destiny, perfectly aligned with the archetype of a fated protagonist. Alas, having encountered me, this narrative must be rewritten with tears. A smirk played upon Chu Feng's lips as he continued to observe. So, it is a sage. I had been remiss earlier. Gu Yan, having met the Azure Sage, quickly lowered his head and bowed once more to the imposing figure above him. Bai Outshining shook her head and gently corrected him. No, Uncle Qing, he is not a sage. He is a great sage. A great sage. Gu Yan's heart trembled at the revelation. How could it be a great sage? The realm above sage is that of a great sage, a distinction of profound significance. A great sage could easily eliminate a sage. Gu Yan was acutely aware of Bai Outshining's character. She would never deceive him. If she said he was a great sage, then he undoubtedly was. Did this not imply that this being could effortlessly suppress Chu Feng? As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Yan's heart surged with tumult. Although he sensed the animosity directed at him, including from the great sage, he had Bai Outshining by his side. This little girl had always been most obedient to him. If the Azure Sage was willing to intervene for Outshining's sake, perhaps he could persuade this great sage to assist him in dealing with Chu Feng. With this consideration, Gu Yan's breath quickened. The looming threat posed by Chu Feng cast a heavy shadow over him. Every move he made was meticulously anticipated by his adversary. Even his most closely guarded secret had long been discerned. Just hours earlier, he had been engulfed in despair, contemplating self-destruction. Who could have foreseen that a twist of fate would present him with newfound hope? Little one, he thought. My intervention on your behalf is solely for the princess's sake. At that moment, the imposing figure above finally responded with a casual tone. Of course, I believe you still possess some utility, and I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. The prospect of collaboration ignited a flicker of joy within Gu Yan, who had been feeling apprehensive. He harbored the same intention. He hastily replied with earnestness, Qing Sheng, you jest. You saved my life, and I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. To speak of collaboration feels a tad excessive on your part. Bai Outshining tilted her head, casting a curious glance at Gu Yan. Brother Gu Yan has changed so much. She thought to herself, he would never have acted this way before. Even Gu Yan himself failed to notice how desperately he was exhibiting such humility and flattery at that moment. Oh, Qing Sheng's piercing gaze bore down on Gu Yan, exerting an immense pressure akin to a thunderstorm. Gu Yan's legs trembled involuntarily as he clenched his teeth, striving to maintain a straight posture. Yet, as if recollecting something, his body instinctively shuddered, and he hunched slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with the formidable figure. A flicker of disdain crossed Qing Sheng's eyes as he spoke lightly. It is not a matter of great significance. I have heard that you are quite familiar with the Xian realm. Coincidentally, we are in need of a guide to assist us in locating several demon-slaying formations within that realm. Subsequently, we shall intervene to assist you in destroying those formations. If you agree, I shall not take advantage of you and can even offer you certain conditions. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Gu Yan stood motionless, astonished that Qing Sheng's request aligned perfectly with his own desires. Chapter 26. I want to become a trader. Although Gu Yan felt a surge of joy within, He refrained from giving an immediate affirmation. He understood that for a figure as significant as Qing Sheng, acquiescing too readily would only invite disdain. He was aware of this principle. Deliberately adopting an expression of hesitation, he tactfully remarked to Qing Sheng, I fear that this matter may prove to be quite challenging. The demon suppression array is under the watch of transcendent forces. Moreover, should the entities sealed beneath the array be released, it would result in untold suffering. I cannot bear the burden of such a sin. At that moment, the horned youth who had previously exhibited hostility toward Gu Yan let out a derisive snort. Humph. Worthless is still worthless. Gu Yan's heart simmered with anger at the term, as he was particularly sensitive to it. Bai Xiner, upon hearing this, retorted with irritation, Brother Tainyo, could you refrain from being so impulsive? Brother Gu Yan is not a member of the demon race. He certainly has his own concerns. Besides, only Brother Gu Yan can accomplish this task. So please refrain from speaking recklessly. Seeing Bai Xiner defend him, a faint smile graced Gu Yan's lips, and he felt somewhat reassured. Thankfully, he had not been unkind to this girl in the past. At this moment, Qing Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yan, his contempt growing more pronounced. How could he have intervened to save Gu Yan without conducting any investigation? He was fully aware of the predicament Gu Yan faced. Qing Sheng saw through Gu Yan's petty schemes effortlessly, and it was this insight that left him feeling utterly disappointed. The princess had previously extolled Gu Yan's virtues before him, yet upon meeting him in person, he found a stark contrast, lacking the responsibilities and composure of a man. He only perceived a scheming little individual. Were it not for the princess, he would not waste his time with a mere lad of the transformation dragon realm. He spoke coolly. It seems you are quite aware of what the demon suppression array entails, which is well. Furthermore, do not attempt to play tricks before a great saint. I am fully cognizant of your trivial thoughts. Upon hearing Qing Sheng's unreserved remarks, Gu Yan's previously uplifted smile froze in an instant. Qing Sheng regarded Gu Yan with a frosty gaze. As long as you can assist me in dismantling a few of the demon suppression arrays, I can help eliminate that human saint pursuing you, as well as eradicate the Chongxian pavilion altogether. At these words, Gu Yan's pupils constricted, and a fire of hatred and longing ignited deep within his eyes. He spoke earnestly, since you are already aware of everything, I shall no longer feign ignorance. If you are willing to assist me in dealing with that saint, I would willingly destroy not just a few arrays, but all of the demon suppression arrays throughout the entire Xian realm. His gaze was filled with malice, as he recalled the grievances he had endured in recent days, his heart brimming with anger and indignation. Qing Sheng burst into laughter. Excellent. Although you evoke my disdain, I must concede that you are quite the remarkable traitor. The term traitor, sharp and piercing, caused Gu Yan to breathe hastily, his defenses momentarily breached. In less than a month, he had transformed from a highly revered prodigy into a despicable traitor, a disparity that incited within him a blend of humiliation and rage. However, the relentless beating from Chu Feng accelerated Gu Yan's growth. His once sharp and glaring edges were swiftly smoothed out. Gazing upon the imposing figure before him, Gu Yan understood that this individual was even more formidable than Chu Feng himself. He had no right to express anger. Gu Yan's tone shifted to one of deference. Qing Sheng, I have one more request. Speak. I wish to become the master of the Chongxian Pavilion. Additionally, please allow me to retain a few individuals so that I may personally torment them. Ultimately, I demand that the saint seal his cultivation and hand it over to me. Gu Yan's voice was cold, his eyes reddened. As long as his demands were met, he would not hesitate to become a traitor himself. He had nothing left to lose. At this moment, all he desired was vengeance. He was willing to do anything to achieve it. Very well, Qing Sheng replied with a faint smile, offering no further commentary. Beside them, Bai Xiner observed Gu Yan's demeanor, concern flickering in her eyes. What has happened to my brother Gu Yan? He seems so terrifying. After their conversation concluded, Bai Xiner guided Gu Yan away. Brother Gu Yan, allow me to arrange accommodations for you. Uncle Qing has preparations to make and will notify you when the time comes. Gu Yan smiled. All right, I shall follow your lead. He suddenly inquired, did you establish the Gu family's tomb? Bai Xiner nodded yes. I was worried you would not find them upon your return, so I decided to leave Uncle Gu and the others there. This way, you can see them as soon as you arrive home. Gu Yan responded. You did well, but do not do this again. He spoke wearily. Bai Xiner assumed he was grieving and gently patted his shoulder. Do take care, Brother Gu Yan. One cannot bring the dead back to life. Upon the mention of sorrowful matters, Gu Yan fell silent. Chu Feng, overhearing their exchange, nearly burst into laughter. This Outshining is truly a genius. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? No wonder Gu Yan has turned dark. Apart from the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion, this Outshining has also played a significant role. His divine consciousness remained focused on Gu Yan, noting that despite his recent encounters with the demon clan, Gu Yan had managed to regain his fateful essence to 25,000 points, yet his treatment was now starkly different from their initial meeting. As Outshining walked alongside Gu Yan, numerous demons cast disparaging glances at him, launching verbal assaults. "Oh, look at this pathetic human. Stay away from our princess. You wretched spawn." Gu Yan's expression darkened, prompting Outshining to immediately position herself in front of him. "You shall not bully Brother Gu Yan. Leave at once, or I will call Uncle Qing." Seeing Outshining defend Gu Yan so fiercely, the demons begrudgingly retreated, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy. Gu Yan felt a warm sensation in his heart. Although Outshining's status had changed, their bond remained intimate. He noticed they held her in great esteem and could not help but inquire, "Xining, why do they all refer to you as princess?" Outshining shrugged and replied, "It seems that my awakened bloodline is rather noble. When Uncle Qing first found me, he always called me princess, and those fellows just did the same. I was a bit unaccustomed to it at first, but now I've grown used to it. Let them call me as they wish." Gu Yan was astonished. He had not anticipated such a circumstance. Evidently, the girl's bloodline possessed unique qualities. He felt a stir in his heart, drawing closer to her with concern. "I see. You are too naive. Do not place too much trust in them. They may have ulterior motives." Outshining shook her head, asserting, "That won't happen. They treat me very well. Don't worry, Brother Gu Yan. If they truly meant me harm, they wouldn't have rescued you, would they?" Hearing her words, Gu Yan nodded gently. "You have a point. It seems they are quite decent." Observing Outshining's innocent demeanor warmed Gu Yan's heart. He reminisced about their childhood friendship, regretting that he had often neglected her in his relentless pursuit of cultivation. It was only in times of great adversity that he grasped the fickleness of human emotions. Perhaps, he mused, it was time to cultivate a deeper affection with Outshining. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Mission issued. As the destined protagonist Gu Yan develops feelings for childhood friend Outshining, please win her over within a month to complete the interception. At this moment, Chu Feng received a system notification. A task had been assigned. Win over the female lead. It bore similarity to previous hidden missions, but lacked a completion percentage. Chu Feng was not surprised by this task. Upon realizing Outshining was the female lead, he had anticipated it. He remained calm. Compared to the hidden mission involving Nangong Qin, this was merely an ordinary task. Why rush? However, as he perused the mission details, he could not help but lament. This Gu Yan is truly despicable. Only now does he develop genuine feelings for Outshining. Judging by their demeanor, they likely haven't even held hands before. How unfortunate for him. I shall take care of Outshining. Chu Feng stroked his chin, eyes glinting with mischief. At that moment, the system chimed in. Please remain vigilant. As the difficulty of this female lead's conquest is exceedingly high, it is advised that the host refrain from attempting to pursue her as one would with Nangong Qin, as this may lead to adverse effects. Chu Feng smiled faintly, retorting, "You are but a system. What do you know of emotions? My advice is to refrain from offering misguided suggestions." System. Though the system lacked understanding of emotions, it requested not to be ridiculed so. Chu Feng glanced back at Gu Yan, noticing that the two had entered a quaint bamboo cottage. The quaint bamboo house stands gracefully across 3 stories. Its verdant exterior harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding environment, exuding an aura of refreshing charm. At this moment, Gu Yan and Outshining, 2 solitary souls, find themselves in the same room after a prolonged separation. Gu Yan gazes at Outshining, whose youthful eyes are bright and captivating, her smile enchanting. Those sparkling, doe-like eyes, even with the lightest of blinks, evoke a sense of delight. Particularly, the fluffy white tail swaying gently behind her stirs something deep within Gu Yan's heart, compelling him to exclaim, "Outshining, it has been so long. You have grown increasingly beautiful." He extends his hand, wishing to take hold of Outshining's tender, fair hand to nurture their bond. Outshining blinks in surprise, gazing at Gu Yan with curiosity. "Gu Yan Gij, why are you acting so strangely today? You never used to compliment me like this. Observing Gu Yan's outstretched hand, she instinctively offers her delicate, pale hand in return. Witnessing her gesture, Gu Yan's eyes soften with affection. This little girl still chooses to believe in him unconditionally, just as before. Suddenly, the voice of the thousand mystic holy spring echoes in his mind, igniting an inexplicable fervor within him. Tonight, perhaps, I shall play a game of poker with Bai Xiner. Meanwhile, far in the Xian realm, Chu Feng shakes his head in embarrassment. To engage in such awkward banter and still win a girl's heart, such is the privilege of a destined protagonist. With a thought, he vanishes from the Rejuvenation Palace, tearing through the veils of darkness that shroud the quaint bamboo realm. Just as their hands are about to intertwine, a startled cry erupts from Bai Xiner. "Ah, who are you?" In that instant, Chu Feng materializes within the opulent hall, casually striking Gu Yan on the neck. With that, Gu Yan's head separates from his body like a ball, falling to the ground as he peacefully closes his eyes, rendered unconscious by the unexpected blow. Chapter 27. The depth of the mystic realm exceeds my expectations. Inside the bamboo house, a man clad in black robes appeared out of thin air, startling Bai Xiner. The sight of Gu Yan's head rolling to the ground like a deflated ball filled her with dread. "Gu Yan, brother." Chu Feng observed Bai Xiner retreating like a frightened kitten, her fluffy tail thrashing wildly behind her. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, he's just fainted." Fainted. At this moment, Bai Xiner fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, her heart racing. "Is this what you call fainting?" Panic flickered in her almond-shaped eyes as she glanced at the gruesome scene of Gu Yan's head and body separated. Unintentionally, her eyes met his vacant stare, and she instinctively took several steps back. "Who on earth are you? How did you come to be here?" With her palm discreetly hidden behind her back, she cried out. This girl is no fool, Chu Feng thought, noticing her subtle movements. The fox-tailed girl feigned terror, yet unbeknownst to him, her hand had secretly acquired a glistening jade stone that she was now crushing with all her might. Chu Feng paid no mind to Bai Xiner's clandestine actions. Seeking help from a great sage in front of an emperor was akin to a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. "I am Chu Feng. Surely, you have heard my name," he said with a smile, stepping closer. Bai Xiner retreated to the corner, appearing resolute. Yet the frantic trembling of her tail betrayed her true feelings. Before her stood a tall figure, making her seem even more petite and vulnerable. Chu Feng, the rival of Gu Yan from the Qingyan sword sect, a prodigy from a small bamboo realm. Yet even at his strongest, he can only reach the dragon transformation stage. Without guidance, how could he possibly be here? Bai Xiner was momentarily taken aback. Unaware that Chu Feng was a sage, she nevertheless sensed his ill intentions. Her lips quivered as she warned, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will." A large hand pressed down on Bai Xiner's head. "What will you do, little one?" "Little one." Bai Xiner glared at him, baring her teeth in a feeble threat. "You. Let go. My Uncle Qing will arrive any moment. You will be doomed. Stop shouting. No one will come even if you scream your throat raw," Chu Feng said, gazing down at her with indifference. "The jade stone in your hand has already shattered. Is it of any use now?" "In no use." His words struck her, and Bai Xiner realized that the jade stone she held had indeed broken. Under normal circumstances, her Uncle Qing would have arrived by now, but now there was no response, and tears welled up in her eyes from fear. Chu Feng's smile grew brighter at her distress. This little woman certainly invites trouble. The system faltered. "Host, he doesn't intend to resort to force, does he?" Coercion could lead to mission failure. Ignoring the foolish system, Chu Feng suddenly addressed Bai Xiner. "What's the matter? Aren't you coming out? If you delay further, you may regret it." He gently patted Bai Xiner on the head, akin to caressing a winter melon. "Where should I go?" Bai Xiner trembled, clutching herself tightly, and cautiously inquired. Chu Feng offered no response, his gaze calmly fixed upon her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Fearful, Bai Xiner lowered her head, hesitant to speak. When she finally lifted her gaze again, her once watery eyes transformed into sharp daggers, her expression shifting from trepidation to indifference. Her petite frame stood upright, and with a swift motion, she brushed aside Chu Feng's large hand, her demeanor now strikingly different. Bai Xiner spoke coolly. "A sage of the human race? No. Perhaps I should refer to you as the great sage. How did you discover this hidden realm?" "Hidden realm?" Chu Feng mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I merely stumbled upon it while wandering. But let's get to the crux of the matter. The crux? Bai Xiner felt the gravity of the situation. Her sanctuary had been uncovered, prompting thoughts of relocation. Though the other party remained tight-lipped, she surmised the truth, her eyes drifting to the dismembered body of Gu Yan. Appearing lifeless, yet still holding a flicker of vitality, having merely fainted. The revelation of the hidden realm rested squarely on him. It was careless of her to heed her sister's advice and allow Qing Niu to rescue him. Once as an accident, twice as a pattern. I sought you out merely to request your assistance. You want me to assist you? Bai Xner's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she retorted. A mighty great sage of the human race seeks collaboration with a mere little demon of the Dao Palace realm? Chu Feng's smile deepened. A hint of mockery in his tone. Must we continue this charade? That Qing Niu would likely heed your counsel as a little demon of the Dao Palace. Bai Xiner frowned, shaking her head. I do not grasp your intentions, but I implore you to depart swiftly, lest you face the consequences. Heeding her warning, Chu Feng leisurely approached her, locking eyes with her still watery, yet cold peach blossom gaze. A dual-soul entity, likely a reincarnation or rebirth of a formidable demon. Upon awakening and encountering me, you exhibit no signs of panic. It seems you were at least a great sage, perhaps even a sage king in your past life. Bai Xiner, her brows arched, regarded him warily. You are no ordinary individual. When did the Xian realm come to host such an extraordinary great sage? Extraordinary great sage? Chu Feng chuckled softly. One could only say your imagination is rather limited. Or perhaps you are testing me in reverse? Unfazed by Xiner's thoughts, Chu Feng's imperial consciousness discerned the peculiarity within her. She harbored two souls simultaneously. The dominant spirit was none other than the innocent, naive Bai Xiner, who had grown up alongside Gu Yan, embodying a certain adorably foolish charm. Another soul, currently in a dormant state, is the composed woman before him, who is cautiously probing him. He has no desire to engage in such trivial mind games with her, finding it beneath him and devoid of interest. He waved his hand towards Bai Xiner and said, Enough of this tiresome testing. I hold no interest in the affairs of your demon clan, nor do I wish to be involved. This matter concerns only him. Chu Feng pointed towards the unconscious Gu Yan. Gu Yan. Bai Xiner narrowed her eyes, perceiving the situation as utterly absurd. The man before her exuded an air of mystery, instilling a rare sense of pressure. If he intended to deal with Gu Yan, it would be as simple as 100 or 1,000 deaths for him. Moreover, Gu Yan was right there before them. She could hardly intervene if he chose to act. Was there any need to seek her out for such a purpose? It was akin to pulling down one's trousers to relieve oneself. This human sage, even if he were to lie, seemed too apathetic to even feign sincerity. Bai Xiner instinctively felt a surge of wariness and repulsion, utterly disbelieving Chu Feng's words. Of course, Chu Feng would not divulge to Bai Xiner the notion of defeating the protagonist for a bounty of gold coins. He addressed the woman directly. According to your plan, Gu Yan is to proceed to the Xian realm to dismantle the demon suppression array. At that time, allow him to come to the Chongxian pavilion, and you need only follow my instructions to accomplish a task. Ah, so you are even aware of our plan in its entirety. The waters of the Xian realm run deeper than I imagined, Bai Xiner thought, a chill running through her, heightening her sense of crisis. She resolutely rejected his proposition. I refuse, please leave. However, Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated her response. His smile deepened. There's no rush. I am not one to take advantage without offering something in return. Surely, you must consider the terms I present. Come, witness my sincerity. What does it mean to take advantage without giving something in return? Bai Xiner frowned as she observed the enigmatic man with a flick of his wrist. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light appeared, suspended between them. Promise me, and all of this shall be yours. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Bai Xiner's pupils constricted, her gaze fixated on the golden orb. Her heart raced wildly. Within that seemingly modest sphere lay a profound essence of spatial energy. Chapter 28. How do you want me to arrange for Gu Yan? She focused her gaze, and to her astonishment, within the golden orb, there lay a total of 19 sacred-grade weapons. Bai Xiner paused momentarily and inquired, You wish to use these 19 sacred-grade weapons to have me toy with Gu Yan? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng corrected her. It is 10 tons. Bai Xiner scoffed. What difference does it make? Do you humans measure sacred-grade weapons by tons? Chu Feng shook his head. It is merely a personal habit. Weight can directly express my sincerity. Indeed, 10 tons was quite substantial, and Baishiner felt the weight of that sincerity. Yet, her heart was filled with even more confusion. She cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yan. Her younger sister shared a childhood bond with him, but she did not. Their initial encounter, shortly after her awakening, was brief. Her assessment was that Gu Yan was not worth the price of 10 tons of sacred-grade weapons. A top-tier human saint, carrying 10 tons of sacred-grade weapons merely to toy with a mere dragon transformation waste, despite knowing there might be enmity between them, left her utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, Baishiner resolutely refused Chu Feng once more. No, take your scrap metal and leave. This deal was indeed advantageous for her, yet she was a demon of vision. One must not only consider immediate gains and losses. This man was far too enigmatic. She had been led by him thus far. As they approached a critical moment, she could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Should her true intentions be revealed, complications would surely arise. Chu Feng, unfazed by her rejection, acknowledged her words. Indeed, it was scrap metal. He waved his hand again, declaring to Baishiner, I will add another 30 tons. Baishiner parted her lips in astonishment, witnessing 3 more golden orbs materialize before her, each containing various sacred-grade weapons. Although such weapons had once been trivial in her peak days, the declaration of an additional 30 tons left her utterly astounded. How could sacred-grade weapons be so casually produced, as if they were mere cabbages? Are you a Grandmaster-level craftsman? She prided herself on her extensive experience, having witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet this scene before her was truly unprecedented. Seeing Baishiner's reaction, Chu Feng smiled and inquired, Do you now perceive my sincerity? Baishiner fell into contemplative silence. To be honest, she felt a stirring within her, though she had previously regarded sacred-grade weapons with indifference. That was in the past. Now, she found herself in a precarious situation. Her former glory had faded into history, and she had only a few capable subordinates. One must consider the greater scheme. Possessing these 40 tons of sacred-grade weapons would enable her to accomplish many endeavors, including those she truly wished to pursue. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in deciphering this man's true intentions. Why would he offer such an abundance of sacred-grade weapons merely for her to join in on the game with Gu Yan? Surely, he must have ulterior motives. What other motives could Chu Feng possess? He simply desired to extract gold coins from Gu Yan. Observing Baishiner caught in hesitation, a faint smile graced my heart. This woman, despite her considerable background, what of it? One may deem her expression of sincerity somewhat traditional, yet it is precisely this simplicity and directness that renders it effective. The more astute individuals are, the more adept they become at navigating the intricacies of interest exchange. As my imperial consciousness swept across this desolate little world, I discerned that, although it housed numerous formidable beings, its wealth was exceedingly scant. Ruins were strewn about, not to mention sacred-level weapons. Even the semi-sacred ones were few and far between. These demon clans were preparing to detonate the demon-slaying formation in the Xian realm, which is of utmost significance to their existence, indicating the magnitude of their ambitions. As the impending conflict looms, the demand for supplies escalates, and sacred-level weapons constitute the finest provisions. Any leader with a modicum of vision would not overlook the hefty olive branch I extended. I refuse. Just when I believed Baishiner was on the verge of capitulation, her cold rejection echoed once more. The demon clan has principles. We will never collaborate with the human race. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, fixing my gaze upon her. Unless you add another 10 tons. Baishiner, seemingly apprehensive of my abrupt departure, hesitated momentarily before promptly articulating her terms. Her refusal was merely a strategic ploy to elevate the stakes. As she presented her demands, a wave of anxiety washed over her. In truth, when I unveiled the 40 tons of sacred-level weapons, she had already conducted a thorough analysis of the stakes involved. However, conceding so easily was out of the question. This fellow exhibited an air of nonchalance. She surmised that this human saint's threshold was undoubtedly beyond 40 tons. Maintaining her composure, she refrained from extortionate demands. The art of negotiation lies in enabling both parties to attain mutually acceptable benefits. Baishiner was not greedy. Her aim was solely to maximize her gains. An additional 10 tons. To her, this would surely deplete a significant portion of my resources, inflicting considerable loss. Another 10 tons? I fixed my unwavering gaze upon her. Observing her palpable tension, casual in my tone, I replied, "Then let it be 50 tons. With that, I waved my hand once more, producing a cluster of golden orbs. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Xener's eyes flickered as she swiftly declared, "Deal." Her fair hand swept across the 5 golden orbs, claiming them without hesitation. "Now tell me, how do you wish for me to arrange Guyan?" Bai Xener, having decisively accepted the 50 tons of sacred-level weapons, promptly decided to sell Guyan. At this juncture, I remarked coolly, "I will inform you what to do once he reaches the Xian realm." Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she cast a glance at Guyan and inquired, "What enmity do you hold against him that warrants such targeting?" She found herself perplexed. To torment Guyan, capturing him outright would suffice. At this moment, she would undoubtedly not impede such an endeavor. Yet it required such immense effort. Even at the cost of 50 tons of sacred-grade weaponry, merely for the sake of amusement? Chu Feng chuckled softly, remarking that this was no concern of his. He glanced at Guyan, whose head and body, with the aid of the Eternal Gate, had gradually begun to merge, slowly regaining vitality. Having just completed a transaction with Bai Xener, he found himself eagerly anticipating Guyan's spirited return to the Xian realm. Envisioning the despair on his face after being ruthlessly betrayed despite his desire for vengeance alongside the great sage of the Azure Ox. As he contemplated, his gaze pierced through Guyan's divine sea, observing the Eternal Gate floating serenely, seemingly yearning for his attention. After this encounter, it seemed the destiny value would reach its limit, did it not? The Eternal Gate, endure for just a few more days on his behalf, and even assist in mending his wounds? Bai Xener, witnessing this scene, was increasingly bewildered, believing that Guyan's recovery was orchestrated by Chu Feng. "I shall take my leave," he said, waving to Bai Xener. Dissatisfied with his demeanor, she shot him a cold glance and turned to exit the bamboo house. Chu Feng, watching her retreating figure, noted the swaying of her fluffy tail, which was undeniably captivating. He couldn't resist a playful squeeze, remarking on its delightful texture and beauty. In an instant, his form vanished. The unexpected touch on her tail sent Bai Xener into a state of shock, her delicate foot lifting, her body tensing rigidly, and a rosy blush blossoming upon her innocent face. How audacious of this wretched human, to dare treat me with such levity. She bit her lip lightly, her expression a mix of shame and indignation, yet undeniably alluring. Her tail was exceedingly sensitive. She stood motionless for several minutes, her legs slightly clasped, before gradually calming down. "Sister, could you refrain from such actions? We must not direct our ire towards Brother Guyan," a pure, radiant white orb of light within Bai Xener's divine sea pleaded, yearning to regain control of her body. Chapter 29. What audacity, to desire my body. Absolutely not. Opposite the pure white orb of light stood a pale blue orb, which coldly rejected the proposition. But Guyan brother has helped me so much in the past." "Help you? Wake up. He did it solely for his own benefit. The advantages he garnered from you back then far exceed your imagination. Moreover, if he truly cared for you, why did he not even bother to inform you when he ventured into the Xian realm? If he held you dear, you must have sensed what he intended to do just moments ago, right? It was merely because that fellow appeared. Otherwise, I would have knocked him unconscious without hesitation. What audacity, to desire my body." The pale blue orb scoffed. "No, that was him. Enough. Do not waste your thoughts on a dying man. The individual he offended this time wields considerable influence. Extinguishing Guyan's life would be as simple as crushing an ant. Although I am unaware of his specific intentions towards Guyan, you must not meddle. I refuse to jeopardize our significant plans for such a worthless individual." The resolute words of the pale blue orb left the pure white orb in a state of great agitation, prompting her to exclaim, "But we cannot conspire with a tiger. That fellow is clearly no good. Aiding him may lead to unforeseen consequences." The pale blue orb replied, "I understand, but what choice do we have? The rewards he offers are too substantial, 50 tons, 100 holy-grade weapons. You cannot fathom the implications of this. But if his intentions are malicious..." "Malicious? If he thinks to scheme against me, he may find himself gravely mistaken." A cold light flickered in Bai Xener's eyes. Her previous prowess was beyond the comprehension of these saints in the Xian realm. A quasi-emperor, a being who nearly ascended to the throne of emperor. As long as she remains sufficiently cautious, no one in this diminutive Xian realm can outmaneuver her. Just then, a pained groan from Gu Yin echoed from the ground. Bai Xiner murmured softly, "Enough, little sister. Given the circumstances, relinquish control of your body to me for now. Do not blame my ruthlessness." With such a merciless individual fixated on him, Gu Yin has no future. A mere Gu Yin, 50 tons of holy-grade weapons. He has certainly found his worth in this life. She raised her jade hand, and the barely revived Gu Yin was swiftly rendered unconscious once more. Bai Xiner and the destined protagonist Gu Yin have developed a rift. Destiny value decreases by 5,000 points, and you receive a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Just as Chu Feng returned to the Xin realm, he received the system notification. His smile broadening. Bai Xiner's current persona was entirely distinct from the naive, timid one. It was all darkness beneath the surface. It seems that Gu Yan's circumstances in the wild small world may not fare well. System, dear host. It appears that the female protagonist has not been successfully conquered this time. What is the rush? Conquering the female protagonist is not something that can be achieved swiftly. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. A unity of two souls is a formidable challenge. Do you understand? System, you were swift even before. Regarding this quest, Chu Feng is not in a hurry. Indeed, the progress of this encounter with Bai Xiner is not swift. In comparison to his pursuit of Nangong Qin, it is a stark contrast. Ultimately, the two female protagonists are entirely different. As the head of the Chongxian Pavilion, Nangong Qin bears heavy responsibilities, her demeanor composed and dutiful, while also managing the fate of the Nangong clan, having long prepared herself for sacrifice. As long as the benefits are substantial and tailored to her needs, winning her over is undoubtedly easier. However, Bai Xiner is different. She embodies two souls in one body, making the endeavor akin to courting two women with vastly different personalities. Moreover, the origins of this woman are shrouded in mystery. Although their interaction was brief, Chu Feng could sense the innate pride within her, as well as a faint, imperceptible disdain towards him. It is noteworthy that even after Bai Xiner has tacitly acknowledged him as the great sage, she still harbors such contempt, indicating only one possibility. She must have been at least a Saint King, or perhaps even a being of a higher echelon. Such formidable individuals do not easily regard saint-grade weapons with deference. He perceives that Bai Xiner's willingness to engage is merely due to her impoverished circumstances. If he wishes to sway her like he did with Nangong Qin, he might need to present several hundred tons of imperial weaponry. If Chu Feng possessed such wealth, he would gladly bestow it upon her. After all, he would not suffer losses in doing so. With both body and heart acquired, these possessions would naturally revert to their rightful owner. The crux of the matter is that he is not a wealthy magnate, and his household lacks surplus provisions. Thus, he must deliberate carefully, prioritizing emotional connection before physical intimacy. The following day, in the small world of the wasteland, Gu Yin awakens leisurely in a bamboo hut, his head pounding painfully. My head aches. What transpired last night? His throat feels parched as he looks around in confusion. He finds himself lying on a bamboo bed, surrounded by bamboo walls, with a window to the east allowing sunlight to stream in, illuminating the sparse furniture and decor within. Is this the room from last night? Where's that girl Xiner? With a pale complexion, Gu Yin supports himself on the bamboo bed, struggling to rise. He tries to recall the events of the previous night. He only remembers that just as he was about to grasp Bai Xiner's small hand, darkness enveloped him. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to have glimpsed a figure. Gu Yin furrows his brow in contemplation, his heart racing as he recalls that the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to his nightmare, Chu Feng. He immediately dismisses the thought. No, that is impossible. This is a hidden realm occupied by the demon clan, and there is a great sage presiding here. It would be utterly inconceivable for a saint like Chu Feng to locate this place. Even if he did find it, he would be easily subdued by the Qing sage. It seems my fixation on Chu Feng has caused me to hallucinate. I should seek out Sister Xiner to clarify. Taking a deep breath, he steps outside the bamboo hut. Outside, the ground is a dim, yellowish clay, and in the distance, he can see a haphazard array of dilapidated stone dwellings, with faint glimpses of figures from the demon clan moving about. Gu Yin felt somewhat disoriented in this unfamiliar place. He was only acquainted with Bai Xiner and, for the moment, was at a loss as to where to seek assistance. Just as he was glancing around, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, Gu Yan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Sister Xiner, where have you been?" Bai Xiner cast a calm glance in his direction and replied, "Come with me." With graceful steps, she glided past Gu Yin, heading eastward. "Where are we going?" Gu Yin, puzzled by Bai Xiner's indifference, noted her unusually cold demeanor today. "Uncle Qing wishes to see you. He has plans for you." The mention of the great sage startled Gu Yin, observing Bai Xiner's retreating figure, which seemed to disregard his presence. He hurriedly quickened his pace, pressing for answers. "What's going on?" Without looking back, Bai Xiner remained unbothered. She regarded him as a treasure, yet her patience for someone on the brink of death was limited. Gu Yin, sensing her aloofness, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" He found her demeanor markedly different from her usual self, which left him perplexed and somewhat dissatisfied. Determined, he exerted himself to catch up, extending his hand to grasp her delicate one from behind. "Sister Xiner, wait for me. What happened last night? Why did I suddenly faint?" Sensing Gu Yan's unwelcome advance, Bai Xiner frowned and deftly evaded his grasp with a flick of her hand. Feeling a tinge of aversion. "You are in such a frail state. How could I possibly know why you fainted? Do not make a scene here. Uncle Qing is ahead, and be wary lest he sever your hand." Bai Xiner's icy words left Gu Yin momentarily speechless. "Am I frail? Are you serious?" He had no time to ponder this, as he latched onto the critical information embedded in her words. His gaze shifted to the distance, where a vast martial arts arena lay, dominated by several enormous nine-pattern cauldrons. These cauldrons emitted a crystalline jade light that soared into the heavens, forming a cerulean canopy overhead, beneath which ethereal shadows of demonic figures danced. At the very center, upon one of the cauldron's ears, sat the great sage, Qing Niu, his eyes, larger than fists, wide open and fixed intently upon him. Chapter 30. Bai Xiner, do you wish for my demise? Under the piercing gaze of the Azure Bull sage, Gu Yin instinctively shivered. An unsettling sensation coursed through him, one he found quite disconcerting. Bai Xiner was no longer the little sister from the Bai family whom he could tease at will. As a princess among these demon clans, her status commanded respect. Even if she herself was indifferent, the other demon beings certainly were not. Should he dare to act inappropriately towards her in public, it was likely that the demon folk would flay him alive. He resolved to exercise caution henceforth, planning to foster a more intimate connection with Sister Xiner when they were alone together. Gu Yin reminded himself to tread carefully. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own cultivation talent. Becoming a saint was a foregone conclusion. Once he achieved that status, none would dare to point fingers at him. At that moment, while he pondered, Bai Xiner had already distanced herself from him again. Gu Yin swiftly followed her into the vast martial arena. Outside, the arena was shrouded by a pale blue canopy, devoid of any movement. However, upon stepping inside, Gu Yin was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of thunderous sounds, causing him to furrow his brow. Looking up, he beheld the demon folk engaged in fierce combat. They fought with great ferocity, torrents of blood raining down, the thunderous noises emanating from their bodies clashing during the intense skirmishes. Their physical prowess was astonishing, and the weakest among them were at the pinnacle of the dragon transformation stage, with many others at the immortal platform realm. This realm truly harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As a battle-hardened genius, Gu Yin observed their clashes, gaining a fundamental understanding of the young demon warrior's strengths. Consequently, his heart quaked slightly. He measured himself against them. If he were in his prime, armed with treasures, he might have stood a chance of achieving parity in battle. Now, however, he found many to be formidable opponents. "Princess," just as Gu Yin was engrossed in watching the fierce exchanges above, the cold voice of the Azure Bull sage reached his ears. The sage had inexplicably descended at some point. Bai Xiner stood beside the imposing figure of the Azure Bull sage, appearing diminutive in comparison. She cast a glance at Gu Yin, prompting him to quickly clasp his fists and bow. Greetings, Azure Sage." A sense of confusion washed over him. What could the Azure Sage want of him at this moment? The sage regarded Gu Yin with a detached expression and remarked, "Little one, your cultivation is woefully inadequate. With such a level of prowess, even if I wished to assist you in the Xian realm, I would be of no help. I must expedite your breakthrough to the immortal platform stage. Only then can we proceed with purpose." Is he looking down on my low cultivation? He wishes to aid my ascension to the immortal platform? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yin was taken aback. Throughout his life, He had always been praised as a genius. Yet this was the first time he was criticized for his insufficient cultivation. However, knowing that the other party intended to assist him in breaking through to the immortal platform, his heart swelled with anticipation. Having the guidance of a great sage was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. He promptly expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Qing Sheng. I shall heed your instructions and follow your arrangements without reservation." Qing Sheng nodded lightly. "Very well. Given the urgency of the matter, let us commence immediately." He gestured towards the enormous ancient cauldron towering 10 meters above him and continued, "If you wish to ascend to the immortal platform, your physical form must undergo rigorous refinement. With your current physique, achieving that goal will be exceedingly difficult. For the days to come, you shall bear the weight of this cauldron. The longer you endure the burden, the more effective the tempering of your body will be. Once you can withstand 5 of these cauldrons simultaneously, your physical form will reach a minor level of completion." Endure the cauldron? Gu Yin was momentarily stunned, casting a glance at the ancient cauldron behind the great sage. Standing approximately 15 meters tall and adorned with peculiar beastly patterns, the cauldron exuded an ancient aura. To Gu Yan's discerning eye, it appeared to be immensely heavy. A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively inquired, "How much does this cauldron weigh?" The great sage replied nonchalantly, "It's not excessively heavy, approximately 180,000 jin. 180,000 jin? Gu Yan inhaled deeply. That weight was rather outrageous. He was fully aware of his own limitations. To lift a single ancient cauldron solely with his physical strength was an overwhelming challenge. To bear 5 simultaneously, surpassing 500,000 jin. Merely contemplating this prospect weighed heavily on his heart. Could I truly manage this? His hesitation lasted merely half a second. Thoughts of the Gu family's small burial mound and his deceased comrade, Ji Wenfeng, propelled him to resolve without a trace of doubt. "Very well, I accept this trial." The great sage nodded. "You possess some spirit. Let us begin, starting with 1 cauldron." After speaking, he casually pointed, and the colossal ancient cauldron began to sway and levitate above Gu Yan. In the shadow of the immense cauldron, Gu Yan appeared as insignificant as an ant. He braced himself, pushing against the weight above him, grounding his spirit. The voice of the great sage echoed in his ears, and soon Gu Yan felt a shadow enveloping him. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately raised his arms above his head to support the descending dark mass. The moment Gu Yan stabilized the cauldron's belly, he felt as though his entire body was on the verge of fracture, emitting crackling sounds. The force of the cauldron was undeniably beyond 180,000 jin. Gu Yan's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, feeling as if his veins might burst. The ground beneath him, burdened by the cauldron's immense weight, developed a conspicuous deep pit. "Very well, sustain this for a day." The Azure Ox Sage was somewhat taken aback, astonished that Gu Yan could withstand the weight of an ancient cauldron on his very first attempt. One day, Gu Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, a strong desire to surrender creeping in. Suddenly, the mocking smile of Chu Feng flashed before his eyes, igniting a fierce determination within him. "Is it merely a day? I shall seek vengeance. I want Chu Feng dead." Before long, Gu Yan began to perceive the cauldron's remarkable effects. His palm, resting on the cauldron's belly, sensed a continuous influx of warmth surging into his body, enveloping him in a soothing sensation. This cauldron was undoubtedly a rare treasure. If I could lift 5 ancient cauldrons simultaneously, my physical form would undergo a profound transformation. This is my opportunity. Though his teeth were nearly ground to dust, Gu Yan remained silent. Time was of the essence. Uncle Qing, he needed to add another cauldron. Just then, Gu Yan heard a suggestion that nearly made him spit blood. "Add another ancient cauldron? Are you trying to take my life?" Gu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Bai Xiner. She appeared unfazed, her peach blossom eyes clear and sincere, as if she were earnestly making a suggestion. "That makes sense." The Azure Ox Sage readily acquiesced to Bai Xiner's proposal. With a swift motion, he raised his hand once more. Suddenly, an ancient cauldron, situated 10 meters away, was drawn toward Gu Yan's already precariously balanced cauldron. Clang! The resounding crash of the colossal cauldrons caused Gu Yan, at the very bottom, to collapse to his knees, his legs shattering under the immense weight. His bones, stark and ghastly, were exposed beneath the torn flesh. Blood erupted from Gu Yan's body, his neck veins bulging as an overwhelming force erupted from his divine sea, forcibly lifting both ancient cauldrons simultaneously. Truly impressive. It seems we can add another, Sheener remarked with an expression of astonishment, making another suggestion. Sheener, you foolish girl, do you wish for my demise? Gu Yan roared in fury. Add another. I am on the brink of death. Chapter 31. No need for the mysterious gate. I can manage. Gu Yan's reckless cries attracted the ire of several demon clans engaged in fierce battle above. They vehemently berated him, questioning the reason for his loud outburst. How dare this lowly human insult the princess? Such insolence deserved retribution. It was truly a foolhardy act. The Kuei Nyo cauldron consumed considerable resources with each use. Not only was he unworthy of its power, but still he dared to scorn the princess. They could not fathom what the princess saw in him. The young demons regarded Gu Yan with disdain, particularly resenting his utilization of the Kuei Nyo cauldron. Such an artifact, bestowed upon outsiders for use, especially in succession, was a matter of grave concern. Had it not been for the suggestion of the princess, they would have caused a ruckus. Unbeknownst to Gu Yan, his instinctive roar had drawn forth a torrent of insults, leaving his already pallid complexion even more ashen. The immense weight of the cauldron left him no room to contemplate. He knelt, supporting the stacked cauldrons with his back and hands. Xr narrowed her eyes, observing Gu Yan's precarious state, and remarked, "Let us stick with 2 for now." The Qing Nyo great sage nodded, acknowledging Gu Yan's surprising capabilities. This Gu Yan possesses some merit, a mere transformation dragon. Yet he manages to uphold 2 cauldrons in his inaugural attempt. A promising talent indeed. Xr recalled the enigmatic human male and replied coolly. In comparison to the adversaries he must face, he is still lacking. That human sage? The gulf between a transformation dragon and a sage was indeed vast. The Qing Nyo great sage remained indifferent. A human prodigy like him would have lacked the qualifications to enter the wildlands were it not for Xr's influence. Xr addressed the Qing Nyo great sage with a calm demeanor. Let him bear this burden for now. You accompany me. Surprised by her words, the Qing Nyo great sage's eyes flickered with astonishment. Was she not the princess? Was she the sovereign? The sovereign had awakened. A tremor coursed through him, and a glimmer of joy illuminated his gaze as he waved his hand, summoning a unique spatial passage. As they stepped into the passage, Gu Yan, consumed by the effort of supporting the cauldrons, remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. At the passage's end lay an ancient hall, its interior adorned with altars of varying heights, each hosting peculiar fox statues. Beneath these fox effigies were representations of a blue ox, tiger, lion, and many others. Upon sighting these statues, the Qing Nyo great sage's eyes reflected nostalgia. He knelt before Xr, the great sage demonstrating profound respect. Old Bull pays homage to the sovereign. Xr nodded lightly. Having just awakened, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have brought you to the ancestral hall to impart some teachings. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently. Instantly, the expansive ancestral hall was illuminated by a dazzling array of treasures, swiftly filling the majority of the chamber with radiant light. The eyes of the Azure Bull sage widened in astonishment upon witnessing the radiant treasures before him, as he discerned the true forms beneath their brilliant glow. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a whole Gu Yan. My lord, what is this? Sheener, with an air of nonchalance, responded. These are remnants preserved from long ago, and now is the time to utilize them. Please, take them all. We are in dire need. With these sacred weapons in hand, they would surely soar to new heights. The Azure Bull sage, his hands trembling with excitement, exclaimed, Surely, there must be at least 100 sacred weapons here. 50 tons. He added, his eyes sparkling with awe. Upon hearing Sheener's words, he gasped, 50 tons. Indeed, my lord, you are remarkable. Sacred weapons quantified in tons. Your ambition knows no bounds. In response to his flattering words, Sheener smiled graciously, as if relishing the praise, and modestly remarked, Oh, merely some inconsequential trinkets. Hearing this, the Azure Bull sage expressed his heartfelt admiration. My lord, to have retained so many divine treasures from your past is indeed impressive. Our chances of success in the upcoming plan have significantly increased. Sheener nodded, her tone measured. This is all I can do. The specifics must be executed by you. Without hesitation, the Azure Bull sage affirmed, No problem. You can entrust everything to me. Shiner reiterated, make sure to remember, once the demon-suppressing formation is breached, ignore the creatures that emerge and seek out a door. The appearance of that door is of utmost importance. Everything else is secondary. Upon hearing her instructions, the Azure Bull Sage's expression turned serious as he patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it. Though he was uncertain of the door's nature, he was acutely aware that his lord was a master strategist, never one to err in judgment. The previous failure had been due to an exceptionally fortunate adversary, the child of the era from the celestial demon realm. If they could locate the door Shiner spoke of, perhaps they could once again return to their original world and confront that plan anew. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Guyan's face had turned pale, his arm was mangled, blood mingling with bone fragments. The ancient cauldron above him swayed precariously, on the brink of collapse. He resembled a fragile porcelain figure, marred by cracks, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. He was nearing his limit. Yet, according to the Azure Bull Sage, the longer he endured, the greater the benefits for his corporeal form. If he could harness the power of the mysterious door in this critical moment, Guyan felt a tumult within him. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly summoned the power of the mysterious door to restore his body. Based on his knowledge, with the strength from within the door, he could withstand not only 2 ancient cauldrons, but even more, should the need arise. However, whenever he contemplated utilizing the mysterious portal, the mocking smile of that individual would flash through his mind. Nourishment, it cannot be used. Each time he employed the portal, it might inadvertently benefit that person. This portal, I shall refrain from using it if I can. Even though Guyan could sense the mysterious portal within him trembling gently, incessantly enticing him. Should he choose, he could immediately activate the portal and restore his power. Yet, I stubbornly refused to. I wish to rely on myself. Without the mysterious portal, I can still prevail. Guyan's expression hardened. Boom. He hurled the 2 enormous ancient cauldrons above him downwards. With a thunderous roar, his entire being collapsed to the ground. In that moment, Guyan's bones were completely shattered, his body crushed beneath the weight of the ancient cauldrons. However, as he cast away the Kuei-Nyo cauldron, a wave of warmth surged through him, swiftly permeating his body to aid in the restoration of his fragmented form. Guyan gasped heavily, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Delightful. The efficacy of these ancient cauldrons is remarkable. Even without the mysterious portal, within 3 days, I could lift these 2 cauldrons for an entire day. As Guyan sensed his strength gradually returning, he deemed his decision to forego the mysterious portal exceedingly wise. Heh, young man, you were quite the braggart just now. Who gave you the audacity to insult the princess? Seeking death, are we? Suddenly, a series of cold chuckles echoed in his ears. Just as Guyan was gasping for breath, he felt something hard being forcibly shoved into his mouth. Ugh! Guyan's eyes widened. He found himself surrounded by an ominous shadow. The object stuffed into his mouth was none other than a massive iron rod. And leading the group was the horned youth who had taken a disliking to him yesterday. What do they intend to do? Ching Sheng, where is Sister Xian? Upon hearing the strange laughter in his ears, Guyan's expression changed dramatically. In his state of recovery, he possessed no means of resistance. Moreover, each of the demon clan members encircling him was no less formidable than he was at his peak. What could they possibly want? Chapter 32. A beating from the demon clan. Before long, these young demons imparted to Guyan the true meaning of a beating from their kind. Fool, are you? Who are you calling a fool? Go on, call again. Do you truly believe that the princess's indifference means no demon cares? Iron Bull, step aside. I shall deal with him. A chorus of jeers and insults echoed incessantly, accompanied by the sound of fists and feet striking with ferocity. As an outsider, a human among demons, Guyan was already met with hostility. It was even more egregious that he dared to enjoy their revered treasure, the Kuei-Nyo cauldron. The most unforgivable act was his flirtation with the princess. Did he not realize she was the object of their dreams? Having previously lacked the opportunity, these young demons now seized their chance to deliver a harsh lesson to Guyan. They exercised restraint. Their blows were not fatal, but every punch and kick was infused with agonizing intensity. After the tumult dissipated, Guyan lay there, gasping for breath, his form barely recognizable. I will kill you all. Have the courage to stay. As he witnessed the demons scatter, Guyan's heart roared with frustration, reaching an unbearable peak. Without resorting to the mysterious portal, His body healed at an agonizingly slow pace. Though toughened by experience, the inexplicable humiliation was suffocating. He understood all too well the reason behind the demon's animosity towards him. Was it not jealousy? But what good was jealousy? He and his sister Outshining had grown up together. They shared a bond that these demons could never comprehend. If Outshining were to learn of his plight, how heartbroken she would be. Lying on the ground, Guyan lamented for a while. When his body had recovered sufficiently, a cold voice pierced his ear. Why are you still lying there? At this rate, when will your body ever be tempered? Do not be lazy. Continue to bear the cauldron. As the words fell, Guyan noticed a massive shadow looming above him. Ching Sheng, just a moment. Guyan began, but the words caught in his throat. The young demon who had led the assault was the son of the Qing Nyo Great Sage. At that moment, would the sage support him or the Iron Bull? It was a matter of no debate. If the Qing Nyo Great Sage were displeased and forbade him from using the Kuei Nyo cauldron for his physical refinement, the loss would be immense. The Qing Nyo Great Sage arched an eyebrow, casting a glance at Guyan. What was that? Stop dawdling. Guyan hastily waved his hands. Nothing at all. With a wave of his hand, the sage pressed the two Kuei Nyo cauldrons down upon Guyan. If it is nothing, then focus on your training. Do not entertain frivolous thoughts. Ascend to the immortal stage swiftly, so you can aid me in the mystic realm. Upon hearing this, Guyan had no time to ponder further, as an overwhelming force descended upon him once more. Guyan embarked on a new round of body tempering. Several hours later, as the sun began its descent, a heavy thud resonated across the training grounds when Guyan hurled the Kuei Nyo Ding once more. He greedily inhaled the surrounding spiritual energy, reveling in the nourishing essence replenished by the ding. Hey, how can you be so inconsiderate? What if you damage the flowers and plants by throwing things around? Iron Bull, why waste time talking to him? Just give him a beating. Yes, beat him. With such an unsightly appearance, how dare he show his face? I loathe such ugly humans. Make sure to thrash him thoroughly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Guyan's ears, and he widened his eyes. His mouth agape as a hard iron rod was thrust into it. The familiar figures, seizing the moment he was recovering, returned once more. How dare they? This is outrageous. Guyan felt as though he might vomit blood from indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively summoned the power of the mysterious gate within him. A wave of familiar warmth, like flowing water, permeated his skin and spiritual sea, quickly restoring much of his strength. With a swift motion, Guyan struck the iron rod from his mouth. The leader, Iron Bull, exclaimed in astonishment, he dares to resist? Then, to his surprise, he witnessed Guyan turn and flee. Even with the mysterious gate's power at his disposal, Guyan knew he was no match for the group of demon youths. Rationality dictated that retreat was the wisest course of action at this moment. Iron Bull cast a surprised glance at Guyan's vanishing figure. He ran away? This fellow is no ordinary character. He has been shouldering the Kuei Nyo Ding for so long, yet still possesses the strength to escape. A burly man with tiger stripes behind him exclaimed in wonder. He runs surprisingly fast. A youth with wings sneered immediately. Fast my foot. Chase him down. Give him a beating. In an instant, the group of demon youths surged forward in pursuit of Guyan, determined not to let him escape. Guyan sprinted wildly towards the direction of the bamboo hut. Soon, he dashed into the hut, where he spotted a familiar, graceful figure. The swaying tail caught his eye, and he exclaimed, Sister Outshining, save me. The petite figure atop the hut turned at the sound, and upon seeing Guyan's battered face, she frowned lightly and said, Weren't you supposed to be carrying the ding? Why are you making such a racket here? Making a racket? Guyan was momentarily taken aback, quickly pointing behind him. Sister Outshining, it's not that I'm not carrying the ding. Those guys keep interfering and attacking me. Who? There's no one behind you. Outshining furrowed her brow. Her peach blossom eyes fixated on Guyan's rear. No one. How could that be? Guyan was stunned, turning around. He discovered that the demon youths pursuing him had inexplicably vanished. His expression darkened, and he immediately exclaimed in anger, They are deliberately hiding. Outshining unhappily retorted, Guyan, this precious opportunity for cultivation that I have painstakingly secured for you. Is this how you choose to squander your time? The people of the demon clan are simple and kind-hearted, primarily engrossed in their own cultivation, with little inclination to trouble you. Guyan was momentarily taken aback. He gestured to his face and other parts of his body, saying, How could that be? Just take a look at my face. And here, and here. Bai Shiner, perplexed, glanced in the direction he was pointing and asked, "Is there a problem?" He indicated various parts of his body, his skin glowing radiantly, restored to its full luster under the nourishing power of the mysterious gate. Gu Yin was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, "That's not important. Those fellows targeted me because of you. Why don't you accompany me while I cultivate?" Upon hearing Gu Yan's suggestion, Bai Shiner promptly declined without a second thought. "I don't have time. I need to cultivate as well." Gu Yan was taken aback. She actually refused him. Previously, whenever he sought her assistance, she had always acquiesced unconditionally. Now, as a princess of the demon clan, has she developed a temper? He instinctively blurted out, "You're at the Dao Palace realm. What is there to cultivate?" Bai Shiner fixed him with a steady gaze. "Just because I am at the Dao Palace realm means I don't need to cultivate? Shouldn't I be the one accompanying you?" Gu Yan quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean? Just now you mentioned tying Yo and the others. Are you blaming me?" Bai Shiner countered calmly. Gu Yan, already irked, found her demeanor infuriating, and he scowled. "Fine. If that's how you feel, then I have no choice. I'm leaving." With that, he turned and strode back towards the training grounds. Upon seeing Gu Yan depart,
Bai Shiner cast a cursory glance his way, unfazed by his petulance. Brother Gu Yan, how could he act this way?
Tying Yo and the others are genuinely good people. Not only does he speak ill of them, but he also scolds me. At that moment, within Bai Shiner's sea of consciousness, a pure white light flickered, embodying her sorrow. She was taken aback by Gu Yan's attitude and demeanor. It was a stark contrast to the sunny, warm, and kind-hearted person she once knew. Bai Shiner smiled faintly. "Heh, little sister, do you think he is a paragon?" Within the sea of consciousness, the white light remained silent. Bai Shiner and the destined protagonist Gu Yan have developed a rift, resulting in a decrease of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a Destiny Treasure Box X1. In the Chongshin Pavilion, Zhoming Palace, Chu Feng, who was playing cards with Nangong Qin, suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what has happened? Why has Gu Yan's destiny points been deducted again for no reason? Did he have a quarrel with Bai Shiner? No, wait, hadn't his destiny points already been deducted once before? System, are you cutting corners even in the narrative?" After half an hour, Chu Feng slowly emerged from the Qianxian sacred spring. Nangong Qin was behind him, adjusting his robes. He cast a casual glance at the desolate little world, and it all became clear. Before long, he grasped the entire situation. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Such is the nature of a youthful protagonist. When faced with adversity, it is all too easy for one to veer towards extremes, inevitably attributing their own faults to those around them. "I shall take my leave for a moment." With a brief word to Nangong Qin, Chu Feng vanished from sight. Upon their next encounter, he found himself within a bamboo cottage. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Bai Xiner's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively took a step back, her tail swiftly retracting. "What brings you here again?" Chapter 33. The warmth delivered by Chu Feng by Xiner's act of concealing her tail bore a certain charm. This woman seemed to hold her tail in high regard. Chu Feng regarded Bai Xiner's fluffy tail with a bemused expression and remarked with a gentle smile, "It is devoid of malice, merely a gesture of warmth." Gesture of warmth? What does that mean? Chu Feng, uninterested in playing games, directly retrieved a shimmering golden scroll from his sea of consciousness and tossed it to Bai Xiner. Momentarily taken aback, Bai Xiner deftly caught the golden tome with her delicate hands. "This is a sacred tear cultivation technique?" She squinted her alluring peach blossom eyes at the three prominent characters inscribed on the book, Zhu Tianshu. Chu Feng casually nodded. "It's for Gu Yan." The luminous white orb within the sea of consciousness gleamed and interjected, "Sister, what is this fellow up to? Gifting Gu Yan brother a cultivation technique? He seems quite generous." Bai Xiner remained silent, discerning that while she understood the significance of this sacred tear technique, the naive girl could not possibly comprehend it, genuinely believing the other was there to offer warmth. Without posing any questions, Bai Xiner flipped through the Zhu Tianshu, perusing its contents for a brief while. A few minutes later, her expression subtly shifted. She grasped the purpose of this sacred tear technique. It was, in fact, a secret method for rapid cultivation. It enabled a considerable enhancement of strength within a short span of time. However, the term Zhu indicated that utilizing this technique came at a significant cost, one that would consume a considerable portion of one's lifespan. Furthermore, although the Zhu Tianshu did not explicitly state it, Bai Xiner, with her discerning eye, recognized that it would also deplete some innate talent. Undoubtedly, this sacred tear technique was not a legitimate one, but rather a path of darkness. Casting a doubtful glance at Chu Feng, she inquired, "You intend to give this sacred tear technique to Gu Yan?" Chu Feng nodded nonchalantly, "Indeed. Your methods of training him are far too sluggish. To help him break through from the pinnacle of the dragon transformation stage to the immortal platform, at least another half-month is required, and I cannot afford to wait." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Bai Xiner felt somewhat speechless. Slow? In half a month? To elevate from the pinnacle of the dragon transformation to the immortal platform, such a cultivation speed would render the transcendent forces of the Xian realm utterly ashamed. Yet, that wasn't the crux of the matter. Bai Xiner furrowed her brow and hesitantly replied, "Gu Yan is no fool. The negative repercussions of the Zhu Tianshu are evident. Would he be willing to cultivate it?" Chu Feng remained unfazed and asserted, "He will. Tell him that within 5 days, he will surely achieve the immortal platform, and he will be inclined to accept it." 5 days. Bai Xiner frowned, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing Bai Xiner stow away the Zhu Tianshu, Chu Feng recognized that he had accomplished his objective and produced another item, handing it to her. "By the way, give this to Gu Yan when he ventures into the Xian realm. Yes, this is the task I entrust to you." With that, Chu Feng's figure vanished without a trace. Was it truly that simple? Bai Xiner felt a flicker of curiosity as she glanced at the object in her hand, momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of the task the other party had assigned her. After observing Chu Feng's departure, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Each interaction with this formidable human sage left her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. His behavior was too peculiar, leaving her uncertain of his true intentions. In contrast to the inept Gu Yan, this man instinctively piqued her interest. Within the divine sea, a pure white orb hesitated, asking, "Must this be given to Brother Gu Yan?" Bai Xiner, indifferent to Gu Yan's fate, coldly replied, "Let him decide whether to cultivate or not." As the moon hung high in the night sky, she soon sought out Gu Yan, who was currently lifting the Kuei Nyo cauldron in the training arena. At this moment, Gu Yan appeared more composed than during the day. Upon seeing Bai Xiner, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and growled, "What do you want?" Bai Xiner calmly regarded him and tossed the Zhu Tianshu before him, stating, "Take it." The golden tome, containing the secret technique, hovered in front of Gu Yan. "This is..." Gu Yan's stern expression shifted to one of astonishment as he focused intently on the golden scroll. Bai Xiner replied nonchalantly, "A sacred-level secret technique." Gu Yan was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What purpose does this technique serve?" Bai Xiner explained, "I obtained it from Uncle Qing. It allows for a quicker breakthrough to the immortal platform, but it requires a price to be paid." Breakthrough to the immortal platform more swiftly? Gu Yan's heart stirred, a smile creeping onto his face as he examined the golden scroll, which began to unfurl on its own. However, his expression soon darkened. A technique that consumes lifespan. He hesitated. In his understanding, such an unorthodox method bore significant side effects. His foundation was solid. Yet opting for such a shortcut could pose severe risks for his future cultivation. Noticing Gu Yan's indecision, Bai Xiner was not surprised and said softly, "This Zhu Tianshu, if used, can help you break through to the immortal platform within 5 days. Break through to the immortal platform in 5 days. Gu Yan's heart raced at this revelation. Previously, the invitation from that scoundrel Chu Feng indicated that there were less than 7 days until the concubinage ceremony at the Chongxian Pavilion. If he could indeed break through in 5 days, he might just make it in time. His mind ignited with determination. "I'll risk it. Even if this technique has adverse effects, since it comes from Xiner, it surely can't be too problematic. Moreover, even if there are issues, I can mitigate them with the mysterious door." His eagerness to attend the concubinage ceremony was not for mere observation, but rather to disrupt the event. With this thought in mind, Gu Yan took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude to Bai Xiner, saying, "Thank you, Sister Xiner. This foolish man truly intends to use it?" Bai Xiner was taken aback by Gu Yan's response. Apologizing to Gu Yan, she waved her hand dismissively and said, "You may continue your cultivation." Watching Bai Xiner depart, Gu Yan felt a surge of guilt. He understood that her current coldness was a reflection of her lingering anger towards him. He hurriedly called after her, "This item is crucial for me. I appreciate your assistance. I was in the wrong before, and I sincerely apologize." Vaishiner shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. I did not take it to heart." Seeing her reaction, Guyan could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "You are indeed upset. If you weren't angry, would you stay with me tonight?" Observing Guyan's eager, puppy-like gaze, Vaishiner was well aware of his intentions. Focus on your cultivation. If you delay too long, even with the heavenly break technique, you may not achieve a breakthrough within 5 days. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she turned away without a backward glance. Guyan felt a twinge of displeasure at Vaishiner's resolute departure. "I have apologized. What more does she want from me?" Nonetheless, she had a point. He needed to dedicate himself to his training. Matters of the heart could wait for another day. He immediately immersed himself in studying the heavenly break technique, beginning to cultivate this secret art. Destined protagonist Guyan cultivates a forbidden technique, damaging his foundation and reducing his destiny value by 5,000 points. You have received a destiny treasure chest 1. 3 days later, with the aid of the heavenly break technique, Guyan experienced a profound epiphany, his prowess soaring to new heights, enabling him to lift 4 cauldrons simultaneously. 2 days later, on the training grounds, a radiant light enveloped him, while a black jade platform floated beneath him. He had shattered the celestial platform. At that moment, 5 enormous cauldrons hovered above his head. Witnessing this spectacle, the youth from the demon clan exchanged astonished glances. This fellow possesses remarkable talent, they thought. In such a brief span, he has broken through the celestial platform and can lift 5 colossal cauldrons. Even the esteemed Qing de Sheng regarded Guyan's transformation with newfound respect, approaching him to reclaim the giant cauldrons. With a powerful slap, he sent Guyan sprawling into the ground, praising, "Well done, well done. Now that you have reached the celestial platform, let us begin our plans. Prepare yourself. We can set forth to the mystic realm." Upon hearing Qing de Sheng's voice, Guyan felt a spark of hope ignite within him as he lay in the dirt. Chapter 34. Chu Feng, what do you have to contend with me? Guyan's motivation for cultivating the absolute heaven technique was to hasten his return to the Xian realm. He longed to present a grand gift at the wedding of those despicable individuals. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Qing sage, Guyan could no longer concern himself with being buried in the earth. He eagerly extended his neck and inquired, "Qing sage, when can we set forth?" The Qing sage shot him a sharp glare, exclaiming, "What is the rush?" Guyan stirred the spiritual energy within him, shattering the surrounding soil, and climbed out of the pit, urgently stating, "The Chongxian Pavilion will hold a grand ceremony in the coming days. This is a rare opportunity. I am confident I can directly disrupt a demon-suppressing formation." Upon hearing Guyan's declaration, the Qing sage scoffed, "Disrupting the formation is secondary. It is revenge you seek, is it not?" Not shying away from the truth, Guyan coldly retorted, "Indeed, I seek vengeance. I intend for the Chongxian Pavilion and those vile individuals to pay dearly." Observing the hatred burning in Guyan's eyes, the Qing sage was not surprised. "Very well, I shall grant your wish. Since you are so eager, let us not delay, we shall depart at once." A smile graced Guyan's face as he urged, "Thank you, Qing sage. How shall we reach the Xian realm?" The Xian realm resided in the upper realm, which was far more complex than the lower realm. His previous ascent to the Xian realm had been fraught with challenges. The Qing sage casually cast him a glance and replied, "I have my ways. Follow me." "Where to?" Guyan felt a stir in his heart and followed the Qing sage towards a cavern located to the west of the training ground. Creak. A dissonant screech echoed as a golden crack materialized within the cavern. The Qing sage nonchalantly instructed, "Wait here." As the Qing sage entered the fissure, Guyan's eyes flickered with intrigue. He sniffed the air, reminiscent of a dog. There was something of value within. His rich experience led him to this conclusion, yet he harbored no covetous thoughts. After all, this was the sage's treasury. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation for the sage's intentions. Before long, the Qing sage emerged, raising his hand to reveal several glowing orbs that leapt towards Guyan. "What is this?" With your limited abilities, even upon reaching the immortal stage, attempting to disrupt the demon-suppressing formation would be a futile endeavor. Take these. Only with my assistance could you hope to succeed. Guyan immediately scrutinized the luminous orbs before him. He beheld 5 treasures, an ancient sword radiating with a purplish hue, a chilling inner armor exuding an aura of frost, a tattered doll, a crimson nail, and a verdant seed. These were 4 quasi-saint tier treasures. Guyan's heart quaked. He was well-versed in recognizing valuable items and instantly identified their origins. All but the last green seed were indeed of quasi-saint caliber: the Tai Su purple sword, the Han Tian armor, and the Tian Exine doll. These 3 items are essential for your survival. Venturing into the mystical realm unarmed, any formidable being could easily subdue you. The sword armor is for you to comprehend at your own pace, while the Heavenly Heart doll is a rather unique treasure. It can serve as a puppet and even help you evade death. Finally, this quasi-saint grade artifact, known as the Godless Array Breaking Drill, will enable you to dismantle the demon suppression array once you infiltrate it. The great sage of the Green Bull succinctly explained the uses of the treasures. Despite his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but marvel internally. In his lifetime, he had never engaged in such affluent battles. It was solely due to the awakening of the sovereign that he received numerous saint-grade weapons. Otherwise, apart from the Godless Array Breaking Drill, he had nothing to offer Guyan. "Thank you, great sage." Guyan, with a gleam in his eyes, carefully stowed away the 4 treasures and bowed in gratitude. He felt a surge of exhilaration, reflecting on the profound heritage of the demon clan. Acquiring 4 quasi-saint grade artifacts with such ease indicated that associating with the demons might indeed be beneficial. Previously, he had toiled tirelessly, risking his life to explore perilous ruins for a single quasi-saint artifact. Yet now, this great sage casually presented him with 4. Truly, a great sage is unmatched in generosity. Though he couldn't quite fathom why, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the heavenly armor, reminiscent of an item he had once possessed. However, he dismissed it as inconsequential. His gaze fell upon the final azure seed. He grasped it and gently squeezed, inquiring, "And what is this?" Puffing out his chest with pride, the great sage of the Green Bull proclaimed, "This is the most vital item for your survival. I only bestowed it upon you because you are destined to break the array. In a critical moment, simply crush this seed and recite the incantation I teach you, and you will harness a fraction of my immense power for a brief duration." At this revelation, Guyan's grip on the azure seed trembled. The prospect of gaining such formidable strength could potentially allow him to vanquish Chu Feng directly. His breath quickened, and his mind began to race with possibilities. He had never anticipated such fortuitous fortune would arrive so abruptly. Observing Guyan's reaction, the great sage warned, "Do not be too hasty in your joy. This is ultimately my power. As a mere immortal platform cultivator, should you employ this sacred seed, your immortal platform will shatter, resulting in dire consequences. Use it only if absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Guyan nodded vigorously. "I understand. I will exercise caution." He now realized why the great sage had insisted on refining his physical body. Without reaching the immortal platform, he would not even qualify to wield this sacred seed. "Very well, since you comprehend, remember the incantation." The great sage of the Green Bull then began to whisper a mysterious and esoteric spell into Guyan's ear. Upon hearing it, Guyan's expression stiffened, and he rubbed his nose, saying, "Great sage, could we perhaps exchange this incantation for another?" The great sage glared. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Guyan swiftly retracted his neck and waved his hand, saying, No, let us go with this." Only then did the great sage of the Azure Bull nod in satisfaction. Glancing at the sky, he remarked, "It is getting late. I shall escort you to the Xian realm now." At this moment, Guyan hesitated slightly and addressed the great sage, "Azure Sage. The saint named Chu Feng is quite formidable. Are you certain you can subdue him?" His concerns lingered. The great sage of the Azure Bull laughed heartily. "What? Do you underestimate me? Perhaps you perceive the great sage too simplistically." As his words echoed, the great sage seized Guyan by the neck and, with a swift motion, vanished from the spot. Guyan felt a fleeting blur before he regained his senses, an overwhelming chill creeping across his skin. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, with only floating meteors in sight, and faint distant stars barely visible. Where's this? The universe? Guyan's heart stirred. He had once fortuitously ventured into the cosmos. To practitioners beneath the celestial platform, the universe is a barren wasteland devoid of spiritual energy and fraught with terrifying pressure, posing constant threats to life and death. What does the Azure Sage wish to show me in the universe? Just observe closely, the great sage of the Azure Bull said indifferently, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous rumble reverberated. Though seemingly ordinary, this punch set the entire cosmos ablaze. In the distance, 1 star, 2 stars. Gu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the terrifying spectacle. 10 colossal stars were obliterated by the great sage's single strike. What was even more astonishing was that such a cataclysmic blow produced not a whisper of sound. The sheer difficulty of it was even more daunting. So powerful. Gu Yan stood in a daze, profoundly shaken. Is this the might of a great sage? He remained in awe, unable to regain his composure for a long while. As the shock within him gradually subsided, he finally came to his senses and cried out, Azure Sage, divine might. The mere thought of having such a formidable great sage as his backing filled him with newfound confidence. Chu Feng, what do you have to challenge me with? At this moment, Gu Yan's confidence soared. Chapter 35. The suitability of marriage and the avoidance of long journeys. The great sage of the Azure Bowl led Gu Yan back once more, their return culminating at the martial arts arena. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of the young, including Bai Xiner, who gathered around, observing Gu Yan, whose face was flushed with excitement, much like a monkey. The great sage of the Azure Bowl remarked nonchalantly, Well, young man, are you at ease now? Gu Yan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, responding, The power of the sage is beyond my imagination. I previously offended you, great sage. The great sage smiled broadly, saying, Do not flatter me. If you assist me in dismantling the demon-subduing formation, I assure you will not be treated poorly. Gu Yan pounded his chest in assurance, declaring, Rest assured, great sage, as I serve thee, I harbor no ulterior motives. To speak bluntly, having fallen to this state, it is only the who have treated me with sincerity, and thus I shall reciprocate with sincerity. The great sage patted Gu Yan's shoulder with satisfaction, exclaiming, Excellent. You are indeed an exceptional individual. The princess's judgment is indeed commendable. Gu Yan's expression turned serious as he stated, Great sage, that assertion is flawed. The sage inquired, Oh. Gu Yan replied with confidence, I am not merely an outstanding individual. I am a genius among them. During this journey to the Xian realm, I shall not only demolish the demon-subduing formation of the Chongxian Pavilion, but also set my sights on all 77 formations within the realm. Gu Yan, having discarded any semblance of false modesty, resolved to adopt an appropriate demeanor, embracing his allegiance to the. So what if he was considered a traitor? If the current place does not welcome me, there will be another that does. A genius will inevitably shine. The Xian realm forsook him. They are blind and ungrateful. If there had been any lingering resentment within him, it was extinguished during the recent encounters with those youths who took the opportunity to bully him. Reputation and dignity are mere illusions. The essence lies in strength. Who would dare to target him if he possesses power? Even those who harbor discontent must stifle it. Especially after witnessing the terrifying prowess of the great sage of the Azure Bowl, Gu Yan's conviction solidified. He was acutely aware that they were exploiting him. Even those despicable looked down upon him. Yet, he was indifferent. To be utilized signifies that he possesses value. It would be truly lamentable to lack even that. Moreover, being employed by a great sage is no shame. Once he grows formidable, he shall erase his past and exact vengeance on those who he had turned others' exploitation of him to his advantage, ultimately achieving a counterattack. Upon hearing Gu Yan's audacious admissions, even the great sage of the Azure Bowl found amusement. Indeed, a genius, and a ruler at that, possessed an unparalleled vision. He cast a glance toward Bai Xiner, who stood nearby, observing intently, and nodded slightly. Bai Xiner regarded Gu Yan. How had Gu Yan become this way? He had never been so easily subdued. During the time spent with Gu Yan, Bai Xiner, who had grown up alongside loyal, gentle, and kind-hearted. The current Gu Yan, however, seemed greasy. Thoughts. Sometimes, experiencing more could indeed be a blessing. Once the filter shattered, innocence would no longer persist. Gu Yan remained oblivious to the Qing Yo de Sheng. He joined in the foolish laughter. He eagerly turned to the Qing Niu de Sheng and asked, Qing Sheng, can we set off? Dark abyss materialized before Gu Yan. From within the abyss came the eerie sound of howling winds. The chaotic currents of Are you trying to court death by donning that quasi-saint level armor? Upon hearing the great sage Qing Niu's warning, other pieces laid by the demon clan were also activated. Bai Shiner nodded, her gaze shimmering as she fixated on the abyss. She was not concerned for Gu Yan's safety. Rather, she pondered a pressing question. What exactly does that man intend to do? The items he provided have already been handed to Gu Yan via Qing Niu. Yet, after meticulous examination, she found nothing amiss with those items, deepening her curiosity. She instructed the great sage Qing Niu. Activate the Qing Tian mirror and keep a vigilant watch on the movements within the Xian realm. Old Niu will handle it, rest assured. In the lunar calendar, the year 3200, on the 10th day of the 3rd month, a propitious day for marriage and an inauspicious day for travel, the Chongxian Pavilion, a transcendent force in the Xian realm, was adorned with festive decorations, resplendent red symbolizing great joy. The Wan Fa Natural Pavilion, Master Zhang has arrived. A congratulatory gift of the heavenly tree cloud branch. The Leaf family, the patriarch of the Leaf family has arrived. A congratulatory gift of a pair of golden jade pipa. The star picking tower, the star observer has arrived. A congratulatory gift of a celestial star. At the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion, auspicious clouds and blessings floated, with clear skies above. Occasionally, divine chariots and celestial beasts could be seen arriving amidst a cascade of radiant colors. Those arriving today possessed illustrious backgrounds, each bearing exceedingly precious gifts to celebrate the union of Chu Feng and Nangong Qing. The sun in the heavens gradually ascended to its zenith. At this moment, two elders of the Chongxian pavilion, clad in red robes, surveyed the distant sky and conferred. Most major factions have nearly arrived. The grand ceremony is about to commence, and our welcoming duties are drawing to a close. We must hasten to witness the festivities. It would be a shame to miss out on the joyous occasion. Eagerly, they anticipated making their way to the white jade celestial platform, the venue for today's wedding, where all guests had gathered. Yet, just then, from the distant sky, a beam of white light descended, clad in white garments with white hair. Their gaze exuded a blend of coldness and hatred. "Wait, my gift has yet to be registered." As the words left his lips, the youth clad in white with flowing white hair hurled forth an object. Instantly, from the heavens, a remarkably ordinary bell descended. A wedding gift, a bell. An unwelcome guest. Guyan, the elder welcoming the guests, fixed his gaze upon the cracked bell plummeting from the sky. Upon recognizing the figure, his hair stood on end as he bellowed in fury. Chapter 36. Guyan, the show-off like the wind. The two elders guarding the entrance of the Chongxian pavilion were taken aback. They had never anticipated that on such a joyous occasion, they would encounter Guyan. This little scoundrel. Had he not retreated to the lower realms? How had he resurfaced? Did he dare to appear on such a celebratory day to present a bell? Was he courting death? One elder, incensed, puffed up his beard and glared, summoning a colossal sword resembling a door panel, ready to strike Guyan's face. "Hold on." The other elder interjected swiftly, fixing his gaze upon Guyan. This scoundrel was cunning and treacherous during his time at our Chongxian pavilion, possessing a modicum of intelligence. Given his current predicament, his audacity to arrive so ostentatiously today cannot be mere bluster. Let us first discern his intentions. The cautious elder's admonition prompted the enraged elder to relinquish his grip on the massive sword. Those who attained the status of an elder in a transcendent faction were seasoned and formidable individuals, undoubtedly possessing high intelligence. Seeing that the two elders refrained from immediate action, Guyan allowed a cold chuckle to escape his lips. "Heh, it seems you still possess some wits. Open your eyes and see what this is." As his words fell, he elegantly produced a golden invitation, the very one bestowed upon him by Chu Feng. "What is this?" The two elders gazed at the invitation unfurling in the air, exchanging astonished glances. This wanted scoundrel, where did he procure such an invitation? Could it possibly be from the pavilion master? How could that be? The pavilion master has severed ties with him. Such an unwise act is inconceivable. Should we seek clarification? Observing their reaction, Guyan sneered. "Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside and do not delay my attendance." He exuded arrogance and dominance, as if he had reclaimed his former glory as the talented prodigy of the Chongxian pavilion. However, he no longer belonged to the pavilion and bore no respect for these elders. The two exchanged glances, and at that moment, a faint voice resonated in their ears. The two elders of the Chongxian pavilion abruptly narrowed their eyes, gazing at Guyan as one would at a jester, and calmly said, "If you wish to enter, then proceed." Guyan, undeterred, felt a flicker of surprise at how effortlessly he was granted entry. This was not quite what he had envisioned. Nevertheless, since it was so, he resolved to create a greater spectacle once inside. He swept his white robe and, with a swirl of clouds beneath his feet, grasped the nearly shattered great bell below, making his way toward the white jade celestial platform. Upon witnessing Guyan's entrance, the two elders exchanged knowing glances. "Let us follow him. It seems we are in for quite a show today." They swiftly moved to tail him. Not long after the two elders vanished, a shadow flickered, barely exuding any presence, as if a gentle breeze had wafted into the heavy, mysterious pavilion, stealthily heading in another direction. The desolate small world. In a hall adorned with various peculiar statues, two figures stood still, gazing at a 5-meter-high ancient mirror emanating a cyan halo. The mirror reflected the earlier scene at the heavy, mysterious pavilion. The great sage of the Green Bull nodded in satisfaction, stating, "This Guyan possesses a certain intellect." He had made a grand entrance to the heavy, mysterious pavilion, attempting to incite turmoil. Meanwhile, a puppet transformed by the Heavenly Heart doll infiltrated the pavilion with a method to break formations. This was a diversion. Given the attention this little fellow currently commanded in the Xian realm, he could certainly stir considerable events. If the heavy, mysterious pavilion let down its guard, it had a significant chance of successfully disrupting the demon-suppressing formation beneath it. Upon hearing the great sage's praise, Outshining cast a casual glance at the infiltrating shadow in the mirror, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Could this really work? A twinge of astonishment stirred within her. While she was internally shocked, her exterior remained composed. Let's observe further. The demon-suppressing formation is not as easily breached as one might imagine. That human saint is formidable. Unaware of the sovereign's concerns, the great sage scoffed. A mere human saint can hardly create any significant waves. You are being overly cautious. Outshining remained silent. From the outset, she harbored no hopes that Gu Yin could dismantle the demon-suppressing formation of the heavy, mysterious pavilion. After that man approached her, Gu Yin had become a mere pawn in her mind. If his actions could attract that man's attention, allowing other pieces to fulfill their roles, it would be worthwhile. Yet, inexplicably, an unsettling feeling lingered within Outshining. It seemed as though every move Gu Yin made was anticipated by that individual. At this moment, the great sage of the Green Bull remained oblivious to the sovereign's unease, his gaze fixated on the scene within the azure mirror. The image followed Gu Yin, who had arrived at the white jade immortal platform. Layers of white clouds, rich with spiritual energy, manifested as tangible mist enveloping the clouds. Suspended in the sky was a colossal cloud platform, exceeding 10,000 meters in width. Surrounding it were miniature cloud platforms floating nearby, presenting a splendid view. At this moment, the area was teeming with people, and a glance revealed that the entire mirror was painted in celebratory crimson. Let us see how this lad performs next. Who knows? I might have to lend a hand later, the great sage mused to himself, just as a cacophony erupted from the azure mirror. Gu Yin entered alone, with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze defiant, white hair billowing in the wind. He exuded an air of ostentation. Initially, many powerful beings overlooked him, but once their attention fell upon him, they could not look away. Is this Gu Yin? Gu Yin? Who is that morally corrupt, vile-minded scoundrel, shamelessly attempting to tarnish his master's reputation and vie for the affections of a sage? Indeed, it is the same wretch who, after being expelled from the sect, still dares to defame the sage, inciting the esteemed Chongshin Pavilion to issue a bounty on him. Hiss! I recognize him. He has offended the sage of Chu, refusing to surrender peacefully and even attempted to resist, leading to the tragic demise of the Ji family's eldest son. Has he not fled back to the lower realms? What brings him here now? What does he intend with that bell in hand? The crowd, upon recognizing Gu Yin, was taken aback. They never anticipated that this despised rat, so universally reviled, would dare to attend this wedding ceremony. What could he be thinking? Is he not afraid for his life? You little beast. Do you still have the audacity to show yourself at the Chongshin Pavilion? The elders of the pavilion glared at Gu Yin with murderous intent, their eyes ablaze. As they brandished their magical artifacts and encircled him, Gu Yin's expression was as cold as iron. Hearing the cacophony of idle chatter and nonsensical accusations directed at him, he would have once been consumed by rage, his face turning pale with fury. However, today is not like the past. He is no longer the Gu Yin of yore. He will not be so easily provoked. He has grown. No matter how these people discuss or attack him, he remains unfazed. Let them hurl their insults. A gentle breeze caresses the mountains. Faced with the fiercely hostile elders of the Chongshin Pavilion, Gu Yin narrowed his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. He cast the bell down onto the expansive celestial platform below. With his left hand subtly grasping a green seed and his right hand raised, he intoned, "Sword, come forth." In an instant, a sword shimmering with purple light materialized in his palm, seemingly poised to engage in battle against the elders of the Chongshin Pavilion. Yet, Gu Yin's pretentious demeanor did not sit well with a powerful figure present. Ji Kong delivered a resounding slap, striking Gu Yin squarely on the head before a multitude of mighty beings. Thud! Blood gushed forth. Just moments ago, the arrogant Gu Yin was sent reeling, his body staggering as he was propelled 100 feet away, his head and body nearly separating in the impact. Chapter 37, A Touch of Blood. To honor the saint. Today, the attendees of the ceremony are all prominent figures from the Xian realm. They regard the sudden appearance of Gu Yin with a cautious eye. The questions that even the gatekeeper elder could contemplate are naturally within the grasp of these distinguished individuals. This man, wanted throughout the whole Xian realm by the Chongshin Pavilion, dares to appear here brazenly, wielding a large bell and provoking animosity. he must possess some backing. The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion were initially prepared to act swiftly, intending to suppress Gu Yan and drag him away for severe interrogation. Yet, among them, there was one who moved even more swiftly, Ji Kong. Observing Gu Yan's arrogance incited a burning desire within him to act. This man, whose son was killed due to Gu Yan's machinations, and whose entire Ji family was nearly destroyed by the former head of the Ji family, harbored an intense loathing for Gu Yan. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the saint's sentiments towards Gu Yan. This audacious Gu Yan dared to vie for the affections of the saint, while others might restrain themselves. Ji Kong could not. For the sake of the Ji family and the saint, he was determined to extinguish Gu Yan's brazen arrogance. Upon witnessing Ji Kong's furious strike that cleaved Gu Yan in two, a hush fell over the assembly. Moments later, a cheer erupted. Excellent. Well done. The Ji family head has noble intentions. A joyous occasion must be marked with a touch of blood to bring forth good fortune. What a preposterous notion. This declaration immediately drew countless gazes towards the source of the cheer. It was a somewhat portly, square-faced little man clapping enthusiastically, dressed in silks and satins, adorned with oversized, gaudy gold bracelets and chains around his wrists and neck. He epitomized ostentation. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Zhengyang. Many instantly recognized the identity of this rotund figure. Truly, as one who had risen from the merchant class, his words were exceptionally persuasive. Numerous dignitaries murmured, casting glances at Gu Yan. Although severed, Gu Yan was still a youthful prodigy. Ji Kong did not dare to take the extreme measure of killing him outright, merely wishing to temper Gu Yan's arrogance, thus holding back his full strength. Now, Gu Yan's form was busily searching for his own head. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Yan finally reattached his head to his neck. He glared fiercely at Ji Kong, growling, Ji Kong, for the sake of your father, my brother, I shall not hold this against you. Ji Kong sneered. With whom do you claim brotherhood? My family S. Wenfeng is beyond your reach. At that moment, Li Zhengyang also interjected loudly. Gu Yan, what do you think you are? How dare you attend this ceremony? Hurry and take your own life to honor the saint. Facing a former friend, Li Zhengyang did not hesitate to confront him directly. What friend? After offending the saint, Gu Yan had already been blacklisted by him. Moreover, the Li family, well informed, knew that although the Ji family had been reprimanded by the saint, they had fortuitously gained considerable saint-tier techniques. Such a rare and generous saint was indeed a treasure difficult to find. Initially troubled by the inability to find an opportunity to flatter the saint, Gu Yan, the prodigal son, unexpectedly appeared at this juncture. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhengyang unleashed a torrent of verbal assault upon Gu Yan, suggesting that he should commit self-immolation in homage to the saint. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's already pallid face darkened to a shade of iron. How had he never noticed the venom in Li Zhengyang's tongue before? A murderous intent began to brew within him, and he resolved to eliminate Li Zhengyang after seeking the saint's favor. He had come with the intent of causing a ruckus. And with gritted teeth, he coldly retorted, in homage to the saint? You wretched sycophant. The Chongxian Pavilion is also a transcendent force. That shameless woman, Nangong Qin, has sold her body for trifling gains, exhibiting utter disgrace as she degrades herself, even organizing a wedding ceremony for her role as a concubine. Truly, she is a harlot seeking to establish a faade of virtue. Surely, there are many today who have come to witness this farce. His words were laced with malice, swiftly reducing both the Chongxian Pavilion and Nangong Qin to mere shadows of worthlessness. A queen from the Zhaixing Tower immediately scoffed. Trifling gains? Have you been using water to fill your skull? Do you comprehend the significance of a 300-pound saint-level technique? Do not speak of 300. If you were to present me with 10 saint-level techniques, I would commend your ambition. A stunningly beautiful matron from the Wanfa Xiren Pavilion, upon hearing Gu Yan's ludicrous claims, could no longer contain herself, mocking, what is wrong with being a concubine? If you possess the capability to procure 300 pounds, I would gladly become your concubine. Nay, I would even serve as your foot washer, you fool. Another female saint from a transcendent power coldly laughed. Youthful arrogance breeds ignorance. You have no idea how much your former master profited at your expense. I have heard whispers of your infatuation with the pavilion master Nangong. Thankfully, your master possesses discernment. Otherwise, the entire Chongxian Pavilion would fall victim to your folly. Gu Yan's remarks were utterly absurd. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. What could a 300-pound saint-level technique possibly yield? Any top-tier cultivator with even a modicum of sense would recognize its immense value. They were, in fact, disinterested in criticizing Gu Yan. Rather, upon hearing his words, these enchanting goddesses felt a pang of envy. As they had articulated, given such an opportunity, they would not hesitate to accept the role of a concubine, or even a foot washer, with joy. Gu Yan was taken aback by the lack of opposition from the Chongshin Pavilion. Instead, it was the representatives from other factions who emerged to humiliate him. These prominent figures were all top-tier goddesses within the Xian realm, individuals he had once gazed up to in awe. Each one spoke with a chilling cruelty that sent shivers down his spine. Fuming with rage, Gu Yan found himself seething. Even the great sage Qingyao, observing from afar through the Qing Tian mirror, could not help but click his tongue. So, this girl from the Chongshin Pavilion merely needs to be a concubine to acquire a 300-pound saint-level technique? Who is this Saint Chu? Truly, he is extraordinarily bold. Even I, an old bull, feel a stir of temptation. 300 pounds. Although Gu Yan was aware that he was being pursued by the Xinshin Pavilion, he had never proactively mentioned the matters of the Xian realm, leaving Bai Xiner somewhat in the dark. Upon hearing this, even she felt a jolt in her heart. Weapons of the quasi-saint level weighing dozens of tons, and sacred-level techniques weighing hundreds of pounds. Did that fellow unearth the tomb of an emperor? Even a quasi-emperor would not possess such wealth. Her heart was in turmoil. Given her former status, a mere 300 pounds of sacred-level techniques would not have swayed her. However, upon reconsideration, if there truly existed such riches, while it might not reach the point of selling her body, parting with some other possessions could certainly be contemplated. Just then, that individual appeared. As Gu Yan trembled with anger, Bai Xiner's pupils constricted within the azure sky mirror, as she beheld a familiar figure gracefully ascending from the celestial terrace below. Today, Chu Feng's profile was sculptural in its perfection, his eyes resembling the vastness of the starry sky, deep and unfathomable. Clad in a flowing robe of pale purple, the fabric shimmered with the brilliance of the sun and moon, exuding an air of languid nobility. Beside him stood Nangongqin, donned in a striking red gown that contrasted beautifully with her snow-like skin, her stunning visage framed by an expression of frigid disdain. Chapter 38. Gu Yan. Does your conscience not ache? Nangongqin gazed serenely at the youth in the sky, whose once dark hair had turned white. Her enchanting phoenix eyes resembled a tranquil spring, revealing no hint of turmoil. Gu Yan also spotted Nangongqin. Upon seeing his former mentor once more, his eyes narrowed. Today, Nangongqin radiated beauty. Her skin, as white as snow, was accentuated by a resplendent red phoenix robe, exuding an air of nobility. Her long, ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, her exquisite features combining both an icy allure and a sacred purity. Yet, the deep crimson of her attire imparted a touch of stunning elegance, akin to a peony in full bloom. He had never encountered such a breathtaking version of Nangongqin before, and for a moment, he found it difficult to look away. However, when he noticed the man beside her, his already pale complexion turned ashen, as if he had ingested something foul. Chu Feng. His dream lover was to wed the very enemy he despised most today. What's worse, she would be a concubine. The mere thought sent his chest heaving, and he felt himself unraveling. Chu Feng regarded Gu Yan, who appeared as a jester, with amusement. His arrival had been orchestrated by Chu Feng himself, so he was not surprised. He turned to Nangongqin and smiled lightly, inquiring how she wished to proceed. Nangongqin's phoenix eyes flickered, and in that instant, her frosty demeanor melted like ice, as if life itself had returned to the world. She gently shook her head and replied, "He is no longer of any concern to me. My husband may dispose of him as he wishes." Her voice was calm, devoid of any ripples, much like the light in her eyes. Yet, those words struck Gu Yan like a sharp blade, piercing his heart, even without any connection remaining. Her merciless declaration shattered him into fragments. Before Chu Feng could speak, Gu Yan's face contorted as he roared, "You shameless woman! I was truly mistaken about you. How long has it been? How long? You call him husband so easily. The wedding ceremony hasn't even begun yet. Is this how lowly you are? How could I have been blind enough to fall for such a mercenary woman?" Gu Yan had indeed heard the words of the powerful before, and it was precisely because he had taken them to heart that his anger now boiled over. Images of the day he had heard the voice at the Qianxian holy spring flooded his mind. Rage surged within him. A mere 300 pounds of sacred class cultivation method could bring one to heel like a lowly dog. If it were his beloved sister, she would surely never acquiesce. Gu Yin had come with the intention of creating chaos, and he felt no remorse in voicing his thoughts. When Nangong Qin heard Gu Yan's words, her body trembled. Her previously rosy complexion drained of color, and her lips quivered slightly. Despite her calm demeanor upon entering, seemingly unfazed by Gu Yan's attitude, his accusation of her being shameless cut her deeply. Even Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Gu Yan. Suddenly, Gu Yan felt his body tremble, as if an invisible prison had materialized in the void, enveloping him instantaneously and causing a painful expression to appear on his face. Silence. Gu Yan, you heartless ingrate. Before Chu Feng could utter a word, the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion could no longer contain themselves. Elder Jiang was the first to step forward, his beard quivering with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Gu Yan, berating him. Who was it that ventured into the forbidden zone of the southern bright fire domain to retrieve a strand of ancient heavenly fire to save you when you were gravely injured by the ice sovereign Tai's icy poison and on the brink of death? Do you remember when you provoked the Void Sword sect and the Pavilion Master fought against the Void Sword King, suffering severe injuries that severed your path to sanctity, all to resolve your grievances? Have you forgotten? And when you practiced the secret technique of the Xinming body, who was it that, against all opposition, ceded a heavenly secret realm of the Chongxian Pavilion to the Wanfa Xiren Pavilion in exchange for a millennium's worth of Xinming essence? Initially, I believed your failure in the saint's trial and your infatuation with the Pavilion Master led you to a moment of folly. However, it has become evident that there is indeed a reason why Saint Chu has not favored you. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf. The Pavilion Master treated you as kin, yet your heart is as small as a needle SI. Had it not been for Saint Chu, who knows how the Chongxian Pavilion would have fared under your stewardship? As the Grand Elder of the Chongxian Pavilion, Elder Jiang was acutely aware of the pavilion's affairs and knew well how much Nangong Qin had cared for Gu Yan. He had even quarreled with Nangong Qin numerous times on Gu Yan's behalf. Nangong Qin had sacrificed so much for Gu Yan. Yet now, on this joyous day for Nangong Qin, Gu Yan dares to disrupt the occasion and even calls her a harlot. How could you utter such words? Truly, you are insufferable. Jiang Elder's fierce rebuke rendered the entire assembly silent. Such a thing exists? The powerful figures from the transcendent forces who had come to witness the ceremony displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing Elder Jiang's words. A formidable being from the star-picking tower reflected, it seems there is some truth to this. Last year, Pavilion Master Nangong indeed battled the Void Sword King, suffering a Pyrrhic victory that left the Void Sword King in seclusion for a millennium, and the Void Sword sect has since vanished from the world. Who would have thought that the root of such a kingly conflict was to aid Gu Yan? Another monarch from the Wanfa Xiren Pavilion immediately chimed in. I too recall this. The Chongxian Pavilion exchanged a heavenly secret realm for a millennium's worth of Xinming essence, a rarity indeed. We possess only one in our own pavilion. I hesitated for a long time before agreeing to the exchange. In retrospect, it would have been better suited for a dog. What a pity for the good intentions of the Chongxian Pavilion. The testimonies of several powerful figures only served to substantiate Elder Jiang's claims. Glares from the crowd pierced Gu Yan like daggers, filled with disdain and revulsion. If there were any who could previously comprehend Gu Yan's actions, now no one held him in esteem. The gathering was filled with powerful figures, each harboring a profound disdain for the likes of Gu Yan, a treacherous ingrate. One might harbor animosity towards the Chongxian Pavilion or the revered Chu Shang. Yet what audacity permits one to treat Nangong Qin, who has bestowed upon you kindness and invested her efforts, so shamelessly? Even the formidable beings present were taken aback. Far removed in the desolate realm, the great sage Qing Niu furrowed his brow upon hearing of this wretch's behavior. Truly, a wolf cub that cannot be nurtured. At this moment, Bai Xian regarded the heavens with a frosty demeanor, offering no response. She knew Gu Yan was no virtuous individual. Yet she had not anticipated his fall to such depths of depravity. Not only she, but even the ethereal white glow within her felt a flicker of confusion. How could Gu Yan exhibit such behavior? This is utterly outrageous. The actions of the destined protagonist Gu Yan have incited collective fury, resulting in a decrease of fortune and a loss of 5,000 destiny points. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest X1. Due to Nan Gongqin's complete disillusionment with the destined protagonist, the completion rate of the hidden quest involving Nan Gongqin has increased by 50, reaching a current completion of 270. Would you like to settle the rewards? The system notifications rang out consecutively. Chu Feng observed Gu Yan, whose pallor reflected the depletion of his destiny points to a mere 5,000. He had not expected that before he could intervene, someone would already serve as a mouthpiece against Gu Yan. Even more astonishing was the realization that, as the destined protagonist, Gu Yan could behave so atrociously. According to Elder Jiang, Nan Gongqin's treatment of him was far from ordinary. It was akin to nurturing a child with tender care. Unable to tolerate the sight any longer, Chu Feng remarked with a hint of scorn, "Gu Yan, does your conscience not ache?" Clenching his teeth, Gu Yan felt a surge of agitation at Elder Jiang's words. He had never fathomed the extent of Nan Gongqin's sacrifices on his behalf. He had always considered her kindness as mere trifles, yet the revelations left him astounded. Witnessing Nan Gongqin's heart-wrenching sorrow, he felt a twinge of regret and annoyance at that moment. However, amidst the relentless jeers and taunts from his adversaries echoing in his ears, he stubbornly retorted, "I have no regrets." With that, he attempted to turn and flee, acknowledging he was on the verge of breaking down. He wished to escape this place immediately, yearning to find a crevice to hide within. Alas, Gu Yan had long been ensnared, unable to take even a single step forward. "Now that you are here, do not be so hasty to leave. After all, we have yet to witness your performance," came Chu Feng's indifferent voice, resonating in Gu Yan's ears. "A performance? What performance?" The attendees exchanged glances, bewildered. Was there something about Gu Yan they were unaware of? Chapter 39. You make me feel sick. A performance? When did I ever agree to perform? Gu Yan's expression stiffened. Initially, he remained composed when he sensed that the space around him had been frozen by Chu Feng, clutching the seed bestowed upon him by the great sage of the Green Bull. However, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, an inexplicable wave of familiar trepidation surged within him. In that fleeting moment, his mind was inundated with memories of the misfortunes he had encountered recently. Reflecting carefully, he pondered what incriminating evidence this individual might possess against him. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, Gu Yan felt he had done nothing wrong. He fixed his gaze on Chu Feng. "Don't spout nonsense here. I have no idea what you're talking about." Chu Feng paid him no heed. He was not so idle as to summon Gu Yan without purpose. There was profound significance behind this invitation. After all, he had grown weary of this little chive, Gu Yan. The last time, the heavenly Tao had specifically warned him that a new protagonist was soon to arrive. Thus, today was the perfect occasion to uproot the chives and reclaim what he had entrusted in Gu Yan's eternal gate. With a snap of his fingers, amidst the attentive crowd, a faint blue halo suddenly appeared at the back of Gu Yan's neck, ascending like fireworks and gradually coalescing into a scene visible to all. Elder Jiang and the other elders of the heavy, profound pavilion immediately focused their attention on the emerging image. Soon, two figures materialized within the scene. One was easily recognizable as Gu Yan, while the other was a towering figure, a robust man crowned with two massive bull horns, exuding a sense of savagery and dominance. Who could that be? Gu Yan. Was that a member of the demon tribe? The demon tribe? Wasn't that a rare race? How could Gu Yan possibly have interactions with them? The distinguished guests present quickly fixated on the horned figure emerging above Gu Yan's head, and with their vast experience, they swiftly identified him as a member of the demon tribe. Some inexperienced disciples of the heavy, profound pavilion curiously inquired, "Demon tribe? What kind of race is that?" An elder elucidated, "The demon tribe is a hybrid offspring born from the union of our human race and ferocious beasts, exceedingly rare. Considered a trash race in the mystic realm, akin to scrap material, with a lowly status. It is surprising that Gu Yan has fallen to consorting with such hybrids." The naive disciples of the heavy, profound pavilion, upon hearing this, looked enlightened yet perplexed. The mystic realm, including the lower realms like the Shaozhu realm, predominantly consisted of humans, with other races being quite uncommon. For many disciples, the demon tribe was particularly rare, and upon learning of their origins, their gazes toward Gu Yan became decidedly peculiar. After all, the origins of the demon tribe were quite unspeakable, and for Gu Yan to mingle with them was truly. Gu Yan had no time to dwell on their strange stares. Upon seeing the image of himself alongside the green sage materialize above his head, his heart raced to his throat. How could he possess images of both me and Qingsheng? Gu Yan's heart was in turmoil. The subsequent scenes, however, chilled him to the core. For within the blurred images, voices gradually emerged. Qingsheng, rest assured, since I am working for the demon clan, I shall harbor no ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, having fallen to such depths, it is only the demon clan that treats me with sincerity, and thus I will reciprocate their goodwill wholeheartedly. Very well. You are indeed a commendable traitor. The princess's judgment is indeed astute. Working for the demon clan, what would that entail? A series of Gu Yan's resounding and vigorous declarations echoed continuously. As the voices reverberated, the world fell into silence. Gu Yan, you bastard. Soon, an enraged curse rang out. Li Jingyang's face flushed with fury as he exclaimed, "Why would a decent person choose to serve the demon clan like a dog? Truly a remarkable talent. Thankfully, I did not assist you back then. Otherwise, my Li family would forever be humiliated in the Xian realm." His outburst drew unanimous agreement from the prominent figures present. Not only him, but the once amicable Xiao Xingjuan from the star-picking tower also stared at the stupefied Gu Yan, shouting, "Gu Yan, you disgust me. A traitor. How could you choose to be a traitor? Do you realize that the demon clan is a marginalized and inconsequential race in the Xian realm? Once a top genius of a transcendent power, how have you fallen to the point of becoming a traitor? Truly repulsive." At that moment, Ji Kong finally understood who had saved him in the Xiaozhu realm, and could not help but inquire, what does Gu Yan intend to accomplish by becoming a traitor? He keenly perceived the crux of the issue. The demon clan depicted in the images clearly harbored sinister intentions. Approaching a former genius like Gu Yan could not possibly stem from admiration for his appearance. There must be ulterior motives at play. There was definitely something amiss. A significant issue lurking beneath. Not just Ji Kong, but the other prominent figures also arrived at this conclusion, all gazing intently at the pale and bloodless Gu Yan, seeking to unveil the truth. The voices in the images had yet to cease. Soon, Gu Yan's voice rang out once more. "Qingsheng, you are mistaken. Oh, I am far more than merely a competent traitor. Trust me, even for the sake of Sister Exiner, I will give my all. This journey to the Xian realm is not solely about dismantling the demon-slaying formation of the Chongxian Pavilion. All 77 demon-slaying formations in the Xian realm are my targets." The demon-slaying formation. Upon hearing the words that echoed from the images, the prominent figures present could scarcely believe their ears. The demon clan, a mere trash race in the Xian realm, dared to entertain thoughts of disrupting the demon-slaying formation. That formation is the lifeblood of the Xian realm. Should anything happen to the demon-slaying formation, the entire Xian realm would face calamity. How could such a minor demon clan dare to target the demon-slaying formation? The most crucial aspect is that one dares to dream, while the other is genuinely willing to act. Gu Yan's visit to the Chongxian Pavilion today is undoubtedly more than mere disruption. His objective is the demon suppression formation. In an instant, many esteemed figures from the Xian realm grasped the situation. Elder Zhang swiftly turned to Elder Su and urged, "Hurry, go check Wanzhong Mountain." Wanzhong Mountain, a similarly forbidden area of the Chongxian Pavilion, holds far greater significance than the Yuming Cliff, where Gu Yan was once imprisoned. For Wanzhong Mountain serves as the focal point designated for sealing and suppressing the demon suppression formation, guarded by formidable experts of the Chongxian Pavilion year-round. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that, if the scene is genuine, Gu Yan's purpose for coming to the Chongxian Pavilion today is undoubtedly linked to the demon suppression formation. Do not panic, since my husband is aware. The demon suppression formation must be secure. Amidst the turmoil in the Chongxian Pavilion, the calm voice of Nangong Qin resonated, her phoenix eyes fixed on Xu Feng, noticing the familiar, enigmatic smile upon his face. Continue observing. The performance has only just begun. Xu Feng's tranquil tone momentarily stunned the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion. They soon realized that the scene had shifted. A massive, ink-blue mountain loomed in the display, dominating the view. A shadow, identical to Gu Yan, stealthily approached the mountain, grasping a crimson long nail in hand. Chapter 40. The pig, fattened, must be slaughtered in the depths of Mount Wanzhong. The protective formations were layered upon one another. Even amidst the grand celebration of the marriage of the sacred chosen, two formidable elders of the kingly realm remained vigilant, meticulously monitoring the demon-slaying formation. In the unfolding scene, a shadow cloaked in gray moved with the stealth and agility of a mouse. This figure possessed an intimate familiarity with the terrain. Neither the intricate formations surrounding Mount Wanzhong nor the two elder guardians detected the intruder's presence. The gray silhouette, gripping a long crimson nail, approached Mount Wanzhong with increasing proximity. Yet, rather than hastening forward, it concealed itself in a particularly obscure corner, seemingly biding its time for the opportune moment. As the image magnified, all the formidable beings present easily discerned the visage of the gray figure. Gu Yan. The appearance of this shadow was an exact replica of Gu Yan. The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion were drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Today marked the grand occasion of the wedding ceremony. Elders Zhang and Li exhibited signs of clear negligence. Numerous gazes were firmly fixated on the crimson long nail in the gray figure's grasp. It was evident that this object was intended for breaching the formation. Should the sacred chosen fail to notice today and allow Gu Yan to wreak havoc, the opportunity for chaos at Mount Wanzhong would be undeniable. The expressions of the elders from the Chongxian Pavilion turned ashen. If Gu Yan were to dismantle the demon-slaying formation, chaos would ensue, and countless lives would be lost. The Chongxian Pavilion would bear the brunt of the consequences. Even with the sacred chosen observing and the demon-slaying formation seemingly secure, the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion felt their composure fraying. Elder Jiang, trembling with rage, pointed at Gu Yan, his voice quaking. "Beast, how dare you? Do you wish to bury the entire Xian realm with you?" Elder Su's face was a mask of murderous intent. "Seize him. Kill him. He must not escape." Enraged, he conjured a pale blue brush, its tip radiating a menacing light. Before he could strike, a flash of red surged past, akin to a startled swan, erupting with overwhelming murderous intent from the white jade platform below. Nangong Qin, this esteemed leader of the Chongxian Pavilion, one of today's central figures, wielded a blade of chilling azure, exuding terrifying sword energy as she aimed to cleave Gu Yan. Aghast, Gu Yan beheld the unfolding events, his mind engulfed in chaos. Rendered utterly dumbfounded. Why had my plan been exposed? It was inconceivable. This infiltration into the Chongxian Pavilion, aimed at disrupting the demon-slaying formation, while not flawless, was secure with a treasured artifact in hand and the backing of a great saint. Gu Yan had felt invincible, harboring no notion of unforeseen mishaps. He had even envisioned how to humiliate Chu Feng and abduct Nangong Qin upon entering the Chongxian Pavilion. He intended for the entire pavilion to pay a steep price. Yet now, the scene he had anticipated had crumbled into nothingness. Before any action was taken, the venture ended in tragedy. All operational details had been unveiled by Chu Feng. How could this be? How did he accomplish such a feat? Gu Yan's face drained of color, as he felt a surge of excruciating pain in his chest. He fixed his gaze on the pristine figure before him, whose captivating features exuded an aura of lethal intent. A long sword had penetrated his chest. The ferocious strike from a formidable king was far beyond the reaction capabilities of a mere celestial platform. The mentor he once revered and admired was now ruthlessly intent on his demise. Were it not for the mysterious portal within him that emanated a warm, enigmatic power to mend his wounds, Gu Yan would have perished by now. His expression twisted in agony, Gu Yan glared at Nangong Qin. "You are truly ruthless." Nangong Qin paid him no heed, her azure blade erupting with a skyward sword energy. Boom. In an instant, he was torn to shreds before the eyes of the onlookers. Excellent. Such a scoundrel deserves to be eradicated with thunderous wrath. A furious shout echoed. A powerful figure from an extraordinary faction, witnessing Gu Yan's fall, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, Ji Kong's countenance darkened as he remarked, his death was too merciful. He should be cast into the void abyss. Suppressed for a millennium, tortured to death to quench the bitterness of our hearts. His sentiments found support among the surrounding strongmen. Scum like Gu Yan, who dares to commit such treachery, is capable of anything. Don't be hasty. He possesses a tenacious fate. He is not dead yet. Not dead. Can Gu Yan withstand a strike from a formidable king? The powerful figures momentarily froze, realizing the voice belonged to Chu Feng, and instantly, no one doubted him. Chu Feng's indifferent gaze was fixed on a certain direction in the void. There, a golden light flickered, and Gu Yan's form re-emerged, once again reborn. This eternal gait is indeed remarkable. Yet, it is merely a desperate struggle. He chuckled softly, as Gu Yan's treacherous actions were laid bare before all the powerful beings of the mystic realm. The incessant sound of the system echoed in his ears, ringing without end. The actions of the fated protagonist Gu Yan have incited public outrage. His fortune plummets, and his destiny value decreases by 3,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The actions of the fated protagonist Gu Yan have incited public outrage. His fortune plummets, and his destiny value decreases by 3,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The destiny value of the fated protagonist Gu Yan has fallen to a negative number. His fortune lost, his protagonist fate shattered. He has lost his status as the protagonist. You have acquired destiny treasure chest 3. Observing the furious and vengeful powerful beings of the mystic realm, his assumptions were confirmed. The demon suppression array held paramount significance for the various factions of the mystic realm, a line between life and death. Following the exposure of Gu Yan's treacherous plot to dismantle the demon suppression array with the aid of the demon clan, the consequences were far graver than mere social demise. Before his transmigration, there was a saying, "Those who are righteous receive support, while those who stray are left to fend for themselves." Gu Yan's actions transcended mere transgressions. The last vestiges of his destiny value could scarcely endure the wrath of the myriad beings within the Xian realm. The unfolding reality corroborated his suspicions. Following his exposure, Gu Yan's destiny value plummeted to nearly zero, even descending into the negative. Destiny value, in essence, is synonymous with fortune. A descent into the negative signifies not only an overwhelming tide of misfortune, but also a complete forfeiture of the protagonist's qualification. This portends, the pig has finally grown fat enough to be slaughtered. This rebirth would also be his final one. In an instant, he appeared before the radiant golden light, arm raised, poised to seize Gu Yan's crown. With the loss of his destiny value, the eternal gate could finally be relinquished. Upon seeing Chu Feng, who stood so close, Gu Yan was confronted with a visage he found both detestable and terrifying. Trembling uncontrollably, he could no longer afford to hesitate. The green seed he clutched was abruptly crushed in his grip. A powerful shout resonated through the skies above the Chongxian pavilion. "Great Grandpa Nyo, please descend upon us." Boom. An unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted from Gu Yan. Chapter 41. Chu Feng, do you regret it? In a distant, desolate realm, within the ancestral hall, as Gu Yan crushed the azure seed and recited the incantation, a sudden azure flame erupted from the body of the azure bull sage. The two massive horns atop its head resembled antennas, and at the moment the azure flame was born, they unleashed waves of azure vortices. The vortices intertwined with the flames, merging to form a diminutive azure bull sage, which vanished in an instant, using the azure seed as a medium to burrow into Gu Yan's body. What on earth is happening? This is absurd. How did that human sage uncover Gu Yan's plan? Why has everything suddenly been exposed? The aura emanating from the azure bull sage weakened significantly, yet he remained unfazed, gazing at the images transmitted by the azure mirror, utterly bewildered. Gu Yan's utilization of the sage seed, a desperate gamble, had effectively signaled the failure of his attempt to disrupt the demon subjugation array. Not only was Gu Yan filled with profound confusion, but the sage himself was equally perplexed. The primary reason he was willing to bestow a sage seed upon Gu Yan was not due to any admiration for him, but rather because he believed Gu Yan had a substantial chance of dismantling the demon subjugation array. Yet now, it was utterly ridiculous that not only was Gu Yan's stealthy infiltration of the Chongxian pavilion preemptively discovered, but even their prior conversation in the desolate realm had inexplicably been discerned by that human sage. "My lord, can you comprehend the situation?" The azure bull sage turned to Baishiner, astonished. Baishiner's expression darkened, mirroring his astonishment as she shook her head. "I do not know. However, it seems that this human sage is also a formidable sage." Her implication was clear. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the azure bull sage's eyes. A sage? So what? Among beings of the same rank, the demon clan is invincible. Even if he is a sage, we shall not fear him. Baishiner refrained from responding. She was acutely aware of the circumstances. From the moment Gu Yan set foot in the Xian realm, everything had already been predetermined. The reason for his exposure stemmed from a rather simple source. The Tianqing doll was a gift from that man, which she then passed on to the Azure Bowl, ultimately arriving in Gu Yan's hands. From the instant he acquired the Tianqing doll, this quasi-saint treasure began recording every word and deed of Gu Yan. Bai Shiner even speculated that Gu Yan's stratagem of feigning one action while executing another had already been meticulously designed by that man, merely awaiting its execution. As expected, everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Gu Yan resembled a fattened pig running into the slaughterhouse. Bai Shiner shook her head. It no longer mattered. From the moment she accepted the man's terms, Gu Yan's fate had been sealed. She had known all along that the demon subjugation array of the Chongxian Pavilion could never be dismantled. Thus, the focus of this operation in the Xian realm was never truly upon Gu Yan. She cast a fleeting glance at the Azure Mirror, where Gu Yan, harnessing the strength of the Azure Bull Sage, had unleashed an astonishing might. A resplendent sun blazed above, a manifestation of the Sage's full power. Unexpectedly, the ethereal white light within Bai Xiner sensed Gu Yan's current predicament and remained utterly silent. Bai Xiner instructed the Azure Bull Sage. The plan at the Chongxian Pavilion has failed. Let's redirect our focus elsewhere. The scene shifted to the vast ocean. The Azure Bull Sage nodded, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, causing the mirror to reveal a vast, undulating sea, shadows emerging within. He muttered, "Let us see how much commotion this young man can stir with this measure of sage power." Although the failure of the Chongxian Pavilion's demon-suppressing formation was unforeseen, they had long been prepared with alternative strategies. While Gu Yan wreaked havoc, other pieces buried within the Xian realm by their demon clan were also in motion. At the Chongxian Pavilion, on the Baiyu celestial platform, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air. The ancient halls of the pavilion trembled as if on the brink of collapse. At this moment, high above the Chongxian Pavilion, a figure radiated boundless flames, akin to the sun itself. Surrounding him were resplendent golden lights illuminating both heaven and earth. This overwhelming force incinerated the ethereal energies of the void, causing mountains and rivers to bow in submission. What is this divine radiance of the sun? How could Gu Yan possess such celestial brilliance? The many formidable beings from the Xian realm present for the ceremony now wore expressions of terror, gazing incredulously at the heavenly platform, their voices quaking with disbelief. What does the divine radiance of the sun signify? The emergence of a sage. Yet, this was utterly absurd. Moments ago, Gu Yan had been a target of scorn, like a rat fleeing the street, yet he had not been slain by Nangong Qin. After shouting some inexplicable words, he erupted with the divine radiance of the sun. "Run! We must flee." A powerful warrior from the Li family seized Li Zhengyang beside him and turned to escape. This is a sage. With but a thought, he could annihilate a powerful warrior. Even the esteemed Chu sage would retreat in fear. Regardless of how this sage manifested, they were beyond their capacity to provoke. In any case, fleeing was the wisest choice. The Li family warrior's flight triggered a chain reaction. With many prominent figures from the Xian realm scrambling in disarray, hastily retreating from the Chongxian Pavilion. Where's the Chu sage? Why has he vanished? Could he have been suppressed? The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion wore expressions of shock, searching for the whereabouts of Chu Feng. They soon realized that as Gu Yan unleashed his sage might, the nearest Chu Feng had been engulfed within the radiant light. Elder John's face paled, his garments nearly scorched by the residual heat of the sun, incredulously exclaiming, "How could Gu Yan, a mere celestial platform cultivator, possibly possess the power of a sage? It is the demon clan, the trump card he received from the demon clan he allied with. This treacherous man truly deserves his fate." Ji Kong's eyes shimmered with astonishment as he gazed at Gu Yan amidst the blazing sun, only to discover a pair of horns sprouting from his head. Witnessing this scene, his complexion turned ashen, filled with shock and fury. "Do not panic. His immense power does not belong to him and shall not last long. Elder Jiang, summon the Council of Elders and activate the protective formation of our sect." Nangong Qin appeared at Tianke with an icy demeanor, calmly issuing commands. Yet her phoenix eyes were frantically searching for Chu Feng's whereabouts. "Ha! No one shall survive today. We shall embark on this journey together." Echoing through the heavens, Gu Yan's laughter resonated, tinged with madness. His celestial platform was fracturing, riddled with cracks, yet he had never felt the world to be so exquisite. Gu Yan had succumbed to madness. The power of the demon clan's great sage bestowed upon him boundless strength, but it also drove him to insanity. However, he cared not for his madness. Chu Feng, do you regret your choices? He sneered, fixing his gaze upon the figure he loathed with every fiber of his being. Launching a fist toward Chu Feng, the heavens trembled and the earth shook. The might of the great sage was terrifying beyond measure, as if this single blow could shatter the very world itself. Chapter 42. The joke-like hidden card. Chu Feng, do you regret it? Gu Yan's roar echoed, brimming with boundless satisfaction, as he unleashed a punch that seemed to alter the very fabric of the heavens. The formidable beings of the Xian realm were left in a state of utter shock, their gazes scattered in disbelief. None had anticipated that Gu Yan possessed such a terrifying ace up his sleeve. Could the Holy One, Chu Feng, withstand this? Ji Kong felt a dryness in his throat as he gazed up at Gu Yan's fists soaring through the sky. The might of the great sage's punch was enough to raise the entire Chongxian pavilion to the ground. Although Chu Feng had always maintained an air of unshakable calm, what could he possibly do in the face of such overwhelming power? It was over, utterly finished. Gu Yan, that wretched creature, had capabilities beyond imagination. The elders of Chongxian Pavilion were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The protective barrier could only buy time. It was utterly incapable of shielding Chu Feng from the might of that punch. Nangongqin clenched her delicate hands, her phoenix-like eyes filled with tension. At that moment, a faint voice resonated through the void. Regret? Indeed, there is a bit of regret in wielding a power that does not belong to you. It shouldn't harm what I have entrusted to you, right? His voice was calm, showing no sign of panic, even tinged with a hint of frivolity. The overwhelming presence of Gu Yan was instantly ignited with fury upon hearing Chu Feng's words. What could he possibly mean by what I have entrusted to you? It could only refer to that mysterious gate, the treasure he had always kept hidden. Every time he heard Chu Feng claim it as his own, Gu Yan felt an inexplicable pain, akin to the anguish of Nangongqin being taken from him. As he unleashed his punch, he thought, keep barking, will you? Once I smash you to pieces, let us see what you have to say. Gu Yan was brimming with confidence in his current strength. Boom. His fist struck Chu Feng, but felt as though it had collided with an iron wall. Gu Yan's entire body shook, and he felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. Why couldn't he break through? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly sent flying, transforming into a bloody mist. Is this the extent of your power? Do you truly think you can kill me? How naive! Chu Feng's indifferent voice rang out. As the brilliance faded, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze apathetic, having not retreated a single step. Nothing happened. Gu Yan was sent flying instead. Those below, who had been worried for Chu Feng, witnessed this scene and felt their pupils constrict, their expressions revealing disbelief. Gu Yan had wielded the power of the great sage, yet had failed to inflict any harm on Chu Feng. This was illogical. The higher one's realm, the more challenging it became to engage in combat across realms. The chasm between a holy one and a great sage was like an insurmountable gulf. Even if Gu Yan was merely borrowing power, he should have been able to suppress a holy one. Ji Kong trembled, stammering, What on earth is happening? He fixed his gaze upon Chu Feng, who was gracefully traversing the skies, drawing closer to Gu Yan. Originally enveloped in the resplendent aura of the sun, Gu Yan now appeared utterly disheveled. After stabilizing his stance, his face mirrored profound shock, and he instinctively began to retreat. Yet, alas, with each step back, his legs felt as if they were laden with lead, rendering him immobile. From the perspective of the onlookers, including Ji Kong and the others, Gu Yan had no feasible escape route. This is utterly illogical. The elders of the were struck with astonishment. At that moment, Nangongqin suddenly spoke softly. It seems we have never inquired whether my husband is at the level of a sage or a great sage. Upon her utterance, a profound silence enveloped the room. In an era where a pinnacle ruler in the Xian realm is considered the supreme powerhouse, the emergence of a sage is a cataclysmic event. Naturally, people instinctively assumed that Chu Feng was merely a sage. However, it became evident that they had forgotten the ancient times of the Xian realm, where sages were abundant and great sages were as common as dogs. There even existed sage kings. As they witnessed Chu Feng effortlessly overpowering Gu Yan, who had borrowed great sage power, even the most obtuse among them began to comprehend the truth. Chu Sheng was never an ordinary sage. He was, in fact, a great sage. With this realization, it suddenly made sense that Chu Feng possessed a plethora of sacred-level techniques. Upon this thought, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Gu Yin must have been utterly dumbfounded, for his trump card now appeared to be a mere farce. At that moment, Li Zhengyang, having returned unbeknownst to anyone, gazed at the heavens and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heavens?" Meanwhile, witnessing Gu Yin being subdued, the great sage Qing Niu, far away in the desolate small world, was taken aback. This individual was clearly not a sage. How had he failed to discern this earlier? Gu Yin was indeed uncommonly unfortunate, having borrowed my great sage power. He was now being subdued. Beside him, Bai Xiner observed this scene without surprise. This man had known everything about Gu Yin from the very beginning. How could he not have prepared? If her conjecture was correct, he might very well be a sage king. "Sister, what will happen to Gu Yin?" At that moment, a white light within her being gently inquired. Bai Xiner replied nonchalantly, "What else can happen? It is undoubtedly a path to death. Even if that man were to spare him, with the shattered, his chances of survival are slim." The white light fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately remaining uncommunicative. If it were possible, she would certainly wish to rescue Gu Yin. Yet, she found herself incapable of doing so, and her sister did not support the endeavor. Moreover, for reasons unknown, her mindset had undergone a transformation. In the past, she would have risked everything to compel her sister to intervene, but after witnessing Gu Yan's many actions, Bai Xiner had grown considerably indifferent. "Qing Niu, has it begun?" Bai Xiner gazed softly at the azure sky reflected in the mirror. Success was imminent. On the other side of the Han Sea, there existed a demonic suppression formation, its core on the brink of being shattered. A voice filled with astonishment echoed from Qing Niu. Just as she had surmised, even the might of the great sage could not withstand the formidable Gu Yin, who had utterly relinquished all hope. That man had effortlessly seized him, and then vanished? Bai Xiner frowned. Observing the disappearing figures of Chu Feng and Gu Yin in the mirror, her heart filled with bewilderment. Of course, Chu Feng had not truly vanished. Upon approaching Gu Yin, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He did not even exchange a word with Gu Yin. Without mercy, he delivered a sharp strike to the celestial crown. Devoid of destiny and the essence of a protagonist, Gu Yin should have perished utterly. Unexpectedly, the eternal gate within him suddenly swung wide open, drawing Gu Yin into its depths and erasing him from existence. Chu Feng, raising an eyebrow, instantly pursued him. "This is dire." On the Bayou Immortal platform, the leader of the Wan Fa Xiren sect suddenly exclaimed, her countenance ashen. She spoke in a grave tone. "The core of the formation within the sect has been seized." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the Chongxian pavilion fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 43. Eagerly anticipating your astonished countenance. The eye of the formation has been seized. Upon the utterance of these words, nearly all the formidable beings present from the Xian realm were rendered speechless. The eye of the demon suppression formation had been taken. Did this not signify the impending collapse of the Wanfa Xiren sect's mighty formation? Elder Zhang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he trembled, incredulously inquiring, "The eye has been seized? How could this be?" Each of our transcendent factions safeguarding the demon suppression formation is invariably protected by no less than two fully realized kings. Your sect is renowned for its profound mastery of formations. How could it be that the eye was taken? Nangong Qin furrowed her brows and decisively interjected, "Suruan, who is responsible for this? How long until the formation collapses?" The expression of sect leader Suruan darkened as she felt the weight of the gazes upon her, leading her to bitterly smile and respond. It was Sunan who struck. He seized the opportunity during a moment of weakness within the hall. Even the two stationed fully realized kings were unable to halt him. Currently, the elders within the sect are reinforcing the formation, but without the eye. None can ascertain how long it will endure. Sunan, the deputy sect leader? How could it be him? Has he lost his mind? Why would he seize the eye? Is he a traitor like Gu Yin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yin was driven to desperation. What could he possibly gain from such a lowly race as the demon kin? A tumultuous uproar ensued. Initially, the assembly believed that it was a pawn like Gu Yin who had covertly acted to seize the eye of the demon suppression formation. To their astonishment, it was an insider, a traitor of such high caliber. Sunan, the deputy sect leader, was the junior disciple of sect leader Suruan. firmly positioned within the upper echelons of the Wanfa Xiren sect. Moreover, he was also a fully realized king. How could he commit such an act at this juncture? Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, sect leader Suruan's exquisite visage darkened. She raised her hand and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. We shall discuss this matter later. With her words barely settling, the sect leader, accompanied by several other powerful figures, vanished from the scene. Witnessing sect leader Suruan's departure, the other dignitaries of the Xian realm exhibited fluctuating expressions. Some hastily followed suit. Should the Wanfa Xiren sect's demon suppression formation be breached, the demonic entities would surge forth, jeopardizing the other transcendent factions of the Xian realm. A sense of foreboding loomed as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Just then, another sovereign of a transcendent faction shifted in countenance. Esteemed colleagues, please convey my apologies to Saint Chu. Our holy land is also facing some troubles. More? Though he did not articulate it as clearly as sect leader Suruan, the urgency in his demeanor was palpable, and he departed swiftly, evidently burdened by significant issues. This was merely the beginning. Soon, several others exhibited similar circumstances, their expressions grave as they hastily exited. The Chongxian pavilion fell into a profound silence, leaving those who remained exchanging bewildered glances. No one had anticipated that this joyous day would be marred by such upheaval within the Xian realm. Elder Su let out a deep sigh. Who was the mastermind behind today's chaos? Could it truly be those feeble demon kin? Elder Zhang wore a troubled expression and waved his hand, saying, "Let us respond as the situation unfolds. What shall we do now?" Beneath the towering mountains, the figure transformed by Gu Yan had been effortlessly subdued. However, at this moment, Chu Sheng was absent, and many guests had already departed. The Xuanjia was on the verge of upheaval, and the elders of the Chongxian pavilion displayed expressions of distress as they looked towards Nangong Qin. After a brief silence, Nangong Qin spoke slowly. "We wait." The old-timers of the Xuanjia would not stand idly by and watch the demon suppression array collapse. Her words served as a reminder to those present. Over the years, apart from the Chongxian pavilion, other transcendent forces like the Wanfa Xiren sect were not without their own profound foundations. Yet, such foundations were not within their control. Only in moments of life and death would those old-timers take action. In the southeastern Xuanjia, at the Hanhai Sea, the waters appeared inky black, with howling winds that seemed to herald the end of the world. This was the domain of the transcendent force, the Tianshu Immortal Gate. A towering figure with massive horns materialized above the churning sea amidst the distortion of the void. Perched upon his broad shoulders was a petite girl with fox tails, dressed in a flowing white gown. "Should I take action, Your Majesty?" the Qing Niu Great Sage inquired, his eyes fixed on the deep sea where several resplendent lights of accomplished kings flickered like flames beneath the waves. "No need to rush," Bai Xiner replied. "The foundations of the Xuanjia extend beyond this. We shall wait for their saint to appear." The Qing Niu Great Sage nodded, retracting his aura until he became inconspicuous in the swaying world around them. Suddenly, a deep and thunderous sound echoed from the depths of the sea. A beam of golden light pierced through the ominous clouds, cascading into the waters below. The golden light soon transformed into a bridge. "Ah, the holy bridge is being opened. The Tianshu Immortal Gate possesses considerable depth. A great king has actually broken through to sainthood," the Qing Niu Great Sage remarked, raising an eyebrow. The holy bridge that appeared in the void was a manifestation of the Tao responding to the world, signifying a king's breakthrough into sainthood. To invoke the holy bridge was not merely a matter of diligent cultivation. It required supreme fortune and innate talent. Out of 1,000 accomplished kings, only one might possess the ability to summon the holy bridge for ascension. Now, deep within the Hanhai, the holy bridge had manifested at the moment when someone was about to attain sainthood, just as the demon suppression array was on the brink of collapse. Naturally, Bai Xiner continued, the demon suppression array is the lifeblood of the Xuanjia. If it shatters, the essence of the Xuanjia will greatly diminish, thus increasing the chances of successful ascension at this moment. As she playfully swung her delicate, fair legs while seated on the Qing Niu Great Sage's shoulder, Bai Xiner was not surprised. During their conversation, the holy bridge in the deep sea grew increasingly radiant, and a figure shimmering with golden light surged forth with boundless might. "Eliminate him," Bai Xiner remarked calmly. With a sinister smile, The Qing great sage unleashed a punch. The heavens and earth trembled. The newly appeared golden figure had yet to fully reveal its sanctity when it was obliterated in an instant by the Qing great sage's strike. Simultaneously, the demon suppression array within the deep sea shattered. Your Majesty, one has fallen. The Azure Bull sage triumphantly extended a finger. Vaishiner gazed into the depths of the sea as a colossal vortex emerged with the fall of that saint, emanating a terrifying aura. She promptly declared, "We must depart swiftly. Those insufferable beings in the passage are approaching. Let us transition to the sect of natural laws." Upon hearing this, the expression of the Azure Bull sage darkened, and he vanished without a trace. Several hours later, the two found themselves in a desolate desert. Where the Azure Bull sage bore multiple wounds, his vitality significantly diminished. In contrast, Vaishiner remained unblemished, her purity and charm intact. "My lord, the foundation of the Xian realm is formidable, with two great sages awakening. I have lost all the treasures I amassed over hundreds of years in the Xian realm, and half of the young men from the wasteland have perished, having only established 3 demon-slaying formations in the Xian realm. It is all Gu Yan's fault. He squandered the seed of the sage, rendering it utterly useless. Had he succeeded, we could have had 4 formations." The Azure Bull sage's eyes blazed with fury. Yet, Vaishiner, unfazed, gently patted his neck and replied, "Do not be anxious. 3 formations are sufficient. The essence of the Xian realm should soon reveal itself. We shall lie and wait patiently." Upon hearing the term essence of the Xian realm, the Azure Bull sage exhaled a breath of murky air and swiftly sank into the sands. Although the outcome fell short of expectations, Vaishiner felt a sense of satisfaction. She recalled the man who had smiled while making a deal with her. Did he believe everything was within his grasp? What of the present? A mocking smile graced her lips as she mused, "Little man, what are you up to now? Have you managed to eliminate Gu Yan? I eagerly anticipate your astonishment when I acquire the essence of the Xian realm." Chapter 44. Gu Yan's greatest secret. High above the realms in the silent void of the universe, a figure approached with measured steps. In the distance, a golden point of light darted away at a speed akin to that of light itself, tirelessly fleeing towards the edge of the cosmos. Yet, despite the frantic escape of this golden light, the figure behind it maintained a steady distance, as if walking a dog. How intriguing! It is indeed fascinating that the ultimate imperial weapon, born from the essence of the realm, possesses such vigor. Capturing it is far more challenging than one might anticipate. Chu Feng smiled faintly as he leisurely followed the golden light, showing no urgency to seize it. The current turmoil in the realm evidently exerted a significant influence on the golden light. He could keenly sense that the power of this golden point was visibly waning, and it wouldn't be long before its aura and the eternal gate were fully exposed. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the golden point emanated a sound imbued with an unusual rhythm. "Chu Feng, you deceived me." Soon, a voice filled with exasperation erupted from within the golden light. "Oh, what have I deceived you about, little green onion?" Chu Feng chuckled, casually inquiring. Although the voice was somewhat jarring, it was evident that the source of this sound was Gu Yan, who had been engulfed by the eternal gate. Gu Yan found himself in an extraordinarily peculiar state. After hearing Chu Feng's voice, he fled for over 10,000 miles before responding sullenly, "This gate has never belonged to you." Chu Feng frowned, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is indeed my gate. I know it is called the Eternal Gate. Do you know that? You do not. You merely refer to it as the Mysterious Gate. System. Damn it." Gu Yan was infuriated. He felt utterly humiliated, and it was only at this moment that he grasped the truth. The realization of this truth left Gu Yan in a state of utter collapse. How could there be such a brazen individual in this world? Had he not been in a unique, chaotic state with the Eternal Gate, he would never have uncovered this reality. Perceiving Chu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Yan vehemently retorted, "I am the reincarnation of the spirit of the Eternal Gate. How dare you attempt to deceive me?" He comprehended everything. Just moments ago, he had faced a life-and-death crisis. Chu Feng's power was overwhelming. It was so formidable that the Eternal Gate could not protect him through conventional means. The only solution was complete integration. From this moment forward, he was the Eternal Gate, and the Eternal Gate was him. As a result, Gu Yan awakened the memories of his past life. It turned out he was the reincarnation of the spirit of the Eternal Gate. He had hoped to leverage this realm and the residual power of the Eternal Gate to forge a new path to attain enlightenment through the vessel. Yet now, everything lay in ruins. All of it was obliterated by this suddenly emerging nemesis. Currently, Guyan's mental state is even more shattered than before. Having fused with the Eternal Gate, not only has this life been utterly destroyed, but even the essence of the Eternal Gate is at risk of being tainted. Restoring the Eternal Gate to its former state is an endeavor that cannot be accomplished without thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of nurturing. Upon hearing Guyan's self-detonation, Chu Feng was taken aback. What? You are the spirit of the Eternal Gate. This revelation was both unexpected and yet perfectly reasonable. Truly, he is the destined protagonist with an unorthodox approach. A thought seemed to cross his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Does that not imply that you are also mine? Guyan was left dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Before he could continue his rebuttal, Chu Feng shook his head decisively. No way, absolutely not. I do not have the habit of collecting men. Moreover, how could someone like you, a scoundrel, possibly be the spirit of the Eternal Gate? With this assertion, the logic seemed to fall into place. After all, what need is there for a spirit for a mere extreme Dao imperial weapon? It would be better to erase you altogether. As these words fell, Chu Feng waved his hand and directly captured the golden light point. How could this happen? The golden light point emanated Guyan's melodious voice from the Xian realm. He could never have anticipated that after his self-detonation, he would be captured so effortlessly. Impossible. I am a manifestation of the Xian realm, after merging with my essence. Even if the other party were a sage king, they would be unable to seize me. What on earth is this Chu Feng situation? Guyan's mentality truly crumbled. He had initially thought all was lost, but relying on his primordial power, he believed he could at least escape to a secluded place to recuperate. However, it now seemed he was sorely mistaken. The other party was capturing him with such ease, as though he were merely chives to be harvested at will. Oh, do not be hasty. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, reproaching, I have yet to hold you accountable for disrupting my wedding ceremony. Furthermore, since you are in my grasp, you can only blame your little green plum. Was it not you who invited me here? How dare you accuse me of causing chaos? Guyan was in a frenzy. And what of this little green plum? What does that mean? Guyan was taken aback, quickly realizing that little green plum referred to Bai Xiner. What does this have to do with that little girl? Although there had been some unpleasant arguments with Bai Xiner in the desolate small world, Guyan had never blamed her. The girl had always been straightforward, and it was quite normal for her to occasionally act foolishly. However, he was well aware that Bai Xiner harbored feelings for him. At this juncture, she was the last glimmer of light in his heart. Yet now, hearing the devilish implications in Chu Feng's words, could it be that his beloved Moonlight also harbored issues? Chu Feng, feeling the golden light point in his hand, was surrounded by a blazing aura, hot enough to incinerate an entire ocean, yet in his palm, it radiated only a gentle warmth. Amidst the radiant glow, faint outlines began to emerge, revealing angular shapes imbued with an ancient and desolate aura. This heralded a momentous upheaval within the realm of Xian, signaling the gradual deterioration of its essence, soon to be incapable of concealing the corporeal form of the Eternal Gate. With a smile rich in intensity, he refined this treasured artifact, whispering to Guyan in a tone reminiscent of a demon's murmur. Are you surprised? I am no deity. How could I possibly know your intentions without reason? Every cause has its effect. Everything leaves a trace, does it not? Guyan responded. What exactly are you trying to convey? Chu Feng, with a subtle smile, grasped the golden speck of light and turned towards the greater expanse of the Xian realm. With a single stride, he traversed boundless distances, returning to Xian. The scenery around him transformed. The mountains, seas, lakes, and colossal abysses unfolded beneath his feet. Quick, stop those ruffians. The demon-slaying formation has been breached. We are doomed. It's all over. The sage of Tianyu has fallen. How could this happen? Cries of despair, roars of anger, and howls of fury echoed throughout the Xian realm, creating a cacophony that resonated across the land. Chaos reigned supreme, as the powerful beings of Xian unleashed their formidable energies. Yet, an ominous shadow loomed over the entirety of Xian, with injuries and fatalities occurring incessantly. 3 demon-slaying formations had been dismantled. Guyan, did you witness this? This grand spectacle unfolds just as you desired. It shan't be long before the passage beneath the formation is fully connected. Truly a time of upheaval. Guyan, can you guess who orchestrated this? Chu Feng squinted, speaking softly, enticing Gu Yin with his words. Chapter 45. End-of-Life Care. Whose masterpiece is this? I am merely a spirit, and I know nothing. Gu Yin was reluctant to heed Chu Feng's words. Having just reintegrated with the Eternal Gate, his mind was a tumultuous chaos, flooded with an overwhelming tide of thoughts. Merely processing this deluge of information while fending off that scoundrel Chu Feng had already drained him of all his mental energy, leaving no room for contemplation on such matters. Fortunately, Chu Feng had no intention of pressing Gu Yin for answers. His smile remained unwavering. Come, let me take you to see for yourself. He grasped a golden speck of light, as if it were a bead, manipulating it deftly. With a single step, they soon found themselves amidst a raging sea, where dark winds howled. Boom, boom. From the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a series of muffled roars echoed. The waters surged violently, and the ocean floor trembled with cataclysmic force, hinting at the monumental changes occurring within the divine sea. Chu Feng gazed down, piercing through the darkness of the seabed. The first sight that struck him was a heap of corpses. Powerful beings from the mystic realm lay lifeless on the ocean floor. Hundreds of luminous orbs were frantically intertwining around these bodies, accompanied by the sounds of battle, engaged in a fierce conflict. The battlefield was littered with stone tablets. Beneath the sea, over 100 towering tablets, glowing with a deep azure light and inscribed with intricately complex formations, stood resolutely. These tablets, seemingly scattered across the seabed, were, in truth, akin to the celestial bodies in their cosmic dance, aligning with the principles of the universe. At that moment, each tablet's surface bore spiderweb-like cracks, spreading in all directions. In mere minutes, the surfaces would shatter entirely. The channels sealed beneath the formation would also be irreversibly breached. Even so, the ocean floor erupted with battle, making a final stand. Holding Gu Yin, Chu Feng casually inquired, "Little Leak, do you see who that is?" Gu Yin. He saw. It was not the scene beneath the sea. Chu Feng's vantage point was high above, where he could survey the entirety of the ocean's surface. He sensed two familiar figures. The great sage Qing Miao floated upon the ocean's surface, alongside another figure that took him by surprise. Perched upon the shoulder of the great sage was Sister Xiner. The descent of the Qing sage into the mystic realm to disrupt the demon suppression formation was understandable, but what business did Sister Xiner, a mere Dao Palace practitioner, have here? Even as he felt like a fish on the chopping block, Gu Yin was still perplexed and bewildered upon seeing by Xiner. It's about to break. Master, should I intervene? Not yet. The foundation of the mystic realm is far from exhausted. Let us await the emergence of their sage. Soon, he began to overhear the conversation between the great sage Qing Miao and Bai Xiner. Isn't she a princess of the demon clan? Why does the Qing sage address her as master? Her tone is markedly different from usual. What could this mean? The dialogue between the Azure Bull sage and Bai Xiner startled Gu Yin profoundly. He was intimately familiar with Bai Xiner, and even with just a few exchanged words, he perceptibly sensed a stark contrast in her demeanor compared to her usual self. What astonished him further was the apparent deference the Azure Bull sage exhibited towards Bai Xiner during their conversation. Respect and obedience are entirely different concepts. The Azure Bull sage, who dismissed even top-tier geniuses like himself, seemed to yield to this foolish girl without hesitation. This was decidedly unsettling. Gu Yin was utterly bewildered. At that moment, the sky erupted with a radiant golden light. The brilliance pierced through the dark clouds above and cascaded into the depths of the sea. Soon, the golden light transformed into a bridge. Ah, the sacred bridge. The Tianshu Immortal Gate possesses formidable heritage, capable of producing a great king who can transcend to sainthood. The words of the Azure Bull sage sent a tremor through Gu Yan's heart. Someone was achieving sainthood beneath the sea. What shook him further was the seemingly nonchalant command issued by Xiner, seated atop the Azure Bull sage's shoulder. Eliminate him. With that declaration, the Azure Bull sage let out a peculiar laugh and obliterated the newly ascended saint into mere fragments. As the saint perished, the stone tablets at the seabed collapsed in unison. A massive whirlpool of darkness suddenly emerged, exuding a chilling aura that devoured the surrounding tablets and corpses alike. Gu Yan's mind went blank. He recalled the question posed by Chu Feng earlier. Whose handiwork could this be? Could it possibly be her? No, it was inconceivable. She was far too foolish to orchestrate such events. This woman must believe she has everything under control. Chu Feng remained silent, merely offering a brief comment without intervening in the unfolding events. After the Azure Bull Sage and by Outshining departed from the maritime expanse, he effortlessly grasped the remnants of the sacred bridge that had yet to dissipate from the world, drawing it into his own divine sea. With a flicker, he followed closely behind. Several hours later, Chu Feng found himself high above a desert. Witnessing the Azure Bull Sage berating Gu Yin while descending into the depths of the sands alongside by Outshining, he continued to manipulate the golden light point in his grasp. Due to the disruption of the demon suppression array and the subsequent loss of the Xian realm's essence, the golden point began to take on the contours of a door. Its surface shimmered with a gradually deepening lavender hue. He was not idly wandering with Gu Yin. During the past few hours, he had been diligently refining the eternal gate. The more the essence dissipated, the easier it became to refine the gate. The lavender tint signified that this door would soon take on his form. She had just referenced the essence of the Xian realm. By Outshining's objective was also the eternal gate. The connection between the demon suppression array and the Xian realm's essence was paramount. Destroying the array would be detrimental to his own interests. Following by Outshining and the Azure Bull Sage, even Gu Yin, naive as he was, began to grasp the entirety of the situation. He finally came to the realization of how ludicrous he had been. The mastermind behind it all was, astonishingly, by Shiner. The irony lay in the fact that he had not noticed it even a little. If by Shiner intended to betray him, he would have had to assist her in counting the profits. How could he have even contemplated sabotaging the demon suppression array? Was he not essentially harming himself? Gu Yin believed he could exact revenge on the Xian realm and the Chongxian pavilion, as well as on Nangong Qin, by destroying the array. Yet, he suddenly discovered that the boomerang he had flung had returned to strike him instead. He felt utterly dumbfounded. Now, the 3 demon suppression arrays of the Xian realm had been shattered, and from the suppressed passage, a relentless stream of demons began to emerge. He could sense that the status of the Eternal Gate was amiss, its energy depleting rapidly. If Chu Feng had not exposed him, and he had indeed succeeded in demolishing one of the demon suppression arrays, the consequences would have been dire. His Eternal Gate would certainly be seized. No, what difference was there between my current predicament and having my Eternal Gate stolen? It was all Chu Feng's fault. Gu Yin suddenly became aware of an even graver issue. His heart filled with both rage and frustration. Chu Feng toyed with Gu Yin, departing from the desert and wandering through various locales in the Xian realm, seemingly observing something. A few hours later, he felt the Eternal Gate was on the verge of being thoroughly refined. Do you understand now? In truth, you are somewhat pitiable. I merely intended to test the waters, but to my surprise, after offering a few conditions, this woman sold you out. Gu Yin, the world is not worth your efforts. In an effort to embody the spirit of end-of-life care, Chu Feng sighed softly, offering a modicum of comfort to Gu Yin. Of course, this concern was merely incidental. During the refinement of the Eternal Gate, this fellow, being a tool spirit, had nothing better to do, so he decided to provoke Gu Yin. Perhaps he could even acquire some destiny treasure boxes, which would serve as a modest supplement. She sold me out after I offered a few conditions? The previously silent Gu Yin fell into the trap, immediately recalling the events that had transpired in the Chongxian pavilion, as if struck by lightning. Crack! Crack! It felt as if something within his heart had shattered, and he pressed on. What do you mean? The protagonist Gu Yin harbors resentment towards Baishiner, resulting in a reduction of 3,000 points in destiny value. You have obtained 1 destiny treasure box. Though still perplexed, the system's message clearly indicated Gu Yin's current attitude. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. There really is something to this. You truly are a good ally on my path of villainy. Dog system, how can there still be destiny value in destiny treasure boxes when the protagonist's fate has collapsed? He casually inquired of the system. Destiny value reflects fortune. It can continue to be deducted even when negative. The destiny treasure box is exclusive to protagonists. Although Gu Yin's status has fallen, it should not have produced one, the Eternal Gate being extraordinarily unique, absorbing part of the destiny value drop, and thus generating the destiny treasure box. Destiny treasure boxes are exceedingly rare. They are seldom produced unless one is a protagonist. Oh, negative value, so that implies bad luck? The Eternal Gate hold some significance? Chu Feng, having received an answer, pondered deeply. What do you mean? He inquired. Noticing that Chu Feng remained unresponsive, Gu Yan's anger surged as he pressed for answers once more. Observing Gu Yan's agitated demeanor, Chu Feng cast a casual glance into the distance and remarked, Heh, she has come to seek you. You may inquire about whatever you wish. In the distance, two figures were swiftly approaching his location. Chapter 46. By Sheener's ominous premonition on the desolate hills, a strange, ethereal fire flickered. By Sheener perched upon the shoulder of the azure bowl sage, her jade fingers grasping a verdant rui. The rui shimmered with a luminous glow, its tip incessantly flickering towards the southwestern direction of the hills. It is almost here. The essence formed from the primordial realm is most likely an extraordinary imperial weapon. If she could acquire it, she would possess the means to once again confront that entity from the celestial demon realm. By Sheener's peach blossom eyes sparkled with anticipation. After years of meticulous planning in the Xian realm, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. The azure bowl sage was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, My sovereign! I sense the essence. It must be just ahead. The ancient beings of the Xian realm are completely preoccupied with the three demon-suppressing formations, leaving us unimpeded. By Sheener tightened her grip on the verdant rui and replied calmly, Do not be overly excited. Everything is proceeding too smoothly. Smoothly? Is that not a good thing? By Sheener remained silent, a shadow of a man flashing through her mind. That individual, accompanied by Gu Yan, had vanished without a trace and had yet to make a sound. As one of the foremost powerhouses of the Xian realm, should he not be aiding in suppressing the three passages? Yet, none of her informants stationed near the passages had reported sighting him. This inexplicably unsettled her. Is that him? By Sheener's pupils suddenly contracted as she gazed ahead. A solitary mountain peak, dark and protruding like a fawn, marked the final destination of the Xian realm's essence pointed out by her rui. She recognized a familiar figure. By Sheener's complexion changed abruptly, nearly unable to believe her eyes. What she feared had come to pass. Why was he here? The azure bowl sage's expression shifted dramatically as well. By the heavens! My sovereign, who is that? Although he had never encountered Chu Feng, the presence of someone arriving before them emanated an overwhelming power, causing the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles to stifle under his might. Chu Feng turned his gaze towards the two individuals finally approaching, raising his left hand in a casual wave. You've arrived? By Sheener. The azure bowl sage had already materialized 100 meters away from Chu Feng, suspended in the air, his blood-red gaze fixated upon him. Wasn't this the Saint Gu Yan sought revenge against? This rascal, does he seem to recognize me? By Sheener took a deep breath and slowly said, I never expected to see you here. Chu Feng smiled at her, remaining silent. The azure bowl sage was bewildered. He glanced at Chu Feng and then followed his gaze to Bai Sheener. My sovereign, do you know him? Bai Sheener ignored him and continued. Gu Yan has been killed. Hasn't he? Congratulations. To this day, she could not comprehend why this at least semi-divine being had such peculiar tastes, playing with Gu Yan, a mere pawn. As if he were a jester. With a faint smile, Chu Feng remarked, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have missed such a splendid spectacle. Perhaps we may collaborate again in the future. Collaboration is certainly not an issue, provided you can afford to pay the exorbitant price as you did before, Gu Yan replied, his understanding now complete. He grasped everything. Previously, he might have doubted that Chu Feng was deceiving him once more. However, after only a brief exchange between Bai Xiner and Chu Feng, he found himself utterly disarmed. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the desolate little world, he had been thoroughly sold. Bai Xiner, what a heartless individual you are. Has our bond always been but a performance on your part? Gu Yan reflected on the past. The sweetness of earlier times now felt like a blade piercing through his heart. Having been betrayed once again, his heart lay in ruins, rendering him incapable of even feigning strength. After a few casual pleasantries, Bai Xiner, no longer inclined to beat around the bush, inquired, What brings you here? Chu Feng regarded her with a calm demeanor and replied, I came here for the same reason you did. So I was right in my suspicions, Bai Xiner replied, her expression darkening as her ominous premonition materialized. Just as they were about to take the final step, an unexpected complication arose. This man had also set his sights on the essence of the Xian realm. Although Chu Feng's response was somewhat ambiguous, Bai Xiner understood that their goals were aligned. In a world rife with clever individuals, self-deception in such a place would be a disservice to one's intellect. She earnestly said to Chu Feng, in that case, let us rely on our respective abilities moving forward. Chu Feng tossed a miniature bronze door, swirling with purple energy, into the air, pondering aloud. At that moment, Bai Xin'er's emerald wish-granting scepter vibrated violently as the bronze door was tossed. A hum filled the air. Her peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You have obtained it already. The nearby Qing Miao de Sheng, bewildered, also transformed in expression, feeling utterly flabbergasted. What is going on? Why do I feel as if someone has pilfered my prize? Unfazed, Chu Feng replied, Hasn't this always belonged to me? Nonsense. The essence of the Xian realm cannot possibly be yours. Qing Miao de Sheng retorted, agitated. With a smile, Chu Feng seemed unperturbed by the affront. He tapped on the small door, stating, Allow me to introduce the spirit of the eternal door. At his gentle knock, the door creaked open, revealing a sliver of light that formed a translucent human silhouette. Chu Feng, I will kill you. Gu Yan's voice held a mixture of anger and terror as he realized, just moments ago, that Chu Feng's knock had rendered him uncontrollably emerging from the eternal door. What did this signify? It meant that, unbeknownst to him, the spirit of the eternal door had utterly lost control over this supreme imperial weapon. He was unknowingly refined. When did Chu Feng strike? Gu Yan pondered briefly and soon realized. He had just recently remerged with the eternal gate and had yet to fully acclimate to the spirit form. Each time Chu Feng disturbed his mind with words, he would fall into a state of confusion, naturally losing his perception of the eternal gate. And then that beast took the opportunity to frantically refine the eternal gate. Just at the moment when he had been provoked by Xiner, he was astonished to discover that the eternal gate had been completely refined. How on earth could he continue? This meant that starting today, Chu Feng would become his master, free to toy with him as he pleased. The thought of such a grim fate filled Gu Yan with despair, making him feel that death would be preferable. Chapter 47. Chu Feng, are you a demon? The night had silently descended upon the sky, casting a silvery moonlight that draped over the jagged mountain peaks. Chu Feng, I will kill you. Accompanied by a piercing cry, the silver light converged like a spotlight on the transparent silhouette emerging from the bronze door, revealing Gu Yan's figure. Bai Xiner's peach blossom eyes widened in astonishment, her youthful and flawless visage reflecting her shock as she exclaimed, Gu Yan? With a calm smile, Chu Feng replied, Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? How could he possibly be an artifact spirit? Bai Xiner was utterly taken aback. Chu Feng observed with great interest the astonishment painted across the fox-tailed girl's face. Her delicate features, accentuated by the widening of her peach blossom eyes, appeared adorably naive. Even more intriguing was the soft blush that crept up her cheeks like the evening glow, rendering her unexpectedly charming. In the midst of her astonishment, she turned crimson. Charming yet innocent, she was an entirely different aesthetic from the other little figure. Chu Feng chuckled as he tossed the bronze door in his palm. From the door emerged Gu Yan, half-transparent and mist-like, bouncing about like a basketball in an abstract and grotesque manner. Even the great saint of the Green Bull could not help but twitch his eyes, muttering, What in the world? This is truly bizarre. This dog-like creature is actually a primordial artifact spirit. Does he even deserve it? His bovine gaze fixed upon the moonlit Gu Yan, then darted to Bai Xiner, rubbing his hands together, seeking her guidance on what to do next. Bai Xiner, being of considerable stature, quickly regained her composure. The surprise vanished from her petite face, now marked with solemnity. She gracefully leaped down from the great saint of the Green Bull's shoulder, her snowy feet suspended in midair as she gazed intently at Chu Feng. It seems I underestimated the situation. Having known this fellow for so many years, I thought he merely had some luck, along with decent talent, to reach this point. I never imagined he was the spirit of a primordial treasure. It would be unreasonable if he hadn't encountered such an opportunity. As she spoke, her peach blossom eyes fixed upon Gu Yan with a sigh. How foolish I truly am. Chu Feng chuckled softly. No need for self-deprecation. That little fool is rather oblivious. So it's understandable that he wouldn't notice. If you had interacted with Gu Yan more, I believe uncovering his secret wound have been difficult. Understanding Bai Xiner's dual soul nature, he recognized that her self-criticism was not aimed at herself, but rather at the other soul. Bai Xiner, upon hearing this, revealed a sweet smile. You have quite a way with words. Yet she added, even if I had another chance, I wouldn't bother to engage with such a simpleton. She cast a glance at Gu Yan, then returned her focus to Chu Feng, stating earnestly, this time, you have won. Chu Feng blinked, pondering the meaning of winning. Had they ever competed? Was he forcing a narrative? Xina, what exactly is going on? Gu Yan, witnessing the familiarity between the two and hearing her cold remarks, felt utterly bewildered. He furiously questioned, why betray me? Have I wronged you in any way? Chu Feng patted his dog's head and replied with sympathy. You truly are an honest person. Do you still not comprehend the situation? Silence. Given my current state, you may do as you please. But this matter concerns only me and Xina. If I must lose, I shall lose with clarity, Gu Yan retorted emphatically. Chu Feng shrugged. Your righteous indignation suggests I have committed some grievous offense against you. Bai Xiner glanced at Gu Yan with indifference and remarked, you already know the truth in your heart. Why ask again? Gu Yan's voice trembled. No, I need you to tell me directly. It was you who conspired with Chu Feng to betray me, wasn't it? Does your conscience not ache? Bai Xiner, devoid of conscience in this incarnation, mimicked Chu Feng with a nonchalant gesture. This is not betrayal. It is merely a transaction. To be frank, Chu Feng is at least a formidable being. Killing you would be effortless. From the very first day you were rescued to the barren small world. He sought me out. She regarded Gu Yan with a cool gaze. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Gu Yan was rendered speechless. The realization struck him. On the very first day of his rescue, he had already drawn Chu Feng's attention. A mighty being. How could this individual possibly be so powerful? Though he had sensed this when he was easily subdued by Chu Feng using the powers of the Qingtian Bull Saint. Hearing it from Bai Xiner herself still left him questioning his existence. Was it that night when I fell unconscious? He suddenly grasped. Bai Xiner replied coolly. Do you understand now? It is not that I wished to betray you. It was unnecessary. If Chu Feng intended your death, you could not escape. Out of consideration for our past, I merely informed you. At this point, her gaze shifted abruptly, disbelief flooding her expression as she looked at Chu Feng. As if a revelation had dawned upon her. Gu Yan stood frozen, Bai Xiner's words plunging him into a different realm of fear. It turned out he had been under Chu Feng's watchful eye from the very beginning. Memories surged before him like drifting clouds. For what purpose? What do you seek? If you wish to kill me, why not act sooner? You could have slain me back at the Qingshan Sword Sect. Why allow me to reach this point? Chu Feng, are you a demon? Gu Yan, unable to continue conversing with Bai Xiner, was shattered by the revelation. This sensation was akin to realizing he had always been a beast in a cage. Every escape, every morsel of food, every prey captured had given him the illusion of pursuing freedom and unleashing his wildness. Yet upon reflection, everything had been an illusion. He had never truly escaped the grasp of this demon. He had never broken free from the confines of his prison. The Qingtian Bull Saint was left utterly astounded. In the desolate little world of the wasteland, so many events have transpired. Why has the monarch not conveyed this to me? Am I not a part of this realm? Even the esteemed Qingyou Desheng has been affected by Gu Yan's anguish, unable to suppress his empathetic response. This fellow truly embodies a malevolent spirit. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile, what is your hurry? Have you not already fulfilled your mission? He actually resonated with Gu Yan's assertion. Action must indeed be taken promptly. Had he traversed to this world earlier, before Gu Yan had matured, he would have easily defeated him, even without the advantage of a system. Yet, the reality is, he has only just recently arrived and has exerted every effort to catch up. Is it fair to lay blame upon me? With a swift motion, Chu Feng struck the bronze door, causing Gu Yan's expression to contort in agony as he cried out for help. Now, it becomes clear why you have persistently troubled Gu Yan. You are indeed a malevolent being. Observing Gu Yan being so effortlessly tormented by Chu Feng, Bai Xiner relaxed her expression, finally comprehending everything. What have you realized? Are you aware of my system now? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes bright as stars, locking gazes with her peach blossom-like pupils. Chapter 48. The Death of Gu Yan. Why? Gu Yan, more agitated than Bai Xiner, endured his torment and pressed for answers. Bai Xiner gazed at Chu Feng. If I am not mistaken, you likely did not discern Gu Yan's true identity as a spirit from the very beginning. This is also why he has been able to grow unimpeded. Chu Feng smiled benignly at her, offering no response. In truth, he had never considered Gu Yan's hidden capabilities. Had it not been for his fixation on the eternal gate, he would have never stumbled upon the fact that this individual was indeed a spirit. Vaishiner continued her analysis. I have investigated. You revealed your true self and acted against Gu Yin during the incident at the Chongxian Pavilion. It was then that the spirit must have inadvertently exposed something that you perceived. From that day forth, you began to suppress and torment him relentlessly, yet refrained from killing him. The crux of the matter lies in your desire to control Gu Yin, the spirit, to manipulate the eternal gate. This is where I faltered. Had I known Gu Yan's true nature sooner, you would have never had the opportunity to claim him. Upon hearing Vaishiner repeatedly refer to him as a spirit, Gu Yin could not suppress a wave of despondency. I have my own name. The once pure and adorable essence of Shiner had merely been a facade. No wonder she had never allowed him to touch her. Such a cunning creature would never permit him any advantage. He glared at Vaishiner, coldly declaring, "Get to the point. Just because he knows I am a spirit, he seeks to suppress and torment me? Why should spirits be subjected to such treatment?" The great sage of the Green Bull interjected with a fierce glare, "Do not interrupt. If you dare to disrupt the sovereign's discourse again, I shall break your legs." Gu Yin retorted defiantly, "I will shout. I have reached this juncture. Why should I fear you? Come and strike if you dare." The great sage pondered this and conceded, muttering curses under his breath. "You little brat, how unfortunate that I bestowed upon you a seed. Truly a stroke of bad luck." Vaishiner interjected, "Cease your quarrel. Continue. Why do you think I did not simply kill Gu Yin?" With a mere flick of his finger, Chu Feng transformed Gu Yin into a cloud of smoke, revealing a glimmer of interest. Indeed, Vaishiner possessed some cleverness, engaging in a battle of wits with the intangible. Vaishiner, exuding confidence, gently parted her lips. "Because you do not dare. No, it should be said that you cannot bear to." Chu Feng responded with incredulity, "This fellow? What do I have to be reluctant about?" As he observed Gu Yin in his smoky form, writhing in anguish, he acknowledged that sparing this entity was due to its ability to yield gold coins. The Destiny treasure chest had showered him with an abundance. With a mere touch, it would erupt forth, providing an ample harvest. The key point was that he had been unaware of Gu Yan's identity as the spirit of the Eternal Gate. To reclaim his Eternal Gate, he needed to extract every ounce of Destiny value from Gu Yan. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the little fox, he might have sought to extract something from Gu Yan before his demise. Now, this very Gu Yan was aimlessly searching for his mother. Is the fox's thought process truly so unconventional? How could it claim that I would be reluctant to kill him? Observing the astonished expression on Chu Feng's face, Bai Xer merely smiled faintly and waved her delicate hand. Your suppression and humiliation of Gu Yan are intended to stifle his fortune. The spirit born from the primordial treasure possesses extraordinary luck, free from calamity and disaster. If one does not suppress this fortune, the spirit cannot be subdued. Thus, you have set him against the Chongxian Pavilion, rendered him friendless, and made him an enemy to the world, ensuring he loses all opportunities, and as his fortune wanes, he will be much easier to subjugate. It is somewhat amusing. Had I not been orchestrating events behind the scenes, you might have had to endure further torment of this spirit before being able to subdue him. However, I had planned to disrupt the demon suppression formation, inflicting damage upon the essence of the Xian realm, compelling the primordial treasure to emerge and save the day, hoping to seize this treasure in the process. Yet, I did not anticipate that this primordial treasure had already birthed a sentient spirit. One misstep leads to another. Bai Xiner gazed regretfully at the bronze door in Chu Feng's hands, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a blend of sorrow and wistfulness. After a century of meticulous planning, it was disheartening to realize that a single oversight had allowed Chu Feng to seize the initiative. In this moment, Chu Feng was in a commanding position. The mist-like Gu Yan, fueled by an iron will, struggled to reconstitute himself, enduring immense pain. Is this truly how it is? Is all of this my fault as the spirit? The great sage of the Azure Bull nodded, affirming, Indeed, it seems you are rather unfortunate. Chu Feng could not help but concur. There is some merit to that analysis. He was not offering flattery, although Bai Xiner had made several erroneous claims. She could hardly have anticipated that she was accompanied by a system. Her insights regarding fortune and spirits were somewhat coherent. This woman is far more astute than I had imagined. Bai Xiner, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, smiled radiantly, a hint of self-satisfaction evident upon her youthful and unblemished visage. Chu Feng then inquired, Why do you think I would be reluctant to kill Gu Yan? Bai Xiner countered. What do you think? The primordial treasure is a being of the utmost imperial caliber, who, other than a great emperor, possesses the right to wield such power. Each invocation demands a price. It is only natural to assume, once a spirit is born from an imperial weapon, it is exceedingly rare. Such a phenomenon requires seizing the very essence of heaven and earth, reliant upon chance and fortune. I cannot discern whether you are a great sage or a saint king. With Gu Yan as your spirit, the cost of invoking the Eternal Gate would be significantly reduced. This is indeed a treasure. Would you truly be willing to kill him? Bai X's gaze was piercing, confidence radiating from her youthful and flawless face like the bright light of spring. The great sage of the Azure Bull immediately chimed in. If I were in your position, I certainly would not wish to kill him. He could not comprehend why Bai Xiner and this great sage of the human race were engaging in such trivial conversation, constantly casting glances at her, indicating that the monarch could strike at any moment. Chu Feng suddenly understood. It was as he thought. He glanced at Gu Yan, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Gu Yan also grasped the situation, feeling a weight lift from his heart, letting out a cold chuckle. Ah, so it is. Chu Feng, our enmity runs deep. You wish to command me, but that is impossible. I advise you to abandon this notion. He spoke to Chu Feng without hesitation. Chu Feng shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Little fox, you do have a point. However, you are mistaken. Little fox? You dare call me that? Bai Xiner was taken aback, incredulously staring at Chu Feng. While she could tolerate being referred to as little sister or little shorty, being called little fox was beyond the pale. Is that polite? Furious, yet confident in her deductions, she thought, it cannot be a mistake. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. There is no such thing as fortune or fate in this matter. I have no idea what he truly is. Suddenly, a smile reminiscent of Zhang Zifeng spread across his face as he addressed Bai Xiner. As for me, I am simply a person of vile character, narrow-minded, deriving pleasure from tormenting others. Gu Yan provoked me. Thus I targeted him, driving him to desperation, leaving him unable to live or die. He may be a spirit of the artifact, but that is merely coincidence. I care not whether he can assist me. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. He was on the brink of despair, and now you have given him a glimmer of hope. You see, if I were to kill Gu Yan at this moment, would he die hating you or me? As his words hung in the air, under the astonished gazes of the celestial bull sage and Bai Xiner, Chu Feng's palm grasped Gu Yan, golden light radiating, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the bewildered Gu Yan. The Eternal Gate trembled violently, continuously channeling energy, yet it was severed by an inexplicable force. Golden flames blazed like resplendent fireworks. Gu Yan fell. A series of system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Chapter 49. The Rewards for Slaying the Protagonist of Destiny. The Protagonist of Destiny, Gu Yan, has lost his fate. You have successfully slain Gu Yan, and you have received the Destiny Treasure Chest 10. The host has perfectly slain the Protagonist of Destiny and received an additional special reward, Divine Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Do you wish to open the Divine Destiny Treasure Chest? The host has killed the Protagonist of Destiny, unlocking the Villain Achievement module. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. Slay the Protagonist of Destiny 1, earning the title of Rookie Villain. Would you like to equip it? Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, Junior Stamp Collector, granting you a corresponding reward of Charm 10. The system's chatter echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Slaying Gu Yan was undoubtedly a monumental event, and the system was exhilarated. An additional reward, a Divine Destiny Treasure Chest. Moreover, a Villain Achievement module had been unlocked. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such a plethora of rewards following Gu Yan's demise. His arduous entanglement with the protagonist had not been in vain. He tossed the bronze small door in his hand and glanced at the two individuals who appeared utterly astonished. Bai Xiner had not deceived him. After erasing Gu Yan's spirit, there were indeed some minor issues with controlling the Eternal Gate. However, regrettably, he was an unremarkable emperor, just competent enough to grasp the Eternal Gate firmly. Spirit? Not worth a thought. After successfully refining the Eternal Gate, Chu Feng could hardly conceive of any necessity to retain Gu Yan. With such a profound vendetta, why leave him alive? To collaborate with the next protagonist of destiny? Between villains and protagonists, reconciliation was never an option. and Chu Feng bore no psychological burden in slaying him. Do you wish to open the divine destiny treasure chest? The system inquired once more. The emperor was not in a hurry, yet the eunuch was anxious. Did he not see that others were present? Chu Feng retorted impatiently. Eunuch system. Host, have you ever undergone detoxification? How can you resist opening the treasure chest immediately upon acquiring it? Did you truly kill him? Outshiner's rosy lips parted, forming an A shape. Her peach blossom eyes filled with shock. She was savoring Chu Feng's earlier words. There were no elaborate reasons. He simply wished to toy with Gu Yan. Was this even a reasonable statement? This fellow's character was utterly vile. Just because she was certain he was reluctant to kill, he instantly sacrificed Gu Yan. Even Outshining, with her vast experience, was now profoundly shaken. The great sage of the Blue Bull gaped. You, brother, there was no need. The monarch merely spoke. There was no necessity to kill him out of spite. Having a spirit would be immensely convenient, wouldn't it? Even if Gu Yan bore a grudge against you. You could simply use him as a beast of burden. Why waste such a valuable spirit? The great sage was genuinely pained. For him, although the Eternal Gate currently resided in the hands of this human saint, it could ultimately be seized back. If seized, the distinction between a source treasure with or without a spirit tool is akin to that of an elder ox and a young calf. Chu Feng chuckled. I can handle my spirit tool as I wish. Is there any issue with that? The Azure Bull sage choked, glancing at Outshining, once again signaling whether to take action against Chu Feng. A source treasure without a spirit tool still retains its essence. It would not be spurned if acquired. However, Outshining shook her head at him, her snow-white feet lightly treading forward, the sky rippling like water, creating beautiful waves as her delicate steps fell. Her dark hair danced without wind, and her foxtail swayed like a dandelion in the air. In just a few graceful steps, Outshining approached Chu Feng, locking eyes with him once more, her voice tinged with grievance. After planning for so long, you've outpaced me. May I have a glance? Just one look. And I owe you a favor. Chu Feng gazed down at the little fox, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with allure. With a gentle smile, he replied, of course. He casually tossed the Eternal Gate to Outshining, the bronze door floating through the air like a snowflake, seemingly weightless. Outshining's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. For some reason, she found this man much more agreeable than before. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she caught the Eternal Gate, cradling it gently. Leaning closer to sniff it for a few moments, her eyes shimmered with realization. Indeed, the source power was nearly depleted. The demon-suppressing formations in the mystic realm had crumbled 3 times. The entity at the other end of the passage was no trivial matter and posed a constant threat of annihilation. The Eternal Gate in your possession is at risk of failure at any moment, so be cautious. After saying this, she handed it to Chu Feng under the anxious gaze of the Azure Bull sage. Chu Feng accepted the Eternal Gate with a faint smile. I thought you might just run off with it. The Azure Bull sage nodded vigorously, agreeing that the monarch would indeed flee the moment one runs. The old bull would block the way, and the Eternal Gate would be easily captured. Outshining, with her clear, innocent eyes, countered. I thought you wouldn't show it to me. Chu Feng retorted, do you wish to see it or not? Dismissing the fruitless argument, he added, perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, Outshining gracefully turned and began to depart. Leaving? You're not actually going to fight? The eager Azure Bull sage felt restless. Observing her resolute departure, Chu Feng reminded her with a smile, don't forget, you still owe me a favor. If anything arises, I will seek you out immediately. Outshining froze for a moment, helplessly replying, you truly dislike being at a loss, don't you? Very well. I also prefer not to owe favors for too long. Let me share some news with you. The source treasure of the mystic realm has emerged, and I am not the only one coveting it. The passage has already opened, and a terrifying being has certainly sensed its presence. If the passage cannot be closed soon, once that entity descends upon the mystic realm, holding the source treasure, you will undoubtedly meet your doom. Oh, I am so frightened. Such baseless rumors. Do they truly intend to extinguish a favor? Allow me to elaborate. That individual was a sovereign 5 centuries ago. Presently, I am unaware of his capabilities. Yet suppressing you would be a trivial endeavor. If you possess doubts about my prowess, hasten to employ all your abilities to seal the passage. Still insufficient? A name? The Martial Emperor. Still not enough? Race, underlying forces, heritage. Oh, and gender. Observing this man as shameless and relentless inquiries, Byexiner was at a loss for words. She turned to depart, stating, "I shall continue to owe this favor. Farewell." The great sage of the Green Bowl, witnessing Byexinar's intent to leave, hastily stepped forward to pursue her, asking, "Your Majesty, are we truly departing?" As he watched the figures of Byexiner and the great sage recede, Chu Feng pondered. This woman genuinely sought to seize the eternal gate. However, compared to that impulsive and reckless fellow, Guyen, she evidently possessed a sharper intellect, daring only to probe cautiously. Realizing he was too formidable and deciding to postpone her ambitions, the notion of a favor seemed a deliberate ruse. The Martial Emperor? A new protagonist of destiny? System. Is there any means to investigate the details of this Martial Emperor? System. Host. I regret to inform you that the activation of 999 divine identities has exhausted the system's power. Currently, I can only provide a broadcasting function, offering emotional value to the host. Chu Feng. Worthless is indeed worthless. All day it offers nothing but activation. What value does emotion hold? System. Shall I activate the divine destiny treasure chest? He ignored the system and glanced at his possessions. After a lavish harvest from Guyen, he now possessed 22 destiny treasure chests, and 2 tenfold draws posed no significant issue. Of course, the most precious remained the divine destiny treasure chest that the system incessantly coveted. It was a treasure chest enveloped in pure purple aura, notably larger than ordinary chests, adorned with intricate and prestigious patterns. With a thought, Chu Feng's divine sea quivered as he commenced the unboxing. Chapter 50. The Supreme Destiny Crystal. The first step in unboxing must surely involve opening the finest of chests. Chu Feng felt a surge of anticipation as he pondered the potential surprises that the divine-level destiny treasure chest might hold. Without hesitation, he opened the chest enveloped in swirling purple mist. As his thoughts stirred, a dazzling brilliance of platinum light erupted, illuminating Chu Feng's vast divine sea. From within the chest, 2 luminous orbs, radiant as crystal, floated forth, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Chu Feng focused his senses and peeled away the layers of light, revealing 2 diamond-shaped crystals, one a soft pink, the other a deep blue. Instantly, he discerned the essence of these crystals. The pink crystal bore the name Authority Gem of Destiny, a rather peculiar title. Its function was straightforward yet powerful upon refinement. It would grant him the strongest talent of any destiny protagonist he had vanquished. Chu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. What remarkable talent could Guyen possess? Nevertheless, out of respect for the divine-level destiny gem, he proceeded to refine it. In that moment of refinement, the pink crystal shattered, transforming into a myriad of intricate patterns resembling tadpoles, which spread throughout Chu Feng's body. In an instant, he acquired a brand new talent, immortality. Guyen, as a reincarnation of the Eternal Gate spirit, indeed had a robust life force. This immortality talent held some merit. As Chu Feng perceived this newfound ability, he comprehended its essence. The notion of immortality mirrored Guyen's existence in the mystic realm, capable of infinite resurrection, eternally undying. Furthermore, there was no risk of being slain once his destiny value reached 0, as had been the case with Guyen. Chu Feng felt little concern. As an emperor in a world devoid of even saintly kings, he was inherently invincible. Who could possibly threaten him? Unless this talent continued to function beyond the mystic realm, it would be of little practical use. Of course, being aware of the principles of immortality linked to the mystic realm's fortune, Chu Feng knew this was unlikely, unless the mystic realm grew sufficiently powerful to influence other worlds. Curious to see if the other crystal could offer him a surprise, Chu Feng shifted his focus to the deep blue crystal that had emerged from the treasure chest. The Supreme Destiny Crystal, a substance of infinite creation. When utilizing the Destiny Key to unlock the divine-level identity, consuming the Supreme Destiny Crystal would present an opportunity to unveil a supreme divine identity. Should this attempt fail, he would receive a blessing value. Upon accumulating 10 points, he would assuredly unlock one supreme divine identity. Upon grasping the function of the Supreme Destiny Crystal, Chu Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Is this truly possible, dear system? What exactly is a supreme divine identity? This crystal, it seemed, was directly linked to the system's rewards for divine identities. Chu Feng's demeanor grew serious as he inquired further with the system. Esteemed host, among the 999 divine identities provided by this system, there exist 18 supreme divine identities, each unlocking with a small probability of success. What distinguishes the divine identity from the supreme divine identity? The latter is so far superior that it is akin to the difference between a young calf and an elderly bull. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Feng inquired, for instance, could you provide information on a supreme divine identity? The host's current strength is insufficient to access this information. Ah, I see. Lacking strength means even the emperor looks down upon me, does it? While another might have despaired at such a remark from the system, Chu Feng, ever eager to acquire new knowledge, implored, please make an exception and share just one detail. Otherwise, I shall refrain from opening the upcoming destiny treasure chests, having amassed a considerable number, merely to stack them for amusement. System, dear host, you truly are insatiable. After a brief silence, it continued, Supreme Divine Identity. Lord of the Great Tao, a harem-type identity. Upon unsealing, you may designate a path to transform into a female companion who will be unwaveringly loyal. This identity possesses growth potential. Upon each star increase, you may designate an additional path, effortlessly amassing a multitude of wives. With the assistance of the corresponding Tao, ruling and dominating becomes a trivial matter, easily overpowering the fated protagonists. Chu Feng. This revelation left him momentarily speechless. Can one truly designate a path to manifest a wife? And it can grow? The prospect of effortlessly acquiring a harem of wives derived from various Daos was an idea so extravagant that it seemed almost surreal. Upon unsealing this supreme divine identity, he envisioned designating the Tao of fire to conjure a voluptuous, alluring woman reminiscent of a fiery goddess. He imagined designating the Tao of ice to create a frosty beauty, ethereal as a celestial being. Just contemplating these possibilities sent a thrill through Chu Feng. He comprehended the immense value of this supreme divine identity. Blaming the system, he remarked, now that I know of the supreme divine identity, I find the mundane divine identities of emperors quite lacking. He could not help but scold the system. You truly are insufferable. Is this information even suitable for me? I expect better from you in the future. System, I recall that you have already gathered 5 destiny fragments, correct? With 22 treasure chests remaining, you should be able to collect 10. With a glimmer of anticipation, Chu Feng directed his gaze toward the remaining destiny treasure chests and decisively executed a 10-fold opening. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 100 pounds of sacred grade techniques. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny fragment. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny fragment. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 300 tons of sacred grade weaponry. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and a flash of golden light enveloped you. You obtained the supreme imperial weapon, the 9 Nether Fiend Chain. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 destiny fragment. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and a golden flash illuminated the space. You acquired the celestial grade scroll of great misfortune. You have opened the destiny treasure chest and received 1 ton of enlightenment tea. With a flurry of 10 consecutive draws, the destiny treasure chest was opened with fervor. Chu Feng's fortune had always been remarkable. In addition to the guaranteed golden legend obtained from the 10 draws, he effortlessly unveiled 6 destiny fragments from the 20 destiny treasure chests. Furthermore, beyond the semi-holy tier techniques and holy tier weapons, he stumbled upon a newly emerged treasure, enlightenment tea. However, at this moment, Chu Feng's thoughts were far removed from such mundane possessions. Without hesitation, he retrieved 10 destiny fragments. As he approached the 10 fragments, the crystals they transformed into began to merge spontaneously, radiating a resplendent, multicolored glow. The system promptly activated, preparing to furnish Chu Feng with emotional value. You have consumed 10 destiny fragments to forge a destiny key. Would you like to unlock a new divine identity? Would you like to consume the supreme destiny crystal to enhance the probability of unlocking the supreme divine identity? Chapter 51. Extracting a new divine identity. Unsealing. Consumption. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng confirmed. Instantly, the supreme destiny crystal, radiating a brilliant azure light, emitted a shimmering glow before ethereally vanishing. 10 shards of destiny dispersed in a spectrum of colors, coalescing into a resplendent long-handled key, its lockhead resembling sharp dragon fangs, exuding a chilling brilliance. Within Chu Feng's eyes, a gilded frame, over 100 inches in size, reflected once more. The golden frame hovered at the center of his vision, densely populated with numerous dark cards, all ensnared within its confines. At the heart of the frame, a lockhole corresponding to the key's head yawned, deep as an abyss. The destiny key approached the lockhole, fitting flawlessly, penetrating to the core. With a crisp click, the golden frame gradually opened, revealing the dark cards before Chu Feng, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Chu Feng fixated intently on these shadowy cards, striving to discern the 18 unique cards among the 998. Alas, the cards revealed only their backs, adorned with mysterious, meteor-like patterns, enigmatic to the core, offering no hints. A strand of golden red light flowed forth as the frame opened, swirling from the edges, akin to a rotating wheel. Traversing from left to right, dancing upon the dark cards. The golden red radiance resembled a spirited sprite, leaping erratically, its pace oscillating between rapid and slow, continuously darting back and forth. At this moment, a sudden azure light intertwined with the golden red glow. With the introduction of the azure luminescence, the movement of the golden light across the cards slowed considerably, akin to a tortoise. After 5 seconds, the golden light gradually came to a halt, resting upon one of the dark cards. The edges of this card shimmered, as an invisible hand flipped it over. The revealed face displayed a blood-red eye, within which layers upon layers of intricate patterns intertwined, fierce and uncanny. The blood-red gaze intertwined with Chu Feng's own, instantly conjuring phantasmal remnants, etched into his vision. In the next moment, Chu Feng's eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, mesmerizing and savage. His towering figure exuded an overwhelming pressure, dominating the realms. Unsealing the divine identity, ancestor of all demons. You have acquired the eye of the demon emperor. You have obtained the supreme imperial weapon, tower of 10,000 demons. You have acquired the divine technique, scriptures of the demon ancestor. You have attained the strength of an emperor. The power of the supreme destiny crystal did not capture the supreme divine identity. The gears of fate begin to turn slowly, and you have gained a point of blessing value. A new divine identity has been drawn. Much like the first time he attained the emperor identity, a cascade of rewards showered upon Chu Feng, ancestor of all demons. This divine identity symbolizes an unparalleled noble lineage. All demon races, upon witnessing him, would find their bloodlines suppressed, rendered subservient at every step. The eye of the demon emperor. It is indeed those blood-red orbs. What purpose does it serve? With a keen perception, Chu Feng discovered that with the eyes of the demon emperor, he could instantly seize a single ability from a demon of lesser strength. Alongside this, an extraordinary imperial weapon and a corresponding supreme cultivation technique, the demon ancestor scripture, transformed into luminous orbs, gently hovering within his divine sea. To his astonishment, this divine status granted him an additional surge of imperial power. He felt as if his strength had significantly escalated. Surprised, he noted that possessing 2 divine identities had evidently augmented his prowess. It was far from a mere arithmetic sum of 1 plus 1. Glancing at his status panel, he confirmed his earlier assessment. Host, Chu Feng, title not worn. Fate, ultimate villain physique. Emperor's sacred body talent. Eyes of the demon emperor, immortality realm. Late emperor stage cultivation techniques. Primal chaos scripture. Demon ancestor scripture possessions. Heavenly emperor's sword. Mother of all talismans, eternal gate, 9 nether chains, 10,000 demon tower, celestial grade scroll X1, destiny fragments X1, destiny treasure boxes X2. Achievements, novice philatelist, emerging villain. The current status panel had undergone a monumental transformation since its inception. After drawing a new divine identity, diligent efforts bore fruit. Chu Feng's realm had finally ascended from the early emperor stage to the late emperor stage after a prolonged stagnation. It was overwhelming, far too much to fully comprehend. Chu Feng murmured to himself as he continued to peruse his recent gains. In the southern Xian realm, at Yusen Hill, a voice lamented, "Sister, Gu Yan is dead. Why does my heart not ache as I imagined it would? A scoundrel, dead is dead. What is there to mourn? I have told you before. His previous approach was merely for self-interest. Do not dwell on it. Bai Xener sat cross-legged in midair, her fingers resting on her chin, offering solace to the pure white orb within her divine sea. The great sage of the Green Bull stood atop a large round stone, white mist billowing from his head, flames leaping high as he indignantly exclaimed, "My sovereign, your strength should be nearly restored. Why did you not engage? With our combined efforts, even a Saint King would be brought low." Bai Xener shook her head. "The times have changed. We cannot afford to lose, and I cannot discern his true nature. Let us leave him be for now. Opportunities will arise in the future." The great sage of the Green Bull sighed heavily. "Your Majesty, in your prime, you ascended to the threshold of Emperor within a mere century, a paragon unmatched even in the heavenly demon realm. What could a small Xian realm possibly possess? Can that person truly compare to you?" He lamented the missed chance at immense wealth and the loss of significant resources, feeling a pang of regret in his chest. Bai Xener gradually rose. "The Xian realm is not as simple as it seems. We can afford to wait until my sister has cultivated further. Opportunities will abound." Her eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. The great sage of the Green Bull could only shake his head in response, knowing that they would have to wait, perhaps until the flowers had long since withered. Bai Xener gently patted his shoulder, urging him not to lose heart. "The primordial treasure has fallen into the hands of those from the Xian realm. The martial emperor is bound to have thoughts on this matter. Once he crosses realms, if that individual possesses substantial strength and can engage the martial emperor for a considerable duration, we may well reap the benefits as bystanders." However, the great sage of the Green Bull remained skeptical. Even if that human is a quasi-emperor, can he withstand even a mere finger of the martial emperor? The martial emperor boasts the ancient bloodline of the celestial Pong, being the foremost among the 10 formidable beasts of our demon clan. Even as a quasi-emperor, he managed to defeat you, and now 5 centuries have passed. I have heard that the calendar in the celestial demon realm has been altered to the Wu Kuan era. At his words, Bai Xener narrowed her eyes. "You speak the truth, yet this is, after all, the Xian realm." Objectively, the great sage of the Green Bull was quite correct. Nonetheless, for reasons unknown, she recalled that man's teasing smile, and in her mind, the shadow of the martial emperor began to intertwine with his, indistinguishable in outcome. The great sage of the Green Bull wished to continue his argument with Bai Xener, but suddenly, the Xian realm trembled, a supreme pressure sweeping through. The 2 powerful beings of the demon race shuddered, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, leaving their hearts chilled to the core. The great sage of the Green Bull stammered, "What is this? This is the terrifying might of the demon bloodline. Is it truly so unfortunate for the Xian realm, with only 3 passages, that it has attracted the descent of the martial emperor?" Chapter 52. The Arrival of the Martial Emperor? A crisis in the Xian realm. How could this be? What an uncanny coincidence. The great sage of the Azure Bull sprang up from the large rock with a sudden burst of energy. The oppressive force sweeping across the Xian realm could not deceive the demons. The demon race values bloodlines just as the human race emphasizes physical constitution. This overwhelming pressure could be sensed by any demon, immediately revealing the ferocity of its bloodline. Such power could only be unleashed by an ancient great demon possessing a supreme bloodline. Although this pressure had merely brushed past, it still left the great sage trembling with trepidation. The great sage of the Azure Bull was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His brow furrowed as he paced back and forth on the large rock. "This is a serious predicament. If the martial emperor descends, we must retreat. Should we take the opportunity to return to the heavenly demon realm? We might still have some old allies there." "No, that is not feasible. Have you forgotten the fate of Gu Yan after being expelled from the Chongxin Pavilion? Those old allies cannot be relied upon." Bai Xener narrowed her eyes. The martial emperor has always been arrogant and domineering, acting ostentatiously. It is indeed his style to exert such pressure upon descending into the Xian realm. But this fellow has always looked down upon everything. Why would he suddenly arrive in this remote borderland? Could it be that he has fortuitously sensed the aura of the primordial treasure? Her gaze flickered, thoughts racing. The great sage of the Azure Bull hastily remarked, "Sovereign, let us discuss this later. For now, it is prudent to leave. If the martial emperor discovers our presence in the Xian realm, we would be in grave danger." A gust of wind swept through at that moment. She lightly stepped forward with her snowy white feet, her foxtail gently swaying, gliding through the air. "Let us depart to the Tianwu minor realm." The great sage immediately followed, and before them appeared a minuscule vortex, shimmering with light. Yet Baishiner suddenly halted her steps, coming to a standstill. "Sovereign, why do you stop again? There is still one matter to attend to." Baishiner's eyes shimmered, her slender, fair fingers gently plucking a tuft of pure white tail hair from her fluffy tail. With a soft exhale from her delicate lips, she scattered the tail hair, letting it drift away with the breeze until it disappeared from sight. The great sage of the Azure Bull, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Baishiner replied, "Just in case, I should inform that man. The martial emperor's arrival in the Xian realm necessitates assistance. But he, a mere human, can he withstand the martial emperor? Do you have any other solutions?" Baishiner then stepped into the barely perceptible vortex, her figure vanishing from sight. The great sage scratched his head and followed suit, muttering, "Indeed, finding a scapegoat to take the brunt is not a bad idea. Though it would be a pity if the primordial treasure were to be seized." In the Xian realm, at the Wanfa natural sect, the sea of divine trees. Over 1,000 colossal trees, each with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, reached skyward with verdant canopies, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Each divine tree here is the foundational essence of the Wanfa natural sect, rivaling that of a formidable being. The vast expanse of the tree sea formed an intricate formation, capable of even halting a sage. Yet, amidst this arboreal realm, shadows flitted to and fro, accompanied by intermittent booming sounds and the dazzling flashes of spells. As precious divine trees toppled to the ground with a resounding crash, a venerable figure from the sect of natural laws, his hair and beard white with age, had lost an arm and was drenched in blood, his breath shallow as he shouted, "Stop! Prevent them from breaking through. We must not allow these demons to escape. If we can hold for another half hour, the demon suppression formation will be repaired." Just as he spoke, a dark shadow materialized behind him. A massive, razor-sharp claw descended upon his head, an overwhelming force crashing down, splattering blood everywhere. How noisy it was! A mere insignificant race from a small realm dared to obstruct the mighty celestial wolf tribe. The creature was a 5-meter-tall werewolf, with a wolf's head and a human body, its fur a striking azure. It shook its claws disdainfully, seemingly disgusted at the blood that had stained them. Suddenly, the air was filled with a whoosh. The werewolf, having just slain a powerful being, felt its yellowish eyes narrow into vertical slits, its fur standing on end. "A despicable ant has ambushed me. It shall pay dearly." The werewolf perceived the world spinning around it, its vision blurring until the last sight it beheld was from below, gazing up at its own blood-spewing neck and a crimson figure. After decapitating the werewolf, the blood-red figure did not linger. Radiant halos burst forth beneath her feet, propelling her speed to its zenith. With a gleaming sword in hand, she unleashed a torrent of lethal energy, cutting down everything in her path. From beneath the tree sea, an array of extraordinary figures surged forth, most resembling the slain werewolf. They had barely emerged before they could react. The sword light rained down. Heads flew in all directions, igniting a carnage of epic proportions. The demonic entities that had charged forth from this region were swiftly cut through by her. The red-clad woman was not alone. Behind her, silhouettes continued to emerge. Elder Jiang, Elder Su, and numerous elders from the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion, who, after quelling the chaos within their ranks, had come to support the sect of natural laws. The prowess of the sect master, Nangong Qin, was formidable. Ji Kong also arrived, accompanying the elders in their aid. And upon witnessing Nangong Qin's slaughter, he revealed a look of astonishment. As a fellow perfected monarch, he acknowledged that he could not compare to her. Elder Jiang fought alongside him, shattering a werewolf with a golden bracelet. Ji Clan Master, our sect master possesses extraordinary talent. In her youth, she suppressed her contemporaries and is poised to cross the threshold of kingship, potentially reaching the sacred bridge of sanctification. Were it not for that little wretch Gu Yan, her prospects for sanctity would not have been dashed. With her pride, she might not have acquiesced to the proposal of the great sage Chu. His words were laced with a sense of regret. The Heavy Mysteries Pavilion, one of the most profound forces in the mystic realm, had witnessed Nangong Qin ascend to the position of sect master through sheer determination. Countless suitors had once fallen at her feet, yet she had barely glanced their way, engrossed in her cultivation. Even if the path ahead is severed, the prowess of Nangong Qin is not something an ordinary great accomplishment king can recklessly provoke. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Ji Kong could not help but exclaim, "That wretched Gu Yin truly deserves his fate. Nangong's master has sacrificed so much for him, yet he remains so utterly defiant." "Enough chatter," Elder Su interjected, his face pale with urgency as he moved past them. "Quickly, lend your assistance. The master is in peril." Ji Kong's expression shifted as he realized that Nangong Qin's swift and efficient slaughter had attracted the attention of the demons bursting forth from the demon-slaying formation. And now 10 werewolves surrounded Nangong Qin. Each one was as formidable as himself, a great accomplishment king. In an instant, blood flowed like a torrent, the sacred trees toppled, and the scene was a horrific vista of corpses and blood. Even more terrifying was the emergence of additional werewolves, and Ji Kong felt a shiver down his spine as an even more dreadful aura emanated from the shattered formation below. Summoning the celestial chessboard, he charged forward, only to be targeted by 3 great accomplishment king werewolves, one of which sent the celestial chessboard flying with a swipe of its claw. A chill enveloped him, and the ominous star of death shone brightly. Nangong Qin is in danger. The All Law's natural sect is in peril. The Xian realm is at risk. Chapter 53, Bloodline Suppression, Panic in the Mystic Realm. In this moment of peril, an overwhelming aura of terror descended from an unknown source. Nangong Qin, Ji Kong, and others were astonished to see that all the demons emerging from the formation suddenly froze, as if paralyzed by that dreadful pressure. What was happening to these demons? Although the powerful beings of the mystic realm were also affected by the oppressive force, they did not remain immobile like the demons. With a fierce glint in her phoenix eyes, Nangong Qin coldly commanded, "Kill." Her sword, swift as a rainbow, pierced the skull of a formidable werewolf before her. Blood splattered, accompanied by the blazing flames erupting from the sword, instantly slaying the powerful werewolf. Nangong Qin's decisive brutality jolted everyone awake, prompting them to respond immediately. Seizing the opportunity, they would strike for the kill. Regardless of why the demons were suddenly immobilized, it was of no consequence. First, they would slay, then inquire. In an instant, a myriad of colorful spells soared into the sky. Various dazzling weapons and treasures gleamed brilliantly, severing the heads of numerous demons. This life and death struggle was devoid of any embellishment, embodying the purest form of killing, with every strike delivered with utmost effort. In the brief moment of distraction, the majority of werewolves in the forest had been vanquished. Good news. The demons in the passage beneath the formation abruptly ceased their influx, even showing signs of retreat. At that moment, a message from the foremost expert of the Wanfa natural sect emerged. Retreat? The gathered strongmen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Nangong Qin flew to the depths of the sacred tree forest, quickly returning. It is likely related to that earlier oppressive force. Indeed, the demons in the passage are retreating. We must capture one of the demons and interrogate it using the language spirit technique. Additionally, Elder Su, please contact the Tianshu Immortal Gate and the Taikong Immortal Palace to ascertain their situation. Master Ji, Elder Yu, please assist in eliminating the remaining werewolves. Mr. Si Shui, the subduing formation below requires the expertise of skilled formation masters. I kindly ask you to lead a group of formation experts down to assist. Nangong Qin, her expression grave, spoke methodically to the assembly of strongmen. Those named by her sprang into action without hesitation. The remaining experts of the mystic realm gazed upon the striking figure of Nangong Qin, her wedding attire glistening, her exquisite visage marred only by a few droplets of blood, and were deeply moved. At this moment, the head of the Nangong clan exuded both beauty and valor, radiating an undeniable charm. Previously, when Nangong Qin had intended to become a consort to that Saint Chu, though she had not openly expressed disdain, there lingered a contingent who looked down upon her. Many were envious of her association with the saint, having gained immense dowry. Jealousy was not an exaggeration. However, her recent display of decisiveness and talent earned her the silent admiration of many in attendance. Now, as they listened to her articulate and organized directives, their perceptions of her began to shift profoundly. The esteemed master of the Chongxian Pavilion is not merely a decorative figure, but rather a perfect match for that distinguished figure. Chu Sheng. With meticulous preparation, Nangong Qin surveyed her surroundings and declared, "Everyone, please take the elixirs to restore your strength." She delicately produced a translucent jade vial, from which a unique jade stone, sealing the opening, floated away. The rich fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air as crimson pills cascaded forth, dispersing among the gathered individuals. In the face of the great calamity besieging the Xian realm, many formidable beings did not hesitate to bow in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Nangong." Unfazed by their gratitude, Nangong Qin consumed one of the pills herself, beginning her meditative recovery. Moments later, she opened her phoenix-like eyes, observing figures returning from the sea of trees below. A powerful werewolf, at the pinnacle of its stage, was escorted back by a stout-faced middle-aged man, who cast a crimson scroll onto the werewolf's head. The creature's features contorted in rage as it howled, but as the scroll descended, mysterious black characters inscribed themselves onto its forehead, rendering its gaze vacant and its mouth agape. A chorus of curious Xian realm warriors encircled the werewolf, intrigued by its plight. The middle-aged man nodded to Nangong Qin, saying, "Master Nangong, it is your turn to inquire." She did not decline, her lips slightly parted. "What caused your stupor? Is your main force retreating?" After a brief silence, the werewolf replied, "A terrifying aura of bloodline suppression suddenly descended upon this realm. It is undoubtedly the emergence of a great malevolent being. We were frightened and dared not provoke it." The revelation sent a ripple of unease among the Xian realm warriors. It was indeed due to that overwhelming pressure. Elder Jiang, astonished, remarked, "According to ancient texts, the monsters beneath the demon suppression array are notoriously violent and merciless towards our human race, their sins unparalleled. They resemble demons and act with the ferocity of fiends. Hence, they are termed as demon monsters. Such inhumane entities can indeed experience fear." He paused, suddenly paling as panic flickered in his eyes. "This is dire. Could it be that another 2 demon suppression arrays have unleashed their horrors?" Elder Zhang's words sparked a collective concern among the gathered warriors. Elder Su, who had been in charge of communicating with the other 2 arrays, quickly reassured, "There is no cause for alarm. The Tianshu Immortal Gate and Taikuan Immortal Palace have both responded. Their situations are under control, and no great malevolent beings have emerged." With this information, the warriors felt a slight relief, yet their apprehension lingered. The emergence of a great malevolent being capable of instilling bloodline suppression merely through its aura, which even these crazed monsters dread, posed a terrifying reality. What would happen if it truly manifested? Nangong Qin inquired once more. "What is the strength of this great malevolent being?" Under the influence of the linguistic manipulation, the werewolf replied, "I do not know. But even our clan leader fears that aura." "Clan leader? What is his strength? Where is he now?" "At the pinnacle of the Saint King level. He fled through the passage." The werewolf's words plunged the gathering into a profound silence. What is the origin of these demons within the passage? Merely the chieftain possesses the strength of a peak Saint King. Once they enter the mystic realm, who could possibly stand against them? Even more terrifying is the fact that this peak Saint King chieftain has fled. Does this not imply that this great calamity could easily overpower a peak Saint King? No one doubts the wolf-headed being's ability to speak due to the spirit word technique, and that only adds to the surreal nature of the situation. Ji Kong inquired softly, "What realm lies beyond the Saint King? Do any of my companions possess knowledge of this?" Elder Jiang, well-versed in ancient texts, promptly replied without hesitation, "The Semi-Emperor. Beyond the Semi-Emperor lies the Great Emperor." An elderly, accomplished warrior then spoke. "It is said that during the ancient era of our mystic realm, a semi-emperor was once born, only to later vanish without a trace. Since then, our mystic realm has been unable to give rise to another semi-emperor, and even peak Saint Kings are a rare sight." The crowd fell silent once more. Saint King, semi-emperor, are these concepts comprehensible to mere kings such as ourselves? Initially believing that fortune smiled upon them, granting a chance to survive this calamity, it now appeared that the luck of the mystic realm had been exhausted. Now, a great demon resembling a semi-emperor seems to have descended upon the mystic realm. Fatigued, perhaps it is time for annihilation. Many lost their composure, gazing at the wolf-headed being, collectively succumbing to a state of panic. Nangong Qin took a deep breath, maintaining her composure as she continued to question the wolf-headed being. "Who is the chieftain you speak of? Where do you hail from? Why have you chosen to invade our mystic realm?" The wolf-headed being opened its mouth once more, "The Tianlang tribe." Bang! Just as the wolf-headed being was about to continue, the heavens and earth trembled, and an inexplicable, terrifying force descended, causing the wolf-headed being to explode. Uft! Lord Chun! Lord Chun! The middle-aged man who released the crimson scroll turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, staggering twice before fainting amidst a chorus of gasps. Elder Zhang sighed upon witnessing this. If the news from the other side of the passage were so easily discernible, we wouldn't have remained in ignorance for so many years. He turned to Nangong Qin and asked, "What shall we do now, Sectmaster?" Nangong Qin, observing the wolf-headed being's demise with a grim expression, replied slowly, "Please wait. I must relay the information here to my husband." She grasped a piece of white jade, capable of facilitating two-way communication. This had been left behind by Chu Feng during his bathing in the Qianxian sacred spring, and it proved to be quite useful now. Chu Sheng, even if he is a great sage, could he confront a semi-emperor head-on? The powerful beings exchanged worried glances, all watching Nangong Qin as she held the white jade, transmitting information, yet no one dared to speak. The magnitude of this matter exceeded their capacity to handle. In the divine sea, a piece of white jade gently vibrated. Just then, after perusing the treasures drawn from the previous Destiny treasure box, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Qin? Oh, right. The wedding ceremony has yet to be completed." He perceived the white jade and swiftly comprehended everything. Meanwhile, not far away, a cluster of pure white tail feathers drifted towards him, landing gracefully at his feet, shimmering with a faint blue luster. Before Chu Feng's eyes, several large characters flickered. "The martial emperor has arrived. Flee." Chapter 54. Pushing the door, night had stealthily crept upon the world, its presence unnoticed until now. A silver moon cast its ethereal glow upon several large characters formed from fox fur, creating an almost dreamlike aura. The martial emperor has arrived? Chu Feng squinted, calculating the time. According to the fortune he previously divined using the great destiny talisman, only one day remained until the next destined protagonist's arrival. With his formidable cultivation, the emperor's divine consciousness could traverse the entire Xian realm in an instant, should he so desire. Upon receiving news from Nangong Qin, he casually swept his gaze across the surroundings, finding it surprisingly tranquil. Aside from the 3 magical arrays on the passageways that remained under repair, everything was remarkably peaceful. A fleeting thought clarified the situation for him. He casually brushed aside the large characters before him. A mere little fox. How amusing. Mistaking my unintentional release of pressure for that of the martial emperor. Such poor judgment. He then grasped the white jade stone in his hand and sent a message in return. "I understand your urgency, but do not rush. Everything is under control." After briefly reassuring Nangong Qin, Chu Feng did not hasten to depart. This time, he intended to reap the full rewards from Gu Yan, as they were exceedingly generous. For instance, the newly activated achievement system. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the lower section of the system panel, where a new subcategory labeled Achievements had appeared. The display interface was rather rudimentary, currently showcasing only 2 pieces of achievement information. Kill 1 destined protagonist. This achievement can be upgraded. Earn the title of Fledgling Villain. Fledgling Villain title can be worn to activate special effects. When obtaining a Destiny treasure chest, there is a chance for a double critical hit. Novice Stamp Collector. This achievement can be upgraded. Acquire a Harem Heroine. 199999. Charm 10. Passive effect. No need to wear for activation. This title is indeed quite trivial. I am the progenitor of all demons, the great Emperor Chu. Can this truly be called fledgling? I shan't wear it. Not even a dog would. Chu Feng muttered in jest, then glanced at the upper limit value for heroines within the stamp collector entry, his lips twitching. Is this truly what one calls a harem? Even if I, the future sovereign of the great Tao, were to personally designate 3,000 paths to transform into my harem, it would not suffice to constitute even a fraction. The achievements within this villain system are utterly absurd. The achievement system was straightforward, with a mere glance. Chu Feng discerned how to continue obtaining achievements. It boiled down to the same principle. Slay the protagonist, seize the heroine, and tread the path of the protagonist, leaving them with no avenues to pursue. Chu Feng donned the title of Fledgling Villain, and in the palm of his hand appeared a small bronze door. The Eternal Gate. As a source-level extreme Tao Imperial weapon, was no ordinary item. He had preserved it for last to conduct thorough research. The Eternal Gate, now devoid of its spirit, bore a resemblance to a soul stripped away, its form slightly altered. The ancient aura still lingered, yet the door pillars showcased cracks resembling spider webs, indicating some degree of damage. The most significant transformation was the emergence of a slowly rotating celestial sphere at the center of the entrance frame. Within this sphere was a layer of crystal-clear, resplendent liquid, gently suspended inside. This liquid was rather shallow, occupying merely 1/10 of the sphere's space, barely covering the bottom. The state of the mystic realm was indeed disheartening. As the master of the Eternal Gate, Chu Feng was acutely aware of the nature of the liquid within the sphere and let out a sigh. The Eternal Gate, as a treasured artifact born from the very essence of existence, contained within that celestial sphere the source of the mystic realm. Chu Feng possessed only a rudimentary understanding of this source, succinctly summarizing it in 2 statements. A strong source equates to a strong realm, while a weak source diminishes the realm's strength. Presently, the mystic realm's source was alarmingly scarce. Despite its seemingly prosperous facade, the mystic realm was, in reality, devoid of vitality. Merely putting on a facade. This was hardly surprising. In such a vast realm, the participants in peak competitions were predominantly formidable beings of immense power. The treatment accorded to saints and great saints upon their appearances attested to their status, as they were met with overwhelming acclaim. As for the Saint Kings, to be candid, Chu Feng had scanned the entire mystic realm with his divine consciousness and discovered one such being in a forbidden graveyard, albeit a mindless husk, merely a walking corpse. This epitomized the current state of the mystic realm. A lack of essence was not unexpected. Had I, the antagonist, not intervened, the narrative would have followed the destined protagonist, Gu Yan, as he navigated countless trials to ascend to the pinnacle of the mystic realm, subsequently expanding and strengthening it towards glory. Unfortunately, with a clap of his hands, Chu Feng declared, "Now it is no more." His interest in the mystic realm's essence was minimal, nor did he harbor ambitions of enhancing it. As a native of the Dragon Kingdom, his pragmatic spirit coursed through his veins. His priority was to advance his own endeavors and thwart the destined protagonist to avoid being countered. Now, let me observe the ultimate hidden treasure that exists within this destined protagonist's domain. With a flourish, Chu Feng tossed the bronze door, which abruptly enlarged, emanating an ethereal mist. Shrouded in a dreamlike quality, he approached and forcefully pushed open the Eternal Gate. The moment his palm made contact, the bronze door trembled, producing a cacophony of creaks. With a surge of strength, he pried open a narrow gap in the once closed door, causing the vibrant liquid within the celestial sphere to plummet at a visible pace. Chu Feng created an opening of 18 centimeters in diameter, from which streamed a multitude of pure white lights, resembling a colossal fog, obscuring all visibility. Though obscured from sight, sounds resonated in his ears, ethereal melodies and ancient chants intertwined in a soft murmur. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he listened intently to the celestial music. At that moment, enveloped by the luminous haze, he felt something terrifying. In the late stages of his imperial prowess, his strength surged uncontrollably. Under the moonlit night, time flowed with remarkable swiftness. Bathed in a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, he soared as if propelled by a rocket, his body crackling with energy, reaching unparalleled heights. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the panel before him and discovered that, in that fleeting instant, his realm had ascended from the late stages of the Great Emperor to its pinnacle. The ultimate within this domain is indeed formidable. No, he had yet to push open the door. Merely the manifestation of a singular phenomenon had facilitated the Great Emperor's elevation. Suggesting the complexities of the mysterious realm, Chu Feng ceased his efforts, deciding against further attempts to open the door. The liquid within the celestial sphere was nearing depletion. Moreover, in its current state, the Eternal Gate was simply unyielding. The strength he exerted was brute force. As he pressed against the door, the Eternal Gate emitted piercing, explosive sounds, and the fissures on the doorposts multiplied. Should he persist, not only would he fail to unveil the so-called ultimate truth, but he would also risk the destruction of the precious source artifact he had painstakingly reclaimed. Knocking on the door, Chu Feng retracted the Eternal Gate. Contemplating, it was evident that pushing the door consumed the essence of the mysterious realm. To completely open it, a substantial source was necessary. Brute force alone would not suffice. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Considering that I had barely any essence of the mysterious realm left, would the realm itself be affected? At that moment, As this notion crossed Chu Feng's mind, a thunderous roar erupted. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards the southeast. A surge of purple-black flames shot skyward, not only in that direction, but also in the northwest, southwest, and north. Heaven's mercy! The demon suppression array has shattered. In every direction, purple-black flames erupted into the heavens, accompanied by terrified cries. In that instant, all 77 demon suppression arrays within the mysterious realm crumbled under an overwhelming terror. Chapter 55. The Demise of the Xian Realm. Each being seeks a path 10 minutes ago. At the sea of the divine trees of the Wanfa natural sect, figures converged as the demon subduing formation gradually stabilized. The powerful beings from various transcendent factions convened a meeting. Elder Jiang cast a glance at a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man. "Lordly, what of the hidden sage you mentioned?" Lordly responded with a bitter smile. "The hidden sage." Upon hearing the news, he ceased to respond to me. He may have already departed from the Xian realm. The assembled powers fell into a brief silence. The hidden sage, a being of sanctity, as his name suggests, often existed in a state of concealment. No one knew when he had attained sainthood or from which sect he hailed. Previously, when the demon subduing formation of the Taikuan Immortal Palace was damaged, this hidden sage chose to intervene. Now, upon learning of the ominous demonic news, he had vanished without a trace. Ji Kong sighed in understanding. It is comprehensible. A saint can traverse the heavens. Fleeing is the wisest course. Were I in his position, I might have made the same choice. After all, he is a being more formidable than even a great saint. Another elder chuckled wryly. My ancestor just responded to me. Instantly, the eyes of all the powerful beings brightened. Master Sima, what did the ancestor say? The Sima clan, an ancient lineage that had long remained hidden, had recently ventured into the Han Sea to assist in slaying demons when the demon subduing formation shattered. The reassuring factor was that the Sima clan was guarded by a great saint. Despite the rumors of his impending demise, he remained a formidable figure in the Xian realm. Master Sima shook his head and said, "He claims he is not well acquainted with us. His surname is Sima, without the Ma." Ji Kong. Elder Jiang. Lordly. Subsequently, several other transcendental figures shared their insights, all of which were tied, to varying degrees, to the existence of saints above the realm of the Xian. However, the outcomes were disheartening. These saints and great saints, upon realizing the presence of such a terrifying entity in the Xian realm, were preparing to make their escape, with some already having fled the realm. After inquiring around, only one aging saint, too frail to flee, expressed a willingness to remain and, if necessary, assist in writing epitaphs for the others. Master Sima then turned his gaze toward Nangong Qin, adorned in bridal attire, with a troubled expression. "Mistress Nangong, is it true that your husband is also a great saint? How long does he intend to remain in the Xian realm?" Nangong Qin reassured everyone. "Fear not, my husband will not leave. He asserts that everything is under control. He should have a means to deal with the ominous demon." The assembled powerful beings exchanged glances, initially calculating how to secure a favorable burial site for themselves. Upon hearing Nangong Qin's proclamation, they were taken aback. "Mistress Nangong, is this truly the case?" "Indeed, it is true. My husband understands your urgency, but he advises you to remain calm. He will soon arrive to take charge of the situation." Master Li, with a bitter smile, doused the hopes of those present with cold water. "Do not harbor excessive expectations. The wedding of Master Nangong has yet to be finalized, and as the day wanes, he remains conspicuously absent, clearly indicating that you are not held in high regard. Perhaps this is merely a formality." After voicing his thoughts, Master Li felt a twinge of regret and added, "That hidden sage once made a similar promise to me." Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled that today should have marked a momentous occasion for the Chongshin Pavilion, yet a significant disruption had occurred. It must be acknowledged that there was some merit in his words. Nangong Qin pressed her crimson lips together, her phoenix-like eyes shining brightly. "I have faith in him." She had previously grasped the white jade stone, conveying the location of the divine Tree Sea to Chu Feng. Although their interaction had been brief, Nangong Qin sensed the unwavering calmness exuding from Chu Feng, as if no calamity could rattle him. Most importantly, she refused to accept defeat. At this juncture, the various transcendent powers within the Xian realm required confidence. Regardless of whether Chu Feng would arrive, she needed to stabilize the situation momentarily and devise a plan. Suddenly, Amidst a semblance of calm and relaxed expressions, a terrifying explosion erupted from the recently repaired demon suppression array. What the hell? The demon suppression array has collapsed. A surge of purple-black flames soared into the sky, accompanied by cries of terror. The news arrived that the demon suppression array in Nanyuan had shattered. The array at the Longxi tomb had also been breached. The expressions of all the powerful beings present in the Xian realm turned ashen, their gazes fixed vacantly upon Nangongqin. Hadn't they assured themselves that everything was under control? One formidable warrior, his composure shattered, shouted in disbelief. How could this happen? How could it possibly break? Aren't these arrays heavily guarded? The demonic sage had plotted for years and only managed to breach 3 arrays. How could all 77 arrays have fallen? His dismay was not isolated. Many powerful beings in attendance were equally stupefied, setting aside everything else. The demon suppression array beneath the divine tree C had only just been restored, and they were utterly confident in its flawless reconstruction. With so many top-tier experts convened, how could none have sensed even the slightest disturbance before the array cracked once more? What kind of entity could generate such a cataclysm? The implications were chilling. Who could withstand this? Head of the Sima family wept bitterly, tears staining his garments. It's over. It's all over. Every demon suppression array in our realm has been breached. It must be that fearsome demon at work. I wondered why there had been no movement from that malevolent force after it exerted its pressure on the Xian realm. It seems they were orchestrating a grand scheme. Master Li trembled in fear. 77 demon suppression arrays destroyed. Should those demons emerge, the Xian realm will be reduced to rubble. Everyone, resign yourselves to fate and seek your own paths to survival. Ji Kong clenched his fists, utterly unprepared for such a momentous upheaval. All the demon-slaying formations in the Xian realm have been shattered. The unknown creatures lurking within the passage beneath the formations are utterly terrifying. Merely 3 passages have compelled nearly 90% of the realm's strongest to take action. Now, with 77 passages breached simultaneously, the situation has indeed spiraled beyond their control. The powerful beings of the Xian realm find themselves like startled birds, transforming into brilliant hues as they flee in all directions, with no one daring to contemplate blocking the 2 realms' passage beneath the formations. Elder Jiang gazed at Nangongqin and, trembling, suggested, "Mistress, we should depart. The Xian realm faces annihilation today. We must seek an escape. In my opinion, we ought to first retreat to the Shaozhu realm with the core disciples and elders." Nangongqin's chest heaved. She had never anticipated such a rapid turn of events. She turned to glance at the towering purple-black flames behind her, radiating an aura of malevolence and power. Observing the anxious expressions of the elders around her, she paused in silence before slowly responding. "You all return to the pavilion and prepare. I will wait a while longer." Elder Su urged, "Mistress, do you still intend to wait for Saint Chu? He will surely not come." "I will wait for another hour," Nangongqin replied, her gaze fixed on the purple-black flames. "An hour? What do you mean?" Elder Su was momentarily taken aback. Elder Jiang quickly grasped the implication. "Mistress, there is no need for such sacrifice. The wedding can be postponed. If you fall, everything will be lost." Nangongqin nodded. "I understand. But having received such a precious gift from him, this day should be reserved for him. Once this day concludes, I will go to Wanzhong Mountain. If I am unfortunate enough to perish, Elder Jiang, you shall lead the Chongxian Pavilion." At her words, the elders present turned pale. They quickly comprehended Nangongqin's intentions. As the mistress of the Nanfeng Liuli body, her demise would naturally summon a Nanfeng Liuli formation, known for its ability to replicate other formations. Nangongqin not only intended to wait for Chu Feng, but also planned to seal another passage. Time was too limited for further debate. The elders understood her rational demeanor all too well. With the Xian realm's impending destruction, would the Chongxian Pavilion truly manage to escape unscathed? It would be better to make a desperate effort to secure even a glimmer of hope for the pavilion's survival. Watching the elders depart in dejection, Nangongqin's gaze turned steely as she gripped her azure blade, staring at the area beneath the divine tree C. The great tree had collapsed, and disciples and elders of the Wanfa Xiren sect were fleeing in panic. Below, demons surged forth once more, a toxic haze enveloping the air, their murderous intent palpable. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the heavens. Above, in the sky of the Xian realm, a colossal golden holy sword materialized. inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor. It blazed forth like a radiant sun, illuminating the firmament. Chapter 56. The True Arrival of the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor has departed. It is not merely Nangongqin. This golden holy sword, named after the celestial emperor, possesses the power to overshadow the heavens. Its radiance illuminates countless rivers, transforming the once starry night sky into a scene reminiscent of midday. What is this? In a state of frantic agitation, the powerful beings of the mystic realm, akin to ants on a hot pan, instinctively raise their gazes towards the suddenly manifested celestial emperor's sword, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a lengthy baguette. This sword is immense. Its aura is overwhelming. It surpasses any formidable entity they have ever encountered. Under their watchful eyes, the golden holy sword swung down heavily, cleaving through the air. Its brilliance incinerated the heavens and earth, sending sword energy coursing through the 8 directions. With a single stroke, it struck down upon 77 portals scattered throughout the mystic realm. From within these portals surged a tumult of demonic energy, reminiscent of the previous werewolves. There were also sphinxes, lion-headed creatures, and 4-armed monkey demons, as well as silver-scaled serpent fiends. Within the 77 portals, the array of demons emerging was more diverse and their strengths more extraordinary. The weakest among them were formidable kings, while the strongest exuded the aura of a great sage or even a sage king. Regardless of their origins, their strengths, or their intentions, with the descent of this sword, they were all reduced to naught. Accompanied by the descending sword light, an infinite mist of blood erupted. One stroke, and myriad demons were obliterated. Is this a dream? Am I seeing this correctly? Have all the demons that surged forth from the portals been annihilated? Who wields this sword? Is it one of the titans of the mystic realm? What titan? This must be the Tao of heaven. Thank you for saving my life. Close to the portal's mouth, the powerful beings of the mystic realm, who were teetering on the brink of life and death, stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded by the eradication of the demons. Once they regained their senses, all that remained was astonishment and exclamations of awe. This sword was too fantastical, too shocking. It left the entire mystic realm in a daze, with everyone speculating about the identity of the wielder. At this moment, Nangongqin stood upon the branch of a divine tree, supporting herself against its crown. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with intensity, providing her the perfect vantage point to observe the situation within the portal below. This sword's action was not merely the annihilation of the emerging demons. Upon closer inspection, she realized that even those demons yet to emerge from the portal had been completely severed. Whispers echoed in her ears, as the communication channels of the Heavy Mysteries Pavilion remained intact, relaying news from the various portals throughout the mystic realm. She murmured, "This sword is astonishing." From each of the 77 portals, the demons that emerged were terrifyingly powerful and numerous. What kind of immense strength could accomplish such an extraordinary feat? Her gaze remained fixated on the golden holy sword, where the words Celestial Emperor were inscribed. Suddenly, her pupils contracted as a memory sparked within her. She recalled a time when Chu Feng had suggested playing a game, presenting her with a sword and several peculiar garments. The blade of that sword bore an inscription that resembled Celestial Emperor. As she recollected this, her breath quickened, and her focused gaze turned once more towards the heavenly threshold, yearning for confirmation. Yet, as the golden holy sword gradually faded from the celestial dome, the night once more descended upon the realm. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the remaining branches and leaves of the divine tree to sway lightly, exuding a hint of joy. Nangongqin was momentarily stunned, her gaze returning to the passage below, which remained empty, devoid of any demonic presence, as if nothing had ever transpired. High above the 9 heavens, Chu Feng stood upon a cloud, raising his hand to withdraw the heavenly emperor's sword into the divine sea. He squinted, his gaze fixated upon the artifact in his grasp. He weighed the eternal gate. "Ah, it seems you have indeed reaped considerable benefits." Just moments ago, he had attempted to push open the eternal gate, yet had barely managed to advance a fraction before nearly exhausting the primal essence of the Xian realm. Within the celestial sphere of the eternal gate, the vibrant liquid that had previously reached its bottom mysteriously began to accumulate anew. Could vanquishing these demons augment the primal essence of the Xian realm? Or perhaps it was the consequence of the connection formed between the Xian realm and the opposing world. Chu Feng pondered. tapping his fingers against the frame of the eternal gate. Although he was indifferent to the fate of the Xian realm, he still held on to his own principles. As the catalyst of this turmoil, it was only fitting that he intervened to resolve the chaos unleashed by the demons from the passage. Having cleared the demons, the 77 passages had effectively transformed the Xian realm into a sieve, forcibly linking it to the world beyond. Initially contemplating whether to seal these passages and restore the Xian realm to its former state, he now found his thoughts invigorated upon witnessing the increase in primal essence. Suddenly, as he was deep in thought, Chu Feng sensed a peculiar sound emanating from one of the passages. Following closely was an overwhelming pressure, sweeping through the passage and casting a shadow over the entire Xian realm, as though intent on obliterating all within its path. This pressure far surpassed that of the Sage King. Could there be a formidable adversary? He narrowed his eyes, and within the depths of his dark pupils, a crimson hue erupted, countless patterns awakening. Before the pressure could escape the passage, it was ensnared by his blood-red gaze. You have activated the eye of the Demon Emperor, depriving the fated protagonist, the Martial Emperor, of a talent known as Tianping Speed. The fated protagonist, the Martial Emperor, has lost the talent Tianping Speed, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 destiny points. You have acquired a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Your title Emerging Villain has been activated, granting you an additional Destiny Treasure Chest 1. A strange golden illusion of the Tianping suddenly materialized within his blood-red eyes. Countless insights surged forth as the eye of the Demon Emperor unleashed its power, stripping away the talent known as Tianping Speed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal aspect was the system's timely provision of emotional value. As a series of notifications rang out, Chu Feng was taken aback. What a coincidence! The source of the pressure from the opposing passage was indeed the Martial Emperor. He had truly descended upon the Xian realm. As Chu Feng glanced at the celestial phenomenon, with the moon's shadow dim and clouds billowing ominously, he realized that this day was drawing to a close. As foretold by the Grand Destiny Talisman 28 days prior, the wheels of time have finally turned to this fateful day, whereupon he encountered the new protagonist of destiny. Indeed, his assumptions were not unfounded. The Martial Emperor is, without a doubt, the destined one. Yet, why has he retreated? Suddenly, a frown creased Chu Feng's brow as he sensed the oppressive force within the passage. Merely deprived of a trivial talent by the eye of the Demon Emperor, he has chosen to withdraw? The esteemed Martial Emperor, upon their first meeting, displays such pettiness? Adhering to the simple principle that one should not be outdone in the face of respect, Chu Feng resolutely extended his imperial consciousness into the passage. Chapter 57. The shattered charge of the little electric donkey at the entrance of the pitch-black passage. A damp sensation greeted the senses. In comparison to the interconnecting passages between the Shao Bamboo realm and the Xian realm, this one was surrounded by a unique flow of ethereal waters, trickling slowly and rendering the entire pathway treacherous and muddy. Naturally, this difficulty was primarily relevant to those of lesser cultivation, such as the likes of kings and sages. However, as the Emperor's divine consciousness delved into the passage, it glided effortlessly, reaching the depths in an instant. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the depths, an endless influx of spiritual essence. Rain fell at the entrance, droplets composed of condensed spiritual energy, pattering incessantly. The sheer density of this spiritual essence starkly illustrated the disparity between the Xian realm and the world beyond the passage. With a sigh of wonder, Chu Feng prepared to extend his divine consciousness, ready to sweep through the rain. Suddenly, a thunderous force erupted. A terrifying divine consciousness, akin to an ancient deity's descent, collided violently with Chu Feng's own emperor-level consciousness. The scene was extraordinarily intense, reminiscent of a small electric donkey charging headlong into a mud truck laden with several tons of cargo. Boom! The ancient godlike consciousness was utterly obliterated. Although the ambushing divine presence was immediately vanquished, Chu Feng was astonished. This being's consciousness was undeniably at the emperor level. His mastery of the primordial chaos scripture provided him with exceptional enhancements in terms of divine awareness. Moreover, having just ascended to the pinnacle of emperorhood, he realized that while his opponent was indeed at the emperor level, they had merely newly attained this status, rendering them significantly weaker than his former self, let alone his current peak. Furthermore, this individual belonged to the demon race, and in the presence of his long-lost ancestor, their innate suppression was quite severe. Enough of finding excuses for the martial emperor. A weakling is simply a weakling, regardless of practice. While this martial emperor had indeed reached the emperor level, they still paled in comparison to him by a considerable margin. This particular sprout, I, Chu Yaozu, shall surely reap. Sensing the little electric donkey being thoroughly wrecked and retreating, Chu Feng unhesitatingly pursued and dealt a decisive blow to the fallen adversary. Bring it forth. The mud truck transformed, becoming a towering pillar, grasping the martial emperor, the little electric donkey, with a single hand. Instead of crushing it outright, Chu Feng employed his divine awareness, and the martial emperor's attributes materialized before him. Martial Emperor Current Realm. Pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor Destiny Value. 990,000 Possessions. Black Feather Heavenly Golden Halberd, Supreme Emperor Weapon. Divine Light Wanju Armor, Supreme Emperor Weapon. Heaven and Earth Great Seal, Supreme Emperor Weapon. Xianxing Unmatched Staff, Supreme Emperor Weapon. Physique. Kuanpeng Supreme Body, Lunar Body, Solar Body, 10,000 Laws Body. Heavenly Origin, Overlord Body. Special Ability. True Immortal Possession. As the martial emperor's attributes unfolded before Chu Feng, he felt a twinge of astonishment. This new sprout was indeed remarkable, with a destiny value that, accounting for the previously deducted 10,000, exceeded that of Gu Yin by a full tenfold. Based on Chu Feng's experience, a higher destiny value often indicated stronger fortune and greater hidden cards. However, that was not the crux of the matter. From their brief exchange, he had already discerned that his opponent possessed unmistakably emperor-level combat prowess. This emperor is not a counterfeit like the quasi-emperor. He possesses genuine imperial power. Even if he is the weakest of emperors, he is still an emperor. However, upon inspecting the panel, it turns out this individual is merely a quasi-emperor, having yet to ascend to true imperial status. Even more astonishing is that he is not only rich in supreme imperial artifacts, but also possesses a physique that boasts no fewer than 8 different attributes. Is your physique akin to a costume, changed daily? It is evident that the martial emperor is not a fledgling destined protagonist like Gu Yin, but rather a fully matured one. Such a protagonist is infinitely more troublesome than Gu Yin. What draws Chu Feng's attention is the martial emperor's unique ability. On the panel visible only to him, there are merely 4 simple words: true immortal possession. Yet the implications are profound. This indicates that the martial emperor is not truly who he seems, but rather a formidable entity that has seized the body of the original martial emperor, living anew. Chu Feng finds himself in a similar predicament. However, the key distinction lies in the fact that before this entity usurped his identity, he was merely an ordinary youth from Blue Star. Conversely, the martial emperor, prior to his possession, was a true immortal. What is a true immortal? It sounds more powerful than an emperor. System. Provide me with some substantial information about what constitutes a true immortal. Chu Feng, filled with trepidation, decisively shattered the martial emperor's divine consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the martial emperor's consciousness crumbled. You have slain the destined protagonist's avatar, causing the martial emperor's destiny value to decrease by 50,000. You have received 5 destiny treasure chests. Your title of emerging villain has been activated, granting you an additional destiny treasure chest. System. You call this fear? You've just met. Yet you strike with lethal intent. The martial emperor must be questioning his existence. Indeed, it is an avatar. Are all 8 avatars of special physique? This martial emperor is intriguing. Noticing the system's silence, Chu Feng, well aware of its tendencies, gently remarked, "Don't feign ignorance over such a simple question, system. You wouldn't want me to face retribution, would you? If I were to perish, you would have to seek another host. And the next villainous host may not be as kind, obedient, and compliant as I am. I could even introduce you to a mother system. System. Host. Do not attempt to deceive the system. Once bound successfully, this system will not seek a new host, but will share life and death with the current host." Chu Feng felt a sense of relief. "I knew you would say that. We are quite the comrades now. Do tell me." Above the emperor lies the realm of immortality, divided into the realms of earthly immortals, true immortals, immortal lords, and immortal kings. The system emphasized, "I hope the host will honor their word." Indeed, above the emperor, there exists the realm of immortality. Honor my word. Chu Feng blinked, pondering. Are you genuinely seeking a mother system? That is not a matter suitable for someone of your age. This system advises you to be kind. This host is quite troublesome, leaving the system frequently feeling overwhelmed. With an abundance of goodwill towards the system, Chu Feng pondered the situation of the true immortal. After gaining insight into the matter, he chose to disregard the system and reflected, the true immortal. The little fox once mentioned that this individual was already on the verge of becoming an emperor 500 years ago. It should not be overly difficult for him to ascend to the status of a great emperor. Yet, after all this time, he remains just a quasi-emperor. Could it be that he is orchestrating a grand scheme? We cannot allow him to attain the title of great emperor. To dare strike at me upon our first meeting. If he were to truly become an emperor, would he not become exceedingly arrogant? Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into the depths of his divine sea and retrieved a verdant long whip, emanating black smoke and shimmering with an ethereal glow. This extraordinary weapon, known as the Nine-Nether Chain of Death, was not only capable of the fundamental tasks of reaping souls, but also possessed a unique searching ability. He dripped a drop of his ancestral blood upon it, and took a fragment of the shattered divine consciousness of the martial emperor, shaking it at the whip's tip. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Feng produced a scroll and bound it to the body of the Nine-Nether Chain. Go, seek out the martial emperor, he commanded. At his behest, the chain, shrouded in black mist, surged forth like a soaring dragon, racing into the unknown. Chapter 58. The Great Convergence. The exit of the passage presented a dark vortex, surrounded by an oppressive expanse of thick clouds. Ethereal raindrops, born of spiritual energy, continued to cascade downwards. This vortex resembled a lake, enveloped by a vast wilderness of mountains stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, with ominous shadows looming on the ridges, teeming with demon clans. Among these demons, the weakest exuded the aura of great powers, while the stronger ones included kings and even saints. Above the firmament floated a totemic stone pillar, adorned with the image of a howling giant wolf gazing at the moon, its fur sharp as blades, exuding a fierce malevolence. With emerald eyes brimming with murderous intent. A closer inspection of the moon would reveal that it gradually transformed into three peculiar ancient characters representing the Tianlang clan. Beside this totem pillar stood a colossal azure wolf, its presence radiating with the brilliance of the sun. The great sage Azure Wolf growled, "Clan leader, what transpired at the passage? Why have our kin who ventured ahead perished? Could it be that the formidable beast has made its move?" Opposite him stood an immense wolf with fur as white as snow and eyes glimmering with a green sheen, who responded, "How would I know if you ask me?" The great sage Azure Wolf retorted in dissatisfaction, "How could such a wretched world harbor a formidable beast? In my opinion, this matter should have remained unreported. Had the martial emperor been unaware, he would not have dispatched us to strike this realm again, nor would we have suffered such significant losses." The Tianlang clan leader sharply interjected, "Enough. Do not speak nonsense. The martial emperor is currently engaged in capturing formidable beasts to refine artifacts. If he manages to subdue one, our Tianlang clan will surely enjoy a more prosperous future." Yet, the great sage Azure Wolf countered, "These formidable beasts are of noble bloodlines, belonging to the highest races. How can our Tianlang clan involve itself in such affairs? Clan leader, you should report this matter, but the martial emperor has not taken direct action. Instead, he has ordered us to eradicate the miscellaneous creatures of this wretched world. This is a thankless task." The Tianlang clan leader lightly shook his paw, his emerald eyes seemingly igniting with flames. "Even if it is a thankless endeavor, it must be done. If we do not act, the Xuanta clan and the Liho clan will be eager to step in. You, young one, simply lack vision." The great sage Azure Wolf cast a discontented glance at the dark clouds, swiping his paw to disperse them, revealing a crescent moon. "Is it truly a race to death? Do not speak to me of vision. Vision does not fill the belly." The Tianlang clan leader shook his head. "One must have grand aspirations. What does it matter if we lose a few pups? If it allows the martial emperor to notice us, our Tianlang clan could ascend to great heights. Once we become the foremost among the 8 great clans of celestial beasts, you will see that we can breed as many pups as we desire." The great sage Azure Wolf opened his mouth, his sharp fangs glistening, ready to retort, but he heard the Tianlang clan leader murmuring, "You young clansmen do not understand the greatness of the martial emperor. In our realm of celestial beasts, the martial emperor is akin to the heavens. If he were to drop a single feather from his great pung, it would dwarf the legs of the great elephant clan. Observing the fervent admiration in the Tianlang clan leader's demeanor, the great sage Azure Wolf shook his head, half believing, half doubting. You will understand in time. Upon witnessing the state of the Songlong great sage, the leader of the Tianlang tribe chose not to elaborate further. In the realm of celestial demons, the martial emperor is an undefeated legend, the pinnacle of humanity. The martial emperor embodies the heavens, the divine, and serves as the guiding light for all demonkind. A magnificent leader. The Songlong, a descendant of the pure-blood Tianlang lineage, possesses extraordinary talents and has only recently attained the status of great sage. His understanding of the martial emperor is yet superficial. Once he encounters the martial emperor, will the faith of the Tianlang tribe's great sage not rival his own? Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The ominous clouds that had been dispersed by the Songlong great sage split apart entirely. Both the Songlong great sage and the Tianlang tribe leader beheld a shadow, resembling a swimming dragon, that swiftly pierced the darkened sky, illuminating it with a golden radiance as it surged toward the moon. What is that? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be the martial emperor. The Songlong great sage exclaimed in astonishment. His vision was always keen, especially at night, and though the figure had darted across the heavens at breakneck speed, he managed to discern it clearly. It was a verdant long whip, exuding an endless black mist, which had impaled the figure's chest. This figure, adorned in golden feathers and clad in a golden sanctified armor, was robust and imposing, with long golden hair cascading behind him, accompanied by a pair of great rock wings that fluttered in the air, a sight of extreme brilliance and high recognition. It was none other than the idol of the Tianlang tribe leader, the martial emperor. At that moment, he was being relentlessly pursued by a serpent-like whip, which not only pierced his chest, but also lashed out savagely, tearing and biting. In an instant, golden blood erupted as the remnants of the figure vanished like a meteor, disappearing from sight. The Tianlang tribe leader was left speechless, as was the Songlong great sage, both bewildered by the martial emperor's dire predicament. The Songlong great sage, in a state of shock, instinctively began his pursuit. The Tianlang tribe leader, equally taken aback, quickly interjected, "Songlong, you are mistaken. That cannot possibly be the martial emperor. It merely bears a resemblance." As he spoke, he too followed suit. Before long, the two wolves engaged in a fervent chase, traversing from the heavens into the vast cosmos, ultimately encountering a golden-haired man with wings that shimmered like divinity near the moonstar. At that moment, the man, with a golden vertical pupil radiating divine light from his forehead, held a ghostly green long whip that writhed like a captured emerald serpent, struggling fiercely yet remaining unyielding. The man's gaze was imbued with celestial brilliance, sensing an aura approaching. He glanced down with a detached demeanor. The Songlong great sage and the Tianlang tribe leader felt their limbs weaken under the oppressive aura, their spines trembling and bowing in submission. "We pay our respects to the martial emperor. Long live the martial emperor." The two wolves promptly bowed. The martial emperor, with a calm gaze, withdrew his attention. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" The Songlong great sage hurriedly responded, "We just saw you, martial emperor." And it seemed as though the Tianlang tribe leader swiftly interrupted, "Martial emperor, glorious and mighty. Congratulations on acquiring a precious treasure." The martial emperor gently nodded, weighing the long whip in his palm, and forcibly suppressed it, stating, "It is rather unexpected that, while traversing this path, a treasure appears, eager to recognize me as its master. However, to become a possession of this emperor, it must first endure my trials." The leader of the Tianlang tribe immediately proclaimed, "This is an auspicious sign. The martial emperor's fortunes are flourishing, and the heavens bestow their favor." The great sage of the Songlong subtly twitched his lips, quietly reminding, "Martial emperor, behind you, there lies a peculiar scroll, which also seems inclined to acknowledge you as its master." "A scroll?" The martial emperor furrowed his brows, but did not turn around. With a flick of his hand, the fabric of reality reversed, and the scroll shifted to his forefront, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was a scroll of ancient material, radiating a profound essence, inexplicably unfurled, yet blank, shimmering with spiritual light, unmistakably extraordinary. The martial emperor cast a glance and remarked indifferently, "This is but a useless discarded scroll, drifting in from who knows where in the cosmos." He then directed his gaze back to the two wolves. If you have no further business, you may take your leave." The leader of the Tianlang tribe promptly grasped the situation, turning with the great sage of the Tsonglong to depart. As the two wolves exited, the martial emperor's expression darkened abruptly. Grasping the scroll tightly, he enunciated each word deliberately. "Celestial, tier, scroll." The monstrous entities within that nameless realm were no ordinary foes. They could match his avatar evenly and dared to scheme against him using a celestial tier scroll. Alas, he could scarcely fathom the nature of the existence he was confronting. Chapter 59. A fine steed deserves a good saddle. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and obtained 1 Destiny Fragment. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and received 5 tons of Enlightenment Tea. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest, and a flash of golden light enveloped you as you acquired the supreme imperial weapon, the Qingming Dao Sword. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and obtained 1,000 tons of sacred-grade weapons. You have unlocked the Destiny Treasure Chest and received 1 Destiny Fragment. With a smile, Chu Feng opened all 10 Destiny Treasure Chests he had just gathered. He contentedly toyed with a Destiny Fragment, remarking on his fortuitous luck in acquiring 2 such fragments, which was quite commendable. Regarding the guaranteed golden legend that bestowed upon him another supreme imperial weapon, Chu Feng felt no stirrings of emotion. He dismissed the trivial items like scrap metal, toilet paper, or functional drinks. In his eyes, the most significant treasures were the Destiny Fragments. 10 Destiny Fragments could be synthesized into a Destiny Key to unlock a divine rank identity, devoid of any tricks or deceptive fractional increments. After opening the Destiny Treasure Chests, Chu Feng's brow arched in intrigue. "Oh, you of such caliber, dare to suppress my 9 Netherbinding Whip." With a wave of his hand, an immense power surged through the void, resonating across the vastness of time and space. Soon after, a verdant whip leapt forth like lightning from the passage below, racing towards Chu Feng's position. Buzz! Buzz! As the 9 Netherbinding Whip approached Chu Feng, it gently brushed against his skin, seemingly aggrieved. Chu Feng, with a faint smile, patted the 9 Netherbinding Whip, his gaze flickering with contemplation. "This new contender is no ordinary being. Had it not been for me, this supreme imperial weapon might have been forcefully claimed by him." The martial emperor, situated in the world across the passage, stood out conspicuously. The 9 Netherbinding Whip adeptly locked onto his position and accomplished its task with excellence. When it attempted to return, the martial emperor, at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, managed to suppress the imperial might of the 9 Netherbinding Whip and even endeavored to refine it. His methods were domineering, yet utterly futile. Though he could initially restrain the 9 Netherbinding Whip, once he took control, the martial emperor found himself unable to maintain it, leading to its reclamation. Nevertheless, Chu Feng regarded this martial emperor as quite formidable. Compared to the utterly defenseless Gu Yan, the martial emperor was evidently far more powerful. It was time to gauge his strength. The Great Misfortune technique should be sufficient to quench his thirst. The 9 Netherbinding Whip merely served as a tool for locating the martial emperor. The true gift he presented to the martial emperor was the celestial grade scroll of the Great Misfortune technique. This item was a product of the golden guaranteed outcome from the Destiny Treasure Chest. It was a consumable, celestial grade, which spoke volumes about its significance. It pertained to the realm above the emperor, encapsulating the scrolls of the celestial path, containing spells of celestial rank, precisely as its name suggested. Release the objective. Beset by calamity, all affairs in decline, and it may further implicate those around. It is well acknowledged that simplicity often breeds brutality. The effects remain unclear to Chu Feng. He merely understands that the Great Misfortune technique will persist for 2.5 days. In summary, this is not the opportune moment to engage excessively with the martial emperor, as it may invite misfortune upon oneself. The decision to employ the Great Misfortune technique in entertaining the martial emperor, rather than resorting to a direct confrontation as Gu Yan did, is indeed a matter of careful consideration. Having drawn so many worthless trinkets, most of the extreme Dao imperial weapons are of little use to him. Just one transcendent celestial treasure, surpassing his own grade, demands a worthy target to test its might. Otherwise, he would feel unsatisfied. He is a person of verified benevolence, incapable of thoughtlessly releasing a random fortunate reader, an act devoid of conscience. After much contemplation, such a treasure is best bestowed upon an individual of immense fortune. a destined protagonist, ensuring that a fine steed is paired with an exquisite saddle. He retracted his thoughts, stamping his foot, summoning a golden shadow of a Tianpeng behind him, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The Tianpeng's extraordinary speed, a permanent enhancement of tenfold velocity, an exceedingly excessive talent. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng vanished into the expanse of the sky. In the hall of discussion at the Heavy Xian Pavilion, the atmosphere was solemn, with elders seated on either side. Their expressions were grave, faces etched with seriousness. Creak. The door opened with a sound. A stunningly beautiful woman in a resplendent red bridal gown, exuding an icy demeanor, strode in, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Confirmed. The elders were momentarily taken aback. What on earth? In less than half a minute, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the elders of the Heavy Xian Pavilion, their icy demeanor melting away into laughter. Following that were a flurry of discussions. All those demons have perished? What is the origin of that heavenly emperor's sword? Is there truly such a titan in our Xian realm? The pavilion master has confirmed the news. The might of this sword is terrifying, sweeping through the Xian realm, annihilating all demons within the 77 passages. Not only us, but even those demons were left aghast. To this day, not a single one has emerged from those passages. Incredible, utterly incredible. In my long life, I have witnessed much, yet never anything so outrageous. Indeed, I had already packed my belongings, preparing to flee, only to be summoned back by old Jiang, who claimed all demons had been wiped out. I had scolded him for deceiving me into returning to slay demons and fill pits, yet it turned out to be true. Old son, you rascal, accused me of deceiving you while you accompanied me. Are you not afraid of death? What is there to fear? If it truly comes to that, do you think one can escape? We must express gratitude to this mysterious titan of our Xian realm. If I were to stand before him, I would undoubtedly bow in reverence. Surviving the calamity, the elders of the Heavy Xian Pavilion cast aside their usual pretenses, cursing and exclaiming in mirth, engaging in jovial banter like ordinary folk. Nangong Qinfeng gazed at the elders, her lips curving into a smile as warm as a spring breeze, capable of melting the ancient chill of eternity. Although she did not partake in the discussion, her demeanor, cool as it might be, concealed a fervent heart. Nangong Qinfeng understood better than anyone the identity of the wielder of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, yet she remained silent. Her husband had acted without revealing himself, undoubtedly harboring his own reservations. Even the rightful consort lacked the authority to speak on his behalf, let alone her status as a concubine. At that moment, Elder Zhang's ears perked up, his expression brimming with delight. Ladies and gentlemen, I have news. It appears the owner of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the ancestor of the Sima family, has unearthed some clues. The rotund Elder Zhang stifled his ample belly and sprang to his feet. The ancestor of the Sima family? It is said to be a great sage? His words must be trustworthy. Who is it? Nangong Qinfeng's eyes flickered. Could it be that the ancestor of the Sima family shares a past with her husband? Elder Jiang, without hesitation, divulged two words: Xian Emperor. Xian Emperor? Who is that? Upon hearing these unfamiliar words, the elders present were taken aback, and Nangong Qinfeng furrowed her brow in contemplation. Chapter 60. A single glance, Elder Jiang surveyed the perplexed expressions of the gathered elders and promptly elucidated. Do you all recall our interrogation of that demon in the Sea of Divine Trees? I previously mentioned the emergence of a formidable calamity and the matter of the quasi-emperor. Elder Su's demeanor shifted. He clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm, declaring, Sages, great sages, sage kings, and beyond, we ascend to the realm of the emperor. In the domain of the emperor, one enjoys longevity, their lifespan stretching across millennia, amassing unfathomable depth. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, bearing the name of the emperor and capable of cleaving an invincible blade, must undoubtedly belong to one who has attained the emperor's realm. Our legends in the mystic realm speak of a quasi-emperor from ancient times. Could it be the Xuandi? Elder Zhang, captivated, could not restrain his excitement, exclaiming, if a quasi-emperor intervenes, perhaps they possess the prowess to eradicate the demons of the mystic realm with a single strike. Elder Jiang nodded in agreement. If it is indeed a quasi-emperor, everything falls into place. Xuandi is originally from the mystic realm. He even participated in the initial formation of the demon subduing array. If he were to encounter it, his motives would be entirely justifiable. At this juncture, A voice as clear as a spring interrupted. Then why does the saint from the Sima family assert that the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword is undoubtedly Xuandi? The elders turned to Nangong Qin, instinctively nodding in unison. It is conceivable that the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword could be a quasi-emperor, but Xuandi has evidently been absent for a considerable time. What grounds do they have for such certainty? Elder Jiang responded. Other companions share a similar doubt. The saint from the Sima family mentioned that within their clan, there exists a portrait of Xuandi, depicting him with a golden holy sword at his waist. The blade directed inward, yet bearing the character Tian. The saint indicated that this portrait of Xuandi would be unveiled forthwith, prompting the world to pay their respects. The golden holy sword, inscribed with Tian, belonged to a quasi-emperor who has survived since ancient times. The elders exchanged glances, the elements aligning, and the likelihood of Xuandi's involvement surged to an astonishing 99, rendering it nearly indisputable. Even Nangong Qin felt a jolt of astonishment in her heart. Could her husband truly be Xuandi? No wonder he exuded such an air of tranquility, as if everything lay within his grasp. After all, he was a figure who had attained the status of a quasi-emperor in ancient times. She had not anticipated his origins to be of such grandeur. Indeed, she felt as though she had reached for the stars. The ancient times referred to by the powerful beings of the mystic realm generally denote an era spanning 10,000 years past. To have achieved the status of a quasi-emperor a millennium ago, the extent of one's power and depth is almost unfathomable. Nangong Qin's astonishment far surpassed that of the elders present. Having wielded the Heavenly Emperor's sword herself, she was unequivocally certain that Xu Feng was its master. Now, correlating Elder Zhang's information, she could confidently conclude that Xu Feng was indeed Xuandi. This realization rendered everything coherent. Only such an extraordinary being would utilize priceless quasi-holy grade techniques, as if they were mere commodities, akin to toilet paper. Considering the extensive timeline from his perspective, the cultivation method of the quasi-saint realm might as well be akin to mere toilet paper in his eyes. It remains uncertain whether the image of the Xian Emperor truly reflects the essence of her husband. At this moment, Nangong Qin felt an increasing curiosity to behold the portrait of the Xian Emperor. Little did she anticipate that someone else harbored an even greater urgency. Elder son, tapping the table, exclaimed with impatience, "How long will it take for the Sima family to unveil the portrait of the Xian Emperor? Hurry up. I must pay my respects to the great emperor. Were it not for him, I would have long since been a mere corpse." Elder Jiang rolled his eyes at him, responding, "Why are you in such a hurry? It is truly hard to fathom how someone with your temperament could become an alchemist of such high caliber. The heavens must be blind." Elder son, puffing with indignation, retorted, "Is this a personal attack? Has the portrait arrived?" Elder Jiang, with a resigned wave of his hand, declared, "It has arrived." At that moment, as Elder Jiang waved his hand, a swirl of white mist emerged from his sleeve, ascending towards the chamber's ceiling, the ethereal energy coalescing into a long scroll. On the scroll, black and white lines naturally intertwined, swiftly sketching figures. The outlines soon took on a three-dimensional form before the elder's eyes. It depicted a handsome youth with flowing black hair and a charming visage. The youth bore a smile, with his most striking feature being a delicate tear mole beneath his left eye, reminiscent of a droplet of crystal clear dew poised to fall. Clad in a flowing blue robe, he casually rested one hand on his waist, where a faintly pink sachet hung, alongside a golden sacred sword that glimmered with flames, the exposed blade subtly revealing the character for heaven. The portrait was exceptionally vivid, even from a mere glance. One could sense the refined and elegant aura of the sword-bearing youth, while the tear mole added a touch of tenderness to his demeanor. Is this the Xian Emperor? How striking! It is evident that he is a beacon of virtue in the realm, and one cannot help but wish to have lived in the same era, to witness his rise in all its splendor. As the elders admired the portrait of the Xian realm, they couldn't help but extol its virtues. Were it not for the Xian Emperor, the entire Chongxian pavilion would have met its demise. Even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with 3 noses and 5 eyes, the elders would sincerely praise him. Why do I feel this Xian Emperor seems somewhat effeminate? A voice interjected, discordant with the moment. Effeminate? How can this be considered effeminate? It should be termed elegant, Elder son instinctively countered. The voice persisted in its assertion, but he does appear quite effeminate. Look at that tear mole, so delicate. A grown man with a sachet? It's rather off-putting. What do you think, Xiaoqin? Nangongqin hesitated for a moment, then replied. Yes, it does seem a bit effeminate. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. Do you even understand what constitutes elegance? On what grounds do you dare to critique the Xian Emperor? Wait, is that you, Saint Chu? You have returned? Greetings, Saint Chu. At this moment, the assembly of elders followed Nangongqin's gaze, and to their astonishment, a man clad in white had seemingly appeared, seated leisurely upon a celestial mahogany chair, crossing his legs while casting his gaze upon the portrait of the Xian Emperor, offering casual commentary. This man possessed eyes like twinkling stars, exuding a languid charm. And though he lounged carelessly, there was an imperceptible aura of dominance about him. While the elders of the Chongxian Pavilion engaged in animated discussions regarding the portrait of the Xian Emperor, Chu Feng had quietly taken his place among them. The sight of Chu Feng rendered the elders somewhat uneasy, for the Xian Emperor had once bestowed upon them the gift of life. Yet Chu Sheng appeared to show blatant disregard for the emperor, even if only his likeness. Those who had risen to the rank of elder were no novices. They understood that in such circumstances, refraining from comment and avoiding unnecessary interjections was the wisest course of action. However, Chu Feng seemed unperturbed, responding with a cheerful smile. Oh? It appears that little Qin's taste aligns closely with mine. He rose from his seat under the watchful eyes of the elders and approached Nangongqin, suddenly exclaiming, Alas! Why do you wish to behold my grand sword so intently? Nangongqin blinked in surprise, her eyes wide as she regarded him. Had it not been stated that such a magnificent item should not be casually displayed without the context of a game? Chu Feng shook his head, dismissively shrugging. Oh well, I suppose I cannot help it. After all, our bond is rather special. He added with a wink, but this shall be the only occasion. Under the incredulous gazes of the elders, a golden sacred sword, inscribed with the image of the celestial emperor and radiating brilliant flames, was nonchalantly placed into the delicate hands of Nangongqin. Chapter 61. The Emperor of Chu, truly remarkable. In the grand hall of deliberation, a pin-drop silence prevailed. Pairs of eyes widened like copper bells, staring in astonishment at the sword held by Nangongqin. It appeared strikingly familiar. Nangongqin. Elder Jiang, W. The assembly of elders. Instinctively, Nangongqin raised the sword, its golden radiance illuminating the hall, the character's emperor on the blade dazzling to the point of blinding. Goodness gracious. Elder Jiang trembled, lifting a shaky finger to point at the sword, stammering. This cannot be the emperor's sword, can it? The emperor's sword? What an exalted artifact, that is. Even if Nangongqin were a formidable king, how could she so easily wield the emperor's sword without the owneress' consent? What did this signify? Everyone turned their gaze to the white-clad youth, casually seated with a smile and legs crossed. Elder Zhang, his mouth agape, exclaimed, Holy Chu. So you are the Xian Emperor. At that moment, realization dawned upon all. How could they have questioned the great sage of the Sima family? The Buddha was indeed enshrined in their own temple. No wonder. It made sense why Holy Chu earlier assured the leader that everything was under control and urged them not to worry. It was all part of his plan. Absolutely brilliant. Once the elders grasped the situation, their faces broke into wide smiles. To be honest, amidst the upheaval in the Xian realm, when life and death hung in the balance, some among them had harbored doubts, thinking that this Holy Chu was merely boasting thunderously, yet at the crucial moment, not a trace of his prowess was visible. The truth was not that he was boastful, but rather that his claims were so grand that these foolish old men simply could not comprehend. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted, but the most astonishing was yet to come. The elders gazed in horror at Elder Sun, who suddenly knelt in a dramatic slide, quickly bowing several times to Chu Feng. Thank you, Xian Emperor, for saving the common folk, rescuing and preserving my life. Elder Sun was a man of integrity. He had previously vowed to bow when he encountered the owner of the Emperor's sword, and thus, he did so without regard for his status as the head of the medicine hall in the pavilion. His unexpected act of humility left the other elders dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Should we not bow as well? The Xian Emperor was a figure from the ancient era. Bowing before him would not be disgraceful. However, just as the elders prepared to emulate Elder Sun's spirit, Chu Feng quickly raised his palm, gesturing for them to halt. The Xian Emperor and I are unrelated. Do not mistake me for him. Upon seeing the portrait of the Qian emperor, for reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive aversion. No, this has nothing to do with me. My benevolence surely indicates that the Qian emperor must have erred in some way. Upon reflection, could it be that this Qian emperor, with such formidable reputation, is the destined protagonist? He squinted, pondering. Ah, you are not the Qian emperor? Elder Sun was taken aback as he turned his gaze towards Nangongqin. She gently pressed her lips together and nodded in affirmation. It had already dawned on her that her husband was most likely not the Celestial Emperor. If he were truly the Celestial Emperor, he would not indulge in such reckless self-deprecation. Men often boast about their prowess, strength, and capabilities. Who would ever belittle themselves? Her interactions with Chu Feng had revealed not only his dominance, but also his formidable nature. Such a pronounced masculine character would never utter such words about himself. Elder Sun's earlier display of gratitude was misdirected and might have left her husband feeling displeased. She chose to remain silent, merely nodding at Elder Sun to confirm this insight. How he chose to respond was entirely up to him. Just moments ago, Elder Sun had been the most devout in his reverence for the Celestial Emperor, vociferously proclaiming his admiration. Now, he found himself in an utterly awkward predicament. Embarrassment? It mattered not. Cultivation transcended mere conflict, encompassing the nuances of human relations. Elder Sun had his own ways to navigate this discomfort. Thank you, Celestial Emperor, for saving the people, for rescuing the realm of Chongxian, and for preserving my life. He proclaimed without hesitation. Nangongqin. Elder Jiang. The other elders. What are you doing with this charade? No, wait. That rascal has bowed even more deeply, even more fervently. Some elders keenly observed and remarked on Elder Sun's cunning. Chu Feng lifted his gaze, smiled at him, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for concern. This emperor has never been one to care for such superficial titles. Elder Sun, I appreciate your sentiments. With this gesture, Elder Sun's body naturally straightened from his kneeling position. To his astonishment, he felt a profound sense of relief. All his previous hidden injuries had vanished, and even his long stagnant cultivation showed signs of revival. The Celestial Emperor was truly remarkable. Joy surged within Elder Sunday observing this. Nangongqin promptly handed the Celestial Emperor's sword to Chu Feng, softly stating, indeed, my husband's magnificent sword is truly dazzling. The elders seem overly astonished and in their excitement mistook your identity. I apologize on their behalf. As Chu Feng accepted the Celestial Emperor's sword, he noticed Nangongqin's deliberate cooperation and smiled in return. So that is the case. It seems I have inadvertently caused you some distress. Earlier, he had yielded to Nangongqin's desire, presenting her with the sword not out of vanity. He had no need for such pretense, as feigning grandeur was his least proficient trait. Yet, amidst the jest and commotion, he felt it imperative to clarify his actions in vanquishing the invading demons of the Qian realm with a single stroke of the sword. Cloaked in mystery, playing the fool to deceive the tiger, was the favored tactic of the destined protagonist. As the saying goes, a clear-sighted person does not engage in subterfuge. He was, after all, the antagonist. Having performed a good deed, he ought to acknowledge it openly. When he had previously wielded the Celestial Emperor's sword against the horde of demons, it was not from a desire to flaunt his prowess. Rather, he had just unsealed a new divine identity, and the overwhelming influx of information nearly overwhelmed him. He had merely executed a casual strike, only to find that the demons had vanished upon his return to awareness. He felt a profound regret for not witnessing the astonished expressions of the powerful beings from the Qian realm. What surprised him most, however, was Nangongqin, this remarkable woman. Although he previously harbored no feelings for Nangongqin, merely viewing her as an instrument to accomplish his tasks, their interactions had largely revolved around mutual benefit. However, in recent days, he found himself developing a certain admiration for her. She possessed high emotional intelligence, a broad perspective, a sense of responsibility, and displayed neither tears nor tantrums. Indeed, she was a remarkable woman. Nangongqin pressed her crimson lips together, aware of what Chu Feng was alluding to. The wedding ceremony had been ruined due to the significant events involving Gu Yan. As merely a concubine, she had no grounds to demand anything further. If she felt wronged, so be it. At that moment, Elder Jiang, lurking nearby, ventured a suggestion. Well, since that's the case, should we not consider holding the wedding ceremony anew? The Emperor of Heaven has saved the beings of the Xian realm, yet they remain unaware. This could serve as a splendid opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings. What do you think, Your Majesty? He paused for a moment, contemplating. Wait, that was not right. The act of rescuing the beings of the Xian realm was a monumental stroke of fortune. The populace would undoubtedly express their gratitude, marking it as a great virtue. It was one thing not to have known before, but now that it was clear, it was the work of the Emperor of Heaven. Insisting that the oblivious Xian Emperor claim this merit would be a grave injustice. We cannot allow the dignity of the Emperor of Heaven to be compromised. We must restore it. Chapter 62. A Grand Ceremony. In the diminutive realm of Tianwu, which is even smaller than the Shaozhou realm, a young maiden clad in a flowing white gown sat gracefully, her exquisite features resembling a delicate painting. Her fair skin bore a subtle blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in early spring, both bashful and resplendent. She sat cross-legged in the void, her fluffy fox-tail gently stirring the air behind her. Her aura fluctuated rhythmically, as if absorbing the vitality surrounding her. At the late stage of the four extremes and the early stage of transformation, she was nearing the pinnacle of the immortal platform. In less than an hour, the aura surrounding the fox-tailed maiden underwent several transformations, with her realm continuously advancing until she reached the pinnacle of the immortal platform, finally approaching the realm of the formidable. My elder sister is truly relentless, making me cultivate for so long. Yet, as she said, immersing myself in training seems to have made me gradually forget about that person, the maiden murmured to herself. Lost in thought, suddenly, a red letter adorned with golden edges floated down from the sky, landing before the fox-tailed maiden. Princess, be cautious, came a stern shout as a robust man with horns appeared, positioning himself protectively in front of Baishiner, his eyes warily scanning the unexpected letter that had materialized without a trace. At that moment, the innocent and pure colors in Baishiner's peach blossom-like eyes faded, replaced by a tranquil depth akin to a serene spring. She waved her hand dismissively at the Qingtian great sage, reassuring him, "It's fine, there is no danger." With a delicate gesture, she unfurled the red letter, and the contents leaped into view. Upon reading the letter, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Baishiner's eyes. This fellow, has he taken yet another concubine? How soon has it been? No, that's not the crux of the matter. How did he find me here in the Tianwu realm? As she set down the invitation, a heavy feeling settled in her heart. When she sensed the oppressive aura of the martial emperor sweeping through the Xian realm that day, she had taken refuge in this secluded Tianwu realm with the Qingtian great sage. This small world was exceedingly concealed, and they had established numerous hidden mechanisms for protection within it. Most crucially, she had resolved to remain hidden until she attained invincibility, thus implementing a two-way barrier in this small realm. Not only was it impossible for outsiders to locate the Tianwu realm, but even within it, they could not detect any movements from the outside world, not even through the previous quasi-emperor artifact, the Qingtian mirror. Even the martial emperor himself, if he were to descend without knowledge of her hiding place, would instinctively overlook it. Yet this individual had found her once more. This realization filled Baishiner with a creeping dread. At that moment, the Qingtian great sage, with wide eyes, had discerned the contents of the invitation and exclaimed in shock. What? Is it that fellow surnamed Chu again? Another concubine ceremony? Is he from the Stallion clan? Wait, how did he locate us? He too had come to a realization, and his expression darkened. They had previously hidden in a desolate small world, only to have their whereabouts discovered without their knowledge. This time, despite being hidden in a more clandestine location, it was still discovered, leaving even the blue ox sage somewhat bewildered. Regaining his composure, he turned to the pensive-faced by Outshining and inquired, "My lord, should we not consider relocating once more? This place has been compromised." Outshining grasped the somewhat warm invitation in her hand and replied, "Not just yet. We shall pay a visit to the Xian realm." The blue ox sage was taken aback. To the Xian realm? What about the martial emperor? Outshining squinted her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. If this fellow dares to boldly host a wedding ceremony once again, it must mean that the crisis in the Xian realm has temporarily subsided. The magical formations at the three passageways should have been restored by now. That man likely possesses some unique methods to evade the martial emperor's scrutiny. If my judgment is correct, the Xian realm should be tranquil for the time being. However, the blue ox sage held a differing opinion, scratching his head. Even if the Xian realm is safe, we have stirred quite a storm there recently. This person surnamed Chu inviting us to the wedding can only mean trouble. Bai Xiner nodded in agreement, acknowledging his observation. Indeed, but it was you, Blue Ox, who stirred the tempest in the Xian realm. What does that have to do with me? I shall go alone this time. You stay in the Tianwu minor realm and take care of our kin. The Blue Ox sage protested. I am but a mere errand runner. You, my lord, are the mastermind behind it all. Nevertheless, he conceded that there was some truth in what he said. Previously, aside from that person surnamed Chu, no one else had known of the lord's appearance in the Xian realm. He hesitated, but, your safety. Bai Xiner smiled faintly. With the martial emperor absent, no one in the Xian realm can hold me captive. That man is inviting me not merely to witness the ceremony. He has likely come to understand the martial emperor's might and is now in dire straits. This invitation signifies a desire to ally with us. The Blue Ox sage hesitated further. Yet, this person surnamed Chu is still a human. He may not be trustworthy. Bai Xiner approached the edge of the grassland. Gazing up at the azure sky, trustworthiness is of little consequence. When faced with a terrifying opponent like the martial emperor, any extraneous thoughts must be suppressed in favor of a full frontal response. Otherwise, we risk annihilation. That man is astute and would surely grasp such a simple truth. 3 days later, the sky was somewhat overcast, with heavy, layered clouds. At the entrance of the Chongxian pavilion, a plump elder clad in the elder robes of the pavilion soared into the air, bellowing, "Begone!" Instantly, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept through, causing the clouds to dissipate as if chased by a dog, revealing a brilliant, sunny sky. Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The skies are clear, and the world is in a splendid state. It is indeed a propitious day for marriage. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. This time, the reopening of the wedding ceremony was even grander than before, with several saints and great sages who had previously remained unseen now invited. In recent days, he observed some old friends from other factions boasting about the Xian Emperor. With a dismissive scoff, an air of superiority enveloped him. What is the Xian Emperor? Outdated and obsolete. In the present realm of Xian, only I, the Emperor of the Chongxian Pavilion, hold the utmost power. The mere thought of the saints and great saints gazing at the Emperor of Chongxian in awe sends a thrill through Elder Zhang, his corpulence quivering with excitement. This sensation surpasses even the joy of one's own pretentiousness. Soon, a radiant light appeared on the horizon. Elder Zhang cupped his hands. Master Ji, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Ji Kong, with a smile, tossed a gleaming object, and a voice resonated from below the mountain gate. The Ji family. Master Ji has arrived. A gift of a pair of semi-saint level weapons, the flowing cloud heavenly heart bracelets. Semi-saint level weapons. Such generosity is remarkable. Elder Zhang was somewhat taken aback. Master Ji, you are too kind. Please come inside. Ji Kong chuckled lightly, exchanging no further pleasantries as he entered. Before long, another radiant light flickered on the horizon. The Taikuan Immortal Palace, Masterly has arrived. A gift of a jade mist sphere. The star-picking tower. The star-gazing master has arrived. A gift of a clear radiance purple star. Currently, Chu Feng had become a great saint in the eyes of numerous transcendent forces. Even as the wedding ceremony recommenced, they showed no signs of indifference, bestowing gifts that were even more extravagant than before. However, as time passed and the auspicious hour approached, Elder Zhang began to feel a sense of urgency. All the formidable beings from various transcendent forces had arrived, yet not a single great saint had made an appearance. Even the saints were conspicuously absent, leaving a void. If they do not show up, I shall have to forego portions of my braised pork at this banquet. Suddenly, Elder Zhang's gaze sharpened as he noticed a petite, exquisite maiden gracefully gliding through the sky. Her eyes shone like glazed porcelain, her aura ethereal as her delicate, snowy feet touched the air, charming and captivating. A tremor coursed through Elder Zhang's heart as he realized he could not discern this maiden's essence. As a consummate king, even he was unable to see through her. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. Who was this saintly figure? While Elder Zhang was still in astonishment, he noticed the maiden smiling softly, casting a gentle light towards the mountain gate below. A wave of commotion and excitement erupted from below, as if they were at the pinnacle of exhilaration. Soon, Elder Zhang's ears perked up as he learned of the treasures received below, his pupils dilated in sheer shock. He gazed incredulously at the maiden, instinctively swallowing hard, yet a gentle breeze swept towards her, and he slightly bowed. "Saint, I apologize for the surprise. May I know your esteemed name? The Chongxian Pavilion wishes to remember your kindness." The maiden's laughter was like the chiming of silver bells. "Call me Saint Bai." After speaking, her delicate feet lightly treaded towards the direction of the white jade celestial platform. In anticipation of future cooperation against the martial emperor, she held that man in high regard. This time, her gift was indeed substantial. "Saint Bai, the realm of Xian is vast and teeming with powerful beings. This name, Saint Bai, is one I have never heard before, revealing my ignorance." Elder Zhang gazed at the enchanting silhouette of the young maiden, a flicker of surprise crossing his heart. Suddenly, a voice, unprecedentedly powerful and resonant, echoed throughout the Chongxian Pavilion. "The White Sage has arrived." A tribute of One Tale of Enlightenment Tea. Chapter 63. The Arrival of the White Sage. The resonant announcement of the White Sage has arrived. A gift of One Tale of Enlightenment Tea echoed thrice at the entrance of the Chongxian Pavilion, ensuring that every being within 1,000 miles could hear it. This was not merely a distinction from others. The significance of this gift was extraordinary, indeed ostentatious. As anticipated, the proclamation ignited a fervor among the numerous formidable figures of the Xian realm who had been awaiting at the Baiyu celestial platform. The excitement was palpable. Enlightenment tea? For a mere wedding? Is this necessary? Who is this white sage? Has he lost his mind? Is it truly the legendary tea that brings forth understanding with a single sip? Indeed, this tea was a celestial rarity, so precious that each increment diminished its worth. Even the most venerable sects with profound legacies struggled to amass even a single tale over countless years. The envy was overwhelming. The already affluent Chu sage's fortune grew even more substantial. This enlightenment tea was exceedingly rare. If there were a means to exchange it, I would not be greedy, just a tale. I would willingly part with a holy grade weapon for it. What are you thinking? Enlightenment tea has vanished from our realm. You believe a holy grade weapon could suffice for just a tale? A mere coin would be remarkable, as if you could even find a place to exchange it. This is a sage's gift. Only a sage could be so extravagant. Extravagant? Does your esteemed family present enlightenment tea as gifts? Although I am unaware of the white sage's identity, I am certain there exists a profound bond between the white sage and the Chu sage. These powerful beings of the Xian realm were undeniably stirred, their eyes gleaming with envy akin to that of rabbits. Enlightenment tea. This was indeed a tale of enlightenment tea. Do you comprehend the value it embodies? It is said that consuming it alongside the supreme spiritual spring allows for instantaneous enlightenment. 1 sip reveals the truth. 2 sips break through barriers, and 3 sips grant the joy of immortals. Such an extraordinary rarity. Aside from the treasuries of some ancient powers, it is nearly impossible to encounter elsewhere. Now, this white sage offers it as a congratulatory gift, truly elevating the status of the Chu sage to unprecedented heights. The elders of the Chongxian Pavilion wore smiles as bright as daisies. They had not anticipated that before even commencing their display of grandeur on behalf of the Chu Tian Emperor, someone would already shower such praise upon him. Although the gift was not directed at them, the Chu Tian Emperor was marrying their own pavilion's leader. Honoring the Chu Tian Emperor meant honoring the Chongxian Pavilion as well. What an honor. The white sage, please take your seat. This is your place. As they gazed toward the entrance, a petite, enchanting maiden clad in white glided through the air, her bare feet barely touching the void. The elders hurried to welcome her, escorting her to the Baiyu celestial platform, the most coveted position. While they were oblivious to Bai Xiner's origins, the weight of the one tale of enlightenment tea alone warranted her a VIP seat, or even a place at the main table, without any dissent. Ah, how splendid! Upon hearing the surrounding whispers, a hint of amusement graced Bai X's lips, reflecting her naivety. The Wu Dao tea is not only a rarity in the Xian realm, but also an extraordinarily scarce commodity in the vast Tian Yao realm. Even a former quasi-emperor possesses less than 5 taels. Yet, this time, she has presented a full tale. That insufferable man. Surely this generous gift warrants a token of gratitude? Bai X's peach blossom eyes sparkled as she gazed below. On the immense white jade celestial platform, Chu Feng had yet to appear. As the auspicious hour had not yet arrived, the mere thought of the man, who incessantly babbled, being taken aback by this, filled her with inexplicable delight. Oh, she cast another glance toward the edge of the heavenly platform, her smile deepening. Have they departed? Such short-sighted individuals. During her visit to the Chongshan Pavilion, Bai Xiner had disguised herself, unable to freely wield her divine consciousness on a large scale. However, the aura emanating from the mountain gate was too conspicuous to ignore. Outside the Chongshan Pavilion's entrance, nearly 10 saintly presences lingered. Just moments ago, following the resounding call of the Wu Dao Ti, more than half of the saints turned and vanished without a trace. The few who remained hesitated for a moment before deciding to leave. They were all saints of the Xian realm. Some had arrived early but chose to remain inconspicuous. The reasoning was simple. As saints, they preferred to make a grand entrance. Were it not for Chu Feng's current status as a great saint, these individuals would not have bothered to attend such a modest wedding. Who could have anticipated that someone would present the extraordinary Wu Dao Ti? How could they continue to engage in their customary rivalry? As saints, if one presents Wu Dao Ti, must I not reciprocate with a comparable offering? It is not that they could not procure something of such caliber, but rather that it seemed unworthy. They were not intimate enough to exchange lavish gifts. Yet now, with someone having gifted Wu Dao Ti, how could they simply offer a token gesture? It would have been better had they not appeared at all. Thus, these saints chose to act as though they had never come, which was far preferable to being forced into a situation they did not wish to confront. Nonetheless, in Bai Xiner's eyes, Chu Feng was far from ordinary. His worth transcended a mere tale of Wu Dao Ti, at the very least equating to a full gene. Such weddings offer an excellent opportunity for forging connections, and to forfeit the chance to associate with him out of jealousy would be an exceedingly foolish action. Bai Xiner withdrew her thoughts, her gaze suddenly catching sight of a figure outside the mountain gate, squinting slightly. The arrival of the great Saint Sima, a gift of 3 qian of Wu Dao Ti. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from outside the gate. Another had delivered Wu Dao Ti. Although it was merely 3 qian, it still bore significant weight. Moreover, the visitor was a great saint. All eyes turned in unison towards the horizon, where a man clad in blue, though not tall, possessed a robust stature. He bore a warm smile as he glided through the mist. While he was not overweight, his round face exuded approachability, evoking a sense of familiarity in those who beheld him. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. The man in the blue attire approached, exuding an air of approachability as he waved and greeted those around him, his smile growing ever more radiant. It was Sima dashing. Ah, the esteemed ancestor has arrived. In an instant, the formidable figures from various transcendent factions present lowered their postures in deference, inclining their bodies in respect. Among them, an elderly man with a wry smile stepped forward. He was the head of the Sima clan, and the blue-clad man was none other than Sima Budo, the ancestor who had previously declared his severance from them. Sima Budo greeted everyone with laughter before turning to Elder Jiang, who had approached him, and expressed his apologies, saying, I beg your pardon, my pockets are rather empty these days, and I only have 3 pieces of enlightenment tea. I hope my friends from the Chongshan Pavilion do not mind. Elder Jiang quickly waved his hands, flustered. Not at all. Today, all present in Chongshan are esteemed guests. With such thoughtfulness from Sima dashing, how could we dare to be ungrateful? Ha ha ha, Sima Budo chuckled. That is reassuring. Upon my arrival, I sensed a delightful atmosphere in your Chongshan Pavilion. It truly feels like home. As if struck by a sudden thought, he addressed the assembly. By the way, please refrain from calling me Sima dashing. I have changed my name. Simply refer to me as C dashing. The head of the Sima clan was nearly bursting with exasperation and could not help but interject. Ancestor, please, this is not the time for jest. The crisis in the Xuanjia has subsided. The Xian Emperor has thoroughly vanquished the demons. With him at the helm, even if the demon-suppressing formations have all been dismantled and the 77 passages are wide open, there has been no sign of demons daring to emerge. You need not be overly cautious. Bai Xiner interjected, perplexed. Who is this Xian Emperor? And what on earth does it mean that all 77 passages are open? She was acutely aware of the significance of the demon-suppressing formations to the Xuanjia. With the destruction of 3 such formations, the core treasures of the Xuanjia had been compelled to reveal themselves. If all 77 passages were indeed breached, it was time to flee, not to celebrate a wedding. She felt as though she had missed a monumental shift, as if having slumbered for millennia only to awaken in a world utterly transformed. Noticing his great-grandson approaching, Sima Budo waved dismissively. You know nothing. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. For now, do not associate with me. Let us each go our separate ways. But enough with the buts. Stay put. Today is a momentous occasion for the Chongshin Pavilion. Do not compel me to discipline you during this joyous time, Sima Qi. Faced with such a whimsical ancestor, Sima Qi felt tears welling up. Ancestor, if we are truly unrelated, could you kindly grant me the 3 pieces of enlightenment tea you just mentioned? If I recall correctly, they belong to the clan treasury. With a swift motion, Sima Budo sent Sima Qi flying with a slap, striding towards the celestial platform whereby Outshining stood, laughing as he went. "Ha! My little rascal has brought shame upon the family. I apologize for the spectacle. Please continue with your festivities." The venue fell into silence. Indeed, it appears you are quite empty-handed. For a long time, the great sage has been perceived in their minds as someone of remarkable stature, akin to Chufeng. However, the emergence of Sibudo shattered their illusions, revealing that a great sage could indeed be so out of touch. Sibudo, evidently unconcerned with appearances, arrived at the celestial platform arranged for him at the Chongshin Pavilion, casting a glance at Bai Shiner and approaching her with a casual remark. "Ah, this friend seems somewhat unfamiliar." Bai Shiner replied with a hint of indifference. "I have long lived in seclusion and prefer not to socialize." Sibudo nodded in understanding, then suddenly remarked, "Yet, despite your aversion to socializing, you present such an extravagant gift? Are you also here to seek collaboration with this esteemed Chusaint?" Bai Shiner narrowed her eyes, observing him keenly. Sibudo raised an eyebrow in a conspiratorial manner, wearing an expression that suggested mutual understanding. "Rest assured, I share the same sentiment. The realm is nearing its end, and we must band together. If that terrifying entity from the opposite side were to attack, we might not even realize how we perished." Chapter 64. The Elder's Pretentious Opening Gambit. Upon hearing this, Bai Outshining felt a stir within her heart. It seemed that this human sage possessed considerable knowledge about the celestial demon realm. She remained calm and composed, asking, "What do you mean by that? Hasn't the chaos of the passage already been resolved?" Budo winked at Bai Outshining, transmitting his thoughts. "Are you genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? With your ability to produce a few cups of enlightenment tea, you must be at least a formidable sage. I refuse to believe you haven't been curious enough to secretly infiltrate that world across the divide. Compared to that realm, the Xian realm is merely an unknown little world. In the past, the Xian realm remained undisturbed not because the demon suppression array was impenetrable, but simply because there were too many interconnected worlds on the other side. The tribes deemed it unworthy to expend effort on breaking through the array. The resources possessed by the opposing world far exceed our imagination. It is more prudent to explore those worlds we can directly access rather than seeking entry into the Xian realm. This is the very reason we have endured until now. However, with the sudden disappearance of 77 arrays, the Xian realm lacks the resources to reconstruct them, and demons could return at any moment. The Xian Emperor's intervention was already a stretch. After he wielded the Heavenly Emperor's sword, I searched throughout the Xian realm, but since that strike, there has been no trace of his presence. This is indeed peculiar. The Xian Emperor, with a heart for the world, delights in virtuous deeds. If he were to intervene, he would surely resolve the passage's menace thoroughly. Yet, he has yet to appear. Do you comprehend? The opposing world is far too powerful. He may have abandoned the Xian realm altogether. If we do not flee now, it will all be over, completely over. Budo directly revealed his true intentions, seeking to recruit her. Upon emerging from the Tianwu minor realm, she had discreetly made her way to the Chongshin Pavilion. Without any deliberate inquiry into the state of the demon suppression array in the Xian realm. Now, hearing Budo's words, she felt a degree of confusion. His remarks, coupled with the surrounding murmurs mentioning the Heavenly Emperor's sword and its extermination of demons, clarified the situation for her. Her heart was profoundly shaken. She had never imagined that the Xian realm had once birthed such a powerful being who dared to act under the watchful eyes of the martial emperor, temporarily alleviating the peril of the passage. Bai Outshining held a strong agreement with his assertions. She even knew of more terrifying truths, that in the celestial demon realm, the tribes were of little concern. The true terror lay with the martial emperor. Once he emerged, everything would be reduced to ashes. However, there was one critical point where her judgment diverged from Budo's. The Xian emperor was most likely in grave danger at this moment, possibly having been slain by the martial emperor. With his demise, he could no longer protect the Xian realm. Seeing the shock reflected in by Exener's peach blossom eyes, Si Budo smiled and nodded, saying, "So, do you understand now? Shall we team up and make our escape? I have already connected with several allies. When the time comes, we can establish a new sect in a minor world. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Exener, however, did not respond directly, instead posing a question. "Then why do you seek out Taoist Chu?" Si Budo replied with a mild smile. "Naturally, my intentions mirror yours. I have witnessed Taoist Chu's prowess through his previous endeavors. He is merely a shade inferior to me, yet his spirit is vibrant and youthful, brimming with vitality. As we venture into other realms, we surely must avoid the lesser worlds, seeking instead a domain that rivals the Xian realm. Should our strength prove inadequate, we would face dire consequences. Taoist Chu is indeed a most suitable candidate for collaboration." Upon hearing this, Exener found herself nodding involuntarily. This insufferable man, despite his arrogance, narcissism, and domineering demeanor, was undeniably formidable. Even within the celestial demon realm, he would rank among the top contenders of his generation. She held reservations about Si Budo's words, believing that given Taoist Chu Feng's 2 encounters with her and his profound background, he must surely surpass Si Budo, who seemed intent on exploiting the younger generation for his own gain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the cloud platform below, accompanied by a resounding noise that reverberated through the heavens. An array of celestial blossoms and auspicious lights transformed into ethereal shadows, drifting through the void. From the heavens above, celestial music resonated, shaking the very clouds. An auspicious time was approaching, and those who had traveled from afar were graced with an extraordinary atmosphere. The Chongxian Pavilion expressed its gratitude to all esteemed friends. Elder Jiang, adorned in celebratory robes, exuded an air of celestial elegance as he bowed to those present, his heart racing with excitement akin to a drumbeat. Every cell in his body was urging him, "Hurry, reveal it now. Our Chu Saint from the Chongxian Pavilion is unparalleled. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, let it come forth. Everyone, please rise." Yet, he realized they must adhere to protocol, needing to build up the audience's anticipation lest they become overly emotional. Elder Jiang forcibly restrained his exuberance, producing a dark scroll densely inscribed with Xian realm characters. Fixing his gaze upon it, clearing his throat, he continued, "In this momentous occasion, let the heavens and earth bear witness, the myriad beings of the Xian realm." Just as he was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, the Xian realm's powerful figures began to yawn. Enough of such vacuous rhetoric. All who have come are guests of Chu Feng. Let us feast and drink well. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from the heavens, invigorating all present. Thunderous applause erupted from all directions, a cacophony of clapping that resonated like thunder. Exener could not help but cover her mouth with her delicate hand, stifling a laugh. Elder Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He opened his mouth, exchanging a glance with the other elders, who were also clutching their meticulously crafted speeches. A wry smile crept across his face, realizing that Chu Tiendi truly walked a unique path. The Council of Elders had labored for many days, refining their words, drawing upon ancient wisdom, and citing the harmonious doctrines of the Xian realm's myriad schools, convinced that their words would be profoundly moving and earth-shattering. As they meticulously proofread the text, their eyes lingered upon the eloquent and thought-provoking words, which brought them to the brink of tears. They were certain that the guests, after listening to their presentation, would be profoundly moved. The resplendent image of the Emperor of the Heavenly Realm, tasked with saving their world, relied entirely on these flattering praises. However, plans often fall prey to the whims of fate. Just as the proceedings commenced, they were taken aback by the Emperor's unpretentious demeanor. His simple utterance of "eat well and drink well" left them in a state of bewilderment. They stood there, frozen. How could they possibly forego their flattering remarks, which were crucial to embellishing his majestic image as the savior of the realm? This was the most pivotal moment of their carefully orchestrated plan. The grand performance had yet to begin, only to be interrupted before it could take flight. What were they to do? How could they proceed? The Council of Elders glanced at Elder Jiang, who, with a rueful smile, gestured to proceed as instructed by the Emperor. They would need to wait for the auspicious moment. For now, they would serve the esteemed guests some food and drink, ensuring their hospitality was impeccable. The elders nodded in agreement, and promptly mobilized the disciples of the heavy, profound pavilion to attend to the tasks at hand. Soon, a variety of exquisitely crafted dishes, rich in flavor, aroma, and presentation, were presented upon the guests' tables. In addition to the delectable fare, each guest was provided with a tea bowl, covered with a mysterious black sand lid. This individual could indeed be quite amusing at times. Bai Xiner recalled the casual tone of Chu Feng's voice from earlier, her red lips forming a gentle smile. Gracefully, she reached for the tea bowl before her, slightly lifting the lid to reveal a narrow opening, from which a peculiar fragrance wafted, filling the air and captivating her senses. Her peach blossom eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 65, Ascended. Bai Xiner stood frozen, cradling her teacup. The fragrant aroma wafted gently, lingering in the air like an ethereal mist. A refreshing breeze enveloped her, cleansing her spirit and bringing her a sense of tranquility. This, could it be? She incredulously lowered her gaze to the tea within the cup. The brew shimmered with clarity, its surface naturally adorned with rippling patterns that evolved into myriad profound principles. Most astonishing were the tea leaves at the bottom. They exhibited a deep, ink-like green, sparkling like flawless jade. These leaves were so familiar to her that she recognized them instantly. Enlightenment tea? How could such a small cup contain a whole coin's worth? Had they lost their minds? Her pupils dilated, and she gasped in disbelief. In the celestial demon realm, the proper method for using a coin of enlightenment tea involved placing it in a specially crafted vat, steeping it in top-tier spiritual spring water for a total of 81 days, resulting in a vat of divine enlightenment spring. Yet here she was, holding a teacup the size of her fist that contained an entire coin of enlightenment tea. What a waste. Before Bai Xiner could ponder further, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Bai Daoyu, would you care for some of this tea? I find myself a bit parched. It was Si Budo, next door, awkwardly wiping his nose. Bai Xiner's eyes flickered as she turned to him. Could this esteemed human sage have noticed something amiss with her tea? Her gaze shifted to the lavish spread on Si Budo's table, untouched, while the teacup was being held as if it were a treasured relic, his fingers straining with effort. But don't you already have some? Under Bai Xiner's scrutiny, Si Budo's face flushed, revealing a broad grin. He hastily removed the lid of his cup, lifted it, and gulped down the tea with fervor. Even more outrageous, after finishing, he extended his tongue to lick the cup clean, devouring the remaining enlightenment tea as if he were a ravenous beast. Creak, creak, creak. It was as if he were a famished ghost returned to life, indulging in a wild feast. Bai Xiner could only stare in disbelief. Once Si Budo finished, his eyes gleamed with delight as he exclaimed, "Now it's all gone. I'm still thirsty. If you don't drink, my friend." "No way, I refuse." Bai Xiner clutched her teacup protectively, casting a wary glance at him. Could it be that this old rogue also had a coin of enlightenment tea in his cup? Suddenly, she comprehended the situation. Was this Chu fellow truly so generous? Had both she and Si Budo received enlightenment tea as a gesture of goodwill in return for their earlier offerings? How thoughtful. Yet the crux of the matter was that enlightenment tea was meant to be a foundation for cultivation, not merely for drinking. But soon, both Bai Xiner and Si Budo found themselves frozen in shock. What the hell? What the hell? This tea is not right, my friends. This tea is not right. Not right. What do you mean? It's just a cup of tea. What the hell? This tea. Gulp, gulp. Enlightenment tea. It's enlightenment tea. Oh my goodness. Cries of astonishment erupted around them. Bai Xiner gazed over and beheld a scene of utter chaos, where formidable figures from the mystic realm, who moments ago sat in dignified poise, were now in disarray, screaming and tumbling. Some disregarded their dignity, cradling their teacups as if they were precious treasures. Others sparkled with excitement, concealing their cups within their robes. Still, others scanned the crowd, keenly eyeing those who had yet to partake, eager to ensnare their companions like Si Budo. Unfortunately, the cacophony of exclamations drowned out all else, compelling even the indifferent to raise their teacups in curiosity. And then, pandemonium ensued. The eyes of the mystic realm's elites gleamed with fervor. Enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. This was, astonishingly, enlightenment tea. Every single one of the hundreds present was bestowed with it. Is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? Upon realizing they were being served enlightenment tea, many cast aside their reservations and began to guzzle it down fervently. Thereafter, breakthroughs and moments of insight erupted among them. The once boisterous atmosphere transformed into a serene silence, with only the splendid phenomena of enlightenment remaining, akin to celestial omens. Enlightenment tea? Where did it come from? The elder council was dumbfounded. They had made no such arrangements. No, such a sacred item could not be arranged at all. Soon, they regained their senses, realizing their folly. This was, after all, the work of the Emperor of Heaven. His words were laden with profound meaning. How could it be so straightforward? This must surely be a masterstroke orchestrated by the Emperor of Heaven. Whether the food was satisfactory was irrelevant. Everyone was on the brink of transcendence. Elder Jiang trembled as he held the Enlightenment tea, a gift bestowed upon all. I am utterly impressed. Those who failed to attend today will regret it for a lifetime. He took a deep sip. The effects were astonishing, and Elder Jiang experienced enlightenment on the spot. Even 1,000 recitations of a boastful script for Chu Feng could not compare to the immediate impact of a single cup of Enlightenment tea. What is this astonishing elixir? Today, who knows how many will achieve enlightenment and break through their realms? Even if the matter of the sword of the Emperor remains concealed, this act of kindness will be remembered by every powerful figure in the mystic realm for eternity. He nudged Elder Zhang, who was sipping delicately beside him. With a heart full of sentiment, Old Zhang, do you comprehend the concept of vision now? This is what true vision looks like. Elder Zhang nearly choked, hastily steadying his teacup, exclaiming in awe. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed at the white saint with a complex expression. The saint appeared equally astonished. A strange feeling arose. This scant amount of enlightenment tea, did it truly seem so plentiful? Everyone has some. Bai Shiner, witnessing this scene, was rendered completely speechless. Even if each cup contained but a small measure, with so many people, it must amount to several pounds. Her delicate lips trembled, and her fists tightened. This fellow is becoming increasingly despicable. Several pounds of enlightenment tea, so casually offered to guests. What sort of family could possibly conceive such actions? Even the mighty Emperor Wu could not accomplish this. Yet, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. At this moment, Bai Shiner also came to a profound realization. To wield such an extraordinary influence, this individual not only possessed enlightenment tea, but perhaps had dozens of pounds at his disposal. She could now perceive the intricate gaze of Elder Zhang, which made her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Bai Shiner recalled the scene where she had just presented a mere ounce of enlightenment tea, which was fervently praised by the members of the Chongxian Pavilion. The memory of Chu Feng's astonished expression upon receiving the enlightenment tea sent a shiver down her spine. How embarrassing, utterly mortifying. She would never be able to hold her head high in front of that individual again. Bai Shiner's delicate toes involuntarily dug into the ground, as if they could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. Her fair skin, blushing with a hint of pink due to her shame, radiated a beauty that was both enchanting and breathtaking. However, this stunning scene went unnoticed by anyone present. Even Si Buddha had vanished without a trace. Bai Shiner observed the old man had approached Sima Qi, who was deeply engrossed in the state of enlightenment while holding a cup of enlightenment tea. He was pouring from a jug of spiritual spring water into Sima Qi's tea bowl, drinking heartily without pause. In just a brief moment, he had consumed 5 large bowls of the precious tea, shamelessly taking advantage of the situation. Ignoring all else, Bai Shiner thought, this is a rare opportunity. I shall partake as well. She took a deep breath and unhesitatingly drank the tea in her hand, entering a state of enlightenment herself. Unbeknownst to her, the auspicious moment had arrived. Many remained entranced in their state of comprehension, unable to extricate themselves. At this juncture, Chu Feng quietly arrived, holding the hand of Nangong Qin. Chu Feng was as handsome as ever, dressed in a light purple robe that shimmered with stars and was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. His gaze swept across the gathering, a smile dancing in his eyes. Indeed, my conjectures were correct. His intention in offering the guests enlightenment tea was not mere ostentation, but rather to validate his hypothesis. Among the powerful beings of the Xian realm present today, the majority represented the pinnacle of strength. A significant number had achieved breakthroughs after partaking of the enlightenment tea. With each breakthrough, the essence of the Xian realm within the star jewel of the eternal gate increased incrementally. Accumulated over time, this would amount to a considerable sum. Chu Feng calculated simply. If he could amass this essence to half a unit, he might just be able to force the gate open. A mere crack could elevate him from the late stage of an emperor to the pinnacle of an emperor. If fully opened, would he not soar to new heights? Yet, all he had expended were a few pounds of enlightenment tea. What a remarkable profit. He had so much of this tea that he even used it for foot baths. And he could hardly fathom what was so delightful about it. Even more surprising to Chu Feng was the sudden alert from the system ringing in his ears at that moment. Chapter 66. The Convergence of Twin Swords. Good news. The host has successfully won the hearts of the people and is deeply cherished by the powerful of the mystic realm, aligning with the fate of the villain. Rewarded with 10 tons of enlightenment tea. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has encountered an unforeseen calamity, resulting in a loss of fortune and a decrease of 30,000 in destiny points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has faced a life and death catastrophe with a further loss of 50,000 in destiny points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. At this moment, 3 system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. What on earth is the first message? Winning hearts? I merely conducted an experiment. How did it turn into winning hearts? Is it necessary? I am as handsome as the readers, and even standing idly, I have admirers. Is it truly needed? And this so-called good news, is this the emotional value you provide for me, you wretched system? Feeling the sudden emergence of a plethora of verdant leaves within his spiritual sea, Chu Feng was utterly speechless. After painstakingly distributing a few pounds of enlightenment tea, now I have been gifted 10 tons. I won't even be able to finish soaking my feet, let alone a bath. Dear host, the martial emperor has exploded. The system, like a bumbling fool, hastily changed the subject. A spark of realization ignited in Chu Feng's mind as he turned his attention to the other notification. The martial emperor has exploded. In the blink of an eye, his destiny points had diminished by 80,000. What on earth has transpired? Could it be that the celestial scroll has activated? Casting a glance around, he noticed that most individuals remained absorbed in their enlightenment, maintaining his composure. He directed the emperor's divine consciousness to a passageway within the mystic realm, piercing through directly. Upon traversing the passage, Chu Feng was taken aback. Before him lay a vast expanse of darkness. The emperor's divine consciousness felt as though it had descended upon a desolate planet within an abandoned universe. His senses were engulfed by tempestuous storms. The atmosphere was chaotic beyond measure. Is this celestial scroll akin to a nuclear bomb? How has it turned the opposite side into a more absurd realm than the Isle of Joy? Swiftly retracting the emperor's divine consciousness, Chu Feng realized that under such circumstances, finding the martial emperor was futile. Imagine a colossal typhoon sweeping through. You would have to return from a distant land to your beloved home, only to search for your pants which had been whisked away by the winds. How much effort would that require? It would be far more prudent to wait until the storm subsided. As the emperor's divine consciousness was withdrawn, Chu Feng also grasped why no demons had crossed the passage recently. Though 77 passages seemed numerous, they were primarily concentrated in a specific area of the opposite world. It appeared that the other realm was on the brink of apocalypse. No wonder there had been a dearth of visitors in recent days. Could it be that shortly after I emerged from the passage, the other side had already erupted? Pondering this, Chu Feng felt the martial emperor was indeed a reckless individual. Capable of such a detestable act, when next they meet, he must impart a thorough lesson. At this juncture, the first group of mystic realm powerful beings, who had previously fallen into a state of comprehension, began to awaken gradually. Their faces were alight with astonishment. Cradling their tea bowls as if they were the sacred urns of their ancestors, with utmost reverence and caution. Great sage, I bow to you. Today, I find myself at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to brave any peril. Suddenly, a powerful shout reverberated in my ears. Chu Feng turned his gaze to see a robust man on the cloud platform, his eyes ablaze with spirit, exuding an aura as if he had been reborn. At that moment, he leaped from the platform, kneeling before Chu Feng from a distance, cupping his fists with both hands, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with brilliance. Jikong, already a formidable king, had attained a moment of enlightenment, perhaps on the cusp of becoming a saint. At this juncture, Nanguankin's voice pierced through, tinged with envy. To become a saint once so close, yet rendered an unattainable dream due to Gu Yan, leaving her with a lingering regret. Now, witnessing Jikong's transformation, Her thoughts spiraled. Chuxing's grace, I, Gixingzi, shall forever remember. Should Chuxing require anything in the future, the star-picking tower shall always stand ready. Thank you. Chuxing, I have finally broken through. After 300 years of stagnation in the late stage of kingship, today I have achieved great success, with a future glimpse of sainthood. All thanks to your enlightenment tea. Jikong awakened from his epiphany, and soon, other powerful figures began to awaken as well, their complexions glowing, each expressing gratitude akin to Jikong's. Among them were those who grasped profound principles through the enlightenment tea, others who shattered long-standing shackles, and even some who felt the stirrings of sainthood. It would not be long before the Xian realm could witness the emergence of 3 to 5 saints. This was both a blessing and a consequence. Yet, what had they done? Nothing at all. Merely partaking in a meal and exchanging ordinary gifts? Such commonplace interactions had been experienced countless times by all in the Xian realm. No one aspired to gain anything from it. It was unrealistic. Yet, to think he treated me to enlightenment tea. Is there any justice or royal decree in this? We are hardly acquainted. What merit do I possess to indulge in such tea? Especially when it costs 1 coin per person. Such occurrences ought to be confined to dreams. Wouldn't you agree? All the powerful beings in the Xian realm who had partaken of the enlightenment tea now held profound gratitude towards Chu Feng, their hearts filled with regret. I should be ashamed. Why didn't I bring the treasured resources of my sect? Chuxing has suffered a great loss. I feel his loss keenly. Baishiner, witnessing this scene, felt deeply moved. While the enlightenment tea held little use for her, it was invaluable for her younger sister, leaving her indebted. She suddenly paused. Wait. I came today to offer 3 coins worth of enlightenment tea, yet how come after consuming 1 coin's worth, I find myself in debt? Baishiner felt somewhat bewildered, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. At this moment, Chu Feng observed the Xian realm's powerful figures soaring from the cloud platform and smiled gently, saying, do take your seats. This is merely a routine matter, nothing extraordinary. Subuto immediately chimed in. Yes, yes. The auspicious moment for Chuxing has arrived. Samaki, you little rascal. Sit up straight and don't embarrass yourself. Sima Chi's face flushed crimson as he watched his ancestor snatch the cup of enlightenment tea from him and dash away. His composure shattered. How shameless could this ancestor be? Drinking from my cup, stealing from me, and then fleeing without a second thought. Were it not for the bloodline connection, I would sever ties with you at this very moment. As Chu Feng's words resonated, all the powerful figures present in the mystic realm complied, promptly returning to their seats. At this juncture, Elder Jiang stepped forward once more, nodding gently to Chu Feng to seek his approval. Chu Feng returned the gesture with a slight nod, prompting Elder Jiang to rub his hands together in anticipation and declare, Now, let the wedding ceremony officially commence. Today, the wedding of Chu Sheng shall employ the age-old ritual of the dual swords convergence, a cherished tradition of our Chongxian pavilion. The Council of Elders grew visibly excited. Though their grand display had been interrupted, they were determined to unveil their ultimate spectacle, even if its impact would be less than initially anticipated. It would nonetheless dazzle all onlookers. Buto furrowed his brow, questioning, dual swords convergence? What manner of ritual is that? Is the wedding not merely about invoking some celestial phenomena to witness the union? Other powerful figures in the mystic realm appeared perplexed as well. However, recognizing the gravity of the occasion, none dared to voice their doubts. Elder Jiang, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, Dear friends, you must be curious. The dual swords convergence involves the unsheathing of 2 divine swords, symbolizing that when 2 individuals unite, they can unleash greater power, compelling even the heavenly Tao to acknowledge their bond. Others, still somewhat bewildered, considered the significance of the ceremony, given its association with Chu Sheng, and could only agree, indeed. This ritual is rather unique. Chu Feng gazed skyward, bemused. Was this really all there was? He had allowed the elders to take the stage merely because Elder Jiang and others had hinted at a surprise for him. And this was the extent of their creativity? At that moment, a hint of concern crossed his wife's delicate features. Husband, should I intervene to stop their antics? Chu Feng glanced at Nangong Qin. Her beauty was ethereal, her phoenix-like eyes radiant. Clad in a wedding gown reminiscent of resplendent clouds, the exquisite embroidery shimmered under the light, as if she had draped the dawn across her shoulders. Even with a furrowed brow, her allure remained undeniable, akin to a ripe peony. evoking an irresistible desire to embrace her. With a gentle wave of his hand, he replied, "No need for that. It is a day of great joy, and a bit of levity is perfectly acceptable. By the way, the previous ceremony was marred by unfortunate events that caused you distress. I have prepared a small token for you." The earlier wedding had been disrupted by the pursuit of the Eternal Gate and further complicated by the martial emperor's interference. This matter would eventually require resolution. The only one who had truly suffered was Nangongqin. A child who neither cried nor fussed should not be deprived of sweets. A small token? It's unnecessary. I hadn't given it much thought. Nangongqin lightly gathered her hair, her flawless visage radiating brilliance. This exquisite woman, sculpted by time, understood the essence of contentment. At this moment, Elder Jiang, having learned from previous experiences, succinctly explained the situation and without further ado, proclaimed in a commanding voice, "The ceremony commences now. May the Saint of Chu draw his sword. May the esteemed leader draw his sword." Chu Feng stepped forward with determination. The violet starry robe billowed gracefully without a breeze, as he casually raised his hand with effortless elegance. Above in the firmament, all the clouds suddenly swirled, forming a vortex. At the center of the vortex, a golden holy bridge descended from the heavens. Chapter 67. The Way of Heaven. Do I resemble a husky? The resplendent bridge, shimmering in golden hues, connects directly within the swirling heavens, cascading downward. This sacred bridge is the manifestation that countless powerful beings in the Xian realm yearn for. The bridge of sanctification. Once invoked, if recognized by the way of heaven, one can ascend to the status of a sage, undergoing a complete transformation, with a lifespan extending to 10,000 years. Moreover, the corporeal form can briefly withstand the tempest of the void, allowing one to traverse to other worlds. This signifies that when a realm faces catastrophic destruction, a sage at the very least has the means to escape. This delineates the chasm that separates sages from kings. In the Xian realm, while a fully realized king commands respect, in the presence of a sage, one must humbly accept a subordinate role. See Budo narrowed his eyes. The bridge of sanctification? Which fool lacks the foresight to seek sanctification on such a joyous occasion as a wedding? Bai Shiner, taken aback, hesitated. It seems that fellow summoned it himself. Elder Jiang stood frozen, his gaze vacant. The bridge of sanctification? No. Wasn't it about drawing a sword? What on earth is Emperor Chu planning? Why is he deviating from the norm? Elder Zhang beside him shared the same bewildered expression. The bridge of sanctification. Such an unparalleled phenomenon. Can it truly be summoned? I am witnessing the extraordinary. Elder Sun, equally astonished. What does Emperor Chu intend with the bridge of sanctification? Could it be that he wishes to? But the sect master has already. All eyes turned toward Nangongqin. Since Chu Shang has achieved sanctification, it is evident that he cannot utilize the bridge for himself. It must be for others. Yet, everyone knows that Nangongqin had previously suffered a grievous injury, and her path to sanctification is obstructed. Even if she could invoke the bridge, the way of heaven would not permit such disorderly conduct. Upon witnessing the bridge of sanctification, Nangongqin trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, gently embracing Chu Feng. My dear husband, your intentions are heartfelt. I shall accept this sentiment. Yet even if the bridge descends, my current state cannot endure it, and the way of heaven shall not recognize my ascension. She did not anticipate that the little thing spoken of by Chu Feng would indeed be the bridge of sanctification, and she was profoundly moved. The inability to attain sanctification had always been her obsession. This was the true reason behind her willing submission as a concubine. Yet now, this man who had always seemed carefree, seemingly indifferent to everything, had delivered her a surprise on the day of their wedding. The bridge of sanctification, merely to behold it, appearing solely for her, was enough to stir her heart to its utmost. At this moment, her affection for Chu Feng reached its zenith. Nangongqin's affection towards you has reached its maximum. Hidden quest completion at 300. The hidden quest has been automatically fulfilled, and you have received a flawless gift package. Do you wish to open it? When Chu Feng received this prompt, he nearly forgot about the hidden quest that remained unaccomplished. This bridge of sanctification was something he had casually picked up while wandering with Gu Yan, and since it served no purpose remaining in his possession, he thought to bestow it upon Nangongqin. Little did he expect that this spontaneous act would fulfill the hidden quest completely. In her embrace, the soft, warm figure felt like jade. With a smile, Chu Feng addressed her, "Do not speak like that. If you can withstand me, how could you possibly falter before the mere Saint Bridge? Just follow my lead." His tone, authoritative and unwavering, startled Nangong Qin. She understood Chu Feng's capabilities. He was not jesting. Yet, even if her injuries could be healed, the trial of the heavenly path remained insurmountable. At that moment, the resplendent Saint Bridge hovered less than 100 meters above Nangong Qin, poised to connect with her. Bai Xiner, with her peach blossom eyes shimmering, thought, could he truly intend to bestow the Saint Bridge upon this woman? It would ruin her. Nangong Qin faced two formidable challenges in her quest for sanctification. Firstly, her constitution was flawed, rendering her incapable of enduring the process. Secondly, the heavenly path would not yield. Considering Chu Feng's audacious strategy, perhaps he could address the first issue. Yet, the second remained a daunting enigma. The heavenly path embodied the supreme will, unerringly adhering to the laws of the universe. Even more daunting was the prospect of conflict with the heavenly path, which would invite the enmity of all celestial forces, leading to dire complications in any realm. Although the heavenly path of the Xuanjie was incomparable to that of the celestial demon realm, even at her peak, she would hesitate to confront it. As the Saint Bridge descended, one couldn't help but wonder what Chu Feng was contemplating. The ever-reverent Si Budo bore a grave expression at this moment. Boom. Regardless of the thoughts swirling among the gathered crowd, the Saint Bridge descended, directly landing atop Nangong Qin. The golden light illuminated her exquisite visage, rendering her sanctified and elegant. The sect leader and Elder Jiang clenched their fists, anxiety coursing through them. Yet, they placed their faith in Chu Feng, the Emperor of Heaven. An invincible figure of quasi-imperial stature, his actions must surely be justified. Nangong Qin gently closed her phoenix-like eyes. Although the Saint Bridge was summoned by Chu Feng, she possessed the power to sever the connection at any moment. In this instant, she chose to unreservedly trust him. Observing her resolve, a smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips. He placed his hand upon her shoulder, channeling the innate chaos scripture within him. As a divine-level technique, the innate chaos scripture held myriad wonders. After traversing her body, it eradicated all traces of her hidden injuries. The golden light of the Saint Bridge enveloped Nangong Qin, causing her entire figure to radiate like exquisite glass. Emanating an overwhelming aura, she was ascending to sanctification. In the span of a single incense stick, she would achieve her transformation. Just then, a sudden, violent tearing sound resonated from the heavens above. A formidable celestial might descended, casting a pall of dread over all present. The heavenly path revealed itself. "We're doomed," Si Budo croaked, his voice thick with apprehension. With a nimble leap, he retreated beneath the cloud platform. The other powerful beings from the Xuanjie were thrown into chaos as well. The heavenly path, though frequently mentioned by the majority of the formidable beings present, has been genuinely experienced by very few. Its oppressive force is entirely different from that emanating from cultivators. It is cold, rigid, and merciless, akin to a wolf king commanding a myriad of beasts. Those who have felt its sweep often liken themselves to salted fish entombed in an icy cellar for over a decade. The stark disparity in the food chain leaves them trembling with trepidation. Once again, we meet, you wretched heavenly path. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the heavenly path and raised his hand. During their previous encounter through the great destiny talisman, although the heavenly path did not overtly display its feelings, he astutely sensed a hint of fear emanating from it. "If it fears me, then I shall not hold back." Instantly, a resplendent golden holy sword, imbued with overwhelming heavenly might, soared into the sky. The terrifying aura of the sword, bolstered by Chu Feng's imperial power, stirred the void with its ferocity. As the golden holy sword manifested, the previously chilling and dreadful pressure in the air abruptly faltered, as if taken aback. Someone dares to resist? Moreover, this individual exudes a strangely familiar aura. By the heavens, it is the god of slaughter who vanquished my family's destined child. Flee. Even without recalling their last encounter, the heavenly path seemed to possess a consciousness, instinctively wary of Chu Feng. In the next moment, that intimidating pressure receded like a tide. The golden, glazed light surrounding Nangong Qin became increasingly complete, and in an instant, she attained sainthood. By Shiner, Si Budo, powerful beings of the Xian realm. Chu Feng. It fled just like that? What sorcery is this? I merely called you trash. He never anticipated that the heavenly path would retreat. This entity resembled not a wolf king, but rather a husky. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. No one could have foreseen such a turn of events. As the heavenly path receded like a tide, the golden light enveloping Nangong Qin gradually diminished, yet her aura became ever more exquisite and complete. Nangong Qin had achieved sainthood, with her wish fulfilled. Her eyes glistened as she gazed at Chu Feng, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, my husband. Chu Feng chuckled heartily, embracing her and whispering, How shall you repay me? Nangong Qin's cheeks flushed as she communicated through thought. The wedding ceremony is not yet concluded. We shall discuss this later. Their playful exchange went unnoticed by the others, as the preceding events had been utterly astonishing. Family, who would believe it? I just witnessed someone chase the heavenly path away as if it were a mere dog. Upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in shock. Ji Kong could not help but murmur in awe. This ritual of the dual swords is truly remarkable. Truly worthy of Chu Shang. Bai Shiner, hearing this, twitched at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, this was not some grand ritual. Even a blind person could see that. Nevertheless, an inexplicable and peculiar emotion stirred within her at that moment. This odious man seems to bear a certain unfamiliarity to her previous acquaintance. Remarkably, he is willing to offend the heavenly principles for the sake of a formidable ruler. Look, the inscription on that sword. Just as the crowd stands in bewilderment, Elder Jiang lets out a piercing scream, trembling all over, his eyes wide with astonishment as he points at the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Chapter 68. The Celestial Emperor. Guardian of all beings. Although Elder Jiang's performance was rather theatrical, its impact was undeniably explosive. While everyone was still entranced by the profound implications of Chu Feng's seemingly casual remarks, they were abruptly jolted into awareness by Elder Jiang's reminder. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the sword. Wait, is that sword not strikingly familiar? Once they caught sight of it, they found it impossible to look away. The sword's blade, its body, and its sheen. Soon, Elder Zhang, who had been well prepared, was the first to react, his face flushing crimson as he pointed emphatically at the weapon, exclaiming, The Celestial Emperor's sword. This is the Celestial Emperor's sword. Zhang Xingzi's form trembled violently as he incredulously shouted, What? Chu Saint is actually the Xuandi? The Xuandi? The powerful beings of the Xuandi realm were rendered speechless upon realizing the identity of the sword. They could hardly fathom that they would encounter the legendary sword, known for vanquishing demons, within the halls of the Chongxian Pavilion. Even more astonishing was the revelation that its master was none other than Chu Saint. If this were the case, everything suddenly made sense. The Xuandi, a figure of unparalleled status and power since the ancient times of the Xuandi realm, had returned. The one who subdued the demon clans, wielded his sword against otherworldly fiends, and defied the heavens. Was it not all perfectly reasonable now? Naturally, they assumed Chu Feng to be the Xuandi. After all, the one who acted previously was indeed the Xuandi, as confirmed by the great saint, Sibudo. Even Sibudo was taken aback, his round face reflecting astonishment as he exclaimed, No way, I knew it. Chu Saint exudes an extraordinary presence, truly a figure of the highest caliber. Compared to him, I am but a flickering firefly beneath the radiant moon. Bai Shiner was equally astonished. The Xuandi, this insufferable man, was also a quasi-emperor. Was this the identity he had concealed all along? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. All of them were quasi-emperors. It was no wonder her previous schemes against Chu Feng had repeatedly failed. She had been far too careless. His concealment was masterful. Thankfully, during the emergence of the primordial treasure, she had not engaged him directly. Reflecting on that moment, she felt a surge of relief. Had she confronted him then, with the primordial treasure in hand, and being a quasi-emperor, the outcome could have been disastrous for her. Nangong Qin, who had long been aware of Chu Feng's true identity, felt a swell of pride, her majestic form nearly bursting through her cloud-like wedding attire. At this moment, as Chu Feng noticed Nangong Qin's ascension to sainthood, he shifted his gaze to the astonished crowd. With a simple gesture, the Celestial Emperor's sword soared back to him, akin to a loyal companion responding to its master, seamlessly entering Chu Feng's divine sea without a word. Then, Nangong Qin, with her lips slightly parted, proclaimed loudly, My husband is not the Xuandi. Not the Xuandi? This declaration struck the audience like thunder on a clear day. Everyone looked on in disbelief. As Nan Gongqin spoke, Chu Feng stood beside her, not rebutting, but merely nodding in acknowledgement. Is it possible that our realm has a quasi-emperor? This thought provoked profound existential doubts among the gathered crowd. The star observer stammered, if not the celestial emperor, then who could it be? Your prowess is undoubtedly that of a quasi-emperor. That sword which quelled the demons haunts my dreams during my cultivation. Ji Kong took a deep breath, more direct in his approach, and pretended to kneel. Regardless of who you are, O holy Chu, you have saved our realm from peril. I beseech you to accept my reverence. Elder son, anxious, thought it was finally his moment to shine, only to see someone else seize the spotlight. I have rehearsed for this scene for days. He executed a flawless slide kneel. I, Sun Miao, bow in gratitude for your majesty's great benevolence. Thud, thud, thud. Ji Kong, utterly dumbfounded, watched elder son steal the scene and promptly knelt as well. With someone leading the way, it became awkward for anyone to remain standing. Moreover, given the previous favor of the Enlightenment tea, many had already wished to pay their respects. Now, with the revelation of Chu Feng as a quasi-emperor and a savior of their realm, the weight of their conscience vanished. Suddenly, a wave of kneeling swept through the crowd, transforming the wedding ceremony into utter chaos. What shall we do, my husband? Nan Gongqin, now a saint, surveyed the entire area of the white jade celestial platform. Except for the two saints at the topmost cloud platform who had come to observe, everyone else was on their knees. Chu Feng chuckled and waved his hand. No need for formality, just call me Chu Tiandi. Please refrain from calling me by that unpleasant title, Chu Sheng, and do not associate me with that effeminate title, Tiandi. Chu Tiandi strikes the perfect balance, infused with a hint of majesty and arrogance, fitting for a villainous fate. Upon hearing this, countless gazes turned skyward in unison. Chu Tiandi? They silently etched this name into their memories. No one dared to inquire further about Chu Feng's origins, nor was there any need to. Given the might of the Tiandi sword, if Chu Tiandi were to turn against them, they would be doomed. It was best to kneel and express their gratitude. Chu Tiandi, it is all Sima Dao's fault. His foolish words led us to mistake your identity. At this juncture, a well-meaning individual named Sima Qi jumped forth to report. Sima Dao, sitting awkwardly at the high table, realized he had indeed misidentified the person. How could such a mistake occur? The sword on the Xian Emperor was also the Tiandi sword. This was a grave error. Sima Dao muttered anxiously to himself. This was a significant matter, almost jeopardizing the great merit of saving lives due to his careless words. Should this Chu Tiandi hold a grudge, he would be utterly undone. Chu Tiandi, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He hastily waved his sleeves and descended from the highest celestial platform in a rush. Sima Qi, that little rascal, should refrain from spreading malicious words here. I am unaware that our realm still harbors such a selfless quasi-emperor who discreetly governs the universe and protects all beings. Si Budo exclaimed loudly, showering praise. This incident is my fault, my fault. I humbly ask for the forgiveness of the heavenly emperor, and I am willing to accept punishment. He then executed an unexpected act. Aware of his grave mistake, he unhesitatingly knelt before elder son in public. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. This great sage, where is your integrity? To kneel so readily? Baishiner was also taken aback. Even the simple-minded Qinyo possesses his own dignity as a sage and would not commit such a disgraceful act. Chu Feng was equally stunned, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Although this matter was indeed not closely related to Si Budo, after all, no one would anticipate that a mighty emperor secretly controls the universe and safeguards all beings. Nevertheless, a semblance of authority must be maintained. Considering that the other party had graciously presented 3 portions of enlightenment tea upon arrival, he replied coolly, "What do you propose?" Si Budo straightened his neck and declared, "One must face the consequences of their mistakes. I beseech the heavenly emperor to grant me a chance for redemption. Having drifted aimlessly for half a lifetime, I lament never encountering a wise sovereign. If you do not forsake me, I wish to acknowledge you as my adoptive father." Upon finishing his words, he immediately prostrated himself before Chu Feng. Sima Qi, Nan Gongqin. Chu Feng, you, with your face lined with wrinkles, wish to recognize me as your adoptive father? What of your integrity? Seeing Chu Feng remain silent, Si Budo bowed again, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "As long as my adoptive father accepts me, Even if it means drinking enlightenment tea daily or being punished to transcribe quasi-saint level scriptures, I would do so willingly. I implore you, my adoptive father. Chapter 69. The novice lackey. The fluid and effortless maneuvers executed by C. Buto left everyone present utterly bewildered. Goodness, is this even possible? Bai Xiner was taken aback. After all her years of cultivation, she had never witnessed such a brazen display. Sima Qi's veins bulged with indignation. Having such an ancestor was profoundly embarrassing. To acknowledge the Heavenly Emperor as a foster father? Did he genuinely wish to do so? Good heavens, your intentions are practically smacking me in the face. And to think he was sipping enlightenment tea while coveting sacred-level techniques. What an absurdity. This unfilial ancestor. No. I must swiftly take him away. He cannot continue to disgrace himself here. Just as Sima Qi contemplated lifting his ancestor away, he suddenly paused. As if struck by a revelation, he watched C. Buto, tearful and beseeching, frequently prostrating himself in fervent supplication. Wait a moment. If the ancestor truly recognized the Heavenly Emperor as his foster father, wouldn't that mean the Emperor would have to call me beloved grandson? Astonishing. Such a fortuitous turn of events. Sima Qi awakened to the realization. He silently dismissed his earlier thoughts and began to anxiously scrutinize the expression on Chu Feng's face, inwardly praying for C. Buto's wish to be fulfilled and his dreams to materialize. What expression could Chu Feng possibly exhibit? He regarded C. Buto with a detached gaze. If this maneuver were graded on a scale of 10, Chu Feng would award it an 8. 4. For there was indeed a measure of merit, albeit a scant one. 6. However, to aspire to be his son? That was utterly ludicrous. In truth, he bore no significant grudge against C. Buto. During his inaugural visit to the Chongxin Pavilion for a wedding ceremony, he had already offered 3 coins worth of enlightenment tea. Now, with this sincere apology, the situation had been salvaged. A nod of acknowledgement would suffice. Just as Chu Feng was about to dismiss C. Buto with a firm gesture, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Sensing the emergence of a qualifying character, the villain system's lackey module has been activated. As a qualified villain, one must strategize and maintain an overview. How could one do so without a cadre of competent lackeys? The activation of the lackey module allows the host to receive special rewards upon accepting a lackey. What on earth? What is this lackey module? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, but soon comprehension dawned upon him, prompting a wry smile. A lackey simply refers to a subordinate. The dogmatic system could have consulted me for clarification instead of embellishing itself. While internally scoffing, he maintained a composed demeanor as he glanced at the system panel, where he noticed a new entry beside Achievements, Lackey. His gaze sharpened, and the Lackey panel unfurled before him. To his surprise, C. Buto's name appeared prominently. C. Buto Realm. Late Great Sage. Current relationship. Bystander loyalty to host. 99. Notice. C. Buto meets the criteria and can be accepted as a lackey for use. Chu Feng doubted the clarity of his vision and deliberately glanced at the loyalty level of C. Buto several times. To his astonishment, this fellow was not merely jesting. He had taken Chu Feng as a guest, yet he genuinely wished to be recognized as his adoptive son. Shocked, he realized that C. Buto was indeed a great sage of the Xian realm, a figure of utmost significance. Upon their first meeting, his loyalty was astonishingly high, even managing to unlock the system's heart and single-handedly activate the lackey module. The surprise was overwhelming. What on earth did this man seek? While Chu Feng was internally astonished, his expression remained unchanged as he addressed C. Buto with a calm demeanor. Let us forego the title of adoptive father. If you truly wish to serve under me, I am currently in need of someone to guard the gate. Is this truly possible? Had he genuinely moved the Emperor of Chu? The onlookers were taken aback. The Emperor of Chu was a figure of great renown, a quasi-emperor. Most importantly, he was exceptionally generous and magnanimous. Even if one could not become an adoptive son, being a subordinate was still a remarkable gain. C. Buto was equally stunned. He had not anticipated Chu Feng's attitude. The round-faced man's dark eyes glimmered with excitement, and he quickly placed his hand on his chest, assuring, not a problem at all. As long as my adoptive father is willing to allow me to accompany you, I am ready to guard any gate. He was genuinely eager to cling to Chu Feng's coattails. Few were aware that his rise to this point was built upon the art of clinging to powerful figures. In his earlier days as a king, he was known as the leg-hugging king. he would tightly grasp the legs of the most formidable figures. Absolute loyalty, unquestioning obedience. He diligently performed his duties and devoted himself to cultivation. Concerns about dignity were non-existent. This was his lifelong approach to dealing with matters, but having lived for so long, he had outlasted many contemporaries. Additionally, having ascended to the status of great sage, he found it challenging to identify suitable figures to cling to, which often left him melancholic. Unexpectedly, this time, on a whim, he ventured to the Chongxian Pavilion, initially intending to persuade the great sage Chu Feng to join him in an escape. To his surprise, the other party turned out to be a formidable quasi-emperor, and memories of the past suddenly assailed him. It was an exhilarating sensation, with every cell in his body pulsating with excitement. Chu Feng smiled. You brought this upon yourself. Also, do refrain from calling me adoptive father, should you do so again. You may find yourself returning whence you came. Si Budo maintained his composure as he surveyed the various directions of the Chongxian Pavilion. Emperor Chu, I, Si Budo, have always spoken with unwavering conviction. Which mountain gate would you have me guard? I shall attend to it immediately. Chu Feng, with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, replied, Isn't there a total of 77 gates? They are now all under your supervision. Keep a vigilant watch. Should anything go awry, I will hold you accountable. 77 gates? The crowd was perplexed. Where could there be so many gates? Bai Xiner and Nangong Qin suddenly exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with realization as they involuntarily turned towards the towering mountains of the Chongxian Pavilion. Could it be referring to that place? Si Budo also came to a realization, as if struck by lightning. He stammered, Emperor Chu, do you mean to guard the passage beneath the demon suppression array? I fear I may not be able to manage it alone. Chu Feng chuckled, It matters not. If you are unwilling, you may leave at any time. I do not mind. Si Budo found himself in a quandary. With his extensive experience and keen insight, he recognized that aligning himself with this new powerhouse would be a wise decision. Yet, the task at hand, guarding the gates, was indeed daunting. Despite being at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he was acutely aware of the terrifying world that lay beyond. This was a test for me. After much deliberation, he seemed to resolve himself, declaring, Very well. I shall heed your words, Emperor Chu. I will keep watch over these 77 passages. Ding. Si Budo has become your junior subordinate, with loyalty permanently elevated to 100. Your fate and fortune have improved. Fate and fortune? Is this the reward for accepting a subordinate? Chu Feng squinted, lost in thought. Why are you still here? He refocused his attention on Si Budo, who had yet to depart. Si Budo looked at him anxiously. What if too many come from the other side, and I am unable to fend them off? Chu Feng responded with curiosity. To guard the gates, one must possess the requisite skills. Do not allow anyone entry, and if you cannot handle them, do you not know to call for assistance? Si Budo felt a wave of despair. Apart from you, who in the immortal realm could he summon? After a moment of inner turmoil, he inexplicably felt a profound trust in Chu Feng, blindly believing his words. Then I shall follow your lead, Emperor Chu. Chu Feng patted his shoulder. Work diligently. The future for gatekeepers is bright. Si Budo turned and transformed into a swirling mist, splitting into 77 forms, vanishing from sight. Everyone stood in stunned silence. How did Emperor Chu manage to send the previously cunning Si Budo to guard the gates in just a few words? Is this true charisma? Noticing the crowd's dazed expressions, Chu Feng smiled and waved his hand. What are you all standing around for? The wedding ceremony is not yet concluded. Let the music play and the dancing continue. Oh, the crowd awakened from their stupor. The entire wedding resumed its vibrant atmosphere. Amidst a flurry of flattery, this seemingly mundane wedding finally reached its conclusion. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. In the Chongxian Pavilion, a courtyard adorned with bright red lanterns, laughter echoed. Ha! Old Zhang, how was my shout today? If it weren't for me, Emperor Chu's swordplay would have lost half its grandeur on the spot. Old Jiang, your performance was far too theatrical. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, the guest would surely have caught on to our charade. I disagree. That would not have happened. Emperor Chu did not adhere to our script at all. However, I must admit, Emperor Chu is indeed exceptional, far surpassing the script we deliberated over for days. My kneeling was entirely genuine. Absolutely no pretense. The elders of the Changxian Pavilion boasted about their sophisticated maneuvers during the day's wedding festivities, their cups clinking together in a joyous atmosphere. Chu Feng embraced the enchanting Manguankin. Amidst the meticulously arranged room, Chu Feng, when will you find time to converse? The voice of Bai Shiner echoed in his ears. With reluctance, he retorted, is this how one demonstrates courtesy? What courtesy? Bai Shiner paused, momentarily taken aback. Before she could gather her thoughts, she suddenly felt darkness envelop her. As Chu Feng rendered her unconscious from afar. Having dealt with the discourteous guest, Chu Feng turned his attention to more pressing matters. As night fell and the high towers glistened, life began to rejuvenate. It was not until the following day, when the sun ascended to its zenith, that Chu Feng slowly rose. A sudden realization struck him. He had yet to unseal the exquisite, flawless gift box. He cast his gaze towards the divine sea, where a striking red treasure chest floated serenely. Chapter 70. Kuriko's basketball. The flawless, magnificent gift package had been adrift in the divine sea for quite some time. It was a resplendent crimson treasure chest, radiating a festive aura, reminiscent of a red envelope celebrating Chu Feng's wedding. Without hesitation, Chu Feng chose to open it. You have opened the flawless, magnificent gift package. You have obtained the special treasure, Destiny Ascension Seal. You have opened the flawless, magnificent gift package. You have obtained 100 celestial-grade treasures, primal annihilation orbs. As the lid of the crimson chest swung open, a multitude of items floated forth. At the forefront was a golden seal. Following it were countless dark, shimmering flecks, drifting in the divine sea like tadpoles searching for their mother. The system promptly provided emotional value, aiding Chu Feng in swiftly comprehending the information regarding the treasures he had acquired from the flawless, magnificent gift package. First, there was the Destiny Ascension Seal. Chu Feng felt the weight of the golden seal, its engravings of destiny exuding a profound antiquity and a potent sense of fate. Its utility, as a treasure born from the flawless, magnificent gift package, was exceptionally beneficial to Chu Feng at this moment. Destiny Ascension Seal, as a special treasure, harbors boundless power. Each activation of the Destiny Ascension Seal allows for the enhancement of the quality of a Destiny treasure chest. The power within the Destiny Ascension Seal can enhance the quality of the Destiny treasure chest up to 50 times, though one cannot consecutively empower the same treasure chest. The function of this golden seal was to elevate the quality of the Destiny treasure chest. Upon realizing its purpose, an image of the supreme Destiny treasure chest instantly materialized in Chu Feng's mind. Could it be that the Destiny Ascension Seal could elevate a standard Destiny treasure chest to the supreme level? Dear host, the supreme Destiny treasure chest is the pinnacle of treasure chest quality and only appears upon the demise of the Destiny protagonist. The system promptly dispelled Chu Feng's delightful fantasies. Oh, system, you are such a killjoy. You will never find the mother system at this rate. System. This system merely provides normal information. How did it become related to the mother system? Ignoring the system, Chu Feng selected a Destiny treasure chest in the Divine Sea and utilized the Destiny Ascension Seal for a test. You have used the Destiny Ascension Seal, 4950, to empower a Destiny treasure chest. The chest has been upgraded to a superior Destiny treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? The Destiny treasure chest, now imbued with the power of the Destiny Ascension Seal, was enveloped in waves of golden light, gradually emanating a soft blue glow, and its size increased slightly. Open. Though a tenfold guarantee existed, accumulating 10 of these was far from simple. He was merely conducting a preliminary test, curious to discern the differences between the superior Destiny treasure chest and an ordinary one. You have opened the superior Destiny treasure chest. You have obtained 100,000 quasi-emperor grade treasures. As the lid of the superior Destiny treasure chest lifted, Chu Feng was taken aback. In an instant, his divine sea felt inundated with an overwhelming array of weapons and armor, a veritable sea of darkened iron and metal. The aura emanating from it was as dense as ink, causing the nearby mountain of sacred-grade weapons to tremble in fear. At this moment, Chu Feng came to a realization. The treasures obtained from the superior Destiny treasure chest were far more potent and numerous than those of ordinary quality. It was no longer simply a matter of sacred grade. Now it was at the quasi-emperor level. Initially, it was hundreds of tons, but now it felt like a staggering 100,000 tons. Good heavens, has my divine sea become a garbage dump? Were it not for the boundless nature of my divine sea, these items alone would be enough to overwhelm me. In any case, this Destiny Ascension Seal proved to be more effective than I had anticipated. I wonder what the guaranteed reward from the superior Destiny treasure chest could yield. Later, I shall seek out the Martial Emperor to procure a few treasure chests and try my luck again. After testing the Destiny Ascension Seal, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon another treasure from the Flawless Grand Gift Pack. All were celestial-grade treasures, a full 100 of them. While this made Chu Feng feel the pinch of inflation, it also affirmed the value of this hidden quest. He would certainly undertake it again if given the chance. However, after a brief exploration of the function of the primordial annihilation orbs, he felt somewhat disappointed. These orbs were rather unremarkable. Each primordial annihilation orb could unleash the power equivalent to a typical celestial strike. The potency was merely adequate, barely sufficient to vanquish a late-stage Wild Emperor. And now, he possessed 100 of these trinkets. With a flash, Chu Feng appeared at the entrance of a passageway. Observing Sibuto, who was cautiously nibbling on enlightenment tea leaves like a timid hamster, Chu Feng casually tossed him some small items, saying, "Here are a few trinkets for you to guard the door." It's the Heavenly Emperor. Sibuto immediately straightened his expression, secretly clutching the enlightenment tea leaves in his palm, only to be captivated by the 77 plump black orbs floating before him. He focused intently, scrutinizing them for a considerable time. He could discern nothing at all. From his perspective as a great sage, he had no idea what they were. Nonetheless, Sibuto's greatest virtue was his lack of arrogance. Seizing the opportunity before Chu Feng vanished, he inquired, "Heavenly Emperor, what are these items? How should they be used?" Facing his sole subordinate, Chu Feng displayed a modicum of patience. If someone approaches the passage, simply toss one in. There are no further instructions. Then, as if recalling something, he admonished, "Do not eat them." Sibuto's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily waved his hand, insisting, No, I don't like to eat everything." Given that the Heavenly Emperor personally entrusted him with these items, he could surmise they were certainly formidable weapons. With Sibuto's experience, he estimated that these 77 orbs could easily deal with several great sages or even a Saint King. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Guard well, and remember to report any issues," Chu Feng remarked before preparing to return for a brief rest. Sibuto promptly asked, "Heavenly Emperor, what are these items called?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng concluded that the original name was rather difficult to remember, and casually declared, "Let us call it Kuriko's basketball." Sibuto was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Kuriko's basketball? Such an odd name." Upon returning to the Chongshin Pavilion, Chu Feng spent the entire afternoon playing cards. It was only when night fell that a realization struck him. He walked to the conference hall of the pavilion and nonchalantly summoned a figure with a pallid complexion. She had been in a deep slumber, just now awakened by Chu Feng's call, and was clearly irked. When meeting Chu Feng privately, Bai Xiner shed her disguise. The exquisite young girl, with delicate features, was diminutive, and her fluffy, bushy fox tail was now visible, swaying gently, a sight both charming and delightful. Admiring her striking beauty, Chu Feng expressed, "Thank you for the Tao Enlightenment tea. This gesture is quite significant. The debt you owed me last time has been settled." Bai Xiner retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Are you mocking me? You possess so much Tao Enlightenment tea, and my gift, it just makes me look foolish." Chu Feng chuckled lightly, dismissing her concern. "Not at all. It is the thought that counts." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiner pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat comforted by his words, her heart warming slightly. Although the Tao Enlightenment tea was indeed commonplace, the intention behind it was what truly mattered. Chu Feng's voice continued to resonate, and Bai Xiner's chest heaved in frustration. "Commonplace? Do you even realize what you're saying? This is Tao Enlightenment tea. You scoundrel." Suppressing her anger, she calmly inquired, "Why did you summon me this time? What is it that you truly desire?" Chapter 71. My electronic pet is on the verge of death. Chu Feng casually took a seat, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "You hail from the opposite world, do you not? Might you enlighten me about the circumstances over there?" Bai Xiner narrowed her eyes and sat across from Chu Feng. This question did not take her by surprise. With the opening of 77 passageways, and Chu Feng appointing the formidable Saint Sibao to guard them, his caution towards the other side was evident. It was only reasonable for him to seek insights from someone of her stature in the celestial demon realm. She was inclined to collaborate with Chu Feng and had no intentions of being cryptic, thus she spoke plainly. The world beyond the passage is far more vast than you can imagine. You may refer to it as the Celestial Demon Realm. The Celestial Demon Realm, you say? Indeed. It is populated entirely by demon clans. Does that mean I can indulge in whatever whims I desire? Do not be foolish. You are entirely unaware of the disparity between the Celestial Demon Realm and the Xian Realm. I understand you have acquired a primordial treasure and your strength has surged. Yet the Celestial Demon Realm is truly formidable. Oh, in what way is it formidable? Let me briefly outline the Celestial Demon Realm for you. It is divided into 9 tiers, with 8 of these tiers governed by 8 major clans. Each tier is home to hundreds of minor realms that offer tributes regularly. The central tier, known as the core world, is the heart of the 9 tiers, and the 8 tiers must pay tribute to the central domain on a regular basis. If we were to categorize the Xian realm by scale, it would be relegated to the lowest echelon of the Celestial Demon Realm, specifically among the weakest of the 100 realms. If you still struggle to grasp this concept, let us discuss the number of formidable beings in the Celestial Demon Realm. Within this expansive realm, there are easily hundreds of Saint Kings. Each tier is also protected by 3 supremely powerful quasi-emperors. Just imagine how terrifying that number truly is. At this juncture, Bai Xiner paused, observing Chu Feng's expression, which remained remarkably calm, as if unaffected by her revelations. She rapped her fingers on the table, emphasizing further. This is not even the most terrifying aspect. The Celestial Demon Realm is characterized by a highly centralized rule, unlike the Xian Realm, where various transcendent forces are at odds with one another. In the Celestial Demon Realm, there exists an absolute sovereign known as the Martial Emperor. He is an unparalleled genius who emerged from the ancient Sky Peng clan 800 years ago, achieving quasi-emperor status in merely 300 years. He vanquished all the clans of the Celestial Demon Realm, bringing an end to millennia of conflict and establishing himself as the unequivocal ruler of the realm. Upon hearing the title of Martial Emperor, Chu Feng's interest was piqued. Is this Martial Emperor truly that formidable? To have resolved the conflicts of the Celestial Demon Realm in just 300 years? His intention in consulting Bai Xiner was not only to gather information about the Celestial Demon Realm, but also to gain clearer insights into the Martial Emperor. Although he was confident in his ability to contend with the Martial Emperor, he remained grounded, aware that this figure was not to be underestimated, as he represented a fully realized protagonist, even if he possessed a slight edge in strength and experience. Understanding one's opponent and strategizing accordingly was undoubtedly a more prudent course of action. Hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Bai Xiner's expression turned awkward. She replied, "If he were an ordinary bloodline, it would indeed be impossible. However, he is of the ancient royal bloodline of the primordial Heavenly Peng clan. This is of great significance. The realm of the celestial demons places immense importance on bloodlines. The higher the bloodline, the greater the status and resources one can acquire. The primordial Heavenly Peng clan is already the foremost among the 10 primordial fiends, and it holds the most esteemed bloodline in the celestial demon realm. Moreover, the Martial Emperor possesses the ancient royal bloodline. Thus, when he emerged, showcasing his unparalleled combat prowess, many ancient clans in the celestial demon realm chose to support his dominion, aiding him in unifying the realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Is this bloodline truly so formidable? Surely, it cannot be solely attributed to the elevated bloodline. Bai Xiner nodded affirmatively, stating, "The power of our demon bloodlines is an enigma that those of your human realm cannot comprehend. There are countless demon races. Why do we refer to ourselves as the demon race rather than the Azure Bull clan, the Celestial Wolf clan, or the Crimson Monkey clan? It is because, in our origins, we possessed ancestral bloodlines. The demon ancestor is the faith of all our kind, a supreme symbol. The purer the bloodline, the higher the rank. And the closer it is to the ancestral blood, the more it can suppress other demon races. Do you grasp my meaning? The unification of the celestial demon realm, coupled with an immensely terrifying being reigning over it." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" In the midst of her solemn explanation, Bai Xiner realized that her tale was being toyed with by this mischievous fellow. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with panic. Chu Feng, feigning innocence, raised his hands, saying, "I did nothing. You suddenly thrust your tail into my hand, inviting me to touch it." He pinched Bai Xiner's tail again, appearing genuinely innocent. "Yeah," Bai Xiner gasped, as if electrified, and hastily retreated. How could this be? The tail is the most private part of the fox clan, only to be touched by one's beloved. How could I inadvertently allow this fellow to touch it? Chu Feng looked at her exaggerated reaction with surprise and reminded her, "Recall your own actions. I was merely sitting here, truly doing nothing." Bai Xiner froze, immediately reflecting on the situation. She realized that while speaking, she had unconsciously moved closer to Chu Feng, as if she were intentionally enticing him. How could this be? I certainly did not do anything. Could it be that my younger sister? No. It is you, elder sister, who, with your fox-like charm, approached me without shame. I was so shy that I closed my eyes. Upon hearing the voice echoing within her, Bai Xiner was left dumbfounded. Observing her bewildered expression, Chu Feng pondered. It seems that this little fox possesses quite a pure bloodline, yet it appears unable to withstand my ancestral bloodline. Never mind these trivial matters. You must have harbored a grudge against the martial emperor, do you not? You must despise him greatly. Tell me everything you know about the martial emperor. I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson, Chu Feng jested. Bai Xiner was taken aback. She had intended to retort, yet the inexplicable events of earlier made her swallow her words. She too had the desire to shift the topic. Thus, she promptly raised a finger and began recounting her knowledge of the martial emperor. Teaching him a lesson? Do not harbor such thoughts. While you may be formidable, the chasm between worlds is insurmountable. The martial emperor possessed an extraordinary fortune. In his youth, he inadvertently stumbled upon the ruins of a great emperor in the realm of celestial demons, where he acquired the supreme cultivation method of boundless divine thought. His mastery in divine thought was already comparable to that of a great emperor 500 years ago, and it is unfathomable to consider the extent of his powers now. Should he wish, his divine thought could instantaneously envelop any location within the celestial demon realm. Boundless divine thought. Chu Feng blinked. Isn't that merely a small battery? Why the grandiose embellishment? As he pondered, a notification from the system emerged, causing Chu Feng's expression to turn peculiar. The protagonist, Martial Emperor, faces a great calamity. His divine thought suffers permanent damage, and his fortune diminishes by 50,000. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. This is a celestial rank scroll. The power of this thing has not yet concluded. Did I not just disperse his divine thought? How could it be damaged again? This is rather unfortunate. Bai Xiner's demeanor turned solemn as she extended a second delicate finger. And then there is his talent, the Celestial Rock's speed. One of the most terrifying abilities of the ancient Celestial Rock. With the combination of the ancient rock's swiftness and boundless divine thought, he is innately positioned in a place of invincibility. Chu Feng sincerely remarked, "Indeed, this Celestial Rock's speed is quite remarkable and highly practical." Bai Xiner questioned, "You have never witnessed it. How do you ascertain its practicality?" The protagonist, Martial Emperor, possesses the bloodline of the ancient Celestial Rock, suffers a great calamity. His fortune is impaired, and his destiny value decreases by 50,000. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Chu Feng instinctively responded, "Are you a harbinger of misfortune?" Bai Xiner tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by harbinger of misfortune? What is this fellow talking about?" She then raised a third finger. Next. Regarding treasures, before the Martial Emperor attained the title of Quasi-Emperor, he encountered 3 imperial tombs in succession, acquiring all their legacies. In the realm of celestial demons, if the Martial Emperor claims the second position regarding supreme imperial weapons, none would dare to claim the first. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. During their first encounter, he had been astonished by the opulence of the Martial Emperor's attributes. After all, he was a true immortal seizing a body, and encountering 3 imperial tombs consecutively was evidently not merely a matter of luck. The protagonist, Martial Emperor's treasured artifacts have shattered, resulting in the loss of an unparalleled legacy. His destiny value diminishes by 50,000. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. At this moment, the system's voice echoed again. Chu Feng mused, "Martial Emperor, are you all right? Please hold on. Do not let Bai Xiner bring about your demise." Feeling a pang of sympathy for the Martial Emperor, he could not help but inquire, "Is there more?" Bai Xiner looked at Chu Feng with a strange expression, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Is this not sufficient? It has been 5 centuries since I last encountered the Martial Emperor. What remains now is merely the essence of his being from 500 years ago. He may very well have ascended to the status of a great emperor. The entire demon realm has been integrated under his dominion. and the current situation is undoubtedly far more formidable than I can convey. Previously, when the primordial essence of the Xian realm manifested, I sensed the martial emperor's aura sweeping through, even though no signs were evident at the time. Your slaying of numerous demon clans will inevitably attract more demons through the subsequent passages. The path to survival in the Xian realm appears bleak, and you must swiftly devise a solution. Bai Xiner feigned anxiety, her peach blossom eyes fixated on Chu Feng, anticipating that he would propose a collaboration. Chu Feng chuckled softly. The information Bai Xiner had divulged was quite substantial, granting him a foundational understanding of the demon realm and the martial emperor. Strategies for skillfully harvesting the martial emperor's resources began to take shape in his mind. The foundational domain of the destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has suffered severe damage. Destiny value decreased by 100,000. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Bai Xiner looked on in bewilderment as Chu Feng abruptly stood up. No more delay. I have matters to attend to. Entertain yourself for a while. He found himself in a quandary, compelled to personally investigate the happenings within the demon realm. A celestial grade scroll. Could it truly be this outrageous? If I do not go and take a look soon, my electronic pet may perish from neglect. By Xiner. Chapter 72. Report. The martial emperor is in trouble. A few days prior, in the realm of the celestial wolf, a minor domain under the jurisdiction of the ninefold realm. Amidst the dark cosmic expanse, a figure adorned in golden feathers traversed the void with an ethereal grace. Clad in resplendent golden armor, this imposing figure boasted a robust physique, while his long golden hair billowed majestically behind a pair of grand rock wings, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that rendered him easily identifiable. However, his form appeared insubstantial, lacking physicality. His true body lay shattered, and his divine consciousness utterly fragmented. In the case of an ordinary powerhouse, even a quasi-emperor, such devastation would imply either demise or the imminent approach of it. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had meticulously forged 8 supreme avatars, each intertwined by causality, forming a flawless unity. Even if one of these avatars were to be damaged, as long as the others persisted, he possessed ample time to reconstruct it. The martial emperor's countenance grew frosty as he gazed upon a rapidly healing wound in his palm, his eyes gleaming with overwhelming ferocity. An extreme imperial weapon, a celestial grade scroll, and the audacity to usurp my innate talents. Could this be the notorious gluttonous clan? If so, they possess some measure of skill. But this avatar lacks the potency to subdue me. Once I nullify the effects of this celestial grade scroll, it shall be your turn to be cast into the furnace of myriad creations for refinement. With a murderous intent surging through him, he strode forth towards his palace in this layered world. Although the process of capturing the great beast had encountered minor setbacks, the martial emperor regarded them as trivial. He had not even unleashed a tenth of his true combat power during this endeavor, for the formidable creature before him could hardly fathom the greatness of his existence. The depth of his strength and resources was beyond the wildest imaginings of these great beasts, who had exhausted their lifetimes in pursuit of power. Even an emperor had once fallen to his blade. What, then, could a mere beast hope to achieve? Salutations to the martial emperor. The might of the martial emperor, invincible in all victories. As the martial emperor descended into the palace, he exuded an imperial aura that commanded reverence, prompting all the demon clan powerhouses within the vast city to bow in unison, offering their respects. He had long since acclimated to such displays and paid them little mind. Upon entering the palace, a vial filled with quasi-emperor-grade elixirs floated before him, prepared to begin the process of reconstructing his fractured avatar and divine consciousness. The invaluable quasi-emperor elixirs cascaded around him like sugary confections, unfurling an aromatic cloud that gradually mended his corporeal form. The martial emperor's expression remained composed. With his vast resources, he could procure these elixirs by the pound in his divine treasury. Utilizing dozens of them in one go was nothing more than a mere trifle for him. Such privilege was reserved for one who reigned over the entire celestial demon realm, wielding boundless resources. As he gently closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the restoration of his body, thoughts swirled in his mind regarding the purpose of the celestial grade scroll. Such scrolls, once released, would inevitably manifest their effects in due time. His task was to remain unyielding amidst the tumult. Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, The martial emperor opened his eyes, a divine light emanating from them. As he raised his head in astonishment, his gaze pierced through the magnificent palace and the endless layers of clouds above, and as his pupils constricted, a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this it? It turned out to be a celestial scroll of the Great Calamity technique. This technique poses a considerable challenge even to some great emperors. In the cosmos above the 9 heavens, a colossal meteorite emerged, enveloped in unfathomable gravity, plummeting directly towards him. To many quasi-emperors, such a gigantic meteorite was no threat, easily shattered with a mere swipe. Yet, the martial emperor discerned a horrifying aura of disaster wrapped around the meteorite. This meteorite was the manifestation of the celestial scroll. It triggered a cataclysm of earth-shattering proportions, targeting the individual chosen by the scroll with pinpoint accuracy. Unfortunately, it encountered him. The martial emperor scoffed, swiftly forming seals with his hands. The embrace of emptiness. A hazy, grand seal burst forth from his palm, crashing violently into the descending meteorite. In the next moment, the heavens over the wolf realm witnessed a grand display of fireworks. The meteorite shattered. Faced with the formidable martial emperor, the meteorite posed no harm whatsoever. The celestial scroll was nothing remarkable. The martial emperor uttered a faint derision, remaining vigilant, being extraordinarily experienced. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and other calamities would undoubtedly follow. Then, as he had anticipated, the cosmos of the wolf realm suddenly revealed 1, 10, 100, 1,000, tens of thousands of meteorites, each carrying the power to annihilate worlds, crashing into existence. Run! My goodness! Such a tremendous uproar instantly alerted all beings above the sage level in the wolf realm, prompting them to flee without hesitation, their speed reaching its zenith as they darted towards other realms. The previously expressionless martial emperor's countenance darkened abruptly. Is this a bit excessive? His physical form was at a critical juncture of reconstruction. If he fled now, it could irreparably damage the foundation of this avatar. The martial emperor's face turned ashen. Yet he remained composed. No matter, this does align somewhat with the might of the celestial scroll. Unfortunately, you foolish calamity do not comprehend that I have always been favored by fortune. Even with so many disasters manifesting, I shall still transform peril into safety, and perhaps even reverse the calamity's power to seize an opportunity. Having once usurped the essence of a true immortal and ruled the demon realm for many years, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his own fortune. Were it anyone else, they would have already begun to pen their last words. Yet the martial emperor had faith in his own fortune. He also believed in his own strength. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to summon the nearest avatar from the wolf realm, intending to resolve this apocalyptic meteor shower and refine them one by one. However, the martial emperor's expression froze. He suddenly realized that the avatar he was summoning was experiencing a similar predicament. Not only that, but the other 6 avatars were similarly afflicted. All 8 avatars, at the same moment, in different locales, encountered a plethora of apocalyptic calamities. This should not be the case. The celestial scrolls, I recall, could not possess such formidable power. His countenance turned ashen, emanating an overwhelming might, as he resolved to forsake the foundation of this avatar to make his escape. Alas, it was too late. The stars fell. The celestial wolf realm suffered an unprecedented blow. Simultaneously, the celestial tiger realm, celestial monkey realm, celestial leopard realm, all 8 worlds inhabited by martial emperors erupted in chaos. The martial emperor's avatar from the celestial wolf realm was instantly reduced to mere fragments by the falling stars, leaving only a wisp of divine consciousness to flee. The entire realm descended into utter disorder. This fragment of divine consciousness, through some unique divine art, managed to escape to another world. Just as it settled in this new realm and began to recuperate, half a day later, it found itself ensnared by a pervasive green hue, reminiscent of thin smoke. A grave peril. The divine consciousness had been tainted by the toxicity of the lunar star. The martial emperor was struck with terror. The toxicity of the lunar star. It is a rare and deadly poison targeting divine consciousness, exceedingly elusive and possessing horrific destructive capabilities. Once infected, the divine consciousness is essentially doomed. It was the very stars that had previously fallen. How could such a fortuitous being as I suffer such misfortune? As this thought crossed the martial emperor's mind, He decisively severed this fragment of divine consciousness. If he did not act swiftly, the toxicity of the lunar star would spread through this fragment to his other avatars, a scenario he was utterly unwilling to witness. By severing this fragment, he was effectively relinquishing this avatar. Regrettably, despite his promptness, it was still too late. After severing the divine consciousness, the green hue began to manifest in his avatars across the other worlds. Such trivial skills, yet they dare to be audacious. These avatars simultaneously retorted defiantly, unleashing countless techniques and treasures in response. After half a day, the toxicity of the lunar star was thoroughly eradicated by the martial emperor. Yet, he had to pay a price: permanent damage to his divine consciousness. The martial emperor sighed in relief, at that moment wishing to rend that monstrous beast into 1,000 pieces, to grind its bones to dust. The loss of an avatar had significantly hampered his grand designs. Slaying that beast 1,000 times would not satiate his wrath. Revenge. Martial Emperor, trouble arises. Suddenly, one of the avatars received a frantic report from a subordinate of the demon clan. The celestial ash spirit vein you have been refining for a century has just exploded. The celestial ash spirit vein? That is the supreme yang vein I use for refining all things. The martial emperor felt as though struck by lightning, trembling with rage. Trouble arises. Your divine concealment valley has manifested chaotic void currents, with vast treasures lost to the boundless starry expanse. Their whereabouts unknown. Trouble arises. The Empress commands your swift return to the ancestral land. The ancestral tomb of our ancient celestial rock clan has exploded. Many elders of the clan are gravely injured. Trouble arises. The Empress Dowager has also been bombed. Chapter 73. A mother's kindness and a son's filial piety. As the Emperor Wu listened to the continuous stream of dire news, he nearly succumbed to darkness. Had it not been for his extraordinary resilience cultivated over a second life, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by despair. The Divine Vault, a sanctuary he had painstakingly amassed through countless efforts from the realms of the celestial demons and beyond, was overflowing with treasures. There were so many treasures that even his vast divine sea could not contain them all. Apart from a few personal artifacts, he had stored everything within the Divine Vault. Those fortunate enough to have entered the Divine Vault would never forget the sight within. Holy grade techniques and weapons piled high like mountains, measured in tons. There were hundreds of emperor-grade treasures. Even the rare Enlightenment tea exceeded 50 pounds within the vault. What does this signify? It was a staggering wealth, astronomical in nature. It was precisely for this reason that Emperor Wu had constructed the Divine Vault, investing immense effort in selecting the ideal location and arranging the protective formations. Access to the Divine Vault required either a decree from the Emperor or entry by himself or the Empress Dowager. Under normal circumstances, no accidents would arise. But now, such a resilient sanctuary was beset by tumultuous void currents. Countless treasures were swept into the cosmos, their fates unknown. Was this even conceivable? It was utterly abnormal. What was even more intolerable for Emperor Wu was the explosion of the ancestral tomb of the ancient Tianpeng clan. Elders of the clan were gravely injured. Adding to his fury was the fact that even his mother had sustained severe injuries, while the Divine Vault had at least experienced the void currents. The cause of the ancestral tomb's calamity remained shrouded in mystery. It must be due to that celestial great scroll. Common celestial scrolls could not possibly trigger such a terrifying chain reaction. Could it be that the scroll contained supreme celestial techniques, the Great Calamity Technique? One of his avatars swiftly made its way to the Divine Vault for repairs, while another hastened towards the ancestral grounds of the Kunping clan on the ancient Tianquan star. After confronting a series of misfortunes, Emperor Wu quickly regained his composure, diving into his vast reservoir of knowledge for correlations, and soon discovered a match to his experiences. A heavy realization settled within him. The Great Calamity Technique. Supreme Celestial Techniques. If this were the case, a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth, revealing a demeanor both regal and fierce. Such a thing could never manifest in a mere minor realm. Even within the celestial demon realm, it was inconceivable. It appeared that this great calamity had acquired an extraordinary inheritance. Based on past experiences, the more he lost, the more he would gain. Strangely, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. Casting aside previous misfortunes, he arrived at a peculiar conclusion. In the vast ocean of worlds, Emperor Wu transformed into a golden-winged rock, soaring through the universe with explosive speed, causing even some abandoned worlds within the ocean to shatter under the shockwaves of his velocity. Truly, it was a slow endeavor. The loss of the heavenly rock's swiftness has indeed left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Cursed be it, though his speed has accelerated dramatically, he still perceives it as insufficient. Reflecting upon the inexplicable forfeiture of a vital gift, his mood plummets to an abyss of despair. In the blink of an eye, he traverses myriad realms, arriving at the ancient celestial star of Tianquan, situated in the central domain. Upon his arrival, the martial emperor does not immediately proceed to the ancestral tomb, but instead heads to the Tai Kuan Palace. This palace serves as the residence of the current empress of the ancient Heavenly Rock clan, who is also the martial emperor's mother. Spanning an immense area, the Tai Kuan Palace resembles a grand city, adorned with resplendent gold and jade, its eaves decorated with images of the rock in flight, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy that surpasses even the most concentrated locations in the Xian realm by thousands of times. At the grand entrance, members of the ancient Heavenly Rock clan bustle about in a state of disarray. We pay our respects to the clan leader. Clan leader, the empress is safe and sound. She is resting within the palace. As the martial emperor manifests his presence, several luminous figures radiating the aura of quasi-emperors appear. These are the esteemed elders of the ancient Heavenly Rock clan, their faces pale and their breaths unsteady. Yet they are acutely aware that, given the recent upheavals on their ancestral star, the return of the martial emperor means he will not concern himself with the ancestral tomb, nor will he heed their plight. Though the martial emperor is known for his ruthlessness and supremacy over the heavens, the elders of the ancient Heavenly Rock clan recognize him as a paragon of filial piety. Regardless of his formidable power and his unilateral dominion outside, within the clan, he exhibits profound devotion to the empress, Luo Hanyan. Whenever she expresses a need, the martial emperor invariably fulfills it, much to the benefit of the clan elders as well. Now that the martial emperor has returned, his sole focus will undoubtedly be on Luo Hanyan's well-being. Consequently, the elders eagerly discuss her current injuries, carefully omitting any mention of the ancestral land or their own afflictions. The martial emperor, with an impassive countenance, nods and instructs, "You shall remain outside. I will go in to accompany my mother." The elders comply, halting at the palace's threshold. The martial emperor strides purposefully into the palace. Deep within, the palace is enveloped by layers of courtyards and corridors, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and enigmatic. The adjacent halls stand tall and magnificent, exuding royal grandeur while simultaneously revealing a delicate femininity and elegance. Upon entering the palace, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafts through the air, instantly uplifting the spirit. The interior is adorned with opulent yet tasteful furnishings crafted from celestial woods, intricately carved with elaborate designs that signify extraordinary nobility and refinement. Exquisite embroideries and paintings grace the walls, their delicate strokes and vibrant colors unmistakably embodying quasi-emperor-level treasures. At the heart of the palace lies a grand canopied bed, draped with soft silken blankets and pillows. The martial emperor's gaze is drawn to a delicate, lotus-like leg, alabaster in hue, resting upon the bed. Before him is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in deep azure robes, her hair elegantly swept up, though the attire cannot conceal her voluptuous form. Her heart-shaped face, though pale, radiates an unparalleled allure and maturity. In a state of waning vitality, Luo Hanyan gazed at the arrival of the martial emperor, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of life. With a soft cough, her chest rose and fell like undulating mountains. "Bauer has come," she murmured, referring to the martial emperor by his childhood name, a privilege only she dared to exercise, eliciting no ire from him. The martial emperor replied coolly, "Is mother well? I have brought you some medicine." He averted his gaze swiftly, casting a precious jar of imperial-grade healing elixir onto the bed where Luo Hanyan rested. As a transcendental being, he held profound respect for his biological mother, Luo Hanyan, refraining from any semblance of disrespect. This was the sole condition stipulated by his original self when he took over the body of the little Tianpeng. The martial emperor's ascension to his current stature was undoubtedly aided by the extraordinary talents of his original self, not to mention the formidable lineage of the Tianpeng clan, a powerful entity even within the celestial realm. When he seized the body, he was already in a state of extreme weakness. making the possession of the little Tianpeng no trivial feat. He had sworn an unbreakable oath to care for Luo Hanyan. Without such a commitment, he would not have successfully taken over. A flush of color graced Luo Hanyan's pale visage, revealing an astonishing allure as she softly said, "I am fine now. Bower, there has been an incident at the ancestral tomb, and our clan's fortunes have plummeted. I sense there is something amiss. You are at a crucial juncture for significant undertakings. I believe you should heed my counsel and utilize the secret method you acquired previously to summon the ancestor. Our ancient Tianpeng lineage is the most exalted of bloodlines. If the ancestor is willing to bestow protection and enhance our clan's fortunes, you need not refine the myriad furnace further. Your chances of becoming a nine-turned emperor will greatly increase." The martial emperor frowned, interjecting, "Do not speak of the ancestor again, mother. Everything has its cause and effect. If I can refine my ninth avatar through the myriad furnace and forge my path to imperial ascendance, becoming a nine-turned emperor will be entirely feasible. There is no need to seek the ancestor. Please rest well. I must visit the ancestral tomb." He was reluctant to delve further into this topic. After exchanging a few brief words with Luo Hanyan, he turned to depart. Seeing this, Luo Hanyan gently shook her head, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. "This child truly believes I am unaware. The incident at the ancestral tomb has affected your fortunes as well. One of your 8 avatars has already been lost, and the others are also in jeopardy. Alas, my injuries cannot be healed with mere elixirs. I shall use my final strength to protect your path and help you fulfill your dreams." A glimmer of resolve sparkled in Luo Hanyan's eyes. The martial emperor's reluctance to summon the ancestor stemmed from the price it entailed. However, her situation was different. Despite fortuitously reaching quasi-imperial status through the martial emperor's abundant resources, she harbored no hope of advancing further. The sudden explosion at the ancestral tomb had solidified her belief that the fortunes of the ancient Tianpeng clan were in decline, posing an immense threat to the martial emperor. The martial emperor aspired to become the Nine Turns' great emperor, and she was willing to safeguard his path. However, Luo Hanyan had already severed her feelings. Once the martial emperor departed this time, she would personally summon her ancestors. Chapter 74, Summoning the Ancestors. Seeking the blood of the demon ancestor. The martial emperor had just emerged from the ancestral grave of the Kuanping, his expression darkening. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Indeed, the great misfortune technique was formidable. The ancient heavenly Peng clan stood at the pinnacle of the 10 fiends, and even the ancestral essence of the Kuanping was on the verge of dissipating entirely. Now that the scroll's power should have been fully unleashed, it was time for me to retaliate. The losses incurred were too substantial. I must promptly capture that great fiend and extract the celestial inheritance it possesses to compensate for the damages. If fortune favors me, capturing this fiend will allow me to refine my 9th avatar and reconstruct the one I lost, thereby paving my path to imperial ascendance. Transmit to Su Kunhu. He intoned softly, issuing a command, and a shadow beside him vanished in an instant. Su Kunhu, the strongest prodigy of the ancient heavenly Peng clan aside from himself, had now reached the peak of quasi-imperial status and was his most capable aide. This time, in the pursuit of the great fiend, the martial emperor would not exhibit the arrogance he had previously displayed. Not only would 3 avatars descend simultaneously, but Su Kunhu and his divine martial army would also accompany him to the Xian realm to ensure absolute success. Report. Martial Emperor, trouble. Suddenly, a voice reached the martial emperor's ears, causing his heart to leap. He turned his murderous gaze upon the reporting Saint King, his pupils dilating in foreboding. Before him appeared a flickering apparition, bearing a weary visage, a hawk-like nose, and 4 wings sprouting from its back. It was Wuyong, a venerable elder of the Central Domain's Great Peng clan and a loyal subordinate of his. Most critically, this individual had recently been tasked with guarding the Tang Valley. The Tang Valley, the very source of the All Things Furnace. Wu Yang trembled, exclaiming, "Martial Emperor, the All Things Furnace has suddenly toppled, and the reincarnation heavenly flame has spilled onto the ground." The guarding Taiyan army was burned by the reincarnation heavenly flame, suffering heavy losses without containing the leak, and it has now begun to spread toward the Central Domain. The martial emperor's countenance shifted drastically, an inexplicable surge of rage igniting within his chest. The All Things Furnace, the reincarnation heavenly flame, both were crucial components in forging the foundation of the 9-turned Great Emperor. Over the past 500 years, he had been consumed with the task of acquiring these two treasures. Yet now, both of these vital assets were in jeopardy. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. His gaze ignited with golden flames, piercing through the apparition before him. Wu Yang, the elder of the great Peng clan who had come to report, did not even have a chance to plead for mercy before being consumed by the martial emperor's wrath. As he witnessed Wu Yang's demise, the martial emperor's expression turned frigid. He was genuinely enraged this time. He directed his gaze toward the direction of the Tai Kuan Palace, coldly stating, "Mother, I have urgent matters to attend to. You shall temporarily take full charge of the Ancestor Star affairs." After addressing Luo Hanyan, the martial emperor vanished, appearing in the central domain. Within the vast expanse of the central domain, clusters of purple heavenly fire raged, turning everything it touched to ash. All living beings had no hope of escape. Whether they were saints or saint kings, they faced only one fate: annihilation. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the imposing figure of the martial emperor manifested. One after another, each silhouette was identical, radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance, with terrifying divine light shimmering around them. The three great avatars emerged simultaneously, executing their power to quell the raging inferno of reincarnation. "The emperor has arrived," announced Shukuan. At that moment, at the extremities of the cosmos, a youth clad in shadows, exuding a menacing energy, descended upon the central domain accompanied by an ominous legion. The martial emperor coldly commanded, "My 4 avatars shall lead. You, Shukuan, shall command the 5 armies of Divine Martial, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, as we traverse and conquer a realm." Kneeling on one knee, Shukuan proclaimed. Yes, behind him, all shadowy figures knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We heed the martial emperor's decree." At that moment, the armies of the martial emperor erupted with fervor. They too had sensed the anomalies in the heavenly demon realm in recent days. Previously, there had been much speculation, but now clarity dawned upon them. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the martial emperor's authority by another grand world. The last time such an upheaval occurred was when they subdued a vast realm known as the Return to Origin realm. In that realm, there were 9 quasi-emperors and even a true emperor, yet they were met with annihilation, their blood staining the land. On that occasion, the martial emperor had only dispatched 2 avatars leading 2 legions. Now, with 5 legions mobilized, the ensuing terror would be unimaginable. What kind of world could boast such audacity? In a remote corner of the central domain of the heavenly demon realm, the search was proving arduous. Were it not for the intel provided by the little fox, by Exiner, navigating this chaotic expanse would have required considerable effort. A man adorned in a robe of black starlight gracefully emerged from a rift in the void, exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance. Chu Feng had traversed from the Xian realm into the heavenly demon realm, spending nearly half a day before finally reaching the core of this realm. Along his journey, he had observed traces left by the Great Misfortune technique and could surmise the challenges faced by the martial emperor. He shook his head, remarking, "Ah, such a pitiful state. Let me see if I can discern the true body of the martial emperor." Just as Chu Feng was about to unleash his imperial consciousness, he suddenly paused. He squinted, sensing a peculiar fluctuation that stirred his bloodline, as if it were calling out to him. Should he choose, he could follow this resonance to its source. Is someone summoning me? Summoning the ancestor of demons? The price must be steep, intriguing indeed. He mused. Wait, the one summoning me is an ancient Skypung? Isn't that the lineage of the martial emperor? What a coincidence. As Chu Feng attuned himself to the resonance, his eyes gradually turned blood red, emanating an almost imperceptible yet distinct aura of pressure. Simultaneously, the eye of the demon emperor gleaned some information about the summoner, the ancient Skypung clan. Having expended 10 quasi-emperor grade treasures, 1 supreme emperor weapon, and a lake's worth of true blood from the Kuanping, a connection was established with this ancestral demon. Should he choose to respond to the summons, all these offerings would rightfully belong to him. The martial emperor, perhaps? Chu Feng immediately thought of him. Although he held these items in disdain, they were not something an ordinary quasi-emperor could casually present. His interest was piqued. He was on the lookout for the lair of the martial emperor, and unexpectedly, such a fortuitous opportunity had arisen. Without hesitation, he answered the call. A trap? For this ancestral demon, arriving in the heavenly demon realm felt akin to returning home. In his own abode, who held the reins of power, if not himself? Following the fluctuations, Chu Feng's form seemed to enter a teleportation array. Merely 2.5 seconds later, he found himself atop a massive altar. Chu Feng's gaze wandered as he surveyed his surroundings. The colossal altar resembled a towering structure, akin to a small mountain, ascending in layers. Surrounding the altar, cascades of arrayed water flowed like waterfalls, isolating this realm from the outside world. Undoubtedly, the rich spiritual energy indicated that this was an immense, superlative secret realm. Now positioned at the pinnacle of the altar, upon a radiant red array, it resembled a helicopter landing on a helipad. Atop the array, numerous treasures glimmered, all intended for summoning Chu Feng. Upon sensing his presence, these treasures hurriedly flocked towards him like swallows returning to their nest. "Hail, ancestral demon!" A respectful voice resonated from below. The voice was soft, comprising merely 4 words, yet imbued with allure and seduction. Chu Feng collected the treasures, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman, draped in translucent black gauze. With an oval face, phoenix-like eyes, and delicate, rosy lips, her features exuded an innate beauty. The first word that leapt to Chu Feng's mind was magnificent. The sheer black gauze could hardly conceal her voluptuous and alluring figure, undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. This stunning woman now knelt gracefully before him, extending her respectful greeting. Observing her, Chu Feng inquired with a hint of indifference, "You summoned me. What is your purpose?" Luo Hanyan's enchanting gaze flickered, stealing glances at Chu Feng's striking appearance, particularly those blood-red eyes that instilled a sense of dread within her. She was astounded. She had truly succeeded in summoning the ancestral demon, and his true form was nothing short of exquisite. Without hesitation, she responded, "Ancestral demon, the fortunes of the ancient Sky Peng clan have dwindled. I seek your precious blood to restore their fortunes. I implore you to grant my request." The fortunes of the ancient Sky Peng clan have dwindled? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering if this was the doing of the celestial scrolls. He did not refuse but recalled something, asking softly, "Are you the current matriarch of the ancient Sky Peng clan?" Luo Hanyan gently inclined her snow-white neck, replying, "I am the matriarch's mother." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "What is the relation between you and the martial emperor?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of pride. She had not anticipated that even the embodiment of the demon ancestor had heard of her son's name. With a sense of triumph, she lifted her exquisite visage and declared, "Indeed, it is my son. What a remarkable individual he is." Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe that the formidable martial emperor had such a mature and alluring mother. A thought flickered through his mind, and he casually inquired, "If you desire my blood essence, are you prepared to pay the price?" This was not merely his intent, but a necessary procedure in response to the summoning. The previous offerings were solely for the purpose of sacrifice. To gain the demon ancestor's assistance, a different price was to be paid. Luo Hanyan had long since made her preparations. "O demon ancestor, I am of the ancient heavenly rock lineage, possessing an unparalleled bloodline, my cultivation having reached the late stage of quasi-emperor. Should you be willing to bestow upon me your blood essence, I shall willingly offer my body and soul, entering into an eternal servant contract with you." As these words left her lips, the black veil enveloping her form fell away, revealing her perfect and unparalleled physique. Chu Feng was left in utter disbelief. Is the culture of the ancient heavenly rock tribe truly so unpretentious? I merely came to pay a visit to the martial emperor. And you, being his mother, dare to entertain such intentions towards me? Is there truly no sense of justice or law remaining in this world? Chapter 75. The Path to Death in the Realm of Xuanjia. At the entrance of the Divine Tree Sea Passage, several powerful beings of saintly stature gathered, surrounding a robust, round-faced man. "Great Saint Sima, did we not agree to band together and venture into the new world to expand our territories and achieve sanctity? Why have you taken on the role of a gatekeeper here?" One saint implored earnestly, while the others cast anxious glances in his direction. "I am not going. If you wish to go, do so on your own. I have reformed and now kneel before the thigh of the Emperor of Heaven," Sibu Dao replied impatiently, swatting the air as if shooing away flies. "Let me reiterate, Do not refer to me as Great Saint Sima. I no longer bear that name." The assembly of saints fell silent, incredulous. This detestable fellow had been the most fervent just a short while ago, yet now he clung to the Emperor of Heaven's leg. Where was the justice in that? Seeing Sabu Dao's reluctance to depart, the saints could not help but inquire about the wedding ceremony that day. "Great Saint, is it true? Did the Emperor of Heaven truly serve all the guests a portion of the Enlightenment tea during the wedding? Surely not. While the Emperor is an unparalleled sovereign, the Enlightenment tea is a treasure of extraordinary rarity. With so many guests at the wedding, to meet such a standard would require over 5 pounds of it. What does that even mean? Even if the Emperor intended to provide it, given our Xuanjia's resources, we could not amass such an amount, even in ancient times. Great Saint, it stands to reason that only those as generous as you would be worthy to taste the Enlightenment tea. We all understand that the Chongxian Pavilion may have exaggerated their praises of the Emperor. Of course it's true, Sabu Dao retorted, as he cautiously retrieved a crumpled leaf from his sleeve, still glistening with remnants of the divine essence. This green leaf, slightly yellowed, bore the weight of burdens it should not have endured. Nevertheless, this portion of the war-damaged Enlightenment tea captivated the attention of the surrounding saints. I am well aware of your little schemes. Alas, the truth remains. Every guest present at the wedding received their share. Moreover, the quality of the Enlightenment tea bestowed by the Emperor is simply unparalleled. It is not comparable to our Xuanjia's version. If you choose to dwell in your own delusions and refuse to believe, then there is little I can do. As Sabu Dao pinched the tea leaf between his fingers, resembling a cigarette, he placed it between his lips and regarded the saints who gazed at him with longing eyes, speaking curtly. Upon hearing this, the saints exchanged glances, their expressions visibly pained, as if their souls had been lost. Many felt an overwhelming sense of regret. They had all been prepared outside the mountain gate that day, only to be thwarted by the unexpected arrival of a wealthy patron who freely distributed Enlightenment tea. Who could possibly withstand such temptation? In order to preserve their dignity, they departed on the spot. However, they were taken aback upon later learning of the news surrounding the wedding ceremony at the Chongxian Pavilion. The esteemed Chu Desheng, it turned out, was none other than the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. On that day, he had generously treated all attendees to Enlightenment tea. The pain was excruciating. Had they known earlier that he was the master of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, they would have gritted their teeth and offered some valuable gifts. Yet now, not only had they failed to make a favorable impression on the Heavenly Emperor Chu, but they had also missed out on the Enlightenment tea. The thought that many ordinary kings and powerful beings had partaken in it left these saints gasping for breath from the agony. One saint could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Is that truly the case? That is Enlightenment tea. How could the Heavenly Emperor be so generous at a mere concubine's wedding?" Observing the distress that rendered him nearly incoherent, Sabudo shot him a glare and pointed at him with his fingers still holding the Enlightenment tea, saying, "In Sheng, I advise you to refrain from spewing nonsense here. You are treading a path toward your own demise." In Sheng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected reaction. "What have I done? I merely spoke casually. How could that lead to such dire consequences?" Sabudo sneered. Although the Heavenly Emperor is a supreme being, he is also amicable, valuing friendships and loyalty. The Lady of Nangong, merely a concubine of the Heavenly Emperor, achieved sainthood on that day. Do you truly believe that was mere coincidence? Very well, you are indeed a great sage. But your flattery is excessive. A mere concubine, and you elevate her to the status of Lady of the Master. A female saint remarked with jealousy. I have heard that this miracle was bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor. The assembly of saints fell silent. Achieving sainthood is akin to scaling the heavens during their own ascensions. Each had faced near-fatal trials before finally attracting the bridge to sainthood and gaining the recognition of the Heavenly Tao. Yet, that lady, Nangong Qin, had seemingly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, capturing the attention of the Heavenly Emperor and attaining sainthood directly at the wedding ceremony, leaving them utterly astounded. Many among them had sensed the bridge to sainthood that day, eager to witness it up close, only to find that no signs of activity could be perceived in the direction of the Chongxian Pavilion. Sabudo, however, chuckled once more, taking a sip of the Enlightenment tea. You are only aware of one aspect, oblivious to the other. The Lady of Nangong had previously sustained severe injuries, with her path to sainthood seemingly severed. She was thought incapable of achieving it. On the day of the wedding ceremony, The Heavenly Emperor summoned the bridge to sainthood and personally reopened the path to the celestial realm for her. What tremendous power that entails! A saint expressed disbelief. This cannot be. If her path was obstructed, even summoning the bridge to sainthood would not garner the heavenly Tao's approval. Subuto proclaimed with pride, such is the reasoning. Yet before the Heavenly Emperor, even reason must yield. The Heavenly Emperor personally intervened to safeguard the Lady of Nangong's path, compelling even the Heavenly Tao to retreat. His declaration was filled with bravado, as though he himself had forced the Heavenly Tao to withdraw. In truth, the reason Subuto chose to unhesitatingly align himself with Chu Feng was precisely due to the matter of Nangong Qin's attainment of sainthood. The offering of enlightenment tea was a clear indication of the Heavenly Emperor's wealth. He was willing to offend the Heavenly Tao to aid Nangong Qin in achieving sainthood, demonstrating the Heavenly Emperor's deep-seated values of loyalty and affection. In the discerning gaze of Subuto, those who are both emotionally invested and affluent, possessing formidable strength, appear to have drifted through life only to finally encounter a wise sovereign. Upon hearing this, the assembled saints fell into a profound silence. Each one of them, having attained sainthood, was not foolish. They grasped why Subuto would assert that the hidden saint had chosen a perilous path. For the sake of a mere concubine, he dared to offend the heavenly way, a testament to Nangong Qin's esteemed position in the heart of the Emperor of the Chu. The earlier flippant remarks of the hidden saint, if disseminated, would indeed lead to his demise. They cast sympathetic glances towards the hidden saint, only to discover him standing there in a daze, occasionally licking his lips, his eyes clouded with confusion. What is the hidden saint doing, rendered speechless in shock? Could it be that this rascal has achieved enlightenment? The other saints gazed at him in disbelief, suddenly comprehending something. Their eyes converging on the Tao understanding tea leaves delicately held between Subuto's fingers, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Subuto was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. By heavens, this impudent boy has shamelessly partaken of my sacred essence. The saints were now convinced of the extraordinary quality of this Tao understanding tea. The hidden saint was renowned as a prodigy within the mystical realm, having been stuck at the saintly threshold for many years. It was astonishing that he could now enter a state of enlightenment. At this juncture, Subuto seemed to ponder deeply, as if struck by inspiration. He fished out a small, dark spherical object. The Emperor himself is a treasure trove. I cannot discern any significance in this black sphere, though I have been warned against consuming it. Licking it was not expressly forbidden, was it? Before this group of saints had come to disturb him, he had spent the past few days manifesting 77 avatars to guard the mystical realm's passage, utterly bored. With time on his hands, Subuto had resorted to studying the black sphere, yet had gleaned nothing, save for an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from within. The hidden saint's interference suddenly sparked inspiration in him. This black sphere must be a precious artifact. Perhaps licking it might yield some fortuitous opportunity? What is this object? Great Sage Subuto? Inquired a female saint. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the black sphere in his grasp. Subuto replied with an air of solemnity. It is the black sphere of the Emperor. The black sphere? What an odd name. The saints furrowed their brows. The more extravagant the name, the lesser the quality. They redirected their attention to the Tao understanding tea leaves held by Subuto. Noticing their indifference, he scoffed and proclaimed loudly, "This black sphere is a sacred artifact bestowed upon me by the Emperor of the Chu for my protection." By the heavens, bestowed by the Emperor of the Chu. The female saint's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What an elegant name. It sounds truly extraordinary. Great Sage Subuto, may I hold it? The other saints eagerly chimed in. I wish to touch it too, just for a moment. Subuto proudly cradled the treasure in his arms, declaring possessively, "Begone. This is the exclusive treasure of this great sage. Do not even think about it." The saints, feeling despondent, contemplated whether to engage in further discourse with Sibao, as acquiring a bit of the great sage's essence would undoubtedly be a remarkable gain. At that moment, from the depths of the divine tree sea passage, towering mountains and vast seas, an overwhelming aura of terror, profound and unfathomable, surged forth from every corner of the mysterious realm, pressing ominously towards the Xuanjia. Chapter 76. Mother. What is she doing now? The overwhelming aura of terror from the opposite side of the passage surged forth like a tsunami, flooding the corridor with an uncontainable force. Moments ago, the sages of the Xian realm were engaged in light-hearted banter. Now, whether it was the Grand Sage Sabuto or the others, they all appeared as though doused with icy water, frozen in shock. What was this? The presence of a Grand Sage? At least 100 such auras. No, it was several hundred. The sages turned pale, exchanging fearful glances as they beheld the pitch-black expanse at the end of the passage, their eyes bulging, sweat cascading down their brows. In that instant, they sensed countless entities, far beyond their own strength, emerging from the opposing passage. They didn't even need to discern the realms of those beings. Anyone stronger than them was simply deemed a Grand Sage, for the distinction held no relevance. Crushing them would be as effortless as swatting a fly. Even the enlightened sage, who had been deep in contemplation, was jolted awake by the overwhelming aura, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he uttered in sheer terror, "It's over. It's all over. Sabuto, you were right. The demons on the other side will eventually seek vengeance. I should not have waited for you. I should have fled like Gusheng and the others. Now it's too late." With tears welling in his eyes, he glanced at the similarly stunned Sabuto, muttering as ripples began to form beneath his feet, turning to flee. "Run." The other sages, trembling with fear, quickly followed suit upon witnessing his retreat, hastening toward the edge of the world. They sought to escape the Xian realm immediately, aiming to find refuge in a smaller world akin to the Bamboo realm before seeking further sanctuary elsewhere. With so many Grand Sage demons on the other side of the passage, the Xian realm, even with the presence of Emperor Chu, would surely meet its demise. It was merely a matter of time. Sabuto, observing the panicked exodus of the sages, felt his face drain of color. He understood the gravity of the situation far better than they did, for the auras emanating from the other side were not those of mere Grand Sages. They were the presence of Sage Kings. Each aura radiated strength surpassing even his own late-stage Grand Sage capabilities. What was even more horrifying was that among the 77 passages he was guarding, each one was resonating with that dreadful aura to varying degrees. The least of them harbored hundreds. Heavens above, why must I, a mere gatekeeper, endure such overwhelming terror? Despite the paralyzing fear within, Sabuto found his legs weighed down as though encased in lead, unable to flee immediately. All his avatars were fixated on the passage's entrance. Gripping a black basketball tightly in his hands, his voice rising in desperate cries, "Emperor Chu, help me please." Yet, the figure of Chu Feng did not materialize. Instead, the atmosphere at the end of the passage shifted dramatically, the ominous presence intensifying. On the other side of the Xian realm lay the Tianlang realm, or rather, what remained of it, a near-obliterated wasteland. This realm was shrouded in darkness, akin to the cosmos, perpetually battered by storms. Without the strength of a sage, merely surviving in this desolate world was an arduous challenge. Yet, in this world that ought to be abandoned, shadows abound, with countless formidable beings clad in armor, wielding golden spears, mounted on fearsome dragons, stationed at every colossal passageway. The great sage of the Tsang wolf, once a native of the celestial wolf realm, narrowly escaped perishing when this world faced a cataclysmic meteor shower that claimed even the life of the Tsang wolf clan's chieftain. Fortuitously, he evaded disaster and, due to his familiarity with the terrain, has been summoned to serve as a guide. He gazes in awe at the formidable figures surrounding him, his eyes filled with yearning. Is this truly the mightiest divine martial army of our celestial demon realm? It is terrifying. Those who can join the divine martial army must at the very least be sage kings. The treasures adorning their bodies are all of the sacred tier, and even their steeds are of the great sage level. Is this the celestial might of His Majesty the Martial Emperor? The great sage of the Tsang wolf lifts his gaze to the immense heavenly carriage drawn by 9 colossal dragons, where the Martial Emperor, whom he had the fortune to see before, sits in a somber black robe, gazing down upon the world with a detached demeanor. All the powerful beings present, no matter how arrogant or boastful, must bow their proud heads in the presence of the Martial Emperor. The last time, the Martial Emperor appeared so disheveled. It seems it was merely an accident. This is the true Martial Emperor. It is said that this time, His Majesty has sent 4 avatars. In addition to the divine martial army, there are also 4 great legions. This world on the other side seems to be worth it. The great sage of the Tsang wolf muses, his heart racing with excitement. At this moment, a tiger-headed sage king riding a dragon descends before him. Gazing at him with an indifferent expression, Song Wolf, Lord Shukuan wishes to see you. Lord Shukuan? The unparalleled powerhouse of the central domain. The right hand of the martial emperor. That Song Wolf's heart stirs, suppressing his excitement, and follows the sage king through the ranks of the army, ascending to the heavens. Lord Shukuan, with flowing silver hair cascading elegantly from his forehead, possesses an extraordinarily handsome visage. His gaze lightly rests upon the Song Wolf. Song Wolf, I have heard you have been to the world on the other side. Share your knowledge of it with me. The Song Wolf prostrates himself on the ground, responding respectfully. Lord Shukuan, the world on the other side is called the Xian realm, which is connected to the original celestial wolf realm by 77 passages. When my clan first sent our young men into the Xian realm, they encountered a great calamity and perished entirely. Lord Shukuan furrows his brow. Get to the point. What is the strength of this calamity? How many quasi-emperors and emperors does the Xian realm possess? The Song Wolf is taken aback. Quasi-emperors and emperors. Shouldn't you consider what you are saying? If the Xian realm has so many formidable figures, how would our celestial wolf clan dare to venture there? Observing his stammering, Lord Shukuan displays displeasure. Beside him, the tiger-headed sage king remarks, My lord, this fellow is merely a great sage, an insignificant creature, incapable of possessing significant information. In my opinion, with our celestial demon forces advancing today, we should consolidate those 77 passages into one. I am willing to serve as the vanguard, leading a band of brothers to boldly charge through, in honor of His Majesty. Lord Shukuan strokes his chin thoughtfully. His Majesty is evidently enraged, deploying a significant portion of the celestial demon realm's forces. In his view, such an extensive army is unnecessary. The divine martial army alone would suffice, especially with His Majesty's avatar overseeing the operation. It is indeed appropriate to crush the enemy with dignity, showcasing the might of the celestial demons. He spoke, commanding, take him down. His Majesty places great importance on the Xian realm this time. To prevent any emperor or semi-emperor from escaping, I shall personally lead the charge to cleanse the Xian realm. The Shukong Marquis's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He is the sharpest blade in the hands of the martial emperor and must be the first to unsheathe it. After making his decision, he approached one of the martial emperor's avatars to confer with him. Go forth. Annihilate the Xian realm along with the heavenly Tao. Capture that formidable beast for me. The martial emperor, seated upon his celestial chariot, listened to the Shukong Marquis's plans and waved his hand in acquiescence. He was well aware of the situation in the Xian realm. It was merely a primitive and insignificant realm, harboring a single formidable beast that had fortuitously inherited the legacy of the immortal path. Leading the army to press upon it was not solely for the purpose of capturing the beast. It was also to demonstrate the martial emperor's celestial might and eradicate the recent negative repercussions caused by the great misfortune technique. Simultaneously, it would ensure that the formidable beast had no chance of escape. The Shukong Marquis knelt, exclaiming yes. Watching him depart, the martial emperor squinted towards the central domain. Mother, what is she doing now? Once the cycle of heavenly flames in the central domain has concluded, I should send an avatar to investigate. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of unease as he recalled Luo Hanyan. However, reassured by the presence of 3 avatars stationed in the central domain, he dismissed the thought as merely a side effect of the great misfortune technique. The thunderous roar resounded through the 77 passages. The Shukong Marquis, in alliance with several other semi-emperors, unleashed a series of formidable treasures, converging the 77 passages. To the Xian realm, this was a fantastical notion. Yet for the celestial demon realm, seasoned by years of warfare across various realms, it was a well-established methodology, culminating in the formation of an exceedingly vast passage. Kill. With a single command, countless figures surged forth behind him, their presence overwhelming, shaking the heavens and earth. The first wave of celestial demon realm elites charged into the passage, a display of immense power. Thousands of Saint Kings, 5 semi-emperors, and the pinnacle semi-emperor, the Shukong Marquis. Dead for sure, dead for sure. At the opposite end of the passage, the soul warrior, Sibuto, watched in horror as the 77 passages safeguarding the Xian realm suddenly transformed, merging into a massive tunnel, exuding a far more terrifying aura. Anyone else would have been paralyzed with fear. The Emperor of Chu had yet to arrive. Sibuto, being a late-stage great saint, would not crumble so easily. With a mournful expression, he glanced down at the dampness in his trousers and muttered to himself, I'm sorry, Emperor Chu. My frail body can only withstand this much. I'll toss a black piece and flee. You surely won't hold it against me, right? With a determined gritting of teeth and a firm stomp, Sib Dao beheld the first figure emerging from the passage, a silver-haired individual parting their locks. Charging forth on a colossal dragon, the atmosphere became electrified. In a sudden flourish, a basketball belonging to Kuriko ignited with black smoke, rolling conspicuously into the expansive corridor. The leading figure, the esteemed Su Kuan-ho, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the small black sphere burst forth. What is this? He mused. With a sweeping motion, he struck down upon the basketball. A moment of historic significance was born. As Su Kuan-ho's hand met the ball, an explosive sound resonated through the air. Boom. Instantly, the basketball erupted, releasing a torrent of black light, cascading with gentle ripples. Sensing the mottled aura within the passage, it unleashed a series of dark undulations, reminiscent of a tide, bringing forth an overwhelming silence. Thousands of Saint Kings perished. 5 quasi-emperors suffered grievous fates. 2 lost their lives, while 3 were grievously wounded. Su Kuan-ho bore severe injuries. Chapter 77. Almost full 77 portals of the mystic realm are in turmoil. The mountains and seas are boiling, and the heavens are changing color. For the beings of the mystic realm, anyone with cultivation above the great ability level can sense the dramatic commotion. At the Chongshin Pavilion, Elder Jiang soared into the air, gazing into the distance in shock. What has transpired? Is there a problem with the portal? Nangongqin's delicate brows furrowed as she appeared at the heavenly gate. Looking down, why has the portal at Mount Wan disappeared? Elder Jiang, has there been any response from Master C? He didn't have the time to reply. Bai Sheng, Nangongqin turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. Perhaps he had no chance to respond. It was time to flee, for the enemy was advancing, and without that fellow present, no one in the mystic realm could withstand them. Another figure emerged, Bai Xiner, her complexion ashen, dark and oppressive. Currently a guest at the Chongshin Pavilion, she was, in fact, the most formidable being in the mystic realm. The moment the portal had shown signs of disturbance, she had already sensed the ominous aura from the other side. A vast number of demon clans were approaching. She distinctly perceived that the first wave coming through was composed of beings at the Saint King level, with some even exuding the aura of quasi-emperors. What on earth is happening? Where has that fellow gone to revel in leisure? After tossing a remark to Nangongqin, Bai Xiner turned to leave, determined to hasten towards the Tianwu minor realm. Suddenly, Elder Jiang spoke. Master C has replied to me. He said that there is a minor disturbance with the portal, but it is not a significant issue. We should remain calm. Bai Xiner halted, stunned. C. Budo is still alive. A minor disturbance, not significant? Are you trying to deceive a ghost? This incursion by the demon clans is clearly different from the last. With the terrifying might of the heavenly demon realm bearing down, a mere great saint is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even that fellow would have to retreat. Just as she was bewildered, an exhilarating voice resonated throughout the mystic realm. The Emperor Chu has slain 10 Saint Kings at the Two Realms portal. The Emperor Chu has slain 50 Saint Kings at the Two Realms portal. The Emperor Chu has slain 100 Saint Kings at the Two Realms portal. What? All the powerful beings of the mystic realm were dumbfounded. What? The Emperor Chu has appeared. He has slain 100 Saint Kings? This is outrageous. With C. Budo's great saint cultivation, his voice reverberated across the entire mystic realm. From the fleeing saints to the oblivious ordinary cultivators, upon hearing this thunderous announcement, they involuntarily looked up in astonishment. Even more absurdly, C. Budo's voice was relentless. He sounded like a broken record, continuously repeating the mechanical announcement, merely changing the numbers. In the blink of an eye, 300 Saint Kings had perished at his lips. Even more terrifying was the exuberance in his voice, growing more animated with each proclamation, as if he had been invigorated by some elixir. The hidden saints, who had previously fled, were profoundly shaken upon hearing this voice. After all, they had personally sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the other side. To their astonishment, just as they departed, the celestial Emperor Chu made his appearance. How many were there? 150 Saint Kings? 200? It was utterly overwhelming. What on earth had transpired? Should they go and investigate? Perhaps the Celestial Emperor could indeed vanquish the invading demons. They deliberated among themselves, stealthily following the voice of C. Budo to the entrance of the passageway. At that moment, C. Budo's round face was flushed with excitement, his eyes wide open as he energetically continued to broadcast to the beings of the Xian realm, resembling an animated monkey. He was genuinely exhilarated. What had just occurred? A mere basketball, so small, was tossed, and then the passage exploded. It was astonishing. All the invading demons fell silent, perishing right before him. This left C. Budo both thrilled and terrified. My goodness, the power of this basketball gifted by the Celestial Emperor is truly formidable. I even contemplated licking it. If I had gotten too excited and caused it to explode, I would have been utterly finished. After calming his emotions and drying his shorts, C. Budo gazed into the eerily silent passage, overwhelmed with joy. However, he quickly realized that such a monumental event could not be enjoyed alone. It was far better to share this delight with everyone in the Xian realm. As the self-proclaimed king of clingers, he possessed a keen awareness that it was not he who had defeated the invading demons, but rather the basketball bestowed by the Celestial Emperor. Having recalled the earlier rumors regarding the Emperor's blunder, C. Budo shouted with fervor, broadcasting the news wildly. Baishiner was the first to arrive. Her peach blossom eyes scanned the surroundings, but she did not see Chu Feng. Shocked, she turned to C. Budo and asked, "Where's the Celestial Emperor? Has he gone to confront them?" Her gaze fell upon the passageway, where she noticed that the 77 passages had astonishingly merged into one, now shrouded in thick black smoke and chaos, fully torn apart with storms raging within. Baishiner's pupils constricted as she recognized a familiar figure within the passage, the Void Kuan Marquis. Why was he here? Was he leading the assault on the Xian realm? Her expression darkened suddenly. The Void Kuan Marquis had only been slightly inferior to her at her peak, and now, after so many years, he was likely on the verge of attaining the status of a great emperor. He was the most loyal follower of the Martial Emperor, if he had arrived. The Martial Emperor would undoubtedly place great importance on the Xian realm. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Baishiner's face turned pale. The turmoil within the passage was visibly starting to subside. Several familiar figures emerged, accompanied by a multitude of Saint Kings. The Martial Emperor's countenance was ashen. The clamor at the end of the passage was deafening, as if it feared that he might not hear it. The name of the Emperor of the Sky, Chu Tiandi, was indeed a title of great malevolence. Such arrogance to dare to assume the name of an emperor. The Martial Emperor's gaze turned icy as he brandished an immense, malevolent halberd imbued with an overwhelming aura. Behind him, countless phantoms materialized, exuding formidable might, charging forth into the passageway. Baishiner, her throat parched, turned to C. Budo and urged, "Flee at once. The Quasi-Emperor, or perhaps the Great Emperor, has arrived." C. Budo was taken aback by her words. The recently arrived figures, including the Hidden Sage and Nangong Qin, also caught her voice. Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor? Are these titles meant for us to hear? They gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from the passage and felt a chill enveloping their limbs. Do not panic. Yet, C. Budo, upon hearing Baishiner's words, felt a surge of anxiety. Trembling, he produced a black basketball and flung it into the tunnel. What was that peculiar object he had thrown? Baishiner stared incredulously as the black sphere floated into the passageway. Boom, boom. An unprecedented cataclysm unfolded within the passage. The Quasi-Emperor fell. The Void Kuan Marquis perished. The Martial Emperor's avatar was vanquished. The passage collapsed. Chu Tiandi, amidst the dual realms, obliterated 3 Quasi-Emperors. Chu Tiandi, amidst the dual realms, vanquished 5 Quasi-Emperors. Chu Tiandi, amidst the dual realms, annihilated 10 Quasi-Emperors. C. Budo's piercing explosion reverberated throughout the Xian realm. At the Tai Kuan Palace, Chu Feng found himself ensnared by 2 delicate, porcelain-like hands around his neck. The heavenly Peng soared swiftly. The heavenly Peng soared swiftly. Chu Tiandi was employing his newly acquired talent to subdue demons and vanquish evil. The destined protagonist, the Martial Emperor's confidant, has perished, resulting in a loss of fortune and a decrease of 20,000 in destiny value. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The morale of the Martial Emperor's legion has plummeted, leading to a loss of fortune and a decrease of 10,000 in destiny value. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. The death of the martial emperor's avatar has caused a significant loss of fortune and a decrease of 100,000 in destiny value. You have obtained 3 destiny treasure chests. Suddenly, the system's notification rang out inopportunely. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. A soul-stirring, gentle voice echoed, "My lord, the demon ancestor. Why have you paused?" Instinctively, Chu Feng replied, "It's almost full." "Almost full? What do you mean?" Luo Hanyan was taken aback, puzzled by his words. Chu Feng sensed the eternal gate within him, the primordial star pearl, which should have contained only a thin layer of the Xian realm's essence, had unexpectedly surged past the halfway mark, an astonishing phenomenon. P.S. A chapter will be added tonight. I am in the process of writing it. Chapter 78. Stealing home. Chu Feng squinted, sensing the fluctuations of the eternal gate, and suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation in the Xian realm. It appears that significant events have transpired. Martial Emperor, how ungracious of you. I came with good intentions to offer my condolences, yet you have pilfered my ancestral home. In light of this, do not blame me for being uncivil. Chu Feng's eyes turned icy, his heart brimming with displeasure. Before him stood a beautiful woman, her smooth, fair shoulder adorned with a vividly lifelike mark, an intricate design that formed the character Chu. This mark was a slave seal, a price to be paid for Luo Hanyan's request for his ancestral blood. With this seal, the matriarch of the Kunping clan could be commanded at will. Chu Feng instructed, "I have bestowed upon you a greater quantity of this essence. It may not only enhance the fortunes of our ancestral tomb, but also bolster your son's vitality." The maid understood. Luo Hanyan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her exquisite oval face radiating gratitude. The ancestral being was far more agreeable than she had anticipated. According to their original agreement, only a single drop of the ancestral blood was required. Yet the ancestor had graciously left several drops. Even considering her child, truly a testament to the benevolence of our ancestral lineage. This was also a reflection of her child's extraordinary fortune to have such blessings bestowed upon him. Based on Luo Hanyan's calculations, with the aid of the ancestral blood, her son's 9th avatar could be established, which she believed would bring him great joy. She personally draped a black robe, emanating divine light, around Chu Feng and bowed, saying, "On behalf of my child, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the ancestral being." Chu Feng felt a stir within. "Child," he mused, "Martial Emperor, I never expected you to possess such an endearing side." He offered Luo Hanyan a gentle smile, raising his hand. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." As the summoning time elapsed, was it time to return to the celestial realm? Luo Hanyan's expression turned serious as she watched Chu Feng's figure vanish, silently lamenting that the ancestral being was indeed a good person. Departing from the Tian Kuan ancient star, Chu Feng had no intention of returning to the Xian realm. He unleashed the speed of the heavenly Peng, transforming into a terrifying primordial Peng and traversing the vast cosmos. Arriving at the heart of the boundless central domain, there stood an awe-inspiring colossal city, resembling a slumbering ancient beast, quietly lying between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying majesty that instilled reverence. Above the city, 2 ancient characters, Martial Emperor, glimmered like divine flames. The towering city walls reached for the clouds, seemingly aiming to touch the stars in the 9th heavens. The walls were etched with archaic runes, each radiating a mysterious luminescence. At this moment, the Martial Emperor's city was engulfed in night, the runes on the walls shimmering with brilliant light, illuminating the entire city as if it were day. Truly, it was the central divine city of the celestial demon realm, bustling with life beyond any place in the Xian realm. Chu Feng gazed down at the Martial Emperor's city, a slight smile playing on his lips. The city was a labyrinth of intersecting buildings, each structure adorned with intricate Kunping motifs. In the streets, demons moved about freely, and a casual glance revealed that many among them were of saintly stature. At the heart of the Wudi city stands a magnificent palace that soars into the clouds. Every column of the palace is forged from exquisite divine gold, and the roof is adorned with countless brilliant celestial crystals, emitting a radiance that immediately captivates the attention of any formidable warrior entering the Wudi city. Similarly, this illumination coalesces into the 4 grand characters of Wudi Huangdian, narrating the extraordinary status of its master. This place is splendid, Chu Feng thought, growing increasingly pleased. Suddenly, he unleashed a ferocious imperial aura that swept across the entire Wudi city. In the next instant, the fiery symbol of martial prowess above the city transformed into the heavens. The glowing characters of Wudi Huangdian gradually distorted, morphing into Tiandidian. Within Wudi City, countless top-tier warriors from the celestial demon realm lay in wait. This transformation ignited chaos akin to oil meeting fire. A thunderous uproar erupted. Who dares to wreak havoc in Wudi City? Who would challenge the imperial authority of Wudi? Courting death? Figures radiating terrifying energy emerged from every corner of Wudi City, barking commands with fierce authority. The overwhelming murderous intent shattered the previously lively atmosphere within the city. How noisy! Chu Feng frowned, dismissively waving his hand. The figures, akin to dumplings falling from a pot, instantly lost their vitality. The arriving warriors gazed in astonishment at the black-cloaked man striding through the heavens, descending toward the Wudi Huangdian. Inside the Wudi Huangdian, opulence reigned supreme. The floor was covered with thick carpets crafted from the hides of quasi-emperor-level demon beasts. Exquisite murals adorned the surrounding walls, brimming with boundless spiritual energy. Towering columns bore intricate carvings depicting ancient heavenly eagles hunting colossal dragons, vivid and lifelike. As Chu Feng stepped into the Wudi Huangdian, the ancient heavenly eagles depicted on the columns suddenly manifested, letting out startled cries and hastily fleeing the hall like frightened sparrows. The arriving warriors from the celestial demon realm looked on in disbelief, their expressions darkening. What troubled them further was the black-cloaked man, calmly ascending the staircase under their watchful gaze, his steps steady and powerful, causing the entire hall to tremble with each footfall. Chu Feng approached the central throne, a symbol of Wudi's authority, and casually seated himself, leaning back with an air of nonchalance, his brows arched defiantly, exuding an aura of indifference. From this day forth, this Tiandi city belongs to me, he stated, his voice calm yet infused with boundless arrogance and dominion. In that moment, he became the sole sovereign of this grand hall and the Tiandi city. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chu Feng's gaze radiated infinite divine authority, sweeping across the assembly like an unparalleled divine sword piercing the hearts of all present. The hall fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by the man's audacious arrogance. After a brief pause, a white-haired quasi-emperor of the monkey clan bellowed in fury, preposterous. This is the Wu Emperor City, not the Heavenly Emperor City. Where do you hail from? Humph. Chu Feng's eyes turned a deep crimson as he cast a fleeting glance at him. This monkey clan quasi-emperor fell on the spot. Who supports this? Who opposes? Chu Feng remained nonchalant, casually speaking once more. The hall fell into a profound silence, inexplicably filled with a sense of dread. They gazed in astonishment at the man in the black robe who dared to challenge the authority of the Wu Emperor. Who would be audacious enough to act so recklessly within the imperial hall? At that moment, an icy, bone-chilling voice resonated from outside the hall, imbued with boundless killing intent. A manifestation of the Wu Emperor entered, his hair and beard standing on end, with golden wings behind him trembling like thunder. He strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, fixing his gaze upon the man in the hall, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming murderous aura. Behind him, countless figures emerged, exuding immense pressure. The Wu Emperor City was thrown into turmoil. The arrival of these guests was far more than just a mere manifestation of the Wu Emperor. Chu Feng raised his chin slightly, staring down at the Wu Emperor with a disdainful gaze, and coolly retorted, "Bower, who granted you the audacity to act so brazenly before me?" Chapter 79. No respect. I am your father. The originally icy countenance of the martial emperor darkened further upon hearing Chu Feng's audacious proclamation, his aura erupting like a boiling flame. Seeking death, he thundered, as if pierced at the core. The martial emperor's eyes glinted with overwhelming murderous intent as he pointed at Chu Feng, commanding, "Get down. Which ancestral clan do you hail from? Today, I shall annihilate your 9 clans. Treasure? The powerful beings from the celestial demon realm behind the martial emperor were rendered speechless. Who was this treasure? The martial emperor's childhood name was a taboo, known only within the ancient celestial Peng clan. Many among them wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The members of the ancient celestial Peng clan beside the martial emperor turned pale with shock. What audacity! This reckless madman not only dares to encroach upon the throne of the martial emperor, but also has the gall to utter his childhood name. Have you grown tired of living? Those daring enough to be present were either aspiring emperors or members of the ancient celestial Peng clan. As loyal subordinates, they could never feign ignorance while their leader was ridiculed. Regardless of their leader's thoughts, the younger siblings must exhibit their initiative. The martial emperor was invincible, supreme, the sovereign that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Indeed, the first emperor throughout history. When the martial emperor emerged, who would dare challenge him? Do not seek your own demise. The powerful beings behind the martial emperor roared in unison, bolstering his presence. No respect. I am your father. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as a hand, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, struck the martial emperor's cold visage. The towering figure of the martial emperor was sent flying like a mere sandbag. The speed of this strike was so swift that none present could react in time. By the time they processed the event, the martial emperor had vanished from the hall, leaving them exchanging horrified glances as they fixated on the man cloaked in black upon the throne. What on earth? From whence has this god of slaughter emerged? So audacious, even the martial emperor was dealt a slap. Very well, you are impressive. I had not anticipated that our celestial demon realm would give rise to an emperor. No wonder you dared to covet my divine city. It was my oversight. Though the martial emperor had been sent flying, his voice reverberated once more. An emperor? A wave of astonishment swept through the gathered powerhouses. This man in black, so ferocious, so formidable, and yet so strikingly handsome. No wonder he was an emperor. Their faces turned ashen. At this moment, the weakest among the celestial demon realm's powerful beings present were peak Saint Kings. Thus, they understood the grandeur of an emperor. Had it not been for the martial emperor's past achievements in slaying emperors, they would have scattered in fear. An oversight? Chu Feng gazed down from his elevated position, observing the flickering shadows outside the hall as the martial emperor reappeared. This fellow truly was the fated protagonist. Even after such a humiliation, he maintained an air of superiority, as if he were the one who had delivered the slap. He remarked coolly, "It seems your body is not as resilient as your tongue." The crowd turned their gazes toward the martial emperor. In days of yore, the formidable martial emperor, once a paragon of supremacy, has returned once more. Yet, at this moment, his visage resembles that of a swollen pig, his resplendent armor conspicuously absent, his skin marred by fissures, with blood cascading forth. Even his wings have suffered the misfortune of being broken thrice. Despite the enigma surrounding his disheveled state, his loyal subordinates inexplicably perceive no fault in their tyrannical sovereign's demeanor. As the martial emperor becomes acutely aware of the gazes upon him, a chill envelopes his eyes, and a golden radiance cloaks his form, shrouding his humiliation and transforming him into a celestial being descended from the heavens. It is not that he cannot restore himself instantaneously. Rather, such an endeavor would lack cost-effectiveness. The emperor's strike, delivered with the force of a titan, was executed by merely a peak avatar of a quasi-emperor. The restoration of his injuries would not occur in haste. With the presence of the formidable beings, the lake crocodile, the celestial tiger, the Kuei Nyo, and the heavenly horse, the grand array of demon refinement is set into motion. Throughout his existence, whether in his previous life or this one, the martial emperor possesses an abundance of combat experience. Recognizing the adversary as a formidable foe, he deems further discourse unnecessary, for only the victors have the authority to inscribe history. He is but a fraction of his true self, temporarily incapable of prevailing against the emperor, which is entirely reasonable. Yet, what of the emperor? Merely an ant in comparison. His aspirations to ascend to the Tao could have been realized centuries ago. He simply held disdain for the notion of achieving the status of an ordinary emperor. Such profound foundations grant him myriad means to subdue even an emperor. Boom. As the martial emperor's thoughts crystallize, another hand descends upon him, reducing him to a mere pulp. Writhing upon the ground, engaging in conversation with your father while remaining distracted? Do you not comprehend that villains perish from excessive dialogue? The calm voice of Chu Feng resonates. You have usurped my imperial palace and dare to label me the villain? The martial emperor, bursting with golden light, struggles to rise, only to realize that of the 4 quasi-emperors he had summoned, 2 have already perished. The reason 2 remain is the formidable combat experience of Kuei Nyo and Heavenly Horse. Spare me, Your Majesty, do not be so harsh. The martial emperor has gone too far. The victim must be justly punished. Emperor Chu is invincible. Emperor Chu is supreme. Emperor Chu dominates the 9 heavens and suppresses the 10 realms, the foremost emperor throughout the annals of time. The 2 quasi-emperors, sensing the dire predicament, promptly unleash their profound abilities, kneeling in submission, their eloquence flowing forth in a powerful barrage, yet they remain at a disadvantage and are not vanquished. It is not solely these 2 quasi-emperors who resist with their lives. Even the members of the ancient Heavenly Peng clan within the hall, upon witnessing the astonishing clash between Chu Feng and the martial emperor, display expressions of trepidation. They bellow in unison, invoking their unparalleled innate talent, the Heavenly Peng's swift flight. With a flash of luminescence, like a Kunping electrifying the skies, they escape the hall in the blink of an eye, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. The martial emperor mutters. A horde of useless beings. Confronted with such a potent emperor, reliance on others proves futile. He must depend on himself. Come forth, he commands, writhing upon the ground, his voice a low rumble. The city of the Heavenly Emperor trembles, as an awe-inspiring aura ascends into the heavens. An unparalleled seal emerges, manifesting within the cosmos, inscribed with the silhouette of a terrifying figure, countless extraordinary phenomena materializing. This is the shadow of the progenitor of the demon race, with the most striking feature being the blood-red eyes of the demon ancestor etched upon the seal, exuding an air of dread. Oh, Chu Feng raises an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar essence emanating from this grand seal. The essence of the primordial. This grand seal is undeniably an imperial weapon of the primordial class, strikingly reminiscent of the Eternal Gate. However, the aura emanating from it, due to the vast disparity between the 2 worlds, surpasses that of the Eternal Gate by an overwhelming margin, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Merely this unparalleled seal renders the martial emperor invincible within the heavenly demon realm. As the monstrous seal manifests, the martial emperor swiftly rejuvenates, his aura surging exponentially. He has shattered the insurmountable barrier between the quasi-emperor and the great emperor. Early stage of the great emperor. Mid-stage. Late stage. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. This marks his first encounter with an adversary of comparable strength. At this moment, the martial emperor's aura is scarcely inferior to his own. Yet, the grand seal hovers above the martial emperor's head, cascading like a waterfall, continuously infusing boundless divine power into him. In this moment, the martial emperor's corporeal form radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, expanding into an ethereal manifestation. The heavenly emperor's city trembles, and the heavenly emperor palace shakes. An overwhelming presence creates an infinite space, severing the heavenly emperor palace from the heavenly emperor city, enveloping it within the seal. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed further. Truly, as the destined protagonist, he possesses remarkable prowess. Compared to him, Guyan is unworthy even to hold his shoes. The current martial emperor has transcended the late stage of the great emperor, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle. Even among great emperors, those wishing to triumph over the martial emperor wielding this monstrous seal in the heavenly demon realm face a bleak prospect. The martial emperor is invincible, supreme, reigning over the heavens and suppressing the earth, the foremost emperor throughout history. The 2 kneeling emperors, Niu and Ma, quickly sensed the shift in fortunes, their faces flushed. They bellowed and retreated, attempting to seize the opportunity to exit the imperial palace. Yet, in despair, they discovered that the world outside the heavenly emperor palace was shrouded in chaos, having been completely severed from the external realm, forcing them to witness this pinnacle contest of the heavenly demon realm. The martial emperor paid no heed to these minor figures, his majestic form towering like a divine being as he gazed down upon Chu Feng. Come, kneel before me. Do you believe you are worthy of my divine city? Chapter 80. The martial emperor takes great advantage. It appears you are brimming with confidence. A smirk curled at the corner of Chu Feng's lips as he slowly rose to his feet. His eyes abruptly turned a deep crimson, and countless intricate patterns surged forth, enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming and formidable aura. Behind him materialized a faint purple 9-tiered demon tower, radiating an imposing and enchanting light, the Tower of 10,000 Demons. A seemingly unremarkable supreme imperial artifact in Chu Feng's possession, it lay buried among heaps of scrap metal, mingling with numerous other discarded treasures of the saint and quasi-imperial grades. This supreme imperial artifact possessed an extraordinary function, which Chu Feng referred to as a specialized assault against demonkind. Any demon with a bloodline within the imperial domain would be constrained by the Tower of 10,000 Demons, automatically suppressing their realm by one level. As the tower emerged, the pale purple radiance enveloped the martial emperor. His ever-expanding realm was instantaneously locked in the late stage of the great emperor level. The martial emperor's expression turned frostbitten, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he fixated on the tower, exclaiming, "A splendid treasure, this emperor shall claim it." He advanced with great strides, unleashing a devastating punch. Endless patterns erupted from his fist, akin to a cataclysmic star, hurtling towards Chu Feng's face. Even though his realm was suppressed by the tower, the demon patterns cascading down, bestowing him with boundless confidence. Who grants you such audacity? Chu Feng did not retreat an inch, gazing at the martial emperor's onslaught. The demonic ancestor-s scripture activated, unleashing an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon the martial emperor. The supreme bloodline of the demon race radiated unfathomable celestial might, compelling all demons to bow. The martial emperor's aura weakened considerably. Midway through the great emperor level, the martial emperor's world-shattering punch suddenly faltered, akin to an introverted individual striking a concrete wall. With a crack, the martial emperor, bearing the weight of the demon patterns, was sent sprawling. By the heavens, the demonic ancestor has returned. The bull and horse emperors let out piercing cries, the aura of the demonic ancestor entwined with the Tower of 10,000 Demons, affecting not only the martial emperor, but causing both quasi-emperors to falter under the dual pressure, struggling to maintain even the realm of a holy king. Yet, their thoughts were consumed by one singular focus: the demonic ancestor, the source of all demon bloodlines. Legends spoke of them having entered the celestial domain long ago, journeying to the celestial realm. Yet, here they were, witnessing the demonic ancestor in the demon realm. At this moment, both quasi-emperors realized that all previous utterances of the demonic ancestor were no longer mere folly. The demonic ancestor is the progenitor of all demonkind. For the martial emperor to call him father, what a tremendous advantage. The bull and horse emperors were utterly flabbergasted. After a brief silence, they raised their voices in fervent exclamation. Demonic ancestor, mighty and majestic. Demonic ancestor, imposing and awe-inspiring. Martial emperor, do not defy. Just call him father. We implore you. Even Chu Feng found his attention momentarily captured by their fervent cries. These two bulls and horses are indeed remarkable talents. The transition of factions was astonishingly seamless. Even the formidable Sea Bao would find it challenging to contend with. Are you the ancestor of demons? You have descended from the celestial realm. The figure of the martial emperor reappeared, feeling the overwhelming aura of the ancestor of demons emanating from Chu Feng. His bloodlines were suppressed to the utmost degree. It was an oppression that resonated from the depths of his soul and bloodline, rendering him akin to a creature ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobilized and unable to extricate himself. Particularly striking were those blood-red eyes, their gazes interlocking. The martial emperor discerned that these crimson orbs were identical to the demon eyes upon his own heavenly seal, perfectly aligned. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, leading the martial emperor to realize that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He was engulfed in profound shock, for he was acutely aware that prior to his seizing of another's body, during his time as a true immortal in the celestial realm, he had heard tales of the ancestor of demons. The ancestor was indeed a paramount figure within the celestial domain. During his tenure in the celestial realm, he had never beheld the ancestor's visage. Based on his conjectures, it was highly probable that the current ancestor of demons had ascended to the rank of celestial king. The being before him in the martial emperor's city, even if it were merely an incarnation of the ancestor, far exceeded his capacity to control. No, this battle could not continue. The arrival of the ancestor's incarnation posed a significant threat to him. He must collaborate with his other incarnations and devise a new strategy. For now, he would temporarily entrust the management of this divine city to him. A flicker of retreat emerged within the martial emperor's heart. It was not a matter of inability to fight back, but rather a sense of trepidation. The incarnation of the ancestor of demons. If he could attain enlightenment through the 9 transformations of the great emperor and eliminate him as easily as one would slay a chicken, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the ancestor, he would not worry about lacking protection from powerful allies in the celestial realm in the future. Yet, At this moment, he was merely an incarnation, and due to the previous affliction of the Een star's poison and the permanent damage to his boundless divine consciousness, he was unable to share information. He needed to convey this situation to his other incarnations. Observing the once fierce martial emperor now shifting in demeanor, his fighting spirit dissipating, Chu Feng smiled lightly and remarked, "Are you afraid? Do you wish to flee? Leave my seal behind." Raising his hand, he reached for the demon seal, which thrashed about like an untamed beast, struggling against his grasp. "What do you mean, your seal?" This incarnation of the ancestor of demons was utterly shameless. The martial emperor's expression darkened, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He resolutely dispelled the spatial domain and turned to depart. Alas, it was too late. Just as the martial emperor dispelled the spatial barrier, before he could notify his other incarnations, the heavenly seal had already been forcibly subdued. The myriad demons' tower behind Chu Feng erupted with a siphoning force, drawing this martial emperor incarnation directly within. The reason for not directly slaying the martial emperor was that Chu Feng had sensed he practiced a particularly unique technique. Should the martial emperor's incarnation be killed, he possessed means of resurrection. This was entirely in line with the protagonist's archetype of being a born victim, with an excessively lengthy and rancid vitality. Better to confine him for now, subject him to interrogation, and see if anything could be extracted. If all else fails, he could be slain to exchange for a heavenly fate treasure chest. It was rather dull. After such a prolonged wait, where were the other incarnations? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, aware that the myriad avatars of the martial emperor were lying in wait, hoping to ensnare him in one fell swoop. To his surprise, none had yet arrived. Were these avatars not interconnected? Or were they simply overconfident, believing they could suppress him with ease? What had emboldened them? His gaze fell upon the stupefied figures of the bull and horse emperors. As their upright postures met his discerning eyes, they momentarily froze. "Please spare us, great ancestor. We are merely following the martial emperor's orders. We had no choice," they exclaimed in desperation. These two quasi-emperors had witnessed Chu Feng effortlessly subdue the martial emperor who summoned the grand seal of heaven and earth, a feat unprecedented in the realm of celestial demons. However, the gravity of Chu Feng's identity rendered their fear entirely rational. Before the great ancestor, any semblance of pride dissipated, and they knelt without hesitation. Chu Feng observed the duo thoughtfully and casually remarked, "Rise. Should you survive this encounter, you understand what must be done, do you not?" "What do you mean?" The bull and horse emperors exchanged bewildered glances as they stood up, clearly perplexed. The horse emperor suddenly seemed to grasp something, hastily shaking his head. "No, no, we shall remain silent." The bull emperor also caught on, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, great ancestor. The martial emperor's other avatars will glean not a whisper of your affairs from us. I vow it." Chu Feng frowned. "If that is the case, then your lives cannot be spared." An aura of terrifying power emanated from him, capable of obliterating the heavens. The bull and horse emperors were instantly struck dumb. In a state of panic, they fell to their knees once more, their foreheads hitting the ground in rapid succession. "Spare us, great ancestor. We do not comprehend our transgressions. Please guide us." Seeing their frantic demeanor, Chu Feng's innate kindness surged forth. He offered a gentle nudge. "If you manage to escape today, and inadvertently reveal the events of the heavenly emperor's hall in the public squares of the grand cities within the realm of celestial demons, would that not expand your horizons and alter your fates?" The bull and horse emperors stared at Chu Feng, still grappling with the meaning of his words. The bull emperor instinctively asked, "How so?" Chu Feng pondered briefly before guiding them with a pointed hand. "Little bull, how about this for your lines?" Astonishing. The new master of the heavenly emperor city is none other than the great ancestor. A twist of fate. The martial emperor has been utterly defeated, rendered to calling him father. Marvelous. The martial emperor dared to act so brazenly before us. As he casually spoke, the bull and horse emperors were thoroughly confounded, realizing, "Is this an invitation to assist in your grand display? Great ancestor, you are a supreme being, and you find such things appealing?" The horse emperor inquired urgently. Chu Feng shook his head. "Little horse, you must be more refined." For instance, he gazed towards the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of infinite power, and softly declared, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud amidst the world. Where there is the great ancestor, there exists the heavens." At the end of the celestial path, who stands at the pinnacle? A mere glance at the demon ancestor renders the path to enlightenment void. The two, taken aback, exclaimed, "What an impressive choice of words! Is it truly permissible for us to hear such grandiloquence?" Upon the first utterance, it coursed through them like an electric shock, leaving their scalps tingling, as if they had attained a sudden epiphany, revealing a broader vista of the world. Reflecting on their previous flattery of the martial emperor, it appeared to them as child's play. Witnessing their newfound understanding, Chu Feng offered a serene smile. Do not misconstrue his actions. He found no pleasure in ostentation, for it bore little significance. His intent was merely to provoke the martial emperor and, perhaps, to glean some fate value and destiny chests in the process. System 6. So, shall we take our leave, demon ancestor? Do not be so hasty. Remain still. The two froze, quickly turning their gaze to Chu Feng. He cast a nonchalant glance at the two emperors. Now, swear the oath of the demon ancestor. Without hesitation, they complied, solemnly pledging their vows. As he watched them depart, Chu Feng reclined back into the imperial throne, his gaze playfully tossing the demonic seal in his hand, while the essence of the emperor surged into the Tower of 10,000 Demons. Chapter 81. Ferocious Assault on the Tower of 10,000 Demons. The tower stands at 9 stories, each level enveloped in a peculiar and ominous purple mist. Regrettably, it has remained desolate since Chu Feng acquired it, the enigmatic purple vapors having yet to find their purpose. However, today, the martial emperor finds himself fortunate. On the lowest tier of the Tower of 10,000 Demons, strands of the purple mist entwine the body of his avatar, resembling chains, penetrating every possible crevice. His eyes glaze over, his aura weakened. Stripped of the former majesty that once characterized him, akin to prey ensnared in a spider's web, devoid of any will to struggle, awaiting judgment in silence. You seem to relish this, a soft chuckle resonated from within the tower. The martial emperor trembled slightly, his voice a low murmur. Relish? Once I subdue you, I shall grant you an eternity of enjoyment. Each avatar of the martial emperor possesses an independent will, yet their personalities and thoughts remain uniform. Confronting a formidable adversary like Chu Feng, despite his unexpected origins, the martial emperor harbors confidence. He does not believe he could be bested by even a manifestation of a demon ancestor. This avatar faltered due to ignorance of the opponent's true nature, having previously been ensnared by a celestial scroll's treachery, leading to the entanglement of all avatars to some extent, preventing him from unleashing even a fraction of his true power. If this avatar were to meld with the demon ancestor's manifestation, he is convinced he would have a 90% chance of overpowering the foe. Chu Feng's imperial consciousness materialized into a man clad in black, his brows sharp, a smirk gracing his lips. I see you are quite defiant. It appears that Celestial Scroll has yet to impart a proper lesson. A chill ran through the martial emperor. That Celestial Scroll, was it you? The matter of the Celestial Scroll was known solely among the martial emperor's avatars, with no one in the entire demon realm aware of it. Yet this demon ancestor's manifestation unveiled it without hesitation. Realizing the opponent's identity ignited a fierce intent to kill within the martial emperor. The threads of this incident are not difficult to unravel. The wilderness realm was not hiding some great calamity, but rather the arrival of the demon ancestor's manifestation, which had fortuitously encountered him. Those fools had ventured to assault that remote realm, only to find themselves unwittingly exposed in their own territory. The martial emperor seethed with rage. Chu Feng offered no reply, raising a hand. The purple mist within the tower coalesced into hundreds, even thousands, of chains, violently piercing the martial emperor's form. Remarkably resilient, he emitted no sound. Chu Feng remained unfazed, retrieving the great seal of heaven and earth, idly toying with it, his fingers gliding over the intricate demon patterns. Smooth and warm, providing a sense of relief. Approximately after the passage of a moment, a strand of purple mist penetrating the martial emperor's divine sea suddenly quivered. Chu Feng's eyes brightened. Found it. He thrust a finger forward, a terrifying golden radiance slicing through the purple mist like a dagger, aimed with precision at the martial emperor's divine sea. With a crisp sound, it seemed as though something in the void had been severed. Instantly, the multitude of purple energy surrounding the martial emperor diminished significantly. Are you attempting to forcibly refine the earthly imperial seal? This emperor shall not let you off easily. The martial emperor roared in anger. Chu Feng paid him no heed, his grip tightening around the earthly imperial seal, which he crushed with unrelenting force. Boundless spiritual energy surged into the seal like a tempest. He aimed to forcibly refine this primordial class supreme imperial weapon. Although he had previously seized it from the martial emperor, it had an owner and could not be refined. However, the circumstances had now changed. He had just discovered the connection between the martial emperor and this earthly imperial seal, and he intended to sever it forcefully and refine it. His approach was one of sheer brutality. This might damage the foundational essence of the earthly imperial seal, yet Chu Feng remained indifferent. He possessed an abundance of supreme imperial weapons, including those of primordial origin. He did not genuinely covet this earthly imperial seal. His forceful appropriation was merely a means to diminish the martial emperor's foundation and destiny value. The martial emperor's eyes were filled with rage, even in his possession. The earthly imperial seal was an extraordinarily powerful treasure, among the most formidable. Typically, it was nurtured with utmost caution, carefully polished and cherished. When needed, it was used sparingly, only brought forth at critical moments. Now, witnessing Chu Feng's brutal attempt to refine the earthly imperial seal, his heart bled. It was akin to watching a cherished bicycle being recklessly pedaled by another. This sensation pierced his very soul. What troubled the martial emperor further was that the earthly imperial seal concealed a secret. If it were to be forcibly unveiled, it would spell great trouble. Damn it! My limitless divine will is severely damaged. I cannot connect with my other avatars. How could these fools not realize the gravity of the situation? The martial emperor wished to rend Chu Feng to pieces, yet Chu Feng remained unfazed, relentlessly refining the earthly imperial seal. As time slipped away, even with his brutal and frenzied efforts, the refinement progress of the earthly imperial seal was sluggish, causing Chu Feng's brow to furrow in concern. Ding, your junior lackey, Si Budo, has successfully advanced to the rank of Saint King. Your fate and fortune have increased. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears, startling him slightly. Wasn't Si Budo only at the late stage of the great saint? How did he suddenly ascend to Saint King? Before he could ponder this, Chu Feng noticed that the earthly imperial seal was now refining much more easily than before. Could it be that fate and fortune had such utility? Previously, he had not paid much attention to this aspect, but now he realized that this fate and fortune were more practical than he had imagined, with vast potential to explore. With this unexpected assistance, another 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. The primordial treasure belonging to the fated protagonist, the martial emperor, has been successfully seized. The martial emperor's destiny value has decreased by 100,000, and you have gained 5 fate treasure chests. A significant secret of the fated protagonist, the martial emperor, has been exposed. His destiny value has decreased by 30,000, and you have gained 3 fate treasure chests. Your title, the fledgling villain, has been activated. You have additionally gained 1 fate treasure chest. The Emperor Wu's complexion was ashen as he watched the heavenly seal being forcibly refined by Chu Feng countless times, ultimately achieving success. The great corners had become somewhat damaged due to the brutal process, and the deep, ocean-like aura within the seal had diminished significantly. This scythe struck at the roots of the chives, yielding Chu Feng a bountiful harvest, an additional 130,000 destiny points and 9 destiny treasure chests. Upon glancing at the Emperor Wu's panel, Chu Feng realized the truth of Baishiner's words. Indeed, Emperor Wu was the formidable protagonist of the demon world, immensely powerful. After toiling for several days, he still possessed 400,000 destiny points. Such immense fortune compelled Chu Feng to silently exclaim in terror at its magnitude. Oh, there were unexpected discoveries as well. Refining this heavenly seal unveiled hidden secrets. Chu Feng examined the system panel and then the heavenly seal in his hand. His consciousness beginning to explore intricately, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. In the central domain of the demon world, at this moment, in various grand cities, taverns, tea houses, and stone gambling establishments, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? The Emperor Wu city has been occupied by an exalted being named Chu Tiandi, and it is now called Tiandi City. Even Emperor Wu and several esteemed figures have met their demise and been driven out. Hiss! One must tread carefully with such words. Emperor Wu is the supreme ruler of our demon world. How dare one speak so recklessly? What may seem like mere jest is rooted in truth. It is said that a supreme quasi-emperor present at the scene relayed this information, and the identity of this Chu Tiendi is indeed remarkable. What is the status of Chu Tiendi? As the discussions among numerous demon clans intensified, astonishment reigned. At this moment, in the shattered realm of the heavenly wolf world, gazing at the collapsed passage, the surviving avatar of Emperor Wu received word and produced an ancient bronze mirror, observing the images materializing upon its surface. Within a tea house, a demon with the head of a horse and the body of a man animatedly proclaimed, Chu Tiendi. He is the incarnation of the demon ancestor. At the pinnacle of immortality, unrivaled in the world, where there is the demon ancestor, there is heaven, who stands at the peak at the end of the immortal path. To see the demon ancestor is to witness the void of accomplishment. The insignificant Emperor Wu dares to contend with the demon ancestor. How laughable. Boom. The bronze mirror shattered. The avatar of Emperor Wu's face turned a deep shade of anger as he coldly commanded, return to the central domain. P.S. For those charming souls yet to rate, could you kindly bestow a 5-star rating? Thank you. Chapter 82. The Terrifying Achievements of the Emperor of Chu. The order for a strategic retreat issued by the martial emperor swiftly spread throughout the entire army. The eyes of each soldier from the celestial demon realm blazed with indignation. Must we retreat? A disgrace. An absolute disgrace. This is the most formidable force the celestial demon realm has ever mustered for external warfare. For martial emperors in full attendance, the 5 divine armies united. Even if the opposing realm possesses great emperors, they should cower and flee in terror. Yet, this fearsome assembly is now commanded to return home. Rage, frustration, defiance. The reason the martial emperor summoned so many formidable warriors was precisely due to the overwhelming strength of the opposing realm, which rivals that of the celestial demon realm. Was it not? In a battle between realms, is it not normal to suffer some losses? Hasn't he only a couple of emperors perished, along with the esteemed Duke Shukuan and his cohort? How can we retreat simply due to a momentary setback? I can still fight. I can still charge forward. I would rather die in battle than retreat. Especially as they heard the cacophony from the opposing passage, gleefully reporting the staggering number of kills, their teeth clenched in fury. Damn it. We can understand the reporting of kills, but must you spread such nonsense? Including our esteemed martial emperor. The celestial demon realm has barely over a dozen quasi-emperors. Yet that fool on the other side claims to have slain over 100 quasi-emperors in a single day. Where do they all come from? The powerful figures of the Celestial Demon Legion had spent the past few days assaulting this passage, and the name Emperor Chu had become a mantra, echoing in their minds. They longed to charge forth and deliver a resounding blow to that insufferable voice. Now, to be ordered to retreat, how could they possibly acquiesce? Your Majesty commands a retreat. Why do you not move? At this moment, a voice echoed, cold and resolute, from a general of the Azure Dragon Army. With a thunderous command from this general, the warriors of the celestial demon realm finally began to stir. Despite their simmering frustrations and resistance, the authority of the martial emperor was absolute, and one by one, the powerful figures of the celestial demon realm conformed to the summons of this realm and departed. They remained unaware of the significant upheaval occurring in the central domain, their spirits dampened and morale waning. So we retreat? The great saint of the Kang Wolf, as a mere observer, witnessed the conclusion of this great battle. He watched as the martial emperor arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, his emotions tangled. He gazed at the abyssal, pitch-black passage, now questioning the very meaning of existence. This passage to the mystic realm had been shattered and subsequently repaired countless times over the past few days by the celestial demon army. Each time the passage fractured, the celestial demon realm suffered considerable losses, including the previously invincible Duke Shukuan, as well as the martial emperor whom he revered and admired. He had witnessed the Duke Shukuan and a martial emperor valiantly perish during the first wave of assault. The following day, amidst yet another probing charge, yet another emperor of war lost his head. Observing the 2 remaining emperors of war, now surrounded by the army and retreating like a receding tide, the heart of the great wolf sage sank in disappointment. The emperors of war were not as invincible as the clan leader had depicted. They too were flesh and blood, capable of failure. It seemed the celestial demon realm was on the brink of upheaval. The army departed from the shattered celestial wolf realm with remarkable speed. On the celestial carriage, the 2 emperors of war sat facing each other, their expressions frosty. Their subordinates were discontented, and he felt the same. The losses incurred were monumental. 2 avatars had been obliterated in the passageway. What was that ominous black sphere? Its might was terrifying, each explosion horrific beyond imagination. Even when he donned multiple protective treasures, he was still hurled into the air by the blasts. Most terrifying of all was that the black sphere seemed inexhaustible, launching relentless assaults for several days, totaling more than 5 waves of attacks. The black spheres continued to be flung into the passageway. Each time, it resulted in total annihilation. The entire divine martial army had been obliterated. He commanded a retreat, not only due to the inferno raging in the imperial harem, but also because they were powerless against the explosions. Were the celestial emperor of the mystic realm and the emperor of war suppressing the city truly that formidable monster? The emperor of war across the way spoke coolly, his once golden hair now transformed into a deep green, embodying the boundless mysteries of the 9 transformations of the proving emperor. The 8 emperors of war, being both their true forms and avatars, distinguished themselves by altering their hair color during their interactions. The golden-haired emperor's expression was frigid. Is there even a need to inquire? My imperial army is pressing forward, having initially infiltrated the mystic realm like a mouse, stirring chaos. If not for him, this realm would have already fallen. The green-haired emperor's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he nodded. I concede, he possesses some strength. The golden-haired emperor frowned, yet it cannot be said thus. The interior of the mystic realm is weak, relying solely on trivial skills to fend off my celestial demon army. In my estimation, there is truly only one top-tier powerhouse. Should I insist on attacking, this realm would surely crumble within 2 days. The green-haired emperor remarked, there is no need. Our goal is to capture this individual. Without him, the mystic realm holds no significance. Strategically withdrawing the army is a wise decision. The golden-haired emperor scoffed. For now, I shall spare this realm. Once I suppress that little mouse named Chu, I will reduce the mystic realm to ashes, compressing it into a stone and casting it into a cesspool for 10 millennia. The green-haired emperor waved his hand dismissively. We shall discuss these matters later. That little mouse has produced a celestial-grade scroll and managed to infiltrate the central domain right beneath our noses. He undoubtedly has a significant background. Do you think he could truly be the demon ancestor? The golden-haired emperor sneered. The demon ancestor? Let us not forget our origins. We are well aware of the demon ancestor's roots. Would a lofty celestial king descend to the mortal realm like a mouse, leaping about in the diminutive expanse of the celestial demon realm? What celestial pinnacle, how it stands proud in the world, and yet, upon encountering the true demon ancestor, all becomes void. A genuine demon ancestor would never utter such superficial words. This mere mouse, draping itself in the skin of a tiger, believes it has gained advantage, yet remains oblivious to the fact that it has invoked the wrath of the true demon ancestor. Even if I, the emperor, choose not to pursue retribution, this individual has thoroughly offended the demon ancestor. The green-haired martial emperor slowly nodded, acknowledging a semblance of truth in these words. However, he contended that such statements were not entirely shallow. He found them rather agreeable. After dealing with this insignificant mouse, transforming the title of the demon ancestor into my own, and propagating it would be beneficial for the fortune of all beings. The golden-haired martial emperor, displaying impatience, interjected, we shall discuss these matters later. Our primary focus now is how to subdue that pesky mouse. Although I hold him in contempt, I must concede that it is necessary to employ some of our most formidable tactics. How many avatars do we still possess? With the boundless divine consciousness impaired and unable to establish contact, allow me to calculate. The green-haired martial emperor squinted. Performing a quick calculation, 1 was lost to the celestial scroll, 2 perished in the offensive against the Xian realm, and 1 went missing within the martial emperor city. Including ourselves, only 4 remain. What are the other 2 engaged in? 1 is in the Soup Valley, observing the myriad of creations within the furnace and the reincarnation flames. The other has returned to the Tianquan ancient star, where the ancestral tomb's fortune has shifted. The golden-haired martial emperor, his gaze piercing like cold steel, declared, for avatars fused are insufficient. At most, it yields a 60-40 advantage. I desire absolute certainty. Let them complete their tasks and return to the celestial spring to reform their avatars. With all 8 bodies united, we shall decisively capture him. Very well. In the Xian realm, beside the passageway, Outshining found her worldview shaken to its core over the past few days. She had witnessed a miracle unfold from beginning to end. The terrifying army of the celestial demon realm was single-handedly halted by Si Budo at the threshold of the passage. Thus, she gazed at the small black orbs clutched in Si Budo's hand, pondering the nature of these objects, known as basketballs. What are these? Even the martial emperors and Su Kunhu could not withstand them. One was manageable, but the incessant stream of them was bewildering. How could such orbs, surpassing the might of an emperor, be so readily produced? Retreat? At that moment, Si Budo paid no heed to Outshining, wiping the slick sweat from his brow. He sensed the terrifying aura on the opposite side of the passage gradually dissipating until it was no more, and he couldn't help but draw in deep breaths. What a close call. How perilously close. Now, fewer than 10 of the small black orbs remained in his grasp. With the absence of the Chu Tian Emperor, had those demons continued their assault for just a few more waves, not only would he be doomed, but the entire Xian realm would face ruin. Gratitude to the Chu Tian Emperor for sponsoring the basketball. Thanks to the brilliance across the passage for merging the pathways. Had the Xian realm still possessed 77 passages. With the few basketballs in his hand, he wouldn't even withstand the second wave of onslaught. What an impressive feat, this time the Chu Tian Emperor's basketball has achieved. Si Budo then surveyed his surroundings. After enduring the initial shock and terror, many powerful figures from the Xian realm gathered around him, eagerly observing his basketball performance. Eventually, even his esteemed grandson, Sima Qi, arrived. Surrounded by such a crowd, Sabu Dao's spirit soared, growing ever more courageous. And he unexpectedly broke through the shackles of the great sage, ascending to the status of a Saint King, which left the others profoundly astonished. Sima Qi, holding paper and pen, reported faithfully, according to your esteemed ancestor, the Emperor of Chu has slain 39,300 Saint Kings and 721 quasi-emperors in this campaign. Sabu Dao frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Is that all? Not nearly enough. This is a monumental event destined to be recorded in the annals of our Xian realm's history. Come, let us embellish it. I propose you write that the Emperor of Chu single-handedly faced an army of thousands, slaying 100,000 Saint Kings and decapitating 1,000 quasi-emperors, establishing everlasting merit and safeguarding the Xian realm for generations to come. Elder Jiang interjected with a suggestion. Should we not consider adding some emperors? Nangong Qin furrowed her brow. That is inadvisable. The eyes of the assembly turned towards her. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Qin continued. After all, we have yet to encounter an emperor. It would be prudent to await my husband's return before making any final decisions. Sabu Dao nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall defer to the matriarch's wisdom. For now, let us document it as such. Sima Qi nodded enthusiastically, utterly in awe of his ancestor. Whatever the ancestor decreed was law, and thoughts of dissent were inconsequential, having been set aside. Outshining interjected. This cannot be right. While it is true that many perished from that dreadful basketball, the numbers seem off, fundamentally skewed. Is this truly how your human race records history? Is this acceptable? She parted her crimson lips, yet hesitated to voice her concerns. Sima Qi presented the completed scroll. Ancestor, what do you think? Quite commendable, Sabu Dao replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating. What a pity that such a monumental event has transpired in the Xian realm while the Emperor of Chu is absent. The others, upon hearing this, began to feel a sense of eager anticipation. Given the magnitude of the turmoil in the Xian realm, it was certain that even if the Emperor of Chu were to return and grasp the full context, he would be utterly astonished. Chapter 83. A 20 consecutive draw from the premium fate treasure chest. The prestige of the fated protagonist, the martial emperor, has diminished, his fortunes have waned, and his fate value has decreased by 30,000. You have obtained one fate treasure chest. Oh, has it manifested so swiftly? It appears that the martial emperor is not as unassailable in the demon realm as Outshining suggested. Seated upon the imperial throne, Chu Feng was unexpectedly met with 2 system notifications. The sudden emergence of these messages left no room for doubt. They were undoubtedly the repercussions of the 2 small demons he had previously set free. What began as a mere chess move had yielded significant results, extracting a total of 80,000 fate value, a remarkable outcome. Let us delve into the martial emperor's concealed secrets. Grasping the great seal of heaven and earth, he directed his divine sense within. He discovered that this seal, as an origin-class supreme imperial weapon, possessed an exceedingly intricate internal structure, akin to a labyrinth. When compared to the Eternal Gate, had it not been for the system's alerts, he might have been disinclined to investigate post-refinement. Yet now, Chu Feng opted for patience. Utilizing his divine sense to gradually explore the Great Seal, unearthing the martial emperor's hidden secrets. This task required considerable time. While inspecting the Great Seal of Heaven and Earth, Chu Feng casually initiated a round of fate treasure chests. Including the ones just acquired, he had unwittingly collected 23 fate treasure chests from the martial emperor over several days. Thus, he resolved to conduct a 20 consecutive draw. Before commencing the draws, he remembered to utilize the previously acquired Fate Ascension Seal to empower all 20 Fate treasure chests in preparation. 20 consecutive draws. Engage. The grand chests, imbued with the Fate Ascension Seal, responded to Chu Feng's thoughts, their lids lifting simultaneously, unleashing a radiant brilliance that erupted within the vast ocean of his divine consciousness. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 100,000 pounds of quasi-emperor level cultivation technique. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 100,000 tons of quasi-emperor level treasures. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 1 Fate fragment. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 1,000 tons of enlightenment tea. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest, and amidst a flash of golden light, you have acquired the immortal grade formation disc for universal growth. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 1 Fate fragment. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest and obtained 100,000 pounds of quasi-emperor level medicinal herbs. You have opened a premium Fate treasure chest, and amidst a flash of golden light, you have acquired the immortal grade supreme treasure, the Emperor's Judgment Book. The system panel erupted with notifications, and Chu Feng's expansive divine sea exploded in a cascade of treasures. An infinite array of treasures sparkled with brilliance, firmly occupying a corner of the divine sea like a vast ocean. Gazing at the overwhelming display of radiant treasures, Chu Feng's lips twitched. Trash. It is all utter rubbish. Especially after being ascended and enlightened, the Destiny treasure chest has undergone a profound transformation in both quality and quantity. Not only has the quality generally reached the quasi-emperor level, but the quantity often exceeds 100,000, nearly astonishing the readers. This time, in addition to martial techniques, treasures, and enlightenment tea, a new category of quasi-emperor level elixirs has also been unlocked. In this vast world, elixirs are undoubtedly a form of hard currency, even more valuable than spirit crystals. They can be utilized for cultivation, combat, and healing, and even for paying for refreshments in a tavern. However, for Chu Feng, they hold little practical value. Among this 20 consecutive draws, the only items of significance to him are the Destiny fragments and the 2 guaranteed golden legends. Chu Feng glanced at the Destiny fragments and, regrettably, found that his luck was rather poor this time, yielding only 3 from the 20 draws, averaging 1.5 per 10 draws, which can only be described as mediocre. Including the previous 3, he now possesses 6 fragments, allowing him to soon unseal a new divine identity. Chu Feng's eyes shimmered, as the most crucial aspect of his being. Each divine identity brings immense benefits. For instance, the identity of the demon ancestor not only enabled him to learn the Sky Peng's swift movement, but also allowed him to wield it effortlessly, even making the martial emperor refer to him as father, a clear testament to its practicality. His meticulous efforts to harvest Destiny fragments are solely to gain more of them. Chu Feng gathered the 6 Destiny fragments in a special area within his divine sea, then turned his attention to the last 2 golden legends. The Immortal Level Array Plate, 10,000 Spirits Growth. The Immortal Level Supreme Treasure, Emperor Road Judgment Scroll. These 2 golden legends, as the guaranteed rewards from the superior Destiny treasure chest, are far from ordinary immortal treasures. The 10,000 Spirits Growth Array Plate is palm-sized, resembling a bagua plate, divided into 8 regions by the interplay of black and white luminescence, featuring 8 luminous colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, all pulsating like breathing. As Chu Feng held this array plate, he quickly comprehended its function. Upon casting it forth, a colossal array named 10,000 Spirits Growth would instantly manifest, enveloping the entire area for a duration of 10,000 years. In addition to its fundamental defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding invasions from celestial-level beings, the region shrouded by the 10,000 Spirits Growth array would be infused with abundant celestial energy and give rise to countless rare materials. More astonishingly, the coverage of this immense array can extend to an entire world. To put it succinctly, if this array plate were thrown into the Xian realm, this desolate little realm could instantly be renamed the Little Immortal Realm. While it may not rival the Immortal Realm directly, after 10,000 years, its development would easily surpass that of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Remarkably valuable indeed. Even Chu Feng could not suppress his astonishment. This item far surpasses the previous Immortal-level scroll in worth. If bestowed upon a sect, it would serve as an unparalleled asset. Alas for him, it would merely gather dust in a corner. Although he currently possesses a modicum of influence and a retinue in the celestial realm, it remains a mere fraction of the whole. There is no need to cast him into the celestial realm without cause. Should he cultivate a treacherous character like Gu Yan, it would indeed be quite distasteful. Chu Feng's gaze then shifted to another artifact of the immortal realm. It was a rectangular iron tome, crafted from an unknown celestial wood, its cover adorned with an embossed character denoting Emperor. This tome emanated a soft azure glow. Its surface felt icy to the touch, occasionally crackling with a faint current, reminiscent of the thrill of touching an electric source. Yet, the more he discerned the purpose of this rectangular tome, the more astonished Chu Feng became. The Book of Imperial Path Judgment, as its name suggests, is an extraordinary treasure linked to the Imperial Path. What is the Imperial Path, you may ask? To attain sainthood, one must traverse the bridge of sainthood. To become an emperor, one must walk the Imperial Path. Stepping onto the Imperial Path necessitates engaging in fierce combat with 8 peak quasi-emperors from other realms, enduring layers of trials, until only one emerges as the emperor. This tome, known as the Book of Imperial Path Judgment, possesses the ability to manifest as the arbiter of the Imperial Path during its emergence, granting supreme authority over it, and is tasked with rendering judgments along this path. Upon completing its judgments, this tome vanishes, bestowing immense merit upon its wielder. Such a phenomenon is indeed intriguing. What then? Is this merit? A glimmer of interest sparked in Chu Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated that behind the ascendance to emperor lay a figure of judgment. Surely, the martial emperor would eventually tread the imperial path, would he not? He mused, the visage of the martial emperor surfacing in his mind, taking on a more earnest and unpretentious expression. They shared a bond of profound friendship, and should an opportunity arise to witness the martial emperor's momentous ascent, he would be duty-bound as a friend. Merely contemplating this filled him with a sense of exhilaration. After accounting for his recent acquisitions, Chu Feng rose from the imperial throne, stretching languidly. Previously, he had heard tales of individuals counting wealth until their hands cramped, a notion he found hard to believe. Yet, when the moment arrived for him, he realized that with an abundance of treasures, he was indeed left feeling somewhat drained. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Chu Feng finally unearthed something particularly special within the foundational treasure, the heavenly and earthly seal. What a revelation! Who would have thought the martial emperor was of such caliber? As he sensed the contents within the seal, a playful smile graced Chu Feng's lips. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as a significant secret by the system. The treasures concealed within the heavenly and earthly seal were undeniably explosive in nature. Chapter 84, Luo Hanyan. Mother has summoned the ancestors. Within the great seal of heaven and earth, certain images are preserved. On a day bathed in brilliant sunlight, a rosy-cheeked, golden-haired youth stands, adorned with a diamond-shaped divine mark on his forehead, signifying his innate and unparalleled talents. Behind him, a pair of small golden wings flutter, while in his hand, he wields a long spear, thrusting it with fervor. His aura surges. At such a tender age, he is but a step away from invoking the sacred bridge and ascending to sainthood. Suddenly, the heavens darken, and ominous clouds gather. A sphere engulfed in azure flames descends silently from the clouds, piercing into the divine mark on the youth's forehead. With a clang, the spear falls to the ground, lying motionless like a lifeless fish. A grimace of rage twists the boy's face as he attempts to call out, yet finds his voice hoarse. as if a hand has tightened around his throat. Ah, Baka, Maka. Soon, he can utter no sound, fear and confusion filling his eyes. The scene shifts. In a pitch-black void, a cluster of vibrant golden flames flickers, suddenly seeming to be extinguished by a fierce gust of wind, growing frail and at risk of dying out at any moment. Above the golden flames, a more vigorous azure flame emerges, softly intoning, "Submit to me, obey. And from this day forth, I shall grant you a grand existence, leading your ancient Tianpeng clan to unparalleled glory." The dimmed golden flame resolutely retorts, "I refuse. Get out of my body. Shout and scream, for this is your mental realm. No matter how loud you cry, no one shall respond. You have no inkling of the entity you face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a true immortal. Do you comprehend what a true immortal is? To me, an emperor is no more than an insignificant ant. The golden flame persists in its silent resistance, secretly praying for its mother and kin to notice its plight. Alas, time drags on, its brilliance wanes, and still, no aid arrives. The azure flame, growing increasingly impatient, recognizes that the longer this drags on, the greater the risk of failure. Such a pure-blooded, flawless vessel is exceedingly rare to find again. If missed, one might be forced to seize the body of a mere wastrel, recently deceased or gravely injured. On the brink of death, cease your resistance. Should you yield to me now, I can help you fulfill a wish. To prevent prolonged uncertainty, the azure flame alters its strategy and makes certain concessions. After a prolonged silence and further resistance, sensing its life nearing its end, the golden flame reluctantly concedes. "I wish for you to care for my mother, to heed her words, and ensure she suffers no grievances. If you can accomplish this, I shall relinquish this body." The azure flame immediately replies, "Agreed, I promise you." Yet the golden flame is not easily swayed and insists, "I require you to make a solemn vow of life and death, swearing by the heavenly way." A vow of life and death. Qin Yin did not respond immediately, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke slowly, "It can be done." Thus, Qin Yin made a solemn vow to the heavenly Tao, resulting in an indomitable force of rules descending upon them. "Mother, Bower, forgive me." Upon witnessing this, Qin Yin finally dissipated all flames, vanishing from sight. The golden-haired youth gradually rose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This encapsulates the essence of the scene. Chu Feng, intrigued, gently tapped the back of his chair with his knuckles. The imagery within the Great Seal of Heaven and Earth conveyed a wealth of information. He was already aware of the matter concerning the true immortal seizing the body through his observations via the panel. Yet the details were revealed to him for the first time. Under the constraints of the vow, the martial emperor found himself in a predicament. The original body, through its struggles, compelled the seizing true immortal to issue a vow, which could be succinctly summarized in 5 words. "Listen to your mother." This vow, seemingly intended to honor the mother of the original body, the little Tian Peng, inevitably restricted the actions of the seizing martial emperor. Coincidentally, he shared a close friendship with the martial emperor's mother, which opened up considerable avenues for manipulation. However, these intricacies were not the crux of the matter. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. The images within the Great Seal were not mere visuals, but rather memories. What purpose lay in fragmenting a memory and embedding it within this primordial treasure? It was not difficult to surmise. Yet Chu Feng still sought confirmation from the martial emperor himself. A smile played upon his lips as his consciousness entered the Wan Yao Tower. In the lowest tier of the tower, the martial emperor's avatar remained ensnared by countless chains of purple energy, akin to being trapped in a spider's web. Clap, clap. Chu Feng's consciousness manifested as applause. Brilliant, simply brilliant. The ruler of the celestial demons, Little Bower, turns out to be a mama's boy. Mama's boy. The martial emperor's eyes flickered, opening wide with a surge of murderous intent. Get lost. A weight settled in his heart. Indeed, the secrets within the Great Seal had been uncovered by this individual. His past identity and present constraints lay bare before others, and he was called by the childhood name he despised most. This was a taboo for him. Though he felt somewhat unsteady, he chose to remain silent. Chu Feng, however, remained unfazed, chuckling to himself. What could Little Bower possibly intend by sealing this memory of the vow within such a primordial imperial weapon? The martial emperor, reminiscent of the silent Jin Yen of yore, offered no reply. Chu Feng continued his analysis without concern. If roles were reversed, my past life as a true immortal or my current position as the unifier of celestial demons would never permit a woman to dictate terms over me. That little Tian Peng back in the day had some substance, compelling you to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Had it been a vow to something trivial, you might have easily nullified it by now. Chu Feng paused for a moment, and with an increasingly mocking expression, he gazed at him. Speaking of which, this heaven and earth great seal, as the primordial treasure of the celestial demon realm, is quite closely linked to the Tao of the celestial demon realm. You placed this memory within the great seal, undoubtedly not for mere admiration, but rather to harness the power of this primordial treasure to erase this oath. The martial emperor's countenance darkened with each word, and he spoke with deliberate clarity. I told you to leave. Do not let me see you. This contemptible creature understood him too well. Every word pierced his heart. This was precisely his sentiment. A wretched woman aspired to ride upon his neck, seeking to bind him with an oath. How utterly ridiculous. Even more repulsive was that childhood name. Whenever she called him that, he felt a shiver run down his spine. An inexplicable discomfort, as if this vessel he had usurped was incomplete. He had long grown weary of feigning affection for that woman over the centuries. Chu Feng's smile grew increasingly pronounced. You've been breached, haven't you? After 2 lifetimes, your heart remains unrefined. He raised his arm, casually manipulating the violet chains of energy, playfully intertwining them with the martial emperor's body, and nonchalantly remarked, back to the main point. Once this grand oath is erased, the next step is likely matricide, isn't it? You truly are a despicable creature. Even little Tian Peng is pitiable. His sole wish is to protect his mother, yet you seek to breach the contract. Could you not exhibit a modicum of courtesy in your usurpation? The martial emperor's anguished visage twisted. Mind your own business. This statement was, in effect, an acknowledgement. Chu Feng grinned widely, and with a flick of his hand, myriad violet chains descended, piercing through every part of the martial emperor's body, forming an impenetrable cage. Indeed, you intend to commit matricide. This individual is far more ruthless than I, the villain. In comparison, I am but an innocent lamb. He is, after all, the destined protagonist. How utterly unfair. No, I must inform Mother. His consciousness withdrew from the myriad beasts' tower, making his way toward the heavenly emperor's palace. Tian Peng soared swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng traversed the cosmos, returning to the ancient star of Tianquan. At this moment, within the palace of Taiquan, the mature and alluring Luo Hanyan, adorned in a simple dark-hued, form-fitting gown, revealed a generous expanse of snow-white skin, delicate as jade. Beneath the concealed elegance, a voluptuous form evoked a landscape as grand as mountains and rivers, akin to a ripe peach, exuding myriad charms. Darling, you've arrived at the perfect moment. I have splendid news to share with you, she said with a hint of delight, gazing at the descending white-haired martial emperor, her exquisite face adorned with a smile. The white-haired martial emperor furrowed his brow. What has transpired at the ancestral tomb? Why has the fortune surged? Could it be that Mother? Luo Hanyan gently nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she replied, Mother has summoned the ancestor. Not only did she successfully bring forth the incarnation of the demon ancestor, but the demon ancestor was very amiable to Mother, bestowing upon her a considerable amount of essence blood. You are truly fortunate, darling. Take this essence blood from the demon ancestor. She gracefully swayed her delicate wrist, producing a crystalline, translucent jade vial, offering it to the martial emperor, her eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 85. The martial emperor's fortuitous encounter, an increase in destiny value. Luo Hanyan's eyes sparkled like crystal as she gazed at the martial emperor, shimmering with delight. The jade vial containing the essence of the demon ancestor trembled gently in her delicate hands, as if she were about to thrust it directly into the martial emperor's grasp. She resembled a humble mother, who had scrimped and saved to procure the most exquisite candy for her child, eagerly anticipating his astonished reaction. However, the martial emperor's previously placid expression shifted to one of discomfort upon hearing Luo Hanyan's words, his face paling as if he had ingested something foul. This foolish woman. Had she actually summoned the ancestor? How dare she act without my knowledge? A blunderer who brings more harm than benefit. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him. He fixated on the jade vial in Luo Hanyan's grasp, his formidable cultivation allowing him to sense the terrifying essence within, even through the vile S barrier. When Luo Hanyan presented the essence of the demon ancestor, he felt no joy, only dread. If summoning the ancestor were truly without peril, would he not have done so himself? Having descended from the celestial realm, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs associated with calling forth a powerful demon ancestor. For this reason, after acquiring the summoning technique, he had unhesitatingly sealed it within the deepest recesses of the clan treasury, designating it as a forbidden art. In principle, no one dared to defy his edicts and misuse such forbidden techniques. Yet, he had overlooked the presence of this foolish woman. Bound by a cursed oath, he found himself devoid of any means to restrain Luo Hanyan. Ironically, in the eyes of outsiders, she was the exalted empress of the ancient celestial Peng clan, the martial emperor's mother, and a formidable quasi-emperor herself. In truth, all her accolades were gifts he had bestowed upon her. Though Luo Hanyan hailed from nobility, her marriage to the original's father, an exceptional figure of the ancient celestial Peng clan, had led to her widowhood after his untimely demise in battle. Yet, through his seizing of the original's form, she had been allowed to live in luxury, remaining nothing more than a sheltered flower, naive and lacking in intellect. This was precisely why he had always looked down upon Luo Hanyan, contemplating the destruction of the oath and her eventual demise. Now, it appeared his judgment had proven correct. This woman had once again landed herself in trouble, and at such a critical juncture. The demon ancestor, could it truly be the incarnation that had taken control of Martial Emperor City? As this thought crossed his mind, his fury blazed even hotter. Calculating the timing, he realized it aligned perfectly. In an instant, a clear line of logic formed in his mind. This foolish woman had summoned the incarnation of the demon ancestor, paying an unknown but significant price to acquire its essence. Subsequently, instead of returning to the celestial realm, the incarnation had seized Martial Emperor City and his royal palace. Glaring at her exquisite, delicate features, he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, wishing he could strangle her. "Babe, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Luo Hanyan discerned an unusual expression on the Emperor of War's face, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, and inquired with genuine concern. Although the Emperor was filled with anger, he still endeavored to maintain a smile. With great effort, he managed to force a grimace that could frighten even the most audacious of beings. "Mother, what price did you pay to summon the ancestor?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hanyan blinked, interpreting his words as a sign of concern for her. She gently waved her hand and smiled reassuringly. "It is of no consequence. It was not a significant price. Are you aware of the recent events in the demon realm?" She continued, her brow furrowing slightly. "I am not informed. Ever since the incident at the ancestral tomb, apart from summoning the ancestor, I have been recuperating within the palace. In truth, with a son as accomplished as the emperor, she seldom felt the need to keep abreast of occurrences within the demon realm." Seeing that the emperor remained unresponsive, she pressed a vial into his hand. "My dear, you are currently at a pivotal moment in refining your ninth avatar. This essence of the demon ancestor is exceptionally beneficial. After I ingested it, my injuries have nearly healed. You should take it now." The emperor resolutely refused. He would rather perish than consume such a substance. Yet, his body betrayed him. Despite being the sovereign of the demon realm, he remained bound by the constraints of the heavenly oath, compelled to heed his mother's words. His gaze slowly shifted to the vial, and in a daze, he raised his hand. With a soft pop, the cork dislodged, falling as lifelessly as a corpse. The emperor peered into the vial, where several droplets of pale purple blood floated, resembling teardrops. The liquid was exceedingly viscous, emanating a faintly fishy scent, exuding an overwhelming and awe-inspiring presence. The purity of the essence and the lineage it represented instilled within him a sense of ancestral pressure. He quickly affirmed that Luo Hanyan had spoken the truth. This was indeed the blood of the demon ancestor. However, the mere thought of the missing avatar from the Emperor's city made him hesitate to refine this blood. His current relationship with the demon ancestor was one of enmity. Just prior, he had received messages from other avatars urging him to investigate the fate of the Tianquan ancient star and then proceed to the celestial spring to restore his avatar, merging to suppress that incarnation of the demon ancestor. On the eve of impending battle, consuming the enemy's blood was fraught with unknown risks. He could not refine it. Absolutely not, under no circumstances. The emperor resolved to clarify the current situation to this foolish woman. Suppressing his ire, he prepared to explain the circumstances of the demon realm to Luo Hanyan. Suddenly, a delicate hand, as pale as jade, presented the droplets of demon ancestor blood to his lips. "Come, eat," her motherly voice urged. The demon ancestor has stated that direct consumption yields better results than refining. The emperor was rendered speechless. His mouth, which had just opened to provide an explanation, was suddenly flooded with an overwhelming odor of fishiness. So intense it penetrated to his very core, rendering him momentarily mute, his expression akin to that of a man who had consumed something vile. Were it anyone else treating him thus, they would have been sent to their next life. Yet with Luo Hanyan, he found himself unable to retaliate, bound by the oath to obey her. Warning: the protagonist, the martial emperor, encounters extraordinary fortunes. By a twist of fate, he consumed the blood of the demon ancestor, enhancing his constitution and significantly increasing his fortune, thus acquiring 30,000 destiny points. At this moment, upon arriving at the ancient star of Tianquan, Chu Feng witnessed this scene and received a notification from the system. He was astounded. Initially, when he bestowed his blood, it was merely to fulfill the summoning conditions, a casual act intended to ensnare the martial emperor. Little did he expect that there existed such a connection between Luo Hanyan and the martial emperor. Witnessing the martial emperor consume his blood left Chu Feng utterly shocked. Did the martial emperor dare to partake? He realized he must heed Luo Hanyan's words. It was no wonder that the martial emperor sought every means to dissolve this vow. For a supreme being like him, it represented a fatal weakness. Moreover, it seemed that Luo Hanyan had never harbored any ill intentions toward the martial emperor. Otherwise, if she commanded him to consume excrement, would he be obliged to comply? Nevertheless, Chu Feng found no loss in this exchange. His demon ancestor's blood was indeed genuine and potent. Now that the martial emperor had ingested it, the benefits to Chu Feng were immense. His destiny points had even increased. Yet, every destined gift comes with a price. The blood of the demon ancestor bears slight side effects. In the future, when the martial emperor faces him, not only will he be more susceptible to suppression, but as the blood integrates further within him, he will no longer need to search for Chu Feng in the vast expanse of the Tianyao realm with difficulty. The blood will act as an accurate locator, unerringly identifying his whereabouts. A playful expression crossed Chu Feng's face, such a touching maternal bond. He refrained from interrupting their moment of familial affection and pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Retrieving his thoughts, he gazed into the pitch-black cosmos and waved his hand. Before long, two figures appeared, trembling as if caught in a sieve. Upon seeing Chu Feng, they paused for a moment, then skillfully transformed into respectful supplicants. "We pay our respects to the demon ancestor." Observing the duo, the ox and horse emperors, hastening to respond to his summons, Chu Feng smiled softly. "It seems you two have not fared well in my absence." Though both were quasi-emperors, they bore injuries and appeared utterly wretched, as if on the brink of demise. The ox emperor quickly replied, "And no, we are doing splendidly. Demon ancestor, is there something you require?" In recent days, he and the horse emperor had traversed the Tianyao realm, assisting Chu Feng in maintaining an impressive FAAD to survive. While they achieved their goal, they suffered greatly. After all, the Tianyao realm remained the martial emperor's territory, and they were branded as traitors. Consequently, they had been relentlessly hunted down, living in a state of exhilaration. Had it not been for the martial emperor's absence, they would have already met their end. Moments ago, two individuals were inseparably entwined, seeking refuge amidst the debris of a desolate planet when they were abruptly transported to this location, nearly frightened beyond measure. Upon recognizing Chu Feng, they promptly prostrated themselves in reverence. "A trivial matter requires your assistance." Chu Feng casually tossed a few vials of quasi-emperor tier elixirs and two small crystal orbs to the two aspiring emperors. Observing their transformation from bewilderment to delight, they hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, O ancestor of demons, you are invincible." The celestial horse emperor, ever adept, bellowed, "At the pinnacle of immortality, unrivaled in this realm, with our ancestor of demons, there exists heaven." Chu Feng waved his hand, interrupting them. "Enough with the superfluous words, follow me." As his voice resonated, he strode confidently into the Tai Kuan palace, flanked by the still bewildered duo. "Ah, Luo Hanyin was startled by the sudden appearance of their figures, letting out a soft gasp. Upon recognizing the visitors, her eyes sparkled with joy. "O ancestor of demons, what brings you here?" She had presumed that Chu Feng had already returned to the celestial realm and was suddenly enlightened. She quickly beckoned to the visibly shaken martial emperor. "Bower, come forth and pay your respects to the ancestor of demons." Luo Hanyin was elated, for her dear Bower was indeed a prodigy, having aroused the attention of the ancestor of demons merely by consuming his essence. Chapter 86. A loving family. The martial emperor's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed upon Chu Feng and the two beasts behind him with a look akin to that of a killer. The two beasts, once his subordinates, had recently betrayed him and found themselves on the wanted list of the heavenly demon realm. The man clad in a black robe, handsome in appearance, was indeed the one who had seized control of Martial Emperor City. This avatar of the demon ancestor was, without a doubt, summoned by that foolish woman. The other manifestations were truly dim-witted, asserting that this individual hailed from a remote realm. The mere thought of having ingested the blood essence of a formidable foe left the Martial Emperor feeling nauseous. At the moment of consumption, he had invoked supreme secret arts to expel and suppress the essence. Yet, regrettably, it proved far more troublesome than he had anticipated. It fused with him instantaneously, becoming inseparable. Encountering such a predicament was already sufficiently vexing. Now, this foolish woman insisted that he express gratitude to the demon ancestor's avatar. Had he not lived a life of dignity, requiring no subservience to others? With a faintly raised chin, the Martial Emperor's gaze turned frigid, his eyes glinting like blades, piercing through to Chu Feng. A soft sound echoed. A delicate, fair hand gently grasped the Martial Emperor's head, pressing it down as she softly urged, "Darling, the demon ancestor is one of us. There is no need for such coldness. The gift of blood not only revitalized our clan's declining fortunes, but also greatly benefits you. No amount of gratitude would suffice." The Martial Emperor's countenance darkened further as he coldly replied, "Thank you for the blood, demon ancestor." His heart seethed with murderous intent, simmering to an extreme. Chu Feng, observing the Martial Emperor being forcibly subdued, felt an inexplicable sense of clarity, akin to a naive university student returning home to visit relatives. Under the glow of maternal affection, was the Martial Emperor still the defiant monarch of the demon race? Not only he, but even the beasts exchanged glances, bewildered. They had never before had the privilege of witnessing the Martial Emperor in such a state during their time on Tianquan Ancient Star. With a reassuring pat on the Martial Emperor's shoulder, Chu Feng said, "No need for such formality. After all, I share a bond with your mother, making us family. In the future, just call me father." "Call you father? I shall call you horse." The Martial Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Had they dared to overstep their bounds? Before the Martial Emperor could voice his objections, a look of surprise flickered in Luo Hanyin's eyes, her tone infused with disbelief, reflecting a sense of having gained a considerable advantage. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, it is entirely appropriate. Hanyin, do not stand on ceremony. I hold you in high regard. Since Bayer is your child, he is also my esteemed son." He exchanged a knowing glance with the two beasts. The demon ancestor urged the Martial Emperor to call him father. This was truly happening. The beasts were taken aback. During their initial encounter with the Martial Emperor, the demon ancestor had persistently insisted that he address him as father, and they had thought it a jest at the Martial Emperor's expense. Yet, now, witnessing the Empress's demeanor, it seemed there was an explosive secret they were unaware of. The two beasts, skilled in reading the atmosphere, instinctively produced a crystal ball. "Mother, what does this mean? What exactly have you done with him?" The expression of the Martial Emperor changed dramatically, his voice trembling upon hearing Luo Hanyin's words. Chu Feng, with an air of nonchalance, embraced Luo Hanyin's delicate shoulders, his fingers audaciously tugging at one of the straps of her long gown. "Silly darling, given the circumstances, why feign ignorance? Of course, we have done everything." A blush suffused Luo Hanyin's exquisite oval face as she gently lowered her head, embodying a captivating allure that was simply breathtaking. Her shoulders, akin to lamb-fat white jade, bore the intricate character Chu, strikingly conspicuous. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Martial Emperor's eyes, almost igniting with fury. "Slave mark? You?" Luo Hanyin's eyes, as tranquil as water, leaned softly against Chu Feng's embrace. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she conveyed to the martial emperor telepathically, "Dear, this is the price of summoning the ancestor. It is nothing to worry about. The ancestor is not present in this realm. The slave mark is merely a formality. Moreover, the ancestor possesses a supreme bloodline and has long since ascended to the celestial realm. Although I have not ventured to the celestial realm, I am aware that the ancestor's influence and status there far surpass your own in the demon realm. I have perused ancient texts, which suggest that some great emperors, upon ascending, find themselves relegated to the most ordinary of positions in the celestial realm. Regardless of their past grandeur, they may be subjected to servitude and labor. You must adopt a broader perspective. With your talent, you are destined to ascend to the celestial realm one day. I possess little else to assist you, save for securing a slave mark from the ancestor to pave your path. Initially, I merely sought a drop of his essence, but to my surprise, the ancestor is a man of deep sentiment and loyalty, far superior to your late father. He is willing to acknowledge you as his progeny. If you are astute, once you ascend to the celestial realm, you will have a powerful ally. This is a tremendous advantage for our Tianpeng clan. Hurry, call him father, Luo Hanyan implored earnestly, anxious that the martial emperor might forsake this extraordinary opportunity for the sake of foolish pride. The martial emperor seethed with rage, particularly at the thought of his own mother's entanglements with his formidable foe, indulging in exquisite allure, enduring wave upon wave of impact. My mind is unraveling. It's exploding. It's fracturing. Even if it were not for the vow, the innate respect his original form held for Luo Hanyan ignited a fury within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Foolish woman, you have no comprehension of the magnitude of my existence. With the 9 transformations to emperorhood, once I attain that status, I shall become the most formidable emperor in history, able to directly attract celestial essence and ascend in broad daylight. At that time, I will illuminate the celestial realm. Mining? I would mine your ancestors. What is a mere ancestor? Countless celestial kings would vie for my attention, bestowing upon me vast wealth and legacy. Do I require the assistance of a foolish woman like you to pave my way? He cursed inwardly at his mother, yet his body, betraying his thoughts, roared at Chu Feng, father. As Luo Hanyan observed the emperor of Wu's compliance, a sweet smile graced her lips. Chu Feng, with his eyes sparkling with delight, seized the moment, playfully patting the emperor's head, exclaiming, "Good boy, such a wonderful son." The emperor's white hair stirred without wind, his body quivering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Not far away, the duo of Niu and Ma stood utterly astounded. The crystal ball bestowed upon them by the demon ancestor, capable of recording images and scenes, was a treasure of the imperial grade. They had captured the precious moment of the emperor addressing Chu Feng as father from every conceivable angle, a historic event indeed. How monumental this revelation was. So it turned out the demon ancestor was truly the emperor's father. They were all one family, united in love. Had they known this earlier, they need not have feared. It was merely an internal affair. At this moment, the emperor sensed the two's astonishment and cast a murderous glare their way. Luo Hanyan embraced Chu Feng, her fragrance intoxicating, and implored him, "Demon ancestor, should Bayer fly to the celestial realm in the future, I hope you will look after him." The celestial realm? A place I have never set foot in. How could I care for this fellow? Chu Feng, cradling the soft jade in his arms, waved his hand with arrogance, proclaiming, "It's a trivial matter. I will treat Bayer as if he were my own wild son." Wild son? The phrasing seemed somewhat off. Yet Luo Hanyan comprehended Chu Feng's intent, her smile enchanting. "Bring it to me. Hand it over." At that moment, the emperor bellowed in fury, finally unable to restrain himself. His ire was not directed at Chu Feng, but rather at the two who had been filming with the crystal ball. Snap, snap, snap. Curse it. If these images were to leak, my lifetime of glory would be utterly ruined. Upon witnessing the emperor's outburst, Luo Hanyan's brow furrowed slightly. The two, after all, were brought by the demon ancestor. She interjected, "Bayer, you best keep quiet. You brainless fool. You are going to get me killed." The emperor's voice thundered, his palm imbued with boundless might aimed at Quinyu Emperor's forehead. Should that strike land, Quinyu would undoubtedly meet his demise. Suddenly, a purple 9-layered demon tower materialized, hovering within the hall. An immense pressure descended upon the emperor, causing his breath to falter. "Unruly child, who permits you to shout at your mother?" Chu Feng frowned. waving his hand as the myriad demon tower engulfed the emperor. Ah! Luo Hanyan gasped at the sight of the emperor being subdued, her heart racing as she quickly urged. Demon ancestor, quell your wrath. Bayer merely has a bad temper and means no harm. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, casually producing the great seal of heaven and earth from his divine sea and tossing it to her. Here, see for yourself. Is it merely a bad temper? What is this? Luo Hanyan instinctively accepted the great seal, her consciousness probing into it. Chapter 87. A spanking time passed swiftly, and before long, half an hour had slipped away. The vivid memories contained within the celestial seal had been hastily processed by Chu Feng, akin to a quick playback, revealing their essence at a mere glance. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, the celestial seal slipped from Luo Hanyan's grasp, her brightly colored eyes brimming with shock and despair. She murmured, "It cannot be true. This must be a fabrication." All along, regardless of the transformations and realms the martial emperor had traversed, in Luo Hanyan's heart, he remained the childhood companion who once held her hand, guiding her to soar through the skies. Yet, the memories unveiled by the celestial seal shattered her heart irrevocably. The martial emperor was not her beloved companion, but rather the celestial being who had usurped him. Her cherished friend had been slain by the current martial emperor many years ago, had it not been for her friend's final moments. Compelling the martial emperor to vow a solemn oath, she too would have fallen victim to his lethal grasp. Upon witnessing these haunting images, Luo Hanyan's initial response was disbelief. For years, the martial emperor had been revered as a devoted son, a fact acknowledged by the entire Taiga Tianpeng clan. Yet now, she was confronted with the harrowing truth that everything had been a mere performance. The filial piety and respect he had displayed before her were nothing but the shackles of a binding oath. Luo Hanyan trembled, her body quaking from the profound shock. Her breaths coming in ragged gasps, a primal reaction to overwhelming trauma. Chu Feng observed her with a detached calmness. Belief or disbelief mattered little. The intricate details within the memories were too genuine to be fabricated, especially for Luo Hanyan, the true mother. Ultimately, she was a pitiable woman, willing to sacrifice herself for the martial emperor, only to discover that her affections had been misplaced. He was not her son, but the very murderer of her child. The martial emperor had bestowed the celestial seal upon Luo Hanyan with ulterior motives, utilizing her while simultaneously offering assistance. He was not a protagonist cloaked in the guise of benevolence like Gu Yan. Rather, he was a cunning figure, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ambitions. Without the intervention of this ostensibly benevolent antagonist, the fate of the pure-hearted Luo Hanyan could have been dire indeed. Chu Feng refrained from interfering as Luo Hanyan grappled with this harsh reality, and he offered brief instructions to the astonished Niu and Ma, whose expressions were a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. With a flick of his hand, he cast forth several treasures, causing the Tianma emperor to vanish, leaving only the Kuei Niu emperor beside him, clutching a crystal ball in readiness. The martial emperor's mother, Luo Hanyan, harbors intense hatred towards him, resulting in a decrease of 10,000 destiny points. You have acquired 5 destiny treasure chests. Soon, the system's notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears. His gaze shifted to the tearful Luo Hanyan. Ah, has she finally come to terms with reality? The celestial mandate of the martial emperor has remarkably diminished by a staggering 100,000 points, suggesting that Luo Hanyan significantly influences his fortune. Ah, martial emperor, you truly have brought this calamity upon yourself. Chu Feng gently wrapped his arm around Luo Hanyan's shoulder, embodying the essence of a caring companion, and tenderly inquired, "Are you feeling better now?" With her eyes reddened, the glimmer of tears in Luo Hanyan's gaze gradually subsided as she fixed her earnest stare upon Chu Feng, her eyes becoming clearer and more resolute. She softly asked, "How did you come to know about this, great ancestor of demons?" With a serene smile, Chu Feng lifted the celestial seal. "You recognize this, do you not?" Luo Hanyan nodded promptly. "It is a treasured artifact of the martial emperor, one he cherishes deeply and has nurtured with great caution. I have only witnessed him utilize it a couple of times." Unfazed, Chu Feng declared, "This celestial seal actually belongs to me. Shortly after you summoned me, it sensed my presence and returned to me with great eagerness. Upon inspection, I discovered some peculiar elements associated with you, Hanyan. My visit today is solely to inform you of this matter. My previous actions were merely preliminary tests. I needed to ascertain the authenticity of the heavenly oath. Do not take it to heart. I am not inclined to assume the role of such a father. Bending slightly at the waist, Luo Hanyan expressed her gratitude. I understand. Thank you, great ancestor of demons. Had it not been for you, I would have remained oblivious for an indeterminate time. He truly does not deserve to be your son. Chu Feng regarded her with a gentle smile and countered. What do you intend to do now? This woman, while innocent, is certainly no fool. After all, she has lived for quite some time and is on the brink of becoming an empress herself. He found it hard to believe that Luo Hanyan was unaware of the reason the martial emperor had sealed this memory within the celestial seal. Upon hearing his words, a rare glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, her chest rising and falling dramatically like a mountain range. I need the help of the great ancestor of demons. I seek vengeance. At this moment, the martial emperor, in her eyes, was no longer a treasure but a murderer of her kin. The love that once flourished had transformed into an equal measure of hatred. With a smile, Chu Feng replied, that is precisely what I was waiting to hear. As he summoned the tower of 10,000 demons with a wave of his hand, follow me. The tower radiated a soft purple glow, swiftly engulfing both Luo Hanyan and the observing Kuei Nyo's true form. In the depths of the tower of 10,000 demons, countless chains of purple energy cocooned a figure tightly, rendering it completely motionless. Not far from this purple cocoon lay the recently captured white-haired martial emperor. Cursed be it, I have been ensnared. His expression contorted in rage as he belatedly grasped the situation. Observing another of his forms, wrapped like a dumpling and utterly still, he refused to accept his fate, struggling to break free from the tower's confinement. Yet, it was clear he lacked the ability, merely flailing in impotent fury. In a flash of light, Chu Feng, accompanied by Luo Hanyan and the Kuei Nyo, appeared below, gazing at the imprisoned martial emperor. Luo Hanyan's eyes turned icy, her exquisite face shrouded in frost. I leave his fate in your hands, Chu Feng said with a calm smile. Luo Hanyan took a deep breath and addressed Chu Feng. My lord of demons, kindly lower him and release all restraints. Nyoma stood by, momentarily speechless. If the martial emperor's bindings were to be undone, what if he escaped? Chu Feng paid no heed. Within the 10,000 demons tower, if the martial emperor could flee under his watch, he would consider himself no more than a calf from that day forth. With a snap of his fingers, all the chains binding the martial emperor retracted like serpents into the swirling mist. A heavy thud echoed as the martial emperor crashed onto the floor of the tower's lowest level. Beside Chu Feng, Luo Hanyan twisted her waist and approached barefoot. Even Chu Feng was curious about how she intended to exact her revenge on the martial emperor. Beast, kneel before me. Luo Hanyan's crisp voice rang out, suppressing her fury. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled as he gestured to Kuei Nyo Di, who promptly retrieved a crystal ball, activating the recording mode. Bound by oath, the martial emperor, who had been poised to flee, suddenly knelt with a grim expression, exclaiming, Mother, what are you doing? Hurry and rescue me. This lord of demons is no good. Do not believe a word he says. Luo Hanyan's anger flared as she coldly commanded, turn around and remove your trousers. The martial emperor froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he involuntarily turned, trembling as he peeled away the protective gear obscuring his lower half. The unfolding events took Chu Feng by surprise, leaving him equally astonished. He had anticipated Luo Hanyan would stab the martial emperor repeatedly, not demand he remove his trousers. He paused momentarily before hastily signaling Kuei Nyo Di to point the crystal ball at the martial emperor's exposed backside. Kuei Nyo Di, momentarily taken aback, stuttered, My lord of demons, is it permissible for me to record this? Enough chatter, focus on the task. Do not call me lord of demons. Refer to me as Director Chu, and do your job diligently. Dazed, Kuei Nyo Di positioned the crystal ball to capture the scene. Luo Hanyan raised her fair hand with intent. Smack, smack, smack. She was striking the martial emperor's backside as if disciplining a misbehaving child. Tears shimmered in her eyes, infused with boundless strength, leaving afterimages with each blow. The supreme emperor of the celestial demon realm, now presented with his rear end in the air like a wayward child, was left bloodied and howling, a sight both shocking and absurd. Mother, what are you doing? Please stop. The martial emperor's voice, laced with terror, echoed. Although he felt no pain, the humiliation before his adversary shattered his composure. Luo Hanyan seethed. I am not your mother, martial emperor. Return my treasure. Smack. Smack. Ah, wretched woman. You vile creature. Cease this at once. Stop. The Emperor Wu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his complexion shifting dramatically as he erupted in a furious tirade. This, however, only served to incite further wrath in Luo Hanyan. The fated protagonist, Emperor Wu, suffers a disgraceful defeat before all the demon clans of the celestial demon realm, resulting in a significant decline in his prestige and a reduction of 50,000 points in his fate value. You have received 2 fate treasure chests. A system notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears, yet he remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that Luo Hanyan, a near emperor, would resort to such a primitive yet somewhat whimsical method to confront the Emperor Wu. The sheer spectacle of it was utterly remarkable. You wretched bastard. The Emperor Wu, feeling the sting of humiliation, turned to glare at Chu Feng, as if he could devour him with his gaze. Noticing the Emperor's reddened eyes fixed upon him, Chu Feng's expression shifted. He suddenly shouted in alarm, reprimanding Kuei Niu. You fool, what on earth were you thinking? You could have simply filmed it. How could you broadcast something like this to the celestial demon realm? Now all the demon clans across the 9 layers are witnessing this. How will the Emperor Wu ever recover from such disgrace? The Emperor Wu's expression froze, his demeanor becoming utterly rigid. Live broadcast. The entire celestial demon realm? What the hell did you just do? The fated protagonist, Emperor Wu, experiences a mental collapse, giving rise to inner demons, resulting in a reduction of 30,000 points in his fate value. You have received 2 fate treasure chests. In 2 lifetimes, he had traversed the universe, never before encountering such a despicable and shameless opponent. Overcome with shame and rage, the already humiliated Emperor Wu stared blankly at Kuei Niu, who stood there bewildered, holding the crystal ball. He felt darkness envelop him, the world spinning around him, and amidst Luo Hanyan's shocked exclamations, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 88. What kind of person is the martial emperor? In the vast expanse of the celestial demon realm, amidst the 7 layers of realms, lies the core giant city. At the heart of this magnificent city, surrounded by countless pavilions, stands an imposing imperial shrine. The grand entrance of the shrine is magnificent and resplendent, adorned with dazzling spirit crystals and intricate patterns of the Kunping. Upon entering the shrine, one is greeted by a towering and sacred stone statue, its outline exuding valor. With wings unfurled, wielding a great halberd, and casting a regal gaze upon the world, it is none other than the martial emperor of the celestial demon realm. Before the statue of the martial emperor, the incense wafts thickly, curling upwards in wisps. O great martial emperor, please grant my son the strength to transcend to the celestial platform before the upcoming grand competition. Almighty martial emperor, might I borrow a ton of spirit crystals? Once I achieve the breakthrough to saint, I shall return it tenfold. Great martial emperor, I am but an old ram of the Qingqing sheep clan. Recently, my young lamb has been pursuing a certain ewe, yet the offspring she bears is not his. He still wishes to marry her. What should I do? The devout followers of the martial emperor kneel reverently before the statue, their hands clasped in prayer, silently voicing their wishes. Their faces radiate with piety and awe, reflecting their deep admiration for the martial emperor. For 5 centuries, the martial emperor has unified the celestial demon realm, bringing about monumental changes that have inspired countless demon clans to revere him, some to the point of fanaticism. As the great wolf sage entered the martial emperor's shrine, he observed the throngs of visitors and the vibrant atmosphere, inhaling deeply, feeling his soul purified and elevated. Indeed, the martial emperor's shrine is extraordinary. He felt ashamed, realizing he was merely a great sage, having previously dared to look down upon the esteemed martial emperor. Such arrogance was truly laughable. Having witnessed the defeat of the celestial wolf realm's forces and the martial emperor's retreat, he noticed a gradual loss of purity within himself. His reverence for the supreme leader of the celestial demons began to wane, and at times, he even entertained the notion that the martial emperor was nothing extraordinary. A great sage's mindset is precarious. If direction is not found promptly, calamity may ensue. Thus, the great wolf sage recalled the words of his former mentor, the late and revered leader of the celestial wolf clan. The martial emperor's shrine is the brightest jewel of the celestial demon realm. regardless of one's troubles. Visiting the martial emperor's shrine will dissolve them under his great guidance. The shrine can be found in nearly every giant city of the celestial demon realm, as numerous as grains of sand. Upon arriving at the martial emperor's shrine, the great wolf sage felt his spiritual leader had indeed not deceived him. The previous irreverence he harbored towards the martial emperor dissipated the moment he stepped into the shrine, leaving only fervor and admiration. Just as he was quietly relishing this long-awaited tranquility and reaffirming his unwavering faith in the martial emperor, a sudden clamor reached his ears. His gaze turned towards the source of the commotion. To one side of the shrine, spirit grasses and trees swayed gently, their aura far richer than in many parts of the city. A number of demon clans, having completed their worship of the martial emperor, gathered here, lingering and boasting amongst themselves. The esteemed martial emperor exudes an undeniable majesty. One wonders when it might be possible to behold his presence. Encounter the martial emperor? Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. In this remote corner of the world, one must attain the status of a quasi-emperor to even dream of such an encounter. By the time you achieve that rank, the martial emperor will have ascended to the celestial realm. Alas, forget the quasi-emperor aspirations. If I can attain the status of a sage in this lifetime, I would consider it a remarkable achievement. What do you suppose the martial emperor is like in private? Is there any need for speculation? The martial emperor must undoubtedly be a sagacious elder, speaking with grace and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. The idol of every female demon in our clan. No. Just look at the martial emperor. He possesses none of that refined aura. To unify our celestial demon realm, he must be a god of slaughter. He stands there, exuding authority without a word, instilling terror in the hearts of demons. I believe the martial emperor possesses a captivating charm, such that a single glare could cause demons to become enamored. Impossible. The martial emperor is assuredly a wise elder. You understand nothing. The martial emperor is a god of slaughter. Cease your incessant clamor. Get lost. The martial emperor is an endlessly charming deity. If you disagree, let us settle it with a duel. Damn it, I'm ready to fight. Who fears you? Today, even the Heavenly Father is here. The martial emperor is a god of slaughter. I command you to kill. I command you to slay. I shall end you, you wretched scoundrel. The clamor continued. Initially, it was merely a casual exchange among peers, but given that this is the sacred shrine of the martial emperor, the discussion of his persona enraged a group of fervent devotees. The demon clan is known for its fierce temperament, and soon, a conflict erupted. The great sage of the Tsang Wolf listened in astonishment. What manner of individual is the martial emperor? A smile inexplicably crept across his lips. As one of the fortunate few to have encountered the martial emperor, he felt an inexplicable pride. These devotees could hardly fathom that the martial emperor possesses numerous incarnations. He embodies all the forms they desire. Only a fool would argue over such trivial matters. Suddenly, as the great sage of the Tsang Wolf entertained this thought, he felt a twitch in his eyelid and instinctively looked up at the sky. The heavens roiled tumultuously, the once thick clouds dissipated by an unseen power, and countless rays of golden light descended, laden with an overwhelming pressure. Is a quasi-emperor manifesting? The great sage of the Tsang Wolf's expression shifted. This pressure felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the intensity he experienced after the battle in the wolf realm. When many quasi-emperors gallantly entered the passage to the mystical realm, the pressure was akin to this. In the sevenfold realm, a quasi-emperor is indeed a figure of great significance. What could prompt such a sudden manifestation? He could distinctly sense that this quasi-emperor's aura was not confined to this city, but reverberated throughout the entire sevenfold realm. Even those demons engaged in combat instinctively looked upward toward the celestial gates. Soon, an ethereal image emerged from the heavens. The image gradually clarified, revealing a figure renowned throughout the celestial demon realm. The martial emperor. I am grateful for the blood bestowed by the demon ancestor. In the image, the figure of the martial emperor appears somewhat obscured, as if the signal were poor, rendering it difficult to discern more than a mere shadow. The great sage of the Tsang Wolf instantly recognizes a familiar, indifferent voice. Has the martial emperor been bestowed blood by the demon ancestor? This is an immense opportunity indeed. His eyes widen slightly as the sound of the martial emperor's gratitude resonates clearly throughout the 9 heavens, allowing him to grasp the unfolding events. At this moment, the scene in the sky continues to slowly unfold, yet another voice interrupts. this time not that of the martial emperor, but rather a casual tone. There's no need for such formality. After all, I share a bond with your mother. We are family. In the future, just call me father. Call him father? Who is to be addressed in such a manner? The great sage of the Tsang Wolf's gaze sharpens, mirroring the curiosity of the other demon clans as they scrutinized the celestial display. The image in the sky has now transformed into high definition, akin to a Blu-ray presentation. The martial emperor is visible, albeit lacking the imposing majesty characteristic of the statue before the martial emperor's shrine. Instead, he is being playfully restrained by a delicate hand upon his head. Hurry, call me father. The martial emperor, resembling a schoolboy, obediently yells at the figure clad in black robes. Father. The man in black chuckles, patting his head. Good boy, my dear son, very well done. Rest assured, I shall treat the treasure as if he were my own wild child. The voices and visuals converge in synchrony. All the demon clans stand in stunned silence. They gaze in shock at the heavens, their worldviews shaken to their core. Is this truly the martial emperor? How could he be this way? These images and sounds resonate not only within the 7 heavens, but across the entire 9 heavens of the demon realm, as countless minor realms simultaneously showcase this spectacle. As everyone gazes upon the once mighty martial emperor, revered as a deity, now submissively calling a stranger father while complying with the playful head pats, a heart shatters. With the effect of a filter, it fractures layer by layer, resembling a mirror that instantly becomes riddled with countless cracks. What nonsense about being a venerable elder, a god of slaughter, a male deity? Such notions seem to exist solely within their fantasies. The authentic martial emperor appears so docile, resembling a mere child. How could he so casually address someone as father? For the martial emperor in the demon realm, the fortunate few like the great sage of the Tsang Wolf have scarcely glimpsed him. His image, akin to a deity, is etched into the minds of every devotee who venerates him. Yet now, they have witnessed the martial emperor abruptly descend from his elevated divine stature, humbly addressing a stranger as father before them, while being playfully restrained. Is this truly the martial emperor, or merely a child? The great sage of the Tsang Wolf lets out a sigh, hearing the doubts of the surrounding demon clans, instinctively stating, this indeed is the martial emperor. Yet why would he act in such a manner? His words fail to evoke any ripples. Is this a deception? Indeed, it seems to be a farce. The martial emperor, in my heart, is the supreme sovereign who conquered the demon realm, a deity of unwavering authority. How can he resemble a mere lamb chasing after a little ewe, one that fails to attain its pursuit? For many of the demon race, this is the first time they have laid eyes upon the martial emperor, and their illusions shatter in an instant, mouths agape in disbelief. Everyone, please remain calm. That woman is the martial emperor's birth mother, the empress of the ancient Sky Pung clan. The martial emperor is known for his filial piety. Is it not entirely natural for him to exhibit deference before his mother? Did you not hear the martial emperor proclaim? Thanks to the demon ancestor for the blood gift. That man is indeed the demon ancestor. Acknowledging the demon ancestor as a father figure does not seem problematic at all. Were I in his position, I would also call him father. At this moment, fervent devotees of the martial emperor strain their minds to salvage his reputation. Yes, if that man is the demon ancestor, then it is only reasonable for the martial emperor to behave somewhat differently from his usual demeanor. Some disillusioned followers, upon hearing this reasoning, began to murmur in agreement, exclaiming, truly, the martial emperor is exceptional. Even the demon ancestor holds him in esteem. Suddenly, a new scene and sound appeared in the celestial expanse. Wretched creature, kneel before me. The imagery was somewhat inappropriate, revealing an unseemly backside. This was soon followed by a cacophony of arguments. Mother, what are you doing? Quickly, save me. This demon ancestor is not benevolent. Do not trust a word he says. Turn around, drop your trousers. Smack, smack, smack. Oh. The crisp sounds, mingled with the cries of the martial emperor, reverberated throughout the demon realm. In that moment, all demons witnessed the martial emperor being treated like a mischievous child, suspended and chastised by Luo Hanyan, the great saint of the Tsang Wolf. Devout followers of the martial emperor, all demons of the demon realm. Silence enveloped the once vibrant temple of the martial emperor. Where a pin drop could be heard, all demons felt their faith crumbling. Martial emperor, how could it come to this? We revered you so deeply, only to discover you are such a martial emperor. What kind of person, at such an age, can still be subjected to a maternal spanking? That can only be described as a mischievous child. What merit does a mere child possess to inspire reverence throughout the entire demon realm? To place faith in such a spanked child is nothing short of disgraceful. The divinity in their hearts burst like fragile bubbles. At this moment, even the most devoted followers of the martial emperor felt their composure shatter. What a foolish belief in the martial emperor. The great saint of the Tsang Wolf, who had just regained faith in the martial emperor, now trembled with humiliation. He was not angry, but rather filled with shame. It dawned on him that he had harbored a sense of superiority, believing himself to be above these demons. Having genuinely looked up to the martial emperor and understood his exceptional nature. Yet now, the great saint of the Tsang Wolf stood there, dazed and foolish. How naive I was. Truly, the once formidable and commanding image of the martial emperor, which I had previously regarded with reverence, now reveals itself to be but a mere facade. The true nature of the martial emperor is laid bare. And I am struck by the realization that he is far from mature. What kind of future can there be with such a frivolous sovereign in the heavenly demon realm? The more I ponder, the more despondent I become. I cast a glance at the imposing statue of the martial emperor not far away. The great wolf sage, fueled by audacity, is struck by a bold thought. How can such a worthless figure deserve a shrine and a statue? With reddened eyes, I unleash my wrath upon the statue. Bang! A tremendous sound erupts. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the statue of the martial emperor within the shrine shatters explosively. The fragmentation of the statue instantly captures everyone's attention. Each demon stands in stunned silence. In times past, such an act would have been deemed utterly rebellious. A mere spit could have drowned the one who dared to destroy the statue. Yet, the atmosphere is peculiarly different now. Following a 2-minute pause, a sudden cheer erupts. Well done. It has long been an eyesore. Given the martial emperor's pitiful state, it is no wonder that my pleas for spiritual crystals have gone unanswered. He is truly miserly. The martial emperor's shrine is soon filled with applause and cheers. As the clamor returns, an invisible black smoke begins to rise slowly into the sky. This phenomenon is not isolated to this grand city. Throughout the various realms of the heavenly demon realm, similar occurrences unfold within the shrines of the martial emperor. Streams of black smoke coalesce into a wild storm, sweeping deep into the cosmos, settling atop the 3 incarnations of the martial emperor. The destined protagonist, the martial emperor, has lost the people's favor, resulting in a significant decline in fortune with a decrease of 50,000 in destiny value. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Chapter 89. The path to the emperor must not be opened. In the realm of Qingqiu, within the ethereal spring, lies an expanse of lush verdant land. Above, a crystal-clear spring manifests as a colossal orb of water, cascading down in glistening droplets that breathe life into the surroundings. The spiritual energy permeating the air has fully liquefied, rendering this mystical green haven reminiscent of an aquatic realm. 3 martial emperors, each distinguished by their unique hair colors, sit cross-legged in different orientations, palms facing the sky, as treasures of various kinds continuously ascend towards the celestial spring orb. Faint silhouettes of human forms can be discerned emerging from the surface of the spring. They are expending immense resources to reconstruct their avatars. At this very moment, every single item cast into the ethereal spring has the potential to nurture a sage king from the very beginning. However, just as one avatar was on the brink of completion, a dark, inky mist fell from the azure heavens, descending directly onto the heads of the 3 martial emperors. Instantly, their faces paled, a shadow darkening their foreheads. With a sharp crack, the avatar that was about to coalesce suddenly erupted. The green-haired martial emperor glowered at the sky, exclaiming, "How can this be? This is the first failure after countless attempts at avatar reconstruction. The cost of recreating an avatar is exorbitantly high. A single failure results in catastrophic losses." From another direction, the golden-haired martial emperor uttered a chilling rebuke. "It is the fortune. Our luck is plummeting. What has transpired?" Upon hearing this, the green-haired martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He too perceived the perilous decline of his own fortune. In disbelief, he whispered, "How can this be? Since my rebirth, my fortune has been exceptional. Why has it waned so swiftly? Could it be that the power of that celestial scroll has yet to dissipate?" As a celestial being who underwent rebirth, he understood all too well the significance of fortune in one's cultivation. Thus, in this lifetime, he invested considerable effort in conquering and unifying the celestial demon realm, establishing countless martial emperor shrines across various realms to siphon the fortune of sentient beings, ensuring a continuous influx of fortune. Even when cursed by that celestial scroll, which caused a drastic drop in his fortune, the ceaseless flow of fortune from the inhabitants of the celestial demon realm sustained him. Yet now, with fortune suddenly dwindling, even the reconstruction of his avatar has failed. What does this signify? His fortune has reached its nadir, adversely affecting his very existence. An ominous premonition inexplicably arose within the green-haired martial emperor. Meanwhile, the purple-haired martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in horror, "Quickly, investigate the celestial demon realm." Investigate the celestial demon realm? That is no small task. The area is vast. Nevertheless, the green-haired and golden-haired martial emperors immediately employed their impaired divine consciousness to sweep across any corner of the celestial demon realm. 10 minutes later, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Before the golden-haired martial emperor, a terrifying abyssal black hole emerged, and in a fit of rage, he shattered the fabric of space with a single punch. This is outrageous. I inquired why that avatar was delayed, only to find it was being toyed with like a jester. His face turned icy, rage simmering to the point of explosion. It is no wonder his fortunes have plummeted. In order to cultivate a supreme image among the myriad demon clans in the celestial demon realm and to better siphon their fortunes, he has expended untold effort merely to enhance his own fade. Now all is lost. Centuries of toil have been rendered utterly futile, as the entire celestial demon realm has witnessed the humiliating spectacle of their avatar groveling and being ruthlessly beaten by Luo Hanyan. Once this imagery spreads, the martial emperor shall become the laughingstock of the celestial demon realm. Restoring his authority will prove exceedingly challenging. That fool, how could he be so foolish? The purple-haired martial emperor trembled with fury, his finger shaking as he pointed at the other two martial emperors. This was orchestrated by that individual named Chu. A truly cunning stratagem. That dim-witted woman, Luo Hanyan, must also be aware of our plans. The more he spoke, the graver his expression became. This is a colossal predicament. Luo Hanyan has yet to sever her oath and still knows the location of the immortal spring. If she comes to us, we could very well be ensnared entirely. We must devise a plan. The blonde martial emperor retorted angrily. What plan? We have underestimated our enemy. One misstep leads to another. That Chu fellow is undoubtedly formidable. Attempting to suppress him in such a short time will demand exorbitant costs. What can we do besides flee the celestial demon realm? Upon his words, the other two martial emperors fell into silence. These days have been akin to a nightmare. First, a divine scroll left them in disarray, resulting in the loss of an avatar. Then, when they launched a military assault on the Xian realm, they fell into an ambush, losing two more avatars and their stronghold. The martial emperor's city was plundered, costing yet another avatar. Now, they find themselves utterly trapped. That Chu individual has uncovered the secret between Luo Hanyan and them, scheming against an avatar, forcing it into a series of humiliating predicaments, all while being scrutinized by the entire celestial demon realm, leading to a drastic decline in their fortunes. Initially, they had dismissed this sudden and formidable foe, but in just a few days, they are faced with the potential loss of not only their homeland, but all their avatars. At this moment, regardless of how proud the martial emperors were, or how they underestimated Chu Feng, they realized they had been driven to a desperate corner. If they could not find a solution, only death awaited them. The three martial emperor avatars remained silent for an extended period. Ultimately, it was the green-haired martial emperor who spoke. His tone somber. I am confident I can eliminate that individual, but it necessitates abandoning the 9 turns to ascendancy method. The blonde martial emperor immediately objected. Absolutely not. This is our destined path. We cannot forsake it. I warn you, do not act recklessly. He glared at the green-haired martial emperor, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The foundation of the martial emperor is far more formidable than one might imagine. Before seizing his current form, he was a true immortal, but not just any immortal. He was a peerless prodigy, someone with the potential to ascend to the rank of immortal king. The reason for his downfall, leading to his possession, stemmed from his exploration of an ancient relic. Initially, he believed it to be merely an ordinary celestial lord's site, until he ultimately discovered that it was, in fact, the tomb of a celestial emperor. The 9 turns ascension method was a treasured find within this emperor's burial site. Through this extraordinary technique, that celestial emperor had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Upon acquiring the 9 turns ascension method, he was overjoyed, only to inadvertently trigger a hidden trap, resulting in the destruction of his physical form and the dispatch of his soul to the lower realms. Shortly thereafter, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to possess the body of a young celestial Pong who was out training. A flawless ascension method, a perfect physique. At that moment, he did not perceive his situation as unfortunate. Rather, he believed it to be fate guiding him towards a new path of cultivation. Once he attained the status of the 9 turns emperor and returned to the celestial realm, he envisioned a celestial pathway leading to the emperor's domain, causing even the exalted celestial kings to bow in reverence. The mere thought of such a scene filled him with exhilaration. However, the green-haired emperor now revealed a harsh truth. Should he persist in the 9 turns ascension, he risked losing his very life. Did they have any choice left? At present, at least 2 of his avatars had been captured by someone surnamed Chu. That individual was astute. He refrained from killing the avatars, leaving them with the possibility of reconstructing only 6 at most. Just the foolish woman, Luo Hanyin, already knew far too many secrets, rendering them helpless. They had to tread the path of the emperor. Only by embarking on this path could they escape the great oath of the heavenly decree. Once they attained the status of emperor, even in the early stages, they would wield certain celestial techniques from before their possession, their combat prowess rivaling that of earthly immortals. Slaying the one surnamed Chu would be as simple as killing a chicken. Listening to the green-haired emperor, the golden-haired emperor coldly rejected the notion. I do not consent. I would rather take my own life than abandon the 9 turns ascension. If you do not take your life, that man surnamed Chu will come for us. By the time he arrives, our avatars will not have been successfully refined, and we would be eliminated in one fell swoop. This is absolutely unacceptable. Observing the tense standoff between the 2 avatars, the purple-haired emperor hesitated for a long while before slowly suggesting, let us sacrifice the all-things furnace. With the all-things furnace and the reincarnation celestial flame as the primary materials for the avatars, and nourishing them with celestial spring water, we could undoubtedly recreate 3 avatars in a short time. The unity of 6 forms would yield the peak combat power of an emperor. Combined with some resource-intensive celestial secret techniques, certain attacks could reach the realm of earthly immortals without issue. Furthermore, with my prior combat experience, I could surely teach him a lesson. Ultimately, the purple-haired emperor remained opposed to the notion of invoking the emperor's path, concluding, this path must await the completion of the 9 turns ascension. At these words, both the green-haired and golden-haired emperors fell into contemplative silence. Undoubtedly, this was a compromise. It appeared flawless, yet was far from it. The all-things furnace and the reincarnation celestial flame were both near celestial treasures. Sacrificing these 2 priceless items would mean that at least 500 years of time had been squandered. Yet, this was the best course of action available. The 3 martial emperors reached a consensus, invoking the furnace of all things and the heavenly flames of reincarnation, their hearts burdened with immense pain. The myriad demons' tower awaited their reckoning. Just wait. I shall summon the path of the emperor, attain true sovereignty, and cast you, the treacherous pair, into the depths of disgrace for a millennium. Having been struck, the martial emperor awoke from his stupor, bound tightly by chains of purple energy, ensconced in a cocoon. The mortifying scene from earlier replayed incessantly in his mind, particularly the thought that his disgraceful antics had been witnessed by the entire celestial realm of demons, leaving him utterly shattered. Overwhelmed by the humiliation, he howled in anguish, his head swirling in rage. Still putting on a brave front, the Kueilong Emperor and Luo Hanyin gazed in astonishment as Chu Feng brandished a rectangular iron tome. With a resounding smack, the decree of the Emperor's path struck the martial Emperor's face like a brick. The cold iron tome left his visage stinging with indignation. Though the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound. You wish to summon the Emperor's path? Then do so, Chu Feng urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With another resounding slap, the martial Emperor's face became a swollen mess. Curse you. Just wait. Smack. Smack. Chu Feng's decree sparked with intensity. Hasten to reveal your prowess for your father to behold. It shall be magnificent. The white-haired martial emperor, consumed by fury and senseless rage, unleashed his boundless power, shaking the heavens as he roared, opened the path of the emperor. Meanwhile, the several martial emperors, who had just concluded their discussions in the celestial spring, suddenly froze. They felt as though their bodies were exploding with power. It was a sensation of breakthrough. Yet, the expressions of the three martial emperors' avatars shifted dramatically as they desperately attempted to suppress the surge, with little effect. The greatest flaw of the avatar technique was laid bare. Each avatar possessed its own will and could act impulsively, affecting the others. Damn it! As a magnificent galaxy unfolded within the celestial demon realm, stretching across the cosmos and connecting multiple worlds, the harmonious voices of the three martial emperors resonated in unison, echoing the melodious tongue of the celestial demons beneath the celestial spring. Chapter 90. A Surge of Fortune. In the realm of the Xian, the sacred bridge is a rare phenomenon, appearing only a few times every few centuries. However, in the vast expanse of the Tianyao realm, which is countless times more extensive than the Xian realm, the imperial path has not been seen for several millennia. According to the ancient records of the venerable Tianhu clan, the oldest lineage in the Tianyao realm, when the imperial path manifests, the heavens and earth dim, leaving only a thread of the Milky Way, akin to a fleeting bloom in the ninth heaven, drawing the attention of the world. And today, countless beings of the Tianyao realm, having just witnessed a breathtaking spectacle that shattered their perceptions, found themselves in a moment where, regardless of their location or whether it was day or night, the heavens seemed to be cloaked in a heavy, dark curtain, devoid of any radiance. "Mother, what is that?" A naive little creature in the Tianyao realm looked up, catching a glimpse of a glimmer. An angry female voice erupted. "Do not look. It must be the buttocks of the martial emperor." How vulgar. The silver brilliance pierced through the world, resembling a dazzling behind. The darkness did not linger for long before it was rent asunder by a colossal river radiating silver light, surging towards the ancient star Tianquan, akin to an ancient pathway stretching towards the unknown. Within the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, the Kuei Nyo Emperor trembled, stammering, "Ancestor. He seems to have truly summoned the imperial path. What shall we do now?" His bovine eyes gazed skyward, and although he was situated within the confines of this supreme imperial weapon, he could distinctly see the ancient Milky Way slicing through the world, extending forth. The silver light descended like a spotlight upon the suffering martial emperor. The white-haired martial emperor, in a daze, looked up at the silver radiance, and before he could comprehend, the surrounding chains of purple energy were dispersed by the supreme rules, directly guiding him to the starting point of the imperial path. Not only the white-haired martial emperor, but also another martial emperor, who had long succumbed to the torment inflicted by Chu Feng, was ensnared by the silver light and drawn into the imperial path. The Kuei Nyo Emperor was in a state of panic. This was a significant upheaval. Wasn't he the martial emperor always so calculating? Why had he been provoked into such a frenzy by just a few words from the ancestor? This was utterly unlike the calm and composed martial emperor of the past. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was that if the martial emperor truly achieved the status of a great emperor, he would undoubtedly turn his wrath upon him and Brother Ma. Heaven forbid. Should I find a place to bury myself first? Luo Hanyan was also taken aback. She furrowed her brow and said to Chu Feng, "Ancestor, the martial emperor, I seem to sense no trace of his aura anymore." If he were to prove himself on the imperial path, she was aware that the martial emperor intended to use the 9 transformations to attain the emperor's Tao. Although he was now incited to anger, summoning the imperial path and thereby thwarting his ambitions, Luo Hanyan understood the martial emperor well, given his profound foundation. Even in such circumstances, achieving the status of a great emperor would not pose a significant challenge. In the past, Luo Hanyan would have surely offered her blessings and prayed for the martial emperor. However, the situation had changed. Now, she wished nothing more than for the martial emperor to perish immediately. However, reason dictated to him that the aspirations of the 9 transformations emperor were now extinguished. The martial emperor, having returned as the great emperor, would undoubtedly become unhinged. She might not be able to intervene with the martial emperor, and chaos would surely ensue in the heavenly demon realm. Upon witnessing the martial emperor genuinely summon the emperor's path, Chu Feng's spirits soared. And he gestured to Kuei Nyo and Luo Hanyin. Do not rush, do not panic. Everything is under control. You may proceed with your tasks, as I shall handle the rest. With that, he snapped his fingers. Both Luo Hanyin and Kuei Nyo were expelled from the 10,000 Demon Tower. After sending off his two aides, Chu Feng unhesitatingly opened the brick-like artifact in his hand. As the Emperor's Path Judgment Scroll unfurled, it emitted a mesmerizing silver light, enveloping Chu Feng's towering figure. Chu Feng was already well acquainted with the use of the Emperor's Path Judgment Scroll, and he welcomed it without resistance, his smile growing ever more radiant. The martial emperor, in his Na-Vet, followed Chu Feng's script without demanding a single reward. Where else could one find such a benevolent soul? As his thoughts whirled, the silver light released by the Emperor's Path Judgment Scroll completely enveloped him, transforming the once heavy and frigid scroll into an ethereal apparition. In a flash of brilliance, it swept Chu Feng away like a celestial battleship, soaring toward the Emperor's path that spanned the realms. The distinction lay in the fact that the martial emperor was guided to the starting point of the Emperor's path, while Chu Feng was destined for its conclusion. Before long, Chu Feng, shrouded in silver light and resembling a deity, stood at the terminus of the Emperor's path, a pitch-black expanse. There he stood, as if upon a towering mountain, gazing down to behold the entirety of the Emperor's path. Although from the outside, the Emperor's path appeared as a straight, luminous galaxy, from Chu Feng's vantage point, it manifested as an almost infinite microcosm, encompassing every conceivable terrain. It could take the form of peaks, fathomless seas, black holes, or even an arena. Ultimately, its manifestation was shrouded in boundless mystery, its transformations innumerable, defying all attempts at prediction. Chu Feng wore a pensive expression, and then enlightenment struck him. Ah, it is I, the adjudicator of the Emperor's path, who determines its nature. The martial emperor, so exceptional, would surely not object if I adjusted the difficulty of the Emperor's path to a nightmarish level, would he? He cast a somewhat bashful glance towards the starting point of the Emperor's path, which was a riot of colors reminiscent of a gathering of eclectic souls, where 5 avatars of the martial emperor had materialized. In contrast to the opulent display and grand destiny value he had witnessed a fortnight prior, the current martial emperor, while still adorned with numerous treasures, now possessed a meager destiny value of only 70,000. It underscored the capriciousness of fate. Even with his benevolent efforts to augment the martial emperor's destiny value, it had been squandered with reckless abandon, nearly leading to his own demise. As Chu Feng shifted his gaze from the status panel, he noticed the martial emperors, having not seen each other for some time, appeared quite animated, joyfully reminiscing. Harmonious and affectionate phrases about flora and fauna leapt from their lips, reflecting the essence of a united familial bond. Is the Emperor's path not commencing? As the adjudicator, Chu Feng suddenly realized that the Emperor's path remained in an unactivated state. Upon a fleeting thought, I gradually comprehended that the path of the Emperor had been unveiled. To traverse this path, 9 peak quasi-emperors must convene, yet ultimately, only one shall attain enlightenment. Of course, it is equally plausible for all 9 to falter, leading to a complete debacle. Presently, there exist only 5 martial emperors, and we must await the arrival of Otherworld S peak quasi-emperors. Suddenly, a notion struck Chu Feng. He recalled hearing Luo Hanyin mention that the martial emperor S avatar employed a certain technique known as the 9 transformations of enlightenment. If 9 were to embark together, would not the final enlightenment belong solely to him? What a fanciful thought. After indulging in a moment of jest, Chu Feng observed the martial emperors concluding their verbal exchanges, transitioning into vigorous warm-up exercises, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intense. Shaking his head, he thought that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well engage in some amusement. Having accumulated 16 destiny treasure chests, he decided a 10-fold opening would suffice to enliven the moment. His consciousness delved into the divine sea, locating a multitude of floating destiny treasure chests. With a mere thought, the destiny ascendant seal radiated brilliance, descending upon 10 chests, elevating them to superior quality. In the next instant, the 10 superior destiny treasure chests were abruptly opened by Chu Feng. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. You have acquired 1,000 tons of enlightenment tea. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. You have acquired 1 destiny fragment 1. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. You have acquired one destiny fragment 1. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. A golden flash swept by. And you have acquired the special supreme treasure, the 10,000 Path Immortal Stage Talisman. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. You have acquired one destiny fragment 1. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. A golden flash swept by. And you have acquired the special supreme treasure, the 10,000 Path Immortal Stage Talisman. You have opened a superior destiny treasure chest. You have acquired 100,000 pounds of quasi-emperor grade elixir. Lo and behold, Chu Feng cast a casual glance, only to freeze momentarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the divine sea, countless resplendent lights erupted. A mere casual tenfold opening had unleashed an unprecedented stroke of fortune. Double gold from the tenfold. This time, his casual tenfold had yielded 2 golden legends. Although they were identical special supreme treasures, this was ample evidence of the exceptional quality of this tenfold opening. Yet, this was not the source of Chu Feng's astonishment. The true surprise lay in the destiny fragments. Aside from the 2 golden treasures, he had procured a total of 4 destiny fragments from this tenfold. What does this signify? There are times when, in a streak of bad luck, one may not even acquire 4 from 20 draws. Even more outrageous was the fact that he currently possessed 6 destiny fragments, and with the 4 obtained from this tenfold, he could precisely forge a single destiny key. Chu Feng was utterly astounded. He murmured to himself, "This defies logic." In such scenarios, one would expect at least a fractional destiny fragment, yet it seemed almost too fortuitous to gather them so seamlessly. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a realization, clenching his left fist against his right palm. His eyes gleamed with brilliance. Could it be that this world truly operates under a law of attractiveness? The more handsome one is, the better luck they have? He suddenly realized that if this were the case, everything would make perfect sense, and there would be no flaws at all. System. Chapter 91. Opening the door again. Ascending to immortality. You have consumed 10 fragments of destiny to forge a destiny key. Shall you unseal a new divine identity? After reflecting on his own unparalleled beauty, Chu Yanju casually combined the fragments of destiny into a singular key. He sensed the resplendent long-handled key, quietly suspended in the sea of divinity, its lock resembling a sharp dragon's fang, radiating a cold gleam. No, Chu Feng did not immediately unseal the new divine identity. It was not due to the preciousness of the destiny key that he wished to admire it a little longer, but rather because our esteemed Emperor Wu's remaining worth had dwindled to a mere fraction. With the destiny key acquired so swiftly, it became evident that a change of plans was in order. Chu Feng's gaze shifted to the starting point of the imperial path. There, alongside the 5 avatars of Emperor Wu, 2 figures of peak quasi-emperors had emerged, with Gu Yanju's brilliance preceding him. Chu Feng understood that defeating the protagonist of destiny would undoubtedly yield a supreme destiny crystal. His original intention was to enjoy some playful moments with Emperor Wu along the imperial path. However, he had not anticipated that his own charm would so effectively gather the fragments of destiny. Thus, he had no choice but to alter his strategy, to await the moment on the imperial path to harvest the last remnants of Emperor Wu's worth before swiftly dealing with him. Apologies, dear son. For the sake of your father's supreme divine identity, you shall have to endure a little hardship. With a sigh, Chu Feng was eagerly anticipating the opening of the imperial path. Each time he drew a divine identity, there was a tinge of expectation within him. The benefits it could bestow were indeed immense. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire of the system. By the way, dog system. Aside from the supreme divine identity, are the other divine identities all at the Emperor realm? Thus far, the 2 unsealed divine identities, Emperor and Ancestor of all demons, were indeed at the Emperor realm. Yet, now that he had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, should he draw another identity of the same tier, it might not yield the desired enhancement. What sort of divine identity would that be? System. Esteemed host. Divine identities encompass a vast array of possibilities. It is not as straightforward as you might think. The system responded promptly, sounding like an old riddle, saying little of substance. Yet, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and mused along the system's logic. Oh, if it is not as simple as I surmised, it implies that there must be identities beyond the Emperor realm. Dog system, you are becoming increasingly astute, learning to hint. System, please explore on your own. Host, Disregarding its reply, Chu Feng continued to squint and mutter, "It matters not. Should the divine identity still be of the Emperor realm, I shall simply recline in idleness, seeking a tranquil place adorned with clear waters and fragrant blossoms, gathering a troop of lovely maidens to play mahjong daily. Such a life seems rather delightful indeed. Are you threatening this system? Surely, that must be the case." The system dared not respond, remaining submissive. Having teased the system, Chu Feng then turned his attention to the two identical legendary treasures obtained from this tenfold draw. Special Supreme Treasure, 10,000 Path Fairy Rank Talisman. It was a pale azure talisman, notably larger than the Grand Destiny talismans, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura. This aura was neither that of an extreme path imperial weapon nor of celestial grade, but rather bore a striking resemblance to the essence of a system. What astonished Chu Feng even more was that this myriad path celestial grade talisman was unlike any of the treasures he had encountered before. It did not require divine thought to permeate it in order to comprehend its usage. As his thoughts settled, these two pale azure talismans revealed a line of ancient characters that flickered like flames in a soft golden hue. Myriad Path Celestial Grade Talisman, a unique treasure. Possessing the power of 10,000 creations, it can consume one creation power to refine a designated extreme path imperial weapon or celestial grade treasure. With a chance of enhancing its quality, refinement can be performed infinitely, albeit with a probability of failure. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this myriad path celestial grade talisman reminiscent of the enhancement runes from certain games on Blue Star before his transcendence? A splendid find indeed. He immediately recognized the value of the myriad path celestial grade talisman. Despite the plethora of scrap metal in his spiritual sea, the truly usable celestial grade treasures were few and far between, most being consumables or auxiliary in nature. He promptly activated the myriad path celestial grade talisman to refine the previously obtained heaven and earth seal. This primordial extreme path imperial weapon had sustained considerable damage due to his earlier crude refinement, yet in terms of value, it ranked among the top 10 of his current possessions. Upon receiving Chu Feng's command, the talisman emanated a wisp of azure mist that settled upon the heaven and earth seal. The visibly damaged primordial extreme path imperial weapon began to recover at an astonishing rate, its surface glowing with a flow of profound yellow essence, rendering the entire seal increasingly weighty. The damage was mending, and its quality was instantaneously elevating. Chu Feng's enthusiasm surged as he unleashed another creation power through the myriad path celestial grade talisman, causing the surrounding profound yellow energy to multiply, enveloping the seal in a hazy cocoon and initiating a vigorous tremor, as if it were undergoing a metamorphosis. In no time, the heaven and earth seal could ascend to the status of a celestial grade treasure. Moreover, the myriad path celestial grade talisman could be employed for refinement an infinite number of times. With two myriad path celestial grade talismans at his disposal, he possessed a staggering 20,000 creation powers, ample and inexhaustible. He was determined to create as much as he could. However, when he attempted to channel another creation power, he discovered that no further energy could penetrate the heaven and earth seal. Naturally, after such a sudden influx of essence, the seal required time to gradually assimilate the transformation. Yet, Chu Feng had no shortage of treasures. He promptly directed the myriad path celestial grade talisman to channel creation power towards the heavenly emperor's sword and the eternal gate, extreme path imperial weapons he occasionally utilized. As the creation power graced the heavenly emperor's sword, its aura began to evolve, and in the blink of an eye, it emanated a hint of celestial grade treasure essence. Conversely, the creation power directed at the eternal gate hesitated like a timid suitor at the threshold of a goddess's abode, reluctant to knock on the door. Chu Feng focused intently and quickly realized the situation. Indeed, the eternal gate stands apart from other treasures. It is the ultimate key possessed by the destined protagonist. The last time I merely nudged it, my realm ascended instantaneously. Speaking of which, the source is nearly full, and I have yet to push the gate. Surely this time I will glimpse the so-called ultimate within, the unyielding eternal gate. Not even a strand of creation energy, nor the probing of Chu Feng could unveil its secrets. Unbeknownst to me, the source within the star pearl has nearly reached its limit. A sudden thought struck Chu Feng, prompting him to summon the eternal gate once more. The gate retained its ethereal appearance, standing resolutely after being conjured from the sea of divine consciousness, tightly shut, with not a whisper of energy escaping. Chu Feng pressed his palm against the door and gently pushed. Within the star pearl, the source quivered and swiftly descended. However, this time, in stark contrast to the last, the effort proved unexpectedly smooth. Without exerting much force, he opened it halfway, and a cascade of pure white light enveloped him from the crevice. Melodic celestial music and ancient chants intertwined, whispering softly in his ears. Chu Feng pushed again with renewed determination. The source within the star pearl reached its nadir in an instant. The gate swung wide open. As Chu Feng leaned into the blinding brilliance, his gaze faltered momentarily. Suddenly, a pair of icy lips pressed against his, their fragrance lingering on his tongue, warmth flooding his throat. Concurrently, his corporeal form began to dissipate, akin to ethereal transformation. At the moment the door was breached, Chu Feng transcended, stepping from the pinnacle of the Emperor realm into the domain of immortals. Even more astonishingly, his aura surged exponentially, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 92. Has the competition on the imperial path become so fierce? Chu Feng was unperturbed by his own rise in strength as he beheld the unexpected intruder, pressing his lips against that of his exquisite companion. If he were to encapsulate the essence of the woman behind the door in a single word, it would be perfection. Her breathtaking beauty bore a youthful innocence, yet shimmered like the dawn upon a lustrous jade, radiant and gentle. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand glistening with ethereal brilliance and arcane symbols. Her eyes, meeting his gaze, sparkled like stars, twinkling enchantingly. A soft murmur escaped her lips, which were as vibrant and enticing as cherries, glistening with allure. At some point, the enchanting woman, graceful as willow fluff dancing in the breeze, had drawn close to him. Her delicately smooth skin resembled the finest mutton fat jade, exuding a warm, lustrous glow, while his fingertips brushed against her like luxurious silk. In this fantastical realm, where the extraordinary often prevails, women were typically strikingly beautiful. Figures like Nangong Qin and Luo Hanyin represented the pinnacle of earthly allure. Yet this woman seemed to be an unparalleled goddess, birthed from the essence of stars and the grace of moonlight. Her beauty transcended imagination, her aura unmatched. How delightful it was! The ultimate revelation behind this door was unexpectedly sweet. Chu Feng mused. He had often pondered the nature of the ultimate existence within, but upon opening the door, he realized that his imagination had fallen short. Was this the joy a mortal could truly experience? At times, he had to concede that the faithful protagonists were indeed indulging in genuine wonders, while he, the antagonist, could only humbly intercept their fortunes. Chu Feng could not help but lament the vast chasm that lay between individuals. Alas, let it be, he thought, as he savored the goddess's sweetness, only to feel the warm, tender sensation in his mouth and hands gradually dissipate into the ether. The woman within the door, akin to a wisp of smoke, became increasingly translucent, vanishing from the realm. As he watched her disappearance, the eternal door remained wide open, resembling a hollow portal, revealing the desolate black earth that marked the end of the imperial path. Everything unfolded as if it were but a dream. You have unlocked the ultimate within the door. Your fate and fortune have been elevated. You have unlocked the ultimate within the door. Your fate and fortune have been elevated. The system's delayed notifications confirmed that what had transpired was not a mere illusion. An elevation in fate and fortune? What purpose does this serve beyond hastening refinement? Chu Feng pondered, surprised that the woman behind the door had also bestowed upon him an enhancement of his destiny. Yet, the greatest reward from this door-opening experience remained the ascension in his cultivation. Chu Feng sensed that the once vast spiritual energy within him had subtly transformed into a more advanced power, transcending the potency of spiritual energy by hundreds of times. In a mere moment, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Instinctively, he glanced at the panel and discovered that his realm had ascended from the pinnacle of the Emperor stage to the initial stage of true immortal. He had executed a remarkable double leap, surpassing the mundane realm of the red dust immortal, which was utterly incredible. According to Chu Feng's estimation, the rewards from pushing open the eternal gate were akin to unsealing a divine-level identity. Chu Feng, almost reflexively, smacked his lips and remarked, "So sweet. The sweetness is off the charts." What could possibly be the origin of this ultimate entity within the gate? Such rudeness. If I ever have the chance to meet again, I must demand proper compensation for my spiritual distress. In the celestial realm, there stood an infinitely tall mountain shrouded in dense immortal mist, narrow at the base and wide at the summit, as if it were inverted. At the summit of the mountain, there was a thatched cottage. A young girl in white, with long hair as dark as ink and an exquisite beauty, wielded a golden longsword. With each strike, she commanded the forces of heaven and earth, showcasing her terrifying mastery of the sword. Moments later, she sheathed her sword. As her sword intent retracted, the cosmos transformed, and endless runes dispersed. The girl exuded an air of grace and elegance, her smile enchanting. Xiao Wei, the immortal source within that gate, should be ripening soon. Prior to the sword domain trial, venture to the Xian realm to retrieve the immortal source. A gentle female voice emanated from a light pink pouch hanging at her waist. The immortal source is nearing maturity? Time truly flies. Several millennia have passed in the blink of an eye. I shall descend to the mortal realm at once. The stunning girl paused momentarily, her expression tinged with nostalgia. A small, delicate beauty mark beneath her left eye resembled a teardrop ready to fall, adding an alluring touch to her visage. The voice from the pouch cautioned, "The realms of immortals and mortals are distinct. Do not descend in your true form. Project instead." The beautiful girl flashed a playful smile, replying, "Understood. There's no need for concern, teacher. The Xian realm is my homeland. I am well acquainted with that place." Upon hearing the voice's exasperated reminder, exercise utmost caution. "Do not repeat past mistakes," she affirmed. "I know. I shall depart now." With a clear command, she wielded her longsword, transporting herself to a hidden ancient formation within the celestial realm. Gazing at the ancient array, a flood of familiar memories surged through her mind, unconsciously etching a smile upon her face. She cast several invaluable supreme immortal crystals into the formation, while the golden longsword floated before her. Closing her eyes, she skillfully gathered her inky hair and secured it with a black ribbon, transforming into a dashing young man. Flash! The suspended golden longsword shimmered with golden light and descended upon her, as if delivering a strike. In an instant, a shadow from the girl merged into the ancient array and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, she sat cross-legged around the formation, suppressing her aura. In the realm of celestial demons, within a remote and desolate star system, a radiant light flickered as a young man clad in white emerged, surveying his surroundings. The ethereal energy here is rather meager. Indeed, a pitiable sight. Should the opportunity arise, I must endeavor to transform this place. Otherwise, the practitioners here will find it impossible to cultivate. With a hint of concern, he cast a glance at the star system, suddenly pausing, his enchanting eyes drawn to the horizon. Is that the path of the Emperor? To encounter the Emperor's path so soon after descending to this realm is indeed a stroke of fortune. He noticed a galaxy stretching across the heavens, traversing worlds, leading to realms unknown. The young man felt a stir in his heart, yearning to embark on the Emperor's path. "Xiao Wei, refrain from unnecessary complications." A resigned voice echoed in his ears. The young man quickly replied, "Teacher, there is no cause for concern. This is a rare opportunity to witness the Emperor's path. I must seize the chance to act as a judge of the Emperor's path. Such merit is a precious commodity." However, the gentle voice from the fragrant pouch disagreed. "Judging the Emperor's path involves entanglements of karma. Have you forgotten the last time you meddled with the Taiyuan clan's affairs and were hunted across several worlds? Our primary objective is to retrieve the celestial source from the Xian realm." With a light-hearted smile, the young man waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, but teacher, this is the lower realm, not the celestial realm. My projection possesses the strength of an early celestial being. What is there to fear from karma? I am merely seeking to forge benevolent connections, with additional merit to shield me. Will not my trials in the sword domain proceed more smoothly?" The teacher within the fragrant pouch felt a headache coming on. This child, Wei, is exceptionally talented and intelligent, possessing all admirable qualities. Yet, her penchant for meddling in affairs beyond her scope and her overly benevolent nature have brought forth countless troubles. With her descent into this realm, it seems the cycle is beginning anew, and she could very well stir up more mischief. At the starting point of the Emperor's path, 5 martial emperors, one with golden hair, another with white, followed by those with green, purple, and red hair, finally concluded their warm-up exercises, standing in distinct positions. However, it was evident that they were divided into two factions. Three cold gazes fixated on the battered red-haired and white-haired figures, their anger still simmering beneath the surface. The red-haired martial emperor was the fool who had been subdued in the martial emperor city and had allowed the great seal of heaven and earth to be seized. Had it not been for him, the secrets of Luo Hanyin would not have been revealed, and the white-haired martial emperor would not have been subjected to such disgrace, becoming the laughingstock of the entire celestial demon realm, leading to their decline in fortune. The golden-haired martial emperor, still seething with rage, directed his gaze back and forth between the two figures. "You two worthless fools, why do you not simply perish?" The red-haired and white-haired martial emperors stood in silence, their expressions grim, filled with their own anger and self-reproach. The green-haired martial emperor, the most composed among them, stepped forward to mediate. "Enough, the die is cast. We are all comrades. Let us not turn against one another. Since we have been guided onto the path of the emperors, let us not dwell on past matters, but instead focus on the future. We must traverse the emperor's path, attain the status of the great emperor, and subsequently capture that monstrous ancestor's incarnation. Any anger we harbor should be directed at him. Let us not concern ourselves with the notion of the 9 transformations. How absurd! Are you two truly devoid of sense? What nonsense is this about the emperor's path? I swear I will not spare you." As he spoke, a surge of rage overwhelmed him, leading to an inexplicable breach of composure. The other 2 martial emperors could not restrain him, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the red and white-haired martial emperors. "Fool, if you were captured, your fate would be far worse than mine. You have no idea how despicable and shameless that man named Chu truly is. I will not endure such humiliation. If it is war, then let it be war. Today, I shall slay you, and I will attain the Tao myself." The white-haired martial emperor, too, was incensed. He had already shown considerable restraint. Among all the avatars, he had suffered the most damage. Finally able to catch his breath upon entering the emperor's path, he was once again subjected to relentless ridicule and assault by the others. What right did they have? Was it his intention to invoke the emperor's path? Was this not a last resort? "Stop fighting. Enough. I swear I will annihilate you." Boom, boom. At the starting point of the emperor's path, the ground trembled as the 5 martial emperors clashed fiercely, unleashing true fire, threatening to tear the very fabric of this origin apart. The other 4 peak quasi-emperors, summoned from different worlds, witnessed this chaotic scene and retreated in bewilderment, their faces expressing sheer disbelief. What in the world? The emperor's path has yet to commence, and already these 5 identical beings are engaged in a fierce battle? Are you not allies? Should you not first deal with us? The last to arrive, a portly quasi-emperor, muttered to himself, "Is the competition on the emperor's path already so fierce? Perhaps I should not have waded into these murky waters." Chapter 93. Are you kidding me? Those who ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor's path, the quasi-emperors, are all the most formidable beings from various realms. Upon being guided into the emperor's path and encountering 5 identical quasi-emperors, each distinguished only by their hair color, they were secretly astonished. Their auras and powers were indistinguishable, clearly indicating a unified entity. The manifestation of such a state upon the emperor's path signified meticulous preparation. The quasi-emperors, filled with trepidation, kept their distance, observing the avatars of the martial emperor. Each quasi-emperor understood that ultimately, only one could attain the title of Great Emperor. Without collaboration, none could hope to succeed against the overwhelming might of the 5 unified quasi-emperors. Some even contemplated forming alliances with the other quasi-emperors. Yet, to their utter astonishment, before the emperor's path even commenced, these 5 began to engage in a fierce and chaotic battle, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed countless storms, but never had they beheld a spectacle quite like this. The stout quasi-emperor exclaimed in shock, "Are these 5 deliberately putting on a show to lower our guard? Is the emperor's path already so treacherous?" Nearby, a cloaked quasi-emperor retorted coldly, "What purpose does a performance serve now? Once the emperor's path opens, one must first temper the body, then cultivate the mind. Only in the final stretch can one engage in combat. Do you think this would convince me? The emperor's path shall soon commence, and any effort spent in vain is but a waste of energy." The other 2 peak quasi-emperors remained silent, diverting their gazes from the battling martial emperors to the emperor's path ahead. Before them lay thousands of winding roads, all twisting towards an unseen horizon. The starting point of the emperor's path was enveloped in a radiant blue light, which gradually became transparent with the arrival of the last stout quasi-emperor. All the quasi-emperors understood that once the blue light dissipated, the emperor's path would be fully unveiled. They would then embark on the treacherous journey ahead, where each path was fraught with peril, requiring them to traverse using their physical forms alone, entering the next segment of the emperor's path. This initial segment was known as the body-tempering path. As the cloaked quasi-emperor had stated, both the body-tempering path and the subsequent mind cultivation path were distinct. Each individual could tread only one path, gazing longingly from afar, but never crossing paths, thus rendering any conflict impossible. Only upon reaching the final segment of the emperor's path would they encounter a battleground rife with bloodshed and fierce combat. Therefore, the quasi-emperors found themselves perplexed as they watched the martial emperors clash, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Buzz, buzz. Soon, the peak quasi-emperors had little time to concern themselves with the martial emperors, as the blue light shattered completely and blood-red hues began to emanate from every path ahead. The emperor's path had opened. The cloaked quasi-emperor, with a stern expression, disregarded the other quasi-emperors, selecting a path he had long coveted, stepping forward. In the race along the emperor's path, each swift step gained an advantage. The corpulent quasi-emperor advanced along another imperial path with a smile gracing his lips. Before long, for quasi-emperors had also embarked upon this imperial journey. As the path was unveiled, a question lingered. Should they continue? If this conflict persisted, the prospect of attaining enlightenment would be rendered impossible. Could they not exercise a modicum of rationality? At this juncture, the martial emperors finally ceased their skirmishes, the emerald-haired martial emperor issuing a sharp rebuke. The other martial emperors regarded him with furrowed brows, questioning how he could assume a position of righteousness when he had instigated the confrontation. The crimson-haired martial emperor, nursing the gravest of wounds, grumbled, "Let us cease hostilities, unify, and seek enlightenment before discussing further matters." The golden-haired martial emperor echoed, "Attaining enlightenment as a great emperor, vanquishing the demon ancestor's avatar. We can recalibrate our strategy and rise anew." Upon hearing the term demon ancestor's avatar, the white-haired martial emperor's eyes ignited with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. Agreed. To achieve greatness, we must slay the demon ancestor. At the pinnacle of the celestial path, who shall reign supreme? One glimpse of a martial emperor's path, and all becomes void. The violet-haired martial emperor, too, voiced his command. At the summit of the celestial realm, I, the martial emperor, shall embody the heavens. All of you, unite. 5 pairs of hands converged, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant light. As the imperial path unfurled, Chu Feng served as the adhesive for the fissures among the martial emperors, rekindling their fervor for battle. Moments later, a martial emperor exuding an aura of terror emerged. The quintuple martial emperor extended his hands, his gaze reflecting a glacial gleam at the formidable energy before him, the combat prowess of a late-stage great emperor. Alas, time was insufficient to summon additional avatars. Otherwise, with the unity of 8, a single blow could shatter this corporeal path. This was merely the power of 8. Should he unify 9, the martial emperor was confident that a single strike could obliterate the entire imperial path, securing immediate enlightenment. Even so, the martial emperor, in his quintuple form, was unprecedentedly powerful, brimming with confidence as he boldly traversed a path drenched in crimson. Boom, boom, boom. As he set foot upon this seemingly unremarkable path of crimson, celestial thunder and terrestrial flames manifested all around him. These were the unpredictable calamities of the extreme realm. Immensely terrifying. Even a mere wisp could spell doom for an ordinary quasi-emperor. Yet, a sardonic smile curled upon the martial emperor's lips. With that, he strode forward with unwavering determination, the thunder and flames crashing against him. But alas, the quintuple martial emperor's physical form was too resilient, suffering no harm as he pressed on. The imperial path was but a triviality. Faster. More. Still not enough. Bring forth more. I shall harness these calamities to refine my body, reshaping my divine form. The martial emperor's voice resonated coldly as countless phenomena erupted around him, solar and lunar forces, myriad laws in motion, exuding an unparalleled aura of invincibility. He had endured tremendous oppression in recent days, while others tread upon the imperial path with trepidation. The martial emperor strolled as if in his own garden. Those calamities not only failed to harm him, but also fortified his physique, amplifying his arrogance and dominance. Before long, parallel to the path traversed by the martial emperor, another imperial path materialized, revealing a rotund figure, laboriously and slowly advancing alongside. The expression on the countenance of the corpulent emperor was grave, surrounded by a resplendent aura of myriad colors, warding off the calamities of the imperial path. The martial emperor strode forth, casting a fleeting glance at the corpulent emperor, his eyes glinting with disdain as he sneered, "What rubbish dares to tread upon the imperial path?" With that, he dismissed the corpulent emperor's mortified expression and continued on, his figure receding into the distance. A mere waste, and yet he aspires to attain enlightenment? How did such a fool ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship? Perhaps he should take his own life. Does he truly think himself worthy to contend upon the imperial path? Before long, the martial emperor surpassed the other three pinnacle quasi-emperors, leading the way with unyielding confidence. He held an air of superiority, looking down upon these worthless quasi-emperors. And with each one he passed, he did not hesitate to mock them. The faces of those quasi-emperors darkened to the utmost as they beheld the martial emperor's retreating figure. Has he truly achieved the unity of five bodies? The cloaked quasi-emperor's expression soured, his heart sinking. They realized they had encountered a genuine terror. With such an opponent, their hopes of enlightenment were perilously slim. At that moment, at the end of the imperial path, Chu Feng finally acclimated to the novel celestial power coursing within him. Casually sweeping his gaze, he discovered that the imperial path was now open. He happened to witness the martial emperor flaunting his prowess, trampling over the other pinnacle quasi-emperors, growing ever more self-assured as he traversed the path of body refinement, causing him to frown. 5 unities in one. Who does he think he is? As the adjudicator of the imperial path, Chu Feng had established stringent standards for himself upon entering. First, absolutely refrain from acting on impulse. Second, leave no wrongdoing unaddressed. Third, ensure a judgment that is fair and exquisite. Fairness, justice, transparency. Upon observing the martial emperor's deceitful conduct, he unhesitatingly began to champion the cause of the other quasi-emperors. With a wave of his hand, an immensely profound and vast force descended upon the path of body refinement that the martial emperor traversed. In an instant, all paths of body refinement, except for the one taken by the other quasi-emperors, merged into a singular path, layering upon the one the martial emperor was currently traversing, elevating its difficulty to a nightmarish level. Yet, Chu Feng felt this was still insufficiently equitable. Without hesitation, he retrieved around 20 small black spheres, the black balls of basketball. He had previously given some to Si Budo, but still retained a few. Without a second thought, he cast all the small black spheres into the martial emperor's path of body refinement. Chapter 94. Charging for brilliance. The mood of the martial emperor lifted. Although he was compelled to tread the path of the emperor, rendering all his efforts since seizing this body futile. The journey to enlightenment posed no significant challenge to such a formidable being who had once traversed the realm of immortals. His past life's experience as a true immortal, his unparalleled physique, and the flawless foundation he had established in this life across various realms endowed him with an overwhelming advantage. Even in his current state of only 5 bodies united, he remained an invincible presence on the path of the emperor. Ha 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 ha. With his head held high, he strode forward with vigor. He had returned. Everything was back in his grasp. That sensation of having everything under control surged back in this moment. He was on the verge of breaking through the dual barriers of physical and mental refinement. The attainment of the emperor's path was within reach. Those who embarked on the emperor's journey alongside him were destined to live forever in his shadow. Behind him, other aspiring emperors gazed at the martial emperor's retreating figure, their faces pale with dread. Some had already begun to regret their decision to tread this path. Who was this monstrous being that emerged from which realm? Had they known he would be part of this journey, they would have surely abstained. The oppressive aura emanating from the martial emperor was suffocating. Yet, there was no turning back. Once one stepped onto the Emperor's path, only life and death remained. There was no retreat. Such was the cruelty of the Emperor's path. Boom. What was that? Suddenly, the chubby aspiring Emperor, bathed in lightning, exclaimed in astonishment. He observed the path where the martial Emperor stood begin to tremble violently. Countless paths of physical refinement, vaguely visible in the void, intertwined in an instant, and with the quaking of space, seemed to form numerous afterimages that melded into the Emperor's path beneath the martial Emperor's feet. Then, the nearest cloaked aspiring Emperor's pupils dilated. Even from across the distance of the Emperor's path, he instinctively furrowed his brows and retreated hastily. Danger! 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 At that moment, the instincts of the peak aspiring Emperor rang out like an alarm. He witnessed countless purple-black colossal serpents rushing towards the exuberant martial Emperor. These purple-black serpents were not living beings. They were the most terrifying manifestation of countless bolts of lightning, amalgamated into a fearsome phenomenon. The mere flicker of the unleashed light surpassed the mightiest thunder they had encountered on the Emperor's path. Sizzle! Sizzle! Ah! The purple-black colossal serpents manifested, their gaping, pitch-black mouths sinking teeth into the martial Emperor's lower body with blinding speed, accompanied by the martial Emperor's anguished scream. His formidable lower body was instantaneously reduced to char, the technique of rebirth through the immortal arts. The martial Emperor's expression contorted, shock evident on his face. The power of these purple-black thunderous serpents was utterly terrifying. The boundless destructive force of the lightning effortlessly shattered his physical form, forcing him to resort to a forbidden technique that his current strength could not wield, desperately striving to restore his body before his flesh could regenerate. The inexhaustible might of the purple-black thunderous serpents struck again. Ah! With the martial Emperor's cry of pain echoing in the air. Even more terrifyingly, a series of ominous visions manifested along the path of the Emperor. Gigantic birds, formed from blazing white flames and resembling glass, swooped down to peck at the lower regions of the martial Emperor. Deep azure winds coalesced into a dragon, stirring the tempest upon the Emperor's path. Crashing into the same vulnerable area, a fearsome giant scorpion, crafted from azure ice crystals, opened its massive pincers, aiming for the martial Emperor's lower body. These phenomena, inexplicably synchronized, seemed to have an unspoken agreement, all converging toward a singular target. The anguished screams of the martial Emperor echoed through the Emperor's path. The other four quasi-emperors traversing the path of body refinement were left dumbfounded. They gazed in disbelief at the sudden onslaught faced by the martial Emperor, unable to suppress their gasps of shock. One quasi-emperor murmured, "This individual was far too arrogant, underestimating the Emperor's path. Now, he has brought calamity upon himself, escalating the trials laid before him." Another quasi-emperor, a female sovereign, was equally astounded. Feeling a chill, she instinctively crossed her legs. Why are these visions targeting his vulnerable areas? Could that be his Achilles heel? What weakness could there possibly be? The rotund quasi-emperor, after recovering from his astonishment, spat disdainfully. "You arrogant fool. Look where your bravado has led you. And yet, you flaunt your prowess before achieving enlightenment. If you succeed, you might as well ascend to the heavens." Only one among them bore a solemn expression. The cloaked quasi-emperor clenched his fists. This individual defies the heavens. The full might of the path of body refinement is unleashed. Each vision represents a monumental tribulation on the verge of the immortal realm. If I were in his place, I doubt I could endure even a fleeting moment. He perceived the horrifying reality. Even in his current wretched state, devoid of human form, the martial Emperor remained alive. Countless treasures, shimmering with resplendent light, were unleashed by him, only to shatter. Innumerable transcendent immortal techniques were recklessly employed, extracting every ounce of his essence. Yet, he stubbornly held his ground, even advancing several steps, causing the cloaked quasi-emperor to feel immense pressure and regret his choice to traverse the Emperor's path. On the Emperor's path, the sovereign remained unafraid of others, wishing fervently for the martial Emperor's demise. The cloaked quasi-emperor silently prayed, "Good. This is fortuitous. I shall harness these calamities to refine my divine body of great tribulation." The martial Emperor, dragging his mutilated form forward, bore a fierce expression. Above him, an ethereal purple elixir furnace had appeared, its opening gaping like a vortex. voraciously consuming the tribulations. Thanks to the presence of this violet furnace, the martial emperor finally regained his composure. With a fierce countenance, he bellowed, "Who stands as the peak at the end of the emperor's path? Upon witnessing the martial emperor's enlightenment, all shall be rendered void." This declaration seemed to infuse him with boundless strength. In an instant, his aura surged. His shattered body radiated a kaleidoscope of vibrant light, and his lower regions miraculously regenerated amidst the brilliance. Upon hearing his audacious proclamation, the expressions of the other quasi-emperors shifted dramatically. Who stands as the peak at the end of the emperor's path? Upon witnessing the martial emperor's enlightenment, all shall be rendered void. The image of the martial emperor surging forward amidst countless formidable calamities is strikingly poignant. Astonishing. How audacious. Even in such dire circumstances, he continues to maintain his bravado. The female quasi-emperor, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down her spine. Is he truly the martial emperor? How arrogant. How imposing. In such a perilous situation, he presses on. He is extraordinarily powerful. This is a grave concern. The cloaked quasi-emperor's expression darkened. His physical constitution is recovering. Yet this individual is still absorbing these peak calamities to refine his divine body. What an anomaly! Who could possibly stand in his way on the path of emperors? The plump quasi-emperor's face turned ashen. This is not merely a matter of blocking or not blocking. Just moments ago, the martial emperor was exceedingly arrogant. If he reaches the final stretch of the emperor's path, will they even survive? He murmured to himself, feeling overwhelmed. Witnessing his arrogance is more painful than being killed. If only someone could bring him to justice, I would willingly remain single for life. Boom. As his words settled, the plump quasi-emperor froze in astonishment. He saw the martial emperor unexpectedly step on a small, inconspicuous black orb while traversing the path of body refinement. Then, there was nothing more. That black orb possessed terrifying power. It caused the onlooking quasi-emperors to tense in alarm, more fearsome than the previous calamities. The cauldron atop the martial emperor's head was sent flying. After the orb detonated, it resembled the sound of firecrackers. Crackle, crackle. Along that path, numerous similar explosions echoed. This orb is. Chew, I will kill you. It's you again, you wretched creature. The martial emperor's figure was obscured by the overwhelming might, his aura diminishing to its utmost limits in an instant. But just as he seemed on the brink of demise, it was as if he suddenly realized something, and he roared. His voice filled with hatred and rage that even eclipsed his pain. The plump quasi-emperor stared in disbelief. No, I haven't practiced any causality techniques. Have I? Why is this happening so suddenly? Who is this Chew? What is the situation with the martial emperor? He gaped, his small eyes scanning for the martial emperor's figure. Unfortunately, the path he had taken was shrouded in thick black mist. This time, there were no cries of anguish. The martial emperor had vanished completely. What on earth were those small black orbs? Could it be that he truly perished? What a stroke of luck. The other quasi-emperors craned their necks, peering for a long while, yet they found no trace of him, which filled them with both shock and delight. Did you hear what the martial emperor just shouted? Chew, is there anyone among you with the surname Chew? Could it be that someone plotted against the martial emperor? Are you foolish? Who could intervene on this path of body refinement? Has the martial emperor been driven mad by the calamities? Serves him right. Who told them to be so arrogant, thinking themselves invincible with a bit of power? The quasi-emperors exchanged a few remarks from a distance, then hastily accelerated on their respective paths of body refinement, distancing themselves from the martial emperor even further. Minutes later, at the fringe of the body refinement path, the emperor of martial arts beheld a faint wisp of multicolored spiritual light, flickering dimly like a firefly. This luminous orb struggled, yearning for a resurrection in flesh and blood. Yet the injuries it sustained were too grievous, having exhausted all its reserves. The emperor remained engulfed in a tempest of rage. He recognized the truth. Those black orbs that had detonated around him were undeniably not the force of calamity. He was all too familiar with them. They hailed from the channel of the Shin realm. Previously, two of his avatars had met their demise at the hands of these very black spheres. The emperor seethed with a desire for vengeance. Just moments ago, he had harnessed a tremendous amount of calamity energy, poised to forge a new divine body, only to have his efforts thwarted. It was all the fault of that wretched little black sphere that had cast him from the heavens into the depths of despair. Anyone in his position would feel a similar fury. Moreover, he had only encountered such a device in the hands of his mortal enemies. But wait, why was he encountering that black orb on the path of the Emperor? This seemed illogical. Could it be that I have already? The injuries weighed heavily upon him, and the Emperor's consciousness began to wane, yet he sensed something amiss. In a haze, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure. The silhouette held his universal furnace, gazing at him with a hint of exasperation, and remarked, "Oh dear son, you flaunt your prowess, but why resort to your father's lines? Such ostentation comes at a price. This little furnace seems quite delightful. I shall take it under my care for now. As for the fees for your grandstanding, let your life suffice as payment." Chapter 95. The Death of the Martial Emperor. The destined protagonist, the Martial Emperor, experiences fortuitous events along the imperial path, resulting in an increase of 30,000 in destiny points. However, these fortuitous events are disrupted by you, leading to a reduction of 40,000 in destiny points. And you acquire 1 destiny treasure chest. The Martial Emperor's physical body sustains severe damage. His divine form collapses, causing another decrement of 40,000 in destiny points. And you obtain a 2nd destiny treasure chest. The Martial Emperor's supreme treasure, the universal incinerator, is snatched away by you, resulting in a further loss of 60,000 in destiny points, and you receive a 3rd destiny treasure chest. Your title as the fledgling antagonist is activated, granting you an additional destiny treasure chest. The Martial Emperor's destiny points plummet into negative territory, his fortune dissipates, and he loses his protagonist status, leading to the acquisition of 3 more destiny treasure chests. A voice akin to a relentless torrent emanated from the system, resonating in your ears. Holding the small furnace in his grasp, Chu Feng stroked it with satisfaction. The Martial Emperor possessed a plethora of treasures. The aura emanating from this small furnace was already hinting at an impending ascension to a celestial artifact. Retaining it would be a waste. It should rightfully return to its owner. The power of the small black spheres was not to be underestimated. Even though the Martial Emperor had defied the nightmarish challenges of the body refinement path, the impact of those 10 or so small black spheres would render any protective treasures or life-saving techniques utterly futile. Frankly, it was somewhat surprising to Chu Feng that the Martial Emperor was not completely obliterated, still clinging to life by a thread. One could only commend the protagonist for their astonishing resilience. Fortunately, the destiny points had been thoroughly harvested, and it was time to reap the rewards, filling Chu Feng with joy. The complete extraction of destiny points not only ensured that the Martial Emperor would not escape unforeseen circumstances upon his demise, but also signified another flawless kill, thus granting him a divine-grade destiny treasure chest containing the supreme destiny crystal. Merely collecting destiny treasure chests was a secondary endeavor. The true motivation behind his relentless pursuit of destiny points lay in the rewards for achieving perfect kills. Upon hearing that familiar yet infuriating voice, the nearly defeated Martial Emperor suddenly regained his composure and pushed open his coffin lid. Charging for a performance? When did I ever borrow your lines? Absurd. Ridiculous. Wait, Chu? How could this incarnation of the demon ancestor appear before me? This is the Imperial Path. The glowing Martial Emperor fixed his gaze upon the striking figure clad in black robes, instinctively exclaiming, "I see now. You are the heart demon? Have I traversed the body refinement and embarked upon the path of heart cultivation?" Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Heart demon? Path of heart cultivation? Oh, such a concept exists. But alas, you are mistaken. He gently patted the glowing Martial Emperor, speaking with a tinge of pity. "Foolish one. There exists no such path of heart cultivation. It is merely a delusion of a mentally fractured minor true immortal on the brink of death." Delusion? Could it be that the Chu lineage truly has come to torment me on the Imperial Path? The glowing Martial Emperor was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Absolutely impossible. This is the Imperial Path, a realm governed by the laws of heaven and earth. Apart from those who have been guided onto this path, possessing the opportunity to attain the Tao, no other beings may tread here. He suddenly came to a realization. It was all a deception, an illusion. It must have been during the final moments that he transcended the path of physical refinement and stepped into the realm of heart cultivation, whereupon his inner demons manifested. Everything that transpired was undoubtedly a mere mirage. His physical form was undoubtedly intact, standing upon the path of heart cultivation, awaiting a breakthrough. How absurd. He spoke coldly, My state of mind is invincible. This incarnation of the demon ancestor indeed represents my recent inner turmoil, yet alas, the path of heart cultivation does not comprehend the unwavering conviction that resides within me. Do you believe that by transforming my inner demons into the guise of the demon ancestor, you can shatter my spirit? I concede that he possesses some skill, but such abilities are mere schemes and tricks. Had I not been forcefully made to consume the blood of the demon ancestor, in my peak state of unity, I would possess the combat prowess of an immortal in the mortal realm. The incarnation of the demon ancestor, surnamed Chu, is nothing but a trivial matter for me to handle with a single blow. Does he even qualify as my inner demon? The ball of light representing the martial emperor broke free from Chu Feng's grasp, weakly soaring ahead. Step aside. Chu Feng, perplexed, observed the martial emperor's small orb flying away and suddenly comprehended that this individual had embarked on a fanciful daydream. Who could have foreseen the existence of a judge on the imperial path? The martial emperor's orb seemed to recall something, halting abruptly, and coldly declared, "Return the furnace of all things to me." A tendril of light, resembling a worm, extended from the orb towards Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng swatted at the martial emperor. What nonsense! Die? He no longer cared about the martial emperor's thoughts in his dying moments. He was eager to explode the martial emperor's golden essence to draw forth the supreme divine identity. With that strike, the martial emperor would surely perish. This esteemed friend, I implore you to spare me. The strike hesitated momentarily in the void, as if ensnared by a gentle tide that gripped his wrist. Following that, a clear voice resonated. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Although he had merely swung his hand casually without exerting much force, he was still at the early stage of true immortality. Hardly anyone could obstruct him. This was the imperial path, where even the martial emperor's destiny had plummeted to negative values. Could there be any unexpected outcomes in slaying him? Chu Feng's gaze turned towards the source of the voice, his brow arching. A strikingly handsome youth, clothed in white, adorned with a pink sachet and a sword sheath at his waist, stood before him. His hair flowed like ink, and a delicate beauty mark graced his right eye, lending him an air of vigor. At this moment, the youth with the beauty mark gazed at him, brow slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Chu Feng frowned. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, evoking a strange sense of aversion within him. In the next instant, his pupils constricted, and a panel suddenly materialized within his vision. Xian Wei, projection, current realm, early stage of mortal-immortal destiny value. 5 million possessed treasures, none possessed physique, innate chaotic sword body possessed golden finger, invincible immortal king in toad destined protagonist panel. Before me stands a young man named Xian Wei, marked by a teardrop birthmark, who is undeniably a destined protagonist. Merely a projection. He has already embarked upon the path of immortality, possessing the cultivation of an early red dust immortal. His golden finger is the beloved lineage of the wise elder. Truly, these Na'vi souls are seamlessly intertwined. It suddenly occurs to me who he is. Chu Feng squinted, recalling the origins of Xian Wei, the Xian realm, the Xian emperor. He had once gazed upon a portrait of the Xian emperor and remarked on the inadequacy of this emperor's consort. Little did he know that this individual was a destined protagonist, evidently having ascended to the immortal realm long ago. As Chu Feng scrutinized Xian Wei furrowed her brow, regarding the man in black. On a whim, she had ventured onto this imperial path, seeking to become a judge and earn some merit. To her astonishment, a judge had already emerged on this path, and it seemed this man was also a formidable presence in the realm of immortals. How curious. My descent to the mortal realm was guided by my teacher, projected from the concealed grand formation of the two realms. How did this individual descend? Never mind. It is of little consequence. She puffed up her delicate cheeks, her fingers brushing against the martial emperor's luminous orb, as a surge of celestial energy enveloped her, transforming into a warm essence. Instantly, the martial emperor felt an invigorating jolt. His mind cleared, his condition rejuvenated, as if he were on the verge of resurrection. The martial emperor gazed in astonishment at Xian Wei, realizing that his thoughts were now remarkably lucid. The earlier confusion dissipated. Celestial energy. This woman is a red dust immortal. A tremor coursed through the martial emperor's heart. With his discerning eye, he perceived that this woman was no ordinary red dust immortal. Her combat prowess was astonishingly formidable, and even in his unified form, he might not be her match. Furthermore, as he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized many familiar sights. They were still on the body refinement path, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the heart refinement path. How could this be? How did the one surnamed Chu, along with this red dust immortal, gain entry to the imperial path? The martial emperor's gaze shifted between Xianwei and Chu Feng, increasingly perplexed. Since when could one enter or exit the imperial path at will? Xianwei, while healing the martial emperor, reproached him somewhat irately. Friend, how can you, as a judge of the imperial path, act so recklessly? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. What business is it of yours? You truly lack manners. Xianwei shot back. Her gaze fixated on the myriad furnace in Chu Feng's grasp. Quickly return this treasure belonging to the quasi-emperor. How pitiable he is. The judgment of the imperial path cannot be handled so carelessly. Are you in dire need of treasures? If you wish, I could offer you some 10 ultimate imperial weapons along with 3 celestial-grade treasures. Would that suffice? If you agree, would you grant me the qualification to judge? Though she had only just arrived, she was well aware of the happenings along the imperial path. Clearly, this peak quasi-emperor possessed exceptional talent and had performed admirably. Had she been the one to judge, she would have undoubtedly designated him for ascension, forging a connection of fate. Yet, the scoundrel before her seemed envious of the other's treasures, intent on exploiting the imperial path to bring about his demise. How utterly despicable. How could such a person be deemed worthy of the title of the ruler of the imperial path? Strangely, upon encountering the man in black, aside from finding him somewhat handsome, I inexplicably felt a twinge of aversion, leading me to harbor an inherent bias against him. Oh, you desire my authority to judge? Chu Feng chuckled. Truly, he is the destined protagonist, so arrogantly audacious, attempting to seize what is rightfully mine as a mere antagonist. What differentiates him from the martial emperor? The most absurd part is that this newly minted contender, lacking any treasures, dares to boast of his intentions to outmaneuver Yanzu. Observing the martial emperor, he noticed that, with Xianwei's assistance, the nearly lifeless emperor was on the verge of full recovery, and a glint of cold light flickered in his narrowed eyes. The imperial path. Judgment? Celestial being, what does this imply? The martial emperor's heart stirred. He had vaguely heard of the imperial path's judgment during his time as a true immortal. Yet having entered the realm of immortals, he had not paid particular attention to the affairs of the imperial domain. Upon hearing the sudden pronouncement from the youth in white, he reached out telepathically for clarification. Xianwei gazed at the martial emperor with pity, empathizing with his plight, and conveyed soothing words. Little one. The judgment of the imperial path is the process of attaining the imperial Tao. Often, beyond the rules of heaven and earth, there arise instances of unfairness, necessitating intervention to ensure that the path remains unblemished, allowing those with genuine talent and foundation to achieve their rightful place. The martial emperor's heart trembled. So, that is how it is. Suddenly, he realized. Are you implying that he is the adjudicator of this imperial path? Indeed, he was quite unjust to you earlier. Given your formidable foundation, you could easily have traversed the path of body refinement. Yet, he intentionally escalated the difficulty of your imperial path, even resorting to using the primordial annihilation sphere against you. Is such behavior humanly possible? Xianwei spoke candidly, her discontent evident. The martial emperor felt numb. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Chu Feng had shown no concern for his own ascension along the imperial path. The other had already prepared a trap, waiting for him to leap into it. How infuriating. Those small black spheres were, indeed, conjured by his very existence. If he is the adjudicator of the imperial path, does that not mean I would be utterly constrained in my journey? The martial emperor's heart raced with urgency and anger. He immediately pleaded for help from Xianwei. He is my formidable foe, deliberately seeking revenge. Celestial being, save me. I do not wish to perish. Xianwei nodded. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall undoubtedly attain the Tao and become an emperor today. Even in the realm of immortals, it is rare to encounter someone with your level of talent. You have a promising chance to become an immortal king. This bond of goodwill has been forged between us. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor felt an unexpected surge of fury rather than joy. Were it not for the surname Chu, his future would not merely be that of an immortal king. She turned to Chu Feng and softly inquired, Fellow Taoist, what are your thoughts? Where did this little fairy come from? Leave me be. Chu Feng cast her a nonchalant glance. Upon realizing that Xianwei was the destined protagonist, a murderous intent arose. Observing the incessant chatter from the other party, a sense of intellectual concern deepened, leading to a swift strike. Xuanwei's expression froze, her body stiffened, and before her disintegration, her gaze reflected an incredulous astonishment. To kill me? How could this person resort to violence over a mere disagreement? Xianwei fell. You have slain the destined protagonist Xianwei, projection, causing a loss of 10,000 destiny points for the destined protagonist Xianwei. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Martial Emperor. Wasn't it agreed that I would handle this? Just moments ago, you were so certain that the opponent posed no threat to you? No, that is not right. This individual, with a mere casual swipe, has extinguished a celestial being? The Martial Emperor felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Just a moment ago, he was confident that his eightfold unity could contend with Chu Feng, yet now it appeared he was utterly outmatched. This person is certainly no mere incarnation of a demon ancestor. The Martial Emperor was filled with terror. After dismissing the onlookers, it was your turn. Chu Feng raised his hand once more. Wait, can you not grant me clarity in my demise? You possess such formidable strength. Why have you chosen to toy with me? Is there such enmity between us? Chu Feng regarded the Martial Emperor, grinning. Do you wish to know? I shan't reveal it to you. The Martial Emperor was momentarily stunned. How could such a despicable individual exist? Gazing at the raised hand, he begrudgingly implored, Tell me the reason, and I shall offer you the location of an immortal sovereign's tomb. Bang! The Martial Emperor fell. Chapter 96, A New Divine Identity. As the Martial Emperor approached the end of his life, he struggled for one last effort. The notion of a celestial monarch's tomb was of no interest to Chu Feng. He had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in grave robbing, nor to parley with the Martial Emperor. The vitality of the destined protagonist surpassed that of even the hardiest cockroach. Even when his fate was shattered, a new contender would inexplicably emerge. Had it not been for his diligent training and the countless tribulations he endured to break through to the true immortal stage, an unexpected turn of events might indeed have transpired. Time was of the essence. Once the Martial Emperor's fate value was depleted, no amount of eloquence could alter his fate. After dismissing the Martial Emperor, a more fervent notification from the system echoed in his ears. The destined protagonist, Martial Emperor's fate has been lost. You have successfully slain the Martial Emperor. You have received 20 destiny treasure chests. Host has perfectly slain the destined protagonist, receiving an additional special reward, 1 divine destiny treasure chest. Do you wish to open the divine destiny treasure chest? Congratulations, host, for slaying the destined protagonist. A new achievement has emerged for the fledgling antagonist, and you have acquired the title of modestly accomplished antagonist. Do you wish to equip this title? Congratulations, host, for completing a special task. Through your own efforts, you have reached the immortal path realm, significantly enhancing your fate and fortune. Congratulations, host. The ultimate antagonist's fate and fortune have been amplified, achieving a qualitative transformation. Your fate and fortune have reached the 1-star standard, and the wheels of destiny begin to turn. The destined protagonist was indeed a lucrative target. Following the successful kill, the staggering rewards left even the seasoned Chu Feng feeling a twinge of surprise. First, he received the destiny treasure chests upon slaying the Martial Emperor. In comparison to the 10 chests awarded upon Gu Yan's defeat, the Martial Emperor generously doubled the bounty. Additionally, the coveted divine destiny treasure chest arrived as anticipated. An achievement had also been upgraded. The title of modestly accomplished antagonist was merely an enhanced version of the fledgling antagonist title. A brief glance revealed that its effects were akin to the previous title, with an increased probability of additional destiny treasure chests dropping, making it exceedingly useful. What truly astonished Chu Feng were the final 2 system notifications. There was indeed a special task. His arduous training and subsequent breakthrough to the immortal path had substantially elevated his fate and fortune. This led to a qualitative transformation, achieving a 1-star standard, an unequivocal novelty. System, what is a 1-star fate? Chu Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued by the fate and fortune he had been striving to enhance, yet had never comprehended its significance. Esteemed host, you shall know shortly. The enigmatic system was once again in play. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. I shall know shortly? Does this imply that the 1-star fate will undoubtedly have a profound connection to my forthcoming endeavors? The task that lay ahead was To open the chests? The Destiny treasure chests? Indeed, his luck had improved when previously opening them. However, if it is indeed an unboxing, then my previous stroke of luck in unboxing would not be significantly related to my appearance, would it? The law of beauty is undeniably existent. Thus it cannot be the unboxing. Chu Feng decisively dismissed this conjecture. The system. Therefore, we can first eliminate one erroneous answer, leaving only the singular option of unsealing the divine-level identity. If that is the case, it appears that this unsealing may hold delightful surprises. Chu Feng, radiating with joy, casually analyzed the situation. Would you like to open the divine-level Destiny treasure chest? So eager? Did I guess correctly? Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Then let us proceed. He sensed the largest divine-level Destiny treasure chest within the divine sea, enveloped in swirling purple mist, exuding an extraordinary allure. As Chu Feng focused his thoughts, a familiar radiant platinum light illuminated the vast divine sea from the top of the chest. Two brilliant, glass-like orbs of light drifted forth from the chest, imbued with an endless, profound ancient aura. Two familiar diamond-shaped crystals. The pink crystal, the Protagonist's authority crystal. The deep blue crystal, the supreme destiny crystal. Chu Feng first grasped the Protagonist's authority crystal. His curiosity piqued about the martial emperor's abilities. According to Guyan's experience, the Protagonist's authority crystal must harbor the most precious talent of a destined protagonist. For instance, Guyan's indomitable talent. What could be the martial emperor's most formidable talent? Chu Feng pondered momentarily, taking a deep breath. Goodness, could it be sheer obstinacy? Such a trait would be of no use to me. With a slightly pained heart, Chu Feng casually refined the Protagonist's authority crystal. In the next moment, he blinked, his expression one of astonishment. What is this? Upon refinement, instead of revealing the martial emperor's mouth or a talent akin to Tianping's rapidity or some unique physique, a map adorned with intricate patterns appeared before Chu Feng. Upon closer inspection, he soon comprehended what this patterned map recorded. The tomb of the immortal emperor. This was unmistakably a detailed map of the immortal emperor's tomb. Furthermore, the map was accompanied by an extraordinary technique, the 9 turns to prove the emperor method. Chu Feng, lacking interest in this absurd technique that seemingly pits oneself against oneself, meticulously examined the patterned map. He discovered that this immortal emperor's tomb was located within a peculiar forbidden zone of the immortal realm. The immortal emperor. Chu Feng squinted, recalling what the system had informed him about the realm of immortals, which evidently did not include such a rank. It seemed to indicate a being above the immortal king. This map was evidently a key to the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Now Chu Feng began to grasp the situation. It appears that the Protagonist's authority crystal is not solely capable of unlocking the abilities possessed by the destined protagonist, but may also yield other treasures. The map of the immortal emperor's tomb is indeed the most invaluable item for the martial emperor. Speaking of which, the martial emperor had mentioned, just before his demise, that he would reveal to me a tomb of an immortal lord. Could it possibly be this immortal emperor's tomb? Chu Feng's gaze sharpened at this thought. The disparity in danger levels between the tomb of the immortal emperor and the tomb of the immortal sovereign is evident, even to a casual observer. Should he truly entertain the notion of exploration out of curiosity, it is entirely plausible that he might encounter peril. How despicable it is to contemplate deceit even on the brink of demise. The hearts of those destined protagonists are indeed tainted. Chu Feng silently cursed a few times, dismissing the map of the immortal emperor's tomb from his mind. He had grown accustomed to the thrill of harvesting and the joy of opening chests without concern, displaying little interest in such ventures that, despite having a strategy, could still yield unexpected outcomes. He would leave it to fate for another time. After studying the intricate map of runes, Chu Feng retrieved the supreme destiny crystal and the destiny key he had previously synthesized. It was time to proceed with the unsealing. System, I wish to unseal. Beep. Do you wish to expend the supreme destiny crystal to enhance the probability of unsealing the supreme divine identity? Consume. Chu Feng confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, the azure glowing supreme destiny crystal in his hand shimmered brilliantly before dissipating into ethereal light. Once again, a golden frame over 100 inches in size reflected in Chu Feng's eyes. The frame floated at the center of his vision, densely populated with ominous black cards, all encased within the frame. The lock of the destiny key, sharp as a dragon's fang, pierced through without hesitation. Click, accompanied by a familiar, crisp sound. The golden frame gradually opened, revealing the dark cards once more, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Chu Feng gazed intently. The backs of the cards were adorned with mysterious runes, swirling like a vortex. A thread of crimson golden light danced from the edges, swiftly traversing from left to right across the cards. Amidst this crimson gold luminescence, a brilliant azure light emerged. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He discerned an anomaly starkly different from the last time. As the azure light layered upon the crimson gold, a faint purple light materialized, cascading like a meteor, and once again overlapped. 3 lights blazed forth. The movement of light across the cards slowed significantly, akin to a tortoise. After 5 seconds, the illumination gradually ceased, resting atop a singular black card. The purple light surged, igniting like flames upon the card. An invisible hand swiftly flipped the blazing card. The revealed face displayed a resplendent golden robe, with a colossal willow tree occupying the majority of the card's space behind it. The golden robe willow tree card. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled as this card firmly imprinted itself in his mind. With a resonating hum, the heavens trembled, unleashing an unfathomable aura that surged from the imperial path, breaking through the firmament and shattering the confines of the world, piercing into the immortal realm. Under the nurturing power of a one-star fate, a minor alteration has occurred in the divine identity you have unsealed. Unsealed divine identity, undying immortal king. You have acquired an immortal king companion, the Willow deity. You have acquired the celestial king's treasure, the realm-suppressing book. You have obtained the celestial king-level technique, the primordial heart sutra. You have received the eternal body of immortality. You have attained the strength of the celestial king realm. The power of the supreme destiny crystal has not yet captured the identity of the supreme divine level. The wheels of fate begin to turn slowly, and you have gained a modicum of blessing points. Current blessing points, 210. Chapter 97. The Domain of the Celestial King. Ranked first on the Celestial King list in the Celestial Realm, an infinite expanse of celestial energy wafts across the 9 provinces. As a higher realm, the 9 provinces resemble a boundless, colossal island, suppressing countless territories beneath it. Below the 9 provinces, myriad worlds, akin to the demon realm, float like bubbles in the void. Above the 9 provinces lies the boundless domain of celestial beings, eternal and flourishing since time immemorial. On this seemingly unremarkable day, a terrifying beam of light pierced through the heavens from the edge of the universe, striking the 9 provinces like a laser, forcefully penetrating the outer celestial domain. Like a tyrannical bully, it unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy that overturned vast expanses of the celestial realm, carving out an extraordinarily vast territory. The celestial light surged, the celestial energy swirled, and an endless symphony of celestial music resonated as ancient runes and various phenomena floated throughout this domain. At the heart of this territory, a celestial mountain, soaring to a height of 1,000,000 meters, rose majestically from the ground. Atop the mountain stood an ancient Taoist temple, quietly observing the surroundings. The countless runes and celestial melodies enveloped over 10 vast territories the size of the demon realm, echoing around the ancient temple. Beside the temple, a verdant willow tree grew silently, appearing unremarkable save for its trunk, which bore scorched marks as if struck by lightning. This willow seemed even more ordinary than the ancient temple itself. In this celestial mountain, not a single figure could be seen. The temple's door bore a remarkably simple plaque inscribed with eternal observation. Hiss! The domain of the Celestial King has been born. What a vast expanse this domain of the Celestial King is. This newly ascended Celestial King is surely extraordinary. Such an uproar has undoubtedly attracted the attention of formidable beings from the celestial realm. Shadows tore through the fabric of space, gazing in astonishment and envy upon the sudden emergence of this celestial domain. The ascension of a Celestial King stirs the winds and clouds, opening a magnificent domain of the Celestial King in the outer celestial realm. This is the law of the celestial heavens. The Celestial King. This represents the pinnacle of power within the celestial realm. Each Celestial King embodies an invincible force, independent of others, which Celestial Lord has broken through. They stared wide-eyed, resembling goldfish, as they gazed upon this newly birthed domain of the Celestial King. Regrettably, within this nascent domain, countless terrifying runes swirled, forming a profoundly intricate ancient celestial formation, obscuring the internal scenery from their view. They could not discern which celestial lord had achieved this breakthrough. Was it the Azure Dragon Celestial Lord or the wind-subduing Celestial Lord? The mightiest beings closest to the Celestial King? Perhaps it is the rare Supreme Body, a seldom-seen entity in millennia? It will not be long before the truth is revealed. For newly ascended Celestial Kings convene a grand assembly, at which point the identity of this giant will be unveiled. The powerful beings of the celestial realm were fervently discussing the matter. As the most exalted existence in the celestial realm, each birth of a celestial king generates a fervor akin to explosive trending news. Discussions may persist for 10 or even 8 years without anyone finding it peculiar. In the 9 provinces, beside an ancient and secluded celestial formation, frustration boiled within. How infuriating! How could such a detestable person exist? Not only did he disregard the rules, but he also ruthlessly severed one of my projections, oblivious to the considerable cost I must bear to descend into the lower realms. The most outrageous part is that he dares to call me little fairy. Is this a form of contempt? The young man in white, his face flushed with indignation, stamped his foot, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. The woman beside him sighed in exasperation. Xiao Wei, the teacher has advised you not to complicate matters further. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary fortune. The qualification for the Imperial Path Judgment is inherently difficult to obtain, and it is entirely reasonable that he is unwilling to relinquish it. Moreover, that quasi-emperor has declared a hostile relationship between the two of them. Does he not seek to torment his adversary by holding onto the qualification? It is impossible for him to willingly offer it up. Xianwei furrowed her brow and replied, But teacher, the Imperial Path's judgment should not be used for personal vendettas. This is cheating. If the adjudicator cannot maintain fairness, then what right do they have to enjoy the ultimate merits? The woman responded, at that time, the Imperial Path had not yet concluded, and the quasi-emperor was still alive and within manageable limits. Even if you wished to intervene, you would have to wait until the quasi-emperor's demise to claim any unfairness. Without the complete picture, one ought not to be rash. Xianwei pouted. Must I wait for something to happen before I can voice my opinion? If he truly has not cheated, then why has he not spoken up for himself? Instead, he chose to strike at me. This man is clearly guilty. I shall remember this enmity and hope I do not encounter him again. The woman chose not to dwell on this topic any further, accustomed to Xianwei's somewhat headstrong nature. Instead, she reminded her, it is imperative that you sever another projection and descend to extract the celestial source. This is of utmost importance. Rest assured, I am aware of this, teacher. Xianwei replied. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the heavenly threshold, prompting Xianwei to look up and conjure a celestial treasure to assist her in observing. Soon, she beheld a vast celestial realm of the celestial king manifesting from the 9th heavens, her eyes widening in surprise. A celestial king? The woman echoed her astonishment. A celestial king has ascended. This is indeed significant. Xianwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed up at the celestial king's domain. Teacher, have no worries. One day, I too shall ascend to become a celestial king and avenge you. The woman gently advised, there is no rush. You have only just secured your qualification. It is crucial to focus on the trials of the sword domain at present. It is said that the newly ascended celestial king will soon convene the celestial king assembly. When you later venture into the sword domain, if a celestial king is there to protect you, it will alleviate many troubles. The freshly ascended celestial king, having expended numerous treasures to achieve their elevation, will lack the resources compared to seasoned celestial kings. At that time, you can offer that precious artifact you obtained from the last ruins as a congratulatory gift to request their assistance in safeguarding you. Upon hearing this, Xianwei nodded subtly but held a differing opinion. What you say is true, but I wish to observe further. She furrowed her brow. If this celestial king is a woman, I will make the trip. If it is a man, then there is no need. I harbor a disdain for men. Even if he is a peak celestial king, I have no desire for his assistance. The woman could only respond with silence, reflecting on how Xianwei, in her youth, had been much more compliant to her guidance. Since Xianwei ascended to the position of an emperor, her temperament has grown increasingly extreme. She no longer heeds her words as she once did, yet Xianwei continues to thrive in the celestial realm. encountering ever more opportunities that serve to indicate that her occasional statements may not always hold true. Consequently, the feminine voice often feels somewhat weary. As Xianwei converses with the feminine voice, the immense commotion emanating from the outer domain of the celestial kings gradually subsides, only for the sky of the celestial realm to suddenly darken, ushering in a long night. This is just as Xianwei intends to sever her projection and journey to the Xian realm. She blinks in confusion at the celestial phenomenon above. This is the celestial realm. Such a large-scale anomaly must signify a momentous event. The celestial king list? How could the celestial king list manifest? The soft voice gasps in astonishment. The celestial realm's heavenly principles are extraordinarily potent, with rules that manifest themselves. Each major realm within the celestial path possesses its corresponding lists, and those who ascend these lists are rewarded handsomely. Above the 9 provinces, the supreme list of the celestial realm unexpectedly reveals itself. The night sparkles with boundless golden radiance, as infinite brilliance delineates 3 resplendent characters. Celestial King List. The night unfurls like a scroll, and on the Celestial King List, golden characters emerge one after another. 50th place, Qing Lian. 49th place, Tai Yuan. The Celestial King List only admits the top 50 Celestial Kings of the realm. The feminine voice exclaims, "What a grand spectacle today!" First, the ascension of a Celestial King. And now the revelation of the Celestial King List, a list that has remained hidden for over 10 millennia. Who has stirred the Celestial King List? Xianwei is momentarily stunned and instinctively replies, "Master, what caliber of Celestial Kings can ascend the Celestial King List?" The feminine voice promptly responds, "Only the peak Celestial Kings are eligible to be listed." Peak Celestial Kings? The ranks of Celestial Kings can be classified into ordinary Celestial Kings, peak Celestial Kings, and invincible Celestial Kings. Is it possible that there are so many tiers within the realm of Celestial Kings? It is not a matter of tiers, but rather of time. Once one attains the status of a Celestial King, their lifespan becomes boundless. In exchange for this eternal lifespan, Celestial Kings must endure a great calamity every 10 millennia. The longer they survive, the more calamities they face, thus enhancing their strength. Surviving for 100,000 years qualifies one as a peak Celestial King, while 1,000,000 years marks one as an invincible Celestial King. Invincible Celestial Kings are indeed formidable. Xianwei is astounded. It is her first encounter with such esoteric knowledge. Ah, does our Celestial King list truly feature invincible Celestial Kings? The feminine voice replies calmly, "Naturally, the top 10 are all invincible Celestial Kings." Upon hearing this secret regarding the Celestial Kings, Xianwei's heart races as she clenches her fists. "I wonder when I will reach the rank of an invincible Celestial King. At that time, I shall surely ascend to the first position on the Celestial King list." The feminine voice refrains from responding, choosing not to reveal to Xianwei that she, too, was once an invincible Celestial King. In truth, there exists an even higher echelon beyond invincibility, known as the Immortal Celestial King. The Immortal Celestial King has comprehended a rule referred to as immortality, unaffected by calamities, impervious to all laws, and capable of disregarding the great calamity of Celestial Kings. They can effortlessly best the invincible Celestial Kings. However, Immortal Celestial Kings are exceedingly rare, and there is no necessity to emphasize their existence. At this moment, Xianwei gazed intently at the celestial rankings displayed in the firmament, pondering which pinnacle Immortal King might emerge. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. In the eternal night of the heavens, the artifact she had previously conjured to observe the domain of the Immortal Kings began to tremble. The celestial rankings descended upon that newly revealed domain, a boundless aura of purity ascending to the skies. A name, Lu Shun, materialized from the bottom of the list and surged upwards like a rocket. In an instant, it claimed the 10th position. The Azure Lotus Immortal King at the tail end was unceremoniously cast off the list. The newly ascended Immortal King was none other than this newly promoted sovereign. How could it be possible that she had just ascended and was already an invincible Immortal King? A voice, filled with astonishment, escaped her lips. She sensed the presence of the celestial rankings as they settled upon the newly opened domain. Lu Shun, this name. Could she possibly be a female Immortal King? A flicker of delight crossed Xuanwei's eyes as she instinctively inquired, "Master, Does my treasured artifact catch the eye of this invincible immortal king? If she could protect me. Silence. The previously gentle voice abruptly interrupted her with a harshness that was uncharacteristic. Xianwei was left bewildered. The top position on the celestial rankings had changed hands. The voice trembled, and despite her usual composure, she exhibited rare signs of distress. Xianwei noted the addition of Lu Shun to the rankings, but failed to realize that the last two names had both been expelled. Meanwhile, another individual had already ascended to the pinnacle before Lu Shun's arrival at the 10th position. The immortal king who claimed the first rank was none other than the Heavenly Emperor. Who was the Heavenly Emperor? The celestial realm was in an uproar. Chapter 98. Unboxing? This celestial king is weary. In the realm of the celestial path, Chu Feng closed his eyes, quietly attuning to the transformations occurring within him. With a single breath, he ascended to the realm of the celestial king, his body undergoing a monumental metamorphosis akin to the creation of the universe. Time became an inconsequential blur. Abruptly, Chu Feng opened his eyes, revealing blood-red orbs adorned with intricate runes that radiated boundless golden light. Moreover, his skin was enveloped in layers of soft, golden divine radiance, resembling a diminutive golden figure draped in resplendent robes. Although he had not drawn the supreme god-level identity this time, the newfound status was unexpectedly formidable. Was this the essence of the celestial king? As he blinked, the crimson hue and golden brilliance receded, and the immortal golden light that shrouded his form dissipated with a mere thought. He reverted to his unremarkable appearance as Chu Yanzu, apart from being slightly more handsome. He was just another firefly lost in the crowd. Yet, in truth, his strength had burgeoned immensely compared to before. To illustrate simply, if his prior state as a true immortal could be likened to that of a calf, the celestial king was not merely an elder bovine. No. It was far more complex. He now embodied the Dragon King, the war god of the elder bovine. In the vast expanse of the celestial demon realm, to him, it appeared as a mere speck of dust in the cosmos. With a single thought, he could obliterate this world and all its inhabitants. Such was the power of the celestial king. One thought could transcend the heavens and govern all existence. This was merely his initial experience as a celestial king. The myriad benefits unlocked by this divine identity had yet to be fully comprehended. He gazed at his status panel. Host, Chu Feng, noteworthy antagonist, fate, ultimate villain physique, eternal undying body talents, eye of the demon emperor, immortality, heavenly Peng speed realm, undying celestial king mastered techniques, primordial heart sutra, innate chaos scripture, demon ancestor scripture, possessions, tome of world sealing, sword of the heavenly emperor, mother of all talismans, gate of eternity, 9 nether chains, tower of 10,000 demons, destiny treasure, chest 37. Achievements, beginner stamp collector. Noteworthy antagonist in comparison to his previous status when he had drawn the ancestor of 10,000 demons, the changes were astounding. Yet, what struck Chu Feng the most was the transformation of the version. The once formidable treasures, techniques, and physique paled in comparison to the plethora of innate artifacts bestowed by his newly unlocked divine identity. What of the extreme Dao imperial weapons, imperial-grade techniques, and celestial-grade treasures? Were they truly impressive? If I were to wield celestial king-level treasures, celestial king techniques, and the eternal undying body, how would you respond? This sensation oddly reminded Chu Feng of his past life, when playing online games, where after a major update, the painstakingly obtained endgame gear of the previous version became obsolete overnight. Even the affluent players had to start anew in the revamped version, gradually working their way back up. It was incredibly disheartening. To my astonishment, I find myself embroiled in such matters. Chu Feng seethed with indignation. How utterly detestable. Fortunately, this celestial monarch is equipped with a full set of supreme divine attire. Otherwise, how could one possibly engage? Earlier, while familiarizing himself with the prowess of the celestial monarch, he had already briefly experienced the identity pendant he possessed. To summarize, the celestial monarch's spiritual treasure, the Book of World Suppression, is exceedingly formidable. Its might is explosive. The celestial monarch level technique, the Primordial Heart Sutra, is remarkably powerful. Its potency soars. The celestial monarch's new physique, the eternal undying body, is even more impressive, seamlessly merging with the emperor's sacred body. The celestial monarch's companion, the divine Lu, is quite enchanting too. Wait a moment. This celestial level identity also grants a companion? Chu Feng suddenly realized, utterly astounded. How absurd. How outrageous. Where is morality? Where is dignity? Where are the means of communication? He glanced around, and not only was there no companion, but he didn't even see a single strand of hair. Where's my beloved, esteemed host? Your celestial monarch companion has manifested, currently situated in the celestial realm, in a state of enlightenment and unable to move. The system promptly responded with enthusiasm. In the celestial realm? Enlightened? It seems my future spouse is a fervent cultivator, Chu Feng pondered. The celestial realm. Indeed, when he previously ascended to the true celestial stage, he sensed an elusive gravitational pull, an instinctive feeling that following this force would lead to ascension into the celestial realm. Previously, while eavesdropping on a private conversation between Luo Hanyin and the martial emperor, he inadvertently learned that after ascending to the celestial realm, one might be conscripted for mining. Moreover, he was preoccupied with harvesting the martial emperor's resources and thus casually declined the invitation to the novice celestial realm. Now that the martial emperor has been dispatched, new resources are likely awaiting harvest in the celestial realm, and coincidentally, he has also ascended to the status of celestial monarch, allowing him the opportunity to explore the celestial realm. Perhaps he might even serendipitously capture a few fortunate celestial beings for mining, experiencing the customs and culture of the celestial realm. However, Chu Feng was not in a rush. This divine identity had ascended with remarkable vigor. There were indeed matters to discuss thoroughly with the system. His gaze lingered on the panel, where a star appeared behind the destiny. He inquired of the system, "My acquisition of the undying celestial monarch identity is indeed due to the enhancement of my destiny fortune, correct? Dog system. If my destiny fortune had not surpassed 1 star before unlocking this divine identity, would the acquired divine identity still have been at the emperor level? Esteemed host, the acquired divine identity would indeed be at the true celestial level." This time, the system did not speak in riddles, but directly provided the answer to Chu Feng. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the true celestial level. It seems this divine identity aligns with my realm. Destiny fortune can indeed transform the divine identity." The host is astute. "You make this system feel utterly inadequate. Get lost." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Having received the system's affirmation, he generally understood the function of destiny fortune. It is indeed directly linked to the unlocked divine identity. Although the benefits of possessing a divine identity are immense, during the second unsealing of the progenitor of myriad demons, Chu Feng distinctly felt a sense of fatigue, a faint inadequacy in being associated with the term divine. It turned out that the method of unsealing was incorrect. The stronger the fate and fortune, the greater the potential for a critical transformation upon unsealing a divine identity. Had he not attained a 1-star fate, the divine identity he extracted, while still formidable, would not ascend to the level of an immortal king. Ultimately, Chu Feng devised an entirely new strategy. In addition to accumulating blessing points to draw the supreme divine identity, enhancing one's fate and fortune emerged as a direct and effective shortcut to unsealing a powerful divine identity. What were the benefits of enhancing fate and fortune? Chu Feng pondered deeply. "Dear host, you still have unopened chests." The system's sly reminder echoed in his ears. Chests. Chu Feng glanced at the Sea of Divinity. The Sea of Divinity at the Immortal King level was vast and boundless, resembling a world of its own. In that familiar corner, indeed lay an extensive array of fate chests, totaling 37, marking the highest number ever recorded. Yet, for some reason, he found it somewhat uninteresting. Being an immortal king, why would he care for chests? What allure could those scraps of iron and toilet paper possess? Did the system truly believe that a mere few thousand tons of enlightenment tea, or tens of thousands of emperor-tier treasures and elixirs, could provide any thrill to an immortal king? Even golden legends, those immortal-grade treasures, were nothing but rotten fish and shriveled shrimp, were they not? He was weary of it. This immortal king was fatigued. Well, today he had gained a wife, lifting his spirits. He would consider it an opportunity to extract fate fragments. With a lackluster interest, Chu Feng retrieved the Fate Ascension seal, which still had 19 enhancement opportunities remaining, and he decided to use them all at once. As his thoughts shifted, the fate chests within the Sea of Divinity opened simultaneously, radiating a brilliant light. "You have opened a superior fate chest," and you have received 100 Immortal Lord-level secret realms. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and you have received 100 Immortal Lord-level beast confinement zones. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and you have received 1 Fate fragment. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and a flash of golden light appeared, granting you an Immortal King's spiritual treasure. The small green vial. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and you have acquired 100,000 acres of Immortal Elixir fields. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and you have received 1 Fate fragment. You have opened a Superior Fate chest, and a flash of golden light appeared, granting you an Immortal King's tomb. You have opened a Fate chest, and you have received 100,000 tons of true Immortal Grade elixirs. You have opened a Fate chest, and you have received 1 Fate fragment. You have opened a Fate chest, and a flash of golden light appeared, granting you 1 Realm Master token. Chu Feng. Chapter 99. The system is quietly striving. Upon witnessing the contents of this celestial treasure chest, Chu Feng felt a wave of astonishment. What on earth? The aura of this treasure chest is entirely different from before. Just look at what it has bestowed upon me. Celestial Lord-level secret realms, forbidden zones of divine beasts, 100,000 acres of immortal elixir fields. Has my divine sea become a world warehouse? Gazing into his divine sea, a vast expanse lay before him, leaving him utterly bemused. The celestial treasure chest had yielded such extraordinary rewards. Did the system even realize this? This system is quietly striving, astonishing Chu Yinzu in the process. Chu Feng immediately retorted, "You are merely a system that provides emotional value. What does this have to do with you?" This treasure chest was clearly opened through my own efforts. With a grand gesture, he continued, "Fine, considering you referred to me as Yinzu this time, dog system. I shall grant you half the credit for this treasure chest. Esteemed host, this system is a divine-level villain system, not a dog system. However, you may continue to use your affectionate nickname for this system if you wish. Additionally, allow this system to enlighten you briefly on the hierarchy of treasures within the realm of immortals, categorized as Immortal Grade, True Immortal Grade, Celestial Lord Spiritual Treasure, and Celestial King Spiritual Treasure. Is this treasure from the celestial chest not formidable?" The dog system spoke with conviction, clearly reveling in its perceived merit. Complimenting your charm while failing to grasp the jest, it seemed unlikely you would ever find a nurturing system in this lifetime. Indifferent to its prattle, Chu Feng began to assess the bounties from the celestial treasure chest. Aside from unveiling 7 fragments of destiny, nothing else was ordinary. A full 100 secret realms at the celestial lord level, each spanning tens of thousands of miles, brimming with radiant treasures and divine essence. The lowest grade treasures were all of immortal grade, with clusters of true immortal grade and numerous celestial lord grade items. At first glance, it was a trove of riches, devoid of even a single surplus guardian beast. The divine beasts were all confined within another segment of 100 forbidden zones. Within these zones, the lowest ranking beasts were of the emperor grade, with some reaching the celestial lord grade. Dragons, phoenixes, tigers, leopards, tortoises, every conceivable race was represented. Though labeled as forbidden zones, not a single living divine beast remained within. The carcasses of these divine beasts were numerous, of exquisite quality, and exuded a tantalizing aroma. They could be steamed, braised, fried, or grilled. Whatever culinary delight one could imagine, they could fulfill. Of course, if one wished to utilize them as materials for crafting weapons or concocting elixirs, that was permissible too. As he gazed upon the tragic remains of these divine beasts, Chu Feng's compassionate heart quivered, and tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng then turned his attention to the golden legend of guaranteed treasures. To his astonishment, there lay a celestial king's tomb. What a remarkable twist of fate! How could such a small chest yield such a grand tomb? Chu Feng scanned the interior, which housed not only numerous burial treasures and legacies, but also a corpse, a dragon-headed, tortoise-bodied creature with a Qilin tail. This celestial king was unmistakably not of the human race. Should this celestial king realize that his remains would be unearthed in such a manner, he would surely be astounded. The tomb was filled with an overwhelming number of artifacts, and Chu Feng merely glanced over them before his gaze settled on the last 2 golden legends. The celestial king's spirit treasure, a small green vial. Remarkably, a superior destiny treasure chest could yield such a divine artifact. Chu Feng grasped the small green vial, marveling at the enchantment of this world. This exquisite, translucent green vial, when uncapped, revealed a clear liquid within. This celestial king's spirit treasure could accelerate the maturation of all treasures. After a brief examination of its purpose, he discerned that this green vial was not a combat-type treasure, but rather a supportive one. As for its maturation capabilities, it sufficed to say that those in the know would understand. It was not limited to medicinal treasures, as any artifact could be nourished by the liquid inside the vial. Pondering this, Chu Feng refrained from immediate use and turned his attention to the final golden legend, the Realm Lord's Token. As a standard golden guarantee from an ordinary Destiny treasure chest, its value paled in comparison to that of treasures from superior Destiny chests. It was a black token inscribed with an ancient character representing Realm. Holding the Realm Lord's Token, he quickly grasped its ordinary function. Upon activation, it presented an opportunity to become the Realm Lord of a world. Achieving such a status would bestow significant fortune and allow him to command all resources of that world. A considerable advantage indeed. However, the phrase opportunity was key. After all, this was merely a golden legend from an ordinary Destiny treasure chest, lacking substantial power. To become a Realm Lord, one must be transported to the heavenly Tao space and undergo its trials. Failure to pass these trials would render the Realm Lord's token ineffective, making it somewhat of a dubious asset. The heavenly Tao, an ethereal and mysterious entity, possessed unfathomable might. Strictly speaking, the heavenly Tao acted as a proxy for the Realm Lord. Gaining its approval was akin to seizing food from a tiger's mouth. Not an easy feat yet. For Chu Feng, this was not a significant concern. An image of a majestic heavenly Tao, reminiscent of a Siberian husky, suddenly surfaced in his mind. Indeed, the emergence of both the Xian Emperor and Gu Yan, the pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, alongside the alluring ultimate within the sect, underscored the complexity of the Xian realm. Coincidentally, he could return to converse with the heavenly Tao of the Xian realm, confident that it would acquiesce. After finally organizing the myriad of artifacts, he stretched languorously, half closing his eyes like an old cat. With a sigh of exasperation, he lamented, "Why is it that others traverse to fantastical worlds filled with treachery and thrilling adventures, while I, a weary soul, am constantly besieged by the relentless antics of the destined protagonist and the mundane task of cataloging these trinkets? This existence is so dreadfully monotonous. Bang, bang. Yield, and I shall grant you a dignified end, leaving your body whole. How dare you presume? I shall strike the heavens above and extinguish the underworld below. How could you possibly withstand my might?" A series of furious roars echoed through the imperial path. Suddenly, the ground beneath began to tremble violently. Chu Feng glanced down, nearly forgetting that the journey along the imperial path was not yet complete. He would have to wait a bit longer before he could depart. Unbeknownst to him, the imperial path had reached its most intense moment. With the absence of the martial emperor, the remaining 4 quasi-emperors engaged in a fierce confrontation after traversing the heart refinement path. By the time he looked back, only 3 quasi-emperors remained on the imperial path. Another glance revealed that one female quasi-emperor was swiftly dispatched by a cloaked quasi-emperor wielding a scythe-like supreme imperial weapon. Now, only the cloaked quasi-emperor and a plump quasi-emperor remained, fiercely clashing in the void of the imperial path, with resounding impacts and dazzling divine light illuminating the surroundings, spells flying in chaos. In the eyes of the outside world, such a battle would surely be described in exaggerated terms, as if it were shaking the very fabric of the universe, obliterating even the great Tao. However, to the immortal King Chu Feng, this life-and-death struggle between the 2 peaked quasi-emperors resembled nothing more than a child's play, an exchange of slow punches and kicks, each strike painfully juvenile, eliciting a throbbing headache. He had no interest in who would achieve enlightenment. He merely wished to conclude his duties. Please, make way. With a flash, he traversed the imperial path directly towards its conclusion. As he passed, he slipped through the gap between the battling cloaked quasi-emperor and the plump quasi-emperor. The cloaked quasi-emperor, the plump quasi-emperor, both paused in unison, bewildered. How could another person materialize at the very end of the imperial path? As if merely passing by? No, it was impossible for anyone else to appear on the imperial path. This was the scheming of that wretched fat man. blinded by rage. The cloaked quasi-emperor fixed his gaze on Chu Feng's retreating figure and struck out. You seek death. And then he met his end. Chu Feng felt elated. Indeed. The slaughter on the imperial path had proven to be intense, swiftly determining the victor. He could finally conclude his duties. Casting a glance at the bewildered plump quasi-emperor, he offered praise. Congratulations, you have successfully achieved enlightenment. Plump quasi-emperor. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? How did I achieve enlightenment? Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death at the hands of the cloaked quasi-emperor, yet now he was told he had attained enlightenment? Stunned, he felt the boundless, resplendent power of the imperial path surging towards him and quickly knelt in gratitude. Wang Teng, thank you, esteemed immortal. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wang Teng, a splendid name indeed. You truly possess the bearing of a great emperor. Bearing of a great emperor? Wang Teng bashfully lowered his head, enchanted by the mellifluous words of this esteemed immortal. Seeing Chu Feng about to depart, he hurriedly inquired, May I ask what exactly transpired? Wang Teng had always been astute and had begun to sense the unusual nature of this journey along the imperial path. Under normal circumstances, the martial emperor could easily subdue all quasi-emperors, yet he had not even completed the body refinement path. The climax of the imperial path had ended abruptly, resembling a mere game. Undoubtedly, all of this was intricately tied to the enigmatic figure in black. Nothing much. I am merely an ordinary arbiter of the imperial path, tasked with the fair and just resolution of disputes along this journey. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps destiny will allow us to meet again. With a grand gesture, Chu Feng summoned an endless cascade of golden light from behind, a manifestation of the merits accrued after rendering his judgment on the imperial path. The villain, endowed with great fortune, has intertwined fates with you, overflowing with gratitude, thereby elevating your destiny and fortune. You have acquired a pound of merit, enhancing your fate and fortune. Ah, an unexpected boon. This Wang Teng turns out to be a villain? Quite surprising indeed. Engaging with a villain can bolster one's fate and fortune? This is yet another nugget of wisdom. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and cast a glance back at the rotund Wang Teng, who resembled a plump guard, feeling a tinge of astonishment. An arbiter of the imperial path? Such entities exist? Wang Teng stood in bewilderment, watching Chu Feng vanish, left behind in a state of disarray. Upon departing the imperial path, Chu Feng swiftly returned to the celestial realm, shattering the seal of the realm lord. A peculiar force enveloped him in an instant, transporting him into the realm of the heavenly Tao. Within this space, the celestial Tao of the heavenly realm sensed the familiar aura and immediately recoiled, trembling in fear. Chapter 100. The heavenly path of the Xian realm severely tested Chu Feng. If the heavenly path of the Xian realm were a husky, it would simply wish to howl and hide beneath a table. Goodness, it has barely been a few days. Why has this emperor become increasingly terrifying? It recalls the first encounter with the man, whose lips curled into a smile, nearly leaving it with a psychological scar. Little did it expect that not long after, the man's aura had become utterly inscrutable, and now, he dared to invade the domain of the heavenly path, seeking to seize control of the Xian realm. You are already so powerful. How much more must I test you? This is an egregious affront to the heavenly path. The heavenly path of the Xian realm was seething with anger, resolutely deciding to subject this man to a severe trial, making him aware of the consequences of intimidating the heavenly path. You have passed the trial of the heavenly path, successfully becoming the lord of the Xian realm, gaining complete control over the Xian realm, and your destiny and fortune have increased. Chu Feng, what? I haven't done anything yet, and I've passed? He was astonished to discover that upon becoming the lord of the Xian realm, the gem on his panel had transformed, filled with a pitch-black mist. Undoubtedly, assuming this title had granted him a terrifying augmentation of fortune. This further solidified Chu Feng's assessment of the Xian realm. The Xian realm is extraordinary indeed. After unsealing his identity as the immortal king, his fate and fortune had experienced several increments, yet the panel showed no signs of change. However, upon becoming the lord of the Xian realm, it was instantly filled. Just as thoughts surged through Chu Feng's mind, an oval-shaped pure white jade appeared before him, engraved with the character Xian. As his thoughts settled on this Xian realm stone, everything about the Xian realm unfurled before his eyes. Nangang Qin was painting his striking figure with vibrant strokes in the heavy Xian pavilion. Bai Shiner sat cross-legged in a small realm, diligently cultivating a cluster of foxtails swaying gently behind her like dandelions. As for his lackey, see Budo HM? Why is this fellow frantically chiseling at a stone with a chisel in hand? What is he up to? Never mind, it's of no consequence. Withdrawing his thoughts from the Xian realm stone, Chu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, Heavenly Path, what is the meaning of this? Heavenly Path of the Xian realm, powerful lord of the Xian realm, congratulations on passing the trial. If there is nothing further, may I request your departure from the Heavenly Path space? I wish to be alone. Chu Feng. Previously, when he had interacted with the Heavenly Path using the Great Destiny Talisman, he had perceived it as rather rigid and indifferent. However, upon this encounter, he found the Heavenly Path of the Xian realm to be far more playful than he had anticipated. Is it really issuing me an eviction notice? He raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, Shall I take my leave then? Heavenly Path of the Xian realm, Lord of the Xian realm, is there anything else you require assistance with? In truth, the Heavenly Path was not typically like this. It was aloof, merciless, akin to a machine devoid of emotions. Yet, the being before it was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding a terrifying pressure that even the martial emperor of the neighboring demon realm could not rival. When all living beings face the peril of life and death, they inevitably evolve survival strategies driven by an intense will to live. The celestial path of the mysterious realm has actively evolved. Seeing the celestial path's perceptiveness, Chu Feng gradually relinquished his initial intent to interrogate it and straightforwardly inquired, Are you aware of the mysterious emperor? Indeed, the celestial path responded. Xianwei, born in the 837th year of the Wuyan calendar in the mysterious realm, achieved the status of a quasi-emperor in the 910th year. In the 1100th year, she departed from the mysterious realm and has yet to return. In the context of the mysterious realm, the Wuyan calendar now exceeds a history of 10,000 years. Achieving the status of quasi-emperor in less than a century? Quite impressive. She truly embodies the powerful protagonist destined for greatness, surpassing even the martial emperor. Chu Feng immediately commanded, Do not provide mere rudimentary information. Since you possess knowledge, furnish me with comprehensive details. The celestial path did not respond verbally, but busily resonated within the realm of the celestial path like a diligent clerk. 2 minutes later, a blue crystal materialized before Chu Feng. Grasping the crystal, a series of vivid images unfurled before his eyes, records of the mysterious emperor from the perspective of the celestial path. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Feng began to scrutinize the scenes within the blue crystal. They depicted all facets of Xianwei's life in the mysterious realm. She was born into a modest sect, but her father perished during an expedition due to a beast attack. Subsequently, her mother succumbed to despair and illness. Nevertheless, Xianwei exhibited remarkable talent, swiftly rising within her small sect and eventually joining a larger one, shining brightly as a prodigy in the eyes of all. Unfortunately, her fortunes shifted when she was unable to cultivate upon becoming an inner disciple of the large sect. After 3 years, having been relegated to the outer disciple rank, Xianwei made a remarkable comeback, triumphing in relic explorations, sect competitions, and various grand events, consistently claiming titles of supremacy and outshining her contemporaries. Ultimately, upon achieving the status of quasi-emperor, she found herself unable to break through within the mysterious realm and chose to venture forth into the world. Observing her journey, one could easily discern the archetype of a quintessential protagonist. Yet, this realization caused Chu Feng's brow to furrow, for critical information had been obscured. Details regarding Xianwei's path to strength, her cultivation methods, the treasures she possessed, and the specifics of her fortuitous encounters were all absent from the images. The celestial path, timid and fearful, naturally lacked the audacity to deceive him. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the fate of the destined protagonist had concealed these vital details. What secrets could possibly be hidden in the guise of an elderly mentor? Chu Feng was unconcerned. Having reviewed Xianwei's profile, he was well aware of her unique advantages. With an invincible sage guiding her and her own extraordinary talents, this configuration would enable even the most ordinary to soar. Based on Xianwei's attire, he had also surmised the whereabouts of her sage mentor. It is not merely a ring, but rather an exquisite sachet hanging from her waist. Regardless of the time or place, Regardless of how many outfits Xianwei may don, this sachet has never left her side. Chu Feng swiftly arrived at a resolution. Indeed, it would be fitting to present a token upon meeting my esteemed Lu deity, and this sachet shall serve as that gift. He continued to peruse further, and soon his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Though Xianwei is undoubtedly the destined protagonist, blessed with abundant fortune and opportunities, indeed, one might even deem her fate extraordinary. Her personality is undeniably rather eccentric. Just how eccentric, you ask? Chu Feng's gaze lingered on a flowing scene, as if inviting one to witness the unfolding narrative. Chapter 101. All beings measure by me. Masterly, have you given it any thought? A frigid voice resonated. In the frame, a bald man, with a sorrowful countenance, gazed at a handsome young lad adorned in a green attire, who wore his hair in a ponytail, and fervently gestured, Xuandi, this is absolutely untenable. We are of the Buddhist sect, and there has never been a precedent for admitting women. Su Wei furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Just because it has never happened before, must it remain so? What I seek is merely an acknowledgement. Masterly, are you unwilling to grant me even this small concession? The bald man, flustered, stammered, but our Wenyang temple practices the pure yang arts. Women are incapable of cultivating them. Even if they were to forcefully attempt it, they would barely reach the Four Extremes realm. Su Wei retorted, isn't that rather commendable? The Four Extremes realm for women is equivalent to the immortal platform realm for men. It is already quite impressive for them. Why does your Buddhist sect fail to adapt? How can you expect to thrive otherwise? Moreover, cannot a pure path be devised? The bald man was taken aback, muttering, are you jesting? We, the monks of Wenyang Temple, are not equipped to create a pure path. He inhaled deeply, opting for a more circumspect approach. However, Xuandi, the women you have brought possess poor cultivation aptitude. Even if a pure path existed, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to reach the Four Extremes realm. Su Wei considered this and nodded. Indeed, it is not easy for anyone. Think of their plight. They are unfortunate souls. I have brought them to you because of your sect's benevolence. How about this? I shall leave you with a few pure texts for you to assist them. The bald man, feeling a mix of helplessness and despair, reluctantly acquiesced. The scene shifted again. A middle-aged man clad in simple garments, his face etched with sorrow, addressed her. Xuandi, the Nigo people you sent are indolent and disinterested in cultivation. They indulge in social activities, and our Zhang family is now in disarray. We simply cannot sustain these burdens. I beseech you to find them another family to take them in. Su Wei placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Master Zhang, you are my most trusted partner. You should comprehend my vision. The Nigo people are an ancient tribe I discovered in the desolate mountains of the Xian realm. They are on the brink of extinction, and their plight is pitiful. Moreover, their lineage is unique, with inherently strong physiques, making them worthy of cultivation, if properly guided. The Zhang family could not only cultivate formidable warriors, but also forge a benevolent relationship with the Nigo people, propelling us to become the foremost clan in Tianzhou. Master Zhang, hearing her words, could only manage a bitter smile, rejecting her grand vision. Xuandi, you are unaware of the Nigo people's savagery. They even take an interest in demonic beasts. They are not suitable for our cultivation. Su Wei frowned, urging, as the leader of a clan, cannot you show a bit more magnanimity? Why engage in conflict with the uncultured Nigo? I genuinely advise you, for the good of the Zhang family. What seems like a loss today may turn into a blessing. You will be grateful for my counsel in the future. In a bustling tavern, a striking young man adorned in a sleek black outfit, marked by a distinctive beauty spot, indulges in copious amounts of food and drink. Opposite him sits a remarkably attractive lady, who gazes at him with a gentle expression and softly inquires, Xianwei, my dear sister, did you not profess a disdain for men? Why, then, do you consistently don masculine attire? Xianwei, with a subtle arch of her brow, savors a sip of fine wine and nonchalantly responds, Sayu, your perspective is rather narrow. Disliking men and wearing men's clothing are two entirely separate matters. Moreover, who decrees that such garments are exclusive to men? I find this attire quite fitting and commendable. I have always believed that women should embody a sense of vigor, while it is the insipid men who ought to wear skirts and court dresses, allowing them to experience the trials faced by women. Sayu furrows her brow at this notion, pondering, but surely that feels somewhat awkward? Many might perceive you as a man. A faint smile graces Xuanwei's face as she replies, "That is precisely my intent. The world is unjust. There are far fewer female cultivators than their male counterparts, often compelling multitudes of women to rely on men. I wish to demonstrate to the world that women can stand toe-to-toe with men, or, to put it more aptly, that true women can surpass men and place them beneath their feet. Society shall measure worth not by gender or race, but by merit. Why can a man not embody a woman, and a woman not embody a man? One day, I shall elevate the status of women above that of men, establishing a matriarchal world." Sayu, somewhat bewildered yet intrigued, exclaims, "Your aspirations are indeed lofty, sister." The notion that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man leaves Chu Feng utterly astonished. It is an audacious concept, one that seems to defy the very heavens. Merely having glimpsed a few moments of this narrative, he finds himself utterly captivated. This Xianwei is profoundly abstract. Her upbringing, marked by the early demise of her father and the lack of proper guidance from her mother before her passing, has shaped her into a figure of unwavering conviction, yet with a certain disregard for the well-being of others. Her thought process is uniquely unconventional, and her social skills exude a peculiar charm that appears indifferent to the struggles of those around her. For instance, in the scenes just witnessed, she persuades a group of women to abandon their former lives, subsequently placing them in a nearby Buddhist sect known as Finyang Temple, compelling the temple to take them in. She then encounters a savage tribe in a remote wilderness, untouched by civilization, and, driven by compassion, she gathers them and sends them to a family that once aided her. Her radical beliefs, such as women should wear men's clothing, men should don skirts, and the establishment of a matriarchal society, leave Chu Feng feeling as though he has been struck by the hand of destiny. The most audacious moment, however, is captured in the images revealed by the celestial forces. After the group of reformed women was taken in by the burning sun temple, there emerged a truly gifted woman among them. With the nurturing of the temple, she eventually ascended to the status of a sage king. Aside from the transformation of the temple's lineage into the incense pavilion, it seems to be quite a commendable conclusion. The Zhang family, who sheltered that group of Nigo people, indeed witnessed, as Xianwei described, the terrifying physical talents of the Nigo. With the assistance of the Zhang family's resources, many among them later achieved saintly physical forms and unparalleled combat prowess. Not only did they create an unprecedented demonic race in the Xian realm, but they also aided the Zhang family in becoming the foremost clan of Tianzhou. Aside from the fact that all descendants of the Zhang family increasingly bore skin as dark as the Nigo, this also appears to be a rather favorable outcome. In summary, it was truly extraordinary. This woman, as the destined protagonist, possessed an astonishing aura of fortune. Regardless of the rationality of her actions, they invariably culminated in a positive conclusion. This further solidified Xuanwei's conviction as she endeavored to construct a world that revered women. Had it not been for the subsequent depletion of resources in the Xian realm that hindered her progress and her travels to other worlds, it is plausible that Chu Feng, upon his arrival, would have encountered a peculiarly transformed Xian realm. He shook his head, dismissing thoughts of this woman. A mere fledgling, perhaps understanding the circumstances was sufficient. Excessive exposure could lead to ideological shock. He sought the Xian realm's heavenly path, as there were pressing matters at hand. Chu Feng took out the eternal door, and upon opening it, the aura of this fundamental extreme imperial artifact noticeably weakened. He pointed at the eternal door and inquired, "Era, do you know what lies within this ultimate threshold?" The Xian realm's heavenly path responded, somewhat bewildered, "Are you calling me?" "Era, what does this mean?" It answered innocently, "Master of the realm, I do not know." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this door born from the essence of the Xian realm? As the heavenly path, how can you not know?" The Xian realm's heavenly path replied candidly, "I had been in slumber all this time. When I awakened, this fundamental treasure had already come into existence." Suddenly, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Asleep? For how long?" "For over 10 billion years." "Over 10 billion years?" Chu Feng frowned. The Xian realm was but a small world, not even as vast as the heavenly demon realm, yet it had existed for over 10 billion years. This was becoming increasingly fantastical. In the past, Chu Feng would have cared little about the origins of the Xian realm, but now, as its master, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of enhancing his fate and fortune. When I awakened, the Xian realm had just given birth to someone of great fortune like Xianwei. I instinctively aided her considerably, and she had once obtained this fundamental treasure. I heard her refer to the ultimate within the door as the immortal source. The Xian realm's heavenly path seemed to recollect something and reiterated when I awakened. The Xian realm had just birthed Xianwei, a person of great fortune. I instinctively helped her significantly, and she had once acquired this fundamental treasure. I heard her refer to the ultimate within the door as the immortal source. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled. Immortal source? How intriguing. This is a perfect opportunity to discuss this with the new fledgling. He beamed with a warm smile and kindly asked the Xian realm's heavenly path, "Are there any other pieces of information?" Think carefully. The celestial path of the Xian realm trembled with trepidation, suppressed by the terrifying aura emanating from Chu Feng, rendering it motionless. It sensed a malevolence within him, a fierceness that suggested he would not hesitate to extinguish even the celestial path should it incur his wrath. After much contemplation, the Xian realm's celestial path recalled something. There existed a location within the Xian realm that bore a semblance to the essence of the immortal source. It conjured forth a vision. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened, revealing an endless expanse of deep ocean, where beneath the murky waters lay a colossal stone, shrouded in darkness. Quietly resting, he instantly recognized the familiar essence of the source. Had it not been for the celestial path as fixation, this immense stone in the deep sea might have remained hidden for an indefinite period. Before departing, Chu Feng suddenly recalled something and left an object within the celestial space, instructing, "Please ensure this is properly placed within the Xian realm. I shall return after a brief exploration." Before the Xian realm celestial path could fully grasp the situation, it witnessed Chu Feng materializing in the depths of the ocean. The moment his foot touched the colossal stone, his figure vanished. Have I unwittingly become its subordinate? The Xian realm celestial path stared in bewilderment at the object suspended in the celestial space, beginning to question the nature of existence. Xian realm, I have returned. What a familiar essence it is. Suddenly, the Xian realm celestial path experienced another surge of perception. A formidable presence intruded into the Xian realm, expressing a profound sense of nostalgia. The celestial path was taken aback. Has Xianwei returned to the Xian realm? Chapter 102. Chu Feng will misunderstand Xianwei. Clad in ethereal white attire, exuded an air of youthful elegance. The emergence of a new celestial king domain in the celestial realm, alongside the unveiling of the celestial king rankings, stirred tumultuous waves throughout the realm. Initially intending to venture towards the mystic realm, her plans were delayed as she hurriedly prepared a grand gift to present to the esteemed Lu god. Once her preparations were meticulously arranged, she projected a shadow and descended into the mystic realm. Having learned from past experiences, Xianwei approached this endeavor with utmost caution. This projection, forged from a genuine celestial-grade weapon, barely attained the true celestial realm, significantly surpassing the strength of her previous projection. Despite the time constraints associated with the projection, its combat prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Even if she were to encounter that unreasonable individual once more, she would not fear him in the slightest, and perhaps even teach him a lesson in humility. Regrettably, upon arriving at the familiar yet foreign passageway to the mystic realm, she found that the once plentiful 77 passages had dwindled to a mere single route. Such a situation was detrimental to the mystic realm. As she strolled through the passage, a frown creased her brow upon discovering the solitary path. Before her departure from the mystic realm years ago, she had intentionally established 77 passages to maintain pressure on the mystic realm, ensuring its inhabitants retained their warrior spirit amidst external challenges. Now, upon her return to find only one passage, she felt a sense of urgency. One passage was far too easy to guard. How could the mystic realm grow stronger in such an environment? Surely, the number of formidable beings within the mystic realm must have diminished considerably. Instinctively, she swept her divine consciousness across the area, her brow furrowing deeply. One quasi-emperor? Not even from the mystic realm. Only 2 saint kings? A scant few saints? How had the mystic realm fallen into such disarray? The spiritual energy was alarmingly thin, and the heavenly way, its traces seemed almost imperceptible, even as the tides of time swept across millennia, erasing many of the connections she once held with the mystic realm. It remained a place of deep sentimental value to her. Witnessing the mystic realm's current state, a wave of discomfort washed over her, particularly regarding the heavenly way. She had once been oblivious to its subtle guidance during her weaker days. Now, as an immortal, She had come to understand many hidden truths. Realizing the assistance the heavenly way had provided her in the past, it was time for her to reciprocate. What had transpired in the mystic realm? No. Once I acquire the celestial source, I shall transport the mystic realm to the celestial realm. A fervent desire to rescue the mystic realm ignited within her. With pressing matters at hand, she expanded her divine consciousness to search for the primordial treasure of the mystic realm. Why is there no trace of that door? After searching for a considerable time without success, a sense of foreboding surged within her. Could it be that the celestial source had been taken? That was something I personally uncovered, lying in wait for harvesting. Who would dare to steal my celestial source? Xianwei pondered for a moment before promptly dismissing the idea. It is not necessarily a case of someone seizing it, given the current depletion of the Xian realm. The source of the celestial power may well be concealed within its essence. Never mind, the projection time is limited. I shall first transport the Xian realm back to the celestial realm and then search for it gradually at a later time. She floated above a vast plain, and with a sweeping motion of her hand, the Xian realm trembled. All the formidable beings of saintly rank and above in the Xian realm felt the scenery around them blur momentarily, only to find themselves appearing on this very plain. Nan Gong, the esteemed leader? Bai Sheng, Si Shengwang, Yin Sheng. The Xian realm's powerful figures were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the familiar faces around them, rendered speechless. They could not comprehend how they had suddenly been transported to the same location. Even more astonishing was the presence of a half-headed corpse exuding a terrifying aura, which had also been transported along with them, now wandering across the plain. Shengwang. Nan Gongqin's expression changed, her eyes narrowing as she warily regarded the corpse. Suddenly, a streak of azure light descended upon this Shengwang corpse, causing it to freeze momentarily, its consciousness gradually returning, and its murky eyes surprisingly revealing a hint of clarity. This Shengwang is regaining its senses? It must be the doing of this woman. Bai Shiner, who had not returned to her small realm in recent days but had instead been cultivating in the Chongxian pavilion, recognized Xianwei immediately, her pupils contracting in surprise. Who is this person? So powerful, utterly inscrutable, even more so than the oppressive presence of the man she had encountered. Xian Emperor? Si Budo suddenly exclaimed in shock, having also noticed the unfamiliar youth in white standing there. As soon as he laid eyes on her, the figure of the young man overlapped with that of a portrait, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Xian Emperor? The quasi-emperor born in the Xian realm many years ago? The Xian realm's saints were all astonished, turning their gazes towards Xianwei. With a gentle smile, Xianwei nodded slightly to them, saying, "It is I." Hiss. Instantly, the faces of all the saints changed, several gasping in disbelief. Yin Sheng. I pay my respects to the Xian Emperor. Tu Sheng. I pay my respects to the Xian Emperor. Immediately, several saints bowed in deference to the Xian Emperor. They were all speculating inwardly. A quasi-emperor from nearly 10,000 years ago suddenly appearing before them. Could it be that she has attained the status of a great emperor? Nan Gongqin's gaze flickered, a note of caution in her eyes as she softly inquired, "Xian Emperor, what brings you to seek us?" The sudden appearance of the Xian Emperor after nearly 10,000 years, coupled with her astonishing divine powers, summoning them all without any prior discussion, could hardly be construed as a good omen. Xianwei was disinterested in engaging in lengthy discourse with these unremarkable cultivators of the Xian realm. She straightforwardly stated, "Here is the matter. I have been an immortal for many years now, and today, stirred by profound emotions, I have descended upon the Xian realm, only to find my former homeland in ruins, nearly obliterated. Thus, moved by compassion, I wish to transport the Xian realm back to the celestial realm for rejuvenation. And as you are the current strongholds of the Xian realm, I thought it best to inform you." What? The Xian Emperor has become an immortal? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. The Xian Emperor deemed the Xian realm too dilapidated and contemplated transporting it back to the celestial realm for rejuvenation. What could this possibly mean? How could our Xian realm, in his eyes, be treated as a mere treasure to be whisked away at will? Nan Gongqin hesitated and inquired, "Xian Emperor, if you take the Xian realm away, where shall we go?" All eyes turned in unison toward Xianwei. With a knowing smile, she acknowledged the woman's cleverness. While the relocation of the Xian realm to the celestial realm was feasible, it was imperative that its sentient beings remain behind, for the consequences would be monumental. an unnecessary burden to bear. She was no person of ill intent. Upon conceiving the idea of relocating the Xian realm, she had already devised a plan to safeguard its inhabitants. Without a moment's pause, Xianwei assured, "Rest assured, I will arrange for you all to have a suitable place to reside. The cultivation environment will surpass that of the current Xian realm by several magnitudes. Fear not. The distance is not great. Just beyond that passageway, I have already identified several suitable worlds for you." Upon hearing this, Si Budo immediately interjected, waving his hands in protest. No, Xian Emperor, we harbor enmity with the world beyond. Should we cross over, we would stand no chance against them. Xianwei raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Why the haste? Allow me to finish. I am well aware that the opposing side is comprised of demon tribes, and a swift integration is undoubtedly unrealistic. However, rest assured, I possess ample experience in managing such matters. I will establish a rapport with the demon tribes, and they will grant me a favor. Bai Xiner furrowed her brow and cautioned, "That is impossible. There exists a formidable being on their side." Xianwei raised an eyebrow, gazing at her indifferently. "Are you referring to that little Kunpun? Fear not. He has already met his demise. You may proceed without concern." "Dead? The little Kunpun?" Bai Xiner was momentarily speechless, incredulous at the implication. "Did you just say you killed that martial emperor from their side?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice interjected. The previously bewildered Saint King had regained his senses and posed a question. Xianwei nonchalantly replied, "Martial Emperor? I cannot confirm if it was he. But it was not by my hand. It is inconsequential, merely a minor character. You may proceed without worry. I will also leave some legacies for you. Should anyone among you attain the Tao and ascend to the higher realms, they may seek me out in the celestial realm, where I have established a grand sect that will welcome you without hesitation." Her words plunged everyone present into silence. This was utterly unexpected. The Xian realm was on the verge of being uprooted. Who could process such sudden news? Given the Xian Emperor's declaration, I acquiesce. At that moment, the hoarse-voiced Saint King slowly voiced his agreement. The hidden saints and the two saints hesitated but were swayed, for it was the Xian Emperor's legacy. Along with his promises, they all exclaimed, "Xian Emperor, we shall abide by your arrangements." Only Bai Xiner, Nangong Qin, and a few others remained silent, sensing that this affair was not entirely appropriate, and that they ought to wait for Chu Feng's return to determine the course of action. Tuxing persuaded, "The threat from the opposing world is far too great. With the assistance of the transcendent Xiandi, I believe this presents an exceptional opportunity. Do you all wish to languish in the Xian realm for eternity?" Xianwei, somewhat displeased by the reluctance of others despite the generous offer, added, "Do not be so selfish. You are hindering the development of our realm. I act for the greater good of the Xian realm." With that, she conjured a radiant beam of light from the upper realm. In her hand, a black token materialized, engraved with the character for realm. "Do you see this? This artifact is called the Realm Lord Token, a treasure I acquired in a secret location of the celestial realm. I need not consult you. With this token, I can gain the recognition of the Xian realm's Tao and take what I desire without regard for your opinions. I do not intend to threaten you. My relationship with the Tao has always been amicable. If I but speak, it will undoubtedly consent to accompany me. Do you understand my intentions? We are all inhabitants of the Xian realm. I merely wish to assist you." When Nangong Qin and the others remained unwilling, Xianwei grew incensed and cast the Realm Lord Token, intending to become the ruler of the Xian realm and then negotiate with them. As the token was activated, an ancient and majestic aura enveloped the heavens, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. The Saint King rasped, "This is the aura of the Tao." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that Xianwei had spoken the truth. Such a miraculous entity as the Realm Lord Token indeed existed. Seeing this, Xianwei smiled lightly and addressed Nangong Qin and the others. "Should I become the Realm Lord and you still refuse, do not blame me for not offering you a chance." With those words, she prepared to enter the Tao space to reconnect with old friends. Unexpectedly, several golden ancient characters appeared in the sky above. "Apologies, we are not familiar. Do not approach too closely, or Chu Feng may misunderstand." Chapter 103. The utterly unfathomable statement. The formidable beings of the Xian realm, who moments ago were nearly suffocated by the terrifying oppressive aura of the heavenly Tao, now stared in stunned disbelief at the golden ancient characters inscribed in the firmament. What was the heavenly Tao attempting to convey? Forgive me, we are not well acquainted. Please maintain your distance. Many instinctively turned their gazes towards the dazed Xianwei. Just a moment ago, hadn't she been boasting about her supposed camaraderie with the heavenly Tao? Wasn't she eager to reminisce? The mention of the Realm Lord had sounded incredibly impressive, leading them to believe that Xianwei would soon ascend to the position of Realm Lord herself. Yet, upon the appearance of the heavenly Tao, it abruptly declared its unfamiliarity with her. Even more astonishing was the final statement from the heavenly Tao. Fearing a misunderstanding with Emperor Chu? What an earth-shattering revelation. Did the heavenly Tao harbor some clandestine connection with Emperor Chu? A moment's contemplation revealed the underlying emotions. It was as though the heavenly Tao feared Emperor Chu. How could the Xian Emperor approach the heavenly Tao with the Realm Lord's decree and still be subject to the whims of Emperor Chu? It was utterly surreal. At this moment, Outshining couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly, that man was extraordinary. Even in his absence, he could conjure such unexpected events. Nangongqin pressed her crimson lips together, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she fixed her gaze upon Xianwei. The stupor in her eyes gradually transformed into astonishment, surprise, and a flicker of indignation. Her fair visage flushed with warmth. Embarrassment. It was overwhelmingly awkward. Xianwei, feeling the penetrating stares of the powerful figures around her, wished desperately for a crevice to hide within. What on earth was the heavenly Tao doing? How could it respond so absurdly? She had not anticipated such a spectacle. Heavenly Tao, do you not recognize me? I am the Xian Emperor. Who is this Chu Feng? What are you afraid of? The powerful beings of the Xian realm, witnessing Xianwei's inquiry, collectively held their breath once more. How would the heavenly Tao respond this time? The response arrived promptly. The golden ancient characters in the sky refreshing in an instant. Recognized, yet unacquainted. Do not establish contact. Chu Feng is the realm lord of the Xian realm. I am terrified. I shall take my leave now, for it would be ill-favored were he to see me. The heavenly Tao addressed Xianwei's questions one by one. In an instant, the oppressive aura from the heavenly Tao receded like a tide. Xianwei, the powerful beings of the Xian realm, winky face, Si Budo exclaimed, so we have had a realm lord all along. No wonder Emperor Chu is so formidable. We were entirely oblivious to such a significant matter. Outshining was also taken aback. That individual was the Realm Lord? Suddenly, many things became clear to her. It was no wonder he had been able to seize the source treasure before her. No wonder he had dared to invoke the holy bridge during the wedding ceremony. Even the heavenly Tao had to afford him some respect. She glanced at Nangongqin and noticed the increasingly radiant smile on the beautiful woman's face. Outshining found herself inexplicably envious of her. After being struck twice consecutively by the heavenly path, Xianwei abruptly regained her senses. Her heart jolted. How could there be a realm lord in the Xian realm? Wait, my realm lord token. She extended her consciousness, seeking the aura of the heavenly path. Unfortunately, the heavenly path fled swiftly, deliberately hiding within the Xian realm, and as Xianwei was merely a projection, it was impossible to find it in a short time. The Realm Lord token is an exceedingly precious artifact even in the immortal realm. Although she was protected by great fortune and frequently encountered fortuitous events, this Realm Lord token was not something that could be summoned at will. Once activated, it would be effectively used up. She felt a pang of regret. More than that, she was infuriated. The emergence of a Realm Lord in the Xian realm not only signified a waste of the Realm Lord token, but also implied that her plans to take the Xian realm away were no longer so simple. Furthermore, if her immortal source had already been seized by that Chu Feng ahead of her, it was unrealistic. A quasi-emperor could not possibly open that door, let alone extract the immortal source. Xianwei took a moment to calm her rage. She turned her gaze toward the several sages who had previously supported her and inquired, who is this Chu Feng? Is he a man or a woman? Sage 2 chuckled bitterly and replied, the heavenly Emperor Chu is the highest quasi-emperor in the Xian realm, and naturally, he is a man. His strength is formidable. We were unaware that he had already become a realm lord. Upon hearing that Chu Feng was a man, Xianwei's brow furrowed. The mention of the title Heavenly Emperor sent an inexplicable shock through her heart. The recently stirring waves in the immortal realm had suddenly propelled a mysterious invincible immortal to the top of the Immortal King rankings, known as the Heavenly Emperor. A quasi-emperor from the lower realm dared to call himself the Heavenly Emperor, which irked her greatly. She snorted lightly. This person, merely a quasi-emperor, dares to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor? How narrow-minded and ignorant can one be, unaware of the potential consequences of entangling with a true Heavenly Emperor? See Buddha, as a lackey of Chu Feng, could not hold back and retorted, "Your words are misguided, Xian Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor Chu has rendered great merits in our Xian realm. Why should he not be called the Heavenly Emperor? In my view, he is indeed worthy of the title." Xian Wei remained unconvinced. Great merits? How significant could they be? During my time in the Xian realm, I also performed numerous acts of merit. Yet did I ever claim the title of Heavenly Emperor like this Chu Feng? If it were about other matters, Xian Wei might not have had any strong opinions. However, when it came to doing good deeds, it was something she had always adhered to. Precisely for this reason, she held disdain. Those who genuinely accomplish significant deeds do not flaunt them. Hearing this, Si Buddha frowned, about to retort, when Nangong Qin shook her head at him. She remained calm, clearly perceiving the current situation. The Xian Emperor was secretly vexed that her husband had seized her position as realm lord, and having already stepped into the realm of immortals, her husband's strength, no matter how formidable, had not yet reached the level of proving the Tao and could not contend with the Xian Emperor. The more one spoke, the more trouble it could bring to her husband. Immortal, by the pathway, there stood a stone tablet inscribed with the achievements of this Heavenly Emperor Chu. At that moment, unexpectedly, the Sage King spoke up. The location they occupied was not far from the passage. When Xian Wei proposed to lead the beings of the Xian realm to migrate to the world beyond the passage, the Sage King merely swept his divine consciousness over the area. With his formidable power, he effortlessly discerned the conspicuous celestial monument at the entrance of the passage. Upon hearing Xian Wei's words, he promptly gestured towards the direction of the passage. Xian Wei raised her delicate brows and waved her hand towards the indicated direction, causing the heavens and earth to shift. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically as the ground beneath them instantaneously transformed, and they found themselves standing in unison at the entrance of the passage. Beyond the entrance, amidst a vast sea of colossal divine trees, floated a black jade celestial monument, towering about 100 feet high, inscribed with golden characters that shimmered brilliantly. Xian Wei cast a sweeping glance. The inscriptions read, "The Emperor of Heaven single-handedly withstands thousands of troops at the passage, slays 100,000 sage kings, decapitates 1,000 quasi-emperors, establishes eternal merits, safeguarding the Xian realm for countless generations." The characters on the black jade monument danced as if alive, radiating a luminous brilliance entwined with starlight, exuding an inexplicable sense of sanctity. All cultivators who arrived at this place could see it immediately. Initially, Xian Wei regarded the monument with disdain and was about to mock it, but suddenly she froze, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized it for a moment, and then involuntarily remarked, "A quasi-emperor, indeed possessing such accomplishments? Did the Xian Emperor truly believe it?" The sages of the Xian realm exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily taken aback. If it were anyone else, such exaggerated feats would surely be met with skepticism. Yet here was Xian Wei, genuinely convinced. She possessed a unique method to perceive merits. Even in the celestial realm, merits were exceptionally difficult to attain. Those shielded by merits enjoyed immense fortune, turning misfortune into good luck. Moreover, merits could be refined into treasures, aiding in the breakthrough of bottlenecks. Their applications were countless. Despite the monument's seemingly exaggerated achievements, one could sense the profound aura of merits emanating from it. Xian Wei contemplated. Should a war erupt between the Xian realm and the world beyond the passage, lasting for a millennium, she was certain she could achieve it. Not only was the merit aligned, but it also far exceeded expectations. It seemed that the Xian realm had endured countless battles over the years, with its ranks dwindling like rain, and it was indeed a challenge to forge such a destined child. Xian Wei came to understand why the Xian realm now possessed only a handful of scattered strong individuals. They had all been depleted. If her suspicions were correct, she even doubted that the numbers inscribed on this merit monument were intentionally understated. Otherwise, the merits would not align at all. This Chu Feng was quite remarkable. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Si Budo, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. This individual not only authored tomes, but also inscribed a merit monument here. Initially, it could have been dismissed as mere self-indulgence among the Xian realm's people. But now, In the eyes of the Xian Emperor, Chu Tian Emperor had become an enigma. Si Budo, unfazed and steady, proclaimed loudly, "Xian Emperor, what are your thoughts?" Xianwei nodded lightly, acknowledging the character in question, yet noted the discrepancies in the figures presented. At the very least, an additional 10,000 sage kings and 500 quasi-emperors ought to be included for accuracy. Perhaps it was a mark of humility on Chu Feng's part. With a mere flick of her wrist, a stream of ethereal light descended upon the steel, adjusting the numbers to align correctly. Her actions were characterized by an unwavering sense of justice. Even if she held disdain for Chu Feng, she would never diminish his achievements. Sibu exclaimed in disbelief, while the assembled sages of the Xian realm were equally perplexed. Is the Xian Emperor experiencing some form of delusion? After succinctly expressing her opinion, Xianwei continued, "However, the name of the Heavenly Emperor is a deeply revered title within the celestial realm, one that must not be used lightly. This Chu Feng displays a remarkable lack of understanding. Do you possess a means to contact him? Urge him to return to the Xian realm at once. Inform him that a celestial opportunity awaits him." One of the sage kings responded, "Celestial opportunity? Indeed. I wish to accept him as an outer disciple and impart the supreme Tao lineage unto him." With a serene smile, she reconsidered her stance. Although Chu Feng was a man, he had already amassed considerable merit as a mere quasi-emperor, undoubtedly destined for greatness with extraordinary combat prowess. Furthermore, as the sovereign of the Xian realm, he could be meticulously nurtured, instilled with the principles of female supremacy, and guided towards the righteous path. All while there was still time. She was not one to be narrow-minded or obstinate. Rather, she possessed a magnanimous heart. As long as an individual proved useful and embraced her ideals, she treated all equally, regardless of gender. Moreover, the decision to take the sovereign of the Xian realm as her disciple would fall to her discretion. Even if Chu Feng were to acquire the celestial source ahead of time, she could always claim that his insufficient cultivation level rendered him unable to manage it, thus temporarily safeguarding it for him. It was a strategy that served multiple purposes. Unexpectedly, as Xuanwei's words settled, a tumultuous thunder echoed from the heavens. The ominous clouds of tribulation loomed large. Such thunder could only herald the punitive actions of the heavenly Tao. The sages of the Xian realm were thrown into a state of panic, hastily dispersing in all directions to distance themselves from Xianwei. Boom, boom, thunder, akin to the mightiest strikes of a peak quasi-emperor, rained down upon Xianwei. The sudden onslaught of lightning left her charred, yet tender, her garments in disarray. As a projection of the true immortal realm, these bolts posed no substantial threat to her. However, the humiliation was profound. Xianwei found herself momentarily stunned by the electric shock. She gazed upward, confronting the re-emerging pressure of the heavenly Tao, and fervently shouted, "Heavenly Tao of the Xian realm, what madness is this you are unleashing? Your words are exceedingly defiant. This heavenly Tao simply cannot abide by them." Chapter 104. You came to deliver again? Even the heavenly path cannot bear witness. The Xian Emperor, in his ignorance, has no comprehension of the formidable power that the master of the Xian realm wields. He dares to utter words against the heavens, proposing to accept Chu Feng as his outer disciple. If you seek death, do not implicate me, the heavenly path. As the embodiment of the heavenly path, it can easily perceive the vast chasm between the Xian Emperor and Chu Feng. Most critically, it has sensed Chu Feng's return, trembling with fear. It is in a state of utter panic. In its eagerness to observe the unfolding drama, it has overlooked the tasks that Chu Feng entrusted to it before his departure. That seemingly affable individual, when incited, could easily perceive the heavenly path as an ally of the Xian Emperor, leading to its own disintegration. It does not concern itself with whether the impending divine punishment will affect the Xian Emperor. It must first display its stance. Xianwei exclaimed, "Wherein lies the transgressiveness of my words? Heavenly path, you were not always this way." Filled with ire and frustration, having failed to locate the Xian realm's source upon her return, she felt targeted by the heavenly path. This was no longer the familiar Xian realm she remembered. "I do not know whether your words are indeed rebellious. However, your aspirations appear rather fanciful. How is it that I have yet to seek you out, yet you continuously present yourself before me?" A soft voice resonated across the heavens. A man clad in black slowly approached from the horizon, cradling a multicolored stone in his hand, casually toying with it as though it were a bead. His pace was not swift, yet with each step, The very fabric of reality shifted. Strangely, the very heavenly path that had just unleashed tribulation clouds now showered the man with boundless golden light. As if he stood beneath a spotlight, the sole sovereign of this realm. Nangongqin's eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, "Husband, run! This man is the Xian Emperor. He has ascended to immortality and poses a threat to you." Si Budo swiftly positioned himself before Xian Wei, clutching the remaining few black marbles of a basketball, exclaiming urgently, "Heavenly Emperor, flee! You are no match for him." Bai Shiner opened her mouth to speak, but refrained. She noticed that the man, after just a few days of absence, had undergone yet another transformation, his aura becoming more enigmatic, more unpredictable, and obscured in depth. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense that Chu Feng exuded a composure far surpassing that of the Xian Emperor. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng strolled forward, holding the stone in his left hand while patting Nangongqin's shoulder with his right. "Do not worry. This trifling opponent has already been dealt with." "Trifling opponent? Who are you insulting?" Xian Wei's gaze shifted, fixating on the man approaching from the heavens, a surge of fury igniting within her. Suddenly recognizing his true identity, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "How could it be you?" Chu Feng cast a curious glance at Xian Wei, replying, "I too am perplexed as to why you have come to deliver again. Do you crave death so eagerly?" Si Budo, make way. As his words fell, Si Budo felt a chill sweep past his ear. The multicolored stone in Chu Feng's hand shot past his shoulder like a cannonball. Bang! Xuanwei's pupils constricted sharply, a fissure opening at her brow that perfectly matched a small pebble, and in an instant, her body erupted. It was as straightforward and brutal as that. In a mere exchange, without the opportunity for further discourse, she perished on the spot. A shattered moon-white ancient sword materialized, only to disintegrate. "You have slain the fated protagonist Xian Wei." Projection. The fated protagonist Xian Wei has lost 50,000 points of destiny value. You have obtained 2 destiny treasure chests. Dead. Was she not an immortal? How could she not withstand a single blow from the Emperor of Chu? Si Budo was astonished. Xian Wei was indeed an immortal, yet she fell so easily, so frail. Even more absurdly, he suddenly sensed the tumultuous clouds of the heavens. The pressure of the heavenly Tao fluctuated, and golden ancient characters reappeared. "The Lord of Realms is majestic. The Lord of Realms is formidable." What was the heavenly Tao doing? It seemed to be so obsequious. This was not right. Just moments ago, it had been as aloof as a goddess towards the Emperor of Xian, yet now, upon the arrival of the Emperor of Chu, it acted like a mere sycophant. The sages of the Xian realm were left utterly dumbfounded. Those sages who had chosen the Emperor of Xian, including the Sage King, the Saint of Tu, and the Hidden Saint, felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their limbs turning cold. An ominous premonition crept in. Had they inadvertently chosen the wrong side? What followed sent chills down their spines. Chu Feng cast a nonchalant glance at them. The sages stood petrified, deprived of even a sliver of opportunity to explain, forever frozen in that moment. A gentle breeze swept through, and they disintegrated like ashes, vanishing completely. Observing this, the remaining sages felt their pupils dilate, their hearts tightening. All were dead. Fortunately, they had refrained from speaking out of turn earlier. They felt a mix of relief and an overwhelming sense of awe and dread towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng paid them no mind, glanced at the ancient characters in the sky, and grumbled, "Stop dawdling. Have you not yet completed the task I assigned? Even if you are the heavenly Tao, you cannot afford to be so negligent." The golden ancient characters trembled furiously, seemingly filled with trepidation. The heavenly Tao hastily manifested a phantom, dispersing into countless streams of light that spread across the heavens and earth. It was a colossal formation. All spirits flourished. As it fell upon the 4 corners of the Xian realm, the spiritual energy of this world began to surge uncontrollably. This was merely the beginning. Soon, the Xian realm would undergo a qualitative transformation. The sages present, witnessing this spectacle, quickly cast aside their earlier fears instigated by Chu Feng, their expressions now one of astonishment. The heavenly Tao indeed listened to his words. What had transpired just moments ago? The Xian realm, the spiritual energy was swelling. One sage, awestruck, exclaimed, "Did I not misperceive? Has the Xian realm suddenly revealed numerous sacred grounds? Old Nyo has broken through to become a sage king." Another sage trembled with excitement. The Xian realm is exhibiting various extraordinary phenomena. All things are reviving. The heavens and earth are returning to vitality. Boundless transformations are unfolding. Could this be the dawn of a primordial era? Suddenly, Subuto leaped up with an exclamation. What the heck? I just received news about my eldest grandson. He is actually pregnant. Not far from him, an elderly sage gasped, pregnant. Isn't he male? Subuto cried out. Isn't this the most absurd thing ever? Nangong Qinfeng's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She too had received news from Elder Jiang and others that numerous secret realms in the Shuangguang Pavilion were undergoing changes. Disciples within the pavilion were breaking through their barriers. At this moment, the Xian realm was witnessing the simultaneous emergence of multiple holy bridges. It's all gone awry. What in the world has the Emperor of Chu done to the heavenly Tao? The spiritual energy in the Xian realm is surging, and the world is beginning to transform. Your destiny and fortune are increasing. At that instant, the system notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears. On his panel, beside the star, a new outline of a star began to subtly emerge. A smile played on his lips. Indeed, it was just as he had surmised. The Xian realm was no ordinary small world. Once revitalization commenced, his destiny and fortune would continuously grow, and surpassing a 2-star destiny was merely a matter of time. The Xian realm, like a withered tree welcoming spring, was undergoing a sudden metamorphosis, a transformation that was just the beginning. Although he no longer possessed the array of all spirits, he still had plenty of scrap metal in hand. While it may seem like mere scrap to him, it was of great significance to the Xian realm. Chu Feng held in his hand a colorful little stone, which he had discovered in the deep sea. It was precisely because of the contents within this object that he realized the origins of the Xian realm far exceeded anyone's imagination. Oh, Chu Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. He spotted a familiar figure emerging from the other side of the Xian realm passage. Chu Feng, I will slay you. The voice of Xian Wei resonated once more. She projected another figure into existence. This time, the aura of the apparition was even stronger than the one previously defeated, unmistakably reaching the mid-level of true immortal. In the lower realm, such a being would be invincible. Chu Feng was taken aback, having never encountered such an aggressive adversary before. I haven't even had the chance to go to the immortal realm, and you're sending me off 3 times already? Chapter 105. Playing the fool to catch the tiger in the celestial realm, a mysterious ancient formation shimmered with brilliance. A handsome young man clad in white wore a gloomy expression as he sheathed his sword. Xiao Wei, why have you once again severed a projection of a mid-stage true immortal descending to the mortal realm? From the fragrant pouch at Xian Wei's waist, a voice emerged. Ever since the unexpected turmoil on the path to the throne, she felt weary and had not accompanied Xian Wei on her subsequent descents. Witnessing Xian Wei cleave another avatar to the earthly domain, she could not help but feel perplexed. Was there yet another disturbance? The projection of a celestial being entering the lower realm invariably incurs a cost. Unless one is a celestial king, the higher the realm of descent, the greater the price to be paid. In a brief span of time, Xian Wei had severed a third avatar's descent. This was far from a fortunate omen. A chill flickered in Xian Wei's eyes as she whispered with barely contained anger, Master, this time, I directly ventured to the Xian realm. Yet, I did not expect to encounter that individual again, the adjudicator of the imperial path. How could he be in the Xian realm? He is also one of its denizens. He has become the realm's ruler, seizing my celestial essence, and just now, he cut down that projection. Upon hearing Xian Wei's words, the woman in the pouch fell silent for a moment. Given Xian Wei's disposition, a deadly feud was now inevitable. After a pause, she slowly replied, Years ago, I surmised that the Xian realm was extraordinary, and that it would surely give rise to a person of destiny. It seems I was correct. If he can consecutively sever 2 of your projections, his strength must be at least that of a late-stage true immortal, perhaps even equal to your own as a celestial lord. It remains uncertain whether it is his true self descending or merely a projection. Should you send another mid-stage true immortal projection, it would bear little significance. At this point, the woman hesitated, recalling Xian Wei's usual approach, and inquired, Are you feigning weakness once more? Xian Wei nodded, the cold gleam in her eyes intensifying. Indeed, how could I underestimate someone who has achieved so much? His strength may well be that of a celestial lord. However, a grudge has been forged. He dares to provoke me twice, and thus, he shall receive a fitting lesson. Should I sever another projection, It will not only be an act of feigned weakness, but also a means to probe his depths. I intend to locate his position within the celestial realm and eliminate him. A mere junior, seeking to contend with me, is still too inexperienced. Xianwei's expression turned stern as her gaze swept towards the horizon. Her rise to celestial lord status and the establishment of a formidable sect in the celestial realm were not the results of simplistic reasoning. If the previous two projections were mere accidents, then this third was a deliberate maneuver. A skilled hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. She may accept defeat, but should she seize a single opportunity, the game would be over. Exercise caution, the woman in the pouch advised. Fully aware of Xianwei's modus operandi. Although she often engaged in frivolity and sometimes exhibited a touch of naivety, she was ruthless and decisive against her enemies. Employing various stratagems, feigning weakness to lure the tiger, this was a tactic Xianwei frequently utilized. Rest assured, master, I shall not instigate a conflict in the lower realm, and this projection shall be willingly offered for his annihilation, Xianwei replied calmly. The woman, for reasons unknown, felt an ominous premonition. She urged Xianwei, saying, Xiaowei, we both hail from the Xian realm. If he truly possesses the essence of immortality, it would be wiser to sit down and discuss matters amicably. Your deliberate establishment of 77 pathways in the Xian realm was not solely to acquire the essence. It was also to cultivate a destined individual, was it not? Upon hearing this, Xianwei clenched her fists and coldly replied, at this juncture, reconciliation is no longer an option. I shall slay him. The woman, observing Xianwei's resolute demeanor, chose to remain silent. Xianwei was no longer the fledgling of yesteryears. She now stood merely a step away from the latter stages of becoming an immortal monarch. A formidable figure even within the immortal realm. Having suffered the loss of two projections, her desire for vengeance was entirely understandable. Perhaps she was simply overthinking the situation. Within the immortal realm, Xianwei possessed unparalleled wisdom. Her projection was currently in a state of absolute shock. How is this possible? Her gaze pierced through the passage, witnessing the spiritual tides in the Xian realm surging dramatically, akin to the arrival of a grand epic. Her expression shifted, and she bellowed. Have you lost your mind? The Xian realm is in such a weakened state, and you dare to promote growth artificially? You are jeopardizing the Xian realm. Her thunderous voice resonated like celestial music, echoing throughout the Xian realm. Countless delighted powerful beings, astonished by the transformative upheaval within the Xian realm, froze upon hearing Xianwei's words. Promoting growth artificially? What does that mean? The saints at the passage's entrance exchanged bewildered glances, exclaiming, Is that voice from the Xian emperor? He is not dead? Another saint, perplexed by her words, questioned, What nonsense is he speaking? We finally have a glimmer of hope. The Chutian emperor brings a grand epic to the Xian realm. How can she suggest there is an issue? Could there truly be some hidden danger? Sabuto, observing the emerging figure of a white-clad youth at the passage, scoffed. What hidden danger? He's panicking. Clearly, the Xian realm can return to greatness without our departure, yet he seeks to take it away for himself, pushing us aside. There must be a conspiracy afoot. Now that the Xian realm is reviving, his previous excuses have vanished. I would be anxious too. Bai Shiner, suspended in the void, seemed to realize something. Furrowing her brow as she murmured, the Xian emperor has been absent from the Xian realm for a millennium and has already ascended to the Tao. He has long lost his rightful place in the realm. What could he possibly be scheming by returning now? Suddenly, Chu Feng, intent on obliterating Xianwei once more, paused as he absorbed Bai Shiner's words. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and a smile flickered at the corners of his lips as he began to grasp certain truths. Nan Gongqin, beside him, gazed anxiously toward the other end of the passage. Despite witnessing Chu Feng's recently displayed extraordinary prowess, her concern clouded her judgment. She cautioned, my lord. This individual dared to reappear after you just defeated her. She must have some reliance. After all, she achieved quasi-emperor status a millennium ago. You must exercise caution. Chu Feng, embracing her delicate form, replied with a tranquil smile, Do not worry. Before me, she is but a younger sibling. As his words fell, he raised his hand and struck towards the entrance of the passage. Oh, just as the recently empowered Xianwei felt a flicker before her eyes. A sudden tightness gripped her body, and a suffocating sensation enveloped her, as if she were ensnared by a colossal hand conjured by Chu Feng in the void. Harm the Xuanjia? You truly dare to utter such words? Chufeng's palm tightened. Hiss. Her complexion instantly turned pale, as if caught in a meat grinder, enduring an excruciating, twisting pain. Just a little more pressure, and her formidable physique would shatter into fragments. Yet, despite this torment, Xianwei still shouted. The spiritual energy of the Xuanjie will naturally revive and expand, devouring the surrounding worlds, and the passage will vanish. Currently, there are hardly any in the Saint Path realm in the Xuanjie. You have ascended to immortality. It is impossible for you to remain in the Xuanjie for eternity. Is this not a form of harm to them? Upon her words, the expressions of the other saints shifted slightly. The expansion of the Xuanjie would indeed consume other worlds? Those other worlds would not idly sit by. A life-and-death battle was inevitable. Bai Xiner, hailing from the Tianyao realm, nodded involuntarily. The Xian Emperor's words bore a semblance of truth. She was acutely aware of the might of the Tianyao realm. Should the Xuanjie dare to encroach upon its territory, regardless of the martial emperor's condition, if Chu Feng were absent, the Xuanjie would be unable to withstand any of the Tianyao realm's quasi-emperors. Chu Feng replied coolly, harm them? How can such words escape your lips? Thousands of years ago, the Xuanjie was teeming with powerful figures in the Saint Path realm, and many seeds capable of entering the Emperor Path realm existed. Yet here you are, having grown strong and consumed an abundance of resources from the Xuanjie. You are fully aware of what you did before your departure, are you not? Those 77 passages were certainly not left for the Xuanjie by me. He had previously reviewed the information about Xianwei provided by the Heavenly Path, and had witnessed her personally carving out a staggering 77 passages in the Xuanjie before her departure. One could only say, what a heartless act. The once jubilant saints of the Xuanjie were struck as if by lightning, staring at Xianwei with expressions of disbelief. Xuanwei's face changed. Chu Feng continued to assert, the Xuanjie was nearly brought to ruin by your actions, and you dare to claim that I harmed the Xuanjie? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 106. Words can kill. Xianwei was somewhat taken aback. When she departed from the Xian realm, this Chu Feng was still oblivious to his whereabouts. How could he possibly know that I was the one who opened the 77 passages? A thought flickered through her mind, and she quickly realized. It was the heavenly Tao, once a comrade in arms, now reduced to a sycophant for others. It filled her with disdain. Xian Emperor, did you truly create those passages? An elderly sage erupted in anger, questioning him. The other sages of the Xian realm also glared with fury. The passages of the Xian realm were an inescapable shadow for all cultivators. Even though there had once been the demon sealing array to contain them, every 100 years. With so many arrays, malfunctions were inevitable. Once the demons emerged from the passages, it would spell catastrophe for the Xian realm, resulting in untold suffering and rivers of blood. Every formidable figure in the Xian realm dreamed of eradicating these passages. Now, to suddenly learn that someone had deliberately created them was utterly destabilizing. Amidst the fierce glares, Xianwei furrowed her brow and said, what do you all understand? The Xian realm is far from being a trivial world. If I hadn't left the passages to instill a sense of crisis within the Xian realm, when faced with a real cataclysm, you would possess neither the capability to resolve it nor the emergence of prodigies like Chu Feng. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Chu Feng, asserting, Chu Feng, you must truly comprehend how arduous your journey to this point has been. Without the pressure of the Xian realm passages, could you have attained immortality in such a brief span of a few thousand years? Upon hearing Xianwei's audacious remarks, a considerable question mark slowly appeared above Chu Feng's head. What does my ascension to immortality have to do with the Xian realm passages? Does this woman think I am the destined protagonist? That I must grind through monsters to level up? Before he could voice his thoughts, a chorus of furious shouts erupted. Damn you. It turned out that the passages were indeed a result of her actions at birth. Do you have any idea how many lives my entire clan lost because of the passages? The elderly sage was livid, his eyes blazing with fury. He was truly at his breaking point. These people of the Xian realm had no idea how many lives had been lost due to the demons from the 77 passages. Had it not been for a powerful array master from the Xian realm who painstakingly devised the demon sealing array, the Xian realm might have long since perished. They had always believed these passages were a natural formation, never suspecting they were the result of human error. Even the usually composed Nangong Qin, her phoenix eyes now glinting with cold light, exclaimed fiercely, Xian Emperor, does your conscience not ache? The Nangong clan, due to their unique constitution, had seen countless generations of their kin sacrifice themselves in the effort to seal the passageways. From a young age, she had been indoctrinated with the concept of sacrifice, always prepared to give her life to fend off the invasion of demons. Now, upon hearing Xian Wei's explosive revelation, she could hardly contain her urge to curse. Xian Wei felt a surge of displeasure, her voice icy as she declared, a group of short-sighted individuals. I opened the passage, and at that time, everyone in the Xian realm was in agreement. You descendants, lacking in ambition, dare to blame me? How outrageous. Do you actually believe you have a justification? How infuriating. Chu Tiendi, swiftly rid us of this fool. How can such a repugnant person exist? Is the life of our Xian realm not worthy? If you are so idle, why not take your own life instead of dragging us down? A cacophony of curses erupted, the saints present simmering with indignation. The shadow cast by the Xian realm passage loomed large over them. Now that the truth was unveiled, no matter how composed they were, they could no longer restrain their fury. Xian Wei, you are truly despicable. Even in the heavens, golden ancient characters materialized, condemning her vehemently on behalf of the beings of the Xian realm. Xian Wei was left bewildered, her face pale as she realized she was being chastised, not only by them, but also by the heavenly decree. The sight of the heavenly condemnation made her throat dry, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. I am doing this for your benefit. An environment devoid of crisis is like a stagnant pool, destined to perish more swiftly, she asserted defensively. You think I care? Retorted Sibuto, charging toward Xian Wei, his fists clenched in fury. You, a cowardly wretch, have consumed countless resources from the Xian realm, only to turn around and tarnish its reputation. You are truly a disgrace. Hearing the insult, Xuan Wei's eyes turned cold as she sneered. You, a mere Saint King, what do you intend to do? Can you harm me in the slightest? Sibuto smirked, fully aware that he could not breach Xuan Wei's defenses, yet he had his own cunning strategy. He took a deep breath, lips pursed, and with a forceful expulsion, spat a mouthful of Saint King saliva onto Xuan Wei's face. The wet, nauseating sensation, tinged with a hint of sweetness, began to trickle down her cheek. Xian Wei was stunned. After years of cultivation, she had never faced such humiliation. The other saints were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions twisted into malicious grins. Huh. The chorus of spitting filled the air, the true insult far outweighing the minor physical impact. Xian Wei trembled with rage. She felt sullied, tainted. You have exposed the vile deeds of the destined protagonist Xian Wei. She suffers the backlash of the Xian realm's karma, losing 100,000 destiny points. You have received 2 destiny treasure chests. Indeed, there are destiny points. How juvenile these individuals are, spitting at such an age. It is utterly vulgar. Chu Feng, too, was taken aback by Sibuto's outrageous actions. They were all saints. Couldn't they act with a modicum of maturity? Observing Xuan Wei's shattered composure, he disdainfully remarked, selfish individuals. Stop pretending that your every action is for the good of the Xian realm. Does the Su Nji truly necessitate the opening of so many portals? Is your intention genuinely for the benefit of the Su Nji? I have no desire to expose you. Weakening the Su Nji has always been your objective. What is it that you seek? Must I remind you? Bai Shiner, listening from the side, suddenly froze. A complete chain of logic formed in her mind, and she instantly awakened to the truth. She blurted out, does she also covet that door? Her previous aim was to seize the essence of the Su Nji, thus devising ways to sabotage the portals, creating a crisis that would reveal the essence. This Su Nd harbored precisely the same intentions. However, their methods are far more ruthless. In the past, the Su Nji, while not surpassing the T New York O realm, certainly did not lag behind. Yet, after years of patching and mending 77 portals, the Su Nji has been gradually weakened to the extent that merely breaching a few portals could compel the essence to manifest. Chu Feng glanced at her and remarked with a smile, little fox, quite clever indeed. However, it's not the door, but rather what lies within, which should be referred to as the Shi Nyun. Bai Shiner, for reasons unknown, felt her cheeks flush at Chu Feng's address, and her heart no longer rejected the title as it once did. Shi Nyun? This entity must be extraordinary. Although Bai Shiner was unaware of what the Shi Nyun was, she instantly recognized its terrifying value. Instinctively, she uttered, fortunately, The Xinyun has not fallen into the hands of such a person. Bai Shiner was acutely aware that Chu Feng had previously seized that door, barring unforeseen circumstances. The Xinyun now resided in his possession. Chu Feng regarded her with curiosity. Who told you she hasn't acquired it? He sighed. I am typically of a good temperament. Had she not taken advantage of my absence to steal the essence of the Suinji, I would not have acted against her so forcefully. Upon hearing that Sun Wei had already claimed the essence, the remaining individuals became incensed. A barrage of verbal assaults ensued. The onslaught of words was relentless. Sun Wei felt a continuous damp, sticky sensation upon her face, causing her world to spin, her eyes widening in fury, rendering her more uncomfortable than ever. She retorted, I have never even seen the Xinyun, do not slander me. Sabuto exclaimed, Tue, Tue, Tue. The elder sage spat. Pa. Chu Feng echoed, Pa, Pa, Pa. As the deluge overwhelmed the Golden Mountain, Sun Wei's projection shattered, and with a roar, she declared, I have nothing further to say to you. With those words, she could not bear the humiliation. With a thunderous boom, flesh exploded. A pale blue jade crown emerged, fragmented. The fated protagonist Sun Wei, projection, self-destructs. The fated protagonist Sun Wei loses 50,000 points of fate value. You receive a fate treasure chest 1. Chu Feng was taken aback. I have yet to kill you, and you self-destructed? His gaze traversed from Sabuto to those saints, catching the glimmering edges of their lips. Hiss. The power of words can indeed slay, and it is the true immortals who fall. Today, he has truly witnessed this. However, Xianwei, this matter does not conclude simply with self-detonation. Observing the equally bewildered crowd, she advised Nangong Qin. I shall make a journey to the immortal realm. You must maintain order in the Xian realm. To venture to the immortal realm? Your words make it sound as effortless as a trip to the countryside. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and before they could react, Chu Feng had vanished from sight. In the immortal realm, beside the ancient formation, the pale-faced Xianwei had yet to catch her breath when a figure clad in black suddenly materialized above her. Chapter 107. I must report him. Xiao Wei, has that projection shattered as well? Have we uncovered any details about that individual? A gentle female voice inquired. Echoing in her ears, Xianwei remained silent, drawing forth the golden divine sword from her waist. With a swift motion, the sword emerged like a dragon. Her mastery of the sword Dao was terrifyingly profound. Even a casual strike, fueled by her anger, could rend the very fabric of reality, shattering the space around her and unleashing a tempest that was promptly obliterated by her sword intent. This is infuriating. How can such a vile person exist? Xianwei's cheeks flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly as her shoulders trembled with fury. This third projection had utterly failed her objectives. It had not only failed to reveal the truth about that Chu Feng, but had nearly driven her to madness. The current state of the Xian realm was deplorable. If it weren't for the connection shared among the people of the Xian realm, it would have been lost entirely. What on earth happened? The woman in her pouch pondered. Bemused, Xianwei rarely lost control of her emotions to such an extent. With each swing of her sword, her rage remained unabated, reaching a boiling point. When had she ever endured such humiliation? The perception of the projection was interconnected with her true self. The lingering, clammy sensation seemed to crawl across her face like a wretched insect. Memories of recent events flickered in her mind, and she realized her eyes were now ablaze with murderous intent. What audacity! Merely uttering words threatens to annihilate the realm. Suddenly, an irritating voice pierced through her thoughts. Initially taken aback by anger, she soon felt a jolt of surprise. Gazing upward, she noticed a figure cloaked in black, appearing in the sky without her noticing. Upon recognizing the familiar face adorned with an infuriatingly mocking smile, her expression shifted dramatically. It's you. How did you end up here? Xianwei exclaimed, her demeanor transforming as she exuded a tempestuous aura, raising her golden divine sword to strike. You thought you could abscond after stealing my celestial essence, merely by self-detonating? Of course, I've come to settle the score with you. Chu Feng's indifferent gaze shattered her sword light. Xianwei felt her body tighten, her complexion paling as an overwhelming pressure left her breathless. Alarmed, she retorted, when did I steal your celestial essence? Xiao Wei, did you acquire the celestial essence? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words alongside the woman's voice, Xianwei seethed with rage, her brows furrowing as she fixed her gaze on him, demanding, Are you not aware if I stole it or not? Chu Feng chuckled. Oh, I am well aware. As expected of the Xian Emperor. Bold enough to own up to it. Xian Wei nearly gasped in disbelief at his words. I concede nothing to you. Despicable. Shameless. You truly are an unrelenting pest. With that, she unleashed a sword strike. She was acutely aware that her opponent bore ill intentions, yet she was no pushover. With a transcendent sword technique, she unleashed a strike that combined with her Empyrean sword, a treasure of unparalleled quality, capable of wounding even late-stage celestial lords. In the moment the sword was drawn, an unprecedented force of gravity bore down upon her Empyrean sword, causing it to bend under pressure. With a resounding clang, the blade emitted a radiant arc, tightening her body in anticipation. Be cautious, a feminine voice echoed in her ears, and in an instant, she was sent flying. Her pupils constricted in shock, not merely pushed back, but her head and body seemed to drift apart. She caught a glimpse of her own form maintaining the stance of her strike, the fragrant pouch at her waist swaying gently. What is this? Am I killing myself? As the thought crossed her mind, darkness enveloped her vision. A terrifying, inexplicable force shattered her skull and obliterated her consciousness. You have slain the destined protagonist, Xian Wei. Xian Wei's fate value has decreased by 100,000. You have obtained 2 destiny treasure chests. You have seized the destined protagonist Xian Wei's Empyrean sword. Xian Wei's fate value has decreased by 50,000. You have obtained 2 destiny treasure chests. Your title of notable achievements has been activated. You have obtained 2 additional destiny treasure chests. With a mere gesture, Chu Feng summoned the golden divine sword and the fragrant pouch that naturally floated into his palm as Xian Wei's head and body parted ways. The sword bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly emperor's sword, which explained the previous misidentification in the celestial realm. Ah, the pouch has vanished. He clicked his tongue, noticing that the pouch in his hand gradually faded and became translucent. This was not unexpected. After all, Xian Wei had been a protagonist steeped in destiny for over 10,000 years, her fate value far surpassing that of the martial emperor and Gu Yan. Under the auspices of such grand fortune, her foundation was undeniably formidable. Although he had killed Xian Wei upon their first encounter, it would indeed be peculiar if a protagonist were so easily dispatched. Both the martial emperor and Gu Yan possessed means of resurrection. It was only natural that Xian Wei did as well. It mattered little to him. What he sought were the destiny treasure chests and the supreme destiny crystal that accompanied a flawless kill. The act of slaying Xian Wei stemmed from the villain's disdain for the protagonist. What concern was it of his? Chu Feng, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, locking onto a particular direction, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, she had been so arrogant, poised to flee. He stepped forward, and suddenly, the heavens trembled with a resounding roar. Thunder crackled, fire rained from the skies, and violent winds surged, manifesting calamities that obstructed his path, as if the celestial realm had undergone a cataclysmic shift. Was this the natural protection of the heavens bestowed upon a protagonist in peril? He chuckled softly. Had it been another, they might have indeed lost her in this chaos. Chu Feng smiled serenely. As an immortal celestial king, his might had reached terrifying heights. These natural disasters might affect some celestial kings, but they would certainly not hinder him. He cast a fleeting glance at the calamities that had just unfolded before him. The thunder abruptly ceased, vanishing in an instant. The fierce wind suddenly calmed, transforming into a gentle breeze that dissipated into the ether. The celestial flames, once fierce, began to flicker timidly, dwindling into mere embers. The terrifying disasters, which had instilled dread moments ago, swiftly shifted in tone, now embodying a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, the emergence of these natural disasters afforded Xian Wei a brief respite for her escape. When Chu Feng turned his gaze back to the original direction, Xian Wei's presence had already faded, becoming increasingly indistinct, her essence slipping into chaos, making it difficult even for the divine perception of a celestial king to discern. He paid it no mind and waved his hand. A black and white spiritual light manifested, revealing an ancient tome inscribed with the 2 imposing characters, Stabilize Realm. With a command from Chu Feng, the Book of Stabilization swiftly opened, unfolding vast landscapes of mountains and rivers, revealing the grand terrain of the celestial realm. A prominent red that was quickly marked. Found you. In the celestial realm, beneath a colossal mountain, endless black waters flowed, obliterating all traces of presence. A figure radiating golden light was gradually losing its hue. Merit. An abundance of merit was facilitating Xuanwei's rebirth. The drawback of rebirth through merit was its randomness within the celestial realm. Fortunately, she was sufficiently familiar with the celestial realm. She swiftly located a place to conceal herself. Wait, what went wrong? Why had I not sought him out in the celestial realm before he found me? Why was his power greater than mine? Xuanwei, now reborn, wore a look of shock and confusion. The ancient celestial formation was exceedingly concealed. She could not comprehend how her adversary had located her and could easily slay her. That Chu Feng had just wielded the power of rules, the means of a celestial king. From the pouch at Xuanwei's waist, a sound emerged once more. At this, Xuanwei's eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly realized it was the celestial source. The enhancement brought about by the celestial source in the celestial realm was formidable, unexpectedly reaching the might of a celestial king. How infuriating! The power of the celestial source was indeed overwhelming. After waiting so many years for the celestial source, I have merely become a pawn for someone else. She seethed with indignation. A female voice, filled with curiosity, inquired, if the celestial source is truly not with you, why does Chu Feng claim you stole it? Xuanwei retorted with fury, I have never even laid eyes on the celestial source. But Chu Feng said, I did not steal it. I did not steal it. I am innocent. He is nothing but a vile person. Noticing Xuanwei's agitated demeanor, the female voice gently urged, All right. If you didn't steal it, then you needn't be so upset. Speak calmly. He is deliberately tarnishing my name. This man is despicable. The atmosphere of the celestial realm has been corrupted by him. The celestial source in his possession is nothing short of a waste. The female voice fell silent for a moment before softly asking, What are your plans now? Chu Feng will not easily relent. Xuanwei replied coldly, Wait. The essence of the celestial source is finite. The power it bestows will not endure for long. I cannot believe that a junior possesses strength surpassing my own. Moreover, the projection is not without purpose. I have already reported this to the Sword Alliance. A feminine voice inquired, The Sword Alliance? What have you reported? Xuanwei replied coldly, Did you not hear me earlier, master? This arrogant individual claims to be the Celestial Emperor. He has behaved thusly in the mystic realm, but this is the celestial realm. The celestial realm has its own rules. As the current number 1 on the Celestial Kings list, the Celestial Emperor has been included in a ban list issued by the Sword Alliance. Apart from the Celestial Emperor himself, any misuse by others will be met with retribution from the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance is the supreme power of the celestial realm. They are the architects of its rules, each of which must be adhered to. To defy them is to invite the ire of the Sword Alliance, whose blade is not one to be trifled with. The Celestial Emperor, using a knife to kill from the shadows, is indeed a strategy. When did you report him? Xuanwei smirked coldly. I completed the report to the Sword Alliance the moment my projection shattered. There are numerous celestial kings within the alliance, and once the matter is investigated, they will act within a month. The power of the celestial source cannot protect him for long. When he is pursued by the Sword Alliance, I shall intervene, and that will be his demise. The feminine voice responded, That is acceptable. Just as Xuanwei was about to speak, a familiar voice that made her teeth clench echoed in her ears, Little mouse in the gutter. Do you think hiding in the sewers will keep you from my grasp? With that, Chu Feng's voice resonated. In an instant, Xuanwei saw a flash of sword light before her. You have slain the destined protagonist Xuanwei. Xuanwei's destiny value has decreased by 100,000. You have received 2 destiny treasure chests. Chu Feng glanced at the shattered Kangmang Mountains before reappearing in the vastness of the heavens. With a single stroke of his sword, he struck again. 3 million miles away, the body of Xuanwei, nurtured by merit, fell once more. You have slain the destined protagonist Xuanwei. Xuanwei's destiny value has decreased by 100,000. You have received 2 destiny treasure chests. A high destiny value grants one the liberty to act with impunity. The ability to spawn chests is quite remarkable. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy. Having slain Xuanwei multiple times, he could still reap treasures. How delightful! In a distant domain of the celestial realm, a voice cried out in frustration. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, let us battle fairly. Xuanwei, seething with rage, revived yet again. The merit she had accumulated over the years had just been depleted by more than half. Xuanwei, this cannot continue. You must go to the cosmic abyss. The feminine voice advised. Xuanwei gritted her teeth. I will not go to the cosmic abyss. I intend to venture to the Azure Domain. The Azure Domain. The woman was taken aback. The Azure Domain is the realm of a celestial king. Although Xianwei did not know the celestial king of the Azure Domain, it was widely known that the temperament of the Azure Celestial King was exceedingly volatile. To intrude without invitation would result in death at the hands of the Celestial King. She was indeed attempting to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf. Chapter 108. Seek the Willow Deity. Xianwei fervently ignited one precious teleportation talisman after another, swiftly tearing through the fabric of space. Her speed reached an unparalleled zenith. She must arrive at the Azure Domain before being captured once more by Chu Feng. Then, she would provoke the Azure Immortal King to take action. Within her fragrant pouch, her mentor disapproved of such a method and cautioned during their rapid flight. Xianwei, you are incurring enmity with the Azure Immortal King, which will inevitably yield consequences in the future. The abyss of the cosmos lies ahead. There, chaos reigns, and the very heavens are reversed. You are familiar with the terrain, making it the best escape route. Xuanwei's countenance turned icy as she replied. That Azure Immortal King is merely an ordinary yet self-assured elder. Once I break through to become an immortal king, I shall not fear him. However, that Chu Feng has humiliated me today. He must be taught a lesson. A counterfeit immortal king who relies on external means should learn the true meaning of a severe beating when confronted by a genuine immortal king. The woman fell silent once more. She understood that the likelihood of dissuading Xianwei was slim. Alas, though Xuanwei's views were extreme, her rationale held merit. What she stated was not without truth. The power of an immortal king derived from celestial sources cannot contend with a true immortal king. Yet the feasibility of her plan remained high. Closing in, she was still 10 million miles away. Xianwei observed the ever-changing scenery around her. Holding a map adorned with celestial topography, its golden light indicating her distance. At this moment, she was exceedingly close to the Azure Domain. And yet Chu Feng had not yet locked onto her. It seemed rather trivial. Should she wait for him? Xianwei cast a cold glance behind her. Suddenly, she felt as if she had collided with an impenetrable barrier. A sharp pain surged through her as she was sent flying, stars dancing before her eyes. Her pupils constricted as she realized it was none other than Chu Feng who had struck her. How infuriating! Before she could reach the Azure Domain, this scoundrel had caught up to her. She must continue to flee. Chu Feng smiled lightly, observing the points of virtue emanating from Xianwei. Unhurriedly, he remarked, "How much virtue do you have left? All those good deeds accumulated over the years gone. Truly heartbreaking." With a sigh, he clasped his chest as if lamenting the loss of his own virtue, causing Xuanwei's face to flush crimson. His words cut deep. Virtue is hard-won. She possessed little virtue left. Should it be completely depleted, she would indeed face the possibility of death. She must strive to minimize her chances of demise. Xianwei reminded herself that throughout her numerous years in the immortal realm, she had faced death fewer times than she had today. In a flash, the sword descended. Clearly, Chu Feng had no intention of granting her such an opportunity. The familiar sword light once again slashed towards her. The violent sword energy, even before reaching her, carved countless wounds into her formidable flesh. Xuanwei's exquisite visage was instantly marred. Her body crumbled, her consciousness shattered, and her virtue rapidly dissipated. She was on the brink of demise. An unprecedented dread enveloped her heart. This man was exceedingly resolute and utterly merciless. She had encountered numerous adversaries, yet none matched the ruthlessness of Chu Feng, who would strike without uttering a single word. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing once more, a gentle radiance descended before her, swiftly restoring her extinguished vitality. Thunderous echoes resounded. Before her stood an ethereal woman, radiating an endless divine light. The woman's visage resembled a celestial being descended from the moonlit palace, translucent as jade, and flawlessly fair. Her shimmering, crystalline white hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. The elongated and voluptuous silhouette revealed astonishing contours amidst the sacred luminescence. Even more astonishingly, this exquisite woman suddenly exuded a terrifying aura of a celestial sovereign. "Teacher," Xianwei exclaimed softly. The woman coldly conveyed, "Leave. My injuries are not yet healed. I can barely attain the realm of a celestial sovereign, and it remains unstable." Tears glimmered inexplicably in Xianwei's eyes, and she could not help but transmit, "Teacher, let us depart together." She was acutely aware that her teacher, radiating such brilliance, would incur immense costs. Revealing her true form to protect her might very well lead to her downfall. This was utterly unacceptable to Xianwei. She had not anticipated that merely a misunderstanding during a brief visit to the lower realm would result in such dire circumstances. "Oh dear, have you dropped a little pearl?" Chu Feng's mocking voice floated in. Xianwei's expression stiffened, and the tears in her eyes seemed to rewind with time as she glared coldly at Chu Feng. This man was insufferably vile. Chu Feng paid no heed, his gaze brazenly appraising the woman standing before Xianwei. Her slender waist, barely graspable, paired with her ample bosom and pert posterior, exuded an extraordinarily mature allure. Upon seeing this woman, a blooming peony blossomed in his mind. Ah, exquisite! He regarded Xianwei with a teasing gaze and inquired, "Who is she? Don't you feel inadequate standing beside her, little airfield?" What is a little airfield? Though she did not comprehend, Xianwei understood it was certainly not a compliment. Her chest heaved with indignation, about to retort. The woman once again transmitted, "No more idle chatter, we must leave swiftly. I can only delay him for the duration of an incense stick." Hearing her teacher's urgency, Xianwei composed herself and nodded. "Teacher, I shall go to the cosmic abyss. Once I break through to the realm of celestial sovereigns, I will undoubtedly return to rescue you." However, the woman coldly interjected, "Do not venture to the cosmic abyss. With this man's prowess, escaping from there may not be assured. Since we are now near the realm of celestial sovereigns, there is another place to go, the Lu God domain. Only the Lu God can assist you now." "The Lu God, that invincible celestial sovereign?" Xianwei was taken aback, her voice trembling. "Will the Lu God intervene on my behalf?" "No." The woman's response was crisp and decisive, leaving Xianwei momentarily stunned. However, the precious item she had given him was originally intended for her to assist him on his journey. Now, it was meant to escort him to the sword domain, and she would likely acquiesce. Remember, upon reaching the sword domain, if one does not achieve the status of sword deity, there is no return. This man is even more formidable than you can imagine. The stunning woman, merely standing here and gazing at him, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. There were certain truths she refrained from sharing with Xianwei. Her previous speculations were undoubtedly erroneous. This man was likely not merely a temporary sovereign of immortals due to his celestial origins. He was, in fact, a true sovereign of immortals. In terms of talent, intelligence, and fortune, he had surpassed Xianwei entirely. Unless she could attain the path of the sword deity, even if Xianwei became a sovereign of immortals, she doubted that Xianwei could contend with this man. Yet, at this moment, she could not disclose such matters to Xianwei, as it would shatter her resolve. She had inadvertently provoked a great demon in the lower realm. Xianwei took a deep breath, her expression solemn, and turned to leave, declaring, "Master, this time I shall heed your words." The Lu divine realm awaited, where she would seek out Lu Shun. Being women, they would understand her plight and would surely assist her, considering the precious item at stake. With that thought, Xianwei vanished into the horizon, filled with regret for not heeding her master's counsel sooner, which might have spared her from this predicament. Chu Feng observed Xianwei's disappearance with a faint smile. Could this woman truly withstand the pressure for long? He refrained from striking her down, having unintentionally overheard their conversation, learning of Xianwei's intention to seek Lu Shun. A fortuitous turn of events. When the destined protagonist encounters peril and seeks refuge with a powerful ally, it is indeed a splendid opportunity. As a villain, even if he were to confront Xianwei, he must still show respect to Lu Shun. Chu Feng believed that by offering Xianwei a glimmer of hope, she would return the favor with a miracle. At that moment, the enchanting woman fixed her gaze upon Chu Feng and spoke. "Chu Feng, you cannot surpass me in the short term. I believe we can have a meaningful conversation. Both of us hail from the Xian realm, and there is no need for this conflict. There seems to be a misunderstanding." She harbored many questions about this man, who also originated from the Xian realm, who dared to act recklessly on the territory of this sovereign of immortals. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out in her ears. From the horizon appeared an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his white hair billowing as he glared at Chu Feng and the stunning woman, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. The sovereign of immortals, Tianqing, had arrived. Chapter 109. The white moonlight in the distant realm of Tianqing, nearly 10 million miles away. The Tianqing immortal king, with a hawkish nose and triangular eyes, possessed an intimidating visage that exuded a fierce aura. His piercing gaze fixated on Chu Feng and the enchanting woman, brimming with malevolence, poised to annihilate the pair. Although they had not even stepped into his domain, the Tianqing immortal king leaped forth, akin to a cantankerous elder seeking someone to unleash his ire upon. Chu Feng cast a languid glance at the enraged Tianqing immortal king. The latter felt as if doused with a bucket of icy water, the chill penetrating his very bones, abruptly dispelling his arrogance. "What are you barking about?" Chu Feng inquired nonchalantly. He did not even bother to unleash his oppressive aura, yet the Tianqing immortal king trembled. Beset by a descending pressure from a higher realm of consciousness, a manifestation of supreme rules, the Tianqing immortal king's expression froze in shock. His menacing demeanor now replaced with panic as he stammered, "I am in the wrong. I shall take my leave immediately." With that, he turned to flee towards his own domain. However, escaping after posturing was not as simple as he presumed. Chu Feng, with an indifferent gesture, pointed at him. Instantly, a wail escaped the Tianqing immortal king. Before the astonished gaze of the exquisite woman, the vast expanse of Tianqing collapsed entirely. The Tianqing immortal king met his demise. The colossal realm of Tianqing, in the wake of the immortal king's fall, was engulfed by a formidable will of destruction. Mountains and rivers within the Tianqing realm turned to a haze. A strange wind swept through, and in an instant, the realm was reduced to fragments. Erased forever from the boundless celestial domain, Chu Feng remained unfazed by the obliteration of Tianqing. Having dispatched an immortal king with ease, he felt no remorse. The act of slaying stemmed from the Tianqing immortal king's earlier murderous intent. Had he been merely an ordinary immortal, it would have been him lying dead now, a mere reflection of his own unreasonable demeanor. After all, it was a matter of reciprocity. What of it if a villain takes a life? I shall even scatter your ashes. Observing the fall of the Tianqing immortal king, Chu Feng felt a genuine sense of relief. It was indeed quite effortless to eliminate those who are not the fated protagonists. A mere gesture, and they are dispatched, having dealt with the suddenly emerging adversary. Chu Feng turned to the enchanting woman and casually inquired, "What were you saying just now?" The exquisite woman stood in stunned silence. An immortal king had just perished before her eyes, so effortlessly, so simply. It was akin to slaying a mere mortal. It is essential to recognize that upon reaching the realm of immortal kings, one possesses boundless longevity and must contend with the tribulations of their kind, employing various means of self-preservation. A well-acknowledged truth is that to slay an immortal king is immensely challenging, barring the occurrence of a calamity. Yet, with a mere flick, Chu Feng had brought about the end of the Tianqing immortal king. The Tianqing immortal king had just claimed to be the invincible immortal king. No, it was unequivocally far beyond mere invincibility. She was originally the invincible immortal king, yet even she could not fathom such an exaggerated extent. Immortality? As this thought arose, it was swiftly dismissed by the exquisite woman. Impossible. This is the immortal realm, not the sword domain, where immortality cannot be born. He is perhaps at the pinnacle of the invincible immortal king? The beautiful woman's mind was a tumult, akin to a muddled concoction. After a series of self-reflections, she could not comprehend why the notion of the invincible immortal king at its zenith seemed so plausible. But this man, did he not hail from the mystic realm? His cultivation time was even shorter than that of Xianwei. How could he possibly be at the pinnacle of the invincible immortal king? Immortal kings, are they not all ancient monsters? Something was amiss. Very amiss. At that moment, Chu Feng's calm voice interrupted her reverie. "Tell me everything you know about the immortal source." The woman gazed at Chu Feng, remaining silent. Chu Feng, unyielding, raised his hand, an overwhelming pressure descending upon her. It was a formidable aura, more terrifying than annihilating the heavenly blue immortal king. In but a second, the beautiful woman could perish. Her heart trembled as she thought. The immortal source is the core of the mystic realm's deepest depths. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Are you merely spouting nonsense?" After a moment of silence, the beautiful woman looked at his raised hand. Her lips parted slightly, her speech quickening. "You must have gathered a considerable amount of knowledge about the immortal source already. This matter is of significant magnitude. I will only share my own conjectures." Chu Feng nodded, gradually lowering his arm. The beautiful woman immediately stated, "I suspect the immortal source was left behind by the immortal ancestor." The immortal ancestor? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. The progenitor of the immortal realm was the first lord of the immortal realm, having passed the trials of the heavenly Tao. She countered, "You must know that the mystic realm is part of the immortal realm, correct?" Chu Feng nodded, recalling the information he had previously obtained from the mystic realm's heavenly Tao. Upon diving into that deep sea, he had discovered a multicolored stone. This stone, unlike the Eternal Gate, was not particularly mystical. Its material was unique, recording some simple images. The imagery was straightforward, depicting the vastness of the original mystic realm, overshadowing everything, while the demon realm appeared as a mere younger sibling in comparison. Yet, as the scene shifted, the mystic realm suddenly fractured, with a fragment falling to its current location, evolving into what is now the mystic realm, its essence giving rise to the Eternal Gate. Upon witnessing this image, Chu Feng realized that the origins of the mystic realm were even more profound than he had imagined. Upon entering the immortal realm, a judgment formed in his heart. The mystic realm likely originated from the immortal realm. Because of this, he grew even more intrigued by the immortal source and the woman within the Eternal Gate. Noticing the murderous intent around Chu Feng dissipate somewhat, the beautiful woman resumed her gentle tone. Based on the clues that Xiao Wei has gathered over the years, the mystic realm is likely a relic of the immortal ancestor from the immortal realm. She and I have been speculating that perhaps the immortal source harbors the legacy left by the immortal ancestor. However, the celestial essence remains reclusive and cannot be extracted. Over the years, Xiao Wei has been patiently awaiting the opportune moment for the essence to reveal itself. Little did she anticipate that you would seize the opportunity first. It seems fate has played a trick on her. She let out a bitter laugh, expressing her sentiments. Chu Feng replied with a chuckle. This method of waiting for the right moment is indeed quite clever. The woman, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "At that time, I did not support her actions. Although this child can be somewhat extreme, her heart is in the right place. She has often mentioned that once the essence is obtained, she would compensate the people of the Xian realm." She believed that Chu Feng, hailing from the Xian realm, harbored a deep disdain for matters concerning the passage. Thus she felt the need to explain herself. Chu Feng cast a casual glance her way, succinctly commenting, "It's quite remarkable how one can indulge in debauchery, yet still desire to maintain a facade of virtue." In truth, he was indifferent to the fate of the Xian realm. Having grasped the woman's insights regarding the celestial essence, a thought flickered in his mind. A conjecture began to form. Could it be that the woman who had been so brazen with me is the celestial ancestor? Further verification was necessary. He casually inquired, "Is the celestial ancestor male or female?" The woman paused, taken aback. This question felt eerily familiar. "Is it you, Xianwei?" she asked, regarding Chu Feng with a strange expression. Do the powerful beings from the Xian realm truly care about such matters? She instinctively replied, "I am not certain. The celestial ancestor has not appeared in the celestial realm for over 1 billion years. No one knows if they are still alive. This is all I know." Chu Feng nodded. "Very well, that will suffice." With that, he raised his hand. The woman's complexion changed drastically. Was he about to strike? Indeed, Chu Feng acted swiftly, seizing the woman's fair, delicate neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick, and tucked her into the tome of the realm. This woman still held potential value. To kill her would be a waste. After securing the stunning woman within the tome, Chu Feng weighed the fragrant pouch in his hand, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon of the celestial hall, the direction of his domain as the celestial king. Having arrived in the celestial realm, it was only fitting to seek out his new partner, whom he had yet to meet. He stepped forward, descending towards the domain of the celestial king. Just as Chu Feng intended to casually open a few chests along the way, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host. Due to the expiration of the time limit, you have failed a task. Your aloof demeanor has resulted in the acquisition of a hidden reward, reverse hidden task card. Congratulations, host. You have attained a new achievement, the fate of the unattainable white moonlight. This title can be equipped." Chu Feng. Chapter 110. The task of Chu Feng. What? Task failed? Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Feng's eyes. How could this be? As a diligent antagonist, how could I possibly experience failure? After attentively listening to the system's prompt, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. It turns out that even in failure, there are rewards. Oh, how could you not have mentioned this sooner, you pesky system? Esteemed host, You did not inquire about this matter, and thus this system refrained from providing an unsolicited response. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He examined the details of the failed task. It was the mission to conquer the little vixen by Outshining. This task had a 1-month time limit, which was the reason for his failure. A nostalgic expression graced Chu Feng's face as he recalled that he had undertaken this task during Gu Yan's lifetime. Time had flown by so swiftly. Not only had Gu Yan passed, but even the martial emperor was nearing his 7th day of mourning. Reflecting on the reasons for his lack of enthusiasm towards this task, Chu Feng realized that aside from the little fox's rather flat physique, the primary reason was that it was not a hidden task, leading him to unconsciously overlook its significance. He had completely forgotten about the 1-month deadline. Time truly does fly. Why didn't you remind me that the deadline was approaching? Chu Feng muttered. Host, nearly 2 months have elapsed since you accepted the task to conquer the female lead. This system has already extended the deadline for a considerable duration, sensing your apparent indifference towards the task, thus only issuing rewards. Chu Feng, you even extended the task duration for me? You truly are considerate, system. Well, since there are rewards, a failed task is of little consequence. Chu Feng contemplated the rewards he had garnered from this task failure. There were 2 in total. He gazed at the rewards. One was a pink card emblazoned with a large question mark, and the other was a lengthy title, The Elusive Moonlight of the Fated Female Lead. Reverse Hidden Task Card. You may designate a fated female lead to activate this hidden task card. Upon activation and completion of the hidden task, you shall receive generous rewards. The Elusive Moonlight of the Fated Female Lead. Your aloof demeanor has caused the female lead to yearn for you, leaving her in dreams of longing. You have thus achieved this special accolade and received the corresponding title. Title effect. Wearing this title grants you 100 charm in the eyes of the fated female lead. As for the title, its effect was rather straightforward. Once donned, he would instantly transform into a paragon of allure in the eyes of the fated female lead, significantly reducing the difficulty of conquering her. The reverse hidden task card was reminiscent of something Chu Feng had previously acquired. When activated, he had taken on the task to pursue Nangong Qin, ultimately achieving a completion rate of 300, earning him the Fate Ascension seal and numerous basketballs, leaving a lasting impression on him. Unexpectedly, the mission failed, and I was rewarded with a hidden mission card, though this time it was a reverse attribute card. I assigned a task to the destined heroine, and upon her completion, I received a reward? Is this not akin to reaping benefits effortlessly? How does it seem that the rewards for failing the strategy task are even more enticing than for its completion? Chu Feng pondered, stroking his chin. He could somewhat grasp the underlying logic. Even without successfully courting the destined heroine, the rewards from the failed mission would surely sway her heart. Such forced coercion against one's will is undeniably despicable and shameless for the destined protagonist. Yet, for the antagonist, it is perfectly suited. Chu Feng expressed his approval of this reverse hidden mission card. According to conventional reasoning, whether in terms of titles or hidden mission cards, utilizing it on by Outsining would be the most impeccable way to mitigate the regret of the failed task. However, Chu Feng held a different perspective. Controlling the little fox was not merely a matter of having hands. Using it on her would be a waste. With a flick of his wrist, the tome of sealing rotated in his palm. The recently acquired pink reverse hidden mission card was directly pressed into it. It was precisely the Xianwei master, who had just been captured and confined within the book. As the elder of Xianwei, Chu Feng believed this woman could competently assume the role of the destined heroine. Ding! Esteemed host, you have successfully utilized the reverse hidden mission card on the destined heroine Suji. She has received the hidden mission to strategize in pursuing Chu Feng. Mission content. The destined heroine Suji must successfully pursue Chu Feng within a month. Upon achieving 100 completion, the mission will be deemed accomplished, and Chu Feng will receive substantial rewards. Hint: Chu Feng's favorability equals mission completion. Failure will incur severe penalties. Hint 2. Basic information of the destined heroine Suji is as follows. Gender: female, lifespan, 73,000 years. Measurements: personality, gentle and kind. Hobbies: chess. Background: Sword Realm, Empress of the Heavenly Sword Clan. At the moment of employing this reverse hidden mission card, a notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears. He blinked in surprise. It truly worked. Not only did the mission card activate smoothly, but he also obtained a basic profile of Suji. The information was akin to that of a matchmaking profile, detailing her personality, hobbies, and measurements. This mission card was quite unconventional. Chu Feng's gaze ultimately lingered on Su Ji's age, 73,000 years. TSK. Although she was undoubtedly young among the immortal kings, she was indeed a genuine elder. Quite appealing, this antagonist certainly approved. He gazed at the stunning woman named Su Ji, who was originally seated cross-legged in a corner of the tome of ceiling, meditating. Suddenly, her elongated, beautiful eyes snapped open, reflecting a look of astonishment. What was that sound? The power of rules. To pursue Chu Feng? Substantial rewards upon completion? Suddenly rising, Su Ji gazed around at the chaotic currents enveloping her, filled with astonishment. She was unaware of what a system task entailed. However, as an invincible immortal king, she understood well that an immortal king could wield the power to dictate rules and establish extraordinary regulations with ease. Am I to pursue that man? What kind of rule is this? Can the immortal king's authority permit such a thing? When the task notification echoed in her ears, she dismissed it as mere illusion. The content of the task was etched in her divine sea like a golden seal, incessantly reminding her. Instead, Su Ji pondered the rationale behind it. She had encountered numerous rules, yet this was the first time she had faced such an inexplicable decree. Xian Wei and Chu Feng were archenemies. How could she possibly pursue this man? Absolutely impossible. Even if there were benefits, she resolved not to comply with this rule. This thought emerged immediately, and she murmured softly, "You harbor disdain for Chu Feng, completion at 5. You shall face punishment." No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than a sharp pain pierced her head. Her already frail divine consciousness felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer. A resounding thud echoed in her ears. In an instant, she was overwhelmed, her vision flashing with golden stars as the world spun around her, and she fainted within the confines of the boundary book. The repercussions of her refusal were far from trivial. At the same moment, Chu Feng, who was observing the boundary book, received a system notification. The fated protagonist, Xian Wei's disciple Su Ji, has completely severed her connection with Xian Wei. You have successfully seized her golden finger. Her fated value has decreased by 200,000 points. And you have gained 5 destiny treasure chests. Oh, a smile crept across Chu Feng's lips, surprised by this unexpected gain. He had been puzzled as to why there had been no notification from the system after capturing this mature and alluring figure. It turned out that Su Ji and Xian Wei had a way to communicate covertly. Unfortunately, their clandestine actions had yet to unfold before Su Ji's task commenced, leading to a sudden severance. Xian Wei must be in considerable distress now, he mused, chuckling softly to himself. Chapter 111. A miraculous extraction above the celestial realm. Countless vast domains of immortal kings twinkle like stars scattered across the heavens. Each domain, representing supreme authority, appears closely clustered, yet in truth, they are distinctly separate, maintaining their own boundaries without interference. Under the protective cover of her teacher, Xian Wei escaped from the Tianqing domain. She did not linger even for a moment. With a treasure-laden talisman in hand, she tore it open without a second thought, unleashing waves of spatial power that enveloped her, guiding her toward the Lucian domain. With merely 2 domains remaining, she was almost there. To find Lu Shun. Lu Shun is a woman. Women do not trouble other women. Considering the priceless treasure I presented, she will surely agree to escort me to the sword domain. If our conversation flows smoothly, she might even offer her assistance in rescuing my teacher. Xian Wei's expression darkened, her thoughts swirling. This was not mere wishful thinking. She had frequently encountered such situations. Throughout her journey, she had garnered many benefactors. Perhaps she and Lu Shun were fated to connect, transforming their relationship from a simple exchange of interests to one enriched with genuine affection, akin to that shared with her teacher. Should Lu Shun become her supporter, her existence in the celestial realm would undoubtedly improve. Yet, such thoughts were not appropriate at this moment. Xian Wei quickly gathered her focus, concentrating solely on her journey, while continuously replaying the recent battle in her mind. This was her habit. Even in the depths of despair, she would not surrender. One failure meant little, as long as ultimate victory was within reach. The most significant loss this time was an immense amount of virtue. She could only utilize her accumulated merit to resurrect herself 5 more times before facing certain death. This was virtue she had amassed over more than 10,000 years, and losing so much in a single day was a source of profound anguish. As for her teacher, she wondered if escape was still possible. After completing her mental review, Xianwei began attempting to contact her teacher through secret methods. Having been together for so long, they had faced numerous crises, and they possessed various contingency plans to ensure they could always communicate. She tore apart a talisman, forming seals with her fingers, sending forth countless afterimages. A crimson glow surged forth, like a thread leading toward the Tianqing domain. Suddenly, Xianwei's face paled. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of golden blood, her vitality waning significantly. Impossible. How could it be that I cannot reach my teacher at all? A jolt of terror surged through her heart. A wave of excruciating sorrow enveloped her. The bond they shared was a life-binding law, unless her teacher. It was inconceivable that there would be no connection whatsoever. But now, the secret method she invoked shattered midair, severing their link entirely. This birthed an unbearable thought within Xianwei. Could it be that her teacher had perished? Overcome with grief, she bit her lip, blood trickling down. This birth, I, Xianwei, have devoted my life to good deeds, yet I have never encountered such a vicious being. Tears welled up in Xianwei's eyes as she thought of her teacher, who had accompanied her through countless years, likely having perished. A tumult of emotions, sorrow, hatred, fury, and anguish overwhelmed her, distorting her countenance into a mask of rage. Ultimately, all these feelings coalesced into an overwhelming sense of unwillingness and murderous intent. I Xianwei vow? Once I break through to the immortal king in the sword domain and cultivate the sword god path, I shall reclaim my celestial essence, and I will avenge you. My teacher. Xianwei gazed furiously at the heavens, making her solemn oath. Suddenly, her gaze froze, her eyes fixated on a certain point in the firmament. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and you have obtained 100 true immortal-level secret realms. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and you have obtained 10,000 true immortal beast corpses. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and you have obtained 1 destiny fragment. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and a flash of golden light enveloped you, granting you 10 tons of immortal king elixir. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and you have obtained 100,000 tons of true immortal grade elixirs. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and a flash of golden light enveloped you, granting you 100 destiny critical strike talismans. You have opened the destiny treasure chest, and you have obtained 1 destiny fragment. Chu Feng had already stepped into his own immortal king domain. In this wave of harvesting Xianwei, adding the previous destiny treasure chests, he had amassed a total of 24. He casually opened a series of 20 destiny treasure chests. Upon opening them, lacking the destiny ascension seal, he could only open the ordinary destiny treasure chests. Among them were 2 golden legendary treasures. The immortal king elixir, of course, speaks for itself, merely some pills, albeit at the immortal king grade, with a quantity exceeding 1,000,000. Another golden legendary item that was guaranteed to emerge was even more intriguing, the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman. This talisman can be used to unleash a critical strike on the protagonist of Destiny when their destiny value is compromised, amplifying the damage. This item is quite favorable. A glimmer of delight flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. Recently, while harvesting, he had clearly felt that his scythe had dulled. The destiny value harvested was too meager. Previously, with the martial Emperor Gu Yan, the low destiny value was tolerable, but with Xianwei's 5 million destiny value, the foundation was too profound, and he could not ascertain when he would finish harvesting little by little. Fortunately, this time he drew a very practical Destiny Critical Strike Talisman. Yet, despite the potential of the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman, Chu Feng's assessment of this round of openings could be summed up in one word: bleak. How utterly unfortunate. In a series of 20 openings, only 2 destiny fragments emerged. Oh, system, do you not feel a twinge of guilt? In this wave of 20 openings, aside from the guaranteed 2 golden legendary items, a plethora of miscellaneous treasures were obtained from the destiny treasure chests. However, the destiny fragments, which Chu Feng yearned for the most, were exceedingly rare, yielding only 2 in the 20 openings. Adding the previous 7 destiny fragments, he now had exactly 9. What a perplexing scheme is this? Is it deliberately targeting me? The system responded, Dear host, the probability of the Destiny treasure box has always been random, and it bears little relation to the integrity of this system. Well, I still have 4 destiny treasure boxes left. A single draw can indeed yield miracles. Chu Feng, disinterested in discussing probabilities with the system, knew that any rational person would feel the most anxious when only 1 or 2 fragments remained to be collected. At such moments, one's reason tends to falter, leading one to abandon the assurance of a tenfold draw in favor of a solitary miracle. This is undoubtedly sound logic. Thus, Chu Feng decisively chose to open the remaining 4 boxes individually. You have opened the Destiny Treasure Box and obtained a 1,000,000-ton celestial weapon. You have opened the Destiny Treasure Box and received a Destiny Fragment 1. To Chu Feng's astonishment, a miracle indeed occurred. The second box revealed the final Destiny Fragment. What luck! Chu Feng's spirits soared as he immediately combined the 10 Destiny Fragments. In an instant, a new Destiny Key manifested in his divine sea. Congratulations, host, for synthesizing the Destiny Key. You have achieved the new title of Destiny Person and received the corresponding reward, Destiny Mutation Card. What Chu Feng did not expect was that just after synthesizing the new Destiny Key, while pondering whether to unlock this new identity, he was awarded yet another achievement, the Destiny Mutation Card. Chu Feng focused his gaze. Destiny Mutation Card can designate a Destiny Key for mutation. The mutated Destiny Key will unlock a special divine identity. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. What a remarkable item! As an immortal celestial king, merely drawing an ordinary divine identity would hold little significance. This Destiny Mutation Card arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he utilized the card. Instantly, a black radiance enveloped the newly synthesized Destiny Key. The Destiny Key is undergoing mutation. Completion will take 1 month, the system notified. The mutation required a month's time. But Chu Feng was unperturbed. For an immortal king, even a decade passes in the blink of an eye. After finishing the Destiny Treasure Box draws, he had already arrived at the heart of the Immortal King domain, where the majestic mountain stood, home to the tranquil Immortal View Temple. Inside the temple, a verdant willow tree stood quietly. My beloved, I have finally awaited your return. As Chu Feng descended upon the Immortal View, before he could approach, the willow tree gently swayed, shimmering with countless crystalline divine lights. A soft, celestial melody resonated in his ears. Chapter 112. The Willow Goddess. The verdant willow trees swayed gently in the breeze. Accompanied by a celestial melody, a tall and graceful figure stepped forth from among the willows. She was an exquisitely beautiful woman, her brows delicate as slender willows, and her gaze serene yet commanding, draped in a flowing green gown that accentuated her statuesque form. The fabric danced in the wind, revealing skin as pure as snow and as smooth as jade, seemingly devoid of any blemish. Most captivating were her flawless, long legs, their lines flowing and perfect, resembling the most exquisite curves of nature, both graceful and filled with vitality. At the moment she appeared, the phrase extraordinarily enchanting naturally surfaced in Chu Feng's mind. Her indifferent eyes met his, suddenly sparkling with a hint of life, observing him intently. That flicker of vitality was akin to a gaze brimming with affection. The eyes of one who harbors feelings for another cannot conceal their emotions. In that instant of eye contact, Chu Feng discerned that this celestial companion, emerging from her divine identity, held a profound and unadulterated love for him. A sentiment he had only witnessed in the eyes of Nan Gongqin when he had completely won her over. Are you injured? His gaze traversed the Willow Goddess. Resting upon her true form, the verdant willow, appearing vibrant and immaculate, bore evident scars from lightning strikes upon its trunk. Furthermore, the figure of the Willow Goddess, though breathtaking, was merely an ethereal illusion rather than a corporeal entity. This revelation caused a slight furrow in Chu Feng's brow. The Willow Goddess lowered her head in response. Yes. How were you harmed? I cannot recall, she replied, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment as she gently shook her head. Do you not remember? That poses a challenge. Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback. The Willow Goddess had been at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm when he had unsealed his identity, a status that commanded respect within the celestial realm. How could she sustain injuries? Hadn't the system mentioned that the Willow Goddess was in a state of enlightenment? Had she perhaps lost her memories in the process? The Willow Goddess, with a hint of regret, addressed Chu Feng. My dear husband, I apologize. My injuries have not yet healed. I cannot truly take form, nor can I engage in dual cultivation. However, I have recently made some progress in my recovery. so please bear with me a little longer. Chu Feng. Though it was quite normal for partners to engage in dual cultivation, the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Let's not veer off course, he thought. I have not even donned the title of White Moonlight. Is my allure truly so compelling to the Willow Goddess? He waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush for dual cultivation. Focus on your recovery. Do you require any celestial herbs? I have some here. The Willow Goddess calmly gestured. My body is quite unique. Ordinary celestial herbs are ineffective. Only the rarest elixirs meant for healing an immortal king's divine sea will suffice. Beep. You have triggered a fateful quest. Your companion, the Willow Goddess, has encountered an accident and is gravely injured. Please assist her in healing her body. Completing this task will yield special rewards and clues related to the destiny of the protagonist. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Chu Feng's ears. With a subtle raise of his brow, Chu Feng noted how the system had been clamoring for attention these past few days. He had neither the time nor inclination to be rated, instead directing his focus to the system's notification. A fateful quest. This was a novel type of mission he had yet to encounter. What truly caught his eye was the reward detailed within the system's prompt, which included clues regarding the destined protagonist. The only one he had come into contact with thus far was Xian Wei. Should the clues pertain to her, Chu Feng would rather forego them entirely. Yet, it was evident that this was unlikely. The destined protagonist was not limited to Xian Wei alone. Due to his fate, any encounter with a destined protagonist assured a 100% rate of enmity. From the brief hints provided by the system, a myriad of speculations blossomed in Chu Feng's mind. Could it be that Lu Xun had been injured by another destined protagonist? As a villain's partner, this was indeed a plausible scenario. A destined protagonist capable of wounding an invincible immortal king posed a significant threat. While contemplating, a smile unfurled across Chu Feng's face. Do you seek the immortal king's elixir? To heal the divine sea? He rummaged through his divine sea and soon produced a vial, presenting it to Lu Xun. Will this suffice? Lu Xun paused momentarily, taken aback. In this realm of immortals, there existed no alchemist of the immortal king level. The elixir was exceedingly rare. How could her husband so casually procure it? Instinctively, she accepted it, probing with her divine sense before replying, "It will do. However, this elixir may not be particularly effective for my injuries. It would be best not to waste it." Chu Feng nodded in affirmation. As long as it is useful. No need to be courteous. I shall search further for more elixirs to heal the divine sea. I believe I might possess a ton. He surveyed his divine sea, casually inquiring. Such substances were abundant within his divine sea. Apart from the elixir he had just drawn, he also had fields of immortality potions, still maturing. But he possessed small green vials aplenty. These were items he could summon in abundance. Lu Xun, being his partner, would not only benefit from his healing but also aid him in completing the fateful quest and acquiring rewards. This seemed exceedingly advantageous to Chu Feng. Hey, Tun? A rare flicker of astonishment graced Lu Xun's usually indifferent eyes. She doubted her hearing. Yet, before she could regain her composure, a dull thud resonated across the ground of the undying pavilion. A multitude of crystalline vials brimming with the elixir of the immortal king were neatly arranged in boxes before her, resembling storage crates stacked layer upon layer. Lu Xun was bewildered. A single glance revealed that these boxes contained nothing but elixirs of the immortal king, all intended for healing the divine sea. At the very least. 30 boxes? Lu Xun's lips parted slightly. Could the immortal king's elixir truly be counted by the box? No, her husband seemed to have mentioned. Tons? Is this sufficient? Are the immortality potions of any use? Chu Feng inquired again, delving into the field of immortality potions within his divine sea. Various types of immortality potions swirled chaotically, overwhelming his senses. Are immortality potions of any value? Lu Xun was taken aback and instinctively replied, "This is already sufficient. Thank you, my lord." The elixirs of immortality, being rare treasures of the universe, each possess myriad miraculous effects. Some of these elixirs could indeed aid her in healing her injuries. However, the quantity that Chu Feng presented was overwhelmingly abundant, more than enough for her recovery. She felt that there was no need for the elixirs anymore. For some reason, Lu Xun sensed that if she were to express a need for them, she might witness a spectacle that would leave her dazzled. Chu Feng, having retrieved several boxes from the divine sea and placed them before Lu Xun, remarked, "That is good. If it is insufficient, Just call for me. Indeed, my lord. You are so eager. I will certainly recover swiftly, Lucian assured him. What am I anxious about? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, observing as Lucian elegantly summoned a faint golden orb of light, softly addressing him. By the way, my lord, I possess a scroll of celestial king-level secret technique that you may study for the time being. Why would you give me a scroll of celestial king's secret technique out of the blue? Chu Feng blinked, feeling quite perplexed as he watched a golden light materialize before Lu Shun, descending gracefully. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the Great Yin-Yang floating technique. Indeed, it is a celestial king-level secret technique. My goodness, a dual cultivation technique. Once my injuries are healed, my lord may have the opportunity to try it. Lu Shun's voice remained calm, though a flicker of liveliness danced in her indifferent gaze. Chu Feng opened his mouth, feeling as though his face bore the marks of a tire. I believe there might be some misunderstanding here. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, by the way, Lu Shun, after I establish the Celestial King domain, will anyone be able to send you precious treasures? His question stemmed from having overheard a conversation between Su Ji and Xian Wei. He was indeed curious about what these two women had offered to Lu Shun that assured her assistance. Chapter 113. Husband? Precious treasures? The treasures of the Celestial King have never been bestowed upon anyone. However, it is true that numerous artifacts have been presented, all housed within the temple. The goddess Lu's delicate brows fluttered, and a flicker of bewilderment crossed her gaze as her graceful hand gestured towards a seemingly unremarkable Taoist temple not far away. Chu Feng paused momentarily, pondering the implication of many people. Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible. With the emergence of the Celestial King domain, the commotion would be substantial. Regardless of the location, the mighty are always revered, and the desire to form alliances is as common as fish in a river. Surely, it is not only Xian Wei who possesses wisdom. There must be many who have come bearing gifts. His eyes wandered into the temple, where he discovered a vast expanse, as grand as the immortal realm itself. A myriad of luminous treasures twinkled within, resembling a constellation of stars. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the majority were of the celestial tier, with several items belonging to the true immortal and even celestial monarch ranks. To Chu Feng, who had long been accustomed to a plethora of treasures, they appeared rather trivial, akin to a heap of refuse. As he surveyed the artifacts, a sense of perplexity befell him. He was no deity and could not discern what Xian Wei had truly gifted merely by sight. The goddess Lu? Observing her dazed demeanor, he realized that consulting her would yield little insight. Nonetheless, Chu Feng remained unperturbed. If Lu was unaware, others certainly were. Awaken, do not slumber any longer. He retrieved the tome of boundary and shook its corner for a brief moment. From it emerged a figure bathed in dim sacred light, exuding a look of confusion. The exquisite woman, her mature form enveloped in divine radiance, retained her alluring curves, though her jade-like white hair appeared somewhat disheveled. With her hands propped on the ground, her shapely figure formed a rounded silhouette, directly facing Chu Feng. Realizing her awkward and compromising position, she quickly pushed herself up, her ample bosom quivering as she ascended gracefully. Where am I? Ah, I remember now. I was subdued by Chu Feng and inexplicably entangled in a peculiar set of rules, which led to my fainting upon their violation. Su Ji gradually emerged from her stupor, recalling her previous encounters. Upon seeing Chu Feng, she furrowed her brow slightly, a wary expression gracing her features. What do you intend to do? Despite her gentle nature and aversion to conflict, their relationship was inherently adversarial. Chu Feng had no interest in engaging her in conversation. He pointed towards the world within the temple. Come, let us see what Xian Wei previously offered. Su Ji followed the direction of his finger with a curious gaze. So many treasures. Her pupils dilated as she scanned the array of artifacts. Although they were not particularly rare in her eyes, they could objectively be deemed exceedingly precious, with some possessing immense value. This was undoubtedly a divine repository. Soon, Su Ji's attention was captivated anew. She spotted a familiar artifact, a purple-gold celestial robe, intricately adorned with patterns that seemed to inscribe the mysteries of heaven and earth. The flowing purple-gold radiance resembled the traces of the Tao, exuding an ancient aura. The purple-gold robe of calamity avoidance. She suggested that Xian Wei present the treasured garment to the goddess Lu, which, even among the magnificent artifacts before them, was the most precious of all. How could it be here? Could it be? Suji's heart trembled as she conjured an exceedingly absurd hypothesis. Oh, is it that celestial robe? Flashy and rather unimpressive, isn't it? Chu Feng, keenly observing Suji's movements, noted her gaze fixated upon the purple-gold celestial robe, and a smile spread across his face as understanding dawned upon him. He assessed the purple-gold celestial robe and, through his discerning eyes, deemed it as nothing more than trash. Yet, this celestial robe, though merely of the celestial monarch tier, contained a rare calamity-warding celestial formation, capable of withstanding the lethal blows of a celestial king's tribulation at a critical moment. A remarkable treasure indeed. Who could have sent it? How thoughtful. Suddenly, the voice of the goddess Lu reached his ears. Her ethereal form, moving gracefully with her flawless, fair legs, followed Chu Feng into the hall, her gaze also resting upon the purple-gold celestial robe. Upon hearing her evaluation, Suji instinctively nodded. This purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe, while only of the celestial monarch tier, was crafted from exceedingly precious celestial materials and inscribed with a long-lost, unique calamity-warding formation. Had it been commissioned from a master of celestial king caliber, it might have been fashioned into a celestial king tier's spiritual garment, worth as much as any standard celestial king artifact. Most importantly, its efficacy, warding off calamities. For a celestial king, the greatest concern is the imminent tribulation. This purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe could function as a consumable, capable of absorbing a fatal blow during a critical juncture. Its intrinsic value is immense. Even someone as fortunate as Xianwei faced a near-death experience when she initially acquired this purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe. Had it not been for the goddess Lu's ascendance to the top 10 of the celestial king rankings, and given that Xianwei still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching that status, she would not have suggested giving away the purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe. Wait, this isn't the crux of the matter. The aura emanating from this woman. Suji's pupils dilated as she gazed at the goddess Lu, her eyes flashing with incredulous shock. That imperious gaze, that extraordinary grace, she appeared as a goddess untouched by the mortal realm. Unable to restrain herself, she blurted out, "Lu Shen?" In an instant, Suji comprehended. The purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe was given to Lu Shen, a being among the top 10 on the celestial king rankings, and it could never be stolen. Yet now, the gifted celestial robe reappeared before her eyes. Observing the woman clad in a green skirt approaching Chu Feng and recalling their earlier conversation, Suji felt as though her head had been struck by a heavy blow. Lu Shen and Chu Feng are acquainted? This. If Xianwei were to arrive, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? Suji's complexion paled. She had previously emphasized that Xianwei should seek the goddess Lu's assistance precisely because the value of the purple-gold calamity-warding celestial robe held significant meaning for a celestial king. Undoubtedly a substantial favor. Now, with Xianwei yet to approach Lu Shen and Chu Feng already standing beside her, what was the nature of their relationship? Could it be that Lu Shen was Chu Feng's mentor? Upon contemplating this, Suji felt a heavy weight in her heart. Split apart. For the first time, she wished Xianwei would act as she usually did, disregarding her counsel and taking matters into her own hands. Anywhere would suffice, as long as it was not in the realm of the Willow deity. At that moment, the Willow deity also regarded Suji, nodding slightly with an air of authority. "Is this your gift? This purple-gold calamity-avoiding celestial garment bears a trace of your essence." Her tone was frigid, devoid of warmth, almost imperious, in stark contrast to her demeanor when conversing with Chu Feng. Suji felt a chill run through her. Although she had once been an invincible celestial king, that was a distant memory. Now, she was but a wounded spirit. Under the scrutiny of the Willow deity, she felt as though her very soul had frozen. What an aloof woman. This Willow deity is not easy to communicate with. Suji's heart trembled. If an ordinary celestial being were to merely listen to the Willow deity's indifferent words, they might be rendered speechless in fear. She composed herself and promptly replied, "It was a gift from me and my disciple." Before Suji could finish her sentence, the Willow deity's indifferent gaze shifted to Chu Feng. "My dear husband, my celestial tribulation will not arrive for another 50,000 years, so you may take this purple-gold calamity-avoiding celestial garment if you wish." Her tone suddenly softened, the previous chill evaporating like the return of spring. rendering her demeanor with Su Ji utterly transformed. "Husband, dear husband?" Su Ji's ample bosom quivered rapidly in shock, her heart racing. Chapter 114. A loud conspiracy. The utterance of husband by the divine being Lu Shun reverberated like a thunderclap, shattering the stillness of the long night and leaving Su Ji's mind in utter disarray. Upon encountering both Chu Feng and Lu Shun, she had already prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. Lu Shun was Chu Feng's mentor. Indeed, she could even be considered his elder. Yet, this single word, husband, rendered Su Ji completely speechless. No, this cannot be. How could they be partners? It is inconceivable. Who is Lu Shun? She is an unparalleled existence who suddenly emerged in the celestial realm, ranking among the top 10 of the celestial king list. Many powerful beings in the celestial realm speculated that Lu Shun was an extraordinary figure who had descended from another grand world to settle in the celestial realm. And what of Chu Feng? Though she had witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand, her preconceived notions led Su Ji to subconsciously regard him as a junior to Xian Wei. One was among the top 10 of the celestial king list, while the other was a practitioner from the mystical realm, two individuals from entirely different worlds. Had they not stood together, Su Ji would never have connected them. And now, Lu Shun is Chu Feng's partner. Su Ji's thoughts took an unexpected turn as she gazed at the sharply defined, handsome profile of Chu Feng, and an inexplicable notion surfaced. According to the stipulations of that task, if this fellow is so handsome, then if I were to pursue him, would Lu Shun? She suddenly halted her thoughts. No, Su Ji, what are you contemplating? He is my adversary, bound by that cursed rule. You have developed a fondness for Chu Feng. Your injuries are beginning to heal. Just as Su Ji attempted to dismiss that inexplicable notion, a chilling voice echoed in her ears. A surge of warmth coursed through her body, nurturing her, causing her to instinctively half-close her eyes in comfort. Her heart trembled. Merely finding him attractive leads to the restoration of my spirit? What if I were to praise him? Wouldn't that? Having suffered injuries for many years, her spirit had been fractured, and Xian Wei had sought numerous potent remedies for her, even celestial-grade elixirs, yet none had yielded any results. But just moments ago, as she conceived that thought, her spirit experienced a fleeting restoration under the nurturing warmth, albeit the effect was not particularly strong and faded swiftly. Nonetheless, it left Su Ji in profound shock, igniting numerous speculations in her mind, along with a desire to experiment. We are enemies. Even if I can heal, I must adhere to my principles. What would Xian Wei think of her teacher if she found out? Yet, gazing at Lu Shun, who stood there as cold as ancient ice, Su Ji silently relinquished that thought. Chu Feng remained oblivious to Su Ji's plight and showed no interest in it. Upon hearing Lu Shun's words, he smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I have no use for this." The undying celestial king was unaffected by the great tribulations, and he had no interest in the celestial garment. Oh, then let South temporarily place it in the observation area. Noticing Lu Shun's somewhat dazed expression, he shifted the subject and inquired, "However, if someone were to offer this celestial garment as a gift and request a small favor from you, would you be willing?" The deity of will blinked and, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, "Although I might not need this celestial garment for the time being, it is indeed a fine item. If it merely involves minor requests, I shall intervene to resolve this matter of fate. For instance, sending someone to another location." Upon hearing this, the deity replied, "A trivial matter, I can manage that." Chu Feng chuckled, affirming his belief in the protagonist's capabilities. It appeared that the value of this celestial attire was indeed considerable. He understood that the deity's willingness to act stemmed from a desire to avoid accumulating karmic ties, as those who had ascended to the celestial realm tended to regard fate with great seriousness, especially the celestial kings. Failing to resolve significant karmic matters could lead to treachery during the tribulations of the celestial king, leaving one with no time to lament. "Beloved, is there an issue with this celestial garment?" The deity turned her gaze towards Su Ji, who felt a sudden chill, as though her recently warmed body had been encased in icy frost. Chu Feng shook his head, stating, "There is no problem with the celestial garment. Rather, the individual who gifted it to you poses a concern. They intend to use this garment to have you transport them to a place called the Sword Domain." Su Ji remained silent, her heart racing. If her memory served her right, upon sending Xian Wei away, She had been instructed to relay numerous details to the deity through sound transmission. Now, as Chu Feng inquired about the deity, it was evident he was fully aware of their plans, with everything firmly under his control. The deity furrowed her brow. The sword domain, I am familiar with that place. It is somewhat distant, yet not insurmountable. She paused, suddenly adding, if there is enmity between us, I would return the celestial garment and eliminate them. Su Ji held her breath, her face turning pale as she sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle deity could be so resolute. He quickly interjected, there is indeed enmity, but this approach may not be wise. The deity regarded him with confusion, her murderous intent dissipating. Su Ji felt a wave of relief. This man still bore consideration for the ties of the mortal realm. Since the celestial garment is useful, you could initially return it to them, eliminate them afterward, and reclaim it. This way, you would not incur any karmic repercussions. The deity pondered this, nodding gently in understanding. I see. Shall I act against her now? With a graceful motion, she summoned the purple-gold celestial garment. Preparing to hand it to Su Ji. Su Ji remained silent. Suddenly, Chu Feng raised his hand and cautioned, do not act hastily. She is merely an inconsequential figure. The focus should be on her. With that gesture, the image of Xian Wei materialized before the deity. Chu Feng stated, her name is Xian Wei. She will seek you out. The deity gazed intently. I have taken note. How do you wish to deal with her? She had already discerned that Chu Feng's intentions were not solely to eliminate this individual. If that were the case, given his capabilities, there would be no need for such elaborate explanations. There was clearly a need for her cooperation. Chu Feng contemplated, recalling the two fated mentors, Gu Yin and the martial emperor, and furrowed his brow in thought. Eliminating Xian Wei would be quite simple, even though she is protected by destiny. With his indomitable strength as an immortal king, the likelihood of him slaying her is considerable. However, his objective is a flawless kill. For the ultimate focus lies on the emergence of the supreme destiny crystal. The immense accumulation of destiny value by Xian Wei, as per the experiences of his two previous mentors, cannot be achieved merely through slaying. It is a slow and arduous process. He must leverage Xian Wei's trust in the god of Lu to orchestrate a grand scheme. A grand spectacle is essential. The more participants, the better. He aims to provide Xian Wei with an unforgettable memory. He spoke slowly. God of Lu, a grand spectacle? She inquired softly, a hint of confusion in her voice. Does my husband favor grand spectacles? And does it require many people? The god of Lu silently noted this. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes in contemplation and casually remarked, that is not entirely true. The more people there are, the easier it is to manipulate her. No rush. I shall ponder further. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Su Ji, asking, as Xian Wei's instructor, do you have any recommendations? System, please, host, strive to be a better person. Su Ji, you and the god of Lu are conspiring loudly in my presence about how to deal with my student, and you expect me to offer suggestions? Do you think that is appropriate? She remained silent and resolute in her refusal. Seeing Su Ji's reaction, Chu Feng paid it no mind. He hadn't truly expected her to respond. It was merely a casual inquiry, a shot in the dark. Perhaps Su Ji harbored a grudge against Xian Wei already? Esteemed Yinzu, would you care to try a new title? The system doggedly suggested. Chapter 115. The names of future children are already decided. A new title? Upon receiving a reminder from the system, Chu Feng was suddenly reminded of the reward he had obtained after failing the With by Sheener, the title White Moonlight. A title of destiny for the female protagonist, it promised to amplify his charm. Initially, he had refrained from donning it, believing it to be superfluous. After all, without this title, was he not already the unattainable white moonlight for the destined female protagonists? The more one lacks, the more one desires to prove oneself. Chu Feng was confident that his looks and talents were sufficient to uphold the persona of white moonlight. Alas, the system was quite the enigma. With a sigh in his heart, Chu Feng acquiesced to the system's curiosity regarding the effects of the title. Glancing at his interface, he silently removed the modestly achieved antagonist title. You have equipped the title the White Moonlight, unattainable by the female protagonist of destiny. Due to the potency of this title, it can only be worn for 4 hours, with a cooldown of 2.5 days before it can be worn again. To his surprise, this trivial title had a time limit. After equipping it, Chu Feng felt no change. He remained as striking as ever, exuding an irresistible masculine charm. Suddenly, he felt two gazes fixed upon him. Lu Shun's indifferent eyes seemed to shatter, while Su Ji's red lips parted slightly, her breath quickening. Husband, my true form's injuries have unexpectedly flared up. I need to heal. Call for me when you require assistance. Lu Shun's voice was urgent, her proud figure fading as she retreated towards the nearby willow tree. Before vanishing, a fleeting glimpse revealed Lu Shun's snowy skin, unexpectedly tinged with a stunning crimson, exuding an enchanting allure. Was she leaving just like that? Did this new title have such a dramatic effect? Lu Shun was also a destined female protagonist. The title White Moonlight had taken hold of her as well. Chu Feng had not anticipated that the title would merely enhance his charm by 100, causing the somewhat stoic Lu Shun to succumb to its allure and retreat in haste. While Lu Xun could depart, Su Ji was a captive. She had no choice but to remain. At this moment, her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Chu Feng. His already handsome visage, for some inexplicable reason, appeared exceedingly pleasing and captivating, stirring an unexplainable chord within Su Ji's heart. Her porcelain-like face flushed with a delicate hue. She was an exquisite sight to behold. Their eyes met, and in that moment, her obsidian-like gaze, though merely deep and bright, felt like an endless vortex threatening to ensnare her very soul. In that instant, Su Ji found herself beset by strange thoughts. She had even envisioned names for her future children. A girl would be named Chu Mu Su, while a boy would be. No, why should he bear the surname Chu? Su Ji, what are you pondering in such a disordered manner? She quickly lowered her gaze, staring blankly at the chasm-like crevice before her. Chu Feng observed Su Ji's bashful demeanor, her modesty adding an air of maturity to her charm. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. He had not anticipated the formidable allure of the White Moonlight. After all, this woman had previously harbored animosity towards him, even refraining from undertaking a hidden mission that demanded ruthless resolve. At present, Chu Feng felt as if he had inadvertently stepped onto a film set, embarking upon a series dubbed Hypnosis, with himself as the embodiment of irresistible allure, possessing a magnetic pull on all women. Oh no, his charm was solely amplified when it came to the destined heroine. Goodness, was this not even more extraordinary? No wonder this title had a time limit. Quite reasonable. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng spoke up. Miss Su, what do you believe is of utmost importance to Xianwei? Su Ji casually glanced at him, her gaze dreamy, and promptly retorted, you are far too handsome. She is not worthy of you. The destined heroine Su Ji has praised you, and your fondness for her has increased slightly. Current task completion. 1. Chu Feng, smiling, waved his hand to interrupt. I have little interest in frivolous talk. What do you think Xianwei values most? Based on his experience, the more a destined protagonist cares about something, the greater the loss they suffer upon its removal, leading to a corresponding increase in the destined value and the emergence of fated treasures. For instance, Gu Yan deeply valued Nangongqin, and due to her, he suffered a significant loss of destined value and treasures. The martial emperor, concerned for his prestige, faced repeated disgrace among the demon clans in the demon realm, similarly resulting in a swift decline in his destined value and treasures. Su Ji, being Xianwei's elder, was most familiar with this destined protagonist. If she could assist him in undermining Xianwei, it would be a monumental leap forward. What does she value? Su Ji was momentarily taken aback. What kind of question was this? Wasn't this man intent on confronting Xianwei? To her, it seemed Chu Feng had no intention of employing the power of the Willow God to eliminate Xianwei. Rather, he sought to uncover the secrets surrounding her. After all, Xianwei possessed numerous fortunes and fortuitous encounters that often left even her astonished. Chu Feng must have had ulterior motives, yet, why pose such a question? Did it truly matter what she valued? Confused, Su Ji found this inquiry outside her expectations. Just then, she felt a familiar warmth coursing through her body, soothing her injuries. You have praised Chu Feng, your wounds begin to heal. A notification echoed in her ears, sending a jolt through her heart. She sensed that with the arrival of this warm current, her fragmented soul was mending at an astonishing rate, in just a few fleeting moments. It proved more effective than consuming a divine elixir. To develop fondness for him, and to commend him indeed facilitated her healing. Was this the power of the rules? Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. The healing warmth within Su Ji did not linger long before it dissipated. The emptiness that lingered after the warmth dissipated left Su Ji inexplicably desolate. A flicker of thought crossed her mind. If she endeavored to fulfill this man's request, might it yield a similar effect? Being an astute individual, she silently sought to navigate the rules while maintaining her boundaries. Are you listening? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, noticing Su Ji's silence, his tone growing somewhat frigid. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her gaze, deliberately avoiding his eyes, and slowly replied, "Is Xianwei concerned about such things? She is quite image-conscious, relishing in grand displays, and enjoys heralding her good deeds. As Xianwei's mentor, she was reluctant to divulge too much about her, attempting to tread lightly, her heart fluttering with unease. Uncertain if she could satisfy this man. Image-conscious, enjoys grandiosity." A glint of insight flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Indeed, she was a hypocrite. Xianwei seemed to be calculating, aiming to transform her benevolence into fame, thereby securing maximum benefit for herself. Objectively speaking, there was nothing inherently wrong with that. To put it colloquially, one might say she relished in ostentation. However, as Xianwei was an adversary of Chu Feng, this amounted to deceit, masquerading under the guise of virtue. Ugh, truly despicable. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. Excellent, truly worthy of Xianwei's teacher. Should he successfully stab Xianwei in the back in the future, the credit would rightfully belong to her. He gently patted Su Ji's delicate shoulder and praised her. The ethereal Su Ji was not merely an illusion. Her shoulder felt soft and warm, a unique sensation, somewhat sleek to the touch. What does this mean? I haven't said anything. Su Ji was suddenly startled. How had this conversation led to betrayal against Xianwei? Could it be that these simple words had genuinely inspired something in this man? A sense of foreboding gripped her. Oh, suddenly aware of Chu Feng's touch on her shoulder. She gazed into his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed with crimson, momentarily casting aside her shock, her heart in disarray. You have pleased Chu Feng. Your injuries are beginning to heal. Your physical contact with Chu Feng has initiated the healing of your injuries. At that moment, Su Ji heard 2 consecutive alerts in her ears. The familiar warmth re-emerged within her, and astonishingly, there were now 2 flows. The injuries to her spirit began to mend, and within mere minutes, nearly a quarter of her injuries had been restored. She was astounded, especially the latter flow, which proved to be even more effective than the previous 3. This rule, merely from a simple touch with Chu Feng, the prospect of healing seemed within reach. How delightful! To think that such a handsome individual could facilitate my recovery so significantly with just a touch. If only. No, absolutely not. I must adhere to my principles. Su Ji took a deep breath, resolutely upholding her boundaries. The destined heroine Su Ji's fondness for you has steadily increased. You appreciate her cunning behavior. Current task completion, 5. At that moment, Chu Feng also received a task notification. He was not in a hurry to complete the task. A simple remark from Su Ji inspired him greatly. Indeed, it was essential to create a grand spectacle. Surely, Xianwei would be pleasantly surprised when the time came. If she were to realize that all of this was conceived by her teacher, Su, she would undoubtedly be even more delighted. A broader smile graced his lips as his thoughts became increasingly lucid. However, there were still some arrangements to be made. He needed to devise a plan. Chu Feng contemplated how to arrange for Xianwei, striving to whisk her away in one fell swoop. Suddenly, outside the Lu divine domain, a violent tremor reverberated. Soon after, a powerful voice, imbued with a chilling presence, echoed across the heavens, resonating throughout the Lu divine domain. Sword-bearing alliance leader. Please open the domain of Lu divine. Chapter 116. The gentleman and the obsequious follower. A sudden voice resonated throughout the Lu divine domain. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards the expanse beyond the domain. There were only 2 figures suspended in the celestial firmament. Both were at the level of immortal monarchs, with an ordinary immortal king concealed nearby, forming a rather formidable presence in the realm of immortals. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, they were merely insignificant beings. Are you asking my wife to open the domain? What nonsense is this? A flicker of cold intent passed through his eyes as he raised his arm, his aura emanating like a deep abyss. Wait, what are you planning to do? Su Ji, witnessing Chu Feng's demeanor, instinctively intervened, her professional demeanor as an elder surfacing. Do not act rashly. They are not here to provoke. They have yet to enter the domain and are respectfully requesting the Immortal King to open it. This is the highest etiquette in the immortal realm, typically observed when one comes to offer congratulations. Upon hearing the name of the sword-wielding alliance, Su Ji's heart stirred. She initially assumed it was a matter stemming from the earlier reporting by Xian Wei, coming to trouble Chu Feng. However, a moment's reflection led her to dismiss that notion. The sword-wielding alliance was not known for such efficiency, and the visitors were the leaders of the alliance, extending a grand courtesy. The leader would not descend to handle such trivial matters. The highest etiquette of the immortal realm, a gesture of goodwill, Chu Feng mused. Recalling the jovial expression of the immortal monarch, which seemed more celebratory than confrontational. The cold intent in his eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a smile. Su Ji was momentarily taken aback, her curled lashes trembling lightly. Though she initially hesitated to speak, she reconsidered, realizing it did not breach her principles. If a small favor could endear this man to her, it might aid in her recovery. Thus, she gently cautioned, "You may speak of this in private, but do not mention it when we meet." Xie Yuan is the leader of the sword-wielding alliance, a figure of significant influence throughout the immortal realm. Provoking him could mean trouble, even for the Lu god. Oh, Chu Feng chuckled lightly, unfazed, his gaze lingering on her translucent, jade-like visage. What is his background? Under his scrutiny, Su Ji's face flushed crimson, radiating a vibrant springtime glow. She explained, the immortal realm is dominated by a few top-tier powers, 1 alliance, 3 sects, and 7 sacred lands. The sword-wielding alliance stands as the most powerful force. Xie Yuan, though merely an immortal monarch, is the leader of the alliance. Do you know why? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, casually responding. Could it be that he has a father who is an immortal king? Su Ji was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying. How did you know? This was unexpected. Usually, when she spoke to Xian Wei, the latter's eyes reflected a naive curiosity, awaiting her explanations. Chu Feng's quick deduction left her somewhat disconcerted. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng remarked, for an immortal monarch to lead the most formidable force in the immortal realm, he must either possess exceptional prowess or have a powerful background. A mere immortal monarch cannot achieve such status without significant backing. Is that so difficult to deduce? Su Ji fell silent for a moment. Indeed, it was not a difficult conclusion, yet Xian Wei would never make such inferences. Or perhaps she lacked the inclination to speculate and preferred waiting for Su Ji to elucidate matters. Chu Feng continued with a calm demeanor, saying, if this sword alliance is indeed the foremost power in the celestial realm, then your father, the celestial king, is unlikely to be the leader. This individual must be supported by at least 3 invincible celestial kings to secure his position. This is quite evident. Though Su Ji appears before him like a pure and victimized lady, it is merely because he is her white moonlight. In reality, Su Ji hails from an invincible celestial king lineage, and even she holds a certain trepidation towards him, something an ordinary celestial king could not achieve. Of course, upon his arrival in the celestial realm, he also utilized his divine consciousness to survey the territories of the celestial kings. Although the celestial realm is vastly more expansive than the demon realm, and even he, an immortal celestial king, could not grasp its entirety in an instant, he nonetheless gleaned some insights into the high-end combat capabilities within the celestial realm. Hence, it is easy to conclude that to reign supreme in the celestial realm, one must have the backing of 3 invincible celestial kings. Anything less is unrealistic. Su Ji, your assessment is entirely accurate. A sense of defeat inexplicably washed over Su Ji as she gazed at Chu Feng with a complex expression, feeling somewhat foolish for having her thoughts articulated by him. She attempted to salvage her dignity, stating, what you say is not entirely correct. Xie Yuan indeed has 3 celestial kings supporting him, but they are not ordinary invincible celestial kings. His father ranks 3rd on the celestial king list, the eternal celestial king, while his mother is the peach blossom celestial king, ranked 9th. His uncle is a peak celestial king, ranked 32nd. 2 invincibles and 1 peak, somewhat weaker than one might expect, yet still formidable. A top-tier 2nd-generation heir. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng suddenly realized the implications. Such a background signifies not merely a fated protagonist, but rather crucial connections for the protagonist's future. He casually inquired, does he know Xian Wei? Su Ji paused, not answering immediately, pondering whether divulging this information would breach any boundaries. Although Xian Wei and the leader of the alliance were acquainted, their familiarity was not particularly deep, which should pose no significant issue, right? Su Ji inexplicably recalled the soothing warmth that nourished her soul and replied slowly, "They've met a few times, but are not particularly close." How unfamiliar are they? What is Xian Wei's attitude towards Xie Yuan? And what about his feelings for her? After a moment's hesitation, Su Ji contemplated her boundaries. Xian Wei is quite intrigued by the leader of the alliance, remarking that he is unlike other men. However, Xie Yuan, being of noble birth, is accustomed to lavishness and has generously gifted Xian Wei some items. This has been his customary demeanor, not exclusive to Xian Wei alone. In my view, he currently harbors merely a modicum of admiration for her. You have pleased Chu Feng. Your injuries begin to recover. Yay! Su Ji's eyes sparkled, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Then I must meet this Xie Yuan. Chu Feng also smiled, recognizing that while they may not be familiar now, future encounters would surely bridge that gap. After all, they had already progressed to the point of gift-giving, an early sign of infatuation. With the fortuitous fate of the protagonist destined by heaven, it is not surprising that Master Xie may eventually find himself in the role of a devoted admirer of Xian Wei, even after several significant encounters. In contrast, a typical antagonist, upon hearing Su Ji's words, would immediately harbor immense animosity towards Xie Yuan. However, Chu Feng is different. He delights in creating obstacles for the protagonist. Yet, this is contingent upon a crucial distinction. He must discern whether Xie Yuan is a warm-hearted gentleman or merely a sycophant. If he is the former, he should be eliminated without hesitation. If he is the latter, there may yet be a chance for redemption. What merit is there in being an admirer of Xian Wei? If Xie Yuan possesses any wit, it would be far more beneficial to guide him towards a path of glory rather than allow him to stray into darkness. Becoming my devoted follower would surely be more rewarding than serving Xian Wei. Overall, he finds Su Ji's response quite satisfactory. Truly, as a constant companion, she possesses an uncanny insight into the affairs of the destined protagonist, deserving of high praise for her service. Does my husband wish to meet this individual? Shall I take on a different form? At this moment, the goddess Lu, having overheard their conversation, interjected. Although she initially had no intention of engaging with Xie Yuan, noticing Chu Feng's interest compelled her to heed her husband's wishes. Chu Feng replied, "Focus on your recovery. I shall go greet him." He cast another glance at Su Ji, who appeared bashful, her gaze dreamy, her long, shapely legs gently brushing against one another. Unbeknownst to her, she could not hear the exchange between Lu and Chu Feng. As he looked her way, the warmth within her had once again dissipated, prompting her to remind him, "Xie Yuan has been here for some time, the goddess Lu." Since he was visiting in a courteous manner, it would be unbecoming to turn away a guest with good intentions. As a devoted husband, it was his duty to assist his ailing wife in welcoming an esteemed visitor. Chu Feng restrained the goddess Lu, who seemed eager to take on her true form. And with a casual gesture, he enveloped Su Ji within the confines of the town boundary book. If he delayed any longer, her gaze towards him would surely grow increasingly inappropriate. Having secured Su Ji, he swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the Lu domain. The air trembled with a low rumble as the Lu domain subtly quivered, releasing ethereal mist-like celestial energy in all directions. The vast expanse transformed, revealing a sky of unparalleled clarity. In the void beyond, a man adorned in flowing white garments stood suspended, elegantly wielding a fan that depicted splendid landscapes. With his keen ears and twinkling eyes, adorned with a smile, he appeared less as a formidable leader and more as a shrewd merchant skilled in diplomacy. Upon seeing Chu Feng's arrival, Xie Yuan showed no surprise. Instead, he gracefully gathered his fan and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you. Fellow traveler, I apologize for the intrusion." Chapter 117. The giants of the immortal realm must not be insulted. Chu Feng nodded with a smile and said, "Please follow me." Alliance leader Xie. "Very well," Xie Yuan replied, his voice deep and resonant. "Fellow Taoist Chu, you are a paragon of elegance and charm. Upon our first meeting, I felt an instant kinship, as if we had long been acquainted." Chu Feng was equally astonished and remarked, "Fellow Taoist Xie, how did you articulate exactly what I was about to say?" With a twinkle in his eyes, Xie Yuan laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems we are kindred spirits." Chu Feng chuckled as well, leading him toward the direction of the immortal viewing pavilion while engaging in casual conversation. from start to finish. Xie Yuan displayed no airs of superiority and did not inquire about the whereabouts of the goddess Lu. Chu Feng found himself favorably impressed by Xie Yuan. This individual, of considerable standing and intellect, was not a mindless fool seeking to jeopardize others. Understanding Xie Yuan's background, Chu Feng formed his own assessment. Beneath Xie Yuan's genial exterior, he too was quietly scrutinizing Chu Feng. In his mind, he concluded that this fellow Taoist Chu was likely a disciple of the goddess Lu. His abilities were enigmatic, his demeanor exceptional. He was certainly a peer worthy of forging a connection. Xie Yuan contemplated the need to cultivate a friendship with him, feeling a slight urge to bestow some favor upon him. In the realm of immortal lords, Xie Yuan had ascended to the position of leader of the Sword Alliance for over a millennium, commanding respect from all. This was not merely a matter of background. His philosophy was straightforward. The more friends one had, the broader the path ahead. With a vast fortune and countless hidden treasures at his disposal, he knew that he could navigate any challenge. Throughout his life in the immortal realm, he had yet to encounter anyone as formidable as himself. Consequently, Xie Yuan had a habit of generously offering gifts to those he favored, providing whatever they desired to swiftly cultivate goodwill. He did not concern himself with whether these were merely superficial friendships. Were such relationships of importance? Xie Yuan was keenly aware that even superficial friends could still be allies. With his substantial background, as long as he did not act recklessly, who would dare to disrespect him? At that moment, they happened to pass through a vast, desolate area within the realm of the goddess Lu. Suddenly, he halted, exclaiming, "Ah, fellow Taoist Chu, wait a moment." Chu Feng glanced at him and noticed several brilliant lights appearing below. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. There, amidst the wasteland, floated more than a dozen immortal-grade spiritual treasures, their radiant glow and vibrant colors unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Immortal-grade treasures were certainly not commonplace in the immortal realm. Should they unexpectedly appear in the wilderness, it could incite a bloody storm, potentially drawing the interest of formidable forces. Although their sudden emergence was surprising, it did not escape Chu Feng's keen perception. These treasures, undoubtedly, had been swiftly cast forth by Xie Yuan, his movements practiced and adept. As Chu Feng halted, his gaze fell upon the celestial treasures of the immortal sovereign rank. Xie Yuan blinked, pointing at the luminous orbs. "Taoist Chu, you seem to have dropped something." Chu Feng chuckled. Although he was indifferent to such trifles, he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. The immortal sovereign artifacts held little value for him, yet they were a token of goodwill from Xie Yuan. Since they were offered so graciously, he casually swept them up, acknowledging, "Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable, Taoist Xie. I had not even noticed." Moreover, Xie Yuan continued, "You are rather careless." He promptly pointed below, eager to provide further assistance. Chu Feng glanced down and noted the impressive speed of Xie Yuan's hands. Clearly, he was experienced in such matters. In the blink of an eye, dozens more luminous orbs had appeared below. A brief scan revealed several secret realms of the immortal sovereign level, along with numerous talismans and elixirs of the same rank. Chu Feng assessed the collection and estimated it to be around 0.05 tons, though it appeared quite substantial. The sentiment behind the gift outweighed its material value, and he graciously accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Xie." Observing Chu Feng accept the offerings, Xie Yuan's smile widened as he waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality, Taoist Chu. We are quite familiar now. Simply call me Old Xie." He was unaware of the duration Chu Feng had spent cultivating alongside the divine willow, nor of their respective ages. The title Old Xie fostered a sense of intimacy without the need for fraternal terms, displaying a level of maturity. Chu Feng replied with a smile, "I had long wished to address you as such." "Then, Old Xie, you may call me Chu Xiong. What brings you to visit the divine willow this time?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan revealed a bright smile, casually stating, "It is not a significant matter. The divine willow, upon her arrival, has ascended to the 10th position on our immortal sovereign rankings. This list comes with exceedingly generous rewards, distributed every 100,000 years. As long as one remains on the list, the rewards will continue indefinitely. Some sovereigns listed may occasionally be absent from the immortal realm, and even the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm can do little to intervene. Fortunately, the Swordbearers Alliance has maintained a minor rapport with the heavenly Tao, frequently distributing the rewards on their behalf. Over time, The responsibility for these rewards has fallen to our alliance. Chu Xiong, I have come to deliver the rewards for the Divine Willow. Is she available at the moment? With these words, Xie Yuan's intentions became evident. Though he wore a broad smile, his impression of Chu Feng had slightly diminished. While he was not overly perturbed by the informal address, he found it somewhat presumptuous for Chu Feng to request to be called Chu Xiong. However, what truly irked Xie Yuan was Chu Feng's earlier lack of respect towards the Divine Willow. How could one address her by her given name in front of an outsider? Such a display of disrespect was unacceptable. The Divine Willow was an unrivaled sovereign, ranked among the top 10 in the immortal realm. Even his own sovereign father would treat her with the utmost respect. Xie Yuan was acutely aware of this. The presence of Chu Feng, representing the esteemed Lu deity, undoubtedly carries significant weight, which is the primary reason for his willingness to foster a camaraderie with Chu Feng. It is entirely normal for both disciples and juniors of the Lu deity to address him with a sense of familiarity in private. However, in public, it is imperative to uphold the dignity of the Lu deity. One must at least refer to him as Lord Lu deity or Master Lu deity, right? Casually calling him simply Lu deity, in Xie Yuan's opinion, lacks proper decorum. He had just articulated his intentions and made a point to compliment the Lu deity several times, subtly reminding Chu Feng to show adequate respect. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng realized, so that is how it is. He had not anticipated that ascending the Immortal King rankings would yield such benefits. Of course, it is convenient. Let us proceed. I shall take you to meet the Lu deity. While saying this, he soared forward on clouds, maintaining a moderate pace, guiding Xie Yuan through the celestial expanse. Observing that Chu Feng had not grasped the underlying implications of his words, Xie Yuan's smile faltered, and he refrained from responding, feeling somewhat disheartened. One must not disrespect the titans of the immortal realm. This elder brother seems to be rather oblivious. How could he not comprehend such a straightforward principle? At this moment, Xie Yuan began to reflect, pondering whether he had perhaps been a tad too generous earlier. As he noted the rewards associated with the Lu deity for being on the Immortal King list, he wondered, did the Heavenly Emperor receive any such accolades? Chu Feng seemed to recall something and turned back, casually inquiring. Chapter 118. The beauty of my hometown dialect. Xie Yuan, unable to restrain himself any longer, cautioned Chu Feng. My dear Chu, one must not insult the titans of the celestial realm. While it may be inconsequential to be on friendly terms with Lord Lu, the Heavenly Emperor is an enigmatic and formidable presence, shrouded in mystery and authority that pervades the universe. To address him with such familiarity may invoke his wrath, and a mere glance from him could spell your doom. Chu Feng was taken aback. One must not insult the celestial titans? If I were to glance at myself, would I perish? You have not even encountered him, yet you speak so reverently. It seems that Xie Yuan truly possesses an innate tendency to fawn. With a chuckle, he waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. The Heavenly Emperor is as dashing as a hero from a myth. He would hardly be so petty. Xie Yuan clapped his hands in amusement, saying exactly. One must maintain a sense of reverence towards the titans of the celestial realm, shower them with praise, and refrain from slander, for this can prevent the accumulation of unnecessary adversaries. Chu Feng regarded him thoughtfully, recognizing a kernel of wisdom in his words. It was difficult to fathom how he would fare as a sycophant for Xianwei, should that ever come to pass. Ignoring Chu Feng, Xie Yuan continued to muse to himself, dashing as a hero from a myth. Could this be a saying from your hometown? I must take note of it. Strangely, this dialect from my hometown sounds quite melodious. After a few repetitions, he looked up at Chu Feng, exclaiming, Hey Chu, do I resemble a hero from a myth? Chu Feng was left speechless, realizing that Xie Yuan was earnestly absorbing the lesson. He interjected, Old Xie, you still haven't answered my question. Question? Xie Yuan's expression grew serious as he elucidated. The Heavenly Emperor is the reigning monarch on the Celestial King's leaderboard, undoubtedly entitled to substantial rewards, immense rewards, in fact. However, this elusive dragon has been absent since ascending to the top. We have made numerous attempts to contact him, even scouring many worlds beyond our realm. Yet his whereabouts remain unknown. At this juncture, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, the previous amiability dissipating, replaced by an imposing air of authority. There are, however, many who deceitfully usurp the title of the Heavenly Emperor, engaging in fraudulent schemes to deceive the masses. I have issued a decree, aside from the Heavenly Emperor himself, Any who misuse his name within the celestial domain will receive one warning, followed by execution upon the second offense. A third transgression will lead to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Chu Feng blinked, astonished by the transformation in Xie Yuan's demeanor. Goodness, is this person a born sycophant? Having never laid eyes on him, he first insists on the sanctity of celestial titans, and now he invokes a form of literary persecution, seemingly with collective punishment involved. Such fervor for flattery. Were it not for my fortuitous encounter with you today, I would have remained oblivious to such matters within the celestial realm. However, something felt amiss. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Feng pointed out. You've already declared execution upon the second offense. Where does the third come into play? Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan shot him a glance, and the fierce aura dissipated once more as he waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Oh well, dear brother Chu, you are unaware of the vastness of the celestial realm. Although the Sword Alliance holds the esteemed position of the foremost power within this realm, our manpower is rather limited. It is not a matter of fearing those who might act recklessly and audaciously defy the law. Rather, it is concerning that some individuals, despite their commendable strength, have temporarily evaded our pursuit. Should they be fortunate enough to escape without facing immediate justice, the emergence of a third threat would at least help us curb the spread of malevolent influences and alleviate our workload. Remarkably, since I issued this decree, we have only received sporadic reports, and few dare to impersonate the esteemed celestial emperor any longer." Chu Feng mused. Is it truly possible for someone to risk their life merely for the sake of pretense? He did not question Xie Yuan, as the leader of the Sword Alliance. His extensive management experience must have exposed him to numerous such cunning tactics. Observing Chu Feng's admiring demeanor, Xie Yuan proudly inquired, "Brother Chu, how did my aura appear just now? Did it resemble that of Yanzu?" Chu Feng contemplated. It was slightly lacking compared to Yanzu, but it can be considered akin to Yuyan. The term Yuyan, I comprehend, refers to extraordinary beauty, though it is typically used to praise women in our context. I understand that in your homeland, Old Xie, it likely carries a similar connotation to Yanzu. Your eloquence is truly commendable, Brother Chu. Chu Feng found himself captivated by Xie Yuan's eloquence, prompting him to ask, "So, how does one receive the rewards from the Celestial Emperor?" Xie Yuan gestured towards the heavens. "Allow me to share a secret. In truth, our Sword Alliance can only assist the Celestial Tao in distributing rewards for those ranking 4th or lower on the Celestial King list. The rewards for the top 3 are exceedingly precious and must be dispensed personally by the Celestial Tao. Regrettably, the Celestial Tao has been unable to locate the Celestial Emperor. Nor can we, so we must allow nature to take its course and await the Emperor's appearance to claim his rewards from the Celestial Tao." Chu Feng was taken aback. Was the Celestial Tao blind? It was entirely understandable that the Sword Alliance, with its limited capabilities, could not locate him. However, had he not been wandering around the celestial realm himself? How could he be so elusive? Was it truly a matter of being lost? Or was there a closer affinity with Xian Wei that deterred the search? A sudden thought struck Chu Feng. Perhaps not every Tao was like the Tao of the mystic realm, which understands that those who recognize the times are wise. He resolved to inquire further about the celestial Tao in due course. Brother Chu, have we arrived?" At this moment, Xie Yuan gazed ahead at the boundless domain of the Willow God, which consisted solely of desolate plains and wilderness, with only sporadic ethereal plants and herbs dotting the untouched landscape. There was not even a trace of the esteemed Willow God to be seen. Could it be that Brother Chu's palate was too refined, and he had yet to satiate his hunger? Observing Chu Feng, who appeared contemplative and leisurely, Xie Yuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet felt a twinge of urgency within. Under normal circumstances, this would not be a concern. Spending time with a prodigy like Chu Feng, treating him to a sumptuous meal, and later visiting the Miao Yin Immortal Pavilion to find exquisite fairies to enjoy a melodious flute performance, fostering camaraderie over food and drink, would not be out of the question. However, upon his arrival in the realm of Lu Shun, besides delivering the rewards from the Immortal King rankings, he had another pressing matter to discuss with Lu Shun. The absence of the principal figure inevitably left him feeling somewhat restless. Upon hearing Xie Yuan's words, Chu Feng glanced at him and smiled. "We have arrived." As his words fell, the world around them suddenly transformed. Xie Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, observing as the desolate surroundings blossomed into a lush landscape, revealing a majestic mountain enveloped in an ethereal mist. Not far off, a plaque inscribed with the words Immortal View exuded an air of antiquity and wisdom. The aura of this Taoist temple was enigmatic, its grand entrance securely shut. Towering ancient trees and exotic flowers flourished around, releasing fragrant aromas into the air. Xie Yuan's body trembled. The celestial technique just exhibited by this brother Chu was astonishingly formidable. I find myself unable to fathom its depths. Hiss. Before his astonishment could fully dissipate, he was captivated by the allure of the temple. Standing outside the temple, yet to step inside, Xie Yuan sensed that time itself seemed to slow, with an infinite array of profound principles hidden within the tranquility. This Lu Shun is unfathomable. Merely gazing upon this seemingly unremarkable temple sent ripples through Xie Yuan's heart. An inexplicable sensation washed over him, leading him to believe that his own home might not compare to this Taoist temple. It is worth noting that his abode was meticulously arranged by his parents, both of whom were invincible immortal kings. Chu Feng, too, felt a tinge of surprise. Before his departure, the temple had lacked such extravagant embellishments. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him, and he casually discarded the title of White Moonlight. He stepped forward, approaching the tightly shut doors of the temple, and with a gentle push, he raised his hand. Xie Yuan's eyelids flickered as he observed Chu Feng's nonchalant act of pushing open the door, an inexplicable feeling of arrogance washing over him. With a creak, the temple door swung open, allowing mottled sunlight to cascade down, illuminating a vibrant green willow tree. Xie Yuan's pupils constricted. Beneath the tree stood a woman clad in a green dress, her beauty striking and ethereal, as if a celestial maiden had stepped forth from a painting. The moment he beheld the woman in the green dress, the phrase extraordinarily graceful instinctively emerged in his mind. Her serene gaze, piercing through the temple entrance like a sharp sword, compelled Xie Yuan to lower his head, unable to meet her eyes. "Didn't I say you needn't come? Why did you appear again?" Chu Feng remarked with a hint of exasperation upon seeing the woman in the green dress. Lu Shun, feeling somewhat wronged, softly replied, "Husband, I cannot always be a burden to you." Chapter 119. What kind of family are you? The eyes of the divine Lu shimmered with clarity as she gazed at Chu Feng, her gaze sparkling with affection. As Chu Feng approached Lu, although merely a phantom, an enchanting fragrance enveloped him. Standing side by side, they appeared as a harmonious pair, akin to celestial lovers. What is happening here? Xie Yuan, who had followed into the Taoist temple, stood frozen, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. No way. Did I hear that correctly? Husband. Xie Yuan was utterly bewildered. Shouldn't Chu be Lu's junior or disciple? How could he possibly be her partner? He felt dazed, particularly when recalling his earlier words to Chu Feng, which now seemed utterly embarrassing. Between partners, they would not address each other by name. They spoke of Your Excellency and Celestial King, leading one to believe there was some playful intimacy. Yet, he realized he had jumped to conclusions too soon. Chu Feng, unfazed by Xie Yuan's shock, chuckled lightly at Lu's words, responding, "What trouble? It's nothing serious. Please refrain from such dramatics next time." The transformations within this immortal temple were orchestrated by Lu herself. As an invincible celestial king, she had no need to ponder Xie Yuan's feelings. Her actions stemmed from her concern for him. However, Chu Feng believed she was still recovering and did not require such gestures. Lu stood gracefully beside him, and upon hearing Chu Feng's words, she lowered her head slightly and sweetly replied, "I was wrong. I shall do better next time." Chu Feng was taken aback, realizing Lu was different from his expectations. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Why are you so rebellious?" He had anticipated a cool and aloof goddess. Yet before him stood a charming and somewhat naive being, perhaps even a little clingy. What a remarkable partner. "Rebellion is my rightful nature," Lu smiled, her lips curving into a radiant expression as she sensed Chu Feng held no resentment towards her. Xie Yuan, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. What on earth are you two discussing? Since entering the Taoist temple, he felt his legs grow weak. Was he under some illusion? "Chu, can you please explain why Lady Lu is like this?" Having cultivated for 15,000 years, Xie Yuan's youthful heart felt a slight sting from the revelation. This was Lu, the invincible celestial king, who had made her debut by ranking 10th on the celestial king list. Before my esteemed elder brother, she acted like a shy little wife. calling him husband and timidly admitting her mistake. Chu, who is he really? Could he also be a celestial king? Xie Yuan glanced at the graceful and ethereal Chu Feng, then looked at himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat, as if he had wasted his years. After Chu Feng and Lu finished their exchange, he could no longer contain himself and stammered, Chu brother. Oh, Chu Feng suddenly remembered Xie Yuan and introduced him to the dazed figure before him. This is Xie Yuan, the leader of the Sword Alliance. Indeed, the divine being, Lu Shun, raised her gaze, her eyes falling upon the woman whose flawless visage was veiled by an eternal frost. When she turned to look at Xie Yuan, she instantly adopted an air of aloofness, akin to a celestial deity surveying the mortal realm. The hollow, indifferent gaze pierced through Xie Yuan, sending a chill down his spine and an inexplicable pressure upon him, making him feel as insignificant as a lowly ant. In that moment, Xie Yuan realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. His assumptions were utterly absurd. Lu Xun was certainly not a submissive woman who would cater to a man's whims. The Lu Xun before him resembled an unparalleled empress, gazing down upon all existence with disdain. Such a presence, standing there, commanded the very heavens and earth, compelling all living beings to prostrate themselves. How could she ever be dependent on another? His small eyes widened in effort, and just as he was about to meet Lu Xun's gaze, his courage crumbled in an instant. He hastily averted his eyes, clasping his hands in salute. Senior Lu Xun, I am Xie Yuan, the leader of the Sword Alliance, here to extend my congratulations. As his words hung in the air, he unfurled his robe, and immediately, an ethereal aura blossomed before him. This was the reward for being ranked 10th on the Celestial King list, bestowed upon the Sword Alliance as a transfer from the heavenly Tao of the Celestial Realm. A pale azure orb, suffused with radiant light, floated gracefully towards Lu Xun. She regarded the orb with indifference, and under her scrutiny, its brilliance dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a 7-aperture exquisite bottle, its opening wreathed in a kaleidoscope of divine light, morphing into various celestial beasts such as the Qilin, white tiger, and azure dragon as it danced through the air. Chu Feng cast a glance at it, and, with his keen perception, instantly recognized that this 7-aperture exquisite bottle was a rare mid-grade Celestial King's spiritual treasure. Its utility lay in the fact that it housed over 100 peak celestial beasts. Possessing this bottle would enable the wielder to summon them with a mere invocation of celestial energy. For Chu Feng, it was of little consequence, but for many celestial kings, it represented a rather splendid treasure. Given that it was obtained without cost, Chu Feng was inclined to bestow this mid-grade Celestial King's spiritual treasure with high praise. As he contemplated the treasure, Lu Xun delicately plucked it, cradling it in her fair hand. After a brief appraisal, she extended her hand towards Chu Feng, saying, Here. Xie Yuan was stupefied by this scene, his heart racing. Was Lu Xun truly intending to gift this Celestial King's spiritual treasure to Brother Chu? In the Celestial Realm, such treasures were already considered the pinnacle of fortune. Though it was mid-grade, its worth was undeniably immense. Whenever a Celestial King's spiritual treasure appeared without a master, it would incite fierce competition among Celestial Kings, leading to battles that could obliterate worlds. To exchange it for celestial-grade treasures would easily yield tens of thousands of items. The crux of the matter was that finding a market to trade it was near impossible. To receive a Celestial King's spiritual treasure simply for being ranked was a stroke of fortune that could make many Celestial Kings drool with envy. Yet, Lu Xun was willing to give it away. This was inconceivable. In his household, it was always his father who bestowed gifts upon his mother. Xie Yuan was left in a state of shock, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Shouldn't the act of gifting be the prerogative of a man towards a woman? From a young age, he was educated by his Celestial King father to cherish and devote oneself entirely to a future partner, fulfilling all reasonable requests within his capabilities. How could it have turned into this? At that moment, Xie Yuan's admiration for Chu Feng surged like an unending river. Even more astonishing was Chu Feng's immediate refusal, as he waved his hand and stated, I have no use for this. You should keep it. Lu Xun furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the 7-aperture's precious bottle in her hands. I have no use for it either. Without a second thought, Chu Feng casually remarked, If it's of no use, then let it serve as a vase in the temple. Very well. Under Xie Yuan's astonished gaze, Lu Xun effortlessly tossed it. tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air, landing directly on the incense platform beside the temple, standing still like a statue. Upon witnessing this, her jade-like fingers gently tapped, and vibrant celestial flowers bloomed from the bottle's mouth, transforming a celestial king's treasure into a mere vase. Xie Yuan was left speechless. What kind of family are you? He had always been accustomed to extravagance, but had never reached the level of disregarding a celestial king's treasure. Witnessing the true repurposing of a heavenly gift into a decorative object left him in utter shock. Having found the most fitting use for this celestial treasure, Lu Shun now regarded Xie Yuan with indifference. Is there anything else? Xie Yuan opened his mouth, then promptly bowed and said, Lu Shun, I have indeed come to pay my respects, and there are important matters we must discuss. Chapter 120. Let us assist the ascension of the celestial realm. The gaze of the divine Lu fell upon Xie Yuan, and the piercing intensity of it sent a jolt through his heart. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Unable to withstand the weight of that gaze, Xie Yuan instinctively lowered his head, his mind reeling in astonishment. He was certainly no mere decorative figure. Although he was merely at the celestial monarch level, he frequently encountered celestial kings, who typically treated him with the utmost respect. Yet, each interaction with the divine Lu left him gasping for breath, as if he were suffocating under the pressure. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes just moments ago, he would never have imagined that the divine Lu possessed such a starkly contrasting side. Regaining his composure and donning a smile, he hastily remarked, The Sword Alliance wishes to invite you to host a Celestial King ceremony. A Celestial King ceremony? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes flickered with interest. The divine Lu's expression remained serene, betraying no emotion, as she softly uttered two words, no need. Xie Yuan maintained his smile, seemingly anticipating this response. He promptly added, Divine Lu, there is no need for you to worry. We have numerous celestial kings in our realm, and the ceremony will impose no constraints upon you. On the contrary, it will bring significant benefits. Moreover, our celestial king ceremony is quite unique, relating to the supreme imperial realm. His words were concise, yet impactful, effectively conveying that there would be no burdens for the divine Lu while also introducing a topic that piqued the interest of all celestial kings, the supreme imperial realm. The divine Lu's features were as still as a painting. Even the concept of the supreme imperial realm failed to sway her. Just as she was about to decline, her gaze shifted to Chu Feng. She noticed the ripples of interest in his eyes. Did her husband have an inclination towards the celestial king ceremony? Thus, the divine Lu parted her lips once more, inquiring, What is required of me for the celestial king ceremony? The divine Lu was intrigued. Xie Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately became animated. Of course, it involves receiving gifts. Chu Feng responded calmly, Receiving gifts? Xie Yuan, his smile growing more radiant, quickly elaborated, Indeed. When the celestial king ceremony is held, all prominent forces within the celestial realm will come to pay their respects, bringing with them substantial offerings. Truly, you are my esteemed elder brother, summarizing so succinctly and eloquently. How did I become your esteemed elder brother? I don't recall saying anything at all. Chu Feng remarked, But receiving gifts, what benefits does that confer upon you? Xie Yuan, undeterred by Chu Feng's gaze, and with a demeanor as resilient as armor, continued to explain. Certainly, besides receiving gifts, for external celestial kings like the divine Lu, the most crucial aspect is to acquire the fortune of the celestial realm. By obtaining this fortune, the celestial realm will also experience an increase in its fortune cap, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor. Of course, I do not wish to withhold any information. Primarily, our celestial realm is in need of greater fortune. You must also be aware that in the myriad worlds, they are broadly categorized into small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and the supreme realm. Our celestial realm is the pinnacle of the large worlds. The celestial realm has lingered in the grand world for many years, its fortune having reached its zenith, merely a final step away from ascending to the supreme realm. This moment is crucial, requiring the assistance of the celestial king. He discerned that Chu Feng seemed somewhat perplexed by the significance of the celestial king ceremony, although it struck him as curious, considering that as the Tao partner of the divine Willow, even if not at the celestial king level, he must be at the pinnacle of the celestial monarch realm. How could he be unaware of such matters? Xie Yuan has always been one to afford others respect, and since this was no secret, Elaborating further would not be a waste of words. Some individuals speak with such convoluted complexity, when a few simple sentences would suffice to elucidate the issue. They choose to present it as a riddle, twisting and turning, ultimately failing to provide clarity. However, Xie Yuan was not afflicted by such a flaw. He swiftly enlightened Chu Feng with a clear and comprehensible explanation. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was suddenly enlightened. So that was it. The purpose of the Celestial King ceremony for the Celestial Kings of the realm is to display grandeur and receive gifts. Typically, those ascending to the rank of Celestial King would hold such a ceremony, both to flaunt and to indeed flaunt. Yet for the foreign Celestial Kings, the situation diverges. In the myriad realms, the existence of Celestial Kings is not exclusive to the Celestial realm. For instance, the Divine Willow, in the eyes of the Sword Alliance, is perceived as having descended from another world, capable of ranking among the top 10 on the Celestial King leaderboard upon arriving in the Celestial realm, something that could hardly be concealed if one were a local. It is clear to anyone not lacking in intellect that the Divine Willow is a Celestial King from beyond the Celestial realm. Often, these Celestial Kings from other realms are not rejected by the Celestial realm. On the contrary, once they hold the Celestial King ceremony, they are granted the fortune of the Celestial realm, becoming one of their own. With the acquisition of the Celestial realm's fortune, they gain a boost in combat strength throughout the Celestial realm and its subordinate worlds. Xie Yuan articulated this plainly, stating that the decision to hold the ceremony rests entirely with the Divine Willow, and there is absolutely no coercion involved. In Chu Feng's view, this was akin to changing one's household registration. The Celestial King ceremony is merely the procedure for such a transition. However, it was evident that the matter was not as simple as changing a household registration. According to Xie Yuan, the Celestial Realm is currently at a pivotal juncture on its path to ascend to the Supreme Realm. The fact that Xie Yuan, the leader of the Sword Alliance, personally visited was not solely to persuade the Divine Willow to hold the Celestial King ceremony, but also to present substantial benefits, a genuine strategy for attracting exceptional talent. After expounding rapidly, Xie Yuan reiterated his assurance. Esteemed Divine Willow, the Sword Alliance guarantees that you need only to convene the Celestial King ceremony. We place no restrictions upon you. You may depart the Celestial Realm at any time, renouncing the Celestial Realm's fortune. Furthermore, our Celestial Realm's fortune is on the brink of its limit. Once we ascend to the Supreme Realm, the Celestial Realm will, every million years, give rise to an Emperor's source. At that time, all Celestial Kings who have held the ceremony will have the opportunity to contend for the Emperor's source. With the Emperor's source, a Celestial King may step into the realm of the Celestial Emperors, who face no great tribulations. Are you not enticed by this prospect? He sincerely persuaded Chu Feng, feeling quite remarkable. Chu Feng was thoroughly amused. The Emperor's source? All Celestial Kings who have held the ceremony have a chance to compete? Assistance in ascending? After the group purchase, is there a chance to seize the imperial source? This sense of familiarity is quite unsettling. Throughout the discourse, Lady Lu maintained an air of tranquility, showing no signs of agitation even when Xie Yuan mentioned the imperial source. I am not interested, Lady Lu stated calmly, gradually articulating her thoughts. But, Lady Lu, would you reconsider? Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Before meeting Lady Lu, he had been confident, believing the matter to be straightforward. After all, he spoke only the truth, without a hint of deception. The Celestial Realm was on the brink of ascension, merely a step away. If Lady Lu consented to initiate the Celestial King ceremony to bolster the Celestial Realm, the fortune of the invincible Celestial King could swiftly elevate the realm. However, to his surprise, matters were not unfolding as he had hoped. Lady Lu was indeed different. Other Celestial Kings would become electrified at the mere mention of the imperial source, eager to commence preparations. Why was she so indifferent? No need to consider. Lady Lu decisively declined. She was somewhat aware of the situation. While Xie Yuan's arguments were sound, they held no sway over her. Her willingness to listen stemmed solely from her awareness that Chu Feng was uninformed, which prompted Xie Yuan to elaborate. With this thought in mind, she turned to Chu Feng and inquired naturally, "My dear husband, do you have any interest?" Xie Yuan was taken aback and also looked at Chu Feng. What did this mean? The Celestial King ceremony was no trivial matter. Could it be that if my esteemed brother agreed, Lady Lu would acquiesce? That seemed implausible. I have a bit of interest, Chu Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. He dismissed the other disjointed remarks made by Xie Yuan. Upon hearing that all the major powers of the celestial realm were to attend, he suddenly conceived an idea. Previously, he had been contemplating orchestrating a grand spectacle to stimulate Xian Wei. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yuan had already provided the means, even offering to play the role of a supportive maid. Very well, let us proceed with the Celestial King ceremony. Lady Lu responded without hesitation. Xie Yuan. Chapter 121. Grandfather's surprise, is this an agreement? Just moments ago, there was vehement refusal, no interest whatsoever. Yet, upon a mere casual remark from Chu Feng expressing a bit of interest, you consented without hesitation? Do you truly see nothing in this world worthy of your attention, save for my esteemed elder brother? Xie Yuan stood in stunned silence, suddenly realizing perhaps he had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. The aloof Lu Shun required careful consideration in conversation, lest one offend her. Unlike my distinguished elder brother, who is both handsome and eloquent, conversing with him is a coveted opportunity. Had he known that Lu Shun only cared for Chu Feng, he could have simply fawned over him. He hastily suggested, then, Brother Chu, shall we set a date? After a moment's thought, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, let us say 3 days from now. The longer they waited, the greater the chance that Xian Wei might slip away, leaving them with nothing to show for it. 3 days, you say? No problem at all. I shall make the arrangements. All the major powers of the celestial realm will surely come to show their support. Xie Yuan nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at Lu Shun, who appeared calm and unperturbed, as if Chu Feng were preparing to host a grand celestial ceremony. By the way, do you know Xian Wei? Chu Feng pondered the arrangements for Xian Wei and, with a sudden spark of curiosity, turned to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan blinked, slightly embarrassed, and lowered his gaze. Brother Chu, you know Miss Xian as well? Miss Xian? Ugh. Chu Feng frowned at his demeanor. What had come over this fine young man? It seemed Su Ji had not told him the whole truth. Indeed, Xie Yuan was as he suspected. Without careful supervision, he would have become someone else's sycophant. He nodded gently. Yes. Xian Wei calls me grandfather. Xie Yuan froze momentarily. Wait, what? Brother Chu is the grandfather of Miss Xian? Even Lu Shun, typically a mere backdrop, furrowed her brow slightly. My husband has a granddaughter? Is this Xian Wei not an adversary? Who, then, is her grandmother? Xie Yuan gaped, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. Is that true? Chu Feng smiled warmly at him, countering. What do you think? I find that hard to believe. Wait, that is not right. Initially incredulous, he quickly pieced it together. Brother Chu and Lu Shun are partners. He cannot possibly be young. Xian Wei, having ascended from another realm to the celestial plane, was captured shortly after her ascent to labor in the mines, where she unearthed a divine mine. Subsequently, she emerged, showcasing her extraordinary talents, capable of producing endless treasures, defeating countless prodigies, and founding a great sect. Curiously, Xian Wei lacked any powerful backing, having solely relied on her own efforts to achieve her current high standing in the celestial realm, where she garnered a fervent following. During a discussion hosted by the Sword Alliance, Xian Wei had shone brightly. He had presented her with an award at the time and had since conversed with her a few times, developing a measure of admiration. Who could have imagined? Xian Wei possesses such an impressive background. No wonder she stands out so remarkably. Suddenly, Xie Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Wait a moment. Miss Xian ought to refer to me as her granduncle, which means I would also be her grandfather, wouldn't I? If that is the case, how should I conduct myself in her presence in the future? Xie Yuan found himself in a quandary. Chu Feng, with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, Are you two quite familiar? Xie Yuan's heart tightened. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he was being scrutinized by an elder. He quickly waved his hand and forced a wry smile. Not really. We aren't very acquainted. We've met a few times, but I find Miss Xian to be particularly unique, unlike other women. Chu Feng nodded. Sensing that there was still hope, he reminded, make sure to invite Xian Wei. Xie Yuan, puzzled, hesitated before speaking. Brother Chu, won't you personally inform your granddaughter? Chu Feng smiled mysteriously. Let us surprise her. Do not disclose to her that her grandfather is here. Xie Yuan was taken aback. He understood the notion of surprise. Yet the astute part of him immediately recognized another dilemma. He turned to Lu Shun and reiterated, But Brother Chu, the Immortal King ceremony is convened under the auspices of Lady Lu Shun. Miss Xian is acquainted with her grandmother. Oh, do not worry. Lady Lu Shun is not her grandmother. She is unaware of Lady Lu Xin's identity. Xie Yuan. His neck stiffened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, have you considered what you are saying? How could Lady Lu Xin not be Miss Xian's grandmother? She simply must be. This is utterly perplexing. What if Lady Lu Xun were to become enraged and take action against you?" Chu Feng replied earnestly, "It is truly not the case." Lady Lu Xun nodded in agreement. "I do not know her." Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing some displeasure. Xie Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. If Lady Lu Xin does not recognize Xian Wei and Brother Chu is her grandfather, does that not imply that Brother Chu has other partners? Gasp. Just the thought of it made Xie Yuan tremble. This is too explosive, too shockingly explosive. While celestial beings are not limited in the number of partners they can take, and it is quite common to have multiple partners, good heavens, your partner is not an ordinary person. She is Lady Lu Xun, the invincible immortal king ranked 10th on the celestial leaderboard. Xie Yuan imagined the scenario. If his father dared to stray, his mother would unleash chaos upon the entire celestial realm. And yet, with Lady Lu Xun involved, it seems she is not even angered by this. How can one endure such audacity? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Xie Yuan felt as though he could kneel before Chu Feng. This is truly a model for our generation. Seeing Xie Yuan's legs weaken, Chu Feng supported him and reminded, "Remember? Do not tell her. Grandfather wishes to surprise her." Xie Yuan immediately patted his chest in assurance. Of course, Miss Xian has established the Xian New sect, which is undoubtedly a significant force in the current celestial realm, and she will surely be invited. She certainly would not have anticipated the arrival of her grandfather, and when the moment comes, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed. With a smile, Chu Feng mused that this woman was indeed the destined protagonist, accompanied by a significant sect. Thus, he casually remarked, "Bring along the high-ranking members of her sect. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to them." Xie Yuan promptly assured, "Certainly." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he added, "By the way, Lord Lu, Brother Chu, regarding the rewards for the Immortal King rankings, our Sword Alliance has prepared some modest gifts for you. Please accept them." Upon his words, a multitude of radiant orbs scattered around them. Chu Feng glanced at the offerings. Compared to what Xie Yuan had previously bestowed upon him, the several hundred immortal sovereign-level secret realms, numerous boxes of elixirs, talismans, and a stack of immortal king-level talismans before him could be deemed quite extravagant. Lu Xun offered a nonchalant glance, seemingly indifferent. Xie Yuan quickly responded with courtesy. "As the Lu domain has just been established, it surely needs embellishment. This is merely a token of our goodwill. Please accept it." Lu Xun nodded lightly. Chu Feng returned the nod, and upon seeing that matters here were settled, Xie Yuan, noticing the slight furrow in Lu Xun's brow, felt a tremor in his heart and hastily said, "With that settled, I shall take my leave to assist Lord Lu in preparations for the invitations. We shall meet again in 3 days." Chu Feng waved, "Go on." After Xie Yuan hurriedly departed, Lu Xun hesitated, ultimately voicing, "Husband, that Xian Wei, is she not your enemy? How did she become a granddaughter?" Chu Feng chuckled in disbelief. "There is no granddaughter. I was merely teasing Xie Yuan. For the Immortal King ceremony, I intend to surprise Xian Wei." Lu Xun nodded, somewhat dazed. "Oh, if you require my cooperation at that time, please do not hesitate to ask." Chu Feng grasped her delicate, warm hand and presented her with a fragrant sachet, saying, "You will certainly have your part to play. Just listen to my direction then. Here, this is for you." "What is this?" Lu Xun inquired, puzzled. As she looked at the sachet in her hand, Chu Feng patted her shoulder. "It is something I obtained by chance. It suits you well. You can wear it during the Immortal King ceremony." "Oh." Lu Xun held the sachet, her eyes sparkling with delight, the earlier furrow of her brow vanishing. "Take care of your injuries. I have matters to attend to." Lu Xun's ethereal form, though touching, lacked the warmth of true flesh. Chu Feng encouraged her to focus on her recovery. "All right." Lu Xun's apparition faded, merging into the willow tree. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng's expression turned cold as he stepped out from the undying pavilion, emerging in a vast expanse within Lu Xun's domain. He raised his hand to the heavens, where a black and white scroll inscribed with the words of the world's restraint loomed like an ancient monument, standing imposingly in the sky. A terrifying pressure swept across the 8 directions. With an authoritative roar, he declared to the heavens, "The despicable heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, show yourself." Just moments ago, Xie Yuan's reminder had made him realize that there were rewards associated with the top of the Immortal King rankings. Even Lu Shun had received one. Shouldn't the Heavenly Tao personally bestow upon me the reward for being the foremost of the Immortal King rankings? Chapter 122. The Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao has a rebellious bone. The Tome of World Suppression, a supreme celestial artifact. Once unveiled, it dominates the world and encompasses all directions effortlessly. Whether in offense or defense, it reaches the pinnacle of excellence. Additionally, it possesses similar capabilities to the great destiny talisman previously drawn by Chu Feng. Inquire of the world. Communicate with the Heavenly Tao, aligning with the divine. At this moment, Chu Feng is utilizing the Tome of World Suppression to inquire of the world. The Heavenly Tao is supreme and unparalleled. Each realm possesses its own Heavenly Tao, akin to a cold and unyielding machine, governing the rules of existence. For countless beings, it is merely a distant object of reverence. However, this does not apply to Chu Feng. He has engaged with the Heavenly Tao before. The Heavenly Tao of the Xian realm is at his beck and call, while that of the Celestial Demon realm trembles in fear, reluctant to show itself. In his eyes, the myth of the Heavenly Tao has been shattered. Upon receiving news from Xie Yuan that the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao had withheld his top-tier reward, Chu Feng chose to confront the Heavenly Tao directly. His strength is formidable. An immortal celestial king, he is capable of subduing all within the celestial realm, rightfully earning the title of the foremost in that realm. The terrifying pressure he exudes expands, and if he were in the Xian realm, the Heavenly Tao, resembling a mere husky, would hastily scurry forth in a panic. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning erupted in the heavens, and the world fell silent. 10 minutes passed after Chu Feng's command, yet there was no response. The Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao remained absent, or rather, it refused to communicate. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy, a cold smile gracing his lips as he began to comprehend the situation. Unlike the Heavenly Taos of the Xian realm and Celestial Demon realm, the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao audaciously chose to side with the protagonist of destiny. This is, in fact, the standard scenario. The protagonist of destiny is often referred to as the child of destiny, simply put, the favored offspring of the Heavenly Tao. In previous instances, the two protagonists either possessed overwhelming strength or lacked the requisite destiny value to warrant the protection of the Heavenly Tao, thus facing minimal resistance in their ascendance. However, this time is different. The Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao is genuinely supreme. As a grand world, it holds a higher status compared to the Heavenly Taos of the Celestial Demon realm and Xian realm. As the protagonist of destiny, Xian Wei's destiny value has genuinely culminated in a significant rise, receiving the favor of the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao dares to withhold his top reward on the Celestial King's list. It dares to unleash coincidental calamities to obstruct him while he pursues Xian Wei. It dares to feign ignorance when he calls upon the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. My lord, when the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Tao remains silent during the inquiry, it reveals its rebellious nature. At this moment, the Willow deity, who had just withdrawn into her true form, suddenly spoke. Though engaged in healing, she had been monitoring Chu Feng's every move. Upon witnessing his inquiry, she grasped the situation and coldly remarked. Chu Feng squinted and inquired, if the path to the immortal realm remains concealed, what means exist to uncover the heavenly principles? He yearned for a profound dialogue with the celestial laws. Lu Shun paused momentarily and replied, the heavenly principles are the distilled rules of the immortal realm. If they choose not to reveal themselves, one cannot compel their appearance. Chu Feng furrowed his brows. The heavenly principles are not human. Employing human methods against them is futile. Lu Shen's cool voice bore a hint of resignation. I have forgotten certain matters and have been unable to find the appropriate means. However, if you seek the heavenly principles of the immortal realm, I may know a way. Suddenly, a voice emerged softly from the town boundary book. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon a breathtakingly beautiful woman, radiating an endless holy light, her silken white hair cascading down to her waist, hovering above the tome. At this moment, Su Ji had shed her previous awkwardness. Upon seeing Chu Feng, her doe-like eyes glimmered as they gently regarded him. She spoke softly. The heavenly principles maintain a favorable relationship with the Sword Alliance and have a fixed method of communication. They can converse with the heavenly principles through a secret realm known as the Mirror of Heaven. As far as I know, this realm can be opened once a month. If you can persuade Xie Yuan to agree, he may assist you. However, given that this involves the heavenly principles, although Xie Yuan is amiable, he possesses strong principles and may not acquiesce. Previously, she had been confined within the town boundary book and was aware of Xie Yuan's visit, but was ignorant of subsequent events. Chu Feng regarded Su Ji with a gentle smile. Oh? What has prompted your unexpected kindness in sharing such confidential information? He mused. Xie Yuan possesses principles? How could a devoted follower have principles? Su Ji's cheeks flushed at his words, and she instinctively deflected. I merely happen to know. It is due to the nature of my spirit. Her ample bosom and curvaceous form subtly quivered with the ethereal light of her spirit, reminiscent of a blooming peony, exuding a mature allure. At that moment, she spoke again, contemplating the situation outside the town boundary book, alongside the elder's habitual professional ethics and a small ulterior motive. To gain Chu Feng's favor in this matter without violating any boundaries and without concern for Xianwei. Wasn't this an opportune moment? Chu Feng leaned closer to Su Ji, observing the blush that danced upon her flawless cheek, and chuckled. Oh? Is that so? Then I truly appreciate your kindness. You are indeed a good person. He casually bestowed upon her a card of goodwill. Su Ji fell silent, her heart tinged with disappointment. Had her favor not increased? Winning this man's favor was indeed no simple feat. Perhaps this was still insufficient? Chu Feng noted Su Ji's instinctive frown and chose to disregard her. Her thoughts were as transparent as glass to him. To earn affection is not a trivial matter. One must possess the right attitude towards tasks. If one merely wishes to speak for benefits, then they must engage more actively. Should I find satisfaction in your endeavors, I would not mind offering you additional sweetness to savor. Casting aside trivial thoughts, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the information Su Ji had provided. My dear, he mused, if the heavenly principles of the immortal realm indeed possess rebellious threads, they can be vanquished. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from Lu Shun, leaving Su Ji momentarily stunned. To slay the heavenly path of the immortal realm? What horrifying notion have I just encountered? Is it truly possible to extinguish the heavenly path? Chu Feng, intrigued, pondered this audacious idea. He had never entertained such thoughts. His intention was merely to admonish the heavenly path. Yet Lu Shun's ruthless perspective surprised him. Lu Shun continued, it is indeed feasible to eliminate it. The heavenly path is merely a set of rules, not as formidable as one might imagine. Can you achieve this? I could have before my injury, but now it is beyond my capabilities. However, my dear husband, possessing the laws of immortality, you could accomplish this feat. Wouldn't the destruction of the heavenly path cause the immortal realm to collapse? Not at all. The heavenly path is a collective of rules for all beings. Even upon its demise, countless powerful entities would soon coalesce to forge a new heavenly path. Chu Feng's interest piqued. Then I shall summon Xie Yuan immediately. The heavenly path of the immortal realm has its traitors, harboring rewards and shielding the calamity that is Xianwei. It is undoubtedly villainous, and eliminating it may give rise to a just heavenly path. This is truly a splendid opportunity. Lu Shun, however, interjected at that moment. Not just yet. Why not? If you intend to slay the heavenly path and invoke immortality, you risk becoming ensnared in the river of time. Engaging in battle within the currents of time could lead to unforeseen alterations upon your return. This would delay your ascension ceremony as the immortal king. Upon hearing Lu Shun's caution, Chu Feng nodded in understanding. I see. Then I shall wait until after the immortal king ceremony. You have mastered the laws of immortality? You are the celestial emperor. Su Ji's exclamation echoed in astonishment. Chapter 123, The Terror of the Immortal King. Even in the face of the extraordinary act of slaying the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, Chu Feng and the goddess Lu engaged in lively discussions and conspiratorial whispers. Utterly indifferent to the thoughts of the heavenly Tao, Su Ji, suspended in the town boundary book, initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, could such a notion as killing the heavenly Tao be conceived by an ordinary mind? However, when she heard the goddess Lu earnestly suggest to Chu Feng and even mention the immortal rules, Su Ji's eyes instantly transformed into feline slits, brimming with intensity. The immortal rules. For an invincible immortal king, this represented an unattainable obsession. To comprehend the essence of immortality meant to fear no calamity faced by immortal kings, reaching a state of boundless longevity and eternal existence. Most importantly, once one grasped the immortal rules, there would be no need for the so-called imperial source. While it might seem that the only distinction between an immortal king and an invincible immortal king was a mere title, all invincible immortal kings understood they were unworthy to serve the former. The immortal rules were, after all, the pinnacle of imperial sources. Mastery of these rules would inevitably lead one into the exalted realm of the highest emperor. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, the immortal king was exceedingly rare, non-existent in the immortal realm. Was it not because he commanded the immortal rules? As Su Ji processed the implication of the goddess Lu stating that Chu Feng wielded the immortal rules and could slay the heavenly Tao, her mind buzzed with realization. In an instant, she comprehended everything. Why was a peerless prodigy like Xian Wei so easily manipulated by Chu Feng, utterly powerless to resist? Why did the exalted goddess Lu, an invincible immortal king, appear so docile and obedient before Chu Feng? Why was her own soul, as an invincible immortal king, ensnared by an inexplicable rule, compelling her to ceaselessly push past her limits? The root of it all was not mere coincidence. An immortal king who mastered the immortal rules could achieve anything. As for his identity, was there any need for speculation? Appearing alongside the goddess Lu and possessing mastery of the immortal rules could only mean he was the extraordinarily enigmatic top-tier figure, the Heavenly Emperor, the immortal king, the Heavenly Emperor. The realization of this truth sent Su Ji into a state of panic. She understood that Xian Wei was in grave danger. Hearing her exclamation, Chu Feng glanced at the bewildered Su Ji. Her eyes, shimmering with a mixture of fear and helplessness, betrayed her inner turmoil. Sensing the coldness in Chu Feng's gaze, she clutched the ethereal garment that shimmered before her, her bosom trembling with anxiety like a tumultuous sea. He furrowed his brow lightly and inquired, "Why the commotion?" Su Ji's lips quivered as she stammered, You are the Heavenly Emperor?" Without a hint of change in his expression, Chu Feng replied, "Does it not seem so? Why would you, as the Heavenly Emperor, target Xian Wei?" This was Su Ji's greatest perplexity. All along, she had believed Chu Feng to be merely an ordinary immortal king, targeting Xian Wei due to the secret of the imperial source. However, it was now evident that this was far from the truth. Should you reveal your identity as the Celestial Emperor, despite Su Wei's somewhat arrogant demeanor, she is capable of yielding when necessary, even if it were merely the theft of the celestial source, or if she were taken from her realm. Su Wei would hardly dare to voice any objections. An immortal celestial king confronting a mere celestial lord. What is your intent? Su Ji pondered deeply, yet found herself utterly perplexed. Silence, Chu Feng declared, his interest in explaining himself to Su Ji non-existent, casting her a cold glance. Chu Feng harbors disdain for your actions. Your rapport with him diminishes, and your task completion decreases by 1. Su Ji's eyes widened, her body trembling. Merely posing a couple of questions led to such a decline in goodwill. Moreover, she inexplicably sensed that the healing of her soul injuries, previously mended by the warm currents, suddenly began to deteriorate. How could this happen? All the goodwill I painstakingly accumulated. Su Ji opened her mouth, intending to speak, but upon recalling her dwindling rapport, she promptly fell silent. After granting her silence, he redirected his gaze towards the direction of the immortal pavilion, inquiring, "If the celestial realm ascends to the supreme realm, will the strength of the celestial Tao be enhanced?" Lu Shun replied directly, "It will." "Oh, then we must not allow it the opportunity to ascend." Chu Feng mused. "What do you think would happen if I were to annihilate the majority of the living beings in the celestial realm? Would the celestial Tao manifest?" He squinted, suddenly struck by this notion. The celestial Tao is an unpredictable variable. He had no reason to stand idly by while it ascended and expanded its influence. Should Lu Shen's words hold true, he would not hesitate to disregard the Celestial King ceremony and eliminate the Celestial Tao first. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Ji's complexion paled. To slay the Celestial Tao by exterminating the majority of the Celestial Realm's inhabitants. Are you insane? She realized that her previous understanding of Chu Feng had been entirely misguided. This seemingly cheerful individual, when provoked, could indeed be terrifying. Lu Shun's voice resonated once more. Calm and composed. "My husband, there is no need for haste. The ascension of the celestial realm to the supreme realm, even with sufficient fortune, is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. In terms of time, my husband, you have ample opportunity to deal with the celestial Tao. Furthermore, the celestial Tao is devoid of emotion. It is merely a set of rules, lacking independent consciousness. Should you slaughter the beings of the celestial realm, it would simply be perceived as a natural occurrence by the celestial Tao, which would merely observe the evolution of the realm. The celestial Tao would only manifest in the event of total annihilation of the celestial realm. Upon hearing Lucian's analysis, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "What if I were to obliterate the entire celestial realm?" Su Ji felt as if struck by lightning, hastily urging, "No. The celestial realm is a premier world. Its destruction would incur immeasurable karmic repercussions. Even if you are immortal, you would not withstand such consequences." Lu Xun responded with equal calm. In addition to the boundless karma, it would also trigger a cosmic calamity, resulting in chaos and disorder in the world. My husband, we would find ourselves without a place to stand. Given the means at hand, annihilating a realm is the most inferior method. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, then why the tension? I was merely jesting." Sue's delicate face turned pale. "What a joke. You were clearly not jesting just now." She distinctly sensed that Chu Feng was genuinely contemplating feasibility. If the immortal king were truly to lose his mind, the immortal realm would indeed face annihilation. Chu Feng disregarded her thoughts. What Lu Xun asserted held merit. He was a villain, not a madman. To know only destruction was the folly of a brute. Annihilating the realm would usher in countless unpredictable changes. The heavenly principles of the immortal realm were not merely for heroic figures. When there existed means to vanquish it, there was no need to create such a tumult, as it did not align with his interests. In comparison, supporting a path akin to the heavenly Tao of the mystic realm, reaping destiny and fortune, was undoubtedly a more exquisite option than direct annihilation, which yielded nothing but the burden of karmic retribution. Chu Feng retracted his thoughts and advised Lu Xun, "Take care to heal. Do not keep darting out." "Understood." Lu Xun obediently ceased her chatter. As if recalling something, a glimmer of azure light shimmered within Lu Xun's domain. The secret realms that Xie Yuan had previously sent were carelessly discarded by her and arranged within Lu Xun's domain. Soon, a series of immortal lord-level secret realms, radiating various hues, descended like a mountain upon Lu Xun's domain, forming an expansive landscape of lakes and mountains. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover that these lakes and mountains emanated endless brilliance and concealed mysteries. These were all gifts from Xie Yuan, and with the adornments of these secret realms, the desolate aura of this immortal king's domain diminished significantly. Your immortal king's domain has birthed immortal lord-level secret realms. Your destiny and fortune have increased. Your immortal king's domain has birthed immortal lord-level secret realms. Your destiny and fortune have increased. Simultaneously, Chu Feng noticed a notification. He squinted slightly. Why had his destiny and fortune suddenly increased? It dawned on him. Although this immortal king's domain was named Lu Xun's domain, in essence, it was his domain. Could he arrange his own immortal king's domain and still gain destiny and fortune? He became intrigued. He had an abundance of immortal lord-level secret realms. Chu Feng promptly revealed a vast expanse of luminescence. Immortal lord-level secret realms, forbidden zones for immortal beasts, fields of elixirs. The odds and ends drawn from the system were swiftly cast into the immortal king's domain. Your immortal king's domain has birthed immortal lord-level secret realms. Your destiny and fortune have increased. Your immortal king's domain has birthed a forbidden zone for immortal beasts. Your destiny and fortune have increased. With Chu Feng's arrangements, within Lu Xun's domain, countless realms, even more vast and profound than before, surged forth, filling this immortal king's domain. Instantly, the essence of immortality thickened, treasures scattered everywhere, the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, and divine light cascaded like a waterfall. Though Chu Feng regarded most of these items as worthless, he could not deny that even the most trivial treasures drawn from the Destiny treasure chest were not of a quality that just anyone could claim. The most inferior of the secret realms here pales in comparison to those bestowed by Xie Yuan, which are far more precious and practical. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed in Chu Feng's ears from the system. It continued until no further sounds emerged, regardless of how much time he allowed to pass. There was silence, prompting Chu Feng to come to a halt. Dog system, have you malfunctioned? Have you ceased to grant the villain's fate and fortune? Your immortal king domain is saturated and can no longer provide you with fortune. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Feng shook his head. Is that all? Well, it's still not bad. This nearly effortless fate and fortune, he could hardly be bothered to argue with the system over it. He glanced at the panel. The second star was merely a final stroke away from forming a perfect pentagram, achieving a successful promotion to 2 stars. This is simply outrageous. So many immortal monarch-level secret realms and the forbidden zones of celestial beasts, hundreds of them? If Xian Wei were to find out. Suji had only just seen Chu Feng establish the immortal king domain and had not paid much attention. But upon witnessing the increasingly extravagant secret realms and forbidden zones, which appeared in the blink of an eye, totaling in the hundreds, she was utterly bewildered. In the immortal realm, a single immortal monarch-level secret realm is worth its weight in gold, rivaling the value of a quasi-mortal king's spiritual treasure. The forbidden zones hold similar worth. Is this the power of the heavenly emperor? Casual as it may seem, it yields hundreds? Suji was left in shock. She was unaware of the treasures Xie Yuan had previously bestowed. Having accompanied Xian Wei for so long, she knew that Xian Wei had only obtained 5 immortal monarch-level secret realms and 2 forbidden zones for celestial beasts. The disparity was staggering, prompting her voice to remind Chu Feng once more. By the way, you can contact Xian Wei, right? Suddenly, Chu Feng recalled something and inquired of Suji. Suji shook her delicate, jade-like face vigorously. I could before, but after you severed the connection, I have been unable to reach her. Your spirit has recovered significantly. Should it not be possible to re-establish contact? Chu Feng gazed at her intensely, his eyes filled with an aggressive glint, sweeping over Suji's ample bosom, her slender waist, and her pert posterior, making her feel like a lamb stripped bare. Chapter 124. 5 breaths upon discovering Chu Feng's true identity, Suji's body stiffened, and the previous notions of trying to curry favor dissipated entirely. She bit her crimson lip and resolutely declared, this cannot be. She had severed her ties with Xian Wei, and now he suddenly urged contact again. This man was utterly despicable. Was it a matter of impossibility or a lack of desire? Considering the time that had elapsed, Xian Wei, with her swift pace, should have long since arrived at the Lu God domain. Was he not curious as to why she had yet to appear? Did he not worry about her safety? Chu Feng's tone was cold, sending shivers of fear through Suji. The title of White Moonlight was still cooling. Yet he had myriad means at his disposal. What instilled even greater dread within her was the notification. Chu Feng has developed a distaste for your actions. Your favorability has decreased, and your task completion rate has dropped by 1. Chu Feng has developed a distaste for your actions. Your favorability has decreased, and your task completion rate has dropped by 1. Favorability plummeted. The painstakingly cultivated rapport she had built crumbled to zero in an instant. The injuries to her soul began to manifest with increasing severity. Her delicate form trembled, subjected to dual torment from the agony of her spirit. Suji felt tears well up, but managed to maintain her composure. However, Chu Feng's words ignited a similar doubt within her. Indeed, so much time had passed. Xian Wei, why had she not arrived at the Lu God domain? Could it be that she had acted on her own volition, disregarding my instructions? A flicker of relief washed over Suji at this thought. If that were the case, it would be splendid. Observing her silence, Chu Feng shifted his tone, saying casually, it has been quite some time since I last exerted my full strength. I find myself curious about the consequences of a strike directed at the sword domain. Suji was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden mention of the sword domain. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the color drained from her celestial visage. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, trembling as she gestured frantically. No, it cannot be. Suji, you would not wish for any trouble to befall the Tianjin clan, would you? Chu Feng's voice was as chilling as a demon's, delivering words that sent shivers down her spine. Upon releasing the hidden task card to Suji, he had acquired significant information about her, including her affiliation with the Tianjin clan, a formidable lineage within the sword domain, albeit weakened, yet still substantial. At his words, Suji's body quivered, tears streaming down her pale cheeks like broken pearls, cascading into the unfathomable abyss beneath her delicate collarbone. Her lips trembled as she uttered a faint whimper, What do you truly seek from Xianwei? The Tianjin clan held a place of utmost importance in her heart. Su Ji decisively shifted the conversation from the Tianjin clan to Xianwei. Observing her demeanor, Chu Feng was not surprised. This woman was deeply loyal and principled. Uncertain of how she had descended to such a plight, she realized that if there was something to cling to, it could indeed be exploited. Chu Feng, lacking the inclination to elaborate, impatiently instructed, contact Xianwei and do it swiftly. Su Ji's tearful gaze fixated on him, devoid of luster, filled with profound dread. She witnessed a golden divine sword materialize in Chu Feng's hand, the imperial sword of Xianwei. After 5 breaths, the sword would descend upon the sword domain, the Tianjin clan. Chu Feng spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Su Ji's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. Please, can you spare the Tianjin clan? I can try. At that moment, her defenses crumbled completely. Chu Feng showed no intent to engage in idle chatter. His purpose was too pronounced, too direct. She understood that should she continue to delay, this man would undoubtedly take action in 5 breaths. The most insidious aspect was that the sword he wielded was Xianwei's own. This blade held a modest renown in the celestial realm. Once it fell, even if the Tianjin clan were not annihilated, Xianwei would undoubtedly face countless troubles. This was an overt scheme. This man was utterly despicable. In her desperate state, Su Ji found herself entertaining thoughts akin to Xianwei's prior sentiments. With no other recourse, she attempted to reach out to Xianwei through secret methods. Suddenly, she was struck dumb. Despair etched across her face. She hastily exclaimed, "I'm sorry, my soul has sustained further injury. I truly cannot make contact." Initially, it had been possible to reach out. However, a wave of diminished goodwill had plunged her soul back into a severely wounded state. Gazing at the indifferent man before her, the golden divine sword hovered in the void. Her white hair billowed in her agitation. Chu Feng, upon hearing her words, cast a languid glance her way. There are 4 breaths left. Su Ji bit her lip, the crimson blood trickling forth. This was not a mere injury from her bite, but rather a manifestation of her soul's grievous wounds. Yet, Su Ji could no longer afford to dwell on the agony of her spirit. Chu Feng's intent was clear. He expected her to devise a solution. The thought of what might transpire if she failed to connect sent shivers down her spine. Regret gnawed at her. Why had she not acquiesced to his request from the outset? Above all, she must reach Xianwei. She racked her brain for alternative methods. Ideas intertwined. Numerous plans emerged only to be discarded. The only solution she could conceive was to restore her former state. Yet her current injuries were even more severe than before. Having remained by Xianwei's side for so many years, her wounds had lingered, and rapid recovery seemed nearly impossible. No, there was still one option left: to cultivate this man's favor. As this thought surfaced, her heart quaked. Su Ji, how lowly you are. This man so blatantly seeks to harm your disciple and threatens the annihilation of your entire clan, yet you now wish to curry his favor to become an accomplice. Do you possess no boundaries? No principles? She scolded herself repeatedly in her mind. With reddened eyes, she gazed at the floating imperial sword. 3 breaths. The gentle yet chilling voice of Chu Feng resonated, embodying an unyielding essence akin to the celestial Tao of the heavenly realm. As I recalled, previously complimenting him could enhance affection. Su Ji took a deep breath, forcing a strained yet radiant smile. Chu Feng, you are indeed a good person. Chu Feng regarded her with calm indifference. Chu Feng, you are truly handsome. Chu Feng, you. Despite Su Ji's gentle nature, she struggled with flattery. Chu Feng frowned. If you cannot articulate, you might as well be mute. The awkward exchange of compliments bore no fruit, resulting in a decline of goodwill instead. Chu Feng harbors disdain for your actions. Your rapport with him diminishes, and your task completion rate decreases by 1. Su Ji's countenance darkened. The reduction in goodwill exacerbated her injuries. This was a blunder. The torment was not merely of the spirit, but also a profound fear of the heart. No, she could not allow this to persist. What other methods could there be to foster goodwill? In a flash, her mind raced, and she recalled a possibility: physical contact. Momentarily stunned, she felt as if she might shatter her silver teeth. Time was of the essence. She swiftly floated to Chu Feng, grasping his fingers. The warmth of his touch contradicted his cold demeanor, providing solace to her frigid spirit. Yet, goodwill remained unchanged. Su Ji, holding on to him, found herself at a loss. 2 breaths passed. Chu Feng's gaze remained indifferent. Physical contact bore no fruit. As she beheld his sharply defined features, icy and alluring, she recalled the dreadful repercussions of his wrath. With a determined heart, she embraced Chu Feng, her body pressing against him like a charging force. You embraced Chu Feng. Goodwill increases, and your injuries begin to mend. Chu Feng lowered his gaze upon her, his expression as frigid as a statue. Effective. A spark of joy ignited within Su Ji. The familiar warmth surged forth, initiating the healing of her spirit. Yet, it was insufficient. She realized that the newfound warmth was wholly inadequate to restore her injuries to their previous state. Some boundaries needed to be relaxed for the sake of salvation. Such leniency could be understood. 1 breath. The cold voice echoed again. Clutching Chu Feng, she studied his chiseled visage. Despite his harsh demeanor, Su Ji could not deny the unique allure exuded by his stoic expression. Taking a deep breath, she gently rose on her toes. Her delicate lips pressed firmly against his. The icy chill of her spirit intertwined with Chu Feng's searing warmth, creating a tempest of contrasting sensations. You kissed Chu Feng. Goodwill increases, your injuries begin to mend. The destined heroine Su Ji has thrown herself into your embrace. Your fondness for her has increased slightly, and your current task completion rate stands at 5. After a brief moment, Su Ji, the destined female protagonist, initiated a kiss, causing your fondness for her to increase slightly, with the current task completion at 10. 10 breaths later, Chu Feng forcefully pushed Su Ji away, his gaze icy as he declared, "You despicable woman, have you taken enough advantage? To resort to such vile tactics to delay time, do you not feel any shame?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's frigid words, Su Ji's lips were swollen, tears cascading down her cheeks like glistening pearls. How could such shameless individuals exist in this world? Having suffered such a significant loss, as a sole entity, her lips bruised. Yet he still accused her of taking advantage? Faced with Chu Feng's indifferent stare, she found herself lacking the capacity for further contemplation or engaging in a verbal spar with him. Time had already passed. She could not afford to let him reconsider. She summoned a pure divine light from her soul. Before long, a hazy mist began to envelop her spirit. Within the mist, an exceedingly vague figure emerged. "Is that the teacher? Are you well?" A familiar voice resonated in the presence of Chu Feng. Chapter 125. Xuanwei's confidence upon hearing Xuanwei's voice. Su Ji felt the sting of tears welling up. Looking at her disheveled state, how could she possibly feel well? Yet, the moment Xuanwei's words reached her, a weight lifted from her heart. The tone was light and confident, tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. Based on her understanding of Xianwei, it seemed she had survived a calamity and perhaps stumbled upon a fortunate encounter once more. In the past, Su Ji would have felt joyous for Xianwei, but now, observing the smile that crept upon the man's lips upon reconnecting with her, a chill coursed through her entire being. With Xuanwei's strength and cunning, she was hardly a match for this man. "Teacher, can you hear me?" Xuanwei's anxious voice broke the silence as Su Ji remained unresponsive for a prolonged moment. "Follow my instructions." Su Ji opened her mouth, and the cold, detached voice of Chu Feng resonated in her ears. Hastily, she complied with his words and replied to Xianwei, "I am fine for now. How about you? Have you found the protection of the willow deity?" "Hee, you wouldn't believe it, teacher. But on my way to the domain of the willow deity, I discovered an ancient relic. This site is exceedingly old, and I suspect it to be the tomb of an immortal king. It is extraordinarily concealed, and that Chu Feng could never hope to capture me within the time of the immortal source. If fortune favors me, perhaps by the time I emerge, I may not even require the willow deity's assistance. Where are you now? I will find a way to rescue you." Xuanwei's voice soon followed, brimming with joy at having secretly established contact with her teacher, affirming that everything was under control. They had endured too much together, already devising contingency plans for such unforeseen circumstances. Although the losses were significant this time, she had once again turned misfortune into fortune, perhaps even advancing further. In Xuanwei's eyes, as long as she coordinated with her teacher, vanquishing that wretched Chu Feng and reclaiming the immortal source along with her teacher was merely a matter of time. Su Ji's expression stiffened upon hearing this. "Where am I now?" "In Chu Feng's embrace." The man's smile instilled a sense of unease within her, prompting her to draw back slightly. Chu Feng, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, remarked, "You found an opportunity Haven to you? Truly the destined protagonist. After escaping for so long, I noticed Xianwei suddenly falling into a crevice, losing all sense of her presence. At that moment, I surmised she might not even need to go to the domain of the Willow deity to find a way to escape. After Xie Yuan came and went, Xianwei had still not arrived at the domain of the Willow deity, confirming his speculation. However, he was unperturbed. One could escape the monk, but never the temple. The grandfather of the fated protagonist was now in his grasp. Where could Xianwei run? Thus, he had merely given Su Ji a slight nudge, and indeed, he had rediscovered Xianwei. Embracing Su Ji, he gently grasped her smooth, delicate arm and softly spoke, prompting Su Ji, like a marionette, to follow suit, declaring, "I have now returned to the immortal realm with him." The power of the celestial source appears to be bound by certain limitations. After its utilization, one must promptly return to the realm of Xian to replenish it. Upon hearing this, Xianwei, without a hint of doubt, found it aligned with her suspicions. She scoffed. A fool relying on external forces. His success is merely a result of surprise, taking advantage of our carelessness. Master, once I emerge from the ruins, I shall come to the realm of Xian to rescue you. Sensing the presence of that enormous hand, as it meandered along the arm towards the interior, Su Ji gasped and instinctively cried out, "No?" Chu Feng feels aversion towards your actions. Your affinity with him decreases, and your task completion rate diminishes by 1. Chu Feng frowned slightly, and Su Ji, startled, promptly reiterated his instructions to Xianwei. Do not linger too long in the ruins. As Chu Feng's celestial source power restores, you will be at a disadvantage. It would be prudent to seek refuge in the sword domain as soon as possible, and do not pursue Lu Shan any further. After speaking, Su Ji fell into a daze. What did he mean? Why was he advising Xianwei to flee? Moreover, why was he discouraging her from seeking Xianwei? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Su Ji, leaving her pale-faced. This man had an uncanny grasp of human emotions. Given her understanding of Xianwei, who had just acquired the legacy of the ruins and was aware that Chu Feng relied on celestial source power, she knew Xianwei would not regard him highly. Yet, at this moment, advising Xianwei to escape to the sword domain and not pursue Lu Shan was bound to be met with resistance. Indeed, Xuanwei's displeased voice soon echoed, "Master, you find yourself in peril. How could I possibly abandon you? You have no idea of the benefits I have discovered within this ruin. There are 10 complete celestial monarch-level secret realm pearls, over 100 quasi-celestial king talismans, and a quasi-celestial king treasure. Such treasures are beyond the reach of a mere cur like Chu Feng, who relies on external forces. He cannot fathom how terrifying my fortune truly is. Rest assured, I will rescue you." As for Lu Shan, having gifted her a purple gold calamity-evading celestial garment, that debt of gratitude shall not go to waste. I will attempt to contact her to deal with Chu Feng. If Lu Shan is willing, Chu Feng's doom will be sealed. Hearing Xuanwei's resounding confidence, Su Ji was rendered speechless. 10 celestial monarch-level secret realm pearls, over 100 quasi-celestial king talismans, a quasi-celestial king treasure? Chu Feng occur? Never seen such things in his life? Others casually toss away treasures like hundreds of celestial monarch secret realms, especially upon hearing Xuanwei's intent to seek Lu Shan to confront Chu Feng. Su Ji opened her mouth several times, wanting to urge her to flee. You have no idea what kind of being you are facing. He is the Celestial Emperor, an immortal celestial king, a terrifying figure whom even the heavenly path of the celestial realm wishes to eliminate. You are the pitiful cur. Regrettably, she was horrified to find that she could not utter a word. Master, the fluctuations of energy within the ruins are unusual. Once I exit, we shall reconnect. Just as Su Ji was about to follow Chu Feng's advice and say something further, Xianwei abruptly ended the call in haste. You were rather dishonest just now, Chu Feng remarked with a faint smile, withdrawing his fingers from Su Ji. Su Ji, in a state of panic, implored, could you possibly spare Xiaowei? She is merely a child, completely unaware of your circumstances. If she were to comprehend the nature of your existence, she would never dare to be so audacious. Chu Feng dismissed her pleas, stating coolly, had I known this earlier, why would I have acted as I did? With a wave of his hand, he lost interest and absorbed Su Ji into the town boundary book. He had already discerned the situation regarding Xianwei. Although there had been some minor mishaps upon entering the ruins, everything was unfolding according to his plan. As for Su Ji, he refrained from employing the celestial Peng's swift speed, not out of pity, but rather because the ethereal connection established through their prior interaction still lacked the authenticity he sought. Furthermore, one must maintain the proper demeanor when executing tasks. He could not afford to grant this woman an easy advantage. In the enigmatic ruins, a shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings, where ancient structures could vaguely be seen layered within the depths of space. Your teacher's situation is more perilous than you might imagine. A wispy voice echoed softly. Xianwei, feeling a chill, abruptly shifted from her earlier jovial demeanor to one of coldness. Humph, with such meager skills. How could one dare to challenge me? Yet, you did seem to believe it earlier, the voice retorted. Had I not reminded you, the outcome could have been dire. Xianwei, agitated, waved her fist. I need no reminders. I had foreseen it myself. Oh, you have discerned something? She continued. It's highly probable that your teacher is aware of Chu Feng's knowledge, perhaps even under his surveillance. Humph, she added, do not underestimate the rapport between my teacher and me. His reactions were rather unsettling. Previously, he was intent on having me contact Lu Shun, and now he suddenly instructs me to leave the immortal realm without seeking Lu Shun. This is illogical. Clearly, this is a signal from my teacher. The ethereal voice remarked. No wonder you deliberately omitted many details when reporting to your teacher. You were indeed cautious. Xianwei scoffed. I am not foolish. If my teacher were nearby, it would be a different matter. However, being in the hands of enemies, how could I possibly speak the truth? My recent acquisitions are exceedingly formidable. 20 immortal sovereign-level secret realm pearls, 50 immortal king-level talismans, and 1 inferior grade immortal king spiritual treasure. This is something that Chu Feng, that mutt, could scarcely imagine. If only he were to know the truth, I would relish witnessing his astonishment. She ground her teeth in frustration. If it were not for the immortal source being seized by a junior like Chu Feng, he would amount to nothing. The way you flaunt my possessions truly vexes me. However, your reasoning does hold merit. After departing from this place, do you intend to seek out that Lu Xun? Xianwei responded without hesitation. I had originally intended to avoid seeking Lu Xun after having escaped danger. Yet, given Chu Feng's evident trepidation, he must indeed fear Lu Xun, and thus, I shall certainly pursue him. Lu Xun may not necessarily be weaker than I. Release me, and I shall ensure your safety. What say you? I could also rescue your teacher. Upon hearing that eerie voice, Xianwei resolutely declined. I know not your origins. Abandon such thoughts. You may remain here to await your demise. Ah, truly a heartless little creature. You have taken my legacy and treasures, yet harbor no gratitude, and even wish to keep me sealed here. The voice lamented, feigning sorrow. Xianwei dismissed the sentiment, her tone icy. I am leaving now. May fortune favor you in your solitude. The voice fell silent as Xianwei stepped onto the teleportation array she had repaired, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a small, inky black sword shot towards her, cold and serpentine, exuding an aura of terror. Xianwei furrowed her brow, her presence rising to formidable heights. Do not be hasty. You are the unparalleled innate chaos sword body. I have no desire for my heir to perish. If you find yourself in dire straits, this sword talisman may aid you. The dark sword hovered beside Xianwei, its menacing aura dissipating, transforming into a docile creature circling her. Observing this, Xianwei's cold demeanor softened momentarily, a flicker of emotion crossing her features. Thank you, old ghost. Once I break through to the immortal king realm, I shall return to free you. With her words spoken, the teleportation array activated, and she vanished without a trace. The immortal king realm, you say? In the pitch-black void, a sigh echoed softly before silence reclaimed the space. On the vast, desolate earth, clouds loomed ominously. A figure tore through the fabric of space, appearing abruptly. Xianwei sensed the rich celestial energy around her and the barren land, exhaling in relief. I have emerged. The pressure from that old ghost had been overwhelming. Within the ruins, she felt she had danced on the brink of death at least 3 to 5 times. At last, she had finally liberated herself from that old ghost and gained significant rewards. Most importantly, the threat that had shadowed her had vanished completely. Although her teacher might be under control, it appeared he had indeed divulged crucial information. Chu Feng had returned to the Xian realm. Should she seek out the goddess Lu next? Xianwei pondered. Suddenly, a jade artifact in her bosom stirred. She looked down, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Xie Yuan? What could this fool want with me? Chapter 126. A man should treat himself better. The sudden contact from Xie Yuan took Xian Wei by surprise. She promptly reached into her bosom to retrieve the vibrating jade artifact. With her thumb and forefinger, she held the exquisite piece, its contours resembling the renowned spatial beast of the celestial realm, the imperial goose. Its rotund form, adorned with black and white feathers, sturdy legs, and a plump belly radiating a unique iridescence, concealed a diminutive button beneath the vibrant glow. The luminescence at that moment morphed into the three large characters, Xia, Alliance Leader. This artifact facilitated ultra-long-distance communication and was exceedingly rare, with each crafted piece resulting in the cruel demise of an imperial goose. With a gentle press of her finger, the jade emitted a vast expanse of celestial energy, and a silhouette gradually materialized amidst the swirling mists. It bore prominent ears and small, twinkling eyes, a smile gracing its features that made it quite agreeable upon first glance. Xia, Alliance Leader, it has been quite some time. Do you seek my assistance? She mused, envisioning her mentor and allowing a soft smile to grace her lips. As the smile blossomed, the fair-featured Xian Wei radiated an added brilliance, enhancing her beauty significantly. Although she privately regarded Xie Yuan as a benefactor, she would never outwardly express such sentiments, not even to her esteemed teacher. After all, Xie Yuan's status as a celestial second-generation elite positioned him favorably. Cultivating a good rapport with him could yield numerous advantages within the celestial realm. Ha ha ha, Miss Xian, I have delightful news to share with you. The ethereal figure of Xie Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, raising his hand. He held a deep admiration for Xian Wei, finding her distinct from other women, possessing a bold and defiant aura. Before her, a brilliantly red and gilded invitation materialized, formed from the quivering belly of the jade artifact. Xia, Alliance Leader, what is this? Xian Wei inquired, her eyes glinting as she grasped the invitation, her gaze drawn to the glaring four characters, Celestial King, Grand Ceremony. Despite having seen it, she feigned ignorance, her demeanor now tinged with a touch of restraint, her voice softened slightly. A few days prior, the Celestial King rankings had been updated, and two formidable Celestial Kings had emerged from beyond the realms. One of them has already been arranged by our Sword Alliance, and in 3 days, we shall commence the Celestial King Grand Ceremony. As the leader of the Xian Maiden sect, your attendance is essential, he emphasized, his tone laden with significance. Another Celestial King is holding a grand ceremony in our celestial realm? Xie Yuan nodded affirmatively. As if recalling something, he quickly added, it would be best for this event to be lively. Your higher-ups from the Xian Maiden sect are welcome to attend. Xian Wei's heart stirred at his words. Why would the other senior members of the Xian Maiden sect be invited to the Celestial King Grand Ceremony? Was Xie Yuan attempting to leverage the gathering to bestow more treasures and strengthen their bond? He was indeed quite thoughtful. She opened the invitation, her eyes tracing the intricate ancient characters of the celestial realm, feigning surprise as she remarked, the Grand Ceremony of the God of Willows? I had anticipated this. It was not difficult to deduce. In the realm of immortals, there are but a few sovereigns, with only the illustrious Lu Shun and the enigmatic yet formidable Heavenly Emperor making their presence known recently. This presents a splendid opportunity. I intend to seek Lu Shun's assistance in rescuing my esteemed mentor. To my surprise, the Sword Alliance has proven remarkably effective, persuading Lu Shun to host the Grand Ceremony of the Immortals, where she will journey to the domain of Lu Shun, amidst the gaze of the multitude, to present a significant gift. As the saying goes, it is not amiss to offer gifts in abundance. Thus I, Xian Wei, shall certainly attend. Xie Yuan, observing the situation, chuckled lightly. Ah, Miss Xian, it is indeed a rare occasion when an invincible sovereign like Lu Shun convenes such a grand ceremony. You must be punctual in your attendance. She closed the invitation, gazing at the figure of Xie Yuan, which bore a hint of anticipation, and gently furrowed her brow, responding with subtlety. I appreciate your consideration. Alliance Leader Xie. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly endeavor to attend. Xie Yuan was taken aback by her words. If the opportunity arises? This insinuated a possibility of absence. Your grandfather has prepared a surprise for you. Perhaps you may even be the protagonist at the grand ceremony. Should you choose not to attend, it would not bode well for me, as your uncle. He had not expected Xian Wei to express such sentiments, leaving him in a quandary. Anyone could forego attending the grand ceremony, but Xian Wei's absence would indeed be troublesome. It was not a matter of fearing Chu Feng. Brother Chu was amiable and would not take offense. However, Lu Xin's cold demeanor was another matter entirely, and her fondness for Chu Feng meant that if he were displeased, it could lead to an awkward situation for all involved at the ceremony. He hastily urged, "Miss Xian, do not entertain the notion of absence. Your talent is unparalleled, and you possess the demeanor of a sovereign. Should you be fortunate enough to catch Lu Xin's eye, it would be a blessing." Xian Wei sighed. "I shall do my utmost, but recently, a thief has pilfered my sect's treasured artifact, causing unrest within the ranks. My mind is rather unsettled. I fear that if I attend the grand ceremony in such a state, I may inadvertently offend Lu Xun, which would be far worse." Xie Yuan was astonished. "The treasured artifact of your sect was stolen? This is no trivial matter. Miss Xian, do you require the assistance of the Sword Alliance? That will not be necessary. I shall manage it myself," Xian Wei replied, her displeasure palpable. She had hoped to leverage the Sword Alliance's influence to create some difficulties for Chu Feng. The words had been on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. The Sword Alliance is the most powerful faction in the immortal realm. While using others as instruments can be advantageous, one must be discerning about which tools to employ. Xie Yuan is the alliance leader, yet above him are several formidable sovereigns, none of whom are to be trifled with. Should they perceive that she intends to exploit Xie Yuan, the repercussions could be perilous. Xian Wei had originally planned to use this topic to extract some advantage from Xie Yuan, but to her dismay, he remained oblivious. Seeing her disinterest, Xie Yuan resignedly nodded. "Very well, Miss Xian, I have other factions to invite. Until the grand ceremony." "Indeed. Until we meet again, Alliance Leader Xie," Xian Wei replied, her expression cooling. She had initially wished to discuss her previous report to the Sword Alliance regarding Chu Feng's misuse of the Heavenly Emperor's name. But Xie Yuan's lack of perception had dampened her enthusiasm. "Enough, calculating Chu Feng, she has her own methods. Xian Wei has always been thorough in her actions, preparing for all contingencies. Although she has already decided to seek assistance from the God of Willow, if he declines, she must explore other avenues. Chu Feng has returned to the Xin realm, yet he will inevitably come again. The immortal realm is her domain, and having previously suffered due to carelessness, she shall not grant him another opportunity." Xie Yuan ended the communication without further contact, instead grasping the Imperial Goose Jade artifact, lost in thought. "Miss Xian, you seem somewhat displeased? It appears to be regarding the lost treasure, which indeed holds considerable value. Given her background, it could very well be a quasi-immortal king's spiritual treasure. It is fortunate I did not act impulsively earlier, or else she would be even more irked. I shall reach out to her the day before the immortal king's ceremony." Xie Yuan tossed the emerald jade rui in his hand. Upon hearing about the loss of Xian Wei's precious item, he had indeed contemplated gifting her something to lift her spirits. However, upon reflection, he realized that her background is not vastly inferior to his own. Gifting her a treasure might lead her to underestimate him. Such an endeavor would be thankless labor, best reserved for someone else. As Xie Yuan prepared to put it away, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixated on the handle of the jade rui, where he noticed spiderweb-like cracks. "Odd. This is a true immortal-grade artifact I procured from my mother's divine vault. How could it possess blemishes?" He traced his fingers along the surface, allowing his consciousness to delve within. Before long, the jade rui trembled violently in his grasp, and the cracks on the handle began to spread. With a sharp crack, the handle erupted in golden brilliance, and the jade rui was destroyed. Yet, Xie Yuan's spirit lifted, as he felt an influx of new knowledge in his mind. "I never expected this true immortal artifact contained a technique for crafting at the immortal king level." He felt a surge of relief. Though he harbored some fondness for Xian Wei, the degradation of skills in the immortal realm makes the immortal king-level crafting technique exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Not only he, but even his father would covet such a skill. Presenting it to Xian Wei would be less beneficial than utilizing it for himself. Indeed, sometimes a man ought to treat himself with a bit more kindness. In high spirits, Xie Yuan hummed a tune, securing the Imperial Goose Jade artifact in hand, and began to contact another prominent figure in the immortal realm. Meanwhile, within the Xian realm, Chu Feng suddenly received a system notification. "Due to your actions, the destined protagonist Xian Wei has lost a significant opportunity, resulting in a decrease of her fate value by 50,000. You have received 2 fate treasure chests." Xian Wei swiftly traversed the clouds and waves, riding the ancient immortal formation, journeying through vast domains of the immortal realm. Arriving at a region known as the Zhu domain, this expanse is home to numerous small worlds. With yellow sands swirling in the air, countless perilous phenomena manifest sporadically. Yet, this place is renowned as a divine mind domain within the immortal realm, where countless powerful factions enslave multitudes of immortals to mine for divine ores year-round. The grand sect initiated by her, the Xianin sect, is situated in the southeastern direction of the Zhu domain, renowned as a formidable force within the realm. Xianwei flickered into existence, landing in a dedicated small world belonging to the Xianin sect. Sectmaster. Soon, several figures radiating the aura of celestial lords emerged. Cloaked in black robes, they were all women. Xianwei approached the center of the grand hall and took her seat, casting her gaze downward at a short-haired woman. Despite her cropped locks, the woman exuded an undeniable charm and beauty. Xianwei raised her hand, summoning a shimmering beam of divine light. In an instant, a strikingly handsome man clad in black, tall and imposing, appeared before the high-ranking members of the Xianin sect. His name was Chu Feng, a thief who had pilfered a treasured artifact from our sect. His strength was at the initial stage of the Celestial Lord realm. Xianwei paused momentarily, realizing that, bolstered by the celestial essence, she found it challenging to gauge Chu Feng's true power. However, upon deeper reflection, she concluded that it could not possibly exceed her own cultivation. The initial stage of Celestial Lord was indeed formidable. Kaiyu, deploy all resources of the Xianin sect and inform all our allied forces. Issue a bounty for this man, Xianwei declared coldly. The high-ranking members of the Xianin sect exchanged glances, diligently noting down the information regarding Chu Feng. The short-haired woman, Kaiyu, nodded in agreement, well-versed in her sect master's style, recognizing that Chu Feng was likely a nefarious character who had brought misfortune upon himself by provoking the sect master. She inquired, "What shall the bounty be, sect master?" Currently, Xianwei had just returned from an ancient relic, brimming with wealth. With a grand wave of her hand, she proclaimed, 3 Celestial Lord Realm secret pearls, 5 Celestial King level talismans, and 10 Celestial Lord Spirit treasures. The high-ranking members of the Xianin sect were taken aback. Such an extravagant reward indicated a deep-seated enmity. Kaiyu promptly stated, "I will see to it immediately." Xianwei let out a cold laugh. The bounty was merely the beginning. She possessed other means to implement, coincidentally leveraging the Celestial King ceremony as an opportunity. Observing Kaiyu's departure, Xianwei issued further instructions. "Prepare yourselves. In 2 days, we shall journey to the Lu Divine Domain to attend the Celestial King ceremony hosted by the Lu deity." The high-ranking members of the Xianin sect were once again astonished. The Lu deity's Celestial King ceremony. Indeed, the sect master was formidable. She had the honor to participate in such an esteemed event, given the Lu deity's extraordinary emergence. Xianwei, witnessing their awe, smiled proudly, reveling in the accolades she rightfully deserved. Chapter 127. The duel with Chu Feng. The sky was clear, and the air was fresh, stretching infinitely under the sunlit expanse. Today, within the celestial realm, a domain ruled by an immortal king shone brilliantly like a radiant sun, captivating the attention of all. Figures surged forth like meteors racing against the sun, emanating an aura of formidable power, with even the weakest among them being celestial lords. Those lacking sufficient strength and status were entirely unqualified to partake in the grand ceremony of the immortal king. The domain of the Lu Divine today was enveloped in layers of mist from all directions, save for one spot where flowing clouds crowned the summit. A golden portal serving as the entrance, resonating with countless celestial melodies. The enormous gate stood closed at this moment. As these figures approached the Lu Divine Domain, they converged upon this gate, restraining their auras in a show of respect as they descended slowly. In the celestial realm, circles of distinction were clearly defined. With the gate yet to open, some of the earlier arrivals sought familiar faces, engaging in casual conversations. "Celestial Lord Qinglong, it has been a while. Your powers have evidently advanced. Ha ha ha, little Saint Lord, you are no slouch yourself. When shall we have another duel? Gentlemen, today marks the grand ceremony of the immortal king. I implore you to extend our sword alliance some courtesy. How about engaging in discussions regarding the gifts we shall bestow upon the Lu Divine?" Gifts. The Lu Divine is an invincible immortal king. Naturally, we must present the finest treasures. Patience, when the auspicious hour arrives, you shall know. Oh, by the heavens. Jinfeng, you have actually joined the Sword Alliance? Hee, it was a stroke of luck to receive an invitation from the Alliance leader. Today, I am responsible for the reception at the Immortal King's ceremony. I hope for your support in this endeavor. Laughter echoed amidst their banter. Before the arrival of the Immortal King, the most prominent figures present belonged to the circle of peak celestial lords, all of whom stood on the precipice of ascending to the realm of immortal kings, their mere presence enough to intimidate many other celestial lords. At that moment, a youth clad in azure, with a tear mark at the corner of her eye, stood out vividly, radiating a five-colored divine light akin to a resplendent peacock. Arriving amidst a throng of admirers, the master of the Xian sect has arrived. Oh, I did not expect the master of the Xian sect to grace us with her presence. She is undoubtedly the most exceptional celestial lord in our realm today. Perhaps she will catch the Lu Divine's eye. How enviable. It is said that her talent in the sword path is divine, and she has even received an invitation from the sword domain to participate in the sword trials. Indeed, those who partake in the sword trials and survive are guaranteed to ascend to the rank of Immortal King, and they will be highly regarded by the great clans of the sword domain. Should she return after her training, she will undoubtedly become a peak Immortal King. A peak Immortal King? As long as she does not fall, the prospect of becoming an invincible Immortal King is within reach. Xianwei had arrived, her popularity in the celestial realm soaring. Even the venerable celestial lord Qinglong and others among the peak celestial lords could not match her level of attention. Hearing the discussions around her, Xianwei raised her chin with pride, occasionally nodding to certain powerful celestial lords. After offering a few words of guidance to her fellow disciples from the Xian sect behind her, she descended to the gathering of celestial lord Qinglong and the others. Master of the Xian sect, it is good to see you again. Master of the Xian sect, I have heard that your sect has discovered a significant mine in the Zhu domain. Congratulations. Oh, recently, I heard that a wondrous ice crystal mine has emerged in the realm of Zhuyu, unexpectedly discovered by the Xiannu sect. Sect Master Xian, I shall arrange for a batch of mining slaves to be sent to you as a congratulatory gift. I hope you will not find it distasteful. Hee. I too shall offer a set, especially since the surge of spiritual energy from the lower realms has led to the ascension of numerous wild emperors over the past millennia. The esteemed Qinglong Immortal Lord, along with the likes of the young saint, greeted Xianwei warmly with smiles. Though the celestial realm is rife with conflict at their level, interpersonal relationships hold greater significance. Xianwei, lacking any substantial background, has reached this pinnacle, even garnering the favor of the sword domain and the opportunity to participate in trials. Such an extraordinary prodigy, with boundless potential, immediately became the cherished focus of all, enjoying the treatment befitting a protagonist. Although Xianwei harbors a disdain for men, it is primarily directed towards those who are ineffectual and foolish. The high-quality gentlemen like Qinglong Immortal Lord are of an entirely different ilk, and she finds pleasure in engaging with them. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. I shall graciously accept your offerings, she responded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. In that moment, she felt as if illuminated by a spotlight, relishing the sensation. Sect Master Xian, what peculiar items are your vice sect masters distributing? It seems rather lively, remarked Jinfeng Immortal Lord, who was tasked with maintaining order at the Jianming, glancing in surprise at the commotion not far away. Accompanying Xianwei were the high-ranking members of the Xiannu sect, who seemed to be engaged in some peculiar activity while conversing with other immortal lords. Qinglong Immortal Lord cast his gaze over, curiosity evident in his eyes, as he observed three immortal lords gathered around a square cloud platform formed from a mass of clouds. Amidst an atmosphere of joviality, "Sorry, I have one," declared a short-haired woman from the Xiannu sect, casually dropping several thin sheets made of pale blue spiritual crystals. Instantly, the other two immortal lords sighed in defeat, each producing a bulging pouch. One of them, still reluctant to concede, exclaimed, "This dragon duel is indeed amusing. Let us go again." Caillou smiled gently as she gathered the scattered blue spiritual crystals from the cloud platform before her, her hands weaving through the air with ethereal grace, directing another round towards the two immortal lords. "Ha! I have triumphed. Hand over the spiritual crystals, quickly. This game is delightful." Xianingzi, Might you provide me with a jade token for this dragon duel later? I can compensate you. It is a dragon duel, not a Chu Feng duel. If my friend enjoys it, I shall send you some later. No need to discuss money. Such matters are rather mundane. In the distance, similar sounds of laughter and exasperation echoed, surprising several peak immortal lords. Qinglong Immortal Lord expressed interest. The Chu Feng duel seems quite intriguing. Sect Master Xian, is this one of your latest whimsical inventions? Xianwei chuckled softly. It is but a trivial matter, a battle against a dragon, if you will. Should you be interested, I shall bestow upon you some shortly. With a casual gesture, several stacks of azure spirit crystals materialized in her divine sea, which she distributed among the Qinglong Immortal Lord and the young saint. How could we possibly take advantage of you, esteemed Xian sect leader? Let us exchange, the young saint said, presenting a genuine immortal-grade treasure to Xianwei. Young saint, you are far too courteous, Xianwei replied with a smile as she accepted the offering, while the other immortal lords also graciously contributed genuine immortal treasures. To them, such items held little significance. The young saint examined the azure spirit crystal. The material was rather unremarkable, barely reaching the immortal tier. Yet, the design was striking, depicting a man in a black robe. The man wore a smile as he stood upon the surface of the spirit crystal. Beside him were the characters for greed, and in the upper right and lower left corners, the number black 8 from the immortal realm was etched. On the other side, the Qinglong Immortal Lord held a blue spirit crystal, featuring the same black-clad man, yet inscribed with the word lust and the numbers red 5 in the corners. After scrutinizing for a moment, the Jinfeng Immortal Lord finally discerned, this appears to be a bounty notice from your Xin sect? He further discovered that one could probe the crystal with divine thought. He casually delved into a lust card, and immediately, a line of bold text appeared. Lust Chu Feng, in the immortal realm of Linlang City, has plundered hundreds of female immortals, committing heinous acts for several days, subsequently silencing all witnesses. The Xian sect hereby issues a bounty. Those with information may shatter this card to make contact. Nearby, the young saint also probed a blue spirit crystal. This card bore the charge of greed. Greed Chu Feng, in the immortal realm of Zhuyu, forcibly seized 3 major mines of the Xian sect, slaying over 100 mining emperors, a crime of unfathomable magnitude. The Xian sect hereby issues a bounty. Those who eliminate this scoundrel may shatter this card to claim the following rewards. Beyond these, numerous other charges were listed: arrogance, wrath, jealousy. Each card was laden with egregious crimes and atrocious deeds that incited outrage. The Qinglong Immortal Lord's gaze hardened, and he scoffed. This Chu Feng truly is a scourge among immortals, having committed such a multitude of transgressions. The young saint nodded in agreement. Yet he was more impressed by the ingenuity of the azure spirit crystals. What a remarkable invention. This contest against Chu Feng, with its straightforward rules and intricate arrays inscribed, is impossible to probe with divine thought, making it an exceptionally accessible form of entertainment. With a smile, Xianwei emphasized, this item is known as dragon slaying, and Chu Feng is merely the most notorious among those currently wanted by our sect. Once he faces justice, it will be replaced with other bounty notices. For now, we are merely trialing its effectiveness. Should it prove successful, we welcome all to publish their own notices. Upon hearing Xuanwei's words, the Qinglong Immortal Lord remarked, it is truly ingenious of you, sect leader, to employ such a method to promote your sect's bounty notices. I am certain that before long, this Chu Feng will become infamous throughout the immortal realm, a target of universal disdain. Little Saint Monarch nodded repeatedly, having long been aware of the extraordinary intellect of Master Xian. Today, upon witnessing it firsthand, he found it truly remarkable. Even a mere game could be transformed into something extraordinary. If I were to encounter that Chu Feng, I would certainly intervene to subdue him. Xian Wei's smile grew ever more radiant, blossoming with an inexplicable sense of superiority. In her mind, the array of resources she could summon was vast beyond measure. These were merely trifles from her previous life, yet in this realm of cultivation, they represented a novel and imaginative concept. As the Azure Dragon Immortal Monarch stated, with just such a small trinket, she could render Chu Feng infamous in the celestial realm, a target of universal scorn. Even if he could temporarily attain the status of a mortal king through the use of celestial essence, in the presence of someone adept at manipulating hearts, he would merely be yet another plaything. Recollecting her thoughts and glancing at the intrigued celestial lords, she expressed her gratitude. Then I shall trouble the Saint Monarch. Shall we partake in this game as well? Upon hearing her suggestion, the Lord of Lu Shenyu, finding himself with idle time, decided to indulge in this little diversion. Immediately, apart from the Lord of Jinfeng, who was tasked with maintaining order, Xianwei swiftly engaged in a contest against the other two celestial lords. Half an hour later, under the auspices of the Xiannu sect, the entrance of Lu Shenyu buzzed with activity, the sounds rising and falling in a lively chorus. The Lord of Jinfeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, reinforced the barriers to muffle the noise. He sensed that something was amiss. Yet, given Xianwei's amicable relationship with the alliance leader, he deemed it a trivial matter. Attempting to halt their revelry would be a thankless endeavor. Apologies, esteemed guests. I have been caught up in pressing affairs and have arrived late. Suddenly, a resonant and gentle voice echoed from the heavens. Oh, what is it that you are all engaged in? Xie Yuan approached, observing the celestial lords in clusters, reveling in their merriment, and rather than being angered, he inquired with curiosity. The Lord of Zhenfeng bowed respectfully to Xie Yuan, stating, Alliance leader, they are playing against Chu Feng. Chapter 128. Disrespect. Although Xianwei emphasized that this little game was called Dragon Slayer, the cards bore the image of a certain villain named Chu Feng. Jinfeng, the immortal monarch, had observed this for a while and, having grown accustomed to the moniker Fighting Chu Feng, instinctively uttered it. What? Fighting? Fighting what? Xie Yuan, who had hurriedly arrived, thought he had misheard. His heart jolted, and he quickly inquired again. Fighting Chu Feng, Zhenfeng replied casually. This is a new game developed by Miss Xian. It's quite entertaining. The alliance leader of the immortal realm has yet to arrive at an auspicious hour. Would you care to join? Alliance leader Xie. Greetings, Alliance leader Xie. As the leader of the Sword Alliance, Xie Yuan held considerable standing in the immortal realm. Upon his arrival and the sight of his figure, the immortal lords present laid down their jade tablets and bowed in respect. Alliance leader Xie, you have come. This is Dragon Slayer, not Fighting Chu Feng. At this moment, Xianwei noticed Xie Yuan, set down her jade tablet, and explained with a smile. Xie Yuan was bewildered. Did others not know who Chu Feng was? He certainly did. This was his grandfather. Whether it was Dragon Slayer or Fighting Chu Feng, both bore unfortunate connotations. How could one jest about their grandfather's name? Though Xie Yuan harbored some fear of his parents, he was, at his core, an individual who valued propriety. After hearing Xianwei's explanation, he felt a surge of anger. This sentiment intensified when Zhenfeng presented a Dragon Slayer jade tablet before Xie Yuan. Upon taking it and glancing at it, his hands trembled uncontrollably. By heavens, it truly bears the likeness of my esteemed ancestor. Upon recognizing the man in black on the card, Xie Yuan was rendered speechless. Who was Chu Yanzu? He was the beloved partner of the goddess Lu and Xianwei's own grandfather. Xie Yuan had long been aware of Xianwei's rebellious nature, but discovering that she had inscribed her grandfather's likeness on a game card for amusement made him realize just how far her defiance had gone. This was a profound disrespect. If the goddess Lu were to see this, as he instinctively traced the patterns on the card and sensed the enchantment, his thoughts inadvertently fell upon the inscriptions. Xie Yuan's hand weakened. With a soft thud, the jade tablet slipped from his grasp. Before it could touch the ground, it was obliterated by his divine sense. How audacious! Do you harbor such animosity toward your grandfather? His expression turned icy, his chest heaving with anger. His gaze suddenly fixed upon the astonished Xianwei, sharp as a hawk's, and he exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? How could you inscribe such nonsensical things about your grandfather on a jade tablet? Have you not considered the repercussions if this were to spread? Xie Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. He had already expressed himself quite tactfully. Without waiting for Xianwei to speak, he hastily admonished Lord Jinfeng, gesturing towards the other celestial lords. Cease at once. Jinfeng, collect all the jade tokens associated with this Dragon Slayer. Lord Jinfeng appeared somewhat bewildered, yet promptly complied, swiftly gathering the tokens. The celestial lords regarded Xie Yuan with a sense of confusion, but given his esteemed position, they reluctantly submitted the tokens despite their reluctance. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Yuan's expression darkened, a rare occurrence. Xianwei possessed the privilege of being willful, but they did not. Chu Feng was the cherished one of the willow deity. Were they courting disaster by engaging in such antics within her domain? As the leader of the Sword Alliance, Xie Yuan had long occupied a position of great authority and held a vast perspective. However, the moment he laid eyes on this dragon-slaying token, he comprehended the potential repercussions of its dissemination. Had it featured someone else, he would have been indifferent. Yet, it bore the name of Chu Feng. How could this woman tarnish her grandfather's reputation in such a manner, especially with the baseless and slanderous accusations inscribed upon it? With his extensive experience in handling affairs, he discerned the falsehood immediately. It was utterly unrealistic, yet it was a matter that could incite profound animosity. Should it spread, the reputation of Xuanwei's grandfather would suffer a significant blow. In severe instances, it might even affect his fate. Xuanwei was taken aback by Xie Yuan's unexpected outburst. Feeling a surge of displeasure as she coldly retorted, "Lord Alliance Master, I employed certain means to issue a wanted notice. Is there a problem? Your interference seems rather excessive." Xie Yuan interjected, "Is this truly a wanted notice? This is a blatant disregard for the truth, a distortion of reality. As immortals, we must uphold integrity and refrain from fabricating lies." Furrowing her brow, Xuanwei found Xie Yuan's behavior today rather erratic. Yet, considering his status, she maintained her composure. "If the Alliance Master disapproves, simply inform me, and I shall retract it. There is no need for such humiliation." Xie Yuan, exasperated, insisted, "It is not about humiliating you. Rather, you ought to behave reasonably. Today is a significant occasion. Do not act recklessly." Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "What is your relationship with Chu Feng?" Without hesitation, Xuanwei replied, "Naturally, we are sworn enemies." "You hail from the same place? Pray tell, what animosity exists between you? Perhaps I could assist you." "He stole something I had nurtured for years." "Very well, you are formidable." With that, Xie Yuan turned to leave. The great fortune-bearer Xie Yuan feels disheartened towards the destined protagonist Xuanwei. Xuanwei suffers a significant loss of opportunity. Her destined value decreases by 100,000. "You have acquired 3 destiny treasure chests." Xuanwei? Xie Yuan, reflecting on the grandfatherly figure that was Chu Feng, had initially anticipated surprising Xuanwei with something delightful. Yet, upon witnessing her outrageous actions, he found her utterly despicable. Now, he finally grasped the situation. No wonder Chu Feng had repeatedly instructed him not to reveal anything to Xuanwei. He had not expected it would unfold in this manner. The granddaughter, in her rebellious nature, was reluctant to attend, even going so far as to tarnish Chu Feng's reputation. Xie Yuan's imagination instantly conjured a melodramatic tale of a defiant granddaughter who stole from her family, ran away from home, and harbored resentment towards her loved ones. Yet, based on his understanding of Xuanwei, she embodied independence, rebellion, and a spirited individuality, unyielded by societal constraints. Her relentless pursuit of success, driven by an indomitable spirit, transformed what were once seen as virtues in Xie Yuan's eyes into manifestations of her audacity. It was truly disheartening. Why must I encounter such tribulations? At that moment, any prior fondness he held for Xuanwei evaporated. His admiration for her stemmed from her lack of connections, her steadfast journey to the present. To his dismay, she revealed a rather disagreeable disposition. If such a headstrong young lady were to become a lifelong companion, Xie Yuan's mind flickered to the images of his parents, then swiftly to Lu Shun and Chu Feng. He instinctively yearned for the harmonious way of life that Chu Feng exemplified. How splendid was the existence of old Master Chu. Xie Yuan lamented, "I may be faring worse than my father. Perhaps it is best to maintain a distance." Upon noticing Xie Yuan's sigh, Xuanwei turned away to confer with Lord Jinfeng, feeling somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Kai Yu, who had arrived at her side unnoticed, offered a comforting whisper, "Senior sister, do not concern yourself. This Xia Alliance leader appears to be nothing more than a lowly man." The term lowly man was a derogatory label used by the Xian Nu sect for subpar males. Faced with the leader of the most formidable power in the celestial realm, Kai Yu spoke without a hint of reverence. Xuanwei felt a swell of gratitude for her junior sister's thoughtfulness, having accompanied her for so many years. She had become quite adept in the ways of the matriarchal path. However, there remained some shortcomings. She responded telepathically, "Junior sister, although Xie Yuan may be a lowly man, he still possesses utility. We need not concern ourselves with his demeanor, but rather acknowledge his value. In the future, we must maintain a good rapport and keep in touch. Understood? We must not reveal a hint of our true thoughts." Caillou nodded slightly, though a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. After years of Xianwei's influence, she had grown even more extreme in her views. Just as the two were engaged in their private exchange, the clouds beneath them suddenly trembled. Lord Jinfeng's voice resonated. Everyone, prepare your gifts. The auspicious hour has arrived, and the domain of Lu Shun will open. The esteemed Lord Lu Shun shall observe you. Should you excel in your performance, fortune may favor you. As his words settled, the clouds surged, and the heavens quaked. The once closed domain gate swung open abruptly. In the next moment, a figure clad in azure appeared in the skies, exuding an imposing presence over the Lu Shun domain. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, surveying all with an air of disdain. The deity of Willow has descended, casting a detached gaze upon Xianwei. Chapter 129. The Divine Willow is gazing at me. As the portal to the realm of the Divine Willow opened, all eyes converged upon the void above. There stood an exquisite woman, her brows delicate as willow branches, her gaze serene yet commanding, surveying all with an air of superiority. Clad in a flowing azure gown that draped elegantly over her statuesque form, the hem swayed to reveal skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, smooth as jade, seemingly devoid of any imperfection. Her long, alabaster legs were sculpted to perfection, embodying the most exquisite curves of this world, evoking a reverent awe that deterred any thought of disrespect. The aura she exuded was overwhelmingly formidable, a woman of unparalleled grace, a true empress. Almost simultaneously, a similar thought surged through the minds of all present. Is this truly the Divine Willow? Indeed, she is one of a kind. Surely, her demeanor is aloof. Engaging with her may prove far more challenging than one might anticipate. Yet, this is the magnificence of an invincible celestial monarch. Merely catching a glimpse makes this journey worthwhile. On the clouds beyond the portal, numerous celestial lords beheld the azure-clad woman in the void, each struck by a multitude of fragmented thoughts. Xianwei, too, beheld the Divine Willow, her mind a blank slate. Having interacted frequently with the powerful, her resolve was far from fragile. She was not merely captivated by the Divine Willow's beauty, but instead felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, nearly rendering her breathless. Yet, within her heart, she felt elated. The Divine Willow is indeed a celestial queen. How splendid! Steady yourself. The Divine Willow is looking at me. Xianwei trembled slightly, struggling to maintain her composure, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. The all-seeing eyes that seemed to disdain everything, surveying all living beings, now appeared to focus solely on her, imparting a sensation that was almost suffocating. It seems the Divine Willow has taken an interest in me. Such an extraordinary woman possesses truly discerning eyes. This overwhelming pressure would likely cause other celestial beings to falter. Yet, within Xianwei's heart, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, her spirit soared with inexplicable excitement. Many celestial beings were present today, including the likes of the Azure Dragon Celestial Lord and the Little Saint Lord, both renowned for their exceptional physiques. She quickly scanned her surroundings, and aside from herself, no one else exhibited any unusual reactions. Why does the Divine Willow not regard anyone else, but choose to focus solely on her? With her vast experience in extraordinary encounters, she was all too familiar with this sensation. The Divine Willow must be drawn to her, recognizing her uniqueness akin to a firefly in the night. Xianwei managed to muster a smile, striving to raise her head to meet the Divine Willow's gaze. Alas, the moment she lifted her gaze to meet the Divine Willow's eyes, she was nearly frozen by the depth of those unyielding orbs. Tears of blood welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Pain seized her very soul. An excruciating torment coursed through Xianwei, contorting her features as she let out a soft cry. Your fated partner, the Divine Willow, has injured the destined protagonist, Xianwei. Her soul has suffered grievous harm, and her destiny value has decreased by 30,000. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. Master Xian, are you all right? A startled exclamation from the young saint echoed in her ears. Xianwei felt excruciating pain, yet she remained silent, quietly producing an exceptionally precious elixir and consuming it swiftly. She sensed the gazes of the young saint and others upon her, forcing a faint smile onto her pale face as the blood streaming from her eyes quickly receded. She gestured to the young saint, explaining, "It's nothing, merely the brilliance of the Lu god. I inadvertently made eye contact." Xianwei did not perceive the Lu god as targeting her. Rather, She acknowledged her own carelessness. The Lu god manifested, revealing her unrivaled celestial might. It was sheer hubris to attempt to meet the gaze of such an invincible celestial monarch. If she truly meant to strike her, a mere thought would suffice to seal her fate, not just the current state of her wounded soul. Yet, Xianwei felt no regret. The moment of eye contact with the Lu god sparked a profound realization within her, which she hoped to digest for potential enlightenment. Upon hearing Xianwei's words, the gathered celestial beings were momentarily taken aback. What? Xianwei was fortunate enough to exchange gazes with the Lu god? To engage in eye contact. Anyone can observe the Lu god, but for the Lu god to choose to regard you, that is something entirely different. Could it be that the Lu god has taken notice of Xianwei? A chill ran through the crowd, their expressions turning solemn. At that moment, from beyond the 9 heavens, the ethereal figure of the blue-clad woman withdrew her gaze with an air of detached grace. Xianwei, is she the one my husband detests? A simple and ordinary yet confident evaluation formed in the Lu god's mind. Had she not feared disrupting her husband's plans, Xianwei would have perished the instant their eyes met. Regaining her composure, the Lu god spoke with serene authority, her words reverberating throughout the Lu god's domain. At the peak of heaven's suppression, outside the immortal observation pavilion, on the 10,000 cloud platform, 1 hour hence, I shall impart teachings. With her declaration, the blue-clad woman's figure dissipated. Instantly, a map of the Lu god's domain appeared in the minds of all present. Excitement surged through the crowd. Teachings. The Lu god is to impart teachings. We are truly fortunate today. Although this celestial monarch was notoriously aloof, her heart was undeniably generous. How splendid! An invincible celestial monarch sharing her wisdom. The gifts I have prepared are certainly worth it. Indeed, I must enhance my offerings, otherwise, it would be a grave oversight. Everyone, let us not dawdle. Let us hasten to present our gifts. Their faces glowed with enthusiasm, eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation. Not far away, Xie Yuan also withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling slightly. Goodness, the Lu god shows remarkable favor to Brother Chu. To impart teachings, how utterly unexpected. Even he had not anticipated that the Lu god would choose to share her wisdom today. At a celestial monarch's gathering, the host could engage in various activities, but typically, after receiving gifts, the simplest course of action was to host a banquet for the guests. Those with thoughtful intentions might bestow opportunities or accept disciples. Some unconventional monarchs might organize a martial competition to select promising talents and offer rewards. But a celestial monarch imparting teachings, now that was truly exceptional. This essentially embodies the utmost sincerity of the immortal king ceremony. An immortal king sharing his cultivation experiences allows everyone present to hear, which is tantamount to bestowing opportunities upon all. Its value is immeasurable. Many immortal kings are preoccupied with their own affairs, lacking the leisure or inclination to engage in such endeavors. It is unexpected that the god of Willow is willing to impart teachings. This was not previously discussed with him. Given his prior interactions with the god of Willow, he is acutely aware of her demeanor, cold and sculptural. She was even reluctant to hold the immortal king ceremony before. So how could she possibly be inclined to teach? Xie Yuan swiftly deduces that it must be due to the god of Willow's partner, his brother Chu, who is resolute and speaks little, managing to win her over. Clearly, this was done deliberately to avoid offending the capricious Xianwei. Brother Chu is truly thoughtful. Xie Yuan cast a glance at Xianwei, who proudly raised her neck like a swan. Previously, he merely perceived her personality. Now that he understands the context, he feels she radiates foolishness. Without your grandfather, the god of Willow wouldn't even spare you a glance. You are nothing of significance. No, I must remind her not to act foolishly when presenting gifts later. After some contemplation, Xie Yuan decided it best to offer a word of caution to Xianwei to prevent any mishaps during the Immortal King ceremony. He instructed the nearby Zhenfeng Immortal Lord to handle the reception diligently. Then, stepping onto the clouds, he approached Xianwei. Seeing Xie Yuan approach her with enthusiasm, Xianwei felt disdain in her heart, but maintained a calm facade, saying, "Alliance leader Xie, shall we go together to present our gifts at Jintian Peak?" With a smile, Xie Yuan nodded. "That is precisely my intention. Let us go together. Then let us proceed together, conversing along the way." Xianwei also smiled, seemingly unaffected by their earlier minor discord. However, her sword shimmered, and she soared directly towards the domain gate on a golden blade. Witnessing her actions, Xie Yuan shook his head helplessly. Were it not for his concern that she might jeopardize the immortal king ceremony he had organized, he would not bother accompanying her. His cultivation was significantly stronger than Xian Wei's, and he immediately employed an elusive teleportation technique, appearing beside her in an instant. Holy cow! Just as he materialized next to Xian Wei, Xie Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Xian Wei, who had been keeping an eye on him, frowned slightly. Finding him lacking in decorum today, startled and overly dramatic. The little Holy Lord and the Azure Dragon Immortal Lord did not behave in such an exaggerated manner. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! The little Holy Lord and Azure Dragon Immortal Lord, following closely behind, echoed his sentiments, their expressions wide-eyed. Not just them, but the Immortal Lords entering behind them also seemed to catch the contagion, exclaiming in surprise. Xian Wei, diverting her gaze from these bothersome men, glanced around. Holy cow! She exclaimed in shock. Chapter 130. Is this all you offer? Xian Wei's pupils constricted as she gazed down at the Lucian domain, her heartbeat quickening. Below lay a winding river, cascading forcefully, yet within it resided a universe, concealing boundless celestial treasures. This was a secret realm of the celestial monarch level. Had it been an ordinary celestial monarch secret realm, she would have dismissed it without a second thought. However, this particular one was a top-tier celestial monarch secret realm. In the realm of immortals, even the likes of her, the Qinglong celestial monarch, and other peak celestial monarchs would flock to it, eager to seek their celestial fates. Had it been merely one such realm, she would not have been overly astonished. After all, this was the domain of the celestial king, and such foundations were to be expected. But lo and behold, beside that river stood a small mountain, a top-tier celestial monarch secret realm. On the mountain floated a pale purple cloud, a top-tier celestial monarch secret realm. Adjacent to the cloud lay a desolate expanse, which, while not a top-tier celestial monarch secret realm, boasted an exaggerated field of medicinal herbs. It stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. Upon closer inspection, these fields were astonishingly fields of immortality herbs. Many were taken aback, for it was precisely because of this vast expanse of medicinal herbs. The fields shimmered, teeming with extraordinary phenomena, conjuring mythical beasts like Qilin and true dragons, racing through the lush greenery. Those with discernment understood that the herbs cultivated here were far from the ordinary immortality herbs found in the lower realms. They were supreme immortality herbs. For those below the celestial king, consuming them promised eternal life. For those above, they offered a means to evade calamity. This was merely the most fundamental efficacy of the supreme immortality herbs. Countless additional effects were equally miraculous. Even a celestial king would feel envious. And now, tens of thousands of acres of immortality herb fields lay casually spread across a barren land within the celestial king domain. If it weren't for the knowledge that this was the territory of an invincible celestial king, one might have thought their brain would burst from the shock. This Lu Shan was extraordinarily extravagant. Even Xian Wei, who considered herself quite affluent, was taken aback. Waves of thought surged within her. If only she could cultivate in the Lucian domain, her time to break through to Celestial King would be significantly shortened. Yet, the one most shocked was not Xian Wei, but Xie Yuan. He had witnessed the desolation of the Lucian domain firsthand. It was precisely for this reason that he had gifted numerous secret realms to embellish the Celestial King domain. To his astonishment, after just a few days, the entire Lucian domain had transformed into an opulent spectacle beyond his reach. He recalled the celestial monarch treasures he had previously gifted to Chu Feng and felt a twinge of unease. By heavens, this was a foundation capable of using mid-tier celestial king treasures as mere ornaments. How could there be a lack of wealth? Xian Wei possessed such a remarkable grandfather. With a foundation so substantial, yet she had the audacity to leave home. How utterly inconsiderate. He looked at the woman beside him, who had adorned herself like a youthful maiden, and sighed with genuine envy. I truly envy you, Xian Wei. She found Xie Yuan's behavior today to be quite perplexing. Although in Lucian domain, Chu Feng had merely carelessly placed a few hundred celestial monarch-level secret realms. Each was a top-tier secret realm, expansive beyond measure, starting at a staggering 10,000 miles. A group of esteemed celestial lords, worthy of being regarded as titans of the immortal realm, journeyed towards the zenith peak, their astonishment palpable as they exclaimed in disbelief, akin to rustic folk bewildered in a bustling metropolis. Within this domain of celestial kings, every sight struck them as extraordinary. Above their heads, a formidable aura swept through, emanating an unparalleled majesty. The entry of a celestial king. Such an event, graced by invincible beings like the God of Willows, would undoubtedly attract even the celestial kings to pay their respects. The young saint's pupils constricted as he beheld the passing presence, instinctively exclaiming in awe, "It is the ancestral figure of the nameless sect, the celestial king of the heavenly extremes, the pinnacle of celestial kings. He has come as well. The celestial king of the heavenly extremes, a venerable ancestor of the nameless sect, although not adorned upon the celestial king's list, held a position of immense stature in the immortal realm, rarely making an appearance." However, before they could further speculate, the atmosphere rippled once more, with several entities exuding a presence akin to that of the celestial king of the heavenly extremes, soaring like celestial eagles. The ascendant celestial king of the three pure ones, the annihilation celestial king of the holy martial sect, and the supreme monarch of the supreme imperial sanctum had also arrived. Alas, the grandeur of this celestial king's ceremony was enough to send ripples throughout the immortal realm. The celestial lords gazed upwards, their hearts stirred, overwhelmed by the sheer number of formidable beings present, with the God of Willows commanding an impressive spectacle. Even Xie Yuan, in charge of the invitations, felt a jolt of astonishment. He had indeed invited these top-tier forces of the immortal realm, yet he never anticipated that such ancestral figures would grace the occasion. Even Xianwei beside him couldn't suppress her sparkling gaze, whispering, "What a magnificent scene." She relished such grand spectacles. The larger the gathering, the greater the opportunities for prodigies like herself to emerge. Xianwei understood well that while she could play the role of the underdog against adversaries, in such circumstances, it was vital to reverse the approach, to showcase herself, to shine like a peacock, capturing the attention of all. She silently reminded herself to perform splendidly. Leaving a profound impression, regardless of its nature, could lead to unexpected opportunities. Her gaze drifted towards the horizon. Zenith Peak had come into view, standing proud and solitary like a sword piercing the heavens. Surrounding Zenith Peak were countless mysterious yellowish cloud platforms, floating in a lotus formation, expanding outward in 9 concentric circles. The closer one ventured inward, the fewer the platforms became. In the innermost circle, there existed only 9. Beyond Zenith Peak, a colossal chasm, stretching a diameter of 10,000 miles, exhaled clouds and mist, shimmering with divine light, while countless wondrous phenomena surged forth. A middle-aged celestial king, donned in the elder robe of the Sword Alliance, transformed into a towering giant, standing guard beside the chasm like a gatekeeper, his expression icy and stern. With a resounding chime, a beam of pure light, imbued with supreme heavenly might, descended into the chasm. A tumultuous wave erupted, and mysterious runes blazed forth like divine flames, illuminating the skies with dazzling brilliance. The middle-aged celestial king cast a glance into the chasm, where the burning pure light revealed an unparalleled sword artifact. He bellowed, "Heavenly Supreme Immortal King, I present to you the unparalleled treasure, the Wonking Wooing Sword. Please, enter." As his voice reverberated, a colossal ethereal figure swept across the abyss and entered the Zhantian Peak, arriving at the Wanyan platform. At that moment, a willow tree outside an ordinary Taoist temple on the peak swayed gently. "Please, my friend," came the indifferent voice of the willow deity. A surge of azure light emerged, forming a mighty river to welcome the heavenly supreme immortal king, who descended onto the second tier of the Xianhuang platform. The heavenly supreme immortal king, an elderly man with white hair and a vertical eye in the center of his forehead, regarded the radiant light with a solemn expression. He gracefully alighted upon the second tier of the Xianhuang platform, choosing not to occupy the most esteemed first tier, displaying no objections despite being a peak immortal king who had offered a treasure of the quasi-immortal king level. Peak immortal kings are indeed most courteous. As the saying goes, guests follow the host's lead. It was not merely because the willow deity was formidable, but rather due to that azure light capable of suppressing him. With the arrival of the heavenly supreme immortal king, another figure materialized from the heavens, ablaze with brilliant white divine light, flanked by 9 rings of divine refinement. exuding unparalleled celestial majesty. 2 ancient bronze bracelets, adorned with ever-evolving patterns of profound might, radiated azure brilliance, plummeting into the abyss like meteors. The feathered Immortal King presents a pair of Taya bracelets, a treasure of the quasi-immortal king level. Please, enter. The destructive Immortal King offers a piece of Immortal King-grade material. The Tianyuan Divine Stone. Please, enter. Accompanied by the resonant declarations of the middle-aged Immortal King, the Immortal Kings entered in succession, much like the Heavenly Supreme Immortal King, taking their places upon the second tier of the Xianhuang platform. Soon, over a dozen ordinary Immortal Kings arrived, presenting gifts that, while lesser than those of the peak Immortal Kings, were still predominantly treasures of the quasi-immortal king level or rare artifacts, guided by the azure light of the Willow deity. The ordinary Immortal Kings ascended to the third tier of the Xianhuang platform. Xianwei and Xie Yuan stood side by side, having arrived 100 miles beyond the abyss. Gazing into the depths, where treasures sparkled and divine lights erupted in myriad forms, Xianwei felt a profound tremor in her spirit, deeply stimulated. In this world where power reigns supreme, strength is undeniably paramount. Even as a bearer of immense fortune, having established a significant sect in the immortal realm with countless supporters and achieving the late stage of the Immortal Lord realm, acquiring a treasure of the quasi-immortal king level still necessitated struggle and risk. In contrast, an invincible immortal king like the Willow deity, ranked 10th on the Immortal King list, required no effort, as peak immortal kings, whom she had never encountered, willingly offered treasures in abundance. This was the epitome of grandeur. Without lifting a finger, treasures flowed in. She yearned for such a position. In her heart, she vowed that one day she, too, would ascend to such heights, earning the reverence of thousands and walking the path of her own exalted female supremacy. Just as Xianwei resolved to achieve her ambitions, the Immortal Kings concluded their offerings. Noticing the absence of any more arriving Immortal Kings, both the Azure Dragon Immortal Lord and the young Sage King hurried towards the abyss, soon followed by the middle-aged Immortal King's calm proclamations resounding through the air. In comparison to the extravagant expenditures of the Celestial Kings, the treasures bestowed by the Celestial Lords, though equally invaluable within the Celestial realm and of the highest caliber of Celestial Lord-grade spiritual artifacts, appear rather insipid when juxtaposed. The arrival of these Celestial Lords prompted the Goddess of Willow to refrain from guiding them further, allowing instead the middle-aged Celestial King from the Sword Alliance to escort them into the fourth tier. Now it is my turn. Su Wei retrieved the meticulously prepared gift from her divine sea, cradling it in her palm as she prepared to make her way towards the abyssal pool. Suddenly, she felt a force pulling her back. Furrowing her brow, Su Wei turned to see Xie Yuan, equally frowning. His gaze fixed upon the item in her hand as he inquired, "Is this truly what you intend to present?" Chapter 131, Truly Disgraceful. Xianwei was momentarily stunned, lowering her gaze to the gift she had prepared. With a request in mind for the divine Lu, she had naturally put considerable thought into her choice. In her palm rested a crimson jewel, 2 fingers wide, within which mysterious flames flickered, ever-burning and ethereal, indicating it was no ordinary trinket. This was a Xianling pearl, a premier material of the immortal sovereign tier, exceptionally rare, capable of being used for crafting artifacts, cultivating unique celestial techniques, and even for medicinal purposes, demonstrating remarkable versatility. For an invincible celestial king like Lu Shun, however, it held little practical value. Yet, even if she were to present Lu Shun with a treasure befitting the quasi-mortal kings, would it truly serve any purpose? In Xianwei's perspective, gifting should not solely focus on extravagance, but should stem from actual needs. This Xianling pearl, should Lu Shun later have remarkable descendants akin to her, would be an appropriate offering, given her status. Presenting such a pearl was already more precious than what Qinglong Immortal Sovereign and the Little Sage King had offered, certainly no trivial gesture. What is that dog barking about? Xianwei felt somewhat displeased and retorted, "Is there a problem?" Xie Yuan, in a state of resignation, replied, "Of course there is a problem. How can you present such a trifling gift?" He glanced at the Xianling pearl in Xianwei's hand, feeling somewhat agitated. Could Xianwei's status possibly compare with that of other immortal sovereigns? Although Lu Shun was not her biological grandmother, she was still a grandmother figure. To present such a gift upon their first meeting? Wasn't that akin to slapping her grandfather's face? If he had been oblivious to her background, he might not have found it objectionable. However, now that he was aware of her pedigree, he couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation. Xianwei's family background was undeniably substantial. She could certainly afford a quasi-immortal king's treasure. Yet she chose to present a mere spirit pearl, to the extent that Lu Shun might not even recognize her. How utterly humiliating for her grandfather. To be frank, after resolving to distance himself from Xianwei, Xie Yuan had no intention of flattering her any longer. However, he needed to be considerate towards his grandfather. Brother Chu was far easier to deal with than Xianwei, and naturally, he would align himself with Chu Feng's perspective. Just imagine, if he were Chu Feng, eagerly preparing to surprise his beloved grandson, even dragging along a reluctant Lu Shun for support. After the event, once Xianwei's identity was revealed, the entire assembly would be left in shock. It would be a blatant display of arrogance, showcasing her brilliance before others, elevating her reputation in the celestial realm. Yet the crux of the matter was that he knew she was not Lu Shun's granddaughter, while others remained blissfully unaware. They would instinctively assume Lu Shun was indeed her biological grandmother. This was the support of a true grandmother and grandfather. If someone were to investigate and discover that she had gifted her own grandmother a mere spirit pearl before the grand ceremony, how would others perceive that? You are truly disgraceful. Fine, even if you, Xianwei, are of noble character. But surely one should cultivate a good rapport with such a formidable grandmother as Lu Shun. The divine Lu had taken notice of you when she opened the domain gate, and it is certain she has been watching you all along. You present such a trifling orb? What if the divine Lu finds you displeasing and seeks out my brother Chu for trouble? Such a granddaughter is truly lacking in understanding. Xie Yuan is exasperated, wishing he could deliver it on her behalf. However, he cannot. Should he do so, what would that signify? At this moment, the increasingly cold expression of Xianwei interrupted, her displeasure evident. Alliance leader Xie, I fail to comprehend your words, and perhaps you are meddling a bit too much? Am I meddling? Xie Yuan paused, suddenly realizing the misstep. No, this willful girl is unaware that the divine Lu is her grandmother. Presenting the Xianling orb seems unproblematic. He could only gently remind her. Miss Xian, indeed I should not intervene, but you are different. You must exhibit some sincerity. Xuanwei's countenance darkened. Is the Xianling orb not sufficient sincerity? Moreover, I also gifted an attire of the celestial monarch rank when the divine Lu ascended the rankings. Xie Yuan, you are behaving rather peculiarly today. She did not extend him a pleasant demeanor. Excessive amiability would only lead to being underestimated. A judicious display of minor indignation could be advantageous in asserting conversational authority. Furthermore, Xie Yuan was indeed being unreasonable this time. She resolved internally that if Xie Yuan could not present 3 to 5 supreme treasures of the celestial monarch rank, he should not expect her to bestow him a favorable expression. Xie Yuan wore a pained expression. He found no fault in Xuanwei's reaction. His error lay in knowing too much. Yet, Brother Chu insisted he refrain from speaking too freely, placing him in a rather awkward position. Alliance leader Xie, I shall take my leave, Xianwei stated coldly. With her divine sword soaring through the air, it emitted radiant light, splashing waves of clouds. Had it not been for Xie Yuan's status, she would have already unleashed her wrath and scorn. Suddenly, Xuanwei's sword momentarily paused, her speed diminishing. It appeared she had come to a realization. This fellow is indeed the organizer of the upcoming celestial monarch ceremony, undoubtedly privy to many insider secrets. His earlier expression, as if he wished to divulge something yet refrained, was clearly a hint. The gifts were too trivial. I am different. I must exhibit sincerity. Xianwei pondered deeply, her mind racing through memories. Without her mentor by her side to offer counsel, she felt somewhat disoriented, needing to meticulously untangle the information. Abruptly, her heart jolted as a bold thought emerged. Wait, could it be that the divine Lu holds high regard for me? Perhaps even wishes to select me as her successor? Xuanwei's pupils contracted, her mind swiftly calculating the possibilities. Before long, a spark ignited in her eyes. Combining the divine Lu's previous attention with Xie Yuan's indirect hints, alongside her past experiences, she felt a 99% certainty that the divine Lu had a significant interest in her. This was not a perplexing notion, nor was it mere vanity. Rather, Xianwei had grown accustomed to being favored by powerful figures. Because she possesses the innate chaotic sword body, a superlative constitution unseen in the immortal realm for 1,000,000 years. Not only the divine Lu, but even the sword domain has cast its gaze upon her, extending an invitation for her to partake in the trials of the sword domain. Just days ago, she fell into that mysterious ruin, chaotic in time and space, where the enigmatic elder sealed within also yearns to take her as a successor. In the immortal realm, exceptional female immortals are exceedingly rare. A prodigy like her is truly one of a kind. It is entirely reasonable for the divine Lu to take an interest in her. If this is the case, then Xie Yuan's words ring true. Gifting her the Xianling pearl feels woefully inadequate. Xuanwei's eyes flickered. Even though she understands that Xie Yuan means well, she is not in a hurry to express her gratitude, choosing instead to ponder her next move. The Xianling pearl can no longer be offered. Thus, what should she present? Perhaps a precious treasure of the pre-celestial king? Indeed, she currently possesses several. However, that is still insufficient. Even if the divine Lu has taken a liking to me, my every action is equally significant. I must convey my intentions clearly. In that moment, she resolved within her heart. Others may seek to claim her, yet she too is discerning in her choices. This is a mutual selection. The divine Lu is an invincible immortal king and a woman to boot. Her fondness for the divine Lu far surpasses that for the sealed elder. Fortune favors the bold. With the divine Lu's clear interest in her, there is no need for pretense. She is determined to be the most radiant presence at today's immortal king's ceremony. Let the spotlight shine upon her. She soared on her sword to the edge of the abyss pool, her expression reverent, as she waved her fingers before her chest, summoning forth a treasured artifact. The middle-aged immortal king's pupils dilated as he beheld a resplendent purple light descending towards the abyss pool. Immortal Lord Xianwei bestows upon the immortal king the supreme treasure, the heavenly purple extreme gourd. Please enter. Chapter 132. A picture of beauty with the presence of the immortal king's precious treasures. The subsequent chanting initially went unnoticed by the guests in the realm of Lu. However, as the content of the middle-aged immortal king's recitation became clear, every guest instinctively held their breath. The immortal king's spiritual treasures? Was someone truly offering immortal king's treasures? Had they misheard? It was bestowed by the illustrious immortal Lord Xianwei. Had she lost her senses? The young sacred lord and the azure dragon immortal lord, who had already taken their seats at the Xianyuan cloud platform, were left agape. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they gazed at the youthful figure standing proudly above the abyss. Their shock was palpable. Xianwei had the audacity to present an immortal king's treasure. Was the disparity among immortal lords truly so vast? No, it was more than that. You were gifting an immortal king's treasure. On the opposite side of the abyss, Xie Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not surprised that Xianwei could produce an immortal king's treasure. After all, her background spoke volumes. Comparatively, he himself could also present an immortal king's treasure. So it was not astonishing that Xianwei could offer a low-grade immortal king's treasure. What left him in awe was Xuanwei's decisiveness. As he observed the radiant gourd within the abyss, Xie Yuan's heart trembled slightly. He realized that Xianwei had discerned his unspoken intentions. This woman, though capricious, her intellect was undeniably sharp. In such a brief moment, she had transformed a mere immortal lord material into an immortal king's treasure. How remarkably resolute. If it were him, even to procure a quasi-mortal king's treasure would be the utmost he could manage. The rarity of immortal king's treasures was well known. Her audacious maneuver would leave even the immortal kings in awe. Those seated in the second circle of immortal kings were indeed drawn in, their gazes shifting toward her. The celestial extremity immortal king scrutinized Xianwei, pondering the young immortal lord's audacity in presenting a low-grade immortal king's treasure. Recalling that she was the one who had triumphed in the sword domain trial, Xianwei was no stranger in the immortal realm, and the celestial extremity immortal king recognized her. They could immediately identify the gourd she had produced as a low-grade immortal king's treasure. The middle-aged immortal king was courteous enough not to disclose its grade. Nevertheless, even a low-grade immortal king's treasure was still a treasure of the immortal king, not far from the celestial extremity immortal king. The destruction immortal king could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, "And so what? Who is this Xianwei to offer an immortal king's treasure?" Perhaps even Lu Shun would cast her a glance. It was possible that she might end up sitting beside us shortly. The feathered ascension immortal king narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with disdain, a mere spectacle. To so recklessly bestow such a precious item for the sake of a fleeting celestial fate, how foolish. Lu Xun is an invincible immortal king. If she disregards this immortal king's treasure, then the loss for this young girl would be monumental. It is truly unwise. He suddenly shifted his tone. However, while Lu Xun may not hold it in high regard, I certainly do. Should she be willing to bestow this immortal king's treasure upon me, I would undoubtedly grant Xianwei a remarkable boon. Upon hearing the words of the feathered transformation immortal king, the other immortal kings fell into a profound silence. What absurdity! The scheming is palpable, almost collapsing upon us. They were acutely aware of the machinations of Xianwei. Earlier, when they presented the quasi-immortal king's treasure, it barely stirred any significant commotion, primarily due to the stature of the immortal kings involved. A quasi-immortal king's treasure is something they could readily display. However, the immortal king's spiritual treasure is an entirely different matter. Though the quasi-immortal king's treasure and the immortal king's spiritual treasure may seem closely related, the disparity between them is as vast as heaven and earth. What is an immortal king's spiritual treasure? It is the pinnacle of treasures among immortal kings, exceedingly rare, akin to the supreme imperial weapons of the lower realms. This treasure serves not merely as a tool for combat or cultivation. Each immortal king's spiritual treasure embodies supreme fortune. Generally, possessing a single immortal king's spiritual treasure can suppress the fortunes of a major power for millennia. Its significance is extraordinary. Such a treasure is immensely precious. It is remarkable for an ordinary immortal king to possess even one. And now, someone dares to bestow an immortal king's spiritual treasure? Moreover, it's a mere immortal lord? Truly surreal. The thoughts of the immortal kings swirled in turmoil, were it not for Xianwei being favored by the sword domain and the impending ceremony of the Lu god. They might have considered plundering her. Xianwei maintained a calm demeanor, basking in the astonished gazes of the middle-aged immortal king, transformed into a giant. As the sword light cleaved through the heavens, she deliberately slowed her pace, relishing the attention of all. The smile on her lips was barely contained. Her current sentiment was exhilarating and ostentatious, yet simultaneously, it was painfully bittersweet. The immortal king's spiritual treasure was her sole possession at this moment. After relinquishing it, a hollow ache filled her heart. To claim she felt no regret would be disingenuous. If Lu God did not regard it with interest, it would indeed be a grievous loss. However, she understood that without offering the immortal king's spiritual treasure, how could she possibly capture Lu God's attention? The path of immortality is fraught with challenges, and she must strive. She was prepared to reveal her immortal king's spiritual treasure to secure her ambition. She was no longer the newly ascended Xianwei, a mere mining slave destined for labor. Having achieved a modest success in the immortal realm, she had surpassed the stage of holding a treasure as a liability. Not only did she have a significant sect backing her, but she also possessed qualifications from the sword domain. If she could garner Lu God's esteem this time, who would dare to oppose her? At the very least, there was still that fortunate Xie Yuan. Her gaze drifted far, resting upon the lotus-like tiers of the Wanyantai. Could I ascend to the second tier and sit among those immortal kings? Xuanwei's ambition blossomed. Her goal was to enter the second tier of the Xianhuang Cloud Terrace and infiltrate the ranks of the immortal kings. After a brief contemplation, she perceived no substantial obstacles. Even if Lu God were an invincible immortal king, he would not underestimate the value of the immortal king's spiritual treasure. This item must hold immense significance for him. At that moment, Lu God, within the immortal peak, naturally sensed the stirrings within the abyssal pool. He held little interest in the contents of the pool. This ordinary yet confident woman has offered a trinket? She appears to be quite pleased with herself. Upon learning that Xianwei had presented a low-grade immortal king's spiritual treasure, her mood remained utterly unperturbed. Not a single ripple of emotion disturbed her. Even in the absence of Chu Feng, her standards remained exceptionally elevated. In the eyes of the Lu deity, this so-called heavenly purple extreme gourd appeared as mundane as a piece of ragged refuse. She began to ponder earnestly. A mid-grade immortal king treasure could serve as a mere ornament, but what utility could this tattered gourd possibly possess? Perhaps it could be used to collect the excrement of celestial beasts or to irrigate that patch of undying herbal fields. That could suffice. She would consult her husband about it later. The Lu deity refocused her thoughts, recalling her husband's instructions. In truth, Whether Xianwei gifted her a broken immortal king artifact or a low-tier relic, her position on the cloud platform today would remain unchanged. Having been meticulously arranged by her husband long ago, she cast a glance at the heavens, noting that Xuanwei's silhouette had yet to materialize outside the 10,000 cloud platform. How exasperatingly slow. What was this woman dawdling about? With a furrowed brow, the Lu deity observed Xuanwei's tortoise-like pace, her disdain for Xuanwei's sluggish flight palpable. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Rumbling sounds echoed. Within the immortal peak, a river of azure light enveloped Xianwei. In the next instant, Xianwei felt as though the world was spinning, abruptly drawn into the realm of the 10,000 cloud platform, weaving through the layers of profound and yellow clouds in a dizzying dance. Ultimately, she swept past the circle occupied by the immortal kings, landing her in the innermost circle, upon a sparse few cloud platforms. Under the astonished gazes of many, Xianwei was guided by the Lu deity to the outermost circle. The trajectory of her descent was far from graceful, her face meeting the ground first, akin to a dog eating excrement. A sight most picturesque. Chapter 133. Xuanwei's prestige reaches its zenith. Alas, how did she fall? This posture is rather hard to behold. Is the master of Xian too exhilarated? This has become quite the jest. Xianwei was guided by the azure light, landing on the cloud platform, tumbling in a most undignified manner, desperately clutching a chair to rise. Her appearance was far from graceful. Yet, none would assume this was a deliberate act by the divine Master Lu. Rather, they would believe that Xianwei simply lacked the strength to withstand the might of the celestial king. A moment of stunned silence passed, followed by a chorus of laughter, the atmosphere brimming with mirth. The master is formidable. The master is unparalleled. The master has gained the favor of divine Master Lu, fortune shining brightly upon her. Witnessing the master's moment of discomposure, the deputy leaders of the Xian female sect in the fourth circle, led by Caiyu, swiftly shifted the topic with a round of congratulations. Though somewhat awkward, it proved effective. Many suddenly grasped the significance. Gasp! The first circle. Even those peak celestial kings were unworthy of sitting upon the Xian Huang cloud platform. Yet Xianwei had ascended. This was the closest position to divine Master Lu's teachings, ensuring the best possible reception of the discourse. But that is not the crux of the matter. How astute Xianwei is. Having sacrificed a celestial king's spiritual treasure, she indeed reaped the rewards, capturing divine Master Lu's attention. The celestial lords on the Xian Huang cloud platform gazed upon Xianwei, who had been directly ushered to the first circle by divine Master Lu, with envy. All eyes were fixated on her position. The first circle, boasting only 9 spots on the Xian Huang cloud platform. Xianwei, a mere celestial lord, had surpassed the celestial kings? They bitterly lamented their failure to conceive such an excellent strategy. Even more so, they resented their lack of a celestial king's spiritual treasure. Otherwise, well, it would be foolish to part with such a treasure. Meanwhile, celestial kings like Tianji and Yuhua furrowed their brows upon seeing Xianwei seated in front of them. It appeared that divine Master Lu was not as indifferent to the world as he seemed. If we were to offer a celestial king's spiritual treasure, could we not also take our place at the forefront? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Xianwei was merely a celestial lord. What merit did she possess to sit before them? A natural discontent brewed within the celestial kings, especially upon witnessing Xianwei's inability to gracefully receive divine Master Lu's guidance, her form falling clumsily onto the cloud platform. Such displeasure. To think that sending a single celestial king's spiritual treasure could allow her to look down upon them. Was Xianwei truly worthy of such a privilege? Only Xie Yuan regarded this scene with indifference. Xianwei was unlike the others. Even if she had offered that worthless orb today, due to divine Master Lu's fondness for Brother Chu, she would have been placed in that position regardless. Nonetheless, Xianwei's keen awareness was commendable. At least her face would remain intact moving forward. He smiled faintly, producing his own prepared quasi-celestial king's treasure and casting it toward the abyssal pool. At that moment, the majority of onlookers remained fixated on Xianwei, some becoming rather careless. Xianwei felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, having hastily risen to her feet and surveyed her surroundings. The Xianyuan cloud platform, aside from the swirling yellow and black clouds beneath her feet, featured a remarkable azure meditation cushion. Without hesitation, she elegantly positioned herself in a cross-legged posture upon the cushion, lifting her chest in a display of confidence, as if a small aircraft had finally taken flight. Forming a gentle rise, she exuded an air of aloofness, reveling in the envy radiating from those around her. Particularly, upon sensing the gazes of the pinnacle celestial kings seated behind her, Xianwei straightened her spine even further. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. She understood that today, she was undoubtedly the star of the show. Even if more formidable celestial kings emerged later, it would be of no consequence. The act of a celestial lord presenting a celestial king's treasure was a concept entirely distinct from that of a celestial king offering such a gift. She solemnly declared, "Today, my prestige is at its zenith." Boom. As anticipated, it was exactly as Xianwei had envisioned. Not long after, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the abyssal pool. The celestial sword king presented a premier-grade material, the heart of the sword god Jade. "Please enter." The powerful figures on the cloud platform trembled, their faces reflecting astonishment. A celestial lord could not help but exclaim, "The celestial sword king. This top-tier celestial king has arrived." Not far from him, the deputy leader of the Zuan sect, Caillou, immediately inquired, "The celestial sword king. Is he the sword domain celestial king ranked 13th on the celestial king list? Who else could it be?" The celestial lord could not restrain his admiration, declaring, "Lucian truly lives up to the title of the invincible celestial king. The celestial sword king represents the sword domain in the celestial realm, and his arrival signifies the stance of the sword domain. A true top-tier figure has arrived, the 13th on the celestial king list. An eminent powerhouse infinitely close to becoming an invincible celestial king. Most crucially, he hails from the sword domain." Caillou's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was aware that her senior sister had participated in the sword domain trials, yet the true nature of the sword domain remained shrouded in mystery to her. Observing the knowledgeable demeanor of the celestial lord beside her, she deliberately asked, "Esteemed friend, what exactly is the sword domain?" The celestial lord glanced at her and, sensing her affiliation with the Zuan sect, replied with curiosity, "Did not your sect leader secure the opportunity to partake in the sword domain trials? It was this very celestial sword king who granted that permission. You are unaware of the sword domain?" Caillou blinked innocently, her expression conveying a sense of grievance. "Esteemed friend, you may not be aware that my sect leader frequently travels far and wide, rarely mentioning the sword domain. I know but a fragment of its secrets." The celestial lord glanced at Xianwei, who occupied the foremost tier, and his eyes gleamed with eagerness as he elucidated, "The sword domain is an extraordinarily significant place. It was once part of an unparalleled realm." Caillou gasped, "An unparalleled realm?" The celestial lord nodded with a smile. "Indeed, however, the reason for the demise of that unparalleled realm remains unknown. The sword domain separated from it, forming a unique domain, thus becoming a sacred ground. The sword domain is in close proximity to our celestial realm, allowing for equitable interactions between the two realms. Although the sword domain is less than 1/10 the size of our celestial realm, its combat prowess is by no means inferior." Caillou was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "How is this possible? This defies logic. The larger and more expansive the world, the greater the resources, making it easier for formidable beings to emerge. How can the sword domain, which is less than 1/10 the size of the immortal realm, possess combat prowess comparable to it?" The immortal lord, eager to showcase his knowledge, chuckled and replied, "In theory, it is indeed impossible. However, the sword domain is an artifact of the supreme realm. The supreme realm surpasses the great world precisely because it is connected to a supreme path. The sword domain once belonged to the supreme realm, which was intertwined with the sword Tao. Every immortal within the sword domain is a supreme swordsman, their mastery of the sword art unparalleled, making their combat strength extraordinarily formidable, unmatched in their realm. The heavenly sword immortal king, at the pinnacle of his rank, stands 13th on the immortal king leaderboard, not counting the heavenly emperor and the Lu god, which means there are actually 11, enough to elucidate everything." Caillou understood and nodded, sweetly remarking, "I see. Lord Star Guardian, you are quite knowledgeable." The Star Guardian, smiling, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's merely trivial." Having found no further use for the Star Guardian, Caillou ignored him and gazed skyward. The heavenly sword immortal king, donned in a mask that bore a sorrowful expression, emanated an aura of menace, wielding a colossal sword larger than a door upon his back. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, He raised his hand and cast forth a treasure of value comparable to an immortal king's spiritual treasure, heading straight for the first tier. "Please, fellow Taoist," intoned Lu God, his voice resonating through the clouds. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Before everyone's eyes, the heavenly sword immortal king, who had just radiated an aura of terror, was led by Lu God onto the cloud platform of the second tier. The heavenly sword immortal king, with us? Is this a mistake? The sword heart jade he gifted bears value no less than that of the inferior immortal king's spiritual treasure presented by Xianwei. Exchanged glances between the heavenly extreme immortal king and the feathered immortal king, their eyes betraying astonishment. Though all were pinnacle beings, there existed a hierarchy among them. This was the peak immortal king on the leaderboard, the face of the sword domain in the immortal realm. The heavenly sword immortal king belonged to a different era, having survived numerous immortal king tribulations, nearly approaching the realm of invincibility. Yet, he too had been assigned to the cloud platform of the second tier by Lu God. This shattered their previous conjectures. Lu God did not arrange seats based on the value of gifts. What standards must be met to secure a position in the first tier? Their gazes turned toward Xianwei, eyes shimmering with curiosity and doubt, though the heavenly sword immortal king remained silent. His aura of menace directed toward Xianwei's position was unmistakably displeased. Soon, more immortal kings arrived, each presenting gifts of immense worth. Even those on the leaderboard among pinnacle immortal kings offered immortal king-grade treasures, yet were still placed in the second tier by Lu God. Ultimately, an invincible immortal king arrived, the fourth ranked on the immortal king leaderboard, the long-esteemed eternal ancient immortal king. Simultaneously, he is also the biological father of Xie Yuan. After such a distinguished figure graced the occasion, he was still relegated to the second tier by the divine Lu. The everlasting immortal king remained indifferent. Yet the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. The expressions of the immortal kings were far from pleasant. Among them were those who had bestowed significant gifts. The higher one's status, the more one values decorum and protocol. To have all immortal kings positioned behind a mere immortal monarch, what an affront. Where could they possibly save face? While the divine Lu may have her own reasoning for this arrangement, how could a mere junior lack such insight? Did she not realize she ought to step back? Had she truly conferred an immortal king's treasure? This Xianwei is utterly oblivious. The immortal kings were visibly displeased. While they could comprehend that Xianwei had gifted an immortal king a treasure, she could have effortlessly ascended to the second tier of the cloud platform on her own, standing on equal footing with them. What a fortune for her! Yet, as a mere immortal monarch, she displayed such arrogance. What would she become if she were to attain the status of an immortal king? A fool lacking discernment. Many immortal kings surreptitiously altered their evaluations of Xianwei. Destined protagonist Xianwei, subjected to hostility from the feathered ascension immortal king, destiny value decreased by 50,000. You utilized the destiny critical strike talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 200,000 destiny value. You receive a destiny treasure chest 1. Destined protagonist Xianwei, subjected to hostility from the annihilation immortal king, destiny value decreased by 50,000. You utilized the destiny critical strike talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 130,000 destiny value. You receive a destiny treasure chest 1. Destined protagonist Xianwei, subjected to hostility from the heavenly sword immortal king, destiny value decreased by 50,000. You utilized the destiny critical strike talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 370,000 destiny value. You receive a destiny treasure chest 1. Only one person sat in the first tier. At that moment, no matter how much Xianwei attempted to bask in her privilege, she became acutely aware of the icy gazes of the immortal kings, pricking at her like needles. She felt as if she were being roasted over an open flame. The divine Lu had allowed her to stand out alone. While it was exhilarating, it had inadvertently offended the other immortal kings. Xianwei, being exceptionally perceptive, naturally harbored thoughts of soaring to the second tier. Yet she was astonished to find that her feet felt as if they were glued to the ground. Utterly immobile upon the Xian Huang cloud platform, the divine Lu was preventing her from leaving. Xianwei realized the predicament, yet she dared not voice her concerns. Did the divine Lu truly lack understanding of social nuances? An urgency gripped Xianwei's heart. At that moment, the guests for the Immortal King ceremony had nearly all arrived. The time had come. the divine Lu reappeared. The enchanting figure clad in azure hung gracefully in the heavens, her gaze sweeping across the assembly as she calmly declared, "Please, take your seats. The teachings are about to commence." Simultaneously, within the celestial peak where the divine Lu had manifested, a figure gradually emerged, making their way toward the cloud platform of the first tier, drawing the attention of the entire assembly as they sat down not far from Xianwei. Xianwei beheld the figure before her, her gaze rendered vacant, as if she had been turned to stone in an instant. Chapter 134. Surprised, the figure that emerged from the summit of heaven was a breathtaking woman radiating an endless divine light. Her cascading white hair resembled a waterfall, flowing down her shoulders, each strand glistening with a radiant brilliance. Her visage was akin to a celestial being confined within the moon palace, her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips gently pressed together, exuding an inexplicable sorrow. Clad in a luminous white robe, her resplendent form was still unable to conceal her proud and graceful silhouette. As she settled onto the cushion, her ample form filled the trailing fabric, forming a perfect curve reminiscent of a ripe peach. Who was she, to occupy the foremost circle? What status did this woman possess to dare sit alongside our esteemed leader? Emerging from the summit of heaven, could she be a disciple of the goddess Lu? Such a beautiful woman. No, she is a soul body. Not merely a soul body, but a fragmented one, seemingly bearing grave injuries. At this moment, the foremost circle of the 10,000 Clouds platform became the absolute focal point. Besides Xianwei, an additional figure appeared, once again positioning herself before the assembly of celestial monarchs, naturally attracting considerable attention. All eyes converged upon the enchanting woman, quickly discerning her as a soul body. Whether they were celestial lords or monarchs, they scrutinized her, whispering conjectures about her origins. The masked heavenly sword monarch suddenly straightened, leaning forward slightly, his aura softening considerably, as if he recognized this exquisite woman. However, the heavenly sword monarch was known for his aloofness, and his subtle movements went unnoticed by the other monarchs. Alliance leader Xie, do you recognize her? Inquired the heavenly pole monarch, who was not far from Xie Yuan. Coming from the Wu sect, he possessed profound insights into soul studies and perceived deeper nuances. Although this soul body was injured, the essence of her soul was remarkably profound. Should this soul woman recover from her wounds, she would undoubtedly be a peak celestial monarch. As the initiator of the celestial monarch ceremony, if anyone besides the goddess Lu could discern the identity of this soul body, it could only be Xie Yuan. Narrowing his eyes, Xie Yuan could only see the woman's back from his position on the platform. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I do not know her, but I have some conjectures." "Conjectures?" The heavenly pole monarch inquired with curiosity. Xie Yuan's small eyes twinkled with a mysterious smile as he waved his hand toward the monarch, saying, "It cannot be disclosed, it cannot be disclosed. Soon enough, you shall know." His words were not solely directed at the heavenly pole monarch. Several celestial monarchs had inquired simultaneously, thus serving as a unified response. The celestial monarchs grew even more curious, observing Xie Yuan in hopes of gleaning some clues from his expression. Xie Yuan maintained a broad smile, refraining from redirecting his gaze to the enchanting woman, instead shifting his attention back to Xianwei, whose face he could see from his position. He indeed did not recognize this woman, yet he possessed knowledge of many things that ought to remain unknown. Everyone was captivated by this ethereal being, yet only he noticed the expression on Xuanwei's face. The instant the celestial woman appeared, Xuanwei's countenance blossomed like a flower. Surprise, shock, confusion. A myriad of emotions flickered across her features like a kaleidoscope. Undoubtedly, Xianwei recognized this ethereal entity and was intimately familiar with her. Xie Yuan had already discerned that Xianwei had begun to communicate telepathically, her body trembling ever so slightly. Thus, the answer was abundantly clear, wasn't it? The teachings of the Lu deity, the first circle of the cloud platform, was not a place where just anyone could sit at leisure. Even the heavenly sword immortal king and his father had to occupy the second circle. Why was Xianwei permitted to sit? Not because she gifted the immortal king a treasure, but because she was the cherished granddaughter of Brother Chu. And this ethereal being, having emerged from the heavenly peak, it was evident that she was acquainted with both the Lu deity and Brother Chu, and was familiar with Xianwei. She could only be Xuanwei's biological mother or grandmother. Could this be the surprise that Brother Chu had alluded to? Judging by Xianwei's expression, it indeed appeared to be a delightful surprise. A radiant smile spread across Xie Yuan's face as he silently roamed the scene, instantly envisioning a heartwarming reunion between a rebellious daughter who had run away from home and her family. How utterly heartwarming. Xianwei felt as if she had turned to stone. This figure, perhaps unfamiliar to others, was all too familiar to her. The exquisite woman, as clear and flawless as jade, was none other than her teacher. How could her teacher possibly be here? Hadn't she been captured back to the immortal realm by that wretched Chu Feng? A jolt coursed through Xuanwei's heart. Upon seeing the stunning woman settle on the Xianhuang cloud platform, her gaze turned towards Xianwei. Her eyes, akin to glazed glass, were utterly lifeless. Yet, at the moment their eyes met, a flicker of vitality emerged. From those eyes, Xianwei read despair, numbness, and fear. Teacher, how could you possibly be here? An ominous premonition welled up within Xianwei, a chill spreading throughout her body as she trembled and inquired. Su Ji offered no reply. Her eyes, like flowing water, sparkled with a crystalline sheen, as if imparting a dire message. Flee. Xuanwei's expression shifted dramatically. Being astute, she had begun to sense the gravity of the situation. A calamity was upon them. Given her teacher's current state of severe injury, it was utterly impossible for her to have escaped from Chu Feng. The only two possibilities for her presence at the Lu deity's grand ceremony were: 1. Her teacher had been rescued by the Lu deity, or 2. The Lu deity was acquainted with Chu Feng. A tremor ran through Xuanwei's heart as she desperately refuted the second possibility. Yet, she recalled their previous communication, when her teacher had repeatedly cautioned her against seeking out the Lu deity. She was unconvinced. She believed her teacher was purposely speaking in riddles under Chu Feng's surveillance, attempting to alert her. Thus, she had come. She had braved the animosity of the immortal kings, gifted the immortal king a treasure, and had become the most dazzling figure of the day. But now, as Xianwei gazed at the silent Su Ji, she felt as if struck by lightning. Xie Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of melancholy. Inwardly, I mused, this rebellious fellow seems genuinely surprised. I understand your urgency, but hold your horses. Your grandfather has yet to make his entrance. He raised his gaze towards the heavens, pondering the delay of my elder brother, Chu. Above, the ethereal beauty clad in azure. Her expression indifferent, suddenly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce." The realm of the Lu god trembled. Within the immortal observatory atop the zenith peak, a man dressed in black, his visage resembling that of a jade crown, exuded an air of striking elegance. A smile graced his lips as he strode forward with an unruffled demeanor. The wind stirred, and myriad celestial lights erupted forth. All gazes were drawn, as if by the Lu god's summons, to the enigmatic figure clad in black. Who was this dashing individual? The man, now the center of attention, stepped forth from the zenith peak with a gait that seemed to disregard all familial ties. With each step, the very fabric of this realm quaked, giving rise to countless resonances. An immortal king. A hush fell over the assembly. Their eyes locked onto the man in black as he gracefully descended upon the Xianyuan cloud platform adjacent to the alluring Xianwei, casually taking a seat. His arm naturally draped across the soft, delicate waist of the enchanting woman beside him. Turning his neck, his obsidian-like gaze met Xuanwei's pupils, which had contracted to mere pinpoints, as he greeted her with a beaming wave. The Lu god's cool voice then resonated throughout the Lu god realm. "My husband, Chu Feng." Chapter 135. Displaying affection. The voice of the goddess Lu is melodious, akin to a gentle stream cascading towards the horizon. Yet the icy undertone in her inflection renders her voice as if frozen, instilling an instinctive reverence that deters any thought of irreverence. "My husband, Chu Feng." These 6 words flowed from her lips with an exquisite smoothness. When she proclaimed this, her tone was deliberately soft, akin to the awakening of nature, permeating the hearts of all present. Upon the cloud platform, even the most emotionally oblivious celestial beings could perceive the unspoken implications. In that moment, the aloof goddess resembled an innocent young girl, proudly showcasing her most treasured possession. This treasure indeed left all attendees astounded. None anticipated that before the lecture could commence, they were served a mouthful of dog food by the goddess Lu. Who, pray tell, is this Chu Feng? How could he tame a being of Lu's extraordinary grace, akin to an empress, and become her partner? The celestial kings seated at the forefront instinctively widened their eyes, filled with astonishment. The revelation that Lu had a partner shocked them profoundly. They understood that a being of such unparalleled might had reached the supreme realm, now seeking the pinnacle of imperial existence. A partnership could signify either a humble beginning, with mutual support along the way, or that the other partner possessed strength comparable to the goddess Lu, creating a harmonious balance. Which scenario could it be? Following Lu's gaze, they turned to the man in black, setting aside all else, even the most discerning celestial kings, gazing upon the casually seated man in black atop the cloud platform, could not help but utter, "This man is undeniably handsome." His features were striking, with a high nose and deep, ocean-like eyes, adorned with a faint, carefree smile, as if he were indifferent to the world around him. If it were merely about appearances, the celestial kings would not be overly impressed, for they could assume countless forms at will. What truly set him apart was Chu Feng's aura. He emanated a sense of irreverence, yet with a smile that hinted at an enigmatic charm, an indescribable allure that captivated the celestial kings. Intriguingly, they found themselves thinking that he and the goddess Lu appeared remarkably well matched. Upon realizing this, the celestial kings acknowledged that while they could not ascertain the extent of his strength, the goddess Lu must possess keen insight. This Chu Feng was certainly extraordinary. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Chu Feng shifted his attention from the entranced Xian Wei back towards the crowd. With a radiant smile, he extended his long arms. Gesturing warmly, embracing Su Ji, he casually proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to the celestial gathering of my beloved goddess Lu. Please, make yourselves at home." At that moment, the celestial kings observed Chu Feng, their eyes drawn to the enchanting woman he held close. They were utterly taken aback. How could he be so audacious as to stand so near a divine being in the presence of the goddess Lu? Was there not still space available on the first tier of the cloud platform? Did he not fear inciting her wrath, daring to exhibit such intimacy before the goddess Lu? Could it be that this ethereal woman is none other than Chu Feng's sister? "If I were Lu, my spirit would have surely shattered," they murmured among themselves. Even if she were merely a spirit, it was still in the presence of Lu. Many cast furtive glances at the resplendent goddess Lu, who resembled an empress. Her demeanor frosty, her gaze tranquil, as she, along with the crowd, fixed her eyes upon Chu Feng. A ripple of surprise stirred within her. Her alabaster hand suddenly raised, pointing toward Chu Feng. Lu was incensed. The celestial kings felt a stirring in their hearts. Could a confrontation be imminent? With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled. Outside the peak of heaven, amidst a myriad of dazzling treasures, the abyss seemed to draw in the surrounding energies like a dragon drinking from the waters, swirling upward in a vortex. In an instant, countless gifts presented at the celestial grand ceremony soared into the air, tracing a brilliant rainbow across the sky, descending towards Lu beneath which Chu Feng stood on the Xianhuang cloud platform. "My husband, for you," Lu's voice resonated softly. All treasures from the abyss cascaded down like shooting stars, landing before Chu Feng. Silence enveloped the scene. The audience stared in astonishment as each item summoned by Lu transformed into miniature orbs of light, floating in the air, inviting Chu Feng to choose. They were utterly mesmerized. The gifts presented at the celestial grand ceremony were no trifling matter. They were sufficient to elevate a great power within the celestial realm. Lu, entirely disregarding the ethereal spirit, not only remained unperturbed, but gifted these treasures to Chu Feng. What kind of divine couple was this? Seeing this, Chu Feng could only shake his head in helplessness. Hadn't they agreed to adhere to the script today and refrain from publicly displaying affection? Alas, he found himself at a loss. He recognized that while Lu appeared as cold as an ice mountain before others, her demeanor transformed into a fiery warmth in his presence, two utterly distinct states. Surveying the array of seemingly worthless trinkets before him, Chu Feng graciously raised his hand, his sleeve billowing as he gathered them in. Lu's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating brilliance. The celestial kings, witnessing Chu Feng's accommodating gesture, were taken aback, yet Lu's satisfaction was unmistakable, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Not far from Chu Feng, the ancient celestial king's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer igniting within his gaze as he regarded Chu Feng. Chu Feng, Chu Feng. The celestial kings silently inscribed the name in their minds. Those who ascended to the celestial realm were, without exception, astute beings, With Lu showing such regard for Chu Feng, none would be foolish enough to underestimate him in this moment. With Lu as his formidable ally, it was evident that this Chu Feng would soon become a prominent figure in the celestial realm. Thus, forging a good rapport with him was imperative. Friend Chu, I am the ancient King Wan Gu. Let us make acquaintance. The ancient celestial king spoke, his eyes shimmering as he addressed Chu Feng. He raised his palm toward him, his thumb and middle finger curving to touch, gently swaying in a gesture of greeting. The other celestial kings, awakening from their reverie, promptly followed suit. Friend Chu, I am the extreme of heaven. Friend Chu, I am the destroyer. As they introduced themselves, they performed a gesture reminiscent of the ancient celestial kings. Oh, although he did not comprehend the significance of their actions, Chu Feng surmised it was a form of etiquette from the celestial realm. With a narrowed gaze, Chu Feng observed their movements and raised his own hand, intertwining his thumb and forefinger to form a heart shape directed at them. This left the celestial kings bewildered. What manner of greeting was this? Could it be a custom from the grand world of the Lu god? It appeared to be more amicable than the conventions of our celestial realm. They hastily adapted their gestures, reciprocating Chu Feng's heart sign. The ancient celestial king of the celestial realm has developed a sense of camaraderie towards you. Your fate and luck have experienced a slight enhancement. The extreme celestial king has developed a sense of camaraderie towards you. Your fate and luck have experienced a modest enhancement. The destroyer celestial king has developed a sense of camaraderie towards you. Your fate and luck have experienced a slight enhancement. Congratulations, host. The ultimate villain's fate and luck have increased, reaching a qualitative change. Your fate and luck now meet the 2-star standard. The wheels of destiny have begun to turn, and your fate is upgrading. Please anticipate. At this moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's ears, catching him off guard. His fate and luck had surged again. He had yet to begin winning hearts, yet these celestial kings were already inclined towards him. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Chu Feng's eyes. The Grand Assembly of Celestial Kings was primarily convened to exploit the resources of Xianwei, yet unexpectedly, his fate and luck had ascended during this event, a most fortuitous gain. At that moment, Chu Feng paused. He had collected all the treasures from today's assembly, save for a singular purple gourd that he held tightly in his palm. This was none other than the Celestial King's spiritual treasure, the heavenly purple extreme gourd, which Xianwei had reluctantly gifted him. He weighed the purple gourd in his hand and flashed a radiant smile at Xianwei. Thank you. Destined protagonist Xianwei, your resolve has wavered. Your destiny value has been reduced by 50,000 points. You utilized the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 100,000 points. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Destined protagonist Xianwei, your resolve has wavered. Your destiny value has been reduced by 50,000 points. You utilized the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 70,000 points. You have received a Destiny Treasure Chest 1. Chapter 136. Super Critical Strike. Xuanwei's heart was on the verge of collapse. The moment she beheld her teacher's appearance on the cloud platform, it struck her like a bolt of lightning. When she witnessed Chu Feng swaggering onto the scene, embracing her teacher, it was a double blow. And when she heard Lucian declare that Chu Feng was his husband, it was a super critical strike. Her mind felt as though it had shattered completely. In that instant, the color drained from her face, leaving her ghastly pale. Her smile long vanished. Xuanwei's mind was in turmoil. She felt ensnared in an abyss of despair. The surroundings cloaked in darkness and silence, rendering her oblivious to the outside world. When Chu Feng wielded the gourd to strike her again, she remained utterly unresponsive. The remnants of her cognitive faculties were still grappling with the staggering revelation. Lucian's husband is Chu Feng. Lucian, what nonsense are you spouting? You are an invincible, immortal king. Do not jest. How could such a scoundrel possibly aspire to your heights? Is he worthy? Her gaze became unfocused, swaying like a soul lost in an empty shell. Xie Yuan, one of the few privy to the truth, observed the scene from afar, his smile broadening. Brother Chu Feng is admirable and well-liked, while Xianwei, yes, she appears quite dazed. A bit of bewilderment is to be expected. After all, it is a surprise. Speaking of which, amidst all these treasures, Brother Chu Feng seems to value only this one gourd, specifically showcasing it for everyone to admire. He truly cherishes his little granddaughter. Such a touching grandparent-grandchild bond only makes me want to indulge in it more. Watching Xianwei remain in a stupor during this jubilant moment, he hastily sent a mental message to her. Hey, Xie Yuan's transmission resonated with a certain thunderous aura. It fell upon Xuanwei's ears like a lion's roar, exploding within. Miss Xian, Brother Chufeng is watching you. Quickly greet your grandfather. Why are you just standing there in a daze? Startled by this wake-up call, Xianwei jolted, the surrounding commotion vividly returning to her senses. Greet grandfather. What nonsense is this? For a moment, she was dazed, but suddenly, the realization hit her like a tidal wave. Lucian had bestowed all the lavish gifts from the Immortal King ceremony upon Chufeng. Chufeng, the very one who flaunted the immortal treasure she gifted him, now parading it before her. Xuanwei's heart trembled once more, akin to a mountain roaring and a sea surging. That was the immortal treasure I presented to Lucian. Her heart ached as though it were bleeding. The precious item she had gritted her teeth to offer was now brandished by a mortal enemy. She had once believed she had garnered Liuxian's favor, anticipating an extraordinary celestial fortune. With a resounding slap, it was all gone. Had she truly not misheard? That rascal Xie Yuan even suggested she call him grandfather? How dare he humiliate me so? This is too much. This is utterly intolerable. Her silver teeth seemed ready to shatter, her fists clenched with a resonant crack. Wait. Xianwei suddenly shuddered. At this moment, her mind began to reboot, and she was struck by a chilling realization. Why was I placed in the first tier? There was no way to retreat. This is not a matter of Lucian being oblivious to human emotions. She is acting with intent. She is targeting me. No. It must be Chu Feng's scheme. He is the one who has set his sights on me. And what of Xie Yuan, this warm-hearted man? Why does he mock me? Referring to Chu Feng as Brother Chu? What gives him the right to deride me? A tempest of turmoil surged within Xianwei's heart. She had finally grasped the entirety of the situation. All the figures intertwined, forming an intricate web. From the very beginning, the Immortal King's ceremony had been a trap set for her. This man desires nothing less than her ruin, wishing her a fate worse than death. Xianwei fixated her gaze upon the man across from her, feeling as though she was ensnared once more in an endless abyss, a desperate prey fighting for survival. Questions swirled in her mind. Who is this Chu Feng, truly? How can he possess such formidable power? Lacking information, she found no answers. Yet her thoughts raced faster than ever. Had I not inadvertently stumbled upon that ancient relic and, guided by my teacher, ventured into Lucian's domain? If only I had gone to Lucian's domain, weeping and wailing, pleading for her to send me to the sword domain. Would I not have been like a foolish deer, walking straight into a trap? Lucian would surely have sent me to the Xian realm. Then what role did my teacher play in all of this? Suddenly, Xianwei's gaze fell upon the man in black, whose malevolent demeanor reflected in her pupils. Shifting her gaze, she observed her teacher beside her. The teacher was ensnared tightly in the arms of that despicable man, her flowing moon-white robe contoured by a provocative curve. Her expression was one of alarm. She opened her mouth several times, hesitating to speak. The perfect features of her face, flushed with shyness and panic, radiated an astonishing allure. Xianwei had never witnessed Su Ji in such a state, so starkly contrasting with the dignified demeanor from her memories, resembling a frightened rabbit. As if sensing Xianwei's gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head, emanating an ethereal light that enveloped her visage, seemingly burdened with guilt, unwilling to meet her eyes. My teacher. Surely she is unharmed. She must be under duress. I must find a way to rescue her. No, I must find a way to save myself first. Xianwei's heart was in disarray, her teeth clenched in frustration. She understood that from the moment Lucian declared Chu Feng as her fated partner, she had already fallen into a predicament. When Xie Yuan referred to him as Brother Chu, she realized this was not merely a predicament, but a perilous dead end. The priority now was not to devise a plan to save her teacher, but rather to plot her own escape. Only by securing her own safety could she then consider her teacher's plight. Remain composed. Xianwei, you must maintain your calm. You have endured through the most challenging of times. If you can gather your wits, there must be a solution. On the surface, Xianwei continued to feign a disheartened demeanor, yet internally, she fervently reminded herself to remain calm. She turned her thoughts over and over, meticulously assessing the cards she held in her hand, pondering whether they could aid her in escaping this dire situation. At this moment, a most irritating voice rang in Xuanwei's ears. Xianwei, why are you not smiling? Is it because you are naturally disinclined to laughter? Instantly, her eyes reddened as she glared at Chu Feng, who wore a concerned expression, his gaze betraying genuine care. What irked Xianwei the most was the way this man looked at her, with a smirk that seemed to mock her, as if she were a mere jester. I, Xianwei, a jester? How dare you? I can laugh, you know. At that moment, her head felt heavy, and upon hearing Chu Feng's voice again, she instinctively retorted, Chu Feng, be quiet. Her voice echoed like thunder. The bustling Wan Yuntai fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes turning towards her. The celestial kings furrowed their brows. Their dissatisfaction with Xianwei deepened upon witnessing her rudeness towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng, that name seemed familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, a bystander seated in the third tier of the cloud platform, the young saint, was also murmuring to himself. He fixated on Chu Feng, able only to catch a glimpse of his chiseled profile. Suddenly, the young saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously, leaping to his feet, stretching his neck like a giraffe just to catch a better look at the man. At that moment, sitting in the fourth tier of the cloud platform, the vice leader of the Xian sect, Sayu, felt her pupils constrict, her delicate form trembling as she exclaimed, "Ah?" Nearby, the Jinxing Xianjun heard her cry and turned to see Sayu clutching her chest, her complexion ashen. He inquired with concern, "Sayu, are you all right?" Sayu appeared feeble as she slowly rose, whispering, "Thank you for your concern, Jinxing Daoyu. I suddenly feel spiritually unsettled. An old ailment has returned. Perhaps the might of the celestial kings is too overwhelming. I may need to withdraw to recuperate." Upon hearing her refer to him as Daoyu, Jinxing Xianjun felt a warm current surge within him. Seeing her delicate form rising, he expressed concern. "Are you leaving? The discourse is about to commence. What is your ailment? Perhaps I can offer some remedy." Sayu, feeling flustered, replied impatiently, "No need. Please do not concern yourself with me." Her demeanor agitated, she hastily departed the cloud platform, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Jinxing Xianjun immediately took flight, grasping her celestial garment. "Wait, do not rush to leave. Opportunities to hear the celestial king's teachings are rare and precious." Sayu, feeling overwhelmed, retorted sharply, "In public, do not pull at me. Step aside." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The young saint, enveloped in a golden celestial aura, summoned a magnificent golden sacred dragon behind him, igniting a formidable celestial technique of immense power. The sacred dragon roared as it surged towards Sayu, intent on subduing her. Chapter 137. The performance begins in the celestial realm. The celestial sovereign is an unparalleled figure, a dominant force in any celestial domain. However, in the Lu God domain, during today's celestial king grand ceremony, the celestial sovereign finds himself merely the ordinary younger brother. To overstep boundaries here could easily invite calamity. Yet, without hesitation, the young saint sovereign unleashed his prowess. Under the watchful eyes of numerous celestial kings, he summoned his full strength, channeling supreme celestial arts to thunderously suppress Kaiyu. As a pinnacle genius among celestial sovereigns, the young saint sovereign's strike far surpassed the earlier display by Xianwei. Instantly, even Chu Feng's gaze was drawn to the scene. The golden sacred dragon soared into the sky, gliding through the heavens with a ferocious dragon head gaping wide. As the young saint sovereign struck down with a fist, a piercing scream erupted from Kaiyu. Being a fellow celestial sovereign, she was instantly devoured by the golden sacred dragon, her essence extinguished. "You have caused the destined protagonist Xianwei to lose a dear friend, shattering her faith. 10,000 points of destiny value are deducted. You have utilized a destiny critical strike talisman. This deduction incurs an additional 10,000 points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X3. Xianwei stood in stunned silence, witnessing Kaiyu's demise at the hands of the young saint sovereign, her features contorting in agony. She shrieked, "Young saint sovereign, do you wish to die? I will kill you." Behind Xianwei, a translucent divine sword abruptly unsheathed, ascending above her head. An overwhelming aura emanated, the sword intent surging forth, prompting many celestial kings to cast sidelong glances. This sword intent transcended the expected might of a celestial sovereign, drawing perilously close to that of a celestial king. Though Xianwei lacked emotional intelligence, understanding of propriety, and depth, and despite her penchant for masquerading as a man, one could not deny her latent prowess. Why rush? This is merely the beginning. Sit back and enjoy the show. I have prepared plenty of spectacles for you today. At this moment, a gentle voice resonated. Chu Feng, with Su Ji in tow, had appeared behind Xian Wei, lightheartedly chuckling as he patted her on the head, inadvertently shattering the translucent divine sword. You have caused the destined protagonist Xian Wei's chaotic sword intent to shatter. 30,000 points of destiny value are deducted. You have utilized a destiny critical strike talisman. This deduction incurs an additional 50,000 points. You have received a destiny treasure chest X1. Xian Wei's eyes widened in sheer anguish. Her chaotic sword intent had been obliterated. She could scarcely believe it. The chaotic sword intent was an unparalleled manifestation born from her innate chaotic sword body, not a physical entity. How could it be shattered? Chu Feng, observing the young Saint Sovereign's actions, casually inquired of Su Ji, who stood close by. Teacher Su, why didn't she employ this sword intent last time? Was it a matter of unwillingness? Su Ji bit her lip in silence, unable to assist, yet unwilling to hinder Xian Wei. This was already her final threshold. As Chu Feng observed her silence, he remained indifferent, gazing at the ethereal Xian Wei. He gently patted her shoulder and sighed. Xian Wei, it is not my intention to criticize you, but given our relationship, I am profoundly disappointed that you chose to conceal your true abilities from me last time. Xian Wei's body stiffened at his touch. With that single pat, all the celestial power within her was sealed. Moreover, the treasures within her divine sea were also encased in ice, rendered inaccessible. The might of this man was utterly terrifying. Was this truly the strength he wielded after tapping into the celestial source, or was it simply his inherent power? At that moment, Xian Wei found it challenging to delude herself any longer, her face betraying her despair. Chu Feng's voice lingered in the air. You, so devoid of compassion, can still feel sorrow? It appears that she held great significance for you. He continued, speaking of that fallen celestial maiden. She hails from the Xian realm as well. You are indeed a harbinger of misfortune, to have traversed from the Xian realm to this point. What a cost you have inflicted, only for her to meet such a tragic end. Where is your conscience? Hearing Chu Feng's shameless reproach, Xian Wei was engulfed in agony. A rare moment of silence from her lips. Her body trembled with fury, and her lips quivered as she exclaimed, You manipulated Xie Yuan. What do you intend to achieve? Her heart ached profoundly. Kaiyu was not merely her junior sister. She was the person she trusted most. Having journeyed alongside her from the Xian realm, under her guidance, Kaiyu had matured from an innocent little sister into a confident and poised woman. Facing trials and tribulations together, on the surface, they shared a bond of mutual understanding as senior and junior disciples. In private, they were two wandering souls, offering solace to one another's desolate spirits and bodies. Although Xian Wei held the title of the Xian New Sect's leader after establishing the great teachings in the celestial realm, it was Kaiyu who managed the sect for the majority of the time. Though she seldom voiced it, her regard for Kaiyu was immense. Now, with Kaiyu's tragic demise, guilt consumed her. Had she not heeded Xie Yuan's counsel to bring Kaiyu into this perilous den, she would not have perished. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Chu Feng stated, the real drama was just unfolding. At that moment, numerous celestial lords surrounding them were struck with shock. Little holy monarch, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? The star-settling celestial lord, who stood beside Kaiyu, was equally stunned. Witnessing the fleeting life of the ethereal maiden vanish in an instant, his expression one of disbelief. They had gone mad. It was they who had gone mad. Chu Feng was the Tao partner of the Willow deity, and how dare they from the Xian New Sect slander and deceive this lord into committing such a grave error? I shall eradicate this group of wretched beings. The little holy monarch was even more enraged than the star-settling celestial lord. His fury ignited. He revealed a certain divine bloodline, his hair standing on end, shimmering with a golden brilliance. Die! As his words echoed, the little holy monarch struck once more. Behind him, the golden sacred dragon roared ferociously, charging towards the other deputy leaders of the Xian New Sect not far away. The overwhelming power commanded attention, heedless of the gazes of others. At that moment, upon hearing the words of the young saint, many celestial lords' expressions shifted dramatically. Chu Feng, this name had become quite familiar. Was he not the protagonist of the minigame Jade tablet issued by the Xian New Sect before the opening of the Lu God domain, during the duel with Chu Feng? My goodness, the audacity of the Xian New Sect to conspire against the Lu God's companion. They were seated in the fourth tier, And when Chu Feng made his entrance, boundless Tao rhythms flowed around him, rendering their vision of his appearance utterly obscured. Furthermore, they had been preoccupied with the celestial kings exchanging gestures, and only now did they come to realize the situation. Their belated understanding was met with shock, and like the young saint, they erupted in fury. We hold no grudges. Why seek to harm us? Prior to the Lu God domain, we were made to engage in a duel with Chu Feng. Recalling their earlier disparaging remarks about Chu Feng, they felt a surge of rage. Not only was Chu Feng a celestial king, but his companion was also the Lu God. Should retribution commence, it would not merely be their lives at stake. Their families and factions would be uprooted entirely. The resolve of the celestial lords crumbled. The star-settling celestial lord, having participated in the duel with Chu Feng, shouted in anger, "I'll duel your mother. Xiannu sect, you truly deserve death. Young saint, do not keep all the spoils to yourself. Leave one for me." The Qinglong celestial lord bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. A massive Qinglong spear materialized in his grasp, which he hurled with great force, piercing the head of a vice leader of the Xiannu sect who had yet to be slain by the young saint. The spear protruded grotesquely from the vice leader's head, causing instant soul-rending demise. Many had played the duel with Chu Feng before the Lu God domain. Yet few of the vice leaders present at the Celestial King ceremony had done so. Moreover, the young saint's swift actions left the other celestial lords little time to react, and the vice leaders fell in rapid succession. The celestial lords trembled, drenched in cold sweat, racking their brains for a remedy. The star-settling celestial lord, shaking, retrieved a spatial artifact made from the imperial goose and pressed a button on its rotund belly. Is it the ancestor? I've stirred up trouble, serious trouble. Do not remain sleeping in your grave. Quickly go to the Zhu domain and eradicate a sect named Xiannu. The imperial goose in his hand emitted a cacophony of noise. His complexion turned ashen upon hearing these sounds, and with a fierce grimace, he gripped the artifact tightly, bellowing, "Stop your incessant prattle. Go at once, or else your ashes shall be scattered." The star-settling celestial lord's actions instantly roused the other celestial lords. Yes, indeed. Annihilate the Xiannu sect. Let us act swiftly. They all drew their imperial goose artifacts and began to shout and roar. You have caused the destruction of the great sect Xiannu, founded by the fated protagonist Xianwei. Its fortunes have vanished, and your destiny value decreases by 100,000 points. You have used a destiny critical strike talisman, which deducts an additional 200,000 from your destiny value. You receive 3 destiny treasure chests. Chapter 138. Someone bears the burden for you in the celestial realm. Countless factions have flourished over endless years, akin to the myriad stars dotting the infinite expanse. Among these factions, there exists a hierarchy. The foremost echelon is referred to as the Supreme Powers, exemplified by entities such as the Sword-Wielding Alliance, the Nameless Sect, and the Three Pure Ones, which have endured for countless years, their profound heritage formidable, with celestial kings aplenty and invincible celestial monarchs reigning supreme. The second tier is dubbed the Superpowers, where the 7 sacred lands, following the aforementioned alliances and sects, are situated, equally steeped in depth, each harboring more than one peaked celestial king. The third tier comprises influential factions that possess at least one celestial king, dominating a specific celestial domain. The Celestial Maiden sect has already garnered significant renown in the celestial realm, poised to become a true powerhouse once Xianwei ascends to the rank of celestial king and establishes her own dominion. However, the Celestial Maiden sect met its untimely demise. In scarcely the span of half an incense stick's burning, the sect, anchored in the Zhu domain, was reduced to mere dust. Even the miniature world painstakingly cultivated by Xianwei was ground to powder and carelessly discarded into a vast mine. Such is the swiftness of the celestial realm. The efficiency of this annihilation stemmed from the formidable coalition opposing the Celestial Maiden sect, which included, but was not limited to, 2 supreme powers, 7 superpowers, and over 20 influential factions. Alas, such a great sect was swiftly extinguished. Even Chu Feng was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he absorbed the system's notifications. Observing the dazed Xianwei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he could not help but offer her a comforting pat on the shoulder, speaking with sympathy. Why would you engage in such a futile struggle? You thought yourself clever, but look where it has led you. Now you have offended those you cannot contend with. You see, there are others eager to create trouble for you. No need for my intervention. Get lost. Xianwei, stung by Chu Feng's mockery, felt her tears welling, her shoulders trembling as she fought to suppress her sobs. Though devoid of the system's notifications, she acutely sensed the dissipating fortune of the once mighty sect upon its downfall, intensifying her anguish. The death of Kaiyu, the collapse of the sect she had poured her heart and soul into, and the mocking laughter of her enemies left her utterly powerless. She turned her gaze towards Su Ji, her mentor, who would typically offer guidance during such tumultuous times, helping her navigate through despair. But as she looked into Su Ji's eyes, she was taken aback. Her teacher's eyes were red-rimmed and glistening with tears, appearing even more sorrowful than herself. Su Ji's composure had also shattered. Once an invincible celestial king, a prominent figure in the sword domain, she had always been conservative and focused solely on her cultivation, having never interacted with other men. Now, in a public setting, she was treated as a mere plaything. Witnessing Xianwei's torment while feeling utterly helpless, her heart weighed down with despair. What truly shattered her spirit was the realization that familiar faces from her past were present. Witnessing her humiliation, the fear of social demise is not daunting. What is truly terrifying is having acquaintances observe your downfall. Su Ji nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianwei could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face like a bursting dam. Observing the destined protagonist shedding tears, Chu Feng felt a pang of compassion and comforted her, saying, "Alas, take it easy. Life is fraught with disappointments, often 8 out of 10 times. When you believe you have hit rock bottom, you must muster the strength to rise again. Surely, there are worse tribulations awaiting you, right?" He grasped Xianwei's head, twisting it 180 degrees to direct her gaze elsewhere. "Look, there are those who are even more pitiable than you. Do they not also bear their burdens as they forge ahead?" At that moment, a cold voice interjected, "Little Loach, come here." Who is Little Loach? Xianwei, suppressing her pain, involuntarily turned her reddened eyes in that direction. In her line of sight stood a man in a blue robe, wielding a great halberd, who approached briskly as his voice echoed, "Qinglong Xianjun, Little Loach?" Xianwei was taken aback. Qinglong Xianjun was a veritable top-tier celestial lord in the immortal realm, on the verge of breaking through to the rank of celestial king. Who would dare to call him Little Loach? "Ancestor, did you summon me?" Noticing Qinglong Xianjun bowing deferentially, Xianwei's gaze fell upon a figure exuding blinding divine light. It was a celestial king, with 9 circles of divine radiance swirling behind him, emanating unparalleled celestial authority. Yuhua Xianwang of the Sanqing sect, Qinglong Xianjun, also hailing from the Sanqing sect, appeared to have no qualms about calling him Little Loach in this context. Yet, why suddenly target the Xianenvi sect? As Yuhua Xianwang spoke, his eyes turned to Xianwei, his tone tinged with displeasure. The leader of the Xianenvi sect has been chosen by the Lu god. Look at the esteem she has garnered. Even the Lu goddess companion is engaged in conversation with her. Chu Feng has even taken the liberty to pat Xianwei's head, a rather intimate gesture, prompting her to weep with excitement. At this moment, Qinglong Xianjun had lost the arrogance he displayed earlier when confronting Kaiyu. Now enveloped by the questioning gazes of several equally perplexed celestial kings, he stammered, "They set me up." "Set you up? How so?" Previously, outside the domain gate, the Xianenvi sect had devised a little trick called dueling Chu Feng, which I found amusing and decided to partake in. This trick involved inscribing Lord Chu Feng's name on jade tablets, each bearing a corresponding accusation. What accusations? All baseless charges, utterly disgraceful, best left unmentioned. Upon hearing this, Yuhua Xianwang's expression darkened, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. "Then what exactly did you do?" Qinglong Xianjun wore a sullen expression. "I did nothing much. At the time, I was unaware of the identity of the person on the jade tablet. Provoked by the fabricated accusations, I felt a surge of righteous indignation and made a minor critique of Lord Chu Feng at the Lu God's domain gate. Just like that. I even spoke a few disrespectful words to Lord Chu Feng." "What did you say?" "Such matters, ancestor, are best left unexamined. They are of no consequence. He is not important." Little Loach endeavored to maintain a steady tone, wearing a mournful expression as he brazenly rebutted the ancestor. With a swift motion, the transcendent Yuhua, in a fit of rage, struck down upon the foolish Qinglong with a resounding clap. The impact was deafening. In an instant, The esteemed immortal Lord Qinglong was reduced to mere pulp beneath Yuhua's might. This was no trivial matter. One must understand that the higher one's realm, the greater the concern for one's reputation. After all, why did the immortal lords previously engage in contests atop the first tier of the Xian Huangcloud platform? How dare you insult the Tao partner of the Lu God right before the gates of the Lu divine domain, regardless of whether it was a trap or not? Let us not forget the actions you took. Only a fragment of Qinglong's spirit remained, weakly manifesting as he lamented, "Ancestor, I truly did not perceive this as a trap. I thought it was merely a trivial act of dragon slaying." Enraged, Yuhua retorted, "Slay Chufeng? Why not challenge someone of real worth?" Qinglong begged for mercy, exclaiming that there was considerable intrigue afoot, claiming that Xianwei and Lord Chufeng were at odds, and that she was the true instigator. "Do not kill me. Seek her instead." The cries of Qinglong's spirit echoed in despair. Yuhua's fury surged as he grasped Qinglong's essence, intent on obliterating it. However, the nearby Tianji immortal lord swiftly intervened, urging restraint. This cannot be done. He was misled and did not act with malice. He recognizes his mistake. Yuhua, fuming, retorted, "What good is acknowledging one's fault? Today is the Lu divine ceremony, and yet one dares to speak ill of the Lu God's Tao partner. If we do not cleanse our ranks today, shall we wait until they provoke a formidable enemy to annihilate our Sanqing sect?" Suddenly, a series of ominous thuds reverberated through the air. Other immortal lords, finding merit in Yuhua's words, began to unleash their wrath, obliterating the physical forms of those involved in the contest against Chufeng, including the likes of the Minor Saint Lord and the star-suppressing immortal lord. Concurrently, piercing gazes turned toward Xianwei, their expressions a blend of skepticism and indifference. Why had Xianwei orchestrated such a contest against Chufeng? Was the Lu God aware? What was Chufeng's perspective on this matter? The immortal lord's thoughts raced. One was the Tao partner of the Lu God, while the other was merely a potential interest. Choosing sides was a delicate matter. Any hesitation a sign of disrespect toward the Lu God. Witnessing this scene, Xianwei's expression became frozen, her heart tumultuous. In that moment, she acknowledged the profound shock she felt. Qinglong, the Minor Saint Lord, and the star-suppressing immortal lord were all among the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Extraordinary prodigies of their time. Even she had to set aside her pride to forge connections and cultivate goodwill. Now, however, they were like ants, ruthlessly crushed beneath the feet of the immortal lords. Their physical forms shattered, their spirits weakened, even if they were to recover. Ascension to the rank of immortal lord would no longer be within their grasp. And all of this transpired merely because they had engaged in a trivial game of dragon slaying outside the domain gates. Xianwei was perplexed. They were all supreme immortal lords. Were they truly so fearful? With a sigh, Chufeng gently turned Xianwei's head back towards him, earnestly stating, "Do you see now? I must confess, I hold a deep admiration for these celestial monarchs. Their intellect is truly remarkable. Initially, I had intended to eliminate those celestial lords associated with you. But before I could act, they preemptively shattered their own pride in apology. Do you have any idea how many messages I am currently receiving? They are all private messages of contrition, some even offering to bestow upon me treasures of the celestial realm. Astonishingly, there are celestial lords who wish for your demise, which leaves me feeling rather embarrassed." Chufeng sighed, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation. Xianwei's brows and lips quivered with trepidation. He is manipulating events from the shadows. The realization of his cunning filled her with dread. Without lifting a finger, he has orchestrated a scenario where blades are poised, mercilessly stabbing into her heart with precision and force. Despair enveloped her. Xianwei understood that even if she were to escape by sheer luck today, the vast expanse of the celestial realm would no longer harbor a place for her. Chapter 139. Why is Xianwei so frantic? Ciao, my friend. This matter arises from my reckless descendant, who has committed a grave taboo. I trust you find my handling of the situation satisfactory? Indeed, they have brought this upon themselves. Today, they dare to slander you, and tomorrow, will they not even presume to challenge the celestial emperor? Those who cannot recognize their own limitations are destined for ruin. My friend Chao, I possess a celestial king's treasure. Please accept it as my apology for this foolishness. Recently, I have just weathered the tribulation of the celestial king and find myself somewhat impoverished. Therefore, I bestow upon you a celestial king's secret technique. I hope you do not find it lacking. Seeing that Chao Feng did not respond to his private message, the celestial kings related to the matter, disregarding any semblance of pride, directly expressed their apologies and offered numerous treasures. Chao Feng, with a broad smile, graciously accepted all without making any declaration, merely engaging in polite exchanges. The foolish antagonist, embittered and cynical, stands opposed to the world. The mature and charming villain revels in life, manipulating the protagonist while compelling the heroes of the realm to bow before him, deftly wielding influence over the tides of fate. Though he held little regard for the trinkets offered, he understood the importance of social niceties, and thus would not dismiss their gestures. Xianwei was utterly shocked. On the Wan Yuntai, those latecomers, who missed the opportunity to engage in the contest against Chao Feng, were equally astounded. Their pride lay in tatters. The celestial kings, akin to ants, were trampled, leaving only a fragment of their souls to witness the ongoing dialogue, which surprisingly hinted at mercy. The invincible celestial king is indeed fearsome. Even when merely a partner is disparaged, like the unparalleled Qinglong celestial king or the illustrious little Saint King, they must pay a heavy price. Call him grandfather. Quick, call him grandfather. What further plunged Xianwei into despair was the incessant echo of a sinister voice in her ears, compelling her to address Chao Feng as grandfather. She gazed towards the horizon, where Xie Yuan's radiant smile shone, accompanied by another individual whose countenance was one of panic, seemingly uttering something. Xie Yuan. Xianwei awakened from her stupor. At this juncture, she realized that Xie Yuan might not extend his assistance, yet he undoubtedly possessed some knowledge. Desperate, she resolved to glean any information possible, even if it meant he would not intervene directly. Xianwei cast a glance at Chao Feng, who was smiling as he leaned close to his teacher, whispering softly. Her body stiffened, and she clenched her fists, quietly transmitting her thoughts. Brother Xie Yuan, could you possibly assist me in leaving this place? If I manage to depart safely today, I shall remember this favor, and you may request anything from me in return. Xie Yuan squinted, leaving her message unread. He glanced at the anxious Jinfeng celestial king beside him, who was eagerly proposing, Leader, should I also commit self-termination as an apology? Xie Yuan blinked. Observing the trembling Jinfeng celestial king, who once stood alongside Qinglong in renown, now gripped by fear, he pondered, have you also engaged in the contest with Chao Feng? And no, not at all. Then why do you wish to take such drastic measures? The Lord of the Alliance has assigned me to guard the domain gate. My oversight has been inadequate. If this matter remains unresolved, in the future, the Supreme Lord of the Alliance will not intervene on my behalf against the invincible immortal king. The expression of Lord Jinfeng has turned ashen, resembling one in mourning. He certainly does not wish for a self-detonation under such circumstances, but the fault lies in his passive observation of events unfolding at the domain gate. This is a dereliction of duty. Such a person, who usually stands high above, basking in admiration, has now committed a grave error due to a moment of inattention. He dares not meet the gaze of the wind, nor that of the ethereal Lu Shun who observes all from the heavens. He can only consult the astute alliance leader, Xie Yuan. Harboring a flicker of hope within his heart, Xie Yuan squinted his small eyes, without a moment's hesitation, pointedly suggested, then go ahead and explode. Lord Jinfeng swayed slightly. His expression one of despair, yet a glimmer of resolve flickered across his face. Xie Yuan grasped Lord Jinfeng, advising, do not rush, aim for Xuanwei's face. Something that can splatter her. Xie Yuan waved his hand. Hurry, do as I say, and in the future, you may find another opportunity to reconstruct the immortal king. Lord Jinfeng's countenance reflected astonishment upon hearing Xie Yuan mention the possibility of reconstructing the immortal king. A glimmer of hope shone through his previously vacant gaze. The beings of the immortal realm are acutely aware that Xie Yuan is a man of his word. With Xie Yuan's assurance, Lord Jinfeng departed swiftly, his steps noticeably lighter. The tragic grandeur of his self-sacrifice diminished considerably. Observing Lord Jinfeng's retreating figure, a shadow of concern crossed Xie Yuan's face. Something felt amiss. Ever since the entrance of Brother Chu, he sensed an underlying discord. This surprise, for Xianwei, while it may have been frightening, joy was truly absent. How much time had elapsed since Brother Chu's arrival? Xianwei had transitioned from a peerless prodigy, revered by Lu Shun, to a figure akin to a jester, seeking attention. The confrontation with Chu Feng warranted punishment. The Xiannu sect was swiftly obliterated. Xie Yuan perceived no fault in this. The Xiannu sect had brought about their own destruction. Whether or not Xianwei was culpable, they, as executors, could not escape blame. The involvement of figures such as Lord Qinglong and the young saint, or even those who, like Lord Jinfeng, were indirectly involved, had also entangled them in the web of causality. Consider the situation from another perspective. If I were Xuanwei's grandfather, witnessing my rebellious granddaughter absconding for an extended period, only to associate with such a motley crew, it would be quite normal to feel discontent and act harshly. However, Xie Yuan gradually realized that the situation was more complex than he initially perceived. The crux of the issue lay in Brother Chu's actions were exceedingly subtle. Although he interacted affectionately with Xianwei, patting her shoulder and head as a caring elder might, what grandfather would nearly twist his granddaughter's head off? The soul entity he embraced also struck him as peculiar. Initially, he assumed it to be Xuanwei's biological grandmother, yet upon closer inspection, he found her gazing at Xianwei with tear-streaked cheeks, her expression a blend of panic and fear. And what of Xianwei? With tear-filled eyes and a look of despair. It did not resemble a true reunion of grandfather and granddaughter. Rather, she appeared as if she were a captive, silently pleading for help. Xie Yuan squinted in contemplation. Had I misunderstood something from the very beginning? Is Xianwei truly the granddaughter of Brother Chu? Or was it merely a jest from Chu Feng, which my dull mind failed to grasp as humor? It matters not. Clarity will soon unfold. He withdrew his thoughts and gazed into the distance. There, he beheld the swift movements of Jinfeng Xianjun, who charged towards Xianwei with fiery eyes, bellowing, "Xianwei, I curse your ancestors." As the words reverberated, boom. In the astonished gaze of numerous powerful beings, Jinfeng Xianjun self-destructed. A torrential rain of blood erupted, drenching Xianwei's face, leaving her momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Meanwhile, Chu Feng effortlessly embraced Su Ji, stepping aside as golden light enveloped him, shielding him from the devastation of Jinfeng Xianjun's explosion. Xianwei's panicked scream pierced the air as a Xianjun intentionally splattered her with blood, the sheer volume of which was nothing short of exaggerated. She was soaked. Her entire body felt sticky and heavy, her flat figure and robes clinging to her like a small crimson figure. In a fluster, she attempted to harness her celestial power to evaporate the blood, only to discover that her powers were sealed. The destined protagonist Xianwei experiences a mental breakdown. Her destiny value decreases by 30,000. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Xiaowei, Su Ji exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Xianwei's disheveled and pitiful state. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Feng's eyes as well. One must admit, you truly know how to entertain. Chu Feng was taken aback. This sudden drop in destiny value mirrored previous instances, catching him off guard to the extent that he failed to respond with a destiny critical strike talisman. With a serene smile, he raised his hand, extracting Jinfeng Xianjuan's soul and tossing it to Xie Yuan, who caught it with a beaming grin. After a moment's thought, he quickly gestured a heart to Chu Feng. At this juncture, Jinfeng Xianjuan's probing had left Xie Yuan with an unsettling realization. Xianwei, you are indeed in grave peril. If I were to become your granduncle, I would be embroiled in considerable trouble. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the celestial kings. Jinfeng Xianjun had also self-destructed. Some younger individuals remarked that he had not directly participated. Thus, was this the stance of the sword-wielding alliance? They glanced at Xie Yuan, who was engaged in a respectful gesture towards Chu Feng, deep in thought. The eternal ancient celestial king smiled with satisfaction, proud of his offspring for their clear understanding of the situation. The higher one stands, the further one sees. From the moment he arrived in the Lu God domain, he sensed that Lu Shun was extraordinary. This woman bore wounds, to still rank among the top 10 of the celestial king list despite her injuries. What strength must she have possessed prior to her healing? Consequently, when the eternal ancient celestial king entered, Lu Shun had welcomed him to the second tier of the Yun Tai without objection. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished the eternal ancient celestial king was the appearance of Lu Shun's partner. Everyone assumed that Chu Feng was just an unremarkable yet handsome celestial king. Only he held a different perspective. He discovered, to his astonishment, that he could not penetrate the depths of the other's intentions. It was precisely this realization that left him even more shaken. He was, after all, the invincible celestial king who once ranked third on the celestial king's list. If even he could not see through it, a vague suspicion flickered in the heart of the eternal celestial king. Observing his son decisively aligning with Chu Feng brought him a sense of solace. The Xie family had ascended to their current standing in the celestial realm precisely because they never engaged in losing battles. In such a clear situation, should one still choose the wrong side, he would be left with no choice but to practice his minor skills in tears. He discerned Chu Feng's manipulative intentions towards Xian Wei and, at this moment, did not hesitate to stoke the flames further. With a calm demeanor, he posed the question that lingered in the hearts of all the celestial kings. Chu, my friend, what enmity lies between you and Xian Wei that drives her to such a frenzied desire for vengeance against you? Chapter 140. Never have I encountered such an audacious individual. There undoubtedly exists a grudge between Xian Wei and Chu Feng, though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. However, the celestial sovereigns, including the eternal ancestor sovereign, are resolute in their belief that the fault lies with Xian Wei. There is no need for deliberation in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Weakness equates to culpability. Thus, they refrain from questioning Chu Feng regarding his provocations towards Xian Wei, for it is evident that only Xian Wei could have instigated Chu Feng. Any astute observer would swiftly arrive at this consensus. The eternal ancestor sovereign posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present. What animosity could possibly drive one to such a frenzied and scrupulous act? Those celestial sovereigns with a modicum of strategy could see the potential repercussions of Chu Feng's seemingly innocuous ploy. Had they not acted with alacrity, allowing this ruse to proliferate, it would have inevitably affected Chu Feng's destiny. An ancient adage in the celestial realm states that severing one's fortune is akin to slaying their progenitors. The sovereigns were astounded by Chu Feng's remarkable composure. Upon learning the full story, he stood there, smiling serenely, without immediately bringing Xian Wei to her demise. This could only signify that Chu Feng, the sovereign, possessed a benevolent heart and a gentle disposition. At this moment, the magnanimous Chu Feng, prompted by the eternal ancestor sovereign, furrowed his brow and gazed at the disheveled Xian Wei, expressing disdain. Pray tell, why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Xian Wei, taken aback, retorted, me? Target you? When have I ever sought to undermine you? I dared not. Our first encounter on the imperial path saw you vanquishing my projection without provocation. Then, in the Xian realm, you appropriated my long-nurtured celestial essence and usurped the way of heaven. I was indignant, yet you dispatched me twice. Before I could gather my wits, you pursued me into the celestial realm, intent on my destruction. I was terrified. I fled, yet you relentlessly pursued me, even abducting and tormenting my beloved mentor. Finally, upon reaching the Lucian domain, I presented a celestial sovereign treasure to curry favor, only to discover that Lucian is your partner in the Tao. Now my great sect lies in ruins, my treasures are lost, my friends have severed ties with me, and my mentor is ensnared in your embrace, at your mercy. You accuse me of targeting you? I target you indeed. Xuanwei's chest heaved with rage, her anger manifesting in an extraordinary manner. Tears threatened to spill forth as she lamented the absurdity of her plight. It was she who had been schemed against, beaten, and scorned by all. Yet now she stood branded as the villain. What transgressions have I committed? I merely retaliated in self-defense. I acted as any reasonable person would. As she gazed into Chu Feng's eyes, which bore an expression of helplessness tinged with grievance, Xian Wei felt her very soul teetering on the brink of exasperation. She refused to accept this injustice. Raising her bloodied finger, her lips quivering with indignation, she exclaimed, "Never have I encountered such shamelessness." The celestial sovereign of the heavenly extremes furrowed his brow, while the sovereign of feather transformation turned pale. The eternal immortal king raised an eyebrow, offering the opportunity for an accusation to be articulated, yet daring to insult Chu Feng. Before the celestial kings could utter a word, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. All the celestial kings gazed in astonishment at the resplendent empress in the heavens. At this moment, her delicate brows arched, and her indifferent gaze radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. The elegant green attire that enveloped her proud figure was stirred by her wrath, creating ripples of formidable energy. As the ivory, flawless hand of the green-clad woman waved, the shadow expanded like a celestial canopy, pressing down upon Xian Wei. The ground trembled. The heavens altered their hue. Your companion, Lu Shun has slain the destined protagonist, Xianwei. 10,000 points of destiny have been deducted. You have utilized the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 300,000 points. You have received 3 Destiny Treasure Chests. Xianwei, having slandered Chu Feng, was met with Lu Shun's furious strike, reducing her to mere powder on the spot. The Celestial Kings were left in shock. The force of that palm was overwhelming, capable of manipulating the very essence of the universe, showcasing a mastery over the laws of power that was simply unparalleled. Remarkably terrifying. It shattered only the platform where Xianwei stood, leaving those in proximity unscathed. In that moment, some Celestial Kings exchanged glances, suddenly realizing why Lu Shun had confined them to the second tier of the platform. Had they been on the same level as Xianwei, they might not have escaped unscathed. Given their strength, they may not have been able to endure such a strike. This was the embodiment of an invincible Celestial King. Instantly, the Celestial Kings felt their previous anxieties dissipate, recognizing Lu Shun's prudence in her arrangements. With Xianwei now deceased, their anticipation to hear Lu Shun's teachings grew immensely. The feathered immortal king furrowed his brow, fixating on the spot where Xianwei had vanished, and suddenly spoke. No, the causal threads remain. This woman possesses immense fortune. She may yet revive. The eternal immortal king then turned to the Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign, have you intervened? All eyes fell upon the masked Sword Sovereign, a formidable presence within the celestial realm. Given Xianwei's qualifications for the Sword Domain trials, his involvement seemed plausible. At this juncture, some Celestial Kings began to grasp an oddity. The Sword Sovereign, known for his dominance within the celestial realm, had remained silent today, a most unusual occurrence. The typically reticent Sword Sovereign replied in a low voice, No, Xianwei is qualified, and by rights, I should protect her. However, I cannot contend with Lu Shun. Thus I chose not to intervene. Her revival bears no connection to me. Upon hearing the Sword Sovereign's candid response, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. The Sword Domain Sovereign, renowned for his fierce demeanor and unwavering strength, openly admitted his inability to confront Lu Shun and opted against action. Did he not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Sword Domain? The Sword Sovereign refrained from further comment, directing his masked gaze towards the east. There stood Chu Feng, embracing Su Ji, seemingly unable to accept the unfolding events. The onlookers followed the direction of the Sword Sovereign's mask, their attention drawn to the poignant scene. Only then did Chu Feng embrace the ethereal figure with his left arm, while his right hand grasped a woman clad merely in undergarments. Her physique resembling that of a washboard. Her long hair cascaded down, her complexion pale, and a tear mole marked the corner of her eye, exuding an air of panic. Who could she be if not Xianwei? Had she been reborn? How could she achieve resurrection before our very eyes? The assembly of Celestial Kings gazed at Xianwei, their astonishment palpable. Although they sensed her demise, it appeared she had not perished entirely. Yet, the manner and location of her revival eluded their perception. The eternal Celestial King discerned the clues and remarked nonchalantly, It is merit. The resurgence of merit is unexpected. It seems this Xianwei possesses virtue. The Celestial Kings were further astounded by his words. Merit. Such a rarity. How it manifests and how one acquires it are shrouded in secrecy for these celestial lords. Only those of great fortune can attain merit. The Destruction Celestial King exclaimed in shock. This seemingly insignificant celestial lord, Xianwei, possesses merit substantial enough to facilitate her resurrection. How could she have amassed such virtue? The Ascendant Celestial King, taken aback, pondered aloud. Could it be that Xianwei is a virtuous soul? He understood the esoteric nature of merit. For the unvirtuous, acquiring it is nearly impossible. For Xianwei to possess enough merit for revival, she must have performed countless good deeds. The Celestial Kings felt a twinge of uncertainty. To oppose one with merit could lead to significant repercussions. As Chu Feng held Xianwei, he maintained his composure and explained, It was stolen. All of it is my merit. Xianwei nearly gasped in disbelief. The merit she had painstakingly accumulated over the years was suddenly deemed stolen. How shameless. Could merit truly be pilfered? The Celestial Kings were equally astonished. Indeed, it was possible. Xianwei spoke the truth. She was an embodiment of brazen audacity. Noticing their skepticism, Chu Feng unfurled his arm, revealing a full pound of merit, radiating a resplendent array of colors that dazzled everyone, including Xianwei. The sheer magnitude of merit left the celestial kings dumbfounded. Among them, some had been fortunate enough to receive merit, yet it had only amounted to the size of a fingernail, calculated by the occasion. They had never witnessed such an abundance of merit in their lifetimes. The eternal celestial king, with newfound respect, bowed to Chu Feng and proclaimed, "My friend Chu, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a paragon of purity and benevolence." It seemed he had come to a realization, exclaiming, "No wonder Xian Wei has acted so recklessly. It turns out she has stolen your merit. If she can pilfer virtue, what else might she not attempt?" Suddenly, the eternal celestial king spoke again, "Xie Yuan. I'm here, father. Task a mission through the channels of the Sword Alliance. Create a little spectacle called Dueling Xian Wei within a month. Ensure that all realms of the celestial world can partake in it. Father, I have already set this in motion. Moreover, I have also eliminated several of Xian Wei's allies. Her close friends within the celestial realm have been apprehended and await their fate." Xie Yuan spoke with conviction, declaring that the Sword Alliance does not accommodate idlers. He had already anticipated his father's foresight. The destined protagonist, Xian Wei, experienced a mental breakdown, resulting in a reduction of 50,000 in her fate value. You utilized a fate crit symbol, causing an additional deduction of 150,000 from her fate value, and you received 2 fate treasure chests. The destined protagonist, Xian Wei, suffered a significant decline in fortune, with her fate value diminishing by 200,000. By employing a fate crit symbol, an extra deduction of 200,000 was incurred, and you obtained 5 fate treasure chests. Chapter 141. While it's hot, the system buzzed incessantly, like a persistent fly, inundating him with a multitude of notifications. Yet, a more pronounced smile curled at the corners of Chu Feng's lips. His gaze fell gently upon the recently reborn Xian Wei, and aside from her disheveled appearance, she exuded an overall aura of despondency. Her eye sockets were sunken, her complexion pallid, and her lips quivered. She seemed to have aged prematurely, devoid of any youthful vigor. On the surface, Xian Wei feigned weakness, but her mind raced with thoughts at breakneck speed. "Remain calm. I must stay composed. I still possess numerous trump cards. I can certainly escape. I must not give up." Chu Feng paid little heed to Xian Wei's current musings. His gaze transcended her mere exterior, delving into her inner essence. Xian Wei's current realm, late-stage celestial monarch fate value, 710,000 possessions. Wuji sword pill, Tianfua celestial book, Yunjin Bao, Youyu sword talisman, Tianxin stone platform. Unfathomable divine intention sword pill physique, innate chaos sword body golden finger. Invincible celestial king at her side, Xian Wei's panel was resplendent. Despite the tumult she had endured, her fate value remained an impressive 710,000, rendering it relatively easy to subdue a martial emperor. When viewed in isolation, her panel appeared flawless. The reason for the staggering 4.3 million was due to her serendipitous encounters during this period, which had augmented her fate value. Even Chu Feng had to concede that the fate critical strike talisman was indeed remarkably useful. Without it, reducing Xian Wei's formidable fate value of 5 million would have required an inordinate amount of time, particularly during the wave of hostility from the Celestial Kings. Combined with the fate critical strike talisman, it had swiftly diminished Xian Wei's fate value by over 1 million. This exemplifies the advantage of grand spectacles. The larger the crowd, the more connections made, the easier it becomes to reap rewards, especially for someone like Xian Wei, a protagonist drawn to gathering momentum. If those at the pinnacle alter their perception of her, it suffices to create a colossal scythe, executing a clean cut with precision. Of course, the deduction of fate value primarily affected the protagonist, leaving him unscathed. The true source of Chu Feng's gains lay within the fate treasure chests. Currently, his divine sea was meticulously filled with 42 fate treasure chests. One could say he was positively overflowing with wealth. However, Chu Feng remained patient, intending to wait until he had thoroughly drained Xian Wei before launching another series of draws. What truly surprised him was that despite Xian Wei's dire circumstances, she still possessed such a plethora of hidden cards. The treasures visible on her panel were undeniably of immense value. With one hand clasped around Xian Wei's neck and the other pinching her cheek, he remarked, "You truly are tenacious, aren't you? Your life is remarkably resilient." Xian Wei's veins bulged, her face contorted grotesquely under Chu Feng's grip. "You, let me go?" She was engulfed in despair, as if her mother had opened the door to despair itself, leading her straight to the heart of it. Earlier, her insults directed at Chu Feng had not been without purpose. She had aimed to provoke him into taking lethal action, hoping to exploit the random advantages of her resurrection sight to make her escape. Just as he had revived, the man seemed to have anticipated this moment, twisting himself back with resolute determination. Then, she inadvertently heard what she should not have. Xie Yuan and the voice of the eternal immortal king resounded unrestrainedly through the heavens. The announcement of Dou Xianwei echoed throughout the entire immortal realm. Allied powers were obliterated. Close friends were subdued. Xie Yuan, how could you be so ruthless? The more Xianwei pondered, the angrier she became, feeling the piercing gazes directed at her like swords and spears. Her mind shattered, and darkness enveloped her vision. Was this how she would succumb? Her mastery of mental fortitude was evidently lacking. Upon witnessing Xuanwei's eyes roll back as she collapsed, Chu Feng could not help but shake his head. Beside him, Su Ji felt a sense of dread as she beheld Xianwei's unconscious form. Was it truly her lack of mental discipline? Or was it the sheer terror emanating from this situation? Su Ji was acutely aware of the strength within Xianwei. They had faced countless dire predicaments together, yet none had been as devastating as this moment. The pivotal factor was that Chu Feng had hardly exerted himself, and yet the immortal kings toyed with Xianwei as if she were a mere pawn. Su Ji perceived the gravity of the situation. Once the announcement about Dou Xianwei was made, with the Sword Alliance fanning the flames, Xianwei's fortunes would be irrevocably tarnished. With such a burden, even the prospect of reincarnation and cultivation would be futile, destined for misfortune. If these immortal kings and Xianwei were to discover that Chu Feng was the celestial emperor, Su Ji's proud heart trembled with fear. She genuinely feared that Xianwei might one day rage against her ancestors and self-destruct before her very eyes. As someone who had witnessed Xuanwei's growth, Su Ji felt a profound sense of despair. She knew Xianwei possessed numerous hidden cards, but what of it? This man before her would undoubtedly deny her any chance for resurgence. Stop dawdling. Come and assist me. Chu Feng's voice broke through Su Ji's tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, Xuanwei's body was hurled toward her by Chu Feng. Instinctively, Su Ji summoned her spiritual power, cradling Xianwei in her arms. When she saw Chu Feng standing directly opposite her, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chu Feng glanced at Su Ji's graceful figure and nonchalantly replied, "She is already unconscious, naturally. I must act swiftly." Su Ji's expression shifted dramatically. With so many immortal kings present, what could he possibly mean? "Do not move." Chu Feng extended his hand toward Xuanwei's chest. Su Ji yearned to refuse but found herself paralyzed with fear, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, holding another lamb in place. As the focal point of attention, Chu Feng's actions immediately drew the collective gaze of the immortal kings. Observing his movement, they were taken aback, their eyes subtly shifting toward the heavens, musing inwardly about Chu Feng's audacity and whether he truly cared for Lu Shun. The expression on the face of the divine figure remained unperturbed, resembling an otherworldly deity untouched by mortal affairs. As their gaze fell upon Yun Tai without stirring a single ripple, Xie Yuan was utterly astonished. Is Brother Chu about too? The eternal immortal king appeared contemplative, choosing silence. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Chu Feng's palm had successfully landed at the airport, touching down smoothly. His hand seemed to plunge into water, his arm penetrating directly into Xianwei's chest. The feathered immortal king squinted, stating, "Is Taoist Chu targeting Xianwei's divine sea? What could a mere immortal monarch possibly conceal within?" The heavenly extreme immortal king nodded in agreement, remarking, "Perhaps it is an expression of retribution. Given that Xianwei has pilfered Taoist Chu's merits, which are treasures of immense value. If it were me, I would have gone even further." Suddenly, the destruction immortal king exclaimed, "What the heck?" He observed Chu Feng, noting his arm twisting as he forcefully extracted something from Xianwei. A strange cry escaped the unconscious Xianwei's lips. A small, ebony orb was seized by Chu Feng. The orb radiated with a soaring sword intent. The overwhelming sword energy compelled the sword celestial king to rise in astonishment, exclaiming, "A sword Dao orb. Is that the boundless sword intent?" As those words fell, a wave of commotion erupted. A sword Dao orb? Many of the immortal kings, though not entirely familiar with the nature of this dark orb, were instantly drawn into gasps of astonishment by the Sword Celestial King's declaration. The Sword Tao. Why do those sword immortals in the sword domain dare to claim invincibility among their peers? It is precisely because they can directly explore the rules of the Sword Tao, isn't it? Xianwei, without even venturing into the sword domain, possesses treasures related to the Sword Tao. Before they could fully process their astonishment, Chu Feng's fingers probed once more. Another cry of pain escaped Xianwei. With a flick of his fingers, a cerulean sword orb was extracted from her divine sea. The Sword Celestial King bellowed again, an endless divine, intense Sword Tao. She possesses yet another sword orb. Sword Tao orbs are exceedingly rare within the sword domain. Even he possessed but a single one, yet this seemingly insignificant Xianwei, who had not even encountered the true Sword Tao, possessed two. Before his shock could subside, Chu Feng forcefully retrieved a tome enveloped in swirling mist from Xianwei's body. The cover depicted a reclining Buddha, radiating tranquility. Upon extraction, the temperature of the entire Lu God domain surged. This is the heavenly Buddha scripture? Another voice of astonishment rang out. A bald immortal king seemed on the verge of having his eyes pop out, filled with shock and bewilderment. Undoubtedly, this artifact was yet another supreme treasure. The immortal kings were left dumbfounded. Was Xianwei some sort of treasure-seeking rodent? How could there be so many treasures within her divine sea? They felt an urge to negotiate with Chu Feng, inquiring if they could also explore Xianwei's divine sea while the iron was hot. They would even be willing to pay. Yu Su Ji was left speechless. Xianwei's secrets had been laid bare. She wished to persuade Chu Feng to cease his actions. Yet contemplating the potential repercussions of offending him, she instinctively shifted her tone and suggested, "Might we postpone this until later? There are far too many spectators. Why the haste? It will be over soon." Chu Feng continued his excavation. An ancient bronze bow and arrow, along with an unremarkable stone platform, were unearthed successively. Ultimately, Chu Feng's hands grasped a small, jet-black sword. As he extracted it from Xianwei's body, the sword unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. The intensity of this force transformed the Lu divine domain into an abyss of darkness. The blade shimmered with a resounding clarity, imbued with an insatiable intent to kill, piercing directly towards Chu Feng's face. Chapter 142. The Xianwei Technique. You have seized the special treasure, the infinite sword pill, from the destined protagonist Xianwei, resulting in a reduction of 50,000 in her destiny value. Utilizing the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman, an additional deduction of 150,000 was incurred, and you have received 2 Destiny Treasure Chests. Moreover, you have claimed Xianwei's unique treasure, the Unfailing Divine Will Sword Pill, again diminishing her destiny value by 50,000. The use of the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman further reduced her destiny by an additional 50,000, granting you 2 more Destiny Treasure Chests. Your title of the Noteworthy Villain has been activated, bestowing upon you an extra 2 Destiny Treasure Chests. You have also appropriated Xianwei's special treasure, the Heartstone Platform, which led to a further decrease of 50,000 in her destiny value. The subsequent use of the Destiny Critical Strike Talisman resulted in an additional 80,000 deduction, rewarding you with 2 Destiny Treasure Chests once more. As Chu Feng delved deeper into Xianwei's possessions, he forcefully plundered her most valuable treasures. The system roared once again. Among Xianwei's 6 treasures, only 3 qualified to be counted towards destiny value. The final item, the Ghostly Prison Sword Talisman, emanated a terrifying aura, unleashing an overwhelming celestial might as it lunged towards Chu Feng's face. With an endless blade gleam and a shadowy essence, it generated ripples of profound loss. The damage inflicted by this small sword was utterly horrifying. Many peak immortal kings present were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The might of this sword surpassed the pinnacle of power. If they were to face this seemingly inconspicuous sword, they would be in grave peril. Realizing this, the immortal king's expressions changed drastically. They were immortal kings. At their level, they were practically indestructible to ordinary beings, even with a single drop of blood remaining. They possessed the means to be reborn. They feared nothing but the laws and cataclysms. However, the cold sword that suddenly emerged from Xianwei contained an exceedingly terrifying sword law that could undoubtedly slay an immortal king. Chu, my friend, danger. The ancient immortal king's expression changed drastically. This sword held unparalleled might. It was too sudden, too cunning. He had no time to intervene. Only Lu Shun maintained an expression of calm. Indeed, this sword was terrifying. Even with her current injuries, it would be challenging to withstand. Yet, she thought, her husband was not so easily vanquished. To rely solely on this sword to bring about her husband's demise was a delusion. As all eyes trembled in anticipation, fixated on Chu Feng, the dark small sword was about to pierce his face. In that instant, Chu Feng made his move. His action was nothing short of astonishing. He appeared unfazed, raising his arm. With a resounding thud, the dark small sword emitted a sharp explosion. It seemed to possess intelligence and was struck with fear. Yet, it was too late. The clash between this sword and Chu Feng's strike was monumental. Screams echoed. The celestial king of the heavens. Winky face, the feathered immortal king. The primal immortal king. The serene Xianwei, effortlessly summoned by Chu Feng, was ruthlessly pierced through the head by a vicious sword. Chu Feng stood in shock. What a terrifying strike. The destined protagonist Xianwei has successfully committed suicide, deducting 50,000 points from destiny value. You have utilized a critical destiny talisman, resulting in an additional deduction of 100,000. You have received 3 destiny treasure chests. Even though the dim little sword had endeavored to mitigate its sword intent, the proximity was too great. Without the original wielder's real-time control, it was merely a sword talisman. The ability to relax and lessen some of its power was already a commendable achievement. Its efforts, naturally, yielded astonishing rewards. Xianwei was only pierced to death by this sword, sparing the innocent passerby with the surname Chu. Xie Yuan was also taken aback. That sword talisman must have been Xuanwei's means of self-preservation, right? This woman is truly sinister. Possessing such a formidable weapon, had it been me, I would have perished. Truly, my brother Chu's reactions are swift. The eternal immortal king couldn't help but express. Although Xianwei is merely at the immortal monarch level, one cannot deny the terrifying nature of this sword talisman. It is unclear where she acquired it. Alas, the sword talisman protects its master. At this moment, with Chu Daoist summoning Xianwei, the sword talisman would undoubtedly be restrained, unable to unleash its full power. Xie Yuan nodded. This tactic can only be utilized when the sword talisman's master is incapacitated. With the master in control, it cannot be executed. The eternal immortal king concurred. This method of Chu Daoist is commendable. Many desperate individuals resort to a final strike before their demise, causing significant and unnecessary casualties. Remember to compile this into the Sword Alliance's strategic compendium. What shall we name this tactic? Supreme Tactic, Xianwei Method. Be sure to credit it to Chu Daoist. Very well. The immortal kings beside them were left dumbfounded. They finally understood why the Sword Alliance was the preeminent power in the immortal realm. Upon witnessing Chu Feng summon Xianwei, their only thought was to exclaim in disbelief. The father-son duo of the Sword Alliance had already codified such maneuvers into laws, incorporating them into their strategic compendium. Unbelievable. At this moment, the feathered immortal king gazed at Chu Feng, holding the remnants of Xianwei in the void, and could not help but remark, "Now, Xianwei must be utterly dead, right?" These immortal kings had discerned the truth. The fortune surrounding Xianwei was extraordinarily formidable. With numerous legacies and treasures, she could even steal merit. After provoking the god of willows, a terrifying existence like Chu Feng still managed to survive until now. As an immortal monarch, she was undoubtedly exceptional. Perhaps, behind her stood even more formidable figures. Being pierced by such a treacherous little sword, no one would dare to believe they could survive. But Xianwei, it is hard to say. The destruction immortal king narrowed his eyes, pointing towards the cloud platform where Chu Feng had just been standing. His figure had suddenly vanished. He immediately stated, "Chu Feng must have teleported to pursue. He is likely not dead yet. The merit Xianwei stole must be considerable. She must have revived." The celestial king of the heavenly pole nodded in agreement. Reviving through merit is indeed extravagant. I was initially skeptical about the ability to steal merit. However, Xuanwei's revival through merit, yet being captured by Daoist Chu Feng, evidently suggests a causal connection. Other celestial kings concurred. The resurrection through merit occurs randomly within the celestial realm. In such an expansive domain, to instantaneously pinpoint a celestial monarch of formidable fortune is a daunting task, even for them, unless the merit inherently belonged to Chu Feng, allowing for precise detection. Of course, Chu Feng did not rely on merit to locate Xianwei. The notion that sheer force can break all laws, what the pinnacle of celestial kings and the invincible celestial kings cannot achieve, can the immortal celestial kings not accomplish? At the very moment of Xuanwei's demise, Chu Feng's terrifying divine consciousness was already tirelessly traversing the celestial realm, relentlessly searching for the site of Xuanwei's revival. Although Chu Feng had not yet found Xianwei, he unexpectedly detected a familiar aura not far from the domain of the Lu deity. Was that not the aura of the sword talisman he had just encountered? With a flicker of his divine consciousness, the overwhelming power of the immortal laws violently tore apart an inconspicuous spatial rift. Within the rift, chaotic black mist surged, and countless shattered ancient structures lay haphazardly arranged. Has my sword talisman been activated? It seems that little one has encountered some trouble. This is fortuitous. It will allow her to personally experience my might. And I believe she will soon regret her actions and return to seek my favor. A raspy voice murmured to itself. He had been sealed within this ancient site for countless years. Why was he merely sealed and not annihilated? Was it not because he was so extraordinarily powerful that even the attempt to slay him was futile? After all, he was the invincible celestial King Yuyo, ranked second on the celestial king list millions of years ago, in an era when he dominated the heavens. Merely hearing his name could terrify many children of the celestial realm to tears. How infuriating! That accursed sword master sealed him for so many years, allowing the world to forget his renown. Finally, encountering an innate chaotic sword body, the individual not only showed no astonishment upon hearing his name, but even dared to refer to him as an old ghost. This incited the wrath of the Yuyo celestial king. He vowed that upon his unsealing, the celestial realm would once again tremble beneath his illustrious name. Oh, so it was you who dared to act against me just now. Suddenly, the Yuyo celestial king heard a voice of confusion whispering in his ear. His expression stiffened. The Yuyo celestial king had perished. With a casual flick of his hand, he dispatched a mere pawn and soon pinpointed Xuanwei's refreshed location. Found you. In a flash, Chu Feng seized Xianwei by the neck, lifting her, who had just revived, into the air. Xianwei, still dazed from her recent resurrection, bore an expression of bewilderment. And there are still 130,000 left. How arduous this journey has been. Upon hearing this lamentation, she instinctively replied, What? 130,000. Chapter 143. I want to go home. Xianwei felt as though she had been ensnared in a protracted nightmare. In this dream, she had lost everything. Friends, the great teachings, mentors, legacies, and treasures, all snatched away by a dreadful man named Chu Feng. Just moments ago, she had even dreamt of this man, his filthy hands incessantly roaming over her pure and untainted form. The infinite sword pill, the boundless divine intense sword pill, the heavenly heartstone platform, these treasures, once concealed deep within her being, had been maliciously pilfered by Chu Feng's mocking grin. How absurd! This thief dares to covet the sword talisman. Surely, he is unaware of the terrifying nature of its owner. This old wretch thinks that by keeping silent, I would be oblivious to his identity. I am the astute Xianwei. Even in the absence of my mentor, I have long discerned who he is. The infamous king of the underworld. A malevolent fiend who could silence the cries of celestial children 1,000,000 years ago. Were it not for the emergence of the Tea sword deity, this old ghost would have reigned as the foremost on the celestial king ranking. Before him, even the likes of the Lu god would be as trivial as a mere slap. Such an illustrious and invincible celestial king would leave a sword talisman for a petty thief like you to covet? Ha! You must have perished. After all, he is the king of the underworld. Even after countless years of sealing, his sword intent remains untouchable by a mere scoundrel like Chu Feng. In a daze, Xianwei heard agonizing cries, and she was convinced that it was the voice of Chu Feng, who dared to lay hands on her sword talisman. What utter foolishness! Never mind. It was all a dream. I, Xianwei, am invincible. How could I be so humiliated by a man? I have had enough. The moment I open my eyes, I shall return to my former self, the unparalleled prodigy with a free spirit, determined to forge a path for women in the celestial realm. Finally, the moment of liberation was at hand. Xianwei strained to open her eyes. In the haze, she heard a familiar yet loathsome voice. What? 130,000? She instinctively inquired. The nightmare had dissipated. So why was there still the sound of Chu Feng? It mattered not. It is time to send you on your way. What a pity. There were still some delightful surprises prepared for you, but it seems they shall go unused. The man sighed with regret and reproached Xian Wei. You can only blame your own foolishness. Every trap I set, you fell into. Some of those pits weren't even of my making. Are you a fool? With such a meager health bar, how could you withstand such devastation? Could you not have been a bit more astute? How do you dare to be so ordinary, yet so self-assured? At this juncture, as if recalling something, Chu Feng paused. Xian Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you even realize what you were saying? She trembled all over, feeling the nightmare envelop her once more. Now even despair felt numb. Never mind. Villains perish from their verbosity. I shan't indulge in idle chatter with you any longer. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. May we be reborn in the next life as carefree beings, perhaps as a blissful calf. Chu Feng raised his palm, ready to send Xian Wei on her way. With so little destiny value remaining, there was no need for further action. Pursuing Xian Wei to her demise would suffice. Even with some decay, a few more strikes would ensure her inevitable end. He felt a twinge of frustration for her lack of ambition. After all, he had prepared numerous resources for Xian Wei. Yet she squandered them, her destiny-critical talisman proving too potent. 5 million points of destiny value seemed substantial, yet he had not even exerted himself seriously. Xian Wei's destiny value was nearly depleted. What could be done at this juncture? Simply eliminate her. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. These destiny protagonists flitted about like butterflies, their flamboyance rendering them vulnerable to transformation into something monstrous. An array of ever-evolving strategies and serendipitous encounters surrounded them. Even the heavenly laws of the celestial realm sided with the protagonists. He was merely a humble immortal king, utterly defenseless against such forces. The protagonists, in other realms, were genuinely the center of attention, revered and unmatched. Yet, before his ultimate villainous fate, they appeared one after another, akin to a grotesque human centipede. If he did not swiftly deal with Xian Wei, another destiny protagonist might soon emerge. It was infuriating. This world was exceedingly unjust to villains. Must our fate be so wretched, relegated to passive defense, unable to strike proactively? Chu Feng recalled the rotund villain named Wang Tung he encountered on the imperial path. Despite his ascension to emperor status, he was but a minor upon reaching the celestial realm. Were he to contentedly embrace his role as a minor, it might be tolerable. Yet, he was a villain. In the midst of mining, should he whimsically bully a fellow worker, it was entirely possible that the individual was a protagonist, capable of striking him down in an instant, earning applause from onlookers. Reflecting on the tragic and helpless fates of his fellow villains, Chu Feng was overcome with sorrow, his hand falling in despair. You have slain the destiny protagonist Xian Wei. Destiny value has been deducted by 50,000 points. You have used the destiny critical talisman. This time, the critical hit additionally deducts 50,000 points. You have obtained a destiny treasure chest 1. Your title somewhat accomplished villain has been activated, granting you an additional destiny treasure chest 2. As Chu Feng struck down Xian Wei and heard the system notification, his heart sank further. Indeed, the destiny protagonists enjoyed favorable treatment. A critical hit could not even vanquish her. Another 100,000 points of destiny value. Xian Wei was left with merely 30,000. Yet, ultimately, she had not perished. Chu Feng, as an immortal king, extended his divine sense across the vastness, scouring the celestial realm. This search took significantly longer than before, lasting a full quarter of an hour. When he finally located Xian Wei, she was hidden within an exceedingly remote secret realm, which harbored a peak immortal king's tomb. The audacity of the destiny protagonist, even at this juncture, to seize opportunities. Do you have no shame? Woe is me. Woe is me. I yearn to return home. I no longer wish to linger in this world. In an instant, Chu Feng materialized before Xian Wei. This woman, remarkably, did not seek to claim the opportunities within the peak immortal king's tomb. Instead, she found a corner, curled up with her legs drawn to her chest, burying her head deeply, her shoulders trembling, as intermittent sobs escaped her. The tomb was shrouded in a verdant mist, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Xian Wei's sporadic weeping echoed like the wailing of a vengeful spirit, amplifying the tomb's malevolence. Witnessing her sorrowful state, Chu Feng felt a surge of anger. In just a brief moment, his destiny value had increased by 30,000. Had he discovered this later, It could have risen by at least 50 or 80,000. Very well, the celestial path of the immortal realm. I shall ensure that this debt is settled. Chu Feng, however, paid no heed to Xian Wei's pitiful appearance. The sight of the beautiful and obedient Lu Shen weeping would evoke sympathy, but this brash, self-absorbed woman, weeping like a banshee, was a different matter entirely. A golden divine sword appeared in Chu Feng's hand. Observing her distress, he resolved to use the Emperor's sword to console her. Even if it meant piercing her skull, it would still be a return of sorts, wouldn't it? Ding! The rise in the villain's destiny has been completed. Congratulations, host. Your destiny has reached the 2-star standard, unlocking villain privileges and setting the wheels of fate in motion. Chapter 144. Gu Yan's accumulated points. Has the ascent of fate and fortune been completed? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes as the system's notifications continued, detailing the changes brought about by his fate's elevation to 2 stars. Your ultimate villain's fate and fortune have reached 2 stars. Henceforth, the Destiny treasure chests you acquire will automatically upgrade to high-quality Destiny treasure chests. Your ultimate villain's fate and fortune have reached 2 stars. You have unlocked access to the Destiny Mall. Your ultimate villain's fate and fortune have reached 2 stars. You have received 1 Destiny Time Wheel. Due to your ultimate villain's fate and fortune reaching 2 stars, all your current Destiny treasure chests have automatically upgraded to high-quality Destiny treasure chests. Please exercise caution. With your ultimate villain's fate and fortune reaching 2 stars, the probability of encountering the destined protagonists has increased. Please exercise caution. With your ultimate villain's fate and fortune reaching 2 stars, interactions with the destined protagonists will occur more frequently. With the elevation of his fate, new permissions were unlocked, and new treasures were acquired. The most significant change was that all future Destiny treasure chests would directly upgrade to high quality. This was indeed remarkable. Previously, to elevate a Destiny treasure chest to high quality, one could only rely on the Destiny Ascension Seal, which was exceedingly rare and could only be obtained as a reward after achieving 300 completion of a hidden task. It could only be used 50 times. Once exhausted, it would vanish. Chu Feng had contemplated hoarding these treasure chests, pondering whether to hint to the system for an additional 50. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he found himself on the verge of dozing off, as if a pillow and even the enchanting black silk maiden had been delivered to his bedside. This turn of events was undeniably a tremendous victory. Chu Feng had personally experienced the stark contrast between ordinary Destiny treasure chests and high-quality ones. Typically, ordinary treasure chests yielded treasures of true immortal level, occasionally producing items of celestial lord level. In stark contrast, high-quality Destiny treasure chests frequently yielded rewards of celestial king level. A completely different echelon altogether, not to mention the disparity in guaranteed golden rewards. Sensing the rows of Destiny treasure chests in the Divine Sea, he observed them ascend to high quality following his fate's elevation to 2 stars. The chests were enveloped in shimmering golden sands, expanding in size and gradually emanating a soft blue glow. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, grateful that he had not blindly heeded the system's nonsensical prompts, but had instead chosen to accumulate treasure chests. Now, the Divine Sea boasted a staggering 56 Destiny treasure chests, all elevated simultaneously to high quality. Had he carelessly opened them earlier, it would have resulted in a significant loss. Oh, foolish and inept system, do you see this? This is the triumph of the hoarder. System. Esteemed host, with this upgrade, this system is no longer inept. We present to you the all-new function, the Destiny Mall. Would you like to view it? The system hastily sought to redeem itself. Let me see. Chu Feng's gaze flickered as he noticed a new entry for the Destiny Mall on the panel. His eyes narrowed, reflecting a brand new interface, the system's prideful innovation, the Destiny Mall. Upon opening, a glaring display of 70 Destiny points was immediately visible. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Why are the points so few? This clearly resembles currency, which the marketplace undoubtedly utilizes for exchanges. 70 Destiny points could scarcely procure a mere hammer. It was evident that one should harbor no expectations from the system. Esteemed host, do not be disheartened. 100,000 Destiny values can be exchanged for a single Destiny point. This reflects all the Destiny values you have accrued from harvesting protagonist destinies. The system hurried to placate him. Oh, a single Destiny point equals 100,000 Destiny values? Chu Feng understood at once and remarked casually. then let it not be called destiny points. The term is rather tiresome. Everything seems to be destiny, and I am nearly unfamiliar with these characters now. System. Let us refer to it as Guyan points instead. After all, one destiny point equates to one Guyan, and as a goblin from the novice village, I, as the antagonist, ought to extend basic respect and honor. System. Are you certain this is not akin to kicking a dead horse? After casually redefining it, Chu Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. 70 Guyan points translates to 7 million destiny values, does it not? Guyan possesses 100,000 destiny values. The Martial Emperor has 1 million destiny values. Xianwei holds 5 million destiny values. Even if they have encountered fortuitous events and increased their destiny values, it is improbable that they have harvested as much as 7 million, right? Due to your exceptional performance, esteemed host, upon the opening of the Guyan marketplace, you have received a bonus of points. The system deduced astutely. Ah, I see. That could just about reconcile the situation. However, Guyan marketplace? What a nonsensical name. Do not whimsically alter names. Guyan may serve as a unit of measure, but to confront his name upon opening the panel is rather ominous. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and dismissed the system's suggestion. System. The abstract reasoning of the host is quite perplexing. It almost feels sympathy for those protagonists. Luckily, it is allied with the host. Otherwise, it would be oblivious to how it could face demise. Chu Feng paid no heed to the system and began to meticulously browse the novel marketplace. The interface remained unchanged. A dazzling array of items awaited. 100 million tons of quasi-emperor grade treasures for 5 Guyan points. 3,000 tons of enlightenment tea for 10 Guyan points. A celestial grade scroll special for 20 Guyan points. Destiny critical strike talismans 99 for 30 Guyan points. Destiny ascension seals 1 for 40 Guyan points. The primordial chaos scripture for 50 Guyan points. Just as the system had stated, the value of Guyan points was indeed significant. Even the most ordinary single Guyan point could be exchanged for a plethora of treasures. Naturally, some items possessed unreasonably high price tags. Why should the outdated Destiny Ascension Seal be valued at 40 Guyan? Doggone system. Do you look down upon my Guyan brethren? Initially, Chu Feng perceived no issues. Yet the more he scrutinized, the deeper his frown became. The Destiny Mall, with its offerings, seems to consist of items I have previously encountered. What purpose do they serve? The announcement states that products from the Destiny chest are indeed exquisite and can be exchanged in the mall. However, where are the Destiny fragments? The response indicates that these fragments are exceedingly unique, and the mall lacks the privilege to stock them. Very well, please take your leave gracefully. If it were another protagonist or antagonist, the sight of this Destiny Mall would likely evoke an overwhelming sense of excitement. Yet, he is different. The treasures procured from the Destiny chest are not only immensely valuable, but also consistently reliable in quality and quantity. Take, for instance, the Tao Enlightenment Tea. While others may labor for years to savor even the most withered leaves, he could luxuriate in its essence for centuries. Must he really exchange his Guyan points for such trivialities at this meager establishment? Perhaps he should temper his expectations of the system, acknowledging it merely as a source of emotional value. Nevertheless, the Destiny Mall does possess some merit. Not every item drawn from the Destiny chest is abundant, and certain legendary golden treasures remain exceptionally useful, such as the Celestial Scrolls. Guyan points, after all, are akin to a windfall, representing the recycling and reutilization of the protagonist's fateful essence. Though he may dismiss it now, there could be potential utility in this Destiny Mall in the future. With a casual gesture, Chu Feng closed the Destiny Mall and directed his gaze toward the Divine Sea. There, a remarkable artifact floated, a structure approximately 10 meters high, resembling a windmill with 6 gently rotating blades. As it spun, it radiated a serene azure glow, casting rippling waves of light, quietly creating a small realm within the confines of the Divine Sea, enveloped by his immortal laws. This is the essence of time. Chu Feng felt a stirring within. Time is an exceedingly abstract concept, ever-present yet elusive. In the realm of immortals, a mere blink might encapsulate a century. As an immortal sovereign, his understanding of the eternal laws is intricately linked to time. Thus, he instantly sensed the temporal essence carried by this extraordinary artifact known as the Destiny Time Wheel. What purpose does this object serve? Instinctively, his thoughts gravitated toward the Destiny Time Wheel, and in the next moment, A playful expression emerged on his face. Chapter 145. Has it been set with diamonds? Sobbing softly, Sue crouched in the corner, tears streaming down her face. He pressed the Emperor's sword against her brow, hoping to silence her, to make her feel the impending doom. Instead, her cries only grew louder. Chu Feng sighed, caught in a moment of hesitation about whether to act. It was not until he witnessed the helpless tears of the little fairy that his heart softened. As his fate grade ascended, a reminder echoed within him. Reaching 2 stars in fate grade brought numerous advantages, but it also carried another significant benefit. His villainous charm became increasingly alluring, drawing the destined protagonist closer. Having traversed a tumultuous journey from his arrival to this moment, he was on the brink of turning the tables on the formidable Su Wei. If one were to inquire about the greatest concern of this frail and pitiable antagonist, it was not the protagonist standing before him, but rather the unknown threats lurking in the shadows. Based on prior experiences, defeating one destined protagonist often meant that another would either be en route or already poised to unleash their might upon him. Thus, should he utilize this power? Chu Feng pondered. He had comprehended the profound utility of the Destiny Time Wheel. This artifact was indeed entwined with the most enigmatic laws of time. Its function was straightforward. When released upon a destined protagonist, it could temporarily unravel their fate, revealing a glimpse of their future timeline. To foresee the future, to glimpse the future of a protagonist, blessed with unparalleled fortune. Under normal circumstances, this would be nearly inconceivable. The cost, however, was that the Destiny Time Wheel would shatter, allowing for but a single use. Yet, the rewards it promised were exceedingly formidable. Knowing the forthcoming trajectory of a destined protagonist would empower the villain to launch a powerful offensive, potentially reversing the significant disadvantage of being relentlessly pursued by the protagonist. Therefore, should he employ this temporal artifact against Su Wei? Logically, one would surmise that Chu Feng ought to reserve the Destiny Time Wheel for the next destined protagonist. However, recalling past events, he remembered that the martial emperor, amiable and approachable, had not acted until some time after Gu Yan's demise. In contrast, Su Wei had eagerly leapt forth during the imperial path, directly causing the martial emperor's death. Now, with his fate grade elevated, the system, though often capricious, had never faltered in its notifications. During his ascension, it had explicitly warned him, not only would he become more captivating to the protagonist, but a phenomenon of solidarity among destined protagonists would also commence. If this strike were to fall, would a new destined protagonist emerge to catch the blade unarmed in the very next moment? At first glance, it seemed unreasonable. Yet, what heinous acts could the unscrupulous destined protagonists not commit? The disparity in strength among them was vast. Gu Yan was merely a fledgling, yet the martial emperor dared to scheme for the 9-turn great emperor. Xian Wei was even more audacious, aspiring to forge a path of feminine supremacy in the celestial realm, where celestial kings were abundant. Thus, when the next destined protagonist emerged, it was no surprise that they would be an immortal emperor. Therefore, from the perspective of fate and past experiences, killing Xian Wei would likely lead to the appearance of the next destined protagonist. At this juncture, utilizing Xian Wei as a stepping stone to observe the potential of the next fated hero would yield a staggering 99% probability. Should he discern the path of the destined protagonist, he might execute even more spectacular maneuvers. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng made his decision. Now that he had established a harem, it was imperative to adopt a prudent approach for a future filled with revelry and indulgence. The Destiny Time Treasure Wheel may have been lost, but there would always be ways to reclaim it. However, he must avoid jeopardizing his own safety. Thus, he resolved, "It shall be you, Xian Wei." The Destiny Time Treasure Wheel activated. He waved his hand, summoning this treasure from the divine sea. The wheel, propelled by Chu Feng, surged forth from his palm, transforming into a towering windmill of 10 meters high, which shrank into a miniature version the moment it appeared within the tomb of the celestial kings. It spun above Xian Wei's head, radiant blue light swirling around her, causing her to become as if encased in ice. Her entire being stiffened, tears crystallizing into ice. The miniature windmill gradually became ethereal, the brilliant blue light illuminating his vision. In Chu Feng's eyes, the light wheel flickered, revealing vivid images akin to a blue kaleidoscope. His expression grew solemn, the smile fading from his lips. 3 minutes later, The blue kaleidoscope in Chu Feng's eyes retracted, and the small windmill vanished. Through the Destiny Time treasure wheel, he glimpsed a segment of Xianwei's future. In this vision, Xianwei screamed just before her demise, as Chu Feng ruthlessly pierced her head with the Emperor's sword. A torrent of golden energy surged forth at the moment of her downfall, sweeping her away before Chu Feng's eyes. Simultaneously, Xianwei's fortune skyrocketed, her destiny value soaring, stabilizing her crumbling protagonist fate. In the vision, Chu Feng stood firm, furrowing his brows as he coldly uttered, "Heavenly Tao, do you seek death?" Upon his words, the Chu Feng within Xianwei's perspective erupted with astonishing might, sweeping through the realms and obliterating a significant portion of the celestial realm in an instant. The heavenly Tao remained unyielding, allowing the suffering of sentient beings to persist. Chu Feng struck again, suppressing the heavens with the tome of suppression, shattering the celestial realm and extinguishing the heavenly Tao. Yet, Xianwei remained unscathed. An exceedingly terrifying aura enveloped Xianwei, drawing her into the sword domain. After Xianwei's departure, a silver-haired beauty appeared, wielding a heavy black iron sword, engaging in a fierce battle with Chu Feng. Each clash resounded like the collapse of heaven and earth, shattering the very fabric of reality. Though the silver-haired man lacked the power of immortality and had not ascended to the realm of a mortal emperor, he and Chu Feng fought evenly matched. In the span of 3 breaths, the battle raged from the celestial realm to the lower realms. The demon world fell. The profound world perished. Endless beings, mourning for the heavens and the earth. The white-haired man stood as the embodiment of justice in the mortal realm, condemning Chu Feng from a position of righteousness. The grievances of all living creatures converged upon him. In the end, the white-haired man seemed to sense something, his gaze directed skyward, locking eyes with the void, exuding a chilling intent to kill. The scene shattered. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze, reflecting on the entirety of the vision, and gradually broke into a smile. This celestial fate time wheel was truly worth it. It could even be described as a lucrative investment. The future he glimpsed once again reshaped his understanding of the destined protagonist. How intriguing. Could that be the next destined hero? Indeed, there is a certain grandeur to it. His strength was certainly on par with that of an immortal celestial king, and he had unwittingly become the quintessential foolish villain. What surprised Chu Feng the most, however, was not the next destined protagonist. He gazed at the still frozen Xianwei and couldn't help but exclaim, could she possibly be the illegitimate daughter of the celestial realm's Tao? In the future revealed by the celestial fate time wheel, once that sword fell, a terrifying butterfly effect would ensue. The Tao of the celestial realm would fiercely protect Xianwei. Despite her mere 30,000 points of fate value, it would soar instantaneously, ensuring her fate would not shatter. Even more absurdly, even if he were to annihilate the entire celestial realm, causing the Tao to collapse, it would still shield Xianwei from death. Indeed, this was the case, as a new destined protagonist emerged, and Xianwei managed to survive against all odds. Conversely, he found himself ensnared in a violent vortex. With even the demon realm and the mystic realm caught in the chaos, reduced to dust. Had he not utilized the celestial fate time wheel, everything would have unfolded differently. Yet, regrettably, Chu Feng perceived it all. Knowing the future only raised a significant question in his mind. What was the intent? Why did the Tao protect her so fervently? Did it covet her brilliance? Chu Feng could not fathom the Tao's motives, yet he knew someone who could. With a wave of his hand, he momentarily severed this realm, and a profound, dark wild passage emerged in the void. This passage was exceedingly long, filled with endless storms of emptiness, its end leading to the distant lower realms. Hey, Tao of the mystic realm, are you there? Who dares to summon the great Tao? It turned out to be the even greater Lord Chu Feng, the humble Tao. Greeting you, wishes you good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The Tao of the mystic realm seemed to be gaining sentience, responding promptly. Cut the nonsense. Do you wish to progress? Chu Feng addressed the entrance of the wild passage, getting straight to the point. Chapter 146, Elevate My Dog Progress? I beg your pardon, but our Tian Dao clan is devoid of emotions and does not comprehend the concept of progress. Moreover, I, the Tian Dao, have already recognized you as my master. Does that not constitute progress? The response from the Xuanjia Tian Dao was prompt, its voice melodious, a stark contrast to the dog system. Chu Feng wore a broad smile. harboring great admiration for the Xuanjie Tian Dao. Look at this. With matters of significance at hand, there was no need for further circumlocution with the Xuanjie Tian Dao. Chu Feng gestured, casting a beam of light into the long, dark passage. Within that light lay the future images he had observed through the destiny time well moments ago. The Xuanjie Tian Dao fell silent for several minutes, offering no reply. Chu Feng remained unhurried, gently patting Xian Wei's dog head. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The woman remained oblivious to what he had just done to her. As the aura of the time law dissipated, Xian Wei began to whimper once more, her shoulders trembling with greater intensity. As the protagonist of Destiny, she had been crying for 4 consecutive chapters, yet she appeared to be ensnared in her own sorrow, unable to extricate herself. Do not rush, let your tears flow slowly. You are on the verge of breathlessness. Just wait a moment, and you shall find relief. Chu Feng understood her plight, whispering words of comfort. Woo-woo, woo-woo. I wish to go home. I no longer wish to be here. Xian Wei had transcended to a state of detachment, her mind somewhat clouded, uttering incoherent phrases. Alas, how pitiable. Observing this, Chu Feng sighed once more. It is not my fault. Had the celestial realm's Tian Dao not been so inhumane, I would never have subjected you to such hardship. This final stretch, teetering on the brink of death, is the most harrowing, the most excruciating, the most unbearable time. Were it not for Xian Wei's already shattered mindset, even this wretched time could yield a few Guyan points. Celestial realm Tian Dao, you truly deserve condemnation. At that moment, a disturbance emanated from the abyssal entrance. What is this wretched nonsense? Tian Dao traitor? Chu Feng was taken aback, instinctively inquiring, are you not devoid of emotions? Mind your language. Great Realm Master. This is a collection of quotes from a sage king named Sibu Dao of the Xuanjie. The Tian Dao believes it aligns more aptly with the context. What other peculiar things have you collected? The Tian Dao, unreserved in its knowledge, replied with a voice as cold and detached as ice. Great Neo-Grandpa, please possess this little calf. Sister-in-law, do not do this. Uncle shall return soon. Unfilial child. I should have. Did you intend for our G family to perish? Chu Feng hastily interjected. Stop. Excellent imitation, but refrain from mimicking further. Let us return to the matter at hand. What is the situation with the celestial realm Tian Dao? I am truly at a loss. What utter chaos is this? Are you a Tian Dao, or merely a parrot? Is it the people of the Xuanjie who are too defiant, or is it you, the Tian Dao, who behaves like a neurotic husky? The celestial path of the mystical realm harbors an insatiable desire for advancement. Oh, what relevance does this have with Xian Wei? It embarked on a grand gamble, forging a celestial bond with Xian Wei. What does it seek? I have watched this child grow since her youth. Her fortune is formidable, a being of innate destiny. Any celestial path would eagerly form a bond with her. Once such a bond is established, life and death are intertwined. In exchange, as Xian Wei grows stronger, so too does the fortune of the celestial path. It is well known that our celestial path is devoid of emotions, possessing absolute rationality. Upon encountering a being of destiny like Xian Wei, the laws of the celestial path cannot refuse to place their bets. However, the celestial path of the immortal realm is even more audacious, opting for the supreme rule of celestial bonds with our exalted lineage. Under this rule, the immortal realm's celestial path prioritizes Xian Wei above all else, even placing her above the destruction of the immortal realm itself. I see now. Chu Feng squinted his eyes. What is its aim? Ascension to the supreme realm? He recalled what Xie Yuan had mentioned earlier. The immortal realm is but a hair's breadth from ascending to the supreme realm. Hence, the Sword Alliance sought assistance from the Divine Willow to host the Immortal King ceremony to elevate their fortune. If I were not the Celestial Emperor, they would undoubtedly come to me for aid. For the immortal path to place such a hefty wager, the truth must lie in the supreme realm. The celestial path of the mystical realm immediately responded. Truly, you are the esteemed master of the mystical realm. You are aware of the supreme realm's ascension. As you have articulated, the immortal path, with its lack of foresight, has been stagnating at the threshold of the supreme realm for many years. Our celestial lineage, typically cold and devoid of sentiment, would not be in a hurry. However, unfortunate for them, a neighboring realm, the Sword Domain, has descended from the supreme realm, yet continues to exude its aura. The immortal realm has recently birthed 2 protagonists of destiny, leading the immortal path to miscalculate, and devised the perfect plan to establish a celestial bond with Xianwei. According to this celestial path's assessment, should Xianwei ascend to the rank of immortal king, the immortal path would subsequently leap into the supreme realm. Alas, its desire for advancement is overwhelming, truly a foolish endeavor. Recalling Chu Feng's earlier admonition, the voice of the celestial path of the mystical realm suddenly faltered. Chu Feng nodded. It was not difficult to comprehend. Indeed, the immortal path's eagerness for progress is palpable. After all, as a protagonist of destiny, investing in her is entirely reasonable. Yet, the celestial bond is rather extravagant. This explains why the immortal path staunchly protects Xianwei. It resembles a wager. Should Xianwei succeed in her ascension and traverse an unobstructed path, the immortal path stands to gain immeasurably, ascending to the supreme realm. Conversely, should Xianwei encounter dire circumstances, the immortal path, as the other party in this bond, must shoulder the burden and shield her from calamity. Chu Feng pondered thoughtfully. After the enthusiastic explanation from the celestial path of the mystical realm, he had unraveled the underlying logic. Indeed, the immortal path is rather a foolish entity, lacking discernment in recognizing individuals. Although Xianwei possesses formidable luck, her intellect leaves much to be desired. Were it not for her encounters with adversities, particularly with formidable opponents like him, she would undoubtedly falter. In contrast, the heavenly Tao of the Xian realm evidently exhibits far superior intellect compared to its counterpart in the immortal realm. He suddenly inquired, given your heavenly Tao's notorious ruthlessness, why did you not forge a celestial bond with Xianwei back in the day? The heavenly Tao of the Xian realm replied, this woman lacks common sense. Initially, I intended to establish a connection with her, but she managed to plunge the Xian realm into chaos, especially with that troublesome tribe known as Nigo. She even conjured a wretched demonic race that has caused me considerable strife. Her reckless maneuvers were excessive. I am not foolish. I only bestowed the most basic blessings of the heavenly Tao, which should have maintained a balance of fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, this fool Xianwei opened 77 pathways upon her departure, leaving me utterly flabbergasted. Upon hearing the eloquent discourse of the heavenly Tao of the Xian realm, Chu Feng did not mock him. Instead, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. This heavenly Tao of the Xian realm was clearly distinct from others. Previously, I had only transmitted a fragment of time to him, devoid of any extraneous details, and the sword domain barely manifested in the imagery. To my astonishment, this individual was aware that the sword domain once represented the supreme realm. His intellect was remarkably different from that of the typical heavenly Tao in the immortal realm. He was truly extraordinary. Casting a glance at Xianwei, my mind began to race with thoughts that swiftly coalesced into a plan. After a moment of contemplation, I posed the question, Heavenly Tao of the Xian realm, do you harbor aspirations of becoming the supreme heavenly Tao? Ah, may I? He queried, addressing me as the esteemed Lord of Realms. Indeed, you may. Since the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm seeks to stir up trouble, it will inevitably summon the next destined protagonist. Therefore, let us first eliminate it and then deal with Xianwei. By vanquishing the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, I can elevate my own loyal dog to prominence. Would that not be delightful? Chapter 147. The villain is too cautious. A long and shadowy entrance loomed, with mist swirling ominously. The heavenly Tao of the Xian realm was exceedingly ruthless, indifferent to any emotional turbulence provoked by such occurrences. Chu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Could you refrain from rolling around? The Xian realm is currently in chaos. He sensed that across the Xian realm, a tumultuous surge of ethereal power was careening through the Tao space like a frenzied hound, inciting overwhelming phenomena and disturbances. The heavenly Tao of the Xian realm promptly responded, esteemed master of the realm, thanks to your assistance, the Xian realm is experiencing a revival of spiritual energy. Although the situation is somewhat tumultuous, everything remains under the control of this Tao and will not descend into chaos. Shall we continue our discussion about your aspirations? Esteemed master of the realm, since my inception, I have harbored a singular dream, to ascend as the supreme heavenly Tao, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great paths of existence. Oh, the heavenly Tao of the Xian realm emphasized, more importantly, I am devoted to serving the master of the realm, unhesitatingly. Chu Feng, with a hint of a smile, replied, that is of little consequence. Now, let us discuss your strategy for becoming the supreme heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of the Xian realm faltered momentarily. Was this aspiration not newly conceived? What was this strategy? Could it be consumed? Wait, could this be a test from the master of the realm? If I fail, perhaps this dream will dissipate. Understanding Chu Feng's nature and eager for progress, the heavenly Tao declared, Master of the realm, as long as you eliminate the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, I shall take care of the rest. I can achieve this dream independently. Oh, now it was Chu Feng who was taken aback. He had merely inquired casually, seeking to gauge the depths of the Xian realm's Tao. How to supplant the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm was still a nascent notion in his mind, requiring further validation. He had not anticipated the Xian realm's Tao taking such a comprehensive approach. Believing that the master of the realm's examination was still ongoing, the heavenly Tao assured, trust in this Tao, there will be no issues. The heavenly Tao of the immortal realm is quite rigid. Once I assume its mantle, I shall ensure that the master of the realm enjoys all the finest delights. I hope you will not be ungrateful. Chu Feng replied, very well. You may withdraw for now. Await my signal. Understood, master of the realm. Minimize the collection of Xian realm phrases. Remember, you are an emotionless Tao. The Xian realm's Tao responded with confusion. Chu Feng then sealed the long entrance, lightly tapping his fingers on Xian Wei's head as he pondered deeply. The prospect of elevating his loyal companion to power and advancing the immortal realm to supremacy was almost unfathomable in terms of the fate and fortune he could acquire. Supplanting the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm was merely a component of his broader plan. However, the predicament before Chu Feng was even more perilous than he had imagined. The heavenly Tao of the immortal realm maintained a close bond with Xian Wei, like an adoring dog, willing to protect her at all costs. Should he eliminate Xian Wei and the Tao, it would inevitably attract the attention of the white-haired protagonist wielding the heavy sword of dark iron. This adversary possessed strength comparable to the immortal, presenting significant challenges for him. It was a tightly interwoven chain of causality. Pull one thread, and the entire tapestry would unravel. If any villain were to find themselves in such a predicament, they would undoubtedly feel besieged. To slay Xian Wei would incite the wrath of the Heavenly Order, while eliminating the Heavenly Order would summon the silver-haired protagonist. Hesitant to eliminate either, the villain would allow them to grow stronger, inevitably leading to their own demise. Yet, Chu Feng stands apart. With numerous hidden cards at his disposal as a destined antagonist, does he lack any stratagems? Having foreseen the future, he possesses a plethora of potential maneuvers. Ultimately, this dilemma arises from the emergence of a new protagonist threat. The adversary's strength rivals his own, compounded by numerous unknown capabilities. A reckless assault could easily spell disaster. His greatest advantage, however, lies in time. As a villain, one must proceed with caution. Once he has gained a considerable edge, he can eliminate the Heavenly Order and summon the white-haired figure to meet their end. It sounds simple, and indeed, it is. It merely requires an enhancement of strength. Oh, foolish destined protagonist, I am a master of leveraging advantages. Given sufficient time to accumulate power, or rather, to unlock my true identity. Not even an immortal protagonist could withstand my might. It is worth noting that I possess a divine-level identity currently undergoing mutation, soon to be unleashed. What transformation will accompany this second divine identity? Furthermore, within my divine sea, I currently harbor 56 superior destiny treasure chests. 56. Even with a streak of bad luck, surely that will yield a destiny key, granting me yet another divine identity. I have already tasted the exquisite power of a divine identity. The potency of 11 is incomparable to a mere 1 multiplied by 1. With 2 divine identities, why should I fear the destined protagonist? I eagerly anticipate the moment when the white-haired figure appears in a blaze of fury, with the Heavenly Order standing beside me, my strength sufficient to overpower them. The potential chaos of such a scenario sends shivers down my spine. A complete thought soon crystallized in his mind. Recollecting his focus, Chu Feng's gaze returned to Xian Wei. A good girl deserves to be cherished, while a bad girl should not be squandered. For the time being, he would spare her life. Xian Wei still held potential utility. In the blink of an eye, her destiny value had surged from 30,000 to 100,000, and it continued to rise steadily. His eyes sparkled with delight. What bliss! He had swiftly transitioned from the primitive era of hunting for destiny value to the prosperous Bronze Age of cultivating it. Stop your tears, let us go? With a wave of his hand, The Emperor's sword melded with his being as he grasped Xianwei by the nape of her neck, lifting her to her feet, and spoke gently to her. Noticing her still dazed expression, he delivered a resounding slap to her cheek. Ah! Xianwei jolted, her cheek swelling instantly, the fiery sting of pain snapping her from her stupor. Staring at Chu Feng as he sheathed the Emperor's sword, she instinctively murmured, "Why, you're not going to kill me?" Chu Feng shook his head and remarked, "What purpose would there be in killing you? Your fortunate days lie ahead." As he spoke, he dismantled the barriers that confined this realm. Xuanwei's gaze gradually cleared, and upon observing Chu Feng, she wore an expression of bewilderment, her previously anxious heart beginning to calm. Her intellect was slowly returning to its usual state. How peculiar! I was in a situation where death seemed inevitable. Why did he refrain from striking? This fellow is devoid of compassion. Could it be that I still hold some value? Or perhaps, eliminating me would yield unforeseen consequences? Regardless of the reasoning, this represents my opportunity. I may yet escape this fate. Should I evade him, his demise is assured. Outwardly, Xianwei feigned a pitiful demeanor, while her thoughts raced internally. She was like an indomitable cockroach. Her earlier despair stemmed from a lack of hope. Now, with the prospect of hope reemerging, her mind began to wander towards new possibilities. If she could manage to flee, she possessed a new plan. Within her being lay the mark of the sword domain, a ticket to enter that realm. If she could reach the sword domain, even if she faced its trials, she would be granted its protection and could be reborn anew. Though the journey to the sword domain would be perilous, lacking the guidance of a celestial king made it exceedingly difficult. Yet it was still a far better option than enduring torment at Chu Feng's hands. "Hurry up," Chu Feng urged. "Where to?" Xianwei instinctively summoned her celestial energy and ascended into the air. Chu Feng frowned. "Who told you to stand? Lie down." At his command, Xianwei fell to the ground, feeling the weight of Chu Feng as he stepped upon her. "Go." As his words settled, a glimmer of light hovered before Xianwei. "That scoundrel! I shall kill you." Xianwei felt a profound humiliation, her face burning with shame, more so than her previous indignities. Cursing inwardly, she realized that for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to comply. "Hurry! Faster!" Chu Feng's voice was cold. Xianwei trembled, fear washing over her once more, forcing her to quicken her pace. Transforming into a streak of light, her speed, bolstered by her mastery of escape, was breathtakingly swift, especially as she was already a prominent figure among the celestial sections. This was a moment of public humiliation. Witnessing a man in black standing upon Xianwei as she flew through the air left many powerful beings of the celestial realm utterly stunned. Destined protagonist Xianwei faces social demise. Under the weight of her fate, her destiny value decreases by 100,000 points, and you have acquired a superior destiny treasure box 1. With the enhancement of a 2-star destiny, the system notification subtly shifted, the destiny treasure box automatically upgrading to superior quality. Xianwei's destiny value began to plummet, dwindling to mere remnants. However, it would soon be replenished by the celestial realm's natural order, gradually rising once more. As the celestial doctrine proclaimed, the laws of fate are often relentless and unyielding. As long as Xianwei remains alive, the celestial realm's Tao will take no action, merely serving as a silent vessel of vitality. Concerned that Xianwei might suddenly perish and provoke an extreme reaction from the celestial Tao, Chu Feng thoughtfully refrained from using even the fate critical strike talisman. The system faltered. "Are you encountering a glitch?" Fortunately, the same method of harvesting cannot be repeatedly effective. Otherwise, there would be no need to eliminate the celestial Tao. It would be at risk of being utterly drained by you.